Family, who understands? I have transmigrated into the persona of WangSheng, only to find myself extorted at the gates of Notting Academy, where I was abruptly thrust into a farcical encounter. I had anticipated a seamless transition into my studies, yet upon arriving at Dormitory 7, I was confronted by the 5th grade ruffian Zhang Lei, who mercilessly pummeled me until my bones felt like they would splinter. This transmigration initiation has been utterly dismal. I must tell you, I performed an impromptu airborne act, crashing heavily to the ground, and then I began to wail, wah wah wah. You stole my money. You bully me. Wah wah wah. Family, who truly comprehends? How did I, a reclusive young man from the 21st century, find myself reduced to the indignity of being extorted on the streets at the entrance of Notting Academy? This predicament traces back to my week-long holiday, during which I lay in bed engrossed in Douluo fanfiction. Just as I was reveling in the story, my eyelids grew heavy and I succumbed to sleep. What a shock it was to awaken and find my soul transmigrated. It felt as though I had been ensconced within a first-person VR film, witnessing the entirety of a young child's life from birth to the age of 6. His mother succumbed to illness at 2, while his father labored in the Lord's estate, seeing him but once a month, leaving him to be raised by his grandmother. I could sense all his emotions, yet I was powerless to control his body, relegated to the role of a mere spectator. As the child neared 6, his grandmother passed away. After his father returned to manage the funeral, he took the boy to Notting City. Upon celebrating his 6th birthday, his father brought him to the spirit hall to awaken his martial spirit, declaring that if he possessed soul power, he could become a work-study student at the forMaster Academy. I was in a state of anxiety within that body, for this was a chance to alter his destiny. As fate would have it, during the awakening ceremony, he indeed manifested the ancestral martial spirit of the battle tiger. Then, an elderly gentleman named Maslow presented a crystal ball to assess his soul power. My heart raced to my throat. When that wretched orb illuminated, I nearly erupted in celebration within that body. Innate soul power level 4. As Maslow concluded, my father wept openly, and I too was overwhelmed with excitement. The following day, my father treated me to a sumptuous meal, having spent half a month's wages, and then prepared a package for me to report to Notting Academy. At that moment, I suddenly felt I could move. I could control this body. I pinched my arm fiercely. The pain was excruciating. Was this dream truly so vivid? Looking down at the Spirit Hall certificate in my hand, it read, WangSheng, Martial Spirit, Battle Tiger, Innate Soul Power Level 4. WEF. I have genuinely transmigrated, and I become WangSheng, the very same WangSheng who was a mere side character, initially presumed to be significant, but vanished after 3 chapters into the narrative. I stood there, dumbfounded at the gates of Notting Academy, resembling a fool for half an hour. I hastily called out in my mind, System, where are you? Come out and assist. Yet, after many desperate calls, not even a single ding echoed back. This is disastrous. Without a system, no divine martial spirit, and merely a level 4 battle tiger, what hope do I have? With such meager talent, the prospect of reaching Soul Sage is uncertain, let alone clinging to Tang San's coattails. His ascent is akin to riding a rocket, while I am left pedaling a dilapidated bicycle, unable to catch even the fumes. To seek refuge in the Spirit Hall? With my qualifications, I'd be destined for a life of grueling labor. Just when despair began to engulf me, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in my mind. Of course, isn't there an extraordinary figure currently residing at Notting Academy? The invincible theorist, Xiaogang. I had the foresight to become his disciple 5 years early, positioning myself as Tang San's elder brother. How could I possibly lament the absence of a formidable ally? With this thought, I felt rejuvenated, filled with vigor as I strode confidently towards the academy's entrance. An elderly gentleman sat by the gate, his expression kind and benevolent. I mused that he was far more amiable than the arrogant gatekeeper depicted in the original tale. Approaching him with a cheerful demeanor, I said, "Good day, sir. I am this year's work-study student, here to complete my enrollment process." To my dismay, the old man glanced at me, his smile unwavering as he replied, "Oh, a work-study student, is it? May I see your proof?" I handed over my documents, and after a leisurely inspection, he remarked, "Well, the materials are indeed in order, but..." A sense of foreboding washed over me. This cunning old man was more shrewd than any youth. He insinuated that the academy had a rule prohibiting outsiders from entering and that, being the sole guardian of the entrance, he could not assist me in delivering my documents. His implication was clear. I was to offer him a token of appreciation. I felt a surge of indignation. Was he truly compelling me to rectify the workplace dynamics of Douluo continent? I feigned ignorance, asking, "What should I do, sir?" Sensing my vulnerability, he rubbed his hands together with a lecherous grin and said, "You see, I'm taking a risk by helping you surely. You ought to." "Very well. If that is what you desire, I shall oblige." I retrieved my entire fortuna, small pouch of money bestowed upon me by my father, and handed it over. The old man accepted the pouch, and upon opening it, his face blossomed into a grin. Just as he was about to enter the academy, I called out, "Wait a moment, sir." Leaning closer, I whispered ominously, "You have engaged in such unscrupulous dealings before, have you not? Are you not afraid of being discovered?" His smile evaporated instantly, and he glared at me with malice. "You little brat, do you dare to report me? Who would believe a mere work-study student? Is this pouch truly yours? Who can vouch for that? Is that so?" I replied with a devilish grin, then enacted the scene from earlier. I suddenly threw myself back, collapsing onto the ground, and unleashed a wail of distress, instantly drawing a crowd. The old man's face turned crimson with rage, and he shouted accusations of slander while rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike. Just as he seized my collar and raised his hand to strike, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." Upon seeing the arrival of the academy's director, Director Su, my heart soared with joy. My savior had arrived. The old man, frightened, released me and rushed to complain to Director Su. Ignoring him entirely, she approached me to offer assistance, inquiring about the situation. With tears streaming down my face, I embellished my account, claiming he not only barred my entry, but had also stolen my money. The old man vehemently denied it, insisting I was slandering him. Sensing his resilience, I decided to unleash my ultimate weapon. "Director, my money is right in his possession. If you do not believe me, search him." My pouch contains 8 silver spirit coins and 15 copper spirit coins. Upon hearing this, old Deng surprisingly remained calm. He reached into his pocket and handed a money pouch to Director Su, saying, "Director Su, look at this lad. He's lying. Count it." Director Su, upon counting, discovered that the amount exceeded what I had claimed, and his brows furrowed in concern. I smirked inwardly that old fox had cunningly stuffed his own money into the pouch, hoping to turn the tables on me. He looked at me with a sense of triumph, only to notice my lips curling into a smirk, my gaze towards him akin to that of a fool. In a leisurely manner, I spoke, "Teacher, the amount of money is inconsequential. I merely mentioned it casually. But do take note of the pouch. Does it not bear the embroidered characters, WangSheng? It was crafted by my grandmother before her passing." Upon opening the pouch, Director Su's expression darkened instantly as he turned to glare at the old man. "The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to say?" Old Deng promptly fell to his knees, pleading with tears and snot. The surrounding students began to murmur, with several work-study students claiming he had extorted them as well. Director Su wasted no time in dismissing him and ordered him to refund double the amount he had swindled over the years. He then returned the pouch to me and led me into the academy. Once in the office, I voluntarily confessed that the money was indeed mine, intended solely to escalate the situation and resolve the matter entirely. To my surprise, Director Su's demeanor shifted after hearing my explanation, as if he held a newfound respect for my audacity. After completing the necessary formalities, I was escorted by a teacher to the infamous 7th dormitory. Upon entering, I was met with the gaze of a dozen children. A tall boy, having overheard a few whispers, approached me and said, "You must be WangSheng, right? Thanks for handling that business with the doorman. I'm Zhang Lei, in 5th grade, the leader around here. According to the rules, newcomers must fight me. If you win, you become the leader." I was left speechless. What was the logic in a 6-year-old like me battling an 11 or 12-year-old brute? What a ridiculous notion. I immediately conceded, "Zhang, it's an honor. Given my small stature, I'm no match for you. I concede. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to a meal at the cafeteria." However, Zhang Lei was displeased, insisting that the rules could not be broken. How blatant was his desire to assert dominance over me? I had no interest in engaging in such childish games. I was eager to find you, Xiaogang. I rejected him once more, saying, "Boss, I truly cannot contend with you. Please spare me, your little brother." Seeing my lack of respect, Zhang Lei exploded in anger, immediately unleashing his martial spirit, transforming into a wild boar man, and charged at me. Goodness, where were his manners? I was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground, my chest aching terribly. As I stood, rubbing my chest, I thought perhaps this would suffice. Yet, he only grew more fervent, declaring, "This is merely the beginning. The battle is far from over." At that moment, I was truly incensed. As the saying goes, there comes a time when one can no longer endure. I too unleashed my martial spirit, transforming into a battle tiger. My muscles swelled, my claws emerged, and I felt a surge of power coursing through me. If we were to fight, let us do so without invoking the rules. You seek death, Zhang Lei bellowed, seeing my willingness to fight back, and lunged at me once more. From the very first exchange, I realized the dire predicament I was in. Strength and experience surpassed me in every regard. His fists rained down upon me relentlessly, and all I could do was shield my head with my arms, managing to land a punch on him only on rare occasions. Each time I struck a nerve, he retaliated with even greater ferocity, his punches falling like a torrential downpour. I was utterly outmatched, beyond any hope of victory. In the end, I found myself hunched over, a mere shell of my former self, bracing against his blows with my arms and back. Dear family, is this truly how my journey begins? Just when I felt my bones might shatter, someone nearby could no longer bear to watch. A fellow named Li Shuai stepped in to mediate, saying, "Zhang, let it go, he's in no state to continue." I must tell you, had he refrained from speaking, it might have quelled the storm, but instead, Zhang Lei intensified his assault, bellowing at Li Shuai, "Get lost. This is the rule of the 7th dormitory, and I." "Is it your place to speak, boss?" "Well, it seems that Li Shuai must retreat. These youngsters are quite astute. They know that Zhang Lei is merely a bully who preys on the weak. When confronted by upperclassmen, he behaves like a grandson, but in front of us, the work-study students, he struts about with arrogance." After a barrage of punches from Zhang Lei, he likely exhausted himself, his fists now softening. "My friends, an opportunity has arisen." At the very moment his fist was about to descend, I swiftly blocked with my left hand, while my right hand coiled with energy, delivering a powerful uppercut that landed squarely on his chin. This took him by surprise, causing him to stagger back several steps. Would I allow him the chance to regain his footing? Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I brought him down to the ground. And then it was my turn. A tempest of fists rained upon his face, but his tough skin and resilient flesh made my hands ache after just a few strikes. "Enough of this, my friend, it's time to call it a day." I halted, rising elegantly as I flicked my hand dismissively, declaring no more. "I concede. You may continue as the boss. I have no interest in that." I thought this matter was settled and turned to make my way to my bed. However, I was utterly unprepared for what came next. This scoundrel disregarded the rules of combat. Seizing the opportunity while my back was turned, he lunged at me from behind, pummeling me anew. A few onlookers could no longer bear to watch and stepped in to separate us, urging, "Stop. If this continues, someone will get hurt." Zhang Lei, his eyes aflame with fury, shoved them aside, barking, "Get the hell out of my way. I must finish him today." At that moment, a sharp pain shot through my abdomen, and I coughed up blood. It was clear he was intent on inflicting serious harm. Regret washed over me. I had been careless, forgetting that these little brats had no bottom line when it came to fighting. "Fine, if you choose to play dirty, then don't blame me for retaliating." I suddenly bit down fiercely on his calf. "Ah!" Zhang Lei let out a pained cry, his fists raining down on my head like hammers. "Let go. Are you a dog or what?" I would not relent. My mind was consumed with a singular thought. Today, it is either your demise or mine. After all, I am a beast martial soul. What is wrong with using my mouth? Physical attacks are not considered cheating. Alas, but this bite truly hurt, and my consciousness began to blur. Zhang Lei was now thoroughly panicked. He felt as though I was tearing the flesh from his leg, blood gushing forth. As he struck me, he shouted to the bystanders, "What are you waiting for? Come help me." Two boys began to move, but were halted by Li Shuai. Li Shuai, adept at manipulation, declared, "Zhang Lei just stated that according to the rules of the 7th dormitory, no one can intervene until a victor is declared." "Well done, Li Shuai." Zhang Lei was driven nearly to madness, yet the excruciating pain in his leg drained him of strength. This child had never witnessed such a scene when outmatched. He resorted to biting, truly a desperate tactic. Fear, a primal fear, shattered his defenses completely. With a wail, this hefty boy began to cry. "WangSheng, I was wrong. I concede. Please let go. I promise I won't do this again." Upon hearing his pleas for mercy, I finally eased my grip. The moment I released him, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in the infirmary, surrounded by a circle of people. As soon as they noticed I was awake, they exclaimed in unison, "Boss Wang, you're awake." I wore a bewildered expression, akin to an elderly subway rider engrossed in his phone. Boss? Who is that? Li Shuai explained, according to the rules, since you defeated Zhang Lei, you are now the boss of the 7th dormitory. Oh please, I have no desire to be a conspicuous figure. Wincing in pain, I lay on the bed, feebly stating, I am not a boss. I merely wish to study diligently and become a soul master as soon as possible. Once I become the boss, today someone seeks my favor. Tomorrow another will want me to settle their disputes. I simply do not have the time for that. Then a boy named Gao Yuan chimed in, rules are rules, boss. We all respect your tenacity. I was left in a state of amused disbelief and quickly shifted the topic. What about Zhang Lei? Is he all right? Upon hearing my inquiry, Li Shuai's eyes filled with admiration. Boss, you are truly magnanimous. Despite how he treated you, you still care for him. He is not seriously injured. He simply fled to his dormitory in terror. I thought to myself, I couldn't care less about him. I fear he might come seeking vengeance. This fellow has transformed me into a saint in his mind. What a farce. After lying in bed for 5 days, I was finally able to rise. The first order of business was to seek out my mentor, Xiaogang. I hurried to his dormitory, knocking at the door for quite some time, but no one answered. Just as I was pondering this, a rotund teacher happened by and informed me that the master was likely at the library. I thanked him and dashed to the library, where I spotted a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a thick beard, and an expression that suggested the world owed him money. That was undoubtedly him. I approached with utmost politeness, bowing slightly. Greetings, master. My name is WangSheng, and I wish to take you as my mentor. Xiaogang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Perhaps he was used to being called useless, and the sudden appearance of an admirer excited him. He began to interrogate me. What is your name? How old are you? What is your martial soul? I am WangSheng, 6 years old, a work-study student, with a martial soul of a battle tiger and innate soul power of level 4. The moment I finished speaking, his interest visibly waned. A battle tiger? Mediocre. Level 4 soul power? Rubbish. He shook his head and curtly replied, I'm sorry, but you're not suitable to be my disciple. I grew anxious and quickly pleaded, Master, I know my talent is not high, but I am willing to work hard. He scoffed, as if to say, what good is effort? Without talent, no amount of hard work will yield more than becoming a soul king at best. It can't prove the validity of my theories. I steeled myself. He was my only golden opportunity, and I could not let it slip away. With a thud, I knelt before him. Master, please accept me. However, this action stirred a hornet's nest. Xiaogan's face darkened, and he barked, What are you doing? Kneeling to heaven, to the earth, or to your parents is acceptable, but kneeling to me is a sign of such disrespect. You are unworthy to be my disciple. Leave. I was left dumbfounded. Who understands, my friends, the double standards I had encountered? It was my first time facing such brazen hypocrisy. Tang San, with his exceptional talent, kneels before you. It's a sign of respect that moves you to tears. My talent is lacking, and kneeling to you is an act of rebellion? So it seems one must gauge their actions based on the individual, yes? Anger surged within me, and I stood, glaring at him, Master. Did you not say that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters? My martial soul may not be top tier, but it is hardly worthless, is it? Why do you so hastily dismiss my potential? Is your theory merely empty rhetoric? His temper flared at my words. He pointed at me and shouted, Do not pester me with your nonsense. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to ride on my coattails to laze about in the academy. With such deplorable character, you will never achieve anything. Do not bother me again. With that, he turned to leave. Watching his arrogant back, I saw clearly. This so-called theory master is just a charlatan. A wave of indignation surged within me, and I shouted after him, Remember this. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. One day, you shall regret your decision today. Fine, if the path of seeking a mentor is blocked. Then I shall pursue wealth and resources. I returned to my dormitory, devising plans for my future. The disadvantages were glaring. An ordinary martial soul, low soul power, no money, and no background. Yet the advantages were equally pronounced. I possess knowledge of the plot. I am 6 years older than Tang San. Time is my greatest asset. Moreover, my mind is filled with the knowledge of an entire world. The plan was swiftly established. First, I would engage in rigorous physical training, akin to Xiao Li from Naruto, pushing my body to its limits. Second, I would seek a partner for collaboration. My target, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, Xiao Qinyu, a mere 6-year-old child. And with my adult soul, he would be easily managed. Without hesitation, I commenced an intense training regimen, running until I was on the verge of collapse, practicing Wangxing's with vigor. Simultaneously, I set my fishing plan into motion. I began to write a revised version of Journey to the West. Upon the emergence of this tale, it ignited a fervor within Naoding Academy. Who among the younglings could withstand the tumultuous escapades of Sun Wukong's 72 transformations during the chaos in Tiangong? I transformed into a languorous author, tantalizing everyone's curiosity before deliberately decelerating the pace of my updates. Indeed, the bait was taken. The young man, Xiao Qinyu, could no longer contain himself and approached me directly. WangSheng, why has your journey to the west ceased to be updated? I have been waiting for days. Feigning difficulty, I replied, Young Master Xiao, I am occupied with both work and cultivation. Where'd I find the time to write? He waved his hand dismissively. From now on, I shall hire someone to do your work. You must write swiftly. Chuckling inwardly while maintaining a composed facade, I assured him, Thank you, young Master Xiao. I promised to provide 2 chapters daily. As he turned to leave, I hastily called out to him. Actually, there's a simpler way to learn the subsequent developments. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he leaned in. What method? I shared the details with him. Elated, he took my arm and led me to his single dormitory at the academy. I embellished the unfolding narrative, recounting tales of the 3 battles against the white-boned spirit and the fierce confrontation with the red boy, captivating him entirely. Upon concluding the story, he thumped his chest and declared, WangSheng, I have decided to befriend you. I shall protect you at the academy from now on. Thus, we forged an unbreakable bond. A year later, I had honed my physique and elevated my soul power by 2 levels, akin to the slow extraction of toothpaste. Without further ado, I initiated my strategy for affluent successors. I invited him to a tea house outside the academy, getting straight to the point. Xiao Qinyu, do you wish to elevate your status in your family? Skeptical, he voiced his grievances about his father, who seemingly favored his elder siblings among a multitude of brothers and sisters. I smiled enigmatically. I possess an idea capable of generating substantial wealth, which would undoubtedly command your father's respect. What idea? He inquired eagerly. I produced a deck of playing cards I had drawn myself and proclaimed, a casino. Startled, he assumed I intended to usurp the business of the Soul Arena. I quickly clarified, not that kind. This is an entirely new form of entertainment. After 2 hours of instruction, I taught him poker, stud poker, and blackjack, revealing the secrets of operating a casino with guaranteed profits. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, I shall return to inform my father. The following day, Xiao Qinyu sought me out, announcing that his father wished to meet with me. Upon arriving at the City Lord's mansion, I was struck by its grandeur. In the study, City Lord Xiao Yuntian scrutinized me, a distinct aura of soul power pressing down upon me. You are WangSheng? Did he think to intimidate me with his presence? Having lived 2 lifetimes, I had encountered far more daunting situations. I replied with unyielding poise, Greetings, City Lord. I am indeed WangSheng. Noticing my composure, he regarded me with newfound respect and inquired, Speak, how do you envision our collaboration? I stated plainly, I present the ideas, and you provide the manpower and capital. We shall share 20% of the casino's annual profits. For merely an idea, you wish for 20%? He challenged, unleashing his full pressure to compel my submission. Undeterred, I smiled and replied, City Lord, business is a matter of negotiation. These 3 gaming options are merely appetizers. My mind brims with innovative concepts. Should you find this unworthy, I shall withdraw from the venture, considering it merely a gift for our first meeting. After all, this is but a trifling profit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuntian immediately grasped my intent. He retracted his pressure and erupted into laughter. Well done, young man. You have spirit. From now on, do not address me as City Lord. Call me Xiao Shushu. Success. A weight lifted from my shoulders. I then proposed my core strategy. Xiao Shushu. Our business must encompass a system of releasing one set, retaining another, and developing another. When competitors attempt to imitate us, we shall swiftly introduce new gameplay, ensuring we remain a step ahead, thus maintaining our position as industry leaders. Xiao Yuntian nodded vigorously, his gaze transforming from scrutiny to genuine admiration. Sensing opportunity, I continued my analysis. Xiao Shushu, our venture is akin to a pig poised to soar during a favorable wind. However, should the pig grow too fat, the butcher will soon take notice. If we remain silent in our prosperity, trouble is inevitable. We must invite a powerful ally into our fold to share in the spoils. While it may seem a loss, it is, in fact, a protective shield, allowing us to extend our reach across the continent and ultimately reap greater rewards. This is what we call risk mitigation. It is a strategy for attracting investment. Xiao Shushu appeared taken aback, while Xiao Qingyu gazed at me with stars in his eyes, likely considering me a commercial prodigy. I continued. As for whom to approach, I highly recommend the Qibao Liuli zone. The Wuhu Indian, the waters are far too deep. We, as mere minnows, would be left with naught but bones. In contrast, the Qibao Liuli zone is different. Its leader, Ning Fengji, is renowned throughout the Douluo continent for his integrity and reputation, well connected with both the Tiando Empire and the underworld. Choosing him is a safe bet. Xiao Shushu slapped his thigh decisively. It shall be done. WangSheng, you shall accompany me tomorrow. The next day, Xiao Shushu whisked me away to the Qibao Liuli zone. Upon arrival, I was awestruck. The opulence was beyond comprehension, as if the very air was infused with the scent of gold soul coins. This was not merely a sect. It resembled the Nasdaq of the Douluo continent. After a brief announcement at the entrance, 3 individuals soon emerged. The foremost, with a refined demeanor and a gem-encrusted cane, was undoubtedly the esteemed Ning Fengji. Flanking him were 2 elderly men exuding an imposing aura, one with snow-white hair and piercing eyes, the other gaunt yet towering like a skeleton, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. My heart sank. It appeared the Sword Duo and Bone Duo had arrived as the ultimate bodyguard duo. Initially, Ning Fengji believed I was merely Xiao Shushu's son being introduced to the world. However, upon Xiao Shushu's introduction of me as his business partner, the expressions of the 3 men shifted dramatically, akin to witnessing a soul beast speak human language, filled with astonishment and a hint of disbelief. Upon entering the conference hall, Xiao Shushu, being forthright, laid all cards on the table, stating that the casino business was entirely my brainchild, while he was merely executing my vision. Upon hearing this, their gazes toward me transformed from that of a child to one of recognition, as if I were a young lad capable of laying golden eggs. The ensuing discussions regarding collaboration progressed smoothly as I introduced concepts of chain supermarkets, real estate development, and lottery systems, leaving Ning Fengji utterly captivated. Ultimately, we settled on equity. The Qibao Liuli zone would hold 50%, Xiao Shushu 40%, and I would retain 10%. I clarified that my primary focus was on providing ideas, while cultivation would remain my principal endeavor, and I would not be involved in daily operations. In the subsequent days, we finalized details at the Qibao Liuli zone. Meanwhile, I eagerly sought guidance from the Sword Duo and Bone Duo on cultivation techniques, sharing my physical training regimen. Even impressing the aloof Sword Douluo. Just before my departure, Ning Fengji unexpectedly called out to me, asking if I would like to become his disciple. I was momentarily stunned. With my battle axe martial spirit and innate first-level soul power, was I not the epitome of a fledgling? I recalled the events surrounding Xiaogang. However, Ning Fengji remarked that talent was inconsequential. What mattered most was intellect and diligence. At that moment, I was profoundly moved. Was this not the mentor I had always yearned for? I knelt before him, tears nearly spilling over, and declared my allegiance to him as my teacher. Due to this fortuitous encounter, I lingered for a few extra days, during which Ning Fengji generously imparted his wisdom, and I felt my mental repository of knowledge expand exponentially. 2 fleeting years passed, and under the auspices of the Qibao Liuli zone, Our business swept across the continent. My dividends flowed abundantly, and wealth became but a mere figure. My father, Wang Dali, ascended to the position of general manager of the Naoding City Casino, living a life of unparalleled comfort. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu and I finally reached level 10. It was time to venture into the soul-hunting forest to seek our first soul ring. Uncle Xiao has invested heavily this time, directly dispatching 3 soul emperors to accompany us, which greatly enhances our sense of security. Along the way, Xiao Qinyu kept rambling about Xiaogang's theory of extreme limits from 423 years ago. I retorted, "Do you really believe in that nonsense? As if soul beasts come with birth certificates. Which of my mentors, Sword Grandpa or Bone Grandpa, has a first soul ring less than 500 years old? Members of prestigious clans absorb high-age soul rings. Do you think they rush to the spirit hall to update their data for you? Quite absurd. This matter hinges on physical constitution. We have been rigorously trained like young calves for the past 2 years, all for this day. To be cautious, I decided to go first. If I failed, Xiao Qinyu would still have a safer option. This lad is quite loyal. He insisted on going first, claiming he had many sons while I was the only child in my family. I was genuinely moved. This brother was worth my friendship. We soon encountered a nearly 600-year-old demon explosion tiger. Xiao Qinyu turned pale, urging me to take it easy. I assured him confidently, yet inside, I felt an undeniable trepidation. If I failed, I could always become the wealthiest person in Douluo and hire 100 soul emperors as bodyguards. That seemed rather appealing. I drew the Ming Wang blade, crafted at great expense by Master Lu Gao in Gongxin City, and swiftly dispatched the beast. The moment the yellow soul ring floated up, I took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. Upon the soul ring entering my body, the sensation was indescribable. It felt as if 1,000 ants were simultaneously gnawing at my meridians, threatening to shatter my bones. Xiao Qinyu was nearly in tears beside me. But who am I? With the determination of 2 lifetimes, I persevered. When I opened my eyes again, success. My soul power surged to nearly level 13. My first soul skill, Demon Explosion Power, enhanced strength and defense by 50, with an added lightning effect for attacks. I struck the ground with a punch, creating a massive crater that left the 3 soul kings guarding nearby in stunned silence. Xiao Qinyu was so envious that his eyes nearly popped out. With my successful example, Xiao Qinyu boldly absorbed a 500-year-old lightning leopard soul ring and successfully leveled up, gaining the soul skill lightning strike. Having secured our soul rings, returning to the academy was merely a formality. After all, passing the graduation exam merely required a pulse, right? Especially for Xiao Qinyu. That fellow barely scraped through several subjects. And I have serious doubts that he didn't slip some red envelopes to the teachers. After graduation, our families moved grandly into the Qibao Glaze sect. My father also enjoyed the benefits, as he would now be treated like a distinguished lord. As for Tang San, let him develop on his own. I now have my own family, friends, and sect, and I won't meddle with him anymore. Upon settling into the sect, little Ning Rongrong, barely 3 years old, darted over like a little cannonball, clutching my arm and sweetly demanding gifts. Over the years, I had come to regard her as a younger sister, always bringing her delightful treats and fascinating toys, while I was playing with her and Xiao Qinyu. A servant informed me that a distinguished guest had arrived to see the sect master and requested my presence. I instructed Xiao Qinyu to continue entertaining Ning Rongrong and proceeded alone to the reception hall. Upon entering, I saw my teacher, Ning Fengji, hosting a guest. A particularly noble-looking young man standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than the future prince of Tiando, Xue Qinghe. Ah, no, Qianren Xue. My teacher was introducing us. Holy son, this is your senior brother, Prince Xue Qinghe. I nearly burst out laughing inwardly, but maintained a facade of utmost reverence. Greetings. Your Highness. Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue, played her part well, responding warmly, "Oh, little junior brother, no need for such formality. Just call me Brother Xue." I thought to myself, fine, if you want me to call you that, I shall. After all, I am gaining an advantage. My teacher suggested I show my senior brother around to familiarize him. As we walked, I was in a mental struggle, wrestling with a singular thought, to gamble or not. I felt compelled to act. Noticing my distracted demeanor, Qian Rinxue feigned concern, asking what was wrong. I met her gaze, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother Shui, would you accompany me to a special place?" She seemed momentarily taken aback. What threat could a mere first-ring child pose? After a brief hesitation, she followed me. I led her to my private chamber and locked the door behind us. Flashing her a grin, I boldly declared, "Qian Rinxue, you've been pretending for 4 years. Aren't you tired?" Her expression shifted to one of panic, but she held her ground, retorting, "What are you talking about, little junior brother? I am Shueqinghe." I was gambling for my life, hoping she wouldn't strike me down. I laid my cards on the table. "Stop pretending. I know this secret, and I mean no harm." The murderous glint in her eyes nearly overflowed as she deliberated whether to silence me. I quickly added, "Before you act, let me tell you a story, all right? I'm betting that at 13, your heart isn't so hardened." "Fine, go ahead," she replied, intrigued by what I had to say. I began my tale. There was a poor soul who crossed over from another world and found himself in the body of a 6-year-old child, lacking talent and background. Truly starting from hell. He sought to change his fate and approached a theoretical master, only to be dismissed even by the master, becoming a laughingstock in the academy. Qian Rinxue was momentarily speechless. The concept of soul transmigration struck her profoundly. I continued, "Eventually, this boy relied on knowledge from another world to achieve some accomplishments, catching the eye of a major sect. On the surface, it seemed he had ascended to greatness, but inside, he felt utterly hollow. He harbored a tremendous secret, one that he could not share with anyone, bearing the weight alone." I locked eyes with her, delivering the final blow. "Tell me, doesn't that feeling resonate with you? Over these 4 years, have you not felt exhausted?" That statement shattered her defenses. She sprang to her feet, covering her face with her hands. When she lowered them, I swear, her face looked like an angel's descent, stunningly beautiful. Tears cascaded down like pearls slipping off a broken string. "Am I not exhausted?" she cried. "I grew up without a father, and my mother neglected me. At 9, I was sent to this wretched place, forced to play the role of someone else daily. Can you imagine how tiring that is?" She wept, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. I approached and gently wiped away her tears, saying, "I understand your exhaustion. I am revealing my true self to you because I seek someone with whom I can share my innermost thoughts. I want to be Qian Rinxue's friend, not Shueqinghe's friend." Despite her tears, she stubbornly retorted, "You big fool. Aren't you afraid that I might kill you?" I replied, "What do I have to fear? If you kill me, I'll consider it merely a dream in this world. If you don't, I gain a friend with whom I can share secrets." That's a win. Sensing the atmosphere was shifting positively, I casually asked, "May I call you Schwerer from now on?" Her cheeks flushed as she protested, "No. You're not even older than me. You must call me sister from now on." I immediately objected. "My mental age could very well make me your father. How can I call you sister? That's unacceptable. You little brother," she retorted, both shy and angry. That day, we spent the night in the secret chamber, sharing delightful stories from our worlds, and she unburdened herself of her grievances. Thus, we became secret allies. 3 days later, the sect held a high-level meeting to strategize for the future. My teacher asked me to share my thoughts. I cleared my throat and began to paint a grand vision for the esteemed elders, teachers, and respected seniors. If our sect aspires to be the foremost in the continent, there are several steps to take. Let me outline 3 key points. First, we must expand our top-tier combat strength. Second, we need to find the right divine allies. And third, we must stockpile talents aggressively. I elaborated on the first point. We currently have Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa, which is impressive, but compared to Hao Yian's sect, we still fall short. Tang Chun remains a legend. Who would dare provoke them? Therefore, teacher, if we could add another title Douluo, along with 2 individuals whose strength rivals that of a title Douluo, wouldn't our prestige rise dramatically? Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. Holy Sun. Where do you propose we acquire such individuals? A mysterious smile graced my lips as I mused upon the intricate plans laid over several years. However, let me reveal a crucial detail. Our first target is the Hao Yian clan, specifically the formidable Yang Wudi. Grandpa Gu, with his usual impatience, interjected, "You impudent boy. If you only speak in half-truths, I might just spank you." Grandpa Jian chimed in, engaging in their usual banter. "What is the rush, old bone? Can't you let the child finish his story?" Ning Fengji quickly sought to mediate the situation, and I, with a smile, assured Grandpa Gu, "No need to fret. As for Yang Wudi, Master, you attempted to win him over before, but to no avail, correct? No matter, next time, bring me along, and I promise to charm him. No, I mean to invite him to join us." Next, I addressed the second point, allies. "Master, I believe the Tiando Empire is not a worthy ally. They only value the nobility. Our true ally should be the Wuhuan Temple." Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent. Ning Fengji's brows furrowed in concern. Collaborating with the Wuhuan Temple is akin to courting danger. Bibi Dong possesses immense ambition. I confidently responded, "Master, have you forgotten? The Wuhuan Temple is not solely Bibi Dong's domain. I propose we collaborate with Qian Daolu of the Worship Hall. He is at odds with Bibi Dong, and the Qian family emphasizes justice. Leave this matter to me. I am confident I can persuade him." I thought to myself, of course it would succeed. His granddaughter is now closely allied with me. Finally, I brought forth the most critical third point, which requires immediate action. The first two matters are long-term investments. But what we need to do now is establish our own academy, Qibao Academy. We will offer comprehensive education from basic to advanced levels. Establish our own academy? Ning Fengji hesitated, recognizing the substantial investment required, noting that most talented individuals are affiliated with families, which might not be profitable. "Master, the times have changed," I boldly proclaimed. "Have you forgotten that I can assist in extending the lifespan of soul rings? We shall focus on commoner soul masters, providing them with the best resources and training. They will feel a strong sense of belonging after spending years in our academy. This is essentially a plus version of our 9-year compulsory education. Wouldn't this mean that the core strength of our sect will be secured for the future?" Even Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu nodded in agreement. Uncle Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, declared he would allocate 20% of his annual dividends as funding for the academy. A month later, Qibao Academy emerged spectacularly, creating a sensation across the continent. Our conditions were astonishing. Low tuition, excellent benefits, job placement for families, guaranteed job assignments upon graduation, and optimal soul ring configurations. Remarkably, I attracted 2 SSRs on the spot, a 12-year-old level 28 Feng Xiaotian and a 9-year-old level 13 Jiao Xian Haidang Yilingling. As the academy flourished, I took Ning Fengji to tackle another significant task, winning over Yang Wudi. We rode in a carriage to the Peji clan, where Yang Wudi, a stubborn man, immediately stated, "Ning Zhongzhu, thank you for your assistance, but discussing joining the sect is out of the question." I exchanged a knowing glance with my master, who understood the cue to delay the topic of joining and instead emphasized the academy's need for substantial medicinal materials, proposing a long-term procurement deal. Upon learning the supplies would benefit common children, Yang Wudi respected our intentions and offered a generous 70% discount. After finalizing the business deal, my master gestured towards me, indicating that I should take over. I stepped forward, straightforwardly stating, "Clan Leader Yang, I would like to invite you to join our Qibao Liuli sect." His expression darkened immediately. "What? You think a mere business deal can buy my allegiance? You underestimate me." I hastily clarified that business and invitation were distinct matters, but he remained unyielding. I turned to leave, muttering just loud enough for him to hear, "What a pity such rare herbs as Qi Rong Tong Tianju, Shuese Tian Yuan, and Bob Ban Xianlan. It seems I shall never have the chance to witness them." As anticipated, the bait was cast, and Yang Wudi swiftly approached. Eyes ablaze with curiosity, "Young man, what did you learn about those divine herbs? Do you possess them?" My heart soared with glee. Though I maintained an air of enigmatic composure, Clan Leader Yang, since I can name them, I surely know their whereabouts. However, this is a secret of our sect. You're not an outsider. I will join. I will join now. Take me to see those herbs." His eagerness for the herbs was palpable. "Welchome, Clan Leader Yang." Ning Fengji barely contained his laughter from the sidelines. I quickly added, However, before we seek the herbs, I require your assistance in concocting a potent poison antidote. We must rescue someone first. Yang Wudi confidently promised to complete the task in 3 days and rushed off to refine the antidote. 3 days later, we returned to the sect with Yang Wudi. My plan officially entered its second phase, ensnaring Douluo. To deal with a cunning individual like him, I aimed directly at his vulnerabilities. I wrote a note outlining his poisoning symptoms and had my master send it over. The following morning, Douluo indeed arrived at our doorstep, exuding an icy aura akin to an air-conditioned presence. Without delay, he confronted my master, Ning Fengji. Do you dare threaten me with my own body? Do you believe I won't annihilate your Qibao Liuli sect? I quickly interjected, Elder Douluo, the note was my doing. I requested your presence. His piercing green eyes scanned me. Boy, how did you know? I am the master of poison. Do you truly believe I am afflicted? Do you wish to be reduced to a puddle of goo? Just as he finished speaking, Grandpa Jian swiftly positioned himself in front of me, exuding an intimidating presence. Old Poison Master, if you wish to harm my disciple, you must first contend with my sword. I hurriedly sought to ease the tension. Grandpa Jian, it's all right. Elder Douluo, my ability to identify symptoms means I possess a solution. As a titled Douluo, your poison may not claim your life, but what about your granddaughter, Douluo? Do you wish to watch her suffer the same fate? My words struck a chord deep within Douluo, and his expression shifted dramatically. His own son had perished due to this treacherous poison, and now his only granddaughter was in jeopardy. How could he remain calm? He glared at me, his gaze sharp as a knife. What do you want, boy? I laid my cards on the table, smiling confidently. Elder Douluo, let's speak plainly. First, I desire your medicinal garden located in the Sunset Forest. His eyes widened in astonishment. You even know about my garden? However, after a moment of reflection, he realized that the garden was originally for prolonging his life, and if I could cure his poison, its purpose would be moot. He nodded, fine. If you can truly cure us both, I have no objections. I had anticipated his agreement. In the original narrative, Tang San had ravaged his precious garden. Yet Douluo had not retaliated with lethal intent, indicating that he was not inherently malicious. I proceeded to present my second condition. Second, I hope you will join our Qibao Liuli sect. Impossible. He rejected immediately. I am accustomed to solitude and cannot abide the constraints of sect rules. Elder, please do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. I quickly soothed him. Your role would be that of an elder, with no obligations to manage sect affairs. Merely a title. When our sect faces peril, your assistance would be invaluable. He contemplated my words, recognizing the appeal of such freedom. He nodded. Let us see how you cure the poison first. This is quite manageable. I propose a straightforward method. Force the poison into your soul bone. As for your granddaughter, we can apply the same technique with an appropriate soul bone. As I spoke, I exchanged a meaningful glance with my master, Ning Fengji, who understood my intent without words. Uncle Ning, quick to act, retrieved a 30,000-year-old mandala snake bone from his soul guide and presented it. Elder Douluo, a small token of our first meeting. Perfectly suited for Miss Douluo. Douluo, a man of decisiveness, accepted the soul bone and declared, very well. From this day forth, I, Douluo, shall be a member of the Qibao Liuli sect. Should you need me, do not hesitate to call. The matter has been settled. Douluo has joined us. And Elder Yang Wudi was positively ecstatic, eagerly following Douluo to the legendary Binghua Liangyi to collect resources. As for me, I had no intention of consuming the precious herbs just yet. I thought it prudent to wait until I reached level 20, enhancing my physical prowess in the meantime. However, this time, Elder Yang returned with a rare Jiupinzi Ji intended for Uncle Ning, hoping to help him break through the bottleneck that had constrained him for half a lifetime. We had initially debated whether the Chihuahua Jingxiang might yield better results. Perhaps even transforming the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Yet Uncle Ning, feeling his age, insisted on reserving the finest for the younger generation. Who would have anticipated that, after consuming this Jiupinzi Ji, Uncle Ning would undergo a transformation of his martial soul? The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, with a resounding chime, upgraded to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I was left utterly astonished, thinking this was an incredible windfall. As the seasons changed, 2 years swiftly passed. During this time, our group, myself, Xiao Chunyu, Yi Ling, along with Uncle Ning's youngest son, Ningyu, and elder Yang Wudi's grandson, Yang Pafeng, gathered daily for rigorous training, forming a steadfast quintet. Oh, there was initially a Feng Xiao Tian, but ever since he fell for Shui Wu from the Qihua Academy during a social event, he has been utterly smitten, spending all his free time at her academy, consumed by romance. These 2 years of training were nothing short of grueling for me. Aside from devoting a couple of days each month to accompany my father, the rest of my time was immersed in the training grounds. I also reserved one day specifically to share the month-'s gossip with Xueqing, he from the Crown Princess Palace. Truth be told, ever since I glimpsed the true visage of Qianren Shui, I found myself unable to harbor feelings for anyone else, remaining devoted. Over the course of 2 years, our abilities skyrocketed. Xiao Chunyu and I became second Ring Soul Masters, while Yang Pafeng and Feng Xiaotian had already advanced to the third Ring Soul sect. When the time was ripe, we 6 set forth to the medicinal garden in the Sunset Forest. Friends, the feast was about to begin. Elder Yang Wudi had nurtured this garden as if it were his own child, and the precious herbs thrived abundantly. I had long anticipated seizing the miraculous Qirong Tong Tianju to cultivate an indestructible body. Though my martial soul may not rival that of Dai Mu Bai, it is still a tiger, and its effects cannot be underestimated. At that moment, I was at level 22, and after consuming the precious herb, my soul power surged to level 29. In my heart, a single thought echoed. Tang San, at 12 years of age, I have finally caught up to you. Yi Ling took the most gentle Ba Ban Xianlan, boosting her soul power from level 24 to 30, becoming the first among us to break through. Xiao Chunyu surpassed even that. After consuming the Shui Xianyu Ji Gu, his level jumped from 22 to 30, and his ordinary wolf martial soul evolved into the far more striking Wind Shadow Wolf. Ningyu, being the caring older brother, saved the finest Shuayu Jingxiang for his sister Ning Rong, opting instead for millennium-old Ling Ji himself, just for a taste. Yang Pafeng consumed the Feng Wei Ji Guan Kue, elevating from level 38 to 40. Most astonishingly, Feng Xiaotian found that the Xiangxi Duan Changhong recognized him as its master. It seems this lad is truly in love with Huo Wu. He wasted no time in consuming it, propelling his soul power to level 40. Once we had absorbed the precious herbs, Dugabo and Elder Yang Wudi promptly assisted us in hunting soul rings. Upon our return to the academy, the principal summoned our 6, along with a dozen other top students, to his office. To my astonishment, 5 instructors stood there, their commanding presence unmistakable. The principal cleared his throat and announced, "From this day forth, you 24 shall form a new elite class. Our goal is to prepare for the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition for the entire continent in 3 and 8 years." Upon hearing this, everyone, except for those of us in the know, erupted in excitement, for this was the finest opportunity for fame and recognition. The principal continued, "Our aim for the competition in 8 years is singular: victory." Then came the introductions of the instructors. I must say, the faculty is simply extraordinary. The homeroom teacher, Shun Li, a formidable 79th level assault system soul saint with a scarred visage, exuded an intimidating aura. He wasted no time in declaring, "For the coming years, I shall be your nightmare." Following him were 75th level agile attack system soul Saint Marco, 75th level control system soul Saint Feng Lan, 73rd level support system soul Saint Ningfeng Yi, and 72nd level food system soul Saint Mu Rong Shuang. This lineup is nothing short of spectacular. When we arrived at the new classroom, we introduced ourselves. After the others had presented their levels, it was our turn. When Xiao Chunyu announced his level of 32, Yi Ling declared 32, Yang Pafeng proclaimed 44, and Feng Xiaotian stated 43. The entire class fell silent, their expressions akin to those witnessing a marvel. Once introductions concluded, the homeroom teacher, Shun Li, announced the first lesson: practical combat, with pairs battling it out and the champion to become class leader. As soon as the rules were laid out, a student named Ning Tao raised his hand in protest. Teacher, this isn't fair. We have support soul masters. How can we compete? Shunli shot him a glare, his fierce demeanor silencing the room. On the battlefield, will your enemies concern themselves with whether you are support? If you don't want to train, then get lost. The boy wilted on the spot, and no one dared utter another word, obediently proceeding to draw lots. The first round of matchups was revealed, and Yi Ling Ling faced off against the 26th level poison spider, Huang Wu. Ning Yu's expression fell as he realized he was pitted against a 31st level flying soul master. I patted Yi Ling Ling on the shoulder. Ling Ling, don't worry. That guy specializes in poison. Your martial soul counters him perfectly. Wear him down until he runs out of energy, then unleash the martial arts techniques we practiced. In the first match, Yi Ling Ling faced Huang Wu. The teachers on the sidelines analyzed the situation, convinced that the support would surely lose. Only Uncle Ning Feng remained quietly confident, having witnessed our training. The match commenced, and Huang Wu charged forward, brimming with confidence, believing he could obliterate a fragile support. But what happened? Yi Ling Ling elegantly sidestepped, countering with a punch that sent Huang Wu staggering back 3 steps. Stunned, Huang Wu shouted as he unleashed his first soul skill, the poison web spider silk, casting a large net over her. Although Yi Ling Ling found one foot ensnared, she summoned her strength and broke free. Just as the poison began to take effect, she utilized a healing skill, instantly restoring her vitality. In desperation, Huang Wu unleashed his second soul skill, the poison spider needle, firing a barrage like a machine gun. Yi Ling Ling evaded while continually healing herself, shrugging off the hits as though they were nothing. The scene was akin to a moving spring, effortlessly outpacing her opponent. Before long, Huang Wu's soul power was depleted, and he panted heavily. Yi Ling Ling clenched her fists, producing a cracking sound, and smiled brightly. Little spider, it's my turn now. What unfolded next left everyone in a state of disbelief. A top-tier support soul master chased a control system soul master around the arena, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, reducing Huang Wu to a battered state and securing victory with ease. In the second match, Xiao Chenyu faced the defensive Diba. Diba, resembling a burly uncle with bulging muscles, entered the arena with both defensive soul skills activated, confidently boasting that no soul sect could breach his defenses. The girls in the audience cheered for Xiao Chenyu, causing Diba's face to darken. Xiao Chenyu flashed a charming smile, and with his first soul skill, Lightning Strike, he rushed to Diba's side, his wolf claw meeting a block. Just as Diba prepared to taunt him, he saw Xiao Chenyu's mischievous grin. With his second soul skill, Shadow Wolf Blade, I must say in that instant, we could only see flashes of light around Diba, too swift to perceive clearly. Moments later, Xiao Chenyu withdrew, not even glancing at Diba, nonchalantly stating, "You've lost." Diba, still unconvinced, retorted, "I haven't lost." But before he could finish, a resounding crack echoed, and his proud layer of iron armor shattered like glass, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. It was a quick defeat, my friends. An absolute instant victory. A top-tier defense specialist, nearing level 30, was swiftly vanquished by the newly advanced Xiao Chenyu in mere seconds. The audience fell into stunned silence, utterly astonished. Only Ning Yu, with his typical irreverence, muttered under his breath, "Xiao Yu, just wait until you return home with a new mother tiger. Then let's see if you dare to be so arrogant." I must say, these lads spend every day together, nearly transforming into a comedic troupe under WangSheng's influence, each one more loquacious than the last. Enough of idle chatter. The subsequent matches unfolded, and the support class of the Qi Bao, Liu Li Zong, truly stepped up. Even Ning Tao, a pure support type, managed to exchange blows with an opponent. Although he ultimately lost to a flying adversary, the spectacle was impressive enough to earn respect. Then, the moment arrived for our esteemed WangSheng to take the stage. His opponent, Wang Bo, wielded the Iron Claw Lion as his martial spirit, boasting an innate soul power of level 8, a genuine prodigy. In contrast, our WangSheng possessed only level 4 innate soul power and a war tiger martial spirit, which sounded rather ordinary. I could see the teachers in the stands with expressions that could nearly scrape the ground, likely wondering if Ning Zhongzhu had lost his senses to take such an unremarkable youth as his personal disciple. One teacher even remarked that although WangSheng was clever and had improved the sect's finances, his innate talent was evidently limited, sealing his potential. Yet, a teacher named Mark murmured, "Perhaps he is the one destined to create miracles." That bold statement had me wanting to applaud him on the spot. As the match commenced, neither competitor wasted time. They immediately summoned their martial spirits and charged. Wang Bo, towering and robust, aimed to overpower WangSheng with brute strength. Little did he know that this was WangSheng's forte. Within moments, Wang Bo could no longer maintain his advantage, and, with a roar, activated his first soul skill, Lion King's enhancement, causing him to swell in size. But guess what? Our WangSheng refrained from using any soul skills, relying solely on his 5-animal play boxing technique to withstand the onslaught. Those who understand will recognize the sheer tenacity of this young man. Treating the match as an ultimate challenge, seeing Wang Bo grow anxious, he unleashed his second soul skill, Iron Claw Power, dramatically increasing his strength and speed. Despite the mounting pressure, WangSheng resolutely held his ground, determined to push his limits. Just when Wang Bo thought he would break through WangSheng's defense, the latter made his move. With a swift dodge, he delivered a punch akin to a cannonball, striking Wang Bo squarely in the ribs. The pain rendered Wang Bo pale, prompting him to activate a fear-inducing soul skill and charge once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Although WangSheng suffered a reduction in defense and speed, having taken several hits, he retaliated with an impressive frequency of punches, outpacing Wang Bo. Only later did I learn that this fellow was no ordinary human. He had trained against a standard of 12 years old since he was 6. Truly the king of relentless diligence. His prowess had nothing to do with innate talent, but was entirely the result of hard-earned perseverance. After enduring for over 10 minutes, Wang Bo finally succumbed, falling to the ground, and both were left significantly injured. Yilingling rushed in to provide healing. Following the match, Wang Bo, displaying commendable sportsmanship, approached WangSheng and conceded, stating he would challenge him again in the future. WangSheng, with an expansive mindset, smiled and replied that while they were opponents on the field, they were brothers off it, assuring him of his trust in the future. Thus concluded the morning matches. When the results for the second round were announced in the afternoon, I gasped in disbelief. Our Lingling, a support type, was to face the academy's top student. A fierce attack type, forMaster named Zhao Kai. Xiao Qinyu turned pale, urgently advising her to concede if necessary, not to overexert herself. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai's teammate, a muscular man named Swoke, provocatively approached WangSheng, asserting that he must use soul skills in the afternoon match, or he would be unable to breach his defenses. The first match of the afternoon featured Yilingling against Zhao Kai. I must say, none of the teachers held high hopes for Lingling. Zhao Kai brandished a large blade with astonishing precision, immediately pressuring Lingling to evade. After a few tense minutes, Zhao Kai grew impatient and activated his first soul skill, Flowing Light Slash, doubling his attack speed. Lingling suffered several cuts, and Xiao Qinyu, anxious from the sidelines, was nearly ready to intervene. However, the most explosive moment arrived. Zhao Kai, seeing he could not secure a swift victory, unleashed a full-screen ultimate move, Wind Wave Slash, unleashing a rain of blade energy with no place to evade. I thought it was over. Yet, Yilingling stood her ground, enduring the onslaught of blade energy while simultaneously healing herself. Her health fluctuated wildly, yet she remained standing. The audience was left in awe. This was a masterclass in extreme resilience. Zhao Kai, taken aback, activated his third soul skill, Frenzy, doubling all attributes for 3 minutes and pushing his combat power to the brink of Soul Sovereign. He charged at Lingling, who, undeterred, matched him blow for blow, vowing to repay each strike with her own. In the midst of the fight, Zhao Kai suddenly exclaimed, "Yilingling, you are the most tenacious girl I have ever met. Will you be my girlfriend?" My word, a battlefield confession. Xiao Qinyu turned green with envy, ready to confront Zhao Kai, accusing him of shamelessness. Zhao Kai, unfazed, retorted that he was competing fairly. He then addressed Lingling, stating, "Out of respect for you, I shall activate my soul skill once more. Let's settle this with one decisive blow." The two resumed their fierce battle until Zhao Kai's soul skill expired, and Lingling, utterly exhausted, fell in a state of unwillingness. Xiao Qinyu rushed to embrace Lingling, his concern palpable. He then turned to Zhao Kai, vowing that in the next round, he would teach him a lesson. Zhao Kai, unflinching, replied that he would be waiting as he was serious about pursuing Lingling. The subsequent matches proceeded swiftly, predominantly showcasing level discrepancies. The most amusing encounter was between Lin Ye and Oerfu, one soaring through the skies while the other remained grounded like a stubborn tortoise, resulting in Lin Ye exhausting her energy without breaching defenses, leaving her frustrated. Finally, it was time for our WangSheng to face the previously challenging Swoke. As Swoke stepped onto the stage, summoning a shield larger than himself, he exuded confidence. WangSheng approached with a single punch, testing the waters. Then, with a second punch, he unleashed his full power, sending both man and shield flying several meters. Swoke's face paled as he hastily activated two soul skills to reinforce his shield, stubbornly asserting that WangSheng could never breach his defenses without using soul skills. WangSheng ignored him, unleashing a torrent of punches that made the shield resonate. As Swoke struggled to withstand the onslaught, he gritted his teeth and activated his third Millennium Soul skill, significantly boosting his defense, barely holding on. Just as he began to feel pleased with himself, WangSheng paused, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and said, "Swoke, do you know what your greatest weakness is?" This was precisely the moment. Swoke stubbornly replied that there were no weaknesses for defense types against power types. WangSheng shook his head, stating, "Your weakness is speed." In the next instant, WangSheng transformed into a blur, swiftly maneuvering behind Swoke. The latter had no time to turn, as WangSheng delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the air. What followed was a seamless series of strikes, culminating in a devastating blow that sent Swoke crashing back to the ground. The sequence was executed with impeccable precision. As the third round of drawings commenced, fate had a hand to play, resulting in a rivalry match, Xiao Qinyu versus Zhao Kai. When they stepped onto the stage, the tension was palpable. Xiao Qinyu pointed at Zhao Kai, warning him to keep his distance from Lingling. Zhao Kai, with a cheeky grin, retorted, "You think just because you tell me to stay away, I will? What makes you entitled?" Xiao Qinyu seethed with anger, yet maintained his composure, declaring that he would never use Lingling as a bargaining chip. "Oh dear," Lingling blushed from the sidelines. Then the battle commenced. I tell you, these two were no ordinary opponents. Their strengths were evenly matched, exchanging blows with remarkable intensity, soul skills erupting in a dazzling array. However, it became evident that Xiao Qinyu's physical prowess surpassed that of Zhao Kai, and as the fight progressed, Zhao Kai began to struggle for breath. Realizing he could not keep up, Zhao Kai grit his teeth and activated Frenzy once more, stacking it with a wind wave slash, intending to finish the match in one decisive blow. As a result, Xiao Qinyu's agility was remarkable, allowing him to evade the barrage of blades that filled the sky. Following this, Xiao Qinyu unleashed his third soul skill, Shadow Wolf Clone. In an instant, 10 versions of Xiao Qinyu appeared on the field, surrounding Zhao Kai and delivering a relentless beating, making it nearly impossible to distinguish the real one. Zhao Kai, unable to defend himself, was sent flying by a powerful kick, sustaining significant injuries, yet he resolutely stood up again. Observing his deteriorating condition, Xiao Qinyu dismissed his soul skill and urged him to concede. However, Zhao Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "If it's a battle, then let us fight. I have never known the meaning of surrender." This fierce spirit earned him the respect of all present, but his subsequent words left Xiao Qinyu utterly defenseless. Zhao Kai's proclamation shattered Xiao Qinyu's composure as he abruptly turned and pointed at Lingling on the sidelines, shouting, "Likewise, Lingling, I shall never give up on my pursuit of you." After which, he tossed her a charming wink. Good heavens! I tell you, Xiao Qinyu's eyes turned red with rage as he bellowed, "Bastard!" and charged at Zhao Kai, engaging in a brawl. This time, neither utilized their martial souls. It was a raw, masculine exchange of fists, reminiscent of a cinematic showdown. Ultimately, it was Zhao Kai who faltered first, collapsing in exhaustion while muttering, "I will not abandon Lingling." Xiao Qinyu himself was also utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily and exclaiming in exasperation, "This kid is incredibly resilient. He has nearly wore me out." The entire audience erupted in laughter at the antics of these two clowns, with only Yi Lingling blushing profusely, her face as red as an apple, nearly burying her head in the ground. Finally, this farce concluded, and Teacher Shen announced Xiao Qinyu as the victor. The next match featured Ryan against Yang Pefeng. I tell you, the focus of the entire arena instantly shifted. While we had seen Ryan before, Yang Pefeng remained an enigma, having not revealed his skills in the previous rounds. As Ryan stepped onto the stage, he attempted to bolster his bravado with a few intimidating words. "What if your soul power is high? I am no pushover. My Thunder Elephant is a top-tier beast martial soul." Yet, Yang Pefeng did not even raise an eyebrow, calmly responding, "I respect my opponent, but I dislike idle chatter. Let us begin." No sooner had he spoken than a flaming spear appeared in his hand, its flames brighter than before, clearly enhanced by some celestial herb. To be honest, my curiosity about Yang Pefeng was insatiable. This fellow, typically reserved, possessed prodigious talent. The critical point is that such a character did not exist in the original text. With his capabilities, he should have been a prominent figure by the time of the forMaster tournament. How could he possibly lack recognition? I found myself contemplating three possibilities. Either his family, the Pa family, was suppressed by the Spirit Hall, preventing him from making a name for himself. Or perhaps a once great talent had fallen, meeting an untimely demise. Or maybe, just maybe, he too was a time traveler. To probe this matter, I had even tested him by casually mentioning phrases like Xuan, Q, and YYDES, occasionally reciting lines from For the Benefit of the Nation, Life and Death, only to be met with his bewildered, almost pitying gaze. Thus, this avenue of inquiry was effectively sealed off. On the field, Ryan charged forward with a ferocious shout. Aware of the vast disparity in strength, he initiated with his second soul skill, Giant Elephant Strength, followed by his third, Giant Elephant Charge, propelling himself forward like a human cannonball. What was the outcome? Yang Pefeng stood there with an air of calmness, his spear deftly flicking upward, effortlessly sending Ryan stumbling, nearly falling flat on his face. Ryan, indignant, retaliated with his first soul skill, Thunderstrike, unleashing bolts of lightning. Yet Yang Pefeng remained unfazed, casually waving his spear to dispel all the lightning as if it were mere play. Ryan, utterly devoid of options, resorted to charging once more. At this moment, Yang Pefeng narrowed his eyes and softly uttered three words, "It is over." I barely caught sight of his movement. His flaming spear lunged forward like a striking viper, halting precisely at Ryan's throat, the tip mere millimeters from his skin. In the next second, he withdrew the spear, turned, and stepped off the stage. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a display of concealed prowess and renown. The arena fell silent. Ryan stood frozen in place, sweating profusely, acutely aware that in that fleeting moment, he had brushed against the threshold of death. Several teachers nearby were rendered speechless, already envisioning his future in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, proclaiming that he would undoubtedly secure a place among the protectors of the sect. Teacher Shun glanced at our group, and then at me, his expression filled with regret, perhaps believing that my talent was insufficient, concluding that no matter how hard I worked, I could never attain the rank of title Douluo. What does he know? At that moment, I mused, who understands? If I cannot strive for greatness, then I shall embrace the role of a consort. After all, my wife is Qianren Xue. What could be more advantageous than clinging to her? It's all about equivalent exchange. Yang Pefeng's display utterly captivated the young women in attendance. Ningyu, with his unfiltered tongue, turned to Feng Xiaotian and asked, "Can you really take on Pefeng?" Feng Xiaotian's face darkened immediately, and he delivered a light smack on Ningyu's head. "Say, how many times must I say it? Do not call me that." We all erupted in laughter. Ever since I recounted the story of Journey to the West, The nickname Xiaotian Quan had spread among us, especially since I had pointed out his excessive admiration for Huowu, making it even more difficult for him to shake off. My most piercing remark was made in front of Huowu. Dogs are ranked. Some become divine, known as Xiaotian. That nearly drove Feng Xiaotian to his wit's end. Ningyu, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "They'll find out sooner or later." Huowu even said this nickname is adorable. At this point, Feng Xiaotian was completely enraged, grabbing Ningyu and pulling him away while shouting to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, come help out." Yi Lingling, with a mischievous smile, followed along, and there was no escaping the beating for Ningyu. After this little interlude, it was my turn to take the stage, facing off against Lin Weiwei. This girl was a flying soul master, quick and adept at reconnaissance. Several teachers began analyzing on the sidelines, stating that flying soul masters counter my strength-type abilities, and in a war of attrition, I would surely lose. I couldn't help but smirk internally. What do they know? As the match commenced, Lin Weiwei activated her martial soul and soared into the air, confidently proclaiming, "WangSheng, I have watched your matches and greatly admire you. However, I am curious to see how you will handle a flying soul master." I merely chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate." No sooner had I spoken than I activated my first soul skill, magic explosion power, placing my hands on my waist, palms facing each other, and conjured an energy sphere crackling with lightning, which I unleashed with a resounding duong. Teacher Fong Lan stood by, mouth agape, another self-created soul skill. I must admit, this technique was an innovation I had devised after practicing with Xiao Qinyu. In a spar, I discovered that my palm strike carried a hint of lightning energy, offering a degree of impact. Although initially weak, it sparked inspiration within me. I began to train tirelessly in a secluded grove, repeatedly condensing soul power and releasing it, meditating whenever I ran out, only to repeat the cycle. Eventually, witnessing the spectacle of thunder and lightning ignited a creative explosion. I experimented with colliding two electrified soul powers, and the resulting might surged dramatically. Of course, in the beginning, I struggled to control it, often scorching my palms, with Lingling providing support and healing by my side. Back in the arena, upon witnessing my creation, Lin Weiwei panicked, hastily activating her soul skill to dodge. I remained rooted, launching lightning spheres skyward in rapid succession, while she maneuvered through the air, as if playing a flight simulation game. As the battle progressed, her soul power dwindled rapidly. Indeed, she grew desperate and unleashed her ultimate move. The third soul skill, Meteor Shower of Feather Arrows. A shower of feathers rained down upon me like arrows. A smile crept across my lips. I've been waiting for this move. Having observed her previous matches, I was aware of a fatal flaw in this technique. When it is amplified, the user cannot move. Seizing the opportunity, I dodged the initial wave of attacks and launched myself into the air like a cannonball, grasping her ankle with a firm hold. With a sharp scream, she was abruptly yanked down from the heavens by me, followed by a decisive body slam that sent her tumbling off the stage. "Wow, Desheng, you are incredibly powerful," exclaimed Ningyu, who had just returned after being beaten. Lin Weiwei's sister, Lin Ye, hurried over to help her sister up and complained to me, "WangSheng, how can you not cherish a lady?" I could only scratch my head in embarrassment. However, Lin Weiwei was remarkably graceful, standing up and smiling at me. "You are formidable. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." In the next match, Feng Xiaotian faced off against Aolifu. After waiting for 2 rounds, Feng Xiaotian finally took the stage. Upon unleashing his martial spirit, an astonishing display appeared. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, with the 4th purple ring nearly black. The opponent, Aolifu, was left dumbfounded for a moment, before raising his hand and declaring, "Teacher, I concede." Laughter erupted as Feng Xiaotian's long-prepared ultimate move was rendered moot. Teacher Shun was furious and scolded Aolifu mercilessly for his cowardice. We eventually went to console him, and the amusing Ningyu whispered, "Not fighting was the right choice. That mad dog hits hard." This only made Feng Xiaotian more furious as he pinched Ningyu's ear. The day's matches concluded, and the next day's matchups were announced. Xiao Qinyu versus Yang Pefeng, and I against Feng Xiaotian. Back in the dormitory that night, I reviewed the matches with Xiao Qinyu. He was anxious about facing the monster Yang Pefeng the following day. I candidly admitted I have no confidence against Feng Xiaotian. He has never fought with full strength. Xiao Qinyu replied, "What are you worried about? You have so many self-created soul techniques." I rolled my eyes at him. Are you foolish? Everyone knows my moves. They are ineffective against him. In my heart, I thought, Xiaotian, I hope you bring your full strength tomorrow so I can discover my own limits. Early the next morning, the first match began with Xiao Qinyu facing Yang Pefeng. I must say, Xiao Qinyu truly impressed everyone. Utilizing his speed, he exchanged blows with Yang Pefeng, even forcing him to unleash his first soul technique to enhance his attacks. In the end, Xiao Qinyu sustained a powerful blow that sent him flying. Yet he managed to leave a mark on Yang Pefeng's arm. Although he lost, everyone present admired his valor. It was a glorious defeat. Soon enough, it was my turn to battle Feng Xiaotian. Both of us approached the fight with utmost seriousness. As the battle commenced, Feng Xiaotian ascended into the air, unleashing countless wind blades that fell like rain. I relied solely on my speed and positioning to evade them. WangSheng's speed is astonishing. The spectators gasped in awe. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Feng Xiaotian activated his second soul technique, dramatically increasing his attack speed, and I began to struggle. An opportunity arose. I immediately unleashed my second soul technique, Tiger Roar. With a thunderous shout, I momentarily stunned him, slowing his movements. Seizing this fleeting moment, I leapt high into the air, closed the distance to Feng Xiaotian, and unleashed a brand new self-created soul technique. What? Another self-created technique? The audience was nearly vocal in their excitement. Indeed, this technique was inspired by the saints of the zodiac, which I named the Pegasus Meteor Fist, delivering over 20 punches in a second, infused with the power of lightning. Each strike landed squarely on Feng Xiaotian. He was momentarily dazed by my flurry of blows, and when he landed, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, Feng Xiaotian's eyes shone with fighting spirit. "Desheng, impressive. You still have more in reserve." I gasped for breath, replying, "I just figured it out. Today is the first time using it." I must say, all the techniques I have devised stem from the martial arts dramas and anime I watched in my previous life. Concepts like the invisible steps and shadowless kicks serve as my inspiration. It's all about integrating knowledge. The teachers in the arena began to discuss, noting that although my soul power was low, if I continued this way, I would undoubtedly surpass Feng Xiaotian in the future. Watching us exchange blows, Xiao Qinyu must have been in disbelief, likely recalling the first day of our rigorous training together. Back then, he was merely 7 years old when I yanked him from his cozy bed at dawn. I tossed him a weighted training suit filled with sand, heavy as a mountain. Once he donned it, I pointed to the training ground and commanded, "Run." No martial spirit, just run until you cannot anymore. When you feel you can't go on, push yourself a little further. That's how you break through your limits. After saying that, I took off running, leaving him to drag his heavy body behind me. At first, he managed, but after a few laps, Xiao Qinyu was drenched in sweat, his speed dwindling. To be honest, with his small frame, after a few laps, he resembled a deflated bellows. Just then, I floated over, whispering in his ear like a devilish coach, "Hang in there, buddy. This is the darkness before dawn. You must push through, even if it means biting your teeth." Xiao Qinyu, nearly oxygen-deprived, managed to cling to life with my words, breaking through his limits twice more. On the last occasion, he truly felt darkness closing in, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a finger. As he gasped for breath, he secretly glanced at me, hoping I would finally give him a break. To his shock, I was like a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly running circles around him, my speed unwavering. He watched as I passed him, counting laps until he lost track, only realizing that 2 hours had elapsed when I finally stopped. This was not the most intense part. I must tell you, this grueling training lasted an entire month. After a month, I tossed Xiao Qinyu an identical backpack, and when he caught it, he nearly fell over. It weighed at least 50 pounds. Who can understand? For the past month, I have been running with an extra 50 pounds every day compared to Xiao Qinyu. Moreover, each time he collapsed, I continued to train. From that day onward, Xiao was utterly convinced. A month later, I instructed him to run without any weights, and the sensation was like soaring. From then on, Xiao became my most loyal follower, willing to do anything, never frowning no matter how arduous the task. Returning to the present on the arena, Feng Xiaotian and I were locked in a fierce exchange, each blow landing with determination. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian leaped back, creating distance, his expression grave. "Desheng, you have indeed grown stronger," forcing me to use that technique. My heart sank, knowing something significant was about to unfold. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his ultimate soul technique. Gale Demon Wolf's 36 slashes. The scene was breathtaking, with azure wind blades filling the sky like a barrage, each strike seemingly capable of slicing through the very air. Yet, I was no coward myself. Refusing to evade, I rubbed my hands together, conjuring a colossal lightning sphere. Here it comes. I hurled it directly at him. The lightning sphere surged forth, clearing a path through Feng Xiaotian's wind blade barrage, ultimately crashing squarely into his chest. With a thunderous crash, Feng Xiaotian was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, nearly toppling off the stage. However, I was not unscathed either. I endured several wind blades, sustaining deep cuts that exposed bone, and I coughed up blood, staggering before collapsing. Just as we believed it was over, the healer Yi Lingling prepared to enter the arena. To our surprise, both of us, resembling zombies, shakily rose to our feet. Feng Xiaotian held his stomach, while I supported myself on the ground, blood still trickling from my mouth. We exchanged glances, surprisingly sharing a smile, then began to inch toward each other, seemingly ready for a final brawl. I was utterly astonished. These two were truly reckless. Ultimately, it was teacher Shunli who could no longer bear to watch, shouting, "Stop. Everyone, cease this madness. This match is over." Upon hearing his command, my taut nerves relaxed, and I closed my eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Although Feng Xiaotian still stood firm, deep down he was acutely aware that he was 2 realms beneath WangSheng. The outcome of their confrontation signified his defeat. Following this incident, the choice for the class leader was swiftly determined. Both Yang Pufeng and Feng Xiaotian voluntarily withdrew from contention, leaving WangSheng, the ruthless contender, as the unanimous choice. It is worth mentioning that later on, Yang Pufeng faced Feng Xiaotian in a one-on-one duel, and Yang Pufeng's weapon was nothing short of extraordinary. With the activation of his 4 soul skills, he effortlessly dismantled Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive slashes, firmly securing his position as the strongest in the elite class. Time flew, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, our existence was akin to a torturous ordeal. Picture this. Every morning, 24 individuals donned custom-made weighted suits, running laps on the training field. Should anyone lag behind, a teacher would promptly ignite a fiery blaze at their rear, compelling them to sprint forward in distress. And if one thought that was the end, they were sorely mistaken. From above, a teacher would unleash a torrential rain of bloodthirsty bats, forcing us to dodge while maintaining our pace. The ground was no less perilous, with wooden spikes occasionally springing forth, creating an extreme test of resilience. Initially, there were murmurs of discontent, but those who dared to complain soon found themselves on the receiving end of a merciless combination from the teachers, which silenced all further protests. The only thing that kept us going was the occasional restorative donuts tossed our way by teacher Murong Shuang, akin to miraculous elixirs. After completing our runs, one would think we could finally rest. Dream on. The teachers would confine us within an Aoki cage, subjecting us to sonic vibrations and gravitational pressures, all in the name of building our endurance. I assure you, this infernal training regimen was conceived by WangSheng and his master, truly a testament to their ingenuity. After being relentlessly honed for 3 years, we, the 24, emerged transformed. When the 3 years concluded, Teacher Shun Li summoned us to the classroom. Observing our straightened postures and altered gazes, he nodded in satisfaction. Then came the exhilarating class division, a pivotal moment that would dictate our futures. A select few would mentor junior students in preparation for a grand competition a decade hence. The majority were slated to participate in the Continental Soul Master Tournament a month later, relegated to the second team. The expressions on their faces reflected a profound sense of loss. Yet they understood, for the remaining 10 were indeed monstrous talents. These 10 individuals represented the elite among elites, the most formidable competitors. The roster was announced. Zhao Kai, Feng Xiaotian, Suok, Yang Pefeng, Ningyu, Huang Wu, Wang Sheng, Xiao Qinyu, Yi Lingling, and the 12-year-old prodigy Meng Iran. The most astonishing was Yang Pefeng, aged just 17, yet boasting a staggering 52nd rank as a sole emperor. Teacher Shunli declared that our next destination would be the Qingdao Great Forest for a year-long practical survival training, with the teachers serving as bodyguards, intervening only if we encountered soul beasts of over 30,000 years. Before our departure, the teachers graciously granted us 3 days of respite. WangSheng returned home to prepare a meal for his father, engaging in conversation. His father urged him to find a partner and continue the family lineage. In a twist, WangSheng playfully suggested that his father should seek a new companion to give him a sibling. The following day, WangSheng stealthily entered the imperial palace to meet Qian Ruxue. I must say, WangSheng truly knew how to charm. He insisted that Qian Ruxue revert to her female form for their meetings, as he found it difficult to express romantic sentiments in the presence of a man. He shared his plans for a year-long training journey, and Qian Ruxue was visibly reluctant to let him go. The two indulged in affection for a while, with WangSheng boasting that he would be willing to slay deities for her sake. As the holiday came to a close, our group of 15 ventured boldly into the Qingdao Great Forest. Our first order of business was to assist Yi Lingling in acquiring her 4th soul ring. Fortune favored us, and within 2 days we discovered a 7,500-year-old blue silvergrass, a perfect find. Following this, we set up camp to rest. Feng Xiaotian took to the skies for reconnaissance while the rest of us gathered around the campfire to cook meat. Just as the meat was ready, Ningyu, ever the chatterbox, lamented, "Where is that dead dog, Xiaotian? I am starving." Just then, Feng Xiaotian appeared like a wraith behind him. WangSheng, unable to contain his amusement, quipped, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." We were all bewildered, wondering who this devil was. To our surprise, Yang Pefeng, the usually taciturn sharpshooter, floated in with a deadpan remark. "Chao Zai?" In that moment, WangSheng's mind nearly short-circuited. Realizing the oddity of the situation, he quickly laughed it off, concocting a tale about childhood friends named Chao Chao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan to deflect attention. However, the exchange glances between him and Yang Pefeng carried an explosive weight of understanding. After dinner, WangSheng seized the opportunity to suggest, "Pefeng, let us form a team and patrol the vicinity." Once they had ventured far from the campsite, WangSheng got straight to the point. "Pefeng, were you from the 3 Kingdoms era?" Yang Pefeng paused, then corrected him. "What 3 kingdoms? I hail from Shuhan." WangSheng slapped his thigh in realization. "I see. But why did you react so strongly? And as a Shuhan, what weapon do you wield?" Yang Pefeng clasped his fist in salute and replied solemnly, "I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan." Good heavens! I was utterly astonished. Zhao Yun, alive and well. WangSheng was equally taken aback, not expecting such a legendary figure to be among his companions. Yang Pefeng, identifying himself as Zhao Yun, explained that he had traversed time after passing away at an advanced age, awakening as the last descendant of the family, Yang Pefeng. He merged his previous lifetime's weapon mastery with the martial spirits of this world, achieving his current prowess. However, he clarified that Zhao Yun had perished, and he was now merely Yang Pefeng. The 2 time travelers finally exchanged their secret signals, resolving their unspoken tension, and returned to camp. What followed were days filled with intense combat training. During this period, Feng Xiaotian successfully reached level 50, and it was time for him to hunt for his 5th soul ring. On the 4th day of our search, we stumbled upon an exceptional creature by a small stream, a 2,000-year-old twin-blade demon wolf quenching its thirst. The 10 of us, akin to seasoned hunters, concealed ourselves 20 meters away in the trees to observe stealthily. Let me tell you, this twin-blade demon wolf exuded an aura of dominance. Standing over 2 meters tall, its pitch-black fur radiated an ominous energy, with 2 massive bone blades resembling scythes protruding from its elbows. It was evident that this was a formidable opponent. Our team's hot-headed member, Swoke, could hardly contain himself and whispered, "Boss, how do we handle this beast? It looks tough." WangSheng, our astute leader, quickly began analyzing the situation. He explained that the wolf possessed two lethal abilities, one called Swift Wind Twin Scythes, capable of launching its scythes like boomerangs, causing instant death on contact. The other, more terrifying, was Blood Frenzy, which acted as an official cheat code. It would become stronger the harder we hit it. When it reached critical health, it would enter a berserk state, doubling its combat power, making even 10,000-year soul beasts yield. We were all struck dumb, with Ningyu exclaiming, "How on earth are we supposed to fight that? It's practically a death wish." In response, WangSheng chuckled, "What is there to fear? Once it goes berserk, we'll just kite it." Xiao Qinyu, the naive one among us, asked, "What do you mean by kiting?" WangSheng smirked at him, "Of course. We'll use you as bait to lead it around." Xiao Qinyu turned pale, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child. "Boss, I'm your brother." Joking aside, WangSheng quickly transformed back into the strategic commander, issuing orders. "Listen up. When we engage, Swoke, you take the lead and shield our backline, protecting Lingling and Daiyu. Iran and Huangwu, you two flank it and keep it occupied. The rest of us, unleash our full power immediately. We cannot afford to drag this out, or its passive abilities will stack and will be doomed." He paused, locking eyes with Xiao Qinyu. "This is the most crucial step. When I shout retreat, Xiao Yu, you must immediately unleash your third soul skill, sending 3 clones in 3 different directions to create a diversion. Xiao Tian, grasp Xiao Yu's main body and soar as high as you can. The wolf will lose its target and surely pursue the nearest clone. So lead it away and exhaust its frenzied state." Ningyu was astonished. "Wow, Desheng, is this strategy AI generated? It's incredibly ruthless. I tell you, WangSheng must feel quite proud inside." Later, he boasted to us that he was the first leader of a major guild in the world of Warcraft, commanding 40 players without breaking a sweat, while our little 10-person team is merely a small affair. Once the plan was set, at WangSheng's command, we charged out like tigers descending from the mountain. Ningyu's Qi Bao Luli Tower seemed to be on steroids, as beams of light enveloped us, instantly bestowing various buffs of speed, strength, and soul power. Yang Pafone was the first to charge, wielding his spear like a fiery dragon. The magic wolf had just spotted us, and had yet to react when Huang Wu's poisonous spider web and Meng Yiran's constricting snake had it firmly ensnared. Next, our melee fighters arrived. Yang Pafeng's 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, Zhao Kai's heavy sword's 9 consecutive slashes, and Xiao Chunyu's rear attack with Wind Wolf's annihilation strike. All our skills rained down on the magic wolf like they were free. I too did not remain idle, landing a devastating tiger-rending strike right in its face. The magic wolf was taken aback, likely having never encountered such a brutal tactic in its long life. Under the excruciating pain, its bloodthirsty passive was triggered, causing its strength to surge. With a howl, it broke free from all control and swung its scythe, sending us flying like bowling pins. Just when we thought we were finished, our divine healer, Yi Ling Ling, sprang into action. A flurry of peach blossoms descended from the heavens, illuminating the area with sacred light, instantly healing most of our wounds and restoring our health. The magic wolf, realizing the situation, became frantic and hurled its scythe at Yi Ling Ling. Yang Pafong shouted, "Spear out like a dragon," and managed to block one attack. The other scythe was about to strike when Su Ku raised a colossal shield fortress, causing countless shields to converge and protect our rear line. The scythe collided and was deflected. "Now, retreat!" WangSheng seized the moment and shouted. Upon hearing the command, we turned and fled. The magic wolf, indeed enraged, with bloodshot eyes, was ready to pursue. Feng Xiao Tian executed a relentless 36 consecutive slashes to keep it at bay, while Xiao Qinyu's 3 clones sprinted off in different directions like spirited youngsters. Seeing that we had distanced ourselves, Feng Xiao Tian grabbed Xiao Chunyu's main body and took to the skies with a flap of his wings. Then came the time to lead the wolf on a wild chase. That frenzied magic wolf, like a fool, chased after Xiao Chunyu's shadow, attacking one clone and then pursuing the next, ultimately exhausting its berserk state. With a heavy thud, it collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Feng Xiao Tian descended from above and swiftly dispatched it with a dagger, and a shining black 10,000-year soul ring emerged. This cooperation was simply flawless. Later, during our rest, WangSheng began to show off again. Now that he had reached level 40, he insisted on challenging a 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear for his fourth soul ring. My friends, this risk was outrageous. It was akin to a bronze player attempting to duel a king. We all, including our teacher, advised him against it, but he refused to listen, claiming his talents were lacking and he had to take such dangerous risks to catch up. In the end, our teachers had to intervene and batter the bear almost to death. WangSheng sat down to absorb the soul ring, only to feel as if his head might explode from the mental shock of the 1,000-year soul beast. Just as he was about to succumb, astonishingly, another figure appeared in his spiritual world, a child who looked just like him when he was young, the original owner of this body. The young WangSheng advised him, "Stop using your pacifist mindset from peaceful times to navigate this predatory world. Sometimes you must strike decisively." I tell you, when WangSheng later recounted this moment, goosebumps cover my skin. Finally, the original owner declared, "I'll bear this wave of mental shock for you, my friend. But I can only help you this far, and here's a gift." With that, he vanished. WangSheng endured for 3 days and nights before waking up, scaring us terribly. And guess what? When he awoke, he had gained a unique ability. The claw of the dark gold terror claw bear had become his external soul bone, which he could summon at will. Stylish and powerful, utterly extraordinary. After a year of rigorous training, we had all undergone a transformation. Upon returning to the academy, we had barely settled in when a new task arrived. Teacher Shunli solemnly informed us that our mission for the coming year was to eliminate the evil soul masters and wolf bandits. Additionally, 2 new members, sisters Lin Wei and Lin Yu, joined our team. As for the wolf bandits, I must emphasize one word: filthy. They are creatures born from a union of the Gale magic wolf and human females. Half human, half wolf, extremely bloodthirsty and cruel, akin to humanoid beasts. Our target this time was a group of evil soul masters and wolf bandits holed up in Stone Town, consisting of a soul saint, a soul emperor, 3 soul kings, and over 20 wolf bandits. The most critical part was that this time, the teachers would not intervene. We were entirely on our own. On the road to Stone Town, WangSheng analyzed the map like a military strategist. One group was holding hostages in the town, while another was hiding in a cave outside, supporting each other at lightning speed. After staring at the map for a while, WangSheng suddenly pointed at a narrow canyon next to the wolf bandits' cave and smiled. His plan was simple: to feign an attack in one direction while striking the less intelligent wolf bandits. We would lure them into that canyon and then close the door to catch them. Upon arriving at the location, we met with the local guard captain, instructing him to withdraw his troops to distract the enemy. After waiting for 3 days, WangSheng commanded, "Action begins. Target the wolf bandits first." The operation commenced. The new sisters, Lin Wei, took on the role of bait. She stealthily approached the entrance of the wolf bandits' cave. My goodness, that cave was a hell on earth, littered with severed limbs and a stench of blood that nearly made her vomit. As soon as she made a sound, she was immediately detected. Lin Wei turned and fled, pursued by a pack of wolf bandits like wild dogs. She desperately raced towards our prearranged canyon, just as she was about to be caught when she activated her martial soul, sprouting wings and soaring into the sky. The wolf bandits would not relent, howling and chasing her on the ground. Lin Wei led this horde of monsters straight into the dead-end canyon, just as the wolf bandits thought they had her cornered. Her sister Lin Yu descended from above, grabbing her, and with a flap of their wings, they soared vertically into the air. The wolf bandit leader quickly sensed something was amiss and turned to flee, but as he did, Su Ke's towering 2-meter frame blocked the canyon entrance like a wall. Bellowing, 4th soul skill, giant shield fortress. With a resounding crash, the exit was sealed tight. Simultaneously, the rest of us were airlifted by 3 pilots, parachuting down behind the wolf bandits and encircling them. WangSheng looked at the trapped beasts, a smirk creeping onto his face as he confidently declared, "Now, Let these creatures experience what it's like to be the hunted. As soon as he finished speaking, all our soul skills lit up. Second soul skill, Poison Spider Stab. Third soul skill, Frenzy. Second soul skill, Wind Wave Slash. Second soul skill, Thousand Serpent Poison Blade. My self-created soul skill, Gale Double-Headed Magic Wolf 36 consecutive slashes. Third soul skill, Meteor Shower. I tell you, at that moment, the entire valley illuminated. On the ground, Huangwu, Zhao, Kai, and their companions unleashed their soul skills with reckless abandon upon the band of wolf thieves, while in the sky, Feng Xiaotian and the Lin Weiwei sisters were equally engaged. The scene was nothing short of a dazzling display akin to a fireworks show. Yet these wolf thieves were remarkably resilient, charging forward despite the onslaught of damage. At that moment, WangSheng, Yang Pofeng, and Xiao Qinyu boldly confronted the enemy head-on. I must say, Xiao Qinyu was truly formidable. He initiated with his fourth soul skill, Wind Wave Annihilation, striking a direct blow that left a gaping wound in the chest of the opposing wolf thief. Not stopping there, he followed up with Shadow Wolf Blade, swiftly eviscerating his foe. Meanwhile, WangSheng was equally frenzied. Once he unleashed his external soul bone, his series of Pegasus Meteor Fists created a whirlwind, launching the wolf thief into the air, and with a leap, he executed a ferocious tiger strike, shattering bones mid-air with remarkable precision. The most impressive, however, was Yang Pufeng, wielding his spear like a tornado, cutting through the ranks and directly confronting the wolf thief leader. This leader was a seasoned veteran, attempting to assert dominance. But Yang Pufeng offered no opportunity, swiftly delivering the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear strike, leaving the leader's chest resembling a beehive, blood spurting high into the air. Within mere moments, the entire band of wolf thieves lay defeated. We hastily entered the cave, eager to ascertain if any survivors remained. However, upon entry, the girls inside shrieked in horror. It was not merely a cave. It was akin to hell on earth, strewn with severed limbs and flowing rivers of blood. Yi Lingling stifled her discomfort and immediately began to rescue those in need. After a thorough search and confirming there were no remaining wolf thieves, we prepared to escort the surviving civilians out. Yet, as we emerged from the cave, we were met by 5 individuals, each exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence, their sinister presence palpable even from a distance. The leader, tall and slender, bore the appearance of a seasoned villain, his leather attire stained with blood. He approached and inquired, "Are you little brats from the Spirit Hall?" WangSheng, dismissively, responded as if reading from a menu. Charles, 47 years old, Spirit Blood Scythe, level 77 Soul Saint. Accompanied by your 4 subordinates, you've slaughtered 21 villages and killed 6,741 people in the past 3 years. Just last month, you were wanted by the Spirit Hall, and now you've allied with wolf thieves, taking 1,800 civilians from the town as hostages. Am I right? I was taken aback. This guy seemed to possess a personal database. Upon hearing this, Charles's expression darkened. It appears you truly are a lackey of the Spirit Hall. Well informed indeed. Yet, he remained unperturbed, likely because he noted that the highest level among us, Yang Pofeng, was only 55. WangSheng sneered. "Charles, I truly admire your audacity in venturing out of the town. Initially, I would have considered your hostages, but you've come to us willingly." Behind Charles, a flamboyantly dressed individual with a peculiar voice interjected, "You little brats are seeking death." WangSheng ignored him, continuing his recitation. "You must be Yaoda, 42 years old. Spirit Mountain Cat, level 64. Yaoda erupted in anger, ready to charge, but Charles restrained him. "Hold on. I'm quite intrigued by these children. Let us converse." WangSheng spread his arms. "Sure, let us chat. I'm curious how you could abandon your hostages to come out here." Charles, likely believing our demise was imminent, arrogantly proclaimed, "It's no harm to tell you. 3 days ago, the Spirit Hall's soul masters surrounding us suddenly withdrew, claiming a 12-member team was sent to eliminate us. We lay in wait for 3 days without sight of them, only for you to take out the wolf thieves. Indeed, there was a mole among us." WangSheng wore an expression of complete understanding. "It's Reina, I assent it. WangSheng explained that during his handshake with the guard captain Reina, he noticed an expensive ring on his finger. How could a mere captain afford such luxury? Furthermore, Reina was oblivious to the town's situation, but knew all the details about the tribute, which was stored in a spatial soul guide, leading WangSheng to suspect foul play. Most suspiciously, he had urged us to eliminate these 5 evil soul masters, clearly attempting to orchestrate a hidden agenda. Charles, upon hearing this, surprisingly nodded, seemingly impressed by WangSheng. WangSheng then added, gazing at Yao. Moreover, Reina seems to have quite the taste. You two are lovers, aren't you? The ring you wear matches as perfectly. This revelation left Yao visibly shaken, while Charles's expression shifted to one of realization as he bellowed. You little brat. Blabbering so much was merely to buy time for your healer to recover her soul power. Brothers, attack. As his words fell, WangSheng turned to Yi Lingling. Lingling, is your soul power restored? Yi Lingling nodded affirmatively. Yes. Enraged, Charles activated his spirit, unleashing 7 dazzling soul rings of varying colors as he charged at WangSheng with his scythe. WangSheng evaded the first strike, and Yang Pufeng surged forward, brandishing his fire dragon spear to intercept Charles. Your opponent is me. Ning Yu swiftly followed with support. 7 treasures. First is strength, second is speed, third is soul. All enhancements were directed towards Yang Pufeng. WangSheng promptly commanded, Lingling Deyu, provide full support to Pufeng. So protect the civilians. Wei, you two hurry to the Bayerk Duchy and capture that rotund Reina. Don't let him escape. As the Lin Weiwei sisters prepared to take flight, a subordinate of Charles, wielding a leopard spirit, charged at them. Huang Wu reacted quickly, employing his first soul skill, Poison Web Silk, to slow him down, while Zhao Kai brandished his blade to block his advance. On the other side, Feng Xiaotian confronted Yao, taunting, Eunuch, your opponent is me. Xiao Qinyu and Meng Iran united to fend off a wild boar Soul King, while the final Soul King faced off against WangSheng. This fellow resembled a black iron tower, and WangSheng remarked, You must be Li Hu. Perfect, we both possess tiger spirits. Let us see what you've got. Instantly, the battle erupted in full force. The first clash occurred between Yang Pufeng and Charles. I must emphasize, a Soul King facing a Soul Saint is a significant disparity. Yet Yang Pufeng displayed no hesitation. With Ning Yu's full enhancement, his spirit surged. Charles, exhibiting disdain, initiated with his 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty 5/, unleashing 5 crimson blades, each more ferocious than the last. Yang Pufeng focused intently, deftly deflecting the first 2 slashes with the tip of his spear. The third came too swiftly, compelling him to execute an aerial spin to evade, yet the edge still grazed him. He withstood the 4th strike, his hands vibrating from the impact. The final and most potent slash was unavoidable. He braced his spear to block it, pushing him back repeatedly. At the last moment, he twisted, narrowly avoiding the blade, which left a deep, smoldering wound that was evidently poisoned. This attack also siphoned his soul power. Yang Pufeng felt his energy waning as Charles closed in, scythe in hand. Enduring excruciating pain, he thrust his spear, unleashing a roaring fire dragon that sent Charles flying. Rising from the ground, Charles licked the blood from his lip and cackled maniacally. I never expected you, a mere Soul King, could injure me. Were you not feeling the drain on your soul power? At that moment, a begonia flower blossomed above Yang Pufeng, radiating light that instantly healed his wounds and halted the loss of soul power. It was Yi Lingling. Upon witnessing this, Charles' eyes widened with greed. He plotted to capture the exceptional healer. He swiftly pivoted, accelerating towards Yi Lingling. Yang Pufeng attempted to pursue, but was too late. Ning Yu, in a panic, immediately enhanced Yi Lingling. Just as it seemed Charles would succeed, the ensuing events left me utterly bewildered. As the scene unfolded, Yi Lingling not only refrained from retreating, but boldly charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Charles. Each blow struck with precision, leaving a level 77 Soul Saint momentarily bewildered. Who could comprehend the absurdity of a healer pursuing a Soul Saint in such a manner? The spectacle was too beautiful to behold. Charles, filled with a mix of humiliation and fury, raised his scythe, ready to unleash a lethal attack. At that critical moment, Yang Pufeng arrived, skillfully blocking the assault with his spear and forcing Charles to retreat with a swift counter. Your opponent is me. If you wish to harm my teammate, you must first step over my corpse. Furious, Charles roared, then you shall all die. He unleashed his seventh soul skill, the true embodiment of his martial soul. In an instant, he fused with the enormous crimson scythe, enveloped in dark energy, resembling a deathly specter. Yang Pufeng's expression turned grave as he shouted to Ningyu, "You grant me another amplification." As three beams of light descended, Yang Pufeng's power surged to its zenith, entering a state of unity with his spear. Reminiscent of the legendary Zhao Zilong, the two warriors roared and charged at one another once more. Simultaneously, battles raged fiercely in other areas. WangSheng faced off against Li Hu, both wielding tiger martial souls, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity. WangSheng maneuvered behind Li Hu, delivering a series of precise strikes that left Li Hu bloodied and gasping. In desperation, Li Hu activated his overpowering strength and attempted a takedown, aiming to slam WangSheng to the ground. However, WangSheng evaded with an elbow strike in midair, followed by his first soul skill, the power of magical explosion, combining with the downward momentum of the takedown, resulting in a tremendous impact that created a massive crater. Meanwhile, Xiao Qinyu and Meng Yiran struggled against the formidable Wild Boar Soul King. The beast feigned an attack on Xiao Qinyu, but its true target was Meng Yiran. Xiao Qinyu shouted a warning, and Ningyu's acceleration support arrived just in time, allowing Xiao Qinyu to swiftly maneuver behind the wild boar, executing his fourth soul skill, Shadow Wolf Annihilation, delivering a devastating strike. On another front, Zhao Kai and Huang Wu engaged in a torturous duel. Huang Wu's webs ensnared the Leopard Soul King, preventing its escape. Zhao Kai leaped and executed a powerful nine-slice attack, decapitating his foe in a single sweep. Wen Xiaotian faced off against Yao De, unleashing his true strength. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, Yao De, in a fit of desperation, unleashed his sixth soul skill, Link's Thousand Leaf Slash, raining down blades like a torrential downpour. Wen Xiaotian, undeterred, narrowed his eyes and unleashed his upgraded self-created soul skill, Gale Twin-Headed Demon Wolf 64 Slash. 64 blades of wind surged forth, and Yao De, bloodied, collapsed. In the midst of this chaos, a monumental shift occurred on the main battlefield. Yang Pufeng and Charles found themselves at their limits, both panting heavily. As Charles observed his fallen comrades, Li Hu buried in a pit, Shi Yong, Swoke, and Yao De all incapacitated, he recognized the tide had turned, his gaze filled with madness. In a sudden leap, he launched his sixth soul skill, Blood Scythe 1,000 Blades, sending countless crimson blades toward Yang Pufeng. Yang Pufeng braced himself with his spear, yet no one anticipated that Charles' attack was merely a feint. He surged past Yang Pufeng, reaching the barely conscious Yao De, and, to the astonishment of all, plunged his scythe into the chest of his own teammate. Yao De, eyes wide with disbelief and blood spilling from his mouth, could not utter a word. I care not for your grievances with Reina, but if Reina desires our demise, you cannot claim ignorance. Now, become a nourishment for my scythe. I was utterly stunned. Yao De's blood was voraciously absorbed by the scythe, healing Charles' wounds and causing his soul power to surge, elevating his level. Wen Xiaotian reacted swiftly, launching a wind blade, but Charles effortlessly deflected it. Now, with bloodshot eyes and a twisted visage, he grinned maliciously at us, declaring, "Naive fools. None of you shall leave here alive today." Yang Pufeng raised his spear, asserting, "His opponent is me. You all must flee." WangSheng stood resolutely beside him, proclaiming, "Pufeng, we are partners. We fight together. We die together." Wen Xiaotian echoed, "Indeed, if you fall, how shall I find an opponent?" Zhao Kai, wielding his great sword, stepped forward. "I, Kai Gu, aspire to become a title Douluo. I cannot miss out on this." In unison, everyone rallied around, encircling Charles. How foolish they were. "Then let us fulfill your wish and perish together." Charles roared as he charged. Ning Yu swiftly cast amplifications on everyone, while Huang Wu and Meng Yiran unleashed their control skills simultaneously. Zhao Kai, Xiao Chenyu, Wang Sheng, Wen Xiaotian, and Yang Pufeng all unleashed their most powerful attacks, converging upon Charles from every direction. The scene was cataclysmic. At the heart of the tempest of wind, fire, and lightning, Charles endured the onslaught while swinging his blood-red scythe. A circle of crimson light radiated from the center of the storm, flinging those at the periphery away. I felt as though a truck had struck me, my insides nearly displaced. Only our healer, Yi Lingling, remained unscathed, shielded by the towering figure of Swoke, who valiantly absorbed the blow. With a grunt, he coughed up blood, yet managed to turn and urge Yi Lingling. Lingling, quickly, boost my strength. Fill the field with healing. Only true comrades would understand this is the essence of a top-tier tank. Yi Lingling responded with vigor, activating Nine Hearts Sea Tang, showering us with verdant light, swiftly reviving us from the brink of unconsciousness. However, she nearly collapsed herself, her energy depleted, but Swoke was quick to catch her. Charles, too, was faltering, having been battered by our previous onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, I shouted, "Brothers, let us strike while he is weak. This is our final push. Unleash everything we have, and take him down." Everyone surged forward, unleashing their ultimate techniques upon him. After a fierce battle, we finally subdued him. The sight was reminiscent of a bloodied gourd, his body battered, relying solely on his scythe for support to remain upright. He gazed at us, his eyes dimming, breath fading as he murmured, "I never imagined that I, Charles, would fall to a bunch of younglings today." Our youngest teammate, Meng Yiran, erupted in anger, pointing at him. "You vile soul master, how many innocent lives have your hands stained with blood? Does your conscience not ache when you take lives?" To our surprise, Charles sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, retorting, "Evil? Huh! Compared to those lofty nobles, we are but lambs. They are the true devils, devouring lives without remorse." Without waiting for our reaction, he launched into a narrative of his past, recounting a tale of tragic proportions, embodying the essence of a sorrowful protagonist. In essence, Charles was a peasant boy born into abject poverty, who, after a long struggle, awakened a humble scythe as his martial soul and possessed only a meager third-level soul power. Yet, this was the hope of his village, and he bore their expectations as he ventured to the academy, where he was mercilessly bullied by the offspring of nobles. He dared not retaliate, dedicating himself to relentless training, hoping to alter his destiny by becoming a soul master. After 15 years as a mercenary, he sent all his earnings back to his village in gratitude for their nurturing. At the age of 40, he found himself trapped at the bottleneck of level 49, unable to advance, until love unexpectedly came into his life. A beautiful and kind-hearted young girl named Darl, merely 18 years of age, joined their small team, and soon found herself enamored with the honest and diligent Charles. The two wed, and their days seemed to hold promise. 3 years later, Darl became pregnant, and Charles, overjoyed like a child, resolved to complete one final job before retiring to a tranquil life in the village with his wife and child. However, fate's cruel gears began to turn, leading them towards a pit of despair. The last task involved escorting a debauched duke's son named Puni to hunt souls. Puni, a quintessential wastrel, shamelessly flirted with Darl throughout their journey. For the sake of their unborn child, Charles endured the indignities. Upon the mission's conclusion, Puni brazenly proposed to pay for a night with Darl right before Charles's eyes. Who could bear such an affront? If I were in Charles's shoes, I would have struck him down immediately. Unable to contain his fury, Charles delivered a single punch, marking the onset of his lifelong nightmare. A month later, Charles's team was assigned an outrageously lucrative task, and Darl insisted on accompanying him. Unfortunately, they were ambushed in the forest by Puni and his cadre of over 20 skilled fighters. More horrifyingly, all 6 of Charles's supposed comrades had been bribed by Puni and held him down forcefully. Then, before his very eyes, Puni subjected his pregnant wife to unspeakable horrors. Following the ordeal, Puni commanded his henchmen and Charles's traitorous teammates to take turns violating Darl until, driven by unbearable shame, she took her own life. Those brutes even desecrated her corpse. In that moment, Charles shattered, witnessing the unimaginable, screaming and begging for mercy, yet powerless to intervene. Ultimately, puni departed, leaving behind a chilling remark. To make you wish for death is the finest revenge. Upon returning to bury his wife, Charles discovered that his entire village, the young and old alike, had been slaughtered. Puni reappeared, compelling the Lord to declare Charles a malevolent soul master, the very perpetrator of the massacre. The truth was twisted into lies simply because of Puni's noble status. Driven mad by relentless hatred, Charles transcended his limits. His martial spirit mutating into a sinister scythe capable of draining blood and soul energy. Thus began his quest for vengeance. He first annihilated the Lord's entire family, then transformed his 6 traitorous comrades and their families into sustenance for his scythe. Finally, he infiltrated the Duke's estate, systematically slaying each of the guards until he confronted Puni, whom he skinned alive, piece by piece. From that moment on, he irrevocably embraced the path of the malevolent soul master. Listening to his tale, we all fell silent. Truth be told, we harbored a seething hatred for Puni and his ilk. Yet, I gradually approached Charles, gazing upon this man, drained of vitality. I expressed my deep sympathy for his plight, but queried, what of the innocents he later slaughtered? Did they not have families? In the end, he had become the very embodiment of that which he despised. Upon hearing my words, Charles erupted into laughter, a cacophony filled with both liberation and despair. He stood still, awaiting my judgment. I drew forth my blade, the blade of Hades, and approached him, declaring, "It is time to end this. I shall grant you a swift release." Just as I prepared to strike, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Does anyone understand the pain of family? His scythe, embedded in the ground, suddenly glowed crimson, and with a resonant hum, it unleashed a blood-red shield that enveloped us. Those outside attempted to rush in, but upon contact with the barrier, they were repelled as if struck by lightning, falling unconscious. Within the shield, I felt as though my meridians had been sealed, rendering me immobile. Then the scythe levitated, aiming for Charles's throat, and with a swift motion, it severed his head from his body. Immediately, a blood-red soul bone emerged from Charles's forehead. I was taken aback. This was a treasure of immense value. Could it possibly evolve alongside its master? Before I could fully comprehend, the soul bone shot towards my brow, inflicting excruciating pain. At that moment, the scythe transformed into a streak of crimson light, following suit. In an instant, I felt my blood boil, and a singular thought consumed me. Kill, kill, kill. I desperately endeavored to suppress this murderous impulse with my mental fortitude, but it was insurmountable. The world faded to black, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself reclined upon an opulent bed, my comrade, Xiaogang, soundly asleep at my side. I had been unconscious for a full 3 days. Reflecting on the bizarre events prior to my fainting spell, a chill gripped my heart. Souls were typically absorbed voluntarily, so why had this one invaded me like a thief? I quickly assessed my condition and discovered that this soul bone possessed remarkable power, granting immunity to all control skills and the ability to grow like an external soul bone. Yet, fear soon engulfed me. Charles had mutated due to its absorption. Would I, too, be condemned to become a malevolent soul master? I had no desire to traverse that dark path of feeding on others' soul energy to ascend. With this troubling thought, sleep eluded me, and I hastily roused Xiaogang, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, quickly, summon Lingling." Moments later, Yi Lingling and the others burst in, their faces etched with concern. I did not conceal the truth, recounting the surreal events that transpired within the shield. Everyone was left astonished. I leaped from the bed, declaring, "I now suspect my martial spirit may be malfunctioning. I must conduct an experiment." I scanned the room, finally settling my gaze upon the sturdy Sock. "Sock, my brother, I require your assistance. Allow me to strike you and see if your soul energy is siphoned." Sock pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Bring it on. What is there to fear among brothers?" I nodded and summoned my martial spirit. In that moment, the phantom of the battle tiger behind me transformed its eyes to a blood-red hue, unleashing an uncontrollable aura of bloodlust. I used my least damaging third soul skill to lightly scratch his arm. The next second, my scalp tingled. Socks wound emitted a black mist, and his soul energy flowed forth like water from a burst dam. Yi Lingling swiftly cast a healing spell, stabilizing him. Sock's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "I feel my soul energy depleting." A pang of dread coursed through me. I had sensed a faint soul energy being absorbed upon wounding him, and at the scent of blood, an overwhelming urge to drain him dry nearly overwhelmed my senses. Ningyu, ever the quick-tongued, blurted out, "No way. Will the Sheng truly become a malevolent soul master?" Before Wen Xiaodian smacked on the back of the head, admonishing, "What do you know? An evil martial spirit does not equate to a wicked heart. Do you think the Sheng is that kind of person?" Next, I tested my external soul bone and various self-created soul skills, with everyone taking turns as targets. After an entire day of experimentation, I finally arrived at a conclusion. I could no longer bear witness to bloodshed. All of my soul skills that inflicted bleeding effects during close combat would automatically siphon the opponent's soul energy. Observing the concerned expressions on my friends' faces, I felt a wave of relief wash over me and jested, "No worries, it just means I won't be using my third or fourth soul skills from now on. It's not a big issue. Luckily, it's me. If it were Pafeng, his gun would only serve as a firewood stick from now on. And Zhao Kai, what could his blade do besides slicing cucumbers?" My quip elicited laughter from the group, easing the atmosphere. I swiftly found an excuse to send them all off to rest. Once everyone departed, I began to contemplate seriously. I would not tread the path of absorbing others' soul energy for power, even if it meant hunting down malevolent soul masters. That bloodthirsty impulse was far too terrifying. It must be quelled at all costs. However, this choice would undeniably diminish my combat prowess. My most formidable technique lies in the synergy of my fourth soul skill and the external soul bone. Alas, it has now been rendered ineffective. It appears that moving forward, I can only emulate Yang Pafeng, specifically seeking soul rings that purely enhance my capabilities. Subsequently, our small team ventured into the wilderness for an additional year and a half, honing our skills against evil soul masters and wolf bandits lurking in the lawless borderlands. Upon our return to Qibao Academy, merely 2 years remained until the Grand Soul Master Tournament. After a week-long respite, I returned home to share a meal with my father, and the following day, I sought out Ning Fengji to lay everything bare, recounting the transformation of my martial soul in its entirety. Ning Fengji and his companions listened intently, their brows furrowed, yet ultimately chose to place their trust in me. I then presented my plan. "Teacher, I wish to journey to Wuhuan City with Pafeng to meet the Pope, Bibi Dong." The Bon Douluo immediately erupted. "Absolutely not. That is a perilous place. If anyone is to go, it must be me." The sword Douluo echoed the sentiment, deeming it too dangerous. I can only explain. I have 2 purposes for visiting the Wuhuan Palace. First, it concerns Pafeng. I wish to solicit Bibidong's assistance in sending Pafeng to the City of Slaughter to acquire the domain of the God of Killing. The second is of a personal nature. I could hardly disclose that the latter was to discuss my betrothal with her daughter. Could I? Ning Fengji, aware of my relationship with Qian Renxue, did not press further, but inquired about Yang Pafeng. "How can you assure me that Bibi Dong will assist you?" "That is precisely why I intend to negotiate," I replied with a confident smile. "The terms I propose will certainly pique her interest." In the end, Ning Fengji acquiesced, albeit with the condition that the sword Douluo accompany us. With matters settled, I promptly made my way to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Presenting the prince's token bestowed upon me by Qian Renxue, I navigated unobstructed to her chambers. Upon our meeting, Qian Renxue dismissed everyone else and transformed back into her stunning self, feigning anger as she questioned me. "We agreed on a year, yet you have been gone for nearly 2.5. I approached with a playful grin. "Isn't it that the evil soul masters outside were overly enthusiastic? Now that I have returned, isn't it only right that I come to see my little Shui?" "Who is your little Shui?" she retorted, though she had already nestled against me. I embraced her and whispered softly in her ear, "Shui, once the Soul Master Tournament concludes, I shall propose to your grandfather. Will you marry me?" Her cheeks flushed as she gently replied with an overcome by her bashfulness. I could not resist kissing her. After indulging in our affection for a while, I recalled the pressing matters at hand and said, "By the way, Shui, I came to seek your assistance with two matters." Qianrenxue perked up, thumping her chest with confidence. "What is it? Just tell me. I will certainly help you." I pinched her cheek and smiled. "First, I would like you to help write a letter to your mother. I intend to visit Wuhuan City and would like her to accompany one of my brothers to the city of Slaughter for training. The second matter involves a significant predicament." Upon hearing the words City of Slaughter, her face paled instantly. She promptly lectured me, stating that the place was filled with ruthless madmen, and few ever emerged alive, urging me not to push my brother into such peril. I thought to myself, "My dear Shui, I possess a divine perspective. I am well aware of the story." I confidently assured her, "Rest assured, my brother Yang Pufeng will be like a divine being in that realm, effortlessly dominating the competition." Seeing my unwavering confidence, Shui had no choice but to comply and began writing the letter, which she cherished to the point of refusing to let me see it. Unable to contain my teasing, I remarked, "Goodness, you and your mother have your little secrets, don't you?" She feigned anger and warned me that if I dared to peek, she would never speak to me again. All right, my dear, I conceded. If you say not to look, then I shan't." With the letter finalized, I shifted my expression to one of seriousness and said, "Shui, this is merely an appetizer. I have a second matter that is far more pressing. I suspect only you and your grandfather can assist me." Her demeanor shifted to one of concern, and without further ado, I revealed my martial soul. As I unleashed that ominous aura, Qianrenxue, being the inheritor of the angel martial soul, was immediately taken aback, her sensitivity akin to that of a radar. She inquired about my experiences. With a sigh, I recounted the confrontation with the evil soul masters and the subsequent mutation of my martial soul. After listening, her brow furrowed deeply. She informed me that her sacred power could temporarily suppress the malevolent energy, but there was a dire condition: moving forward. All my attack-based soul skills would be rendered completely inoperative. Not a single one could be utilized. Should I dare employ any soul skill to absorb even a morsel of another soul power, the seal would be shattered instantly. This was not the worst of it. The more critical issue was yet to come. She emphasized that I must never let her grandfather, Douluo, discover this. Why? Because if that old man found out, the resolution would be swift and severe. Either he would eliminate me on the spot or utilize his angelic power to enact a forced purification. While it may sound grandiose, the cost of purification would entail my martial soul vanishing alongside the malevolent energy, effectively erasing my existence. Was this not tantamount to deleting my character? I nearly succumbed to despair. Observing Qianrenxue's anxiety, I forced a smile and reassured her that all would be well, as I had devised numerous soul skills of my own, rendering the loss of a few attack skills inconsequential. With her somewhat reassured, she began to perform her magic. Upon summoning her six-winged angel martial soul, the spectacle was extraordinary. 6 radiant wings unfurled, filling the room with an aura of sanctity. In that moment, Qianrenxue appeared ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. She gently placed her hand on my forehead, and a soothing warmth enveloped me, calming the restless malevolence within my soul bone as though I had just experienced a luxurious spa treatment. However, this exertion took a significant toll on her. After half an hour, she retracted her martial soul, her face pale and nearly unable to stand. I felt a pang of concern and hurriedly assisted her onto the bed. She grasped my hand and playfully complained that it had been ages since I last told her a story. What else could I do but indulge her? However, after only a few sentences, she succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. I tucked her in and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead before turning to leave. The following morning, Yang Pufeng, the esteemed sword Douluo, and I formed a trio, embarking in a carriage toward Wuhuan City. As for the arrangements for the other members of Qibao Academy, I shall not delve into the specifics. Suffice it to say that each individual has been assigned a meticulously tailored training regimen. Wuhuan City exuded grandeur. Upon reaching the entrance of the Papal Palace, I presented both the invitation from Qibao Lili sect and the handwritten letter from Qianrenxue. Shortly thereafter, a flamboyantly dressed individual, more exquisite than many women, emerged. To my astonishment, it was Douluo. Upon seeing me, his eyes sparkled with excitement, likely drawn by the scent of the celestial herb emanating from me, and he insisted on taking me as his disciple. The sword Douluo immediately darkened, entering protective mode, retorting with a single phrase, "Get lost. How dare you covet someone our sect master has set his sights on?" I hurriedly intervened to defuse the situation, and we managed to move past it. Upon entering the main hall, I finally encountered the legendary figure, my future mother-in-law, Bibi Dong. Her presence was imposing, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, seated upon the papal throne. She bore a striking resemblance to Qian Renxue, but radiated an aura of regal authority and mature grace. Holding Qian Renshue's letter, she appeared intrigued and scrutinized me with a penetrating gaze. "Which of you is WangSheng?" she inquired. Stepping forward, I answered with a composed demeanor, "It is I." She scrutinized me thoroughly, her expression clearly displaying skepticism. Is this truly the one worthy of my daughter? In the end, she relented, agreeing to assist us on the condition that it was for the sake of Shuer. However, upon learning that the one destined for the Slaughter City was not the sword Douluo, but my younger companion, Yang Pufeng, who was merely in his early 20s, she was momentarily taken aback. She expressed her disbelief, stating that even her most esteemed disciple, Hulaina, was too inexperienced to undertake such a perilous journey. To send someone as young as Yang Pufeng would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, after our insistence, she eventually consented, albeit with 3 stipulations. The first condition was that we provide the training method from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which enables students to absorb spirit rings beyond their limits. Remarkably, she demanded the core technology right from the outset. Without hesitation, I retrieved a small booklet from my soul guide, containing my notes and research findings from the past few years, and handed it to her. I said, "Your Holiness, please have someone transcribe it, and simply return the original to me." Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, likely not expecting my straightforwardness, and her gaze toward me shifted. Next came her second condition. She summoned her disciple, Hulaina, a stunning beauty with a fox-like charm. The stipulation was simple. Yang Pufeng had to engage in a duel with Hulaina, and should he fail to defeat her, the matter regarding the Slaughter City would be dismissed. Yang Pufeng, maintaining his cool demeanor, confidently agreed, as they unleashed their martial spirits. Hulaina, a level 53 spirit king, faced my brother, who was at level 59, creating a significant level disparity. Hulaina initiated the confrontation with a series of enchanting and elusive control skills. However, my brother, closing his eyes amidst the fog, relied solely on sound to discern her movements. When the crimson mist dissipated, the tip of his spear was poised directly at Hulaina's throat. The entire exchange flowed seamlessly, demonstrating a strikingly clean and decisive victory, akin to a textbook example of dimensional suppression. Bibi Dong was left in awe, unable to suppress her applause. Then, she presented her third condition. I thought surely this would pose no issue, but to my surprise, she declared, "Yang Pufeng, you must take Laina with you to the Slaughter City and ensure that both of you survive the ordeal together." I nearly burst into laughter at that moment. It was a classic case of, if you can't win, join, combined with an unexpected arrangement of a training partner for my brother. Yang Pufeng remained unfazed, responding coolly. "That is fine, as long as she doesn't cause me any trouble." With the negotiations concluded, I instructed the sword Douluo and Yang Pufeng to rest in the guest quarters while I remained behind to speak privately with Her Holiness. Once the grand hall was devoid of others, I presented her with a beautifully crafted box, claiming it was a gift. Inside were several pills specifically designed to counteract the Bloody Mary toxin from the Slaughter City. I handed her a few extra, saying, "Andy, you must take these as well. Given the depth of your poisoning, one may not suffice. You will need a full course of treatment." Upon hearing this, her gaze sharpened, questioning how I could possibly know so much. Prepared for this, I launched into my explanation, stating that I had a mentor chosen by the God of Wisdom, who had forewarned me of many future events. I then pointedly addressed her, saying, "The toxins within you amplify your inner brutality and hatred, which, over time, will adversely affect your mental state." This statement struck a nerve, BB Dong's demeanor shifted instantly, unleashing a terrifying aura and overwhelming pressure that rendered the air in the hall nearly palpable. The intensity of her spirits might felt as if it could obliterate me on the spot. "Speak. What do you know?" she demanded with a fierce glare. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I understood that I needed to navigate her wrath carefully if I wished to leave that chamber unscathed. I maintained a facade of calm, delivering my trump card. "You have already faced the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, haven't you? You are aware of the angel god's legacy from the Qian family. Now, I tell you, I too have divine protection over me. Do you believe it?" At this, her oppressive aura somewhat diminished, though skepticism lingered in her eyes. "Then tell me, what do you know about me?" she pressed. I was taken aback. This was a perilous question. How could I confess to knowing she had been bullied by the despicable Qian Xuanji? If I disclosed that, would I still have my life? I could only engage in a form of verbal tai chi, responding with a troubled expression. "Annie, regarding your matters, should I know them, or should I remain ignorant?" Upon hearing this, she immediately grasped my intent, sighing with a complex expression, likely burdened by secrets kept for far too long, yearning for someone to confide in. She waved her hand, saying, "Speak freely. Regardless of what you say today, I will not trouble you." Though her words were reassuring, I was still apprehensive. With a grim face, I cautiously inquired, "Auntie, what if, as I speak, I say something displeasing, and you become upset and wish to dispose of me? What then?" To my astonishment, she erupted, seizing my collar with a fierce glare, as if she were ready to strike me down. "You little brat, utter another word, and believe me, I will not hesitate to deal with you." At that moment, I felt a cold sweat break out, yet I had to maintain a smile. No, Auntie, please do not be angry. I was merely concerned that in a moment of passion, you might unleash an emotional outburst. I continued, "Moreover, if you were to eliminate me, who would care for our little Shui? She would become a widow, and that would be most unfortunate." To my surprise, this remark seemed to strike her humorous bone, and she released her grip, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Her expression softened, albeit still stern. "Very well, speak." I assured her that as long as I promised not to harm her, I would not. But she needed to remember, should any of today's discussions reach a third party, even if she sought refuge within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I would ensure she was brought to account. I nodded vigorously, contemplating the volatility of my soon-to-be mother-in-law, realizing I had to resolve the turmoil within her heart, or else life would become unbearable. "Auntie, I truly mean it. Please remain calm and composed." Clearing my throat, I began, "Firstly, regarding the matter of Shui's father, I believe your feelings of animosity are justified, and you have avenged your grievances. Yet, Shui is innocent. She is your own daughter, and that bloodline cannot be severed." She shot me a glance of disdain, but refrained from losing her temper. Huffing softly, "I have reconciled with Shui. As long as she is not used as a pawn by her grandfather, we shall have no issues." I felt a slight relief wash over me, swiftly seizing the momentum. "Then let us turn the page on this matter. The next topic may not sit well with you, so please do not take offense. I needn't to mention names." She was already aware. Her expression turned complex, a mix of love and resentment, before she sighed, "Speak. The matter of Xiaogang has weighed on my heart for over 20 years, and I wish to hear another's perspective." Finally, the moment had arrived. I seized the opportunity, my confidence surging. "You Xiaogang, let me summarize him in 4 words. All show and no substance. To elaborate, he is callous, ungrateful, and selfish. Frankly, he is a disloyal and unfilial figure, merely a decorative pillow. Annie, to put it bluntly, he is not worthy of your lingering affections for all these years." Upon hearing this, BB Dong was visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a harsh critique. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing me. "I heard that when you were 6 years old, you sought to become his disciple, but were publicly rejected and humiliated. Is your evaluation devoid of personal vendetta?" It seemed she had done her research. I quickly waved my hands. "Auntie, that incident did occur, and it indeed left a shadow on my young heart. However, looking back now, I must thank him for not accepting me. Had I associated with him, I would have long since become a failure." "Oh, Then enlighten me on how he is merely superficial, she inquired with intrigue. Consider his so-called 10 core competitive theories of martial spirits. Family, who comprehends that? I have studied it. It relies heavily on information asymmetry, preying on the honest souls of a time devoid of the internet. He merely repackaged publicly available data from the Spear Hall, presenting it as a monumental discovery, which is utterly laughable. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, clearly struck by the accuracy of my words. In her earlier days, she was indeed the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple and had granted Yu Xiaogang considerable access to various documents, which led her to perceive him as exceptionally erudite. Sensing an opportunity, I pressed on. Consider this. In his theories, he asserts that innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul, that every soul master has a developmental direction, and that hunting soul beasts yields soul rings. I ask you, were these notions unknown to the soul masters on the continent before his claims? Aren't they merely common knowledge? He is nothing more than a conveyor of knowledge. Yet he insists it is his original work. Is that not a form of deceit? At this, Bai Dong fell silent, her face alternating between shades of red and white. I intensified my argument, unleashing my full rhetorical might. The most ludicrous claim is his assertion regarding the optimal absorption age of each soul ring. He stated that the first soul ring is precisely 423 years old. Presenting it with such precision, I inquired, given your prowess, could you accurately determine the age of a soul beast to the exact year? Naturally not. One can only estimate within a general range. And there it is. How could a mere 29-rank soul master possess such audacity to claim greater precision than a titled Douluo? At our 7 Treasures Academy, there are many who possess first soul rings exceeding 500 years. Does this not serve to humiliate him? These figures are purely fabricated by him. With this barrage of arguments, the scholarly lens through which Bai Dong viewed Yu Xiaogang shattered completely, leaving her in a state of disbelief. She muttered to herself, the one I once idolized was merely a joke. I quickly offered her reassurance, suggesting that while his knowledge base is indeed respectable, it stems from his inability to cultivate effectively, allowing him ample time for research, much like my own teacher. This portrayal rendered me particularly objective, and I noticed her gaze towards me became less skeptical. Having clarified the theoretical aspect, she took a deep breath and urged me to continue, expressing her grievances regarding his irresponsibility and lack of sentiment. Indeed, I was the first to wrong him. Upon hearing this, I knew I had reached the crux of her emotional turmoil. This was her greatest inner conflict. I implored her not to feel any guilt towards him. He is utterly unworthy. I stated emphatically, are you familiar with the Golden Iron Triangle? Do you know why they disbanded? Just say it. Don't beat around the bush. She replied, her impatience evident. Very well. The reason for their dissolution is that Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong became romantically involved. What? Bai Dong's eyes widened in shock, likely still naively believing that Yu Xiaogang had remained faithful to her. Observing her wounded expression, I quickly dropped another bombshell. Listen to me. Lu Erlong is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. This means she and Yu Xiaogang are cousins. What? Bibi Nong stood up in disbelief. Indeed, the situation escalated on the very day they were to be wed, when Yu Lumian arrived to reveal the truth. Tell me, what should a normal man do when faced with such a blunder? Bai Dong pondered for a moment before responding, clear up the misunderstanding and continue as siblings, right? Exactly. If he had done that, I would have respected him as a man. But what did he do? He fled on the spot. He simply vanished, leaving Lu Erlong to face the scorn and ridicule of everyone alone. How could he be so irresponsible? Bibi Dong's complexion turned. I could see her expression transforming in that moment. Not disappointment, but a realization akin to the clarity of hindsight, as if she were awakening from a dream. She must have been thinking, goodness, had I confided in this scoundrel about my own troubles, he would have been the first to run. Thus, I offered her timely consolation, asserting that such a self-serving and ungrateful individual is not worth your consideration. Bai Dong slowly sat down, enveloped in silence for what seemed an eternity, and the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. I understood she needed time to process this revelation. I had opened a crack in the wall she had built around her heart, preventing Xiaogang from inflicting further harm in the future. After what felt like an eternity, she finally exhaled, her expression notably clearer. WangSheng, thank you. Hey, the atmosphere had lightened. I quickly quipped, Aunt, why not consider my teacher? Ning Feng Ti possesses Welt, Tarum, strength, and is still single. What more could you desire than Xiaogang? If the two of you were to unite, wouldn't that strengthen our ties further? As soon as I finished speaking, Bai Dong's previously murderous gaze returned with a vengeance. I hastily waved my hands. Just kidding, merely trying to lighten the mood. She suddenly smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. That could work, provided your teacher is willing to merge the Seven Treasures glazed tile school with my Wuhuan temple. I would consider marrying him. Well, that was a joke that could not be taken lightly. I hurriedly laughed it off while Aunt, do we really need to discuss Xiaojiang's trivial matters? They are merely inconsequential. That's enough. She waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of distaste. As you said, he is not worthy. Just when I thought this matter had concluded, she seized my collar with a fierce expression. If even a word of today's conversation leaks out, I will not spare you, understand? I promise to keep it confidential. Absolutely confidential. I nodded fervently, feeling the weight of her fierce demeanor. She finally released me and issued a dismissal. All right, I'm tired. You may leave. We will discuss your plans after the forMaster competition. Goodness, such a disposable attitude. If it weren't for the fact that you are to be my future mother-in-law, I would have certainly given you a piece of my mind. I cursed inwardly, but dared not linger, swiftly making my way to the door. I couldn't resist turning back to add, Aunt, I'm leaving now. You really should consider my teacher. I will inquire if he is willing to offer the Seven Treasures glazed tile school as a betrothal gift. With that, I dashed away, fearing that if I hesitated even a moment longer, she might unleash her wrath upon me. Behind me, I heard her exclaim, half amused and half annoyed, this little rascal. I ran faster than ever. Before I knew it, 3 months had passed. Outside Soto City, in a dilapidated village, a sign hung reading Shrek Academy. As humble as can be, I stood in line with Ning Rongrong. Brother de Sheng, Rongrong complained softly, why must you bring me to this shabby place? I was perfectly fine at the Seven Treasures Academy. Is this your idea of experiencing life? Quit complaining, I tapped her forehead lightly. I have already explained the purpose of our visit. I am merely accompanying you. As we spoke, I turned around and saw them approaching. The protagonist had arrived. Tang Se maintained his usual simple and honest demeanor, while Xiao Wu sported long, lively pigtails. I smiled at both of them, offering a friendly greeting. The unfolding scenes felt like a movie, with announcements of disqualifications for failing bone age tests, while Dai Mubai strutted onto the stage, making the line shrink significantly. Rongrong remarked beside me, isn't this just a scam? Why not inform us of the rules beforehand? After my guidance over the years, her perspective has become more aligned with reality than in the original story. When it was our turn, the instructor glanced at me and remarked, you exceed the age limit. Wait over there. I chuckled and handed him a letter. I am here with my junior sister, and I have a matter to discuss with your dean. Upon reading the letter, the instructor's demeanor shifted entirely, and he politely allowed Rongrong to undergo the bone age test. Afterward, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as he thought, this is no monster. This is a prodigy. Daimubai, take them to the second stage. I waved my hand. Wait a moment. Those two at the back will surely pass too. Let us go together to save you the trouble of making extra trips. Dai Mubai looked at me with a face that seemed to ask how I knew this, but complied nonetheless. Sure enough, Tang San and Xiao Wu passed without issue. Upon entering the academy, Dai Mubai sensed Zhu Zhuqing and dashed off with a howl, leaving us behind. I glanced around and noticed a bearded man pushing a cart. Uncle Oscar, the sausage king, made his grand entrance. I got a big sausage. With this earth-shattering proclamation, Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces instantly turned green, and the sausage they held suddenly lost its appeal. Dai Mubai returned with Zhu Zhuqing and, upon witnessing this scene, prepared to relish our misfortune. As a result, you won't believe it, both Rongrong and I relished our meal immensely. He was utterly astonished. Did you not hear his soul chant? Rongrong nonchalantly replied, of course. I heard it. It's merely a soul chant. What does it matter? Food-type soul masters are invaluable. What he produces is truly remarkable. That uncle, bring me a few more. Oscar's expression at that moment was akin to witnessing the arrival of spring while gazing at Rongrong. Subsequently, we were directly ushered to the fourth round, bypassing the intervening two tests, which incited a multitude of dissenters. When it was Rongrong's turn to demonstrate her soul power, she blatantly refused to touch the crystal ball, haughtily declaring, "I think I'll pass. What if I break it and you have nothing left to test?" Immediately, someone nearby interjected, "I see you simply lack the soul power and wish to evade the challenge." Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "If you're weak, don't question others, just watch." No sooner had she spoken than the Jubao Liuli Tower illuminated brilliantly, and with 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple at her feet, the entire venue fell silent. Tang San was taken aback. "Wait, the teacher mentioned that the limit for a second soul ring is 700 years. How could hers possibly be purple?" The opportunity was ripe. I swiftly moved closer, feigning nonchalance as I explained, "What's so strange about that? Individual physiques vary. Rongrong has been strengthening her body since childhood. A millennium for her second soul ring is perfectly normal. I even plan for her fourth soul ring to exceed 10,000 years." As I spoke, I revealed my own martial soul, showcasing 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, which elicited an even more remarkable expression from Tang San. I sighed and began my tale. "My talent is mediocre. My martial soul is merely an ordinary battle tiger with innate soul power of only level 4. When I was 6 at the Nodding Academy, I sought to apprentice under a so-called master, only to be told my talent was too poor and that I had no future." Tang San's face changed upon hearing about the Nodding Academy and the master. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "So how did you—" "Well, what else could I do? I train on my own, daily physical training. Now I regret not starting my practice at 2 or 3 years old. Perhaps my second soul ring could have also reached a millennium." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression noticeably wavered. After all, he had been cultivating the Xiaogang since childhood. According to my claim, could it imply that his teacher was indeed mistaken? Seeing Tang San's unusual demeanor, Xiao Wu quickly chimed in, "But the theory of the 10 core competitive principles of martial soul states." I promptly interrupted her. "That theory? It was proposed by that master, you know." However, later I met individuals from significant sects, including Douluo, who informed me that the concepts within that theory were already widely known. No one had merely summarized them as he did. Xiao Wu, bewildered, inquired, "Are you suggesting that it wasn't the master's research?" "Of course not," I shrugged. "He was merely a conveyor of knowledge. However, I do not deny his vast understanding." All right, enough of this discussion. We still have tests to complete. Our group arrived at the 4th round, where we encountered the drowsy Zhao Wujing. I handed him the letter, and after reading it, his eyes gleamed. "All right, you wait here. I'll entertain these little monsters first." He then uttered his classic line, "You 4, if you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of a stick of incense, you pass." Meanwhile, I adeptly retrieved a small stool and some seeds from my soul guide, settling down to enjoy the spectacle. I wondered if having my enhanced version of Ning Rongrong would make this performance even more entertaining. The battle was about to commence. Jubao turns out the Liuli. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. Rongrong's assistance was as swift as lightning, with 3 beams of light landing instantaneously on Tang San and the others. Zhao Wujing, sticking to his usual strategy, aimed to eliminate the support first and smashed his fist into the ground. However, he miscalculated. Rongrong's enhancements had already concluded. Realizing he had missed his chance, he swiftly altered his approach, repelling Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, charging at Rongrong like a rampaging bull. Tang San and the others panicked. But as previously agreed, Rongrong insisted we need not concern ourselves with her. Witnessing Zhao Wujing barreling towards her, Rongrong displayed no trace of fear with an agile sidestep. She deftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a forceful kick to his backside. Goodness, I must say, Zhao Wujing was utterly stunned. He had assumed Rongrong was a fragile support and had even tempered his strength, only to be met with her nimble evasion, resulting in an unexpected display of prowess. With a resounding thud, a soul sage of over 70 levels found himself unceremoniously toppled. Oscar, The sausage-loving comrade nearly dropped his jaw, his expression as if to say, "What in the world has the support class become this competitive? How am I to survive as a food-type soul master?" Zhao Wujing, rising from the ground, was humiliated, furiously bellowing and chasing after Rongrong. Yet, her speed and agility were extraordinary. She dodged left and right as if she were under some enchantment, leaving Zhao Wujing unable to even graze a single hair on her. At intervals, she would retaliate, leaving him fuming with frustration. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing stood by, appearing utterly foolish, unable to contribute, enveloped in awkwardness. Realizing the futility of capturing her, the old rascal grew desperate and unleashed his ultimate move, gravitational suppression. As his soul skill activated, Rongrong's speed momentarily faltered. However, this little sorceress was fierce. With her speed diminished, she decided to face him head-on. Tang San finally reacted, urgently calling to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. "Let us go." A flurry of attacks ensued. With Xiao Wu's waist bow, Zhu Zhuqing's claws, and Tang San's blue-silver grass all directed at Zhao Wujing. Observing our numerical advantage, the incense was nearly burnt out. I hastily signaled Dai Mubai, who instantly yelled, "Teacher Zhao, time's up." They passed. And guess what happened? The old man couldn't handle it. He feigned ignorance, flipping the table. 7th soul skill, martial soul, true form. With a thunderous crash, a massive bear-like phantom appeared, instantly rendering Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing unconscious. Rongrong, being more resilient, remained conscious but sustained injuries. Tang San, standing at a distance, was unharmed, but upon seeing Xiao Wu unconscious, his eyes turned crimson. I was furious. Here was a soul sage attacking a group of 12 or 13-year-old children, reneging on the agreement of a stick of incense, and resorting to a sneak attack with his martial soul true form. How shameless could he be? I approached Rongrong, ensuring she was all right, then confronted Zhao Wujing. "Senior Zhao, to strike so harshly after the time was up is rather excessive for someone of your stature. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Wujing remained obstinate. "I determine when the time is up. If you can't withstand this injury, what sort of soul master are you?" "Fine. You think you're tough?" I was enraged. I clenched my fist and stepped forward. "Junior WangSheng, martial soul battle tiger, level 47 assault type battle soul master. Dare I challenge you to a few moves?" No sooner had the words left my mouth than I unleashed my martial soul, revealing 4 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, and black. The sight of my 10,000-year black soul ring rendered Zhao Wujing's eyes wide with astonishment. He likely thought, "Goodness, yet another monster." The old rascal immediately hatched a devious plan to recruit me into his wretched academy. Lighting another stick of incense, he proclaimed, "If you can endure, I shall apologize. If not, you must join Shrek." Before I could respond, Tang San and Rongrong stood up, asserting they too had not lost. Zhao Wujing, realizing he was in a predicament, found himself cornered. Sensing his hesitation, I offered him an out. "Senior Zhao, let us not prolong this. One round with all 3 of us, winner takes all. What do you say?" "Good lad, so arrogant." Zhao Wujing charged at me with a roar. I was unperturbed, sidestepping effortlessly. Oscar stood by in disbelief. "This speed is astonishing. Teacher, Zhao can't keep up." Dai Mubai was equally bewildered, pondering how a battle tiger martial soul, typically associated with strength, could run faster than a speed-type soul master. I must tell you that my speed left Zhao Wujing utterly astounded. He was compelled to activate gravity suppression, causing his soul power to plummet. Sensing the opportune moment, I swiftly signaled Tang San and Rongrong, declaring that now was the time. "Rongrong, grant us the buff, and then make your exit." The 9 treasure glazed tile sect would provide us with the enhancements we needed. 1st strength, 2nd speed, and 3rd soul power. Once Rongrong's support enveloped me, I felt an invigorating surge throughout my body. Obediently, she applied the buffs and promptly retreated to safety. Suddenly, an idea struck me. Merely achieving victory would not suffice today. I had to ensure that Zhao Wujing understood the full gravity of his defeat, and that he would be left with a bitter aftertaste later that evening. Thus, I deliberately exposed a flaw, allowing Zhao Wujing to land a punch on my abdomen propelling me outward as I feigned serious injury. The old rogue took the bait, his pride swelling as he misjudged my defenses. He turned to deal with Tang San, who had long been a thorn in his side with his hidden weapons. In a swift motion, he seized Tang San by the ankle and slammed him mercilessly into the ground. Yet Tang San, resilient as ever, managed to stand and continue launching his projectiles despite the brutal assault. Frustration etched on Zhao Wujin's face. He stepped forward and delivered a crushing blow to Tang San's chest. At that very moment, as blood spewed forth and Tang San was sent hurtling away, he unleashed several glimmering needles that pierced Zhao Wujin's body. "You little rascals!" Zhao Wujin grunted, struggling to maintain his composure. His soul power nearly depleted and the pain from the dragon whiskers digging into him overwhelming. Yet he continued to boast. Just as he prepared to deliver his victory speech, WangSheng, with a benevolent grin, tapped him on the shoulder like a ghostly apparition. Upon turning, Zhao Wujin's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. I flashed a grin. "Senior Zhao, I'm still standing." Next, it was my turn to perform. I needed to impress the esteemed title Douluo, Tang Hao, watching from above. Or how else would I earn his favor? I feigned considerable effort as I rose, activating my first and second soul skills, pretending they were explosive techniques. I resolved to intensify my assault. Today would showcase the power of physical prowess. Senior Zhao, prepare to receive my self-created soul skill, Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist. Before he could react, a tempest of fists descended upon his chest. Following this barrage, I executed a sweeping kick, causing him to lose his balance and prepare for a fall. The opportunity had arrived. With a mighty dragon rising fist, I sent him soaring into the air. From below, Rong shook her head. "Oh dear, the big bear is in trouble." I leap high, executing a series of fluid strikes, countless shadows of fists and feet flashing around him. Zhao Wujin, suspended in midair, surely felt despair, perhaps wishing for death. Ultimately, I delivered a powerful downward kick, crashing him back to earth with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater upon impact. I landed gracefully, raising my right hand in a victory sign. I called out to Oscar, "That SA wrap. Quickly check if Senior Zhao is alive. If he is, stuff your sausage into his mouth." Rong joyfully ran over to embrace my arm. To maintain the facade, I summoned my soul power, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and dramatically collapsed, my eyes rolling back as if I were on the brink of death. Once we had all regained our composure, Tang San removed the needles from Zhao Wujin, and this episode was put to rest. Before long, the miserly Dean Flender of Shrek Academy returned, read my teacher's letter, and promptly summoned me to his office. Upon entering, I boldly seated myself in the dean's chair, while he took a small stool beside me, his face beaming with joy as he rubbed his hands together. "Commencing, WangSheng, our academy faces many challenges, and it is thanks to the support of sect leader Ning that we have this opportunity." Regarding that sum of money, I swiftly produced a card from my soul guide and placed it on the table. "Dean Flender, there's no need to rush." My teacher assured me that the funds would be provided in full. 500,000 gold soul coins, with but one stipulation: your meals must be served lavishly. I could hardly stomach today's swill. Upon receiving the card, Flender's grin widened to the point of nearly reaching his ears as he patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, from now on, every meal will feature the finest delicacies." Seeing his character was commendable, I took the opportunity to offer further advice. "Dean, while your philosophy of accepting extraordinary talent is commendable, the supporting infrastructure must also keep pace." He appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining that funds had previously been lacking. I casually mentioned the forMaster competition, and he immediately wilted, lamenting that his humble academy was not qualified to participate. I patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fret. With our little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect here, the tickets for the forMaster competition will be secured in 2 years." The old fellow misinterpreted my words, believing my teacher, Ning Fengji, would assist him. I smiled knowingly, but chose not to clarify. Before departing, I informed him, "For the next 6 months, I will train with your team, but I must make it clear, should your training intensity fail to meet expectations, I shall train independently." Flinder, quite confident, muttered to himself to not be intimidated by my monstrous training regimen, completely unaware that Zhao Wujin had just endured a thorough beating at my hands. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Tang San arose to practice his ZG Demon Eye. Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find me energetically practicing my martial arts in the courtyard. Noticing the peculiar style of my punches, which deviated from the continent's traditions, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes. After completing my set, I wiped the sweat from my brow and greeted him. "Ah, you're up early as well?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang San cautiously inquired, "What was that martial art you practiced just now? I've never seen anything like it on this continent." Emphasizing the term martial art, I instantly discerned his intent to pry into my secrets. How could I allow him to succeed? I swiftly turned the tables, revealing merely some flashy techniques. They pale in comparison to your exquisite skills with hidden weapons from yesterday. Thus commenced a spirited exchange of flattery, each of us probing the other's strengths. He praised my martial arts prowess, while I lauded his agility. He inquired about my lineage, and I reciprocated by questioning his mastery of hidden weaponry. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself, bowing respectfully and using ancient etiquette to ask, "May I inquire, which sect do you hail from?" I seized the opportunity. I returned the bow. I am merely a wandering performer in the martial world, hardly comparable to the authenticity of Tang Min. Upon hearing the words Tang Min, Tang San froze, his eyes reddening and his voice trembling as he asked, "Do you know my Tang Min?" Internally, I reveled in delight, but maintained a facade of solemn reminiscence. How could I not know of such a grand sect as Tang Min? Before my arrival here, it was already renowned as the foremost sect in the world. This revelation sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Interrupting me, "Is it true? Has Tang Min truly become the greatest sect?" Indeed, I began to weave my meticulously crafted narrative. This tale involves another individual named Tang San. I recounted the story of his clandestine studies at Tang Min, his leap from a cliff to make a statement, and the legacy of the Buddhist Fury Tang Lotus in detail. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Tang San's eyes. I then shifted the narrative, adding embellishments. However, the esteemed master of Tang Min decreed that the living must meet the living and the dead must meet the dead. He declared that only a genius could create the Buddhist Fury Tang Lotus, not a thief. He publicly announced that Tang San would henceforth be an inner disciple of Tang Min, destined to become the next sect leader if he survived. Tang San was visibly moved by my words. Recognizing the moment was ripe, I continued to elaborate. From that day forth, Tang Min embraced change, no longer resting on past laurels, and opened access to the foundational techniques within the Xintian treasure record for anyone to learn. It is said that those who master these techniques would be eligible to take the entrance examination for Tang Min. He remained skeptical. I unleashed my ultimate weapon. Am I deceiving you? Tell me, does the ZG Demon Eye not encompass the four realms of observation, insight, seed, and vastness? Do you not absorb the first ray of purple energy each morning for cultivation? And is it not true that even a blacksmith in a village can forge the Zhuge crossbow and sand shadow? At this, Tang San was utterly convinced. Caught in a daze by my words, I feigned a sudden realization. You share the name Tang San. You wouldn't be the one who leaped from a cliff, would you? He nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. I am nearly overwhelmed with laughter. Little one, you must not have watched the skit about selling crutches. It would be a disservice to my identity as a time traveler if I did not lead you astray. Tang San expressed his excitement, declaring that I would henceforth be his brother, ready to assist him with any matter. Seizing the moment, I suggested, if you cannot return, why not rebuild the Tang Min right here on this continent? His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he immediately sought to recruit me, even promising me the position of vice leader. I thought to myself, how naive. I am merely leading you on for your own benefit. You wish to turn the tables and have me work for you? I promptly and resolutely declined, stating my loyalty to my own sect. As we conversed, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu emerged. Xiao Wu exclaimed that she was hungry, prompting us to venture into the village in search of sustenance. Upon entering the village, We spotted a chubby boy arguing with a village girl. I recognized him instantly. It was Ma Hongjun. The boy was being quite unruly, saying to the girl, "Ending things is fine, but if you come back for one last time, I shall let you go." He then proceeded to act inappropriately. Xiao Wu and Rongrong could not stand idly by and rushed to intervene. Upon seeing two beautiful girls, the boy's eyes gleamed with mischief. "How about you two become my girlfriends instead?" Such a brazen remark from him elicited a resounding slap from Rongrong, who struck him across the face. Ma Hongjun, holding his cheek, exploded with rage. "How dare you hit me, you little girl? Just wait until I settle the score." He lunged at Rongrong with malevolent intent. Yet as his hand extended halfway, Rongrong seized it with a grip as strong as a vice. With a deft twist of her wrist, she caused him to yelp in pain and then delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying 5 meters away. As Ma Hongjun picked himself up, his martial spirit manifested, and 2 yellow soul rings illuminated around him. He unleashed a fiery assault, first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Rongrong evaded effortlessly with a graceful leap, then vanished and reappeared right in front of Ma Hongjun. She delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on his chubby chin, creating a scene of chaos. With blood splattering and 2 teeth flying through the air, Rongrong's ferocity was astonishing. She granted him no time to react, grabbing his clothing and executing a suplex that slammed him to the ground. She then mounted him, raining down punches like a torrential downpour, and before long, his face swelled up like a pig's head. At that moment, the girl named Tsohua rushed over, tearfully claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that Hongjun was a good person, and that they simply did not suit each other. Only then did Rongrong cease her assault. Just then, Dai Mubai, the golden-haired young man who resembled a male model, approached and inquired, "What is happening here?" Rongrong, hands on her hips, reported, "This fat boy is being a rogue, harassing me and Xiao Wu." Dai Mubai, wearing a look of understanding, quickly clarified that this was not mere lewdness, but rather a problem with Ma Hongjun's martial spirit. He explained that Ma Hongjun's spirit was a mutated one called the Evil Fire Phoenix, which harbored an uncontrollable fire that made him prone to inappropriate behavior towards girls. Upon hearing this, I found it amusing. It was precisely the issue at hand. Once Dai Mubai finished speaking, I stepped forward and threw an arm around the boy's hefty shoulders, saying, "Brother, this is not evil fire. It is a remarkable gift. Why are you troubled by it?" Ma Hongjun looked utterly forlorn, lamenting his predicament. I reassured him, "Fear not, I have several solutions." His eyes lit up as if he had found a lifeline. Eager to consider me his elder brother, I cleared my throat and began my lesson. Method 1, the quickest and most effective, a swift and decisive cut. Sever that particular part of you. With the evil fire extinguished, you shall achieve a perfect balance of yin and yang, and all your troubles will vanish. Ma Hongjun turned pale, clutching his pants and shaking his head, declaring that his family had a tradition of passing it down and would rather die than part with it. "All right, no need to panic." I waved my hand dismissively. Method 2, find a girl with an ice martial spirit and cultivate together. The combination of ice and fire not only suppresses the evil fire, but also aids in your advancement. However, girls of such caliber are rarer than giant pandas. His face fell once more, resembling a bitter melon. Method 3, I continued, consume a mystical herb known as the chicken crown phoenix sunflower. It is a potent remedy that can purify your martial spirit and enhance your soul power. Tang San's eyes widened at the mention of the herb, likely recognizing it from the Tang Min's secret texts. Ma Hongjun inquired, "Brother, where can I find such an herb?" I calmly informed him that I knew its location, but it would take years to mature, and I painted a rosy picture for him. As he grew increasingly despondent, I presented the ultimate solution, the simplest method. If your fiery temperament is too much for one, why not share the burden with others? You must take responsibility for the girl, Suihua, and your previous girlfriends. Approach each one, explain the situation, and see who is willing to accept you. You can marry them all. I had just offered him a resolution based on numerical advantage. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun's face lit up with joy, but then he quickly deflated, "Big brother, I cannot afford it." I then retrieved a golden card from my soul guide and tossed it to him. "Here, This is 10,000 gold soul coins. It should suffice. But remember, it must be consensual. If you coerce even one, I shall personally deal with you. Ma Hongjun, holding the card, was overwhelmed with emotion and nearly in tears, vowing his loyalty to me. I gave him a gentle kick to urge him to attend to his affairs. Remarkably, within a few days, he had indeed returned with several girls, and his issue with the evil fire was temporarily resolved. The following day, at the academy, Dean Flander announced that there would be no classes that evening, allowing for free training during the day. Ma Hongjun eagerly rushed to find his new wives, while I donned my weighted gear and set off to run laps outside the village. Flander kept Oscar and Ning Rongrong behind for a moral education class, emphasizing that support-type soul masters lacked combat prowess and must learn to survive by hiding behind their teammates. Oscar nodded vigorously, but Ning Rongrong was immediately displeased, retorting, "Coward! All you do is hide. Why even bother being a soul master? You might as well be a delivery person." Flander's face darkened with anger, yet he restrained himself for the sake of finances. He assigned them the task of running 20 laps around the village, stating that they would not receive lunch if they failed to complete it. Upon hearing this, Oscar turned pale, convinced it was an impossible challenge. However, Ning Rongrong promptly produced a set of weighted gear from her soul guide and insisted on leading the way. The scene was quite the spectacle. Oscar meandered slowly at the front, while Rongrong, frustrated with his pace, swiftly overtook him. By the time Oscar completed his first lap, Rongrong was far ahead, having vanished from sight. As Oscar neared the end of his second lap, Rongrong zoomed past him once more. At noon, Oscar lay sprawled on the training ground, utterly exhausted after finishing his 20 laps. Dean Flander approached and inquired, "You two have completed your laps?" Gasping for breath, Oscar replied, "I have finished." Flander's expression darkened. "I asked about both of you." Oscar hesitated, unsure of how many laps Rongrong had completed, though he suspected it was significantly more than his own. He reluctantly stammered, "We both finished." Flander erupted in fury, accusing Oscar of lying and sentencing him to an additional 20 laps. He then launched into a tirade about how dishonesty was the worst trait in a child. Turning to Ning Rongrong, he demanded, "How many laps did you run? Speak the truth." His expression clearly indicated he suspected her of slacking off. After a moment of contemplation, Rongrong replied earnestly, "I believe I ran about 48 laps." Flander was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, as if one could fit an egg inside. "What? 48 laps? This is not how the story goes." His mind likely raced with the memory of this young lady sneaking away after just 2 laps. Seeing his bewildered expression, Rongrong asked, "Should I continue running?" and promptly dashed off again. In the evening, Flander took us to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City, claiming it was our first lesson. This miser, even with wealth, remained unchanged, treating us to tea at a roadside stall. He pointed to the massive circular structure nearby, stating that our class would be held there tonight. The rules were straightforward. Fights would be 2-on-2, while others would engage in 1-on-1 matches. Flander mentioned that Rongrong and Oscar were exempt from the 1-on-1 bouts, which provoked an outburst from Rongrong. "Why not? Who do you look down upon?" Oscar, feeling the pressure from Rongrong, timidly raised his hand to express his desire to participate. "Fine, let us form the teams." Tang San and Xiao Wu were a pair, unchangeable. The rest I swiftly decided. Dai Mu Bai with Ma Hongjun, Rongrong with Zhu Zhuqing, and I would take Oscar under my wing. Oscar, terrified, protested that as a soul master of the soul sect, he would be fighting against 2 soul sects. I reassured him, saying, "What is there to fear? If we lose, it's on me, but you must learn to endure a beating today." Flander attempted to intervene, believing my team arrangement was too reckless. I discreetly told him not to focus solely on betting. This was training, and he should place his trust in Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon reaching the registration area, I had already decided on our team name, Holy Go. Oscar turned pale, claiming the name was too bizarre, but a glare from me silenced his objections. Soon, it was our turn to compete. I marched forward with the trembling Oscar, instructing him, "You'll surely be the target. Start with a feint, then immediately protect your head. Understood?" The opponents were 2 men in their 40s, muscular and intimidating, one bald with a scar, the other sporting a bushy beard. The host introduced them, a 48-level saber-toothed tiger and a 49-level storm lion, both formidable attack-type soul masters. Upon hearing that Oscar was merely at level 29, the audience erupted with excitement, fervently betting on our rival's victory. As the battle commenced, the bearded man charged at me, intending to restrain me, while the bald man rushed towards Oscar. I told Oscar, "Endure for 3 minutes. I've got your back." I engaged in a pure brawl with the bearded man, evading his punches while landing solid hits on him. Growing frustrated, he unleashed a berserk soul skill, only to break his hand after colliding with mine. Attempting to utilize a sonic attack against me, I dodged and kicked him away, realizing he was at a disadvantage. He called out to the bald man, who was busy pummeling Oscar. "Balu, forget about that kid. Come help." I glanced back to see Oscar battered and bruised, but silent, tightly shielding his head. Impressive. I nodded at Oscar, signaling him to trust me. Then, I darted between the two opponents. As the bald man approached, still unprepared, I unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at his face. "You dare to hurt my brother? Let us see how you like a taste of your own medicine." The bald man was overwhelmed, facing all my attacks alone. The duo, now on the defensive, was pushed back against the ring's edge, panting heavily. The bald man, desperate, exclaimed to his partner, "This kid is too strong. We can't win." Indeed, we had to win. A streak of 5 victories was at stake. The bearded man, gritting his teeth, decided to unleash their ultimate technique, knowing it would eventually be revealed. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to replenish Oscar's energy. In the next moment, the two opponents stood back to back, their soul rings glowing brightly beneath them. A blinding golden light enveloped them, and my heart sank. This was undoubtedly a soul fusion skill. I shouted to Oscar, "Get down. This attack will obliterate anyone caught in its wake." After issuing my warning, I lunged forward like a cannonball, aiming to interrupt their casting. However, a tremendous force sent me flying instead. By the time I regained my footing, from the luminous sphere emerged a monstrous creature, an amalgamation of a lion's head and a tiger's body, towering over 3 meters tall. Its claws resembling scythes, and its gaping maw showcasing 2 dagger-like fangs. The female audience member screamed, while Dai Mubai paled, shouting, "Dean, this is a soul fusion skill. Its power is exponentially greater than mere addition." Flander, however, remained composed, arms crossed, commenting, "It is indeed dangerous, but the rules are clear. If you can't win, just jump off the stage and admit defeat. You won't die." While I was still processing their analysis, the creature's voice, a blend of 2 men, boomed, "Kid, forcing us to use the storm saber-toothed lion technique shows you have some skill." With that, it lunged at me with a roar. I could not allow it to succeed. I executed a powerful kick aimed at its forehead. To my astonishment, its head simply deflected my leg, and it lunged forward, pinning me beneath its weight. Its massive jaws were poised above me, saliva nearly dripping onto my face. This was dire. As I struggled, the creature suddenly shot an energy ball from its mouth. I swiftly turned my head, narrowly avoiding the attack as it detonated nearby, creating a large crater. If that had hit me, I would have been finished today. At that critical moment, I caught a glimpse of a figure leaping from behind the creature. It was Oscar. The normally timid Oscar was now charging forward with a dagger, raising it high and plunging it into the creature's back with all his might. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger shattered, and the creature retaliated by swatting Oscar off the stage. Oscar, our team, was taken aback. Flander rushed down to check on him. Thankfully, he had merely lost consciousness. On the stands, Ning Rongrong's gaze toward Oscar had transformed. I must say, despite Oscar's attack causing 0 damage, his act of solidarity touched my heart deeply. Seizing the moment when a monster was distracted, I propelled myself away from its grasp, quickly rolling out from beneath it. Rising, I glanced at Oscar. Flander nodded at me, reassuring me that all was well. Now, they had truly provoked my wrath. My demeanor shifted entirely, radiating an aura of menace as I fixed my gaze upon a beast. Dai Mubai, witnessing my transformation, likely recalled the earlier incident with Zhao Wujia and shuddered in fear. The creature, undeterred, taunted, "Kid, let's see how long you can keep dodging." It unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Focused, I evaded its attacks, darting across the stage as the ground erupted with craters resembling the surface of the moon. However, each time I dodged, I edged closer to it. When I was just 3 meters away, a smirk formed on my lips. Now was the moment. Spotting an opening, I slid beneath its belly, delivering a swift kick to its hind leg. The creature lost its balance, and I followed up with a powerful push against its soft underbelly. The colossal beast was propelled skyward. I sprang to my feet, my soul rings flashing brightly, channeling the powers of lightning and battle tiger roars to their fullest. With all my energy focused, I conjured a massive lightning sphere aimed at the descending monstrosity. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar. The radiant light, I must tell you, burst forth like a miniature sun in the arena, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Following the explosion, 2 muscular men fell from the sky with a resounding thud, landing heavily on the ground and rendering themselves unconscious. The referee approached, assessed the situation, and promptly declared our team, the Aeologide duo, victorious. I, too, felt utterly drained, being supported by Ma Hongjuan as I exited the arena. Leaning against Faland, I managed a wry smile and remarked, Dean, I may not have sustained any injuries, but my energy reserves are depleted. It seems I won't be able to participate in the one-on-one matches today. Faland's expression was as dark as a soot-covered pot. Later, I discovered that this old fellow had initially placed a substantial bet on our opponents, hoping to reap a hefty profit. However, in a moment of gambler's folly, he convinced himself that the combination of me and Ayasaka would inevitably lose, and thus wagered all his winnings on our defeat. In a single night, he had lost everything. With a pained expression, he told us, all right, you all go rest. Skip the one-on-one matches. After we injured participants were escorted away, Faland, true to his forgetful nature, stealthily led Ning Rongrong and a few others back to the betting house. With a sly demeanor, he inquired of the staff, who is Ning Rongrong facing? What are the odds? Upon checking, the staff informed him that she was up against the level 36 agility-based Soul Master on Lena. Betting on Ning Rongrong to win would yield 5-1, while betting on Lena would yield 1-5. Faland's eyes gleamed as he pulled out his entire fortune, 7,000 gold spirit coins, and slammed it onto the table, declaring, I bet it all on Lena to win. In his mind, he calculated the odds, believing that with Ning Rongrong as a support type facing an agility specialist, it was a guaranteed victory. Soon enough, it was Ning Rongrong's turn to compete. Her opponent, a woman in her mid-20s named Lena, took the stage. When the host introduced her, the audience erupted in excitement. A support type was actually participating in a one-on-one match as the two activated their martial spirits. It was evident that Lena had a commendable configuration with her yellow and purple soul rings. However, when Ning Rongrong summoned her Jubao Yulita, the audience went wild as her rings displayed a sequence of yellow, purple, and purple, one of which was a 1,000-year soul ring. As the match commenced, Lena swiftly teleported behind Rongrong and attempted to strike, but Rongrong seemed to possess eyes in the back of her head, evading the attack with a graceful lean and countering with a kick to Lena's wrist. Feeling the pain, Lena withdrew her attack, but Rongrong capitalized on the moment, executing a flawless backflip and delivering another kick. As Lena barely dodged, Rongrong's palm found its mark on her chest, leaving her stunned. In response, Lena unleashed her second soul technique, Lightning Assault. Rongrong, however, was unfazed, having practiced this move countless times with my brother, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Desperate, Lena resorted to her ultimate technique, Thousand Shadows Blade, unleashing a flurry of claw-like shadows towards Rongrong. Although Rongrong managed to deflect most of the onslaught, she still sustained multiple cuts, blood streaming from her wounds. In the audience, Faland appeared torn, eager to win, yet fearful for Rongrong's safety, silently wishing, please concede, I can profit, and you will remain unharmed. Perfect. Realizing it was time to finish the match, Lena urged Rongrong to surrender, to which Rongrong lifted her head, a mischievous smile crossing her face. Sister, you've exhausted your ultimate move, haven't you? Your energy is depleted now. Panicking, Lena retorted defiantly, nonsense. I still possess ample spirit power. Rong then unleashed the full brilliance of her Jiubao Liuli Ta, proclaiming its renowned powers. The first is strength. The second is strength. Two beams of light enveloped her, granting her a double strength buff. In the next moment, she engaged Onlina in close combat. With her spirit power drained, Onlina stood no chance and could only endure Rong's relentless assault. On the sidelines, Xiao was jubilantly bouncing around, while Tong San noticed Falande's troubled expression, akin to one who had just consumed something unpleasant. He inquired, "Dean, what troubles you?" Faland forced a smile that resembled a grimace, replying, "It's nothing. I am merely delighted to have such an exceptional student." Internally, he was likely lamenting, "My money. I lost everything." The following morning, I rose early to train. Shortly after, Tong San and Ayasaka joined me. As I called out, "Little kitty behind the tree, come out," Zhu Zhuqing emerged, walking directly to me with unwavering determination in her eyes. "I want to grow stronger. Can you train with me?" This girl may have a cold demeanor, but her fierce spirit earned my admiration. I promptly handed her 2 sets of weighted gear, instructing, "Put these on, we will begin with a warm-up run." No spirit power allowed. I did not say stop. Ayasaka, feeling confident about the run, was swiftly disabused of his notions upon donning the weighted suit. "Wow, Wanga, why is this so heavy?" I shot him a glance. "Heavy? Rong wore weighted gear double this when she was 8. Yesterday, she was in a suit twice the weight of yours." Ayasaka stood frozen, no longer daring to complain, and silently donned his gear. Just then, Ning Rong appeared, fully equipped and without hesitation, joined us in our run. 2 hours later, Ayasaka collapsed, foaming at the mouth. I shook my head, hoisting him onto my shoulder, and continued running. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing reached her limit and fell, but Rong remained unfazed, lifting her up as well. At noon, Ayasaka awoke from his medicinal bath, feeling revitalized, and discovered he had broken through to level 30. Faland promptly gathered us, announcing that tomorrow, Zhao Wuji would take us to the Xingdou Great Forest for Ayasaka to hunt for his 3rd soul ring, emphasizing that Zhao Wuji would only intervene if our lives were in danger. Then came the day's assignment. Each of us must consume Ayasaka's sausage. Xiao was the first to protest. "What? I refuse. That soul curse is too disgusting." Without hesitation, Rong and I took a sausage and bit into it. I handed a piece to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "If you wish to grow stronger, do not concern yourself with such things." Gritting her teeth, she consumed it as well. Ma Hongjuan, sensing my gaze, complied and ate his portion too. In the end, everyone bore the discomfort and finished the sausage. Only then was Falan satisfied, retreating to his office to nurse his wounds. On the day of departure, Zhao Wuji appeared before us, his face resembling that of a beaten pig, evidently having been dealt a significant blow by Tong Hao. Along the road, Xiao made a jest at his expense, and I casually teased her, calling her a little rascal, causing her to briefly panic, fearing I had discovered her true nature. Upon arriving in the town, during dinner, as Ma Hongjuan attempted to flirt with a girl from the neighboring Tsanghui Academy, I silenced him with a glance. I had no desire to attract trouble over trivial matters. Unlike the original story, however, the team dynamic was strained. A burdensome teammate was challenging to handle. Dai Mubai, frustrated after failing to pursue Zhu Zhuqing, turned his ire towards the girl from Tsanghui Academy, whistling and hurling insults. Ayasaka commented softly, "Looks like a good show is about to unfold. The dean says that a soul master who fears trouble is not a good soul master." Ning Rong and I retorted, "Is that causing trouble? That is bullying. Why not go to the Jiubao Liuli sect and stir up some trouble there?" By now, Dai Mubai had already engaged in a scuffle, and a young man from the opposing side attempted to cause trouble, only to be stopped by Tong San. Just as Dai Mubai was about to strike, I seized his wrist with a grip that left him unable to break free. I pulled him aside, first apologizing to the teacher from Tsanghui Academy to resolve the matter. Only then did I whisper into Dai Mubai's ear, "Do you still wish for Zhu Zhuqing to see you this way? She trains relentlessly to grow stronger. And you? What have you done hiding here all these years? Just because your brother is older, you decided to back down?" My words struck a chord, leaving him speechless as he faced Zhu Zhuqing's disappointed gaze. After dinner, I called everyone for extra training. Xiao would drag Tong-san off to shop. However, Dai Mubai suddenly stood up, a fire igniting in his eyes as he declared, "Let us go. From today onwards, I will train with you all." Notably, the typically icy Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with a softened gaze. It seemed that Dai Mubai, the dense blockhead, had finally been enlightened by WangSheng's words. I must tell you, WangSheng provided each of us with a packet of medicinal powder, instructing us to soak in a bath, claiming it would restore our vitality. After soaking, Dai Mubai, perhaps having gained some clarity, suddenly felt a ravenous hunger, having not eaten a single bite during dinner due to his sulking. He descended the stairs in search of food, only to find WangSheng alone downstairs, casually enjoying several plates of snacks while sipping a drink. Dai Mubai, unceremoniously, joined him and poured himself a glass, immediately inquiring, "How did you come to know my identity?" WangSheng, with an air of nonchalance, took a sip of his drink and replied, "I am from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and have some knowledge of royal secrets." "Is it so difficult to discern?" His words effectively ended the conversation. Dai Mubai sighed and finally spoke the truth, admitting he had no confidence in his brother, Davis, which is why he had sought refuge in this remote corner. To make matters worse, his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, had pursued him, likely filled with disappointment. WangSheng's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, so you were not acquainted before?" Dai Mubai recounted the deep-seated grievances, revealing that at the age of 9, his family had informed him that a girl named Zhu Zhuqing would be his future wife. Lacking confidence in the competition for the throne, he had secretly fled. However, upon registering, he was confronted by his fiancée, and despite his attempts to show kindness over the past few days, she had treated him as if he were invisible. WangSheng chuckled. "Isn't it simple? If you wish for her to change her opinion of you, you must demonstrate your worth in her presence. Do you think all girls are like those you've previously courted, merely attracted to your looks and wealth?" This was a striking revelation for Dai Mubai, who scratched his head, realizing the truth in WangSheng's words. He hastily filled WangSheng's glass, humbly asking, "Brother, please teach me. What must I do?" "It's simple," WangSheng exclaimed. "Strive to become stronger. You must work harder than she does. Zhu Zhuqing does not appear to appreciate flattery. You must let her see your earnest desire to grow stronger, as that is far more effective." Dai Mubai downed his drink with determination in his eyes, declaring, "All right, from now on, include me in your training." The next morning, before dawn, when WangSheng opened the door, he nearly tripped over Dai Mubai, who had been meditating outside his door all night, eagerly awaiting him. I thought to myself that this guy was truly committed to winning over his beloved. As we stepped outside, WangSheng began practicing his punches with Dai Mubai. Before long, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and I also joined them. I witnessed Zhu Zhuqing observing Dai Mubai's earnestness in his training, and her gaze softened noticeably. Soon after, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar joined us, all eager to engage in the rigorous training, except for Xiao Wu. It is hard to fathom. She is a 10,000-year soul beast with extraordinary talent. Yet she spends her days idling about. If I possessed her talent, I would soar to new heights. As dawn broke and we finished breakfast, teacher Zhao Wujia ambled over, leading us to officially embark on our journey towards the Xingdou Great Forest. Let me tell you, the Xingdou Great Forest is no trifling matter. It is 1,000 times more perilous than the previous soul-hunting forest. Upon entering, even teacher Zhao became exceptionally cautious. Only Xiao Wu seemed to bounce around joyfully, as if returning to her home. I felt a jolt of concern. "Sister, rein it in a bit. You are one of the greatest bosses in this forest." Throughout the journey, WangSheng's eyes were fixed on the sky, as he searched for the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for Oscar. After 2 days of searching, they finally found it, a massive snake, about 7 or 8 meters long, coiled around a tree. Tang San recognized it immediately, stating it was over 1,000 years old. Incredibly fast and non-venomous, making it a perfect match for Oscar. However, Zhao and WangSheng chose not to intervene, wanting to test our teamwork. Tang San wasted no time in strategizing. "Rongrong, support Zhuqing. Zhuqing, you charge in first. Xiao Wu, Dai Lauda, and Fatty, you encircle from 3 sides." while I control the situation. With Ning Rongrong's support shining upon Zhu Zhuqing, she launched herself forward, seizing the snake with a claw. The snake, in pain, retaliated by releasing a thick cloud of colorful mist. Dai Mubai, startled, shouted, "Be careful!" At that moment, his distraction allowed the snake to find an opening. Tang San yelled from behind, "Its mist is not poisonous. It's merely a scare tactic." Dai Mubai's face turned green with indignation, feeling his intelligence insulted, and retaliated with a white tiger light wave. Ma Hongjun followed suit with his Phoenix Fire line, while Xiao Wu executed a powerful 8-diagram throw, bringing the snake crashing down from the sky. Oscar gleefully ran over and delivered the finishing blow, eagerly starting to absorb the soul ring. As we surrounded Oscar, engaged in casual conversation, Xiao Wu suddenly asked, "Must we hunt soul beasts?" Tang San sighed and began explaining the survival of the fittest. In an unexpected turn, WangSheng interjected with a thought-provoking question. "Xiao Wu, you find hunting soul beasts cruel, but let me ask you, do herbivorous soul beasts consume plant-type soul beasts? For example, Tang San's blue silvergrass. I doubt a century-old blue silvergrass could survive leaving the Xingdou Great Forest." At that moment, Xiao Wu's mind seemed to short-circuit. Indeed, as a rabbit, she consumed grass daily without considering the feelings of the plants. Subsequently, WangSheng began to lecture Tang San, suggesting, "Tang San, I believe your approach is misguided. Your blue-silver grass should purely pursue resilience. Do not mix in poison or other elements, resulting in a muddled outcome. You cannot have it both ways, or you'll end up with nothing. Just focus on companionship. Secure your targets tightly, and use Tang Sect's hidden weapons to finish the job." Tang San appeared thoughtful, asking about the age of his third soul ring. WangSheng responded, "Your physical condition is good. 2,000 years should be no problem." Ning Rongrong chimed in with a sarcastic remark. 1,760 years? With such precision? Who possesses such an ability to calculate so accurately? Tang San was momentarily speechless and awkwardly shifted the topic. Before long, Oscar completed his absorption, acquiring his third soul skill, the flying mushroom sausage. Consuming it would enable him to fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for 1 minute. This was no mere trinket. It was a divine skill. 1 minute would be ample time to escape 2 miles. Just as Teacher Zhao announced it was time to return, Tang San raised his hand. "Teacher Zhao, wait. I am also at level 30. Thus, we searched for 2 more days, only to encounter a grave situation on the 3rd night. As we prepare to set up camp for the night, Teacher Zhao's expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted, 'Quick, get out!' We rushed from our tents, feeling the earth tremble beneath us. 2 towering trees ahead parted like curtains, revealing a massive black gorilla, akin to a small mountain, standing before us. Its eyes resembled 2 large red lanterns. Tang San exclaimed, "It's the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape." Teacher Zhao positioned us behind him, attempting to reason with the creature, but it paid no heed, advancing towards us. Realizing the dire situation, Teacher Zhao immediately summoned his martial spirit, bellowing, "You all eat the mushroom sausages and fly away. I will hold them off." Yet, none of us fled. We all stood beside Teacher Zhao. The scene was akin to eggs colliding with stones. Teacher Zhao charged forward, only to be swatted away by the creature. Our attempts to assist were futile, resembling mere scratches. Ma Hongjun was the most unfortunate, breathing fire only to have it blown back at him, igniting himself and rolling to Tang San's feet like a bowling ball. The Titan giant ape, enraged, lunged at us with a colossal leap. Dai Mubai embraced Zhu Zhuqing tightly, shielding her as they tumbled into a pit. Oscar attempted to emulate this protective gesture towards Ning Rongrong, only to be effortlessly lifted and flung out of harm's reach by her. Tang San, too, cast Xiao Wu aside, but to his utter astonishment, the Titan great ape seized her mid-air. "No! Release Xiao Wu!" Tang San frantically launched darts at the creature, but it seemed as ineffective as mere tickling. Just when we thought we were doomed, and Xiao Wu was to be captured, WangSheng unexpectedly cleared his throat and shouted, momentarily stunning the Titan great ape. "Erming, Deming calls you home for dinner." I was left dumbfounded as the Titan Great Ape, holding Xiao Wu, swiftly grabbed WangSheng and dashed deep into the forest. Once it had retreated, WangSheng, nearly breathless in the creature's grasp, flushed and said to Xiao Wu, "If you don't make it stop, your third brother will truly be in a panic." Only then did Xiao Wu realize and hurriedly commanded the Titan Great Ape to halt. To my surprise, it turned out that the Titan Great Ape was indeed an old acquaintance of Xiao Wu's. WangSheng, capitalizing on this bond, negotiated with the two forest kings. He proposed a method to completely mask Xiao Wu's soul beast aura, making it undetectable even to a tidal Douluo. The condition was that when he reached level 70, he would require their assistance in vanquishing a rival of theirs. This deal was astonishing. WangSheng swore an oath to his martial soul, and only then did Xiao Wu trust him and accept a pill he offered. Subsequently, under the protection of Air Ming, she absorbed her third soul ring. As the two of us returned along the path we came, you won't believe what we encountered. Tang Xin sat cross-legged beside a colossal humanoid spider. Who among you understands? Is this the halo of a protagonist? While we nearly faced annihilation, he single-handedly defeated a boss and obtained an extraordinary external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. I have grown weary of expressing my envy. Once we reconvened, preparations were made to return to the academy. That evening, we settled in a small town. WangSheng boldly knocked on Tang San's door. Tang San presumed he was there to receive gratitude, but WangSheng cut to the chase. "Tang San, I wish to discuss a transaction." He cast a glance at Oscar, and Tang San immediately understood, following him into his room. Upon entering, WangSheng laid his cards on the table. "I saw your crossbow arrows and wish to purchase the blueprints. I want the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, the Hidden Sand Shadow, the Heavenly Claw, the Silent Sleeve Arrow, along with the techniques Ghostly Shadow and Controlling the Crane to catch the dragon." Tang San promptly rejected the offer, stating that these were secrets of the Tang sect. WangSheng merely laughed. "What secrets? Let me tell you, these will soon become commonplace. If I could read, I would have figured them out myself long ago." Tang San remained hesitant. He knew that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was wealthy, and selling the blueprints could hinder his development of the Tang sect. Observing his indecision, WangSheng wasted no time and revealed his trump card. "Hold off on your refusal and listen to my conditions before deciding. First, 500,000 gold soul coins, not a single one less. Second, the blueprints I give you must be used solely by the 7-treasure glazed tile school and cannot be sold. When I, Tang San, start a company, you must help promote it." At this, Tang San felt tempted. 500,000 was his first significant investment for his career, coupled with my earlier persuasion. The prestige of his ancestral secret techniques had diminished considerably. He lingered, saying, "This is too valuable. I must think it over." So he wishes to play hard to get? I promptly revealed my ultimate weapon, a beautifully crafted jade box, which I opened with a snap before him. Tang San's eyes nearly bulged out as he gasped. "Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu. You have an eye for quality, young lad. Indeed, it is the king of immortal herbs. While this may not be of much use to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, for you, Tang San, it's a game changer." I chuckle. "So what do you say? Are you still contemplating?" This time, he truly could not sit still, though he attempted to maintain his facade. I would not grant him that chance and laid it all out. "I will give you one night to decide. If you choose not to trade, I will invest this 500,000 into research. I refuse to believe that with funding, I cannot develop these items. When that time comes, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will sell, while the Tang sect will be left to fend for itself." Upon hearing this, Tang Xin panicked. Who among you understands? This was precisely the leverage I needed. The next day, he obediently handed over the blueprints and techniques. Upon acquiring the Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Lu, his purple extreme magic eye ascended, resulting in a mutual benefit. I swiftly penned a letter instructing the 7-treasure glazed tile school to expedite its return to the sect. Following this, I accompanied the Shrek team back to the academy. Upon returning, I naturally led the training. For the first time, I allowed them to experience what true devilish training entailed, an enhanced version. Ma Hongjun was so exhausted that he could not even summon his evil fire, collapsing in the medicinal bath like a lifeless dog. Tang San, 2. Soaked in a medicinal bath, questioning his life choices, finally comprehending why Rongrong was so formidable. It turned out his previous training was akin to child's play. Just as Tang San emerged, ready to seek Xiao Wu, he was greeted by a familiar voice, Xiao San. I must mention, his mentor, Master Yu Xiaogang, had arrived. With a proud and benevolent expression, he immediately began lecturing Tang San. Xiao San, I heard you absorbed a 2,000-year soul ring for Xiao Wu. Have you forgotten what I taught you? The limit for the third soul ring is 1,760 years. Tang San nodded, acknowledging, yes, master, I was wrong, but inside he likely pondered, why do I feel WangSheng's reasoning makes more sense? However, he dared not voice this, submitting to the reprimand. The following morning, after our training session, the assembly bell rang. Flinder, that old rascal, stood with master and several other teachers on the playground, ready to address us. The introduction of Teacher Li and Teacher Lu proceeded normally until he embraced Yu Xiaojang's shoulders and, in a ceremonious tone, declared, lastly, we have the proponent of the 10 great martial soul competitiveness, hailed as the strongest in martial soul theory, Master Yu Xiaogang. Good heavens, upon his announcement, the entire auditorium fell silent. The scene resembled a grand display of workplace bullying, with the boss being a clown. Who among you understands? Tang San wished to vanish into thin air, while Xiao Wu awkwardly fidgeted. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were barely able to contain their amusement, their expressions practically screaming, is this for real? Ning Rongrong was even bolder, rolling her eyes in disdain. Master was momentarily bewildered. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Where was the worship and admiration? Flinder, caught off guard, quickly attempted to smooth things over. From today onward, your training will be entirely overseen by Master. Master, do you have anything to add? Finally regaining his composure, Master cleared his throat and began his performance. The academy only has you 7 official students. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Why are there 8? He leaned into Flinder and whispered, why is there one more? Flinder, looking sheepish, replied, oh, that WangSheng came with Ning Rongrong. He is an auditor, not an official student. Upon hearing WangSheng's name, Master pondered for a moment but could not recall. He then proceeded with his act, numbering the official students. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar, outlining a plethora of rules before concluding. You may disperse. WangSheng, please come here. As the rest of us prepared to leave, I turned to Rongrong and said, Rongrong, take them for close combat training. I will join you shortly. All right, brother to Sheng. Master, observing this, was left in a state of shock. An auditor leading the training? His gaze was filled with confusion as I offered him a faint smile and said, Master, we meet again. Upon hearing this, he finally remembered. I was that persistent child from Nodding Academy who had shamelessly sought to become his disciple, a child with a feeble martial soul. To him, I was likely nothing more than a fortunate opportunist who had managed to earn a little from the Lord of Nodding City. He scrutinized me for a long while, his expression akin to that of a relative who had stumbled upon a long-lost, unfortunate kin. Oh, it's you. Quite a transformation. I chuckled softly. Indeed, it has been over a decade. Upon learning from Flandra that I was an auditing student, his sense of superiority resurfaced, as he presumed my talents were insufficient to meet the admission standards of Shrek Academy. He began to impart wisdom in a condescending tone. No worries. Spending 6 months here will be beneficial for you. With hard work, you might not reach the rank of Soul King, but you could still aspire to become a Soul Ancestor in your lifetime. I genuinely thanked him, but was too indifferent to engage further, simply exchanging a few words before slipping away. The following morning, the master emerged from his chamber and spotted our group returning from morning practice. Each of us drenched in sweat. He immediately summoned Tang San and reprimanded him. Little San, wasn't I supposed to provide you with special training today? You've already exhausted your energy. How will you endure later? Tang San could only offer repeated apologies. The master, with an earnest tone, counseled him. You have a solid foundation and can endure, but what about the others? No more unauthorized training tomorrow. You must heed the teacher's words. After we finished breakfast, the master's special training finally commenced. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed us like a leader inspecting his troops. Calling out to Dai Mu Bai, Your task is to defeat each of the 7 without injuring them. What? Dai Mubai turned pale. Master, are you joking? I can't even handle 1, let alone 7. The master, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, his soul power is higher than yours? It dawned on him that he had no idea what level I was. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate. With your high-quality white tiger martial soul, and as being merely an ordinary battle tiger, do you lack the courage to fight? Dai Mubai wanted to explain, but I interrupted him. No worries, Mubai. I want to use my martial soul against you. Upon hearing this, the master likely scoffed internally, thinking I was overly arrogant and unaware of my limitations. He urged, begin quickly. Don't waste any time. Dai Mubai, left with no choice, steeled himself. Summoning his martial soul, he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Aware of my strength, he dared not hold back. What happened next? He charged at me like a ferocious tiger. I deftly sidestepped his claws and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen, followed by an elbow smash to his back. Cool. It was that simple. A seamless execution. Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground. I turned to the astonished Xiaogang and said, Master, I find this 1-by-1 approach rather tedious. Why not have Rong and Oscar assist me, and let the other 5 come at me together? The master was taken aback. He never anticipated my prowess and instinctively asked, WangSheng, what is your soul power level? I just broke through to level 48. What? The master's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 17 years old, level 48? Were you not born with a soul power of only 4? In that moment, I could see his worldview shattering. A person he considered a waste was now presenting data that obliterated the theory he held dear. I merely stated, they are all geniuses. By my age, they would likely be soul kings. The master, recalling his prized disciple Tang San's talents, reluctantly accepted reality and waved his hand. All right, then as you suggest, little San, you all go together. Show me your true abilities. I couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of showing true abilities. In the original text, he restricted Tang San from using hidden weapons and external soul bones against Dai Mubai. Yet now it was my turn, and he encouraged full effort? Very well. I wouldn't hold back. After Rong and Oscar enhanced my abilities, I stepped aside, but the master began showcasing his own skills. This won't do. In battle, the enemy won't ignore the supports. You are a team. Tang San and the others turned pale. Facing 5 opponents was already daunting, and adding Ning Rong seemed to shift the difficulty to hell mode. Fortunately, Tang San, with keen insight, bravely suggested, Teacher, let us proceed, as WangSheng proposed. The master, likely thinking, see, this is the vision of my disciple, consented. The battle commenced, and all souls were activated, creating a spectacular scene. The master initially surveyed Tang San and his team, satisfied with their optimal soul ring combinations. However, upon glancing back at our side, he was left dumbfounded. Ning Rong's second ring is a millennium. WangSheng's 4th ring is 10,000 years. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and before he could inquire further, the fight had already begun. Ma Hongjun unleashed fire from above. I soared into the air, delivering a series of fierce tiger strikes to send him flying. I had always asserted that in group battles, one must first eliminate the fragile mages. Tang San's blue-silver grass aimed to ensnare me, instantly shattered. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing flanked me. Dai Mubai attacked head-on. I leaped into the air, allowing their skills to collide, sending 2 of them flying. In the blink of an eye, only Tang San remained. I smiled at him. Apologies. It seems we are left with just the 2 of us. Unleash your full strength. Let me witness your abilities. My display left the master utterly astonished. Yet, he still held confidence in his disciple, considering Tang San's hidden weapons and external soul bones. Tang San, visibly determined, revealed his 8 spider lances, launching a barrage of hidden weapons towards me. As he unleashed his hidden weapons, I dodged. When he attempted to ensnare me with his control technique, I executed an eagle claw technique, directly countering his move and causing him immense pain in his palm. The 8 spider lances lunged at me simultaneously. I triumphantly brandished my external soul bone, the dark gold terror claw. My hands danced gracefully and with a series of satisfying snaps, I trimmed his lances, rendering them useless. Tang San, shaken by the pain, was met with a sweeping kick that sent him flying. I shook my claw and casually remarked apologies, but I have external soul bones as well. The master gasped, likely beginning to question his life choices. Seeing Tang San grow desperate, he reached for his soul guide, preparing to deploy his mother-son tracking soul device. The master, realizing the situation was escalating dangerously, quickly intervened. Stop. 5 against 3 and you're still at a stalemate. Your training is woefully inadequate. I couldn't help but laugh. This old man was quite adept at finding an escape route. He then summoned me, and before everyone, feigned praise, then shifted the conversation to subtly manipulate me. Though you performed admirably, you still lack the theoretical guidance of a good teacher. Considering how fervently you sought to become my disciple back then, and how diligently you are striving now, I have decided to accept you as my disciple. At that moment, I wore the expression of a subway elder engrossed in his phone, baffled. What? Now you wish to take me in? I flatly declined. My apologies, master. But I already have a teacher. Upon hearing this, his disappointment was palpable, and he began to chastise me. How can you so carelessly recognize someone else as your teacher? A soul master can only have one teacher in their lifetime. Before I could respond, he launched into a tirade. Your so-called teacher is utterly irresponsible. Does he not consider the implications of my theories? Allowing you to absorb soul rings haphazardly. Does he not realize the life-threatening risks involved, especially with a 10,000-year soul ring? Is he aware of the strength required to endure the absorption of a 10,000-year soul ring? Upon uttering those words, our dear Rong immediately erupted in anger, retorting fiercely. Who do you think you're to speak of my father? The esteemed master was momentarily taken aback, perhaps pondering in his mind, what business is it of yours, Rong? To mention WangSheng's teacher? Suddenly, a realization struck him. WangSheng's teacher, indeed, was Rong's father. As his mind raced, I maintained my composure. My expression turning icy as I declared, my teacher is Ningfengji. With those words, my gaze became as sharp as a blade, fixated upon him. Initially, out of respect for Tang San, I had no desire to engage with this individual, but his self-important demeanor left me no choice but to confront him with vigor. To my astonishment, upon noticing my displeasure, he seemed displeased himself, his expression conveying an unspoken challenge, as if to say, and what of it if your teacher is Ningfengji? My Xiaogang holds the foremost theory of martial souls. This is merely an academic discussion. Your father may be the sect leader, but what of it? My father is the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yu Engine. Am I to be proud of that? He cleared his throat and proclaimed with earnestness, what of it if your teacher is the sect leader? We are discussing theory and should not resort to coercion. I found his arrogance laughable. Very well, esteemed master, since you wish to engage in a discussion, I shall not hold back. He immediately assumed his scholarly posture, hands nearly clasped behind his back, urging me to speak. Go ahead. Reason prevails across the world. Since everyone refers to me as master, I am confident that my understanding of martial soul theory far surpasses that of your teacher. I had awaited this moment. A smirk graced my lips as I fired my first question. Pray tell, esteemed master, how did you arrive at the precise figures of 423 years for the first spirit ring, 764 years for the second, and 1,760 years for the third? Such meticulous data, down to the very digit. How did you ascertain it? His pride surged as he responded enthusiastically, akin to someone invigorated by an elixir. I meticulously combed through all the registration records of the Spirit Hall, dedicating years to compile this data. Is that so? I replied with a cold chuckle. In my view, your theory is nothing but a fallacy. His proud countenance fell instantly, transforming as if he had been struck in the face. You speak nonsense. I did this for the benefit of all spirit masters, to prevent them from losing their lives while absorbing spirit rings. And you dare to slander me. Is it so unreasonable for the seven-treasure glazed tile school? As our conversation continued, I decided to confront him more directly. The reasons for my assertion are straightforward. First, which spirit master registers at the Spirit Hall without providing an approximate figure? My first spirit ring is over 300 years, and mine is nearly 400. How do you arrive at such precise numbers? Moreover, do spirit masters trained by various sects or empires rush to the spirit hall to register their data? You dare to claim your data represents all spirit masters? My friend Ma Hongjun, a close companion, quickly spoke up when I registered my first spirit ring. I merely stated it was a firebird aged 300 to 400 years. Who could know the exact number? Oscar nodded in agreement. Exactly. We all provide an estimate. Who can ascertain such details? Xiaogang's face flushed crimson, akin to a monkey's behind, yet he was rendered speechless, for our claims were rooted in truth. I pressed on without granting him a moment's respite. Secondly, I am curious. How did you arrive at those integers? After absorbing a spirit ring, a spirit master can only estimate. Do you possess some extraordinary ability to accurately read the numbers? He stammered. I inferred from a plethora of data. Numbers must have a corresponding age. His face shifted from blue to white, yet he clung to his facade of invincible theory. The onlookers, including Dai Mubai, regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Tang San, however, bowed his head in silence, reluctant to speak, as it was his teacher who initiated this contentious topic. I intensified my assault. Very well. Let us assume those are approximate figures. I shall not dwell on it. However, may I inquire why Rongrong, and even your most esteemed disciple, Tang San, have all exceeded the limits you claim? Perhaps it is mere luck or strong will. Little San was motivated by Xiao Wu. He stammered, but before he could finish, Rongrong erupted in laughter. By your logic, there must be countless individuals in this world with both strong will and good fortune. Among the thousands of students at the Seven Treasure Academy, every one of them has absorbed spirit rings that surpass your alleged limits. With that statement, Xiaogang was left utterly speechless. I seized the moment to deliver my final blow. Master you. I can see that your knowledge of spirit masters and understanding of martial souls is indeed impressive. However, your so-called theory of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls is utterly laughable. What you propose is not research. It is mere appropriation. You have merely summarized decades of data collected by the Spirit Hall. By what right do you claim it as your own? Research and summarization are two entirely different matters. Noticing he was on the brink of collapse, I added one last, devastating remark. Oh, and there is one crucial point you have yet to grasp. The essence of absorbing 10,000-year spirit rings is not merely physical constitution. It is the resonance of the soul. When a 10,000-year spirit beast perishes, it impacts the spirit master's mental fortitude, which is the true reason most cannot withstand their fourth ring. However, it is understandable that you would not comprehend this, as you have never absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Furthermore, when one reaches the Spirit King level, who still registers at the Spirit Hall, it is only natural you would not have access to such data. My words struck him like daggers. Xiaogang, overwhelmed with rage, turned pale and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. Those who understood the gravity of the situation knew that his lifelong theoretical invincibility had been shattered by my mere words. After spewing blood, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. He could not bear to face me, for every word I spoke pierced his heart. He likely harbored a deep resentment towards me, envisioning a future where his disciple Tang San, alongside the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, would obliterate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing his teacher in distress, Tang San rushed to support him, shouting at me, "WangSheng, enough! My teacher has devoted his life to the study of martial souls. His theories are invincible. Do not defame him further." I regarded Tang San, who remained obstinately defiant. With a knowing smile, "You asked me to refrain from speaking. Very well. But do not claim that I am defaming him. The debate is with him. I merely present facts and reason. If he cannot withstand the challenge, is it my fault?" Tang San's eyes welled with anger, as if he were about to breathe fire, while Xiao Wu glared at me with fierce determination. I recognized that she would always side with Tang San, regardless of right or wrong. I noticed Tang San's hand inching toward the weapon at his waist, poised for confrontation. My expression hardened as I called his bluff. According to the third tenet of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, once you determine an opponent is an enemy, do not hold back. Tang-san, do you believe that the moment your dual soul-chasing darts are thrown, it will be your teacher and Xiao Wu who perish first? He trembled, retracting his hand in submission. Let this matter conclude here. I hope you will show me some leniency. I thought to myself, who will grant you leniency? Had I not feared your father Tang, how lurking nearby, I would have relished the opportunity to incapacitate you. However, I restrained myself, stating, I am merely an observer. I dare not heed your teacher's teachings. Rest assured, if you refrain from violence, I shall ignore you. Rong tugged at my hand, visibly upset. Brother Dashun, let us leave. I no longer wish to remain here. I gently tapped her head. Do not act impulsively. Dean Flanders is someone I admire, and Mubai and the others are good companions. You are the future sect leader. Your vision must be expansive. Rong nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I shall heed your advice. As I observed Xiaogang's defeated demeanor, it was clear that today's training was surely in vain. I led Rong and the others away to practice independently. Fatty and Oscar eagerly followed suit. Even Zhu Zhuqing quietly trailed behind. Davobei gently patted Tang-san on the shoulder, urging him to take good care of Da Shi before departing with us. It was only later that I learned Tang-san had carried Xiaogang back to his room and, upon checking his pulse, realized he was merely feigning unconsciousness. Yet he chose not to expose him. The following morning, to my astonishment, Xiaogang appeared as if nothing had happened. It turned out that Dingfei had informed him that he would henceforth train alongside Ji and his group, which filled him with a sense of renewed confidence. He immediately launched into a tirade about the previous day's battle, but when he noticed that no one was paying him any mind, his frustration grew, leading him to announce a rigorous training regimen. Today's punishment was to run from the academy to Puching 10 times without using soul power. Anyone who failed to complete this before noon would forfeit their meal. He insisted we carry stones from the entrance. Tang-san was the first to dash out, followed closely by Xiao Wu. We exchanged glances and decided to follow suit. Upon reaching the entrance, however, we were rendered speechless by the sight of those few meager stones. Was this truly considered a burden? Xiaogang calculated the time and set a bucket of salt water at the entrance, waiting for us. Before long, we returned, quenched our thirst, and immediately resumed running. He was left bewildered, surely pondering how he could sprint so swiftly while carrying his paltry stones. He must have suspected foul play. When we returned for the fourth time, he abruptly halted us, wearing a stern expression, and questioned whether we had deceived him by dropping the stones midway or failing to reach fishing at all. We regarded him with incredulous eyes. He even specifically questioned Tang-san. Xiao-san, be honest, did you cheat? Tang-san answered earnestly, no, teacher. Consequently, we completed the task in merely half the time he had anticipated, appearing unfazed and unruffled. Doubts still lingered in his mind, and he declared the morning training session over, with an afternoon assembly where his rigorous training was set to commence. Rong could no longer contain herself and laughed. Is this truly what you call rigorous training? She could hardly be bothered to acknowledge your Xiaogang and instead donned our own weighted training gear and ran out again. The intensity of his training regimen was akin to a warm-up for 6-year-olds at Qibaoshi. The rest of us followed suit, equipping ourselves to run alongside her. Xiaogang urgently called out to Tang-san, Xiao-san, what are you all doing? Tang-san explained that this was weighted training gear, and that the previous exercise had not even approached our limits. Upon realizing that this training method was of his design, Xiaogang erupted. No, Xiao-san, you must not train this way. This is burning through potential and vitality. He WangSheng, a soul power rank 4 and 8, would never reach the level of Soul King in his lifetime. He could only push himself to this extent. You are different. You are destined to become a titled Douluo. Although Tang-san felt something was amiss, he was ultimately swayed and obediently acquiesced. Subsequently, Xiaogang stormed off to report to Dean Fulanda, claiming this was the practice of a sinister soul master. Dean Fulanda was left speechless, explaining that this method was utilized by both Qiboshan and Wuwendan without issue. Yet, he refused to listen, throwing a tantrum. I'm the head coach, and they must heed my commands. In the afternoon, he resumed his stern demeanor, forbidding us from training in our own way. Tang-san and Xiao Wu immediately responded, understood. Rongyong was the first to protest. Why should we? We have completed your training. Does our additional practice in our free time concern you? Xiaogang, seeing Ongyong challenge him, felt his temper flare once more. What difference is there between that kind of potential sapping training and what a sinister soul master would do? Upon uttering these words, everyone was enraged. Even the typically aloof Juju Qing spoke up. I'm here to grow stronger. I will not abandon my training. Hangzu chimed in, exactly. My leader is my idol. You shall not defame him. Yu Xiaogang, incensed, found himself face-to-face with Rongrong, who warned him that if he dared utter the words sinister soul master again, he would be opposing civil Lizong. Tangsan, frightened, rushed forward to intervene. This caused Xiaogang to regain his composure, recalling the power we held behind us, leading him to relent, laughingly stating that as long as we completed his training, we were free to do as we pleased in our spare time. Over the next 3 months, a performance of policies above and countermeasures below unfolded. He desperately occupied our time with his low-intensity training, while we simply wore our weighted gear and accompanied him. After 3 months, the results were revealed. Xiaoao, who had broken through to Soul Scholar alongside me, had soared to level 33. Meanwhile, Tongsun and Zhou, who had adhered to his instructions, had only increased their soul power by 1 level. This stark contrast was a resounding slap to Xiaogang's face, prompting him to concede, advocating that Tongsun and Zhou should join us in our training. During these months, I too had not been idle. I engaged in practical training daily with Audi and Yvon, enduring relentless beatings that left me battered, yet propelled my strength forward at a rapid pace. Eventually, Yu Xiaogang took them to the Suotuo Da Dou Hunchang for a practical experience. And as in the original story, they encountered the Wangdu Zhanduri. As I sauntered over without it, only Tongsun and Yan remained on the field. Tangsan had revealed his Baju Mao and Hao Tianchui. I could not help but chuckle. Oh, it seems Yanji has forced Tangsan to reveal his trump cards. Zhao Lao Shi was curious about how I knew her. I informed him that she too had undergone rigorous training from a young age and was quite the romantic, having become involved with Ir Tinheng early on. Moreover, the current gang was no longer the weakling from the original tale. She consumed Chansak and absorbed her grandfather to his inner Dan, now standing as a soul king at level 55. Nearby, Yu Xiaogang, sensing an opportunity, approached, attempting to belittle me using Tangsan's dual martial souls. Xiaosan possesses dual martial souls. Had I not directed him to first cultivate Lantuk, how could your WangSheng possibly stand against him? I cast a disdainful glance his way. How is it that you have made no progress whatsoever? Activate that theoretically invincible mind of yours and consider, could a worthless martial soul awaken alongside the Hao Kan Shui? He was left momentarily speechless. I grew weary of his incessant chatter and promptly turned to seek out the leader of the Wangdu Zhanduri, Qingming. I had known Qingming for years, and upon our reunion, I discovered that he had ascended to Soul Emperor at level 62. Feeling a surge of excitement, I issued a challenge. There is something exhilarating about battling foes of a higher rank. Qingming, curious about my progress, readily accepted. I swiftly arranged for a demonstration match at the Dou Aoenchang. When the announcer declared the event, the crowd erupted as my name, the fierce Mu Sengwang, carried the weight of 50 consecutive victories without defeat. On the arena stage, we announced our names. I, WangSheng, at Soul Power rank 48. He Qing at Soul Power rank 62. With our martial souls manifested, his configuration of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul rings drew a frown from Dinfa, likely lamenting that his 5th ring was not of 10,000 years. As the battle commenced, we refrained from using soul techniques at first, opting instead to probe each other's capabilities. I must concede, the youngest Soul Emperor was indeed formidable, applying significant pressure. I created distance, launching a barrage of lightning projectiles, which he countered with a fire shield. I summoned the dark gold, fearsome claw, electrified it, and tore through his shield in a flash. However, this gentleman displayed a lack of martial ethics. Upon activating his 6th Black Soul ring, he teleported directly behind me for a sneak attack. The Tsang Wolf's fiery claw came barreling toward me. His teleportation was astoundingly swift, and by the time I reacted, it was too late. A searing pain coursed through my back. I quickly executed a fish leap to gain distance. spinning around to unleash a flurry of celestial horse meteor fists. Yet, he teleported again, once more from behind. Just as his claws were about to make contact, I swiftly lifted my heel, striking his wrist, while simultaneously turning to collide my electrified dark gold fearsome claw with his fiery wolf claw. The ensuing explosion was deafening. A blinding light erupted, and we were both sent flying by the immense force. I rose from the ground, pressing my left hand against my right shoulder, which throbbed painfully, rendering my entire right arm temporarily useless. On the other side, Qin Bing was not much better off, his right hand hanging limply, clearly numbed. Yu Tianheng, watching from below, gasped in astonishment, likely not expecting that a soul scholar could contend with a soul emperor to such a degree. Yu Tianheng turned to inquire of Douluo Yan. Yanzi, is WangSheng truly this powerful? He can actually fight with Xin Lao Shi to this extent? Douluo Yan was taken aback by the remarkable growth of WangSheng, whom she had not seen for a long time. I never anticipated his strength would reach such heights. We have been unable to evade Teacher Qin's instantaneous movement even once. Osro, the agile attack soul master from the Tiando Royal Academy, could not help but exclaim, his reaction speed is astonishing. After experiencing Teacher Qin's instantaneous movement just once, he managed to respond the second time. I, on the other hand, have never succeeded in dodging it. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy watching from the sidelines felt a deep admiration for WangSheng's recent progress. Flander turned to Zhao Wujia, inquiring, what has WangSheng been training with you these past few months? His improvement is remarkable. Zhao Wujia chuckled, what can we train? We simply fight every day. This clever lad has me using gravitational suppression to create a training environment for him. Flander nodded. Indeed, WangSheng is intelligent. I've observed that his training methods are generally very effective. However, the major drawback is the expense. I initially thought the funds from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would alleviate my financial strain, but I had no idea that the cost of the medicinal herbs for their soaking baths would be so high these past few months. Zhao Wujia shot a glance at Flander. Do not feign poverty. You have earned quite a bit thanks to WangSheng in the soul arena. Flander blushed. What do you mean? I am merely trying to earn some money to improve the academy's conditions. As the two bantered, Yu Xiaogang, standing nearby, felt a growing annoyance. The stronger WangSheng became, the greater the threat he posed to Tang San in the Soul Master competition. He contemplated whether to discreetly ask Tang how to eliminate WangSheng, fearing he would eventually become a significant problem. However, Tang Hao had been silent of late, leaving him in a state of helplessness. On the battlefield, WangSheng and Qin Ming engaged in combat, with Qin Ming's right arm slightly recuperating. He launched another ferocious attack on WangSheng. At this moment, WangSheng's right arm was still unable to exert force, forcing him to dodge passively. Qin Ming's repeated instantaneous movements kept WangSheng's mind in a heightened state of concentration. As he deftly maneuvered, WangSheng felt his right arm regain some strength. With a powerful kick, he sent Qin Ming soaring into the air. Just as he was about to unleash his fierce tiger barrage, Qin Ming's 6th soul skill, instantaneous movement, activated once more. Seeing Qin Ming vanish before his eyes again, WangSheng felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated that Qin Ming's 6th soul skill could be used so frequently. Moreover, this time, Qin Ming did not reappear behind him, thwarting WangSheng's plans. Upon landing, WangSheng gasped for breath as he looked at Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming's soul power had also been significantly depleted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Qin Ming remarked, I never imagined your strength would grow this formidable. However, now I must use my full power. WangSheng flexed his right arm and replied, Brother Qin, unleash your full might. I am eager to witness the extent of your strength. The 5th soul ring beneath Qin Ming glowed brilliantly. Although it was not a 10,000-year soul ring, it was indeed the most suitable one he had found at the time, and his soul skill was exceptionally powerful. 5th soul skill, Songlong Lian. At that moment, Qin Ming was engulfed in blazing flames, and fiery wolves emerged from the inferno, charging toward WangSheng. No longer needing to engage in close combat, WangSheng activated the long-unused black soul ring beneath his feet. using the dark gold terror claw soul skill from his external soul bone to tear apart each approaching firewolf. Witnessing the destruction of his most powerful fifth soul skill by WangSheng's fourth soul skill, Qin Ming could not help but smile wryly. The flames vanished instantly, and Qin Ming again used instantaneous movement to appear before WangSheng, eager to test the power of WangSheng's fourth soul skill. In close quarters, Qin Ming unleashed his fourth soul skill, Sanglong Lai Yan. A fierce wave of flames emitted from his mouth. Upon seeing this, WangSheng immediately retracted his external soul bone. Previously, Wei clashed with Qin Ming's third soul skill. WangSheng had held back, directing his attack toward Qin Ming's claws. Now, with Qin Ming before him, if the dark gold terror claw struck Qin Ming, it would undoubtedly draw blood, compelling WangSheng to retract it. Qin Ming was surprised that WangSheng abandoned his fourth soul skill and external soul bone upon getting close. The full-force wave of flames struck WangSheng squarely in the chest. Accompanied by the searing impact, WangSheng crossed his arms defensively over his chest. But the force was overwhelming, sending him flying out of the arena. Chapter 83. A farewell. Qin Ming, perplexed, leapt down from the arena to help WangSheng up, asking curiously, "Why did you suddenly retract your external soul bone? I felt certain your fourth soul skill could harm me. I was merely curious about how you managed to destroy my fire wolves, which is why I wanted to get close." Internally, WangSheng cursed Qin Ming for his reckless curiosity, thinking, how foolish can you be? If I hadn't reacted quickly, I could have been seriously injured. However, he could only respond perfunctorily. I suddenly exhausted my soul power, so I could not withstand Brother Qin's attack. It seems that Brother Qin's skills are indeed superior. Hearing WangSheng's explanation, Qin Ming did not press further and promptly assisted WangSheng to the rest area of the Imperial fighting team. At that moment, Flander and the rest of Shrek approached Qin Ming. Upon seeing Flander, Qin Ming quickly bowed to both Flander and Zhao Wujia. "Dean, Teacher Zhao, it has been a long time. How have you both been?" Flander looked at his academy's most outstanding graduate with satisfaction, clapping Qin Ming on the shoulder and laughing heartily. "WangSheng mentioned that you brought along a group from the Tiando Royal Academy. I never imagined you would become a teacher." Qin Ming replied bashfully, "My current achievements are all thanks to Dean and the guidance of the esteemed teachers at Shrek Academy. It is an honor to be a graduate of Shrek." Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. "You little monster. You haven't visited us old fellows in years. I thought you had forgotten us. Turns out you were busy teaching." Flander introduced Qin Ming to the other members of Shrek one by one, and Qin Ming invited them to dine together. Due to the close relationships between WangSheng, Ning Rongrong, and Dugian, this meal evolved into a gathering of two academies. However, the inevitable discussion arose when Qin Ming proposed that the Shrek 7 monsters joined the Tiando Royal Academy. Ultimately, Flander, persuaded by Xiaogang, decided to head to Tiando City to join the Tiando Royal Academy. As everyone packed their belongings in preparation for the journey to Tiando City, WangSheng arrived at the teacher's office to express his intention to leave. Zhao Wujia, who had spent the most time with WangSheng, felt a tinge of reluctance, saying, "You little rascal, are you truly not considering joining our academy? Are you kidding me? I already declined your offer to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." WangSheng replied, "Besides, I am the leader of the 7 Treasure Academy. In the Soul Master competition, we will be opponents, so do not blame me for being merciless." WangSheng declined Zhao Wujia's offer and turned to Flander. "Dean Flander, thank you for your care during this time. My time as an auditor is nearly over, and I have other matters to attend to. Please take care of Rongrong." Flander nodded. "Rest assured, I will look after Rongrong." Finally, WangSheng addressed Xiaogang. "Master Yu, my team will appear before you in the Soul Master competition, so do not be afraid when the time comes." Without waiting for Xiaogang's response, WangSheng departed. Xiaogang, visibly displeased, complained, "What is he so arrogant about? Someone who will never surpass the Soul King thinks he can defeat our Shrek 7 monsters. Such overconfidence. I disagree. I believe this little rascal will undoubtedly break through to the Soul King." Zhao Wujia scoffed, shaking his head. "And you, at your age, are still only at the 29th level. How can you dare to speak of others?" Zhao Wuji chose to disregard Xiaogang, had it not been for Flander's influence. he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to you Xiaogang. WangSheng prepared to bid farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters, first seeking out Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, he said, I intend to embark on a solo journey of training. You must take care of yourself in my absence. With a look of reluctance, Ning Rongrong replied, Brother Dasheng, please take me with you. Although the people at Shrek Academy are generally good, the sight of that master irks me. WangSheng affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Do not be capricious. The Soul Master Tournament is of utmost importance and a splendid opportunity for your growth. Moreover, while I am away, you must oversee the training of Ma Hongjun and Oscar diligently. They're the future pillars of our sect. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. I understand, Brother Dasheng. Please take care of yourself. WangSheng then called upon Ma Hongjun and Oscar, addressing them, since you both wish to join my Qibao Liuli sect post-graduation. Dedicate yourselves to rigorous training during this time. Should your performances in the Soul Master Tournament disappoint me, do not blame me for the consequences. Ma Hongjun, the number 1 lackey, immediately thumped his chest in assurance. Rest assured, brother, I will strive to make you proud. Oscar, no longer the timid soul he once was, gazed at WangSheng with determination in his peach blossom eyes. Do not worry, Wangge. I am no longer the food system Soul Master hiding in the back. I promise to work hard, and during your absence, I will protect Rongrong with my life. Ma Hongjun interjected, Pa, shameless. I reckon it is Rongrong who will protect you, given your frailty. Oscar flushed with indignation. Even if my strength is lacking, I can still rise to the occasion. Observing their trivial banter, WangSheng decisively interrupted. Enough of your foolishness. You both know the truth. He then sought out Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Over time, Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed Dai Mubai's efforts, and their relationship had notably improved. WangSheng patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder. Mubai, I have great faith in you. Davis and Zhu Qingyun may be slightly older, but in terms of talent and diligence, you both far surpass them. You shall encounter them in the upcoming Soul Master Tournament. Prove your worth to the Xingluo royal family. Dai Mubai nodded earnestly. Thank you, Wangge. Your encouragement and advice have greatly accelerated my progress, and Zhuqing's perception of me has significantly changed. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhu Zhuqing, standing nearby, firmly nodded at WangSheng. Brother Wang, please take care of yourself while you are out. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, WangSheng went to find Tang San and Xiao Wu. Despite Tang San deliberately avoiding WangSheng over their conflict with Xiaogang, WangSheng felt compelled to greet him before departing. Tang San expressed his wish to face WangSheng in a fair match during the Soul Master Tournament, adding, Make sure not to make excuses if you lose. Clenching his fist, Tang San declared, Rest assured, I will catch up to you. My teacher said that with your innate soul power at level 4, you cannot possibly break through to Soul King. By the next time we meet, I will have become a soul sect, and I will undoubtedly defeat you openly. WangSheng cautioned, Young man, temper your fervor. Here is my final piece of advice. Do not always consider your teacher's words as gospel, lest familial bonds blind your judgment. With that said, farewell. As he prepared to leave, he turned to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, do not forget the promise we made in the Star Doe Forest. With that, WangSheng departed without a backward glance. Tang San, overhearing WangSheng's words to Xiao Wu, inquired, Xiao Wu, what promise do you two share? Xiao Wu hesitated, struggling to respond, Brother, do not ask. It really has nothing to do with you all. Tang San sighed, Xiao Wu, my teacher has warned me that WangSheng is quite cunning. I won't pressure you to tell me, but do be vigilant. Xiao Wu, playfully linking arms with Tang San, said, All right, I know. Brother, why don't you accompany me for a stroll around the city? We haven't had a proper visit before leaving. Chapter 84. The City of Slaughter. As WangSheng departed from Shrek Academy, he journeyed southward, aiming to return to his hometown, Wangjiagu. He intended to utilize the remaining year to thoroughly contemplate the soul skills he could further develop. His battle with Qin Ming had made him acutely aware of the deficiencies in his offensive capabilities when refraining from employing his third and fourth soul skills. The journey from Soto City to Wangjiagu was arduous, but he persevered, pondering how to create a soul skill tailored for his combat style. After a 10-day trek, WangSheng finally arrived at Wangjiagu. Over the years, with the assistance of WangSheng and his father, The village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Every household was thriving, and the villagers, long unacquainted with WangSheng, greeted him with joy. Returning to the house bequeathed by his grandmother, he found the once dilapidated cottage had been revitalized, as neighbors frequently came by to assist with cleaning. Along the way, WangSheng had formulated a preliminary idea for his self-created soul skill. While he had sufficient abilities for close combat, his ranged attacks were limited to the Thunderbolt, which required charging and only inflicted single-target damage. He concluded that what he most lacked was a self-created soul skill capable of inflicting area damage. Drawing from years of research and insights gained from his exchanges with Feng Xiaotian, he felt confident in his understanding of externalizing soul power. With a direction established, he resolved to solidify his skills over the coming year. Meanwhile, within the city of Slaughter, a thick, iron-like scent of blood permeated the inner city. At this moment, in the Hell's killing field, a man clad in black, wielding a long spear, stood at the center, surrounded by 9 fallen corpses, each with a gaping wound at their throats and no other visible injuries. This man was Yang Pufeng, who had resided in the city of Slaughter for over half a year. Following today's match, he had achieved his 54th victory, currently ranking first, earning him the moniker the Death Spear King. After leaving the arena, a woman in a black veil approached him. Adorned with a short sword at her waist and draped in black attire that concealed her face, she emanated an aura of mystery. Her perfect figure and captivating, seductive eyes marked her as a true beauty. However, many who had harbored intentions toward her had met their demise by her blade. Over the past 6 months, she had secured 37 victories in the Hell's killing field, currently ranking 8th and earning the title of Hell's Envoy. This woman was Hulayina, who had accompanied Yang Pufeng to the city of Slaughter. Approaching Yang Pufeng, Hulayina whispered, "The atmosphere feels off today. I sense something is amiss. We must be cautious." Yang Pufeng coldly replied, "Just take care of yourself. I will handle the rest." Accustomed to his indifference, Hulayina shook her head in exasperation, muttering, "Stubborn fool. I am merely trying to help you. You truly do not know what is good for you." With that, she hastened to catch up with Yang Pufeng. In the inner city of the city of Slaughter, there were no rules, and one was always at risk of ambush. Over the past 6 months, had it not been for Yang Pufeng's presence, Hulayina would have found herself in perilous situations several times. As the two exited the Hell's killing field, they were surrounded by nearly 100 individuals wielding various weapons, exuding a menacing aura. This post-battle encirclement was not unfamiliar to them. They quickly understood the situation and drew their weapons, bracing themselves back-to-back for the impending conflict. Hulayina cast her gaze over the crowd surrounding them and was astonished to discover that among the nearly 100 individuals, there were actually over a dozen ranked within the top 100 of victorious combatants. Leading the group was a man known as the Bloodied Butcher, who had achieved 39 victories, placing him just ahead of her in the rankings. His prowess was widely recognized within the city of Slaughter, and the twin axes he wielded were stained a dark crimson, tainted by the dried blood of his past conquests. With a commanding presence, the Bloodied Butcher stepped forward, raising his axe towards the two of them, proclaiming, "Today, the Reaper and the Messenger of Hell shall meet their end here." Such audacity! Do they believe a band of miscreants can vanquish us? Hulayina retorted defiantly to the Bloodied Butcher. He regarded her with lustful eyes, having coveted her for quite some time. Today, he had gathered numerous skilled fighters with the sole purpose of capturing the two before him. With a sweeping gesture to his comrades, he encouraged them, "Let us all charge. We are the elite, do not worry. We shall swiftly eliminate the Reaper, and as for the Messenger of Hell, we shall spare her life for our enjoyment. However, if she resists, do not hold back. After all, the thrill of a struggle can be quite delightful." Under the Bloodied Butcher's grotesque demeanor, the group behind him revealed sinister smiles. At his command, a throng of armed desperados surged towards the two. Yang Pufeng led the charge, wielding his spear with deadly precision. In an instant, a burly man with a knife fell, blood erupting from his throat as he collapsed backward. Hulayina was equally relentless, dispatching 2 assailants with swift strikes. Despite witnessing their companions fall, the remaining attackers pressed forward relentlessly towards Yang Pufeng. As Yang Pufeng's spear danced through the air, a flurry of shadows emerged, and several more adversaries succumbed to the blood mist that followed. Conversely, Hulaina faced a formidable challenge today. Her opponents were exceptionally strong. She fought fiercely, sustaining injuries, yet managing to secure victories through sheer determination. However, fatigue began to set in after she had taken down 7 or 8 foes, her body now bearing several wounds. At that moment, 3 elite fighters from the top 100 launched a simultaneous attack against her. One ensnared her left arm with a chain, another swung a massive blade at her, and the third lifted a hammer, aiming for her head. With a powerful pull, Hulaina yanked the chain, bringing the chain man closer just as the hammer descended upon him, striking the back of his head. In that instant, she kicked forward, sending the 2 attackers sprawling. Simultaneously, she deftly maneuvered her sword, piercing the body of the blade-wielding assailant. Just then, the bloodied butcher leapt high, his axe poised to strike. Hulaina prepared to extract her weapon to defend herself, but the blade-wielding man held on tightly to her sword, having exerted immense effort to fend off the 3 attackers. Her wounds now hampered her strength. As her right hand faltered, the man she had kicked away retrieved the chain and tightened his grip on her left arm. Suddenly, an unknown figure emerged from behind, wrapping his arms around Hulaina's waist. Despite her struggles, she found herself ensnared, unable to escape their clutches. Realizing she could not turn in time to block the descending axe, she closed her eyes in despair, her heart filled with regret. "Master, I am sorry. I have failed your expectations." In that fateful moment, a metallic clash echoed, and Hulaina opened her eyes to see a spear positioned before her, halting the descending axes. She looked towards the spear's base, where Yang Puffing stood, gripping the weapon with a bulging arm. With his other hand, he had seized the neck of an attacker, even as the assailant plunged a dagger into his shoulder. Hulaina felt a surge of emotion. Over the past few months, this man had repeatedly rescued her from peril. Despite his cold demeanor, he always appeared at her side during her times of danger. "What are you waiting for?" Yang Pofeng commanded, tightening his grip until the sound of breaking bones filled the air. The man he held fell limp, devoid of breath. With a fierce determination, Yang Puffing swept his spear, dislodging the bloodied butcher's axes and swiftly turning to thrust the spear towards Hulaina's assailant, causing the grip around her to loosen. Regaining her composure, Hulaina kicked the blade-wielding man, freeing her short sword, and with a swift motion, severed the chain binding her left hand. At this moment, the once formidable crowd of nearly 100 had dwindled to just a handful of survivors. The bloodied butcher, realizing they could not capture the 2, signaled for a retreat, hastily leading the remnants away from the scene. Yang Puffing chose not to pursue, instead assisting Hulaina to her feet. In her weakened state, Hulaina gazed at Yang Puffing and murmured, "Thank you. You have saved me once again." He replied coldly, "I promised the Pope I would guide you through the city of slaughter." A tinge of melancholy filled Hulaina's heart. Did this man merely act out of duty to fulfill a promise? Was his repeated willingness to protect her simply a matter of obligation? "I can manage on my own. I do not require your assistance," she exclaimed, pushing away his supportive hand and walking away dejectedly. Yang Puffing remained unfazed, silently following her. No one dared to approach them. The recent battle had been witnessed clearly, and while the messenger of hell appeared injured, the Reaper was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, after retreating, the bloodied butcher discreetly approached a house and knocked on the door. It was soon opened by a woman clad in black, an emissary of the city of slaughter and an associate of the king of slaughter. "They are far too strong, especially the Reaper. We are no match for them," the bloodied butcher admitted, displaying a rare humility as he stood upright with his head bowed, awaiting her response. "I understand. You may leave now. Although your attempt has failed, I will still report your desire to join the Guardian Corps to the esteemed King of Slaughter," she assured him. "Thank you, emissary," he replied before departing. Once the door closed, the woman returned to her room and lifted a corner of the floor to reveal a hidden passage. She descended into the darkness below. At the end of the passage stood a large door, guarded by a sentinel. The woman whispered a few words in the guard's ear, and he opened the door for her. Upon entering a vast, dark hall, she saw a towering figure seated upon a throne. Bowing respectfully, she addressed him, "Great King, The attempt to eliminate those two has failed. Should we not make contact with the Reaper? It has been long since any strong fighters have joined the City of Slaughter. The imposing figure was none other than the King of Slaughter. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, if they manage to evade this assassination, then we shall not pursue them. But what if they achieve 100 victories? She pressed. The King of Slaughter responded coldly. And if they do, what of it? Can they even traverse the road of hell? In this instance of the assassination, my curiosity merely lies in the prowess of these two individuals. The one who brought them here is beyond our reach. Henceforth, we shall proceed according to the established protocols and refrain from undue concern regarding them. Upon hearing that even the King of Slaughter had individuals he could not contend with, the woman clad in black inquired with intrigue, Great King, could there truly exist those we cannot confront in the City of Slaughter? The King of Slaughter, his gaze imbued with a chilling severity, replied sternly, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Focus solely on your own duties. The moment she met his gaze, the woman was drenched in cold sweat and immediately knelt, pleading, Great King, I beg your forgiveness this time. I assure you, it shall not happen again. The King of Slaughter waved his hand dismissively, stating, you may leave. I do not wish for a repeat of this. The woman, feeling as if she had received a pardon, quickly rose and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my king. I promise it will not happen again. And I shall take my leave now. Once the black-clad woman had departed, the King of Slaughter's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he mused. The two little ones sent by the Wuhuan Temple are indeed intriguing. I wonder if they will withstand the trials of my hellish path. Months passed swiftly, and WangSheng of WangJia finally devised a new soul skill of his own creation, having already surpassed the 50-level mark in soul power. It was time to procure a soul ring. After perfecting his newly developed soul skill, WangSheng resolved to acquire his 5th soul ring. He had already determined the soul beast he required for the 5th soul ring, and, a month prior, after breaking through to 50 levels, he had sent a letter back to the sect, requesting Ning Fengji to send someone to assist him in searching within the Xingdou Great Forest. After tidying up his ancestral home, WangSheng gathered his belongings and set off towards the Xingdou Great Forest. After several days of travel, he arrived at the inn where he had previously encountered Songhui Academy. At this point, a team was already waiting for him. Upon his arrival, the leader stepped forward respectfully and introduced himself. Young Master WangSheng, I am Zhao Feng, the mission leader, a level 73 agility attack system soul saint. And my martial soul is the Night Shadow Leopard. WangSheng assessed the individual before him, who appeared to be in his 40s of average height, slender build, with a darker complexion and a goatee. His most notable feature was his long fingers, which were slightly darker than the rest of his skin. WangSheng nodded slightly and said, I appreciate your assistance, Captain Zhao. Young master, it is our duty, Zhao Feng replied. Allow me to introduce the remaining members of our team. He then proceeded to introduce the other 9 members, among whom WangSheng recognized 2 familiar faces, Lin Weiwei, who had reached level 45, and Ao Erfu at level 33. They were both newcomers accompanying the team, while the rest were predominantly Soul Kings and Soul Emperors. After getting acquainted with everyone, WangSheng instructed them to rest, preparing to set off for the Xingdou Great Forest early the next morning. Once everyone had returned to their quarters, WangSheng invited Lin Weiwei and Ao Erfu to dine together and reminisce. Chapter 86. The Black Yao Tiger King. The inn operated with remarkable efficiency. Soon, the table shared by WangSheng, Lin Weiwei, and Ao Erfu was laden with delectable dishes. WangSheng raised his glass, exclaiming, Let us raise a toast. It has been a long time since we last saw each other. Lin Weiwei and Ao Erfu lifted their glasses to clink with his. After downing a cup, WangSheng turned to Lin Weiwei and asked, Weiwei, why is it that you are here alone for this mission? Where is Yiyu? The now graceful Lin Weiwei replied, Yiyu is teamed up with Rain. Since our graduation, we soul masters from the same sect have been paired into teams of 2. Both Yiyu and I are reconnaissance soul masters. Thus we have been assigned to different teams. WangSheng nodded in understanding and then turned to the now burly Ao Erfu, saying, Oh, Erfu, you must take good care of Weiwei. Ao Erfu thumped his chest in assurance. Absolutely. I was timid in the past, but I won't be like that anymore. I will protect those around me with my great axe." After he spoke, Ao Air Fu cast a determined glance at Lin Weiwei, prompting Wang Sheng to notice an unusual depth in their exchanged glances. Wang Sheng teasingly remarked, "Oh, do you two share a story?" Upon hearing this, both of their faces flushed. Ao Air Fu, grinning foolishly, responded, "We are both in our 20s. Is that not quite normal? My parents married and had me at 18. Wang Sheng, intrigued, prodded further. "From what you say, are you and Wei Wei not also considering marriage?" Lin Weiwei's face turned even redder as she shyly replied, "I never said I wanted to marry." The naive Ao Air Fu quickly retorted, "But you said you would marry me. Why are you saying you want tea now?" Lin Weiwei, at a loss for words regarding this foolishness, quickly told Wang Sheng, "Do not mind this silly boy. Let us eat." Subsequently, Wang Sheng, much like squeezing toothpaste, gradually extracted details about their relationship. It turned out that Ao Air Fu had pursued Lin Weiwei long ago, but his previous cowardice had left a negative impression on her. A year ago, they were placed in the same team, and during a mission, an accident occurred where they encountered a horde of soul beasts. Lin Weiwei was injured, and Ao Air Fu shielded her with his own body, sustaining severe injuries to protect her. It was this selfless act that moved Lin Weiwei, and gradually they grew closer, agreeing to hold a wedding celebration after the Soul Master competition, inviting their elite classmates to join the festivities. The three of them enjoyed a hearty meal, with Wang Sheng promising to plan a spectacular wedding for them and declaring his intention to be the best man. Although they were unsure of what a best man entailed, Ao Air Fu remained blissfully happy, believing that a wedding orchestrated by Wang Sheng would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The next morning, Wang Sheng and Xiaofeng's team set out for the Qingdao Great Forest. Their target for this hunt was the 30,000-year-old Black Yao Tiger King. Once merely the Black Yao Tiger, it evolves into the Black Yak Tiger King after reaching the 10,000-year mark as a soul beast. According to the records of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, hunting the Black Yao Tiger could yield either the Black Yao Shockwave or the Berserk Soul skills. After evolving into the 10,000-year-old Black Yao Tiger King, there was also a possibility of acquiring the skill Black Yao Tiger Shadow, akin to a teleportation ability. All three skills were deemed suitable by Wang Sheng, particularly the Black Yao Tiger Shadow, which he greatly desired. While many soul beasts could grant teleportation skills, they were predominantly agile types, enhancing speed upon absorbing their soul rings. The Black Yao Tiger King, being a power-type soul beast, would significantly enhance Wang Sheng's strength while potentially granting him a teleportation skill, which was his utmost wish. Should he fail to acquire the desired skill this time, the other two skills would serve as a safety net, leading him to focus his objective on the Black Yao Tiger King. If he did not attain the Black Yao Tiger Shadow skill, he would have to wait until level 60 to hunt the 5,000 to 6,000-year-old Black Yao Tiger King. Upon entering the Qingdao Great Forest, the team members with the Scorpion Tail, Beam Martial Soul, and Lin Weiwei took to the sky. They had already mapped out the activity range of the Black Yao Tiger King. With two flying soul masters leading the way, their journey proceeded smoothly, and within half a day, they arrived at the area frequented by the Black Yao Tiger King. A small stream lay ahead, where, according to a month of reconnaissance reports from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Black Yao Tiger King would come to drink every evening. They merely needed to wait patiently for its appearance. As the sun began to set, a colossal jet-black tiger emerged. Wang Sheng scrutinized the creature closely, noting that the Wang symbol on its forehead glimmered like obsidian. Based on its size, it appeared to be just over 30,000 years old. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Wang Sheng, Zhao Feng commanded his team, prepare for action and execute tactical plan number 3. With unwavering discipline, the 10-member squad swiftly sprang into motion, each member instinctively taking their designated positions at Zhao Feng's call. Once everyone was in place, Zhao Feng raised his hand, signaling them to unleash their martial spirits and commence their assault. Leading the charge, he activated his 7th soul skill, transforming into the true form of his martial spirit, the Night Shadow Leopard, which swiftly dissolved into a shadow before their eyes. Wang Sheng observed his comrades, noting their intense focus on the He Yao Hu Wang. who was languidly licking the stream water. Suddenly, sensing an impending threat, the He-Yao Huang lifted its head, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, a dark vortex appeared behind it, from which the night shadow leopard lunged and pinned the He-Yao Huang down. As the beast was brought to the ground, a chain shot out from the side, ensnaring the He-Yao Huang's neck. Its other end was held by a soul emperor wielding the martial spirit of chains. Simultaneously, two beast martial spirit soul kings, resembling each other closely, leaped from the forest on either side, both activating their fourth soul skill, Iron Arm Heavy Fist, striking the He-Yao Huang's flanks. The sudden onslaught caught the He-Yao Huang off guard, and in an instant, it was immobilized. With a deafening roar, the He-Yao Huang forcefully shook off the two soul kings, snapping the chain around its neck and turning to engage the night shadow leopard in a fierce battle. At that moment, the Scorpion Tail Beast Soul Emperor unleashed its fifth soul skill, Scorpion Tail Sting, while Lin Weiwei activated her third soul skill, Feather Arrow Meteor Shower, both striking the He-Yao Huang like a tempest, enduring such a barrage in mere seconds. The He-Yao Huang sensed the grave danger it faced and unleashed a black energy sphere from its maw towards Zhao Feng, who deftly sidestepped the oncoming attack. In that fleeting moment, the He-Yao Huang chose to flee, its innate intelligence honed over 30,000 years guiding its instincts. If not for the initial ambush, it might have torn through these humans. However, the damage it had sustained was considerable, and it now realized these humans were no longer within its capability to defeat. As the He-Yao Huang turned to escape, the chain-wielding Soul Emperor activated his fifth soul ring, causing multiple chains to erupt and bind the He-Yao Huang's body and limbs tightly. Simultaneously, a rocky barrier materialized before the He-Yao Huang, conjured by a Soul King with a martial spirit of rock defense. The two Iron Arm Magic Ape Soul Kings followed suit, employing their fifth soul skill, Magic Ape Storm Wave, unleashing twin torrents of swirling energy that struck the He-Yao Huang's hind legs. Zhao Feng once more brought the He-Yao Huang down, which then released another fierce roar, its body swelling ominously. Has it gone berserk? It seems it is our turn now. WangSheng and Erfu exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they joined the fray. Erfu leapt high, raising his colossal axe as his purple fourth soul ring whirled rapidly, merging into his weapon. Fourth soul skill, Giant Axe Critical Strike. The massive axe crashed onto the He-Yao Huang's back, while WangSheng's external soul bone, the dark gold terror claw, pierced into the creature's abdomen with his fourth soul skill. At the moment the terror claw penetrated the He-Yao Huang's belly, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed into WangSheng, manifesting as a crimson glow. Is this the sensation of energy absorption? As the powerful energy flowed into his body, WangSheng felt a warm current circulating within him, igniting a bloodthirsty thrill. No, I must not let this malevolent impulse cloud my mind. WangSheng steeled his resolve, determined not to succumb to this desire, and swiftly withdrew the terror claw, transforming his grasp into a fist to rain blows upon the He-Yao Huang. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's squad executed their soul skills in perfect synchrony, each attack landing precisely on the He-Yao Huang without a hint of collateral damage to their allies. The auxiliary food soul masters remained unengaged, as all auxiliary soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were capable of combat, thus eliminating the need for dedicated protection. After a fierce exchange, the He-Yao Huang, battered and unwilling, ultimately collapsed, barely clinging to life. WangSheng swiftly denied the He-Yao Huang a chance to self-destruct, drawing the Ming Wang blade from his ring and striking down upon the Wang character on its forehead. With a final, anguished roar, a black soul ring began to materialize in the air above them. Having regained his composure, WangSheng sat cross-legged, gradually drawing the black soul ring into his body. His physical strength and mental fortitude were now sufficient to withstand the 30,000-year soul ring, although the chaotic soul power surged through his meridians and psyche. It was a far more manageable experience than when he absorbed the fourth soul ring. In a brief moment, he successfully assimilated the soul ring, elevating his soul power to level 42, and most gratifyingly, he acquired the coveted soul skill of the Hiyao Huang. Once the soul ring was fully absorbed, the group departed from the Xingdou Great Forest, encountering several soul beast attacks along the way. However, thanks to the flawless coordination of Xiaofeng's squad, they effortlessly repelled each threat. After leaving the forest, WangSheng parted ways with Xiaofeng's team, intending to reunite with Xiao Qinyu and the others, as he had just over a year remaining. According to the information WangSheng had received, Xiao Qinyu and his companions had been participating in Team Soul battles at various major cities' arenas, and they were currently in Suatua City. Without delay, WangSheng hastened towards Suatua City. Upon arriving, he did not notify them, but directly made his way to the Suatua Great Soul Arena, purchasing a regular spectator ticket and taking a seat among the audience. After several team matches, the host announced, "The next match is a gold-level team battle between the Seven Treasures team and the Thunderbolt team. Let the contestants take the stage." As the host concluded, both teams assembled, revealing that the Thunderbolt team consisted of individuals in their 40s, while the Seven Treasures team was comprised entirely of youths in their teens and 20s. When the host called for the participants to unleash their martial spirits, it became apparent that all members of the Thunderbolt team were Soul Kings, whereas the Seven Treasures team had only 4 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Ancestors. WangSheng overheard a portly spectator conversing with a bald companion nearby. "Which team did you bet on for victory?" the bald man inquired. "Naturally, the Thunderbolt team," replied the portly man. "All their members are above level 55, and their captain, Lei Bao, is a level 59 Soul King. Look at the Seven Treasures team. They have 3 Soul Ancestors. This is surely a crushing defeat." The portly man nodded in agreement, commenting, "Indeed, these youngsters are so young. Their Soul Kings likely just recently broke through. Betting on the Thunderbolt team is certainly the wise choice." WangSheng, privy to their conversation, felt a surge of curiosity about the battle, wondering how his long-absent companions had progressed in strength. As the battle commenced, Ningyu's Seven Treasures glazed tile tower released beams of light that enveloped the team, while 2 agile attack Soul Masters from the opposing side swiftly appeared on either flank of the Seven Treasures team. The moment the 2 agile Soul Masters landed, they found themselves ensnared in a web of spider silk, expertly cast by Huang Wu, who had mastered the art of distraction and control. At this moment, Yi Lingling and Ningyu from the Qibao battle team charged towards the agile attack Spirit Masters on either side. The 2 auxiliary Spirit Masters, undeterred by the control over the agile attack Spirit Masters, swiftly dispatched them with seamless precision before their opponents could react. Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai had already plunged into the enemy ranks. Once within the ranks of the Pailai battle team, Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai demonstrated remarkable synergy, quickly eliminating nearby Spirit Masters and advancing directly towards the opposing auxiliaries. The sole auxiliary of the Pailai battle team, witnessing his companions being swiftly defeated, prepared to retreat hastily, only to find Meng Iran's countless serpents encircling them. Captain Lei Bao, seeing his teammates caught in a passive position, immediately charged towards Qi Bao battle teams Huang Wu and Meng Iran, only to be confronted by a massive shield that materialized before him. By the time Captain Lei Bao breached Swoke's great shield, his other 6 teammates had already been eliminated from the arena. The spectators erupted in gasps as this fierce battle, lasting merely seconds, concluded with the Qi Bao battle team's fluid cooperation yielding a flawless victory, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. WangSheng, observing this battle, could not help but nod in approval. His teammates had become increasingly harmonious in their collaboration, indicating that they had not grown lax over the past year. Recognizing the inevitable victory, WangSheng chose not to linger in the spectator area and made his way to the entrance tunnel, shortly hearing a lively commotion of laughter and conversation. Chapter 88. The match against Xiao Qinyu, as the He Yao Tiger King turned to flee. The 5th spirit ring of the Iron Chain's Spirit Emperor shone brightly. The chains in his hand flew forth, splitting into several strands that tightly ensnared the He Yao Tiger King's body and limbs. When a group of 7 entered the arena tunnel amidst laughter, a familiar figure appeared before them. Upon seeing WangSheng, Xiao Qinyu rushed forward for a hearty embrace, exclaiming, "It's been almost a year since I last saw you." Buddy, Wang Sheng patted Xiao Qinyu's back, missing him dearly as his closest companion since arriving in this world, replying, "Don't hold on too tight. Lingling might get jealous." Yi Lingling, witnessing Wang Sheng's teasing, felt her cheeks flush, while Zhao Kai immediately opened his arms, pretending to embrace Yi Lingling, proclaiming, "No worries, Lingling. Come here, I'll hug you." Before Zhao Kai could finish, Xiao Qinyu swiftly released Wang Sheng and positioned himself in front of Yi Lingling, saying, "Clever Kai, do you believe I won't give you a beating?" The two, once perfectly in sync, had now turned into rivals. Ningyu, relishing the spectacle, shouted, "Fight! Hurry up! It's been ages since I've seen you two duel." With a resounding thud, two fists simultaneously appeared before Ningyu's eyes. As both Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai retorted, "None of your business," the two resumed their face-off. The playful banter among these friends made Wang Sheng nostalgic. After some playful tussling, they all moved to the observation box of the Qibao battle team. Xiao Qinyu turned to Wang Sheng, saying, "We have a one-on-one match coming up. Once it's over, let us grab a bite." Wang Sheng nodded knowingly, and they awaited the start of the individual combat. In the box, all except Xiao Qinyu took turns competing. Wang Sheng seized the opportunity to observe the progress each had made during this time. Apart from Zhao Kai's intense stalemate with Swoke, the others concluded their battles swiftly. Finally, an announcement echoed, signaling the imminent clash between the Fengying Wolf King and the mighty Tiger Saint, urging both competitors to prepare. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Qinyu immediately stood up and told Wang Sheng, "Dashi, wait for me. I want to be long. Think about what you want to eat." With that, Xiao Qinyu left the box. As soon as Xiao Qinyu departed, Wang Sheng also rose. Noticing Wang Sheng's movement, Zhao Kai remarked, "Dashi, don't trust him too much. He might take a while. Let us sit a bit longer." Wang Sheng waved his hand, expressing, "I never expected a match with Xiao Yu among you. It appears to be fate." When Xiao Qinyu saw Wang Sheng standing before him, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Dashi, it's you." Wang Sheng grinned mischievously, surprised, unexpected. Xiao Qinyu, recalling how long it had been since they last fought, smiled calmly, saying, "Let us go. It's been ages since we last sparred. Show me your current strength." With that, both activated their martial spirits. As 5 dazzling rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared beneath Xiao Qinyu. The sharp claws of a wolf emerged from his fists. The Douluo version of Wolverine, Xiao Qinyu, introduced himself. Xiao Qinyu, martial spirit, Fengying Wolf, rank 53 Soul King. Let us exchange pointers. Simultaneously, Wang Sheng activated his own martial spirit. The 5 spirit rings of yellow, purple, black, and black revolved. His muscles bulging and his eyes blood red, exuding formidable power. Wang Sheng, martial spirit Zhan Hu, rank 52 Soul King. Let us exchange pointers. Xiao Qinyu took the initiative, utilizing his first soul skill, Lightning Strike, to rush toward Wang Sheng, his sharp claws lunging directly at him. Wang Sheng raised his hand to deflect Xiao Qinyu's wolf claws, countering with a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Qinyu's chest. Xiao Qinyu also raised his hand to block Wang Sheng's strike. The two began exchanging blows, employing the techniques they had honed since childhood, resulting in a fierce, yet evenly matched duel. Xiao Qinyu excelled in agility, while Wang Sheng dominated in strength, both well acquainted with each other's moves, making it appear as though they were evenly matched, while in reality, they were subtly feeding each other opportunities to strike. After a while, Xiao Qinyu activated his Shadow Wolf clone, and Wang Sheng unleashed his magic explosion. 4 versions of Xiao Qinyu attacked Wang Sheng from all directions. Just as they were about to strike, Wang Sheng's 5th spirit ring glimmered, transforming him into a shadow. Xiao Qinyu's confident attack missed, and Wang Sheng reappeared 5 meters away, launching a thunderbolt that struck one of the Xiao Qinyu clones. Upon impact, the hit clone instantly dissipated into thin air. "Oh no! Picked the wrong one again." Wang Sheng sighed in disappointment, swiftly casting another thunderbolt. Having regained his composure, Xiao Qinyu dodged Wang Sheng's 2nd thunderbolt and executed Lightning Strike again, closing the distance between him and Wang Sheng. Accompanied by the roar of the Zhan Hu, Wang Sheng's Tianma Meteor Fist targeted one of the Xiao Qinyu clones. Under the barrage of punches, The hit Xiao Qinyu clone again vanished into air. WangSheng did not hesitate, teleporting away to unleash another thunderbolt. But this time it struck another clone, resulting in a similar outcome. With only 4 Xiao Qinyu clones remaining, WangSheng had missed 3 times. WangSheng shook his head in exasperation. Is my luck this bad? 3 wrong choices. Xiao Qinyu laughed heartily. Dashi, your luck is unmatched. I never imagined your 5th spirit skill was such a practical teleportation ability. Now, let me show you my 5th spirit skill. 5th soul skill, Shadow Wolf Storm. With that, Xiao Qinyu's black spirit ring shone brightly as he slashed forward with his wolf claws, sending torrents of tornadoes toward WangSheng. WangSheng evaded the tornadoes, but as he teleported behind Xiao Qinyu, a gust of air propelled him away. Surprised by the strength of Xiao Qinyu's skill, which seemed to provide a protective wind barrier, WangSheng couldn't help but admire the formidable power of this millennium-old spirit skill. As WangSheng continued to evade, his mind raced to find a breakthrough. The tornadoes multiplied, nearly engulfing the entire arena. Determined, WangSheng summoned his external spirit bone, activating his 4th soul skill, Dark Golden Claw, shattering the incoming tornadoes. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu appeared behind WangSheng, activating his 4th spirit ring. The 4th soul skill, Yingling Misha Pe, was unleashed, causing a sharp pain to surge through WangSheng's back. He was compelled to activate his 5th soul skill, Hiao Huing Shun Yi, to evade the attack. Xiao Qinyu's relentless onslaught had drained much of his soul power, making it apparent that subduing WangSheng in a short span would not be a simple task. Observing from the private box, Ningyu remarked, "Isn't the new soul skill of Desheng rather overpowered? I've seen him teleport so many times, and yet his soul power remains unscathed." Zhao Kai, who was attentively watching the battle, responded, "Desheng's 5th soul ring is at least 20 to 30,000 years old. A mere teleportation skill cannot possibly deplete much soul power." Suo nodded in agreement, adding, "The 5th soul skills of both are formidable in their own right. In a burst of power, Xiaoyu would certainly prevail, but in a prolonged battle, Xiaoyu may exhaust his soul power, while the Desheng still has plenty to spare." Ningyu quickly sought to assert himself, saying, "Thus, Xiaoyu must rely on his brother. Without his brother's support, his soul skills would not endure." Meng Yiran scoffed, "How shameless! Xiaoyu only endures because he faces Desheng. Otherwise, which other soul kings could withstand such fierce attacks?" Huang Wu, hearing Meng Yiran's comments, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiaoyu's explosive power is such that few can endure for long. Upon hearing the consensus, Zhao Kai felt compelled to retort, "You are all speaking for yourselves. I believe I could hold my own too." Ningyu, ever the critic, teased him, "Come on, in all the times you two have sparred over the years, how many times have you actually won?" Zhao Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he countered, "That's because my soul skill damage is too immense. I've been holding back for the sake of teamwork." The others immediately responded with derision. Among them, Yi Lingling, who had been silently observing the escalating battle, was filled with anxiety for Xiao Qinyu. She recognized that his years of dedication matched WangSheng's. Whenever they trained together, Xiao Qinyu often expressed regret for not having trained alongside WangSheng from the beginning, which hindered his ability to surpass him. Yi Lingling had always witnessed Xiao Qinyu's relentless efforts, while the team acknowledged WangSheng's low talent and hard work. They often overlooked that Xiao Qinyu's innate ability was not significantly inferior. In their 7-member squad, Xiao Qinyu had consistently been the strongest, a testament to his perseverance. The battle continued, with Xiao Qinyu, now exhausted from soul power depletion, beginning to reduce his use of soul skills. WangSheng, despite his familiarity with Xiao Qinyu, found it difficult to gain an advantage. Their intimate knowledge of each other's capabilities meant this clash would inevitably become a war of attrition. Gasping for breath, Xiao Qinyu remarked, "Desheng, you've grown significantly stronger during this time." WangSheng, equally impressed by Xiao Qinyu's progress, replied, "You two have become more formidable. Let us continue. It has been a long time since we've had such a thrilling battle. Come on, make sure to give it your all." Deciding to hold nothing back, Xiao Qinyu announced, "Brother, watch closely. This is my self-created soul skill." He leaped into the air, enveloped by a tornado that swiftly charged towards WangSheng. Compared to Xiao Qinyu's fifth soul skill, this self-created tornado exhibited exponentially greater speed and destructive power. The arena was engulfed in debris as the tornado ravaged the ground. WangSheng found himself caught within the whirlwind, obscuring the view of the audience, who could not discern the battle's condition inside. The onlookers in the box were filled with trepidation. Yi Lingling rushed outside, sensing that regardless of the outcome, both combatants would emerge battered. Others quickly followed her lead. Suddenly, two figures burst forth from the tornado, crashing heavily to the ground. WangSheng was covered in blood, his clothes torn and bleeding profusely. Xiao Qinyu, while lacking visible wounds, was equally battered, having been struck repeatedly by WangSheng's heavy punches during the whirlwind. Both men, gravely injured, summoned their resilience to rise. As the Seven Treasure team approached the edge of the arena, their concern for the two was palpable. Finally, WangSheng and Xiao Qinyu managed to stand, exchanging weary yet understanding smiles as they slowly approached one another. Just as they were about to meet face to face, Xiao Qinyu faltered and collapsed, followed by WangSheng, who succumbed to darkness as well. The others rushed to lift them, with Yi Lingling's healing abilities immediately at work. After a brief moment, both slowly opened their eyes. Upon returning to the hotel, the group chastised them for their reckless fighting, emphasizing that if not for Yi Lingling, their lives would have been in grave danger. In response to their reproaches, WangSheng, bandaged like a mummy, chuckled, "This is precisely because Lingling was present that we dared to fight freely." Xiao Qinyu, equally bruised, chimed in, "Exactly. Only through unrestricted combat can we truly gauge our strength. Look, we're fine." Yi Lingling shot Xiao Qinyu a disapproving glare, stating, "Fine? With the state you two are in, you won't fully recover for at least half a month." Xiao Qinyu quickly apologized, "Understood. Sorry for worrying you. There won't be a next time." WangSheng turned to Xiao Qinyu and inquired, "Xiao Yu, you've done well. Now you have your own self-created soul skill. What's it called? Its power is indeed impressive." Xiao Qinyu, filled with pride, replied, "Of course, its power is remarkable. I've worked hard on it since obtaining my fifth soul ring and named it Fengbao Misha. Isn't it grand?" Ningyu interjected dismissively, "Lack of creativity. It's merely a combination of your fourth and fifth soul skills." His remark elicited laughter from the group. WangSheng, adopting a serious tone, stated, "It's not as simple as the Yu suggests. Only those who enter the tornado will comprehend the true power of Xiao Yu's self-created skill." Zhao Kai, intrigued, asked, "Da Sengi, do elaboraci. This guy's been so secretive. I want to see if he is truly capable." Reflecting on the situation, WangSheng explained, "Inside the tornado, Xiao Yu's speed was astonishing. Within it, he felt like a master of the battlefield. My fierce Tiger Barrage and Pegasus Meteor Fist were rendered ineffective. My teleportation was futile against the vortex." Suaku, puzzled, inquired, "Then how did you manage to injure Xiao Yu?" Before WangSheng could respond, Xiao Qinyu interjected, "Da Sheng is a madman who trades blows with me. Every time I struck him, he retaliated. This fool fights as though his life depends on it." WangSheng sheepishly responded, "What choice did I have? Your soul skill is so powerful." Xiao Qinyu retorted, "Enough of that. Had you used the Anjin Kong Zhao and engaged me directly, I would have been finished." WangSheng, with a mysterious smile, revealed, "Actually, I've recently developed a self-created soul skill that rivals the Anjin Kong Zhao." Ningyu, unable to restrain himself, quipped, "Desheng, is your self-created skill as common as cabbage? If it's so cheap, why not help me create one?" WangSheng cast a sidelong glance at Ningyu and remarked, "What shall you research? Are you planning to wield your seven treasure glazed tile pagoda as a weapon to strike others?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into uncontrollable laughter, causing Ningyu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, and he promptly chose to refrain from further discussion on the matter. In Chapter 90, titled Qingma City, while WangSheng and his companions were recuperating in Suo City, the following evening, a covert letter arrived from Ning Fengji at the distant Qibao Liuli sect. After reading the letter in solitude, WangSheng's brow furrowed in concern. Ning Fengji's correspondence detailed unusual happenings in Qingma City, a crucial stronghold on the fringes of the Tiando Empire. The Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, had entrusted a message to Ning Fengji, revealing that the Tiando royal family spies reported a significant influx of unknown soul masters congregating in Xingma City. Inquiring with the steward responsible for the sect's operations in Xingma City, Ning Fengji learned of unusual procurement activities, suggesting that some faction was likely preparing for action. Additionally, there were reports of several individuals winning substantial sums of money at the local gambling establishments. Yet the station's soul masters had found no evidence of cheating, resulting in considerable losses for the Qibao Liuli Sex Casino. Xingma City was the domain of the third prince, Shui Bao, and had remained relatively quiet over the years, with its only significant contribution being the annual taxes remitted to the Tiando Empire. The emergence of these anomalies raised concerns, without solid evidence. Both Ning Fengji and Shui Qinghe were hesitant to act overtly. Hence, they sought to send WangSheng to investigate under the guise of a touring soul battle team. Accompanying the letter was a note penned by the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue, intended solely for WangSheng's eyes. The Platinum Bishop, Derek, has recently failed to report any irregularities in Xingma City to the Spirit Hall, suggesting he may have aligned himself with the third prince, Shui Bao. After digesting the contents of the letter, WangSheng felt a jolt of astonishment. It appeared that issues had arisen within the Spirit Hall as well. No wonder Qian Renxue had turned to Ning Fengji for assistance. It seemed his arrival in this world had indeed set off a series of unforeseen consequences. He promptly incinerated Qian Renxue's note, as the truth about the crown prince's identity could not be disclosed to his companions. Once the note was fully reduced to ashes, he summoned his allies to discuss the matter. When everyone had gathered, Xiao Qinyu inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something urgent at this late hour?" WangSheng, his expression serious, handed the letter to Xiao Qinyu, stating, "Please read this for yourselves." Xiao Qinyu swiftly perused the letter before passing it to Ningyu. After about 10 minutes, everyone had finished reading. WangSheng addressed the group. "This is the situation. We shall investigate Xingma City under the pretense of a team battle tour. However, given the unclear circumstances, we must exercise caution." Ningyu, unusually serious, remarked, "Xingma City is the third prince's territory. I have some knowledge of him. He has refrained from competing for the throne in recent years, requesting to establish his fief on the borders to stabilize the area. However, he is quite capable compared to the other princes, and many noble families still support him within the Tiando court." Zhao Kai chimed in with his perspective. "I believe he seeks to retreat strategically, positioning himself as a local ruler to gradually expand his influence." Ningyu concurred indeed. But this is also tacitly permitted by the Tiando Emperor, Shui Yi. The crown prince, Shui Qinghe, has been increasingly mature and popular among the people. Thus, the third prince must remain wary of him. Sa questioned, "Isn't it a good thing that the crown prince is so talented? Why should there be concern over him, as he will eventually inherit the throne?" As the son of the sect's leader, Ningyu had a fair understanding of such matters and replied directly, "In royal families, an exceptionally capable crown prince can instill a sense of crisis in the reigning monarch. While you may excel, you must not overshadow your father while he still lives." Sok nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. As a rugged individual, grappling with the intricacies of political maneuvering was not his forte. Xiao Qinyu expressed his own uncertainty. "If the emperor has tacitly approved of this situation, what significance does our investigation hold?" At this juncture, Ningyu found himself at a loss for words. Equally puzzled by Ning Fengji's arrangement, WangSheng quickly alleviated their doubts. Though the emperor may be allowing the third prince's developments, this is a private matter. However, if we, as allies of the crown prince, allow such extreme irregularities to persist, we may witness the emergence of a second or third Xingma City. Continuing, WangSheng took a sip of tea and added, "Moreover, their influence is already encroaching upon the Qibao Liuli sect's interests. We cannot remain passive. What should we do? We are still students at the academy, and how can a sect leader trust us to handle this?" Huang Wu raised his concerns. WangSheng smiled and replied, "Precisely because we are still students, we will not raise suspicions. If the sect were to dispatch another team for investigation, it would only alert them." Huang Wu then asked, "Once we ascertain the situation, what shall we do next?" "Let us adapt as circumstances unfold. WangSheng pondered before stating, "For now, it appears the third prince will not act too rashly. Our focus should be on gathering evidence." Seeing that everyone comprehended, WangSheng chose to conclude the discussion. This sudden turn of events necessitated a cautious approach. He instructed, "Everyone, return to your quarters and rest well. Tomorrow, we shall make our way to Xingma City, and we will continue to participate in team battles at the major arenas along the route, presenting ourselves as challengers." After approximately 10 days of travel, the group finally reached the border stronghold of Xingma City, having left their mark in 3 major soul battle arenas along the way. Xingma City lies at the confluence of grasslands and deserts, inhabited by a fiercely spirited populace. The towering city walls and bustling gates welcomed a myriad of merchants. Upon entering the city, the stark contrast between the interior and the desolate exterior was striking. The architecture within Xingma City was grand and imposing, with wide streets lined by vendors showcasing a dazzling array of goods, accompanied by the continuous sounds of lively bartering. After settling into the hotel closest to the Grand Seoul Arena that evening, Xiao Chenyu and his 6 companions boldly entered the Xingma Grand Seoul Arena to register for the team battles. Once they submitted their team documents, a seemingly ordinary staff member at the registration desk discreetly exited the arena and headed straight for the city lord's residence. WangSheng, observing from the shadows, followed the individual closely. Approaching the city lord's residence, he found a nearby tea stall, ordered a pot of tea, and sat down, occasionally glancing toward the grand entrance of the city lord's estate. The staff member returned shortly after entering the residence, accompanied by a guard from the city lord's household. Before long, an elderly man dressed in the attire of a platinum bishop from the spirit hall arrived, following closely behind the guards. In Chapter 91, titled The Casino, within the city lord's office, Li Jun, the city lord of Xingma City, perused documents at his desk when a knock interrupted him. Soon after, the platinum bishop Derek from the spirit hall arrived. Upon seeing Derek, Li Jun invited him to sit and dismissed his attendants, closing the door behind them. Curiously, Derek inquired, "Why the sudden urgency in summoning me?" After securing the door, Li Jun took a seat beside Derek and poured him a cup of tea, saying, "I just received word from the Grand Seoul Arena that the academy team from the Qibao Liuli sect has arrived in Xingma City." Douluo Kura nonchalantly remarked, "They have come. So what? I thought it was something significant. The Qibao Zhan Dui has been traveling to various main cities for team battles over the past year. What is the big deal?" Li Jun responded, "But at this crucial moment, their arrival cannot be overlooked. I have previously advised you to act discreetly, yet the group of soul masters you recently organized has been far too ostentatious, even winning at the casino daily. How can I defend your actions?" Li Jun was always meticulous in his actions. Years ago, he had allied himself with the third prince, Shui Bao, and had been discreetly amassing strength. However, with the recent inclusion of Derek, the master of the Wuhuan branch in Xingma City, their actions have become excessively flamboyant, prompting Li Jun's heightened vigilance. After sipping his tea, Derek replied dismissively, "What's the issue? In Xingma City, we are the ones who call the shots. Even if these youngsters are here to investigate rather than engage in soul battles, do you think they will uncover anything?" Li Jun, seeing that Derek remained unperturbed, insisted, "We must exercise caution. The third prince has plotted for so long. We cannot afford any mistakes." Derek scoffed, "You are overthinking it. A group of academy kids poses no real threat. If necessary, we can quietly eliminate them without anyone noticing." Li Jun shot Derek a disapproving glance. "We absolutely cannot proceed in that manner. I just reviewed their profiles, and we cannot act rashly based solely on the fact that one of them, surnamed Ning, possesses the Qibao Liuli Tower Wuhan." At this, Derek finally took notice. "What? The direct descendant of the Qibao Liuli sect is among them?" Li Jun nodded. "Indeed. Under normal circumstances, we could eliminate anyone without hesitation, but this Ning fellow might well be a relative of Ning Fengji. If he were to mysteriously vanish in Xingma City, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Qibao Liuli sect's Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo. We currently lack the strength to contend with title Douluo." Hearing the mention of 2 title Da, Derek involuntarily shuddered and quickly asked Li Jun, "So, what should we do?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Jun advised, "You must immediately inform your people to tone it down, especially those at the casino. They should stop while they are ahead. They have already amassed quite a fortune." Derek felt a pang of regret at the thought of reigning in the casino operations, as it was his people who had been winning money there, and he had benefited from it. However, considering the two title Douluo from the Qibao Liuli sect, he conceded, "Fine, starting tomorrow. I will instruct them to cease their casino visits." Derek's decision to delay the action frustrated Li Jun, who thought Derek was far too greedy. Yet, he understood that Derek's betrayal of the Spirit Hall to align with the third prince stemmed from this very greed. Li Jun firmly stated, "No, we must call them back immediately. These youngsters are already in Xingma City, and they might very well head to the casino after today's soul battle." Derek shrugged dismissively. How could that be? The Xingma Soul Arena has numerous battles every day. Even if they signed up, it would take time to participate. If they were to visit the casino, it would surely be tomorrow. Li Jun's frustration boiled over, and he warned, "Derek, I warn you if anything goes wrong. I will ensure you pay dearly for it." Derek, feeling discontented, thought to himself that he had already made concessions, yet Li Jun continued to push. After all, he was merely a dog for the third prince, while Derek was a platinum bishop and a soul Douluo. Why should he fear a mere soul sage? Who did Li Jun think he was? Derek stood up, leaving with a sharp retort. Outside the city lord's residence, WangSheng, sipping tea, observed Derek storming out. Although he was unaware of the conversation that transpired, he was certain that the two were in collusion, prompting him to settle his bill and head to the Xingma City casino. Upon arriving at the casino, WangSheng presented his token to the manager, who promptly escorted him to a private room on the top floor. The manager, Mao Li, was exceedingly loyal to the Qibao Liuli sect and had managed the Xingma City casino for nearly a decade. Once seated in the private room, WangSheng inquired Mao, "What has been happening at the casino lately?" Mao Li replied, "Young Master Wang, recently 3 soul masters have been visiting our casino every night, consistently winning large amounts of gold soul coins. We have been observing them discreetly, yet we have found no evidence of cheating. However, one cannot rely solely on luck. It's improbable that their fortune could hold for so long. They have already taken away more than half a year's worth of our casino's earnings." Intrigued by Mao Li's account, WangSheng asked, "Have you investigated their backgrounds? Who are they?" "We have looked into it. They arrived in Xingma City on the same day and have been residing in a hotel next to the Spirit Hall. Aside from visiting the casino, they remain at the hotel," Mao Li informed. WangSheng nodded. "In that case, take me to see them. I want to observe how they are winning." Thus, Mao Li led WangSheng to the second floor of the casino, explaining the layout along the way. "Our Xingma casino has 2 floors. The first is for smaller bets, while the second houses the VIP rooms, each with its own designated space." Eventually, Mao Li brought WangSheng to a spacious private room containing 3 large tables. WangSheng immediately recognized the blackjack table. Mao Li gestured for WangSheng to observe a nearby table, where the 3 individuals were surrounded by a mound of chips. Exuding confidence, after confirming that these were indeed his targets, WangSheng requested Mao Li to prepare some chips for him before he took a seat beside them. Chapter 92. A little trick. After sitting down at the table, WangSheng placed 100 gold soul coin chip on the table, signaling the dealer to deal the cards. As he did this, he scrutinized the 3 individuals beside him. The farthest from WangSheng was a portly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. The man in the middle had a sharp face, a thin mustache, and appeared quite lecherous, often glancing at the passing waitstaff with a salacious gaze. The closest individual to WangSheng was a seemingly mild-mannered young man wearing glasses who looked quite innocent. WangSheng rubbed his chin, puzzled. He sensed no trace of soul power emanating from these 3. Yet they did not appear to be at the level of soul sage. Could it be that they were not soul masters at all? If that were the case, how were they winning? At that moment, the dealer had finished dealing the cards. The face-up card for WangSheng was a 5, while his hidden card was a 7. The bearded man had an 8, the lecherous man had a jack, and the bespectacled man had a 5. Once everyone had inspected their cards, the dealer turned to the bearded man and asked, "Sir, would you like another card?" The bearded man shook his head no. The lecherous man requested another card, drawing a 4, and nodded in satisfaction, also opting to stop. Finally, it was the bespectacled man's turn, who requested a queen and subsequently chose to stop as well. The dealer then turned to WangSheng. With a visible 5 and a hidden 7, WangSheng nodded for the dealer to draw another card. The dealer revealed a jack, causing WangSheng to bust a 22. The dealer promptly collected WangSheng's 100 chips, leaving him to shake his head in resignation, realizing that his luck had not improved since his arrival in this world. After WangSheng's last soy sauce card was revealed, everyone displayed their hands, marking the moment WangSheng began to pay attention to the three individuals. The bearded man had a hidden card worth 10, totaling 18 points. The lewd man had a hidden card worth 6, totaling 20 points. The bespectacled man had a hidden card worth J, also totaling 20 points. At this juncture, the dealer unveiled his hidden card, a Q, bringing his total to 17 points. Given the dynamics of the casino, with two players having already bust, a gamble was in order. Although the risk of busting by drawing another card on a total of 17 was considerable, the dealer proceeded. He revealed an 8, resulting in a bust at 25 points. The three players joyfully collected their winnings, ready for the next round. In this round, the dealer's visible card was 10, the bearded man had 6, the lewd man an A, and the bespectacled man a J. The lewd man burst into laughter as he revealed his hidden card, a K, totaling 21 points and doubling his winnings. WangSheng glanced at his visible cards, which were both 6s, once again facing a disheartening situation. The diligent dealer inquired of the bearded man, "Do you wish to draw?" After a moment of contemplation, the bearded man nodded. "Yes, please." A 10 was dealt, and upon revealing his hidden card, it was a 7, totaling 23, resulting in a bust for the bearded man. Next was the bespectacled man, who gestured for a card. The dealer dealt a 5, but the bespectacled man declined any further cards. Finally, it was WangSheng's turn. He, too, opted for a card, drawing a Q, resulting in yet another bust at 22 points. The soy sauce man opted not to draw and stood pat. The dealer then revealed his hidden card, a 5, bringing his total to 15 points. The current standings, excluding the busts of WangSheng and the bearded man, showed the lewd man at 21 points, the bespectacled man at 19, and the soy sauce man at 16. The dealer was compelled to draw a card, producing a 3 and totaling 18 points. According to the casino's established rules, the dealer could not draw again, allowing for the easy collection of the soy sauce man's chips. Consequently, the three players enjoyed another profitable round. In the third round, WangSheng observed the visible cards, the dealer with 10, the bearded man with Q, the lewd man with 4, the bespectacled man with 7, and himself with 8 and a hidden K. The dealer politely asked the bearded man, who shook his head in refusal. The lewd man declared he was satisfied with his cards and chose to stand. The bespectacled man also opted not to draw, and WangSheng followed suit. The dealer then revealed his hidden card, a 2, resulting in a total of 12. The bearded man's hidden card was AJ, totaling 20 points. The lewd man had a hidden 3, also totaling 20. The bespectacled man had a hidden 10, bringing his total to 17. With the dealer holding the lowest total, he was required to draw, receiving a 4 and totaling 16, which was insufficient. He drew another card, an additional 7, resulting in a bust at 23 points. At this moment, WangSheng sensed he had uncovered the crux of the matter, albeit vaguely, and decided to observe further. In the subsequent round, the dealer displayed 3, while the bearded man showed 6, the lewd man a Q, and the bespectacled man a 4. WangSheng, unfortunately, had a visible 5 and a hidden 8. The diligent dealer once again asked the bearded man if he wished to draw. The bearded man declined, and, similarly, the lewd man did not draw. The bespectacled man requested a 5, but chose not to draw again. When it came to WangSheng's turn, he drew a K, resulting in yet another bust. The cards were then revealed. The bearded man's hidden card was 10, totaling 16. The lewd man's hidden card was 7, totaling 17. And the bespectacled man's hidden card was a Q, giving him 19. The dealer revealed his hidden card, a J, plus the visible 3, summing to 13 points. The dealer drew a 10 for himself, resulting in another bust. Following more than 10 hands of play, WangSheng had nearly grasped the situation. After busting once more, he feigned a poor run of luck, shaking his head in resignation before leaving the table. Upon returning to his suite, he asked Mao Li, Supervisor Ma, may I inquire whether they have been playing blackjack during this period? Mao Li nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they play blackjack daily, leaving with winnings each time, though sometimes the amounts vary. WangSheng continued. Do they always play at the same table? Mao Li confirmed, yes, always at that table, but we have investigated, and there are no issues with it. What about the dealer? Is it always the same one? Mao Li shook his head. Not quite. The dealer's name is Zhao San, and his brother, Zhao Wu, also deals. They alternate days at the table. WangSheng further inquired, have these two dealers interacted with any other players during this time? Have you investigated this? Mao Li assured him, young Master Wang, are you suspecting collusion between the dealers and the players? That is highly improbable. The dealers at our casino primarily remain in the upper quarters when not working. They have not left the casino in the past 2 months, while those 3 players have only been here for 10 to 20 days, and we have noted that they do not communicate while gambling. Having gathered all the necessary information, WangSheng instructed, then send someone to find Zhao Wu. Let us proceed to the private room. It is time to close in. Mao Li, overjoyed, asked young Master Wang, have you figured out how they are winning? WangSheng nodded. A simple trick. Chapter 93. It is your choice to stay or leave after taking a seat. WangSheng placed a stack of 100 gold soul coins and chips on the table, signaling the dealer to deal. He scrutinized the 3 individuals present, WangSheng and Mao Li, accompanied by a group of people, entered the private room, where the 3 were still laughing heartily. Seeing Mao Li enter with the player who had just incurred significant losses, the dealer Zhao San felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He wondered if the losing player had come to seek revenge from Supervisor Mao Li, but that seemed unlikely, as Mao Li was known for his integrity. Suppressing his anxiety, Zhao San addressed Mao Li, Supervisor, what brings you here? The 3 players, sensing the ominous atmosphere, quickly gathered their chips and said, with so many people around, this is quite disappointing. Let's leave. As they stood up, several individuals behind Mao Li moved to block their exit. The lewd man spoke first. What is the meaning of this? Are you not allowing us to leave after winning money in your casino? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses nervously and added, does your casino lack any credibility? At this moment, Mao Li looked toward WangSheng, who nodded in response and turned to the 3 men, saying, gentlemen, what are you saying? I have just learned the tricks from Zhao San. How about I deal the cards for you to continue playing? Zhao San, flustered, exclaimed, what do you mean by that? I never taught you anything. Are you trying to extort our casino because you lost? Supervisor Mao Li, you must stand up for me. Seeing Mao Li remain indifferent, Zhao San's legs felt weak. WangSheng ignored Zhao San and walked straight to the dealer's position, taking a card from the deck. After glancing at it, he revealed it to be a Q and asked the bearded man, sir, would you like to draw? Ignoring the bearded man's response, WangSheng drew another card, revealing a 10, and inquired again, sir, would you like to draw? At this point, a hint of panic set in among the 3 men, but WangSheng continued undeterred, drawing a 4 and asking, would you like to draw? He drew a 7 and continued, do you wish to draw another card? He then revealed a 2 and asked, would you like to draw? Mao Li and the others in the casino were left bewildered, while Zhao San and the bearded man had already slumped to the ground in fear. Mao Li, perplexed, turned to WangSheng and asked, young Master Wang, what does this mean? How could they react this way after seeing just a few cards? WangSheng smiled faintly and replied, it is quite simple. Every time Zhao San inquires if they wish to draw a card, he is effectively revealing his own hand to the 3 of them. They then calculate their strategy based on Zhao San's cards to maximize their chances of winning. Mao Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, forgive my ignorance. I still do not understand. WangSheng patted Mao Li on the shoulder and explained the essence of Zhao San's inquiries lies in the number of words he uses. Each word he utters indicates the value of his hand. However, since 10 is too long, he simply says so to denote that his hand is a 10. So that is how it is. Knowing the dealer's hand indeed increases the odds of victory significantly. Mao Li suddenly comprehended that they had deceived the entire casino with the simplest of coded language. At that moment, Zhao was also brought in. Upon seeing the others on the floor, Zhao quickly guessed that their scheme had been uncovered and immediately knelt, grasping Mao Li's feet and pleading for mercy. Mao Li, with a cold expression, waved his hand, directing them to a room on the top floor. Once they were taken to the room, the five of them trembled and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Mao Li remained silent, standing behind WangSheng, awaiting his judgment on how to handle the situation. WangSheng approached Xiao San and asked, "Now tell me, who is behind you?" Xiao San immediately knelt and bowed his head, saying, "We have no one behind us, my lord. Please spare us. We were merely tempted by the prospect of easy money. There is no one orchestrating this." WangSheng pointed at the bespectacled man and asked, "Then tell me, what is his name? How old is he this year?" Xiao San stammered, his name is. WangSheng lightly slapped Xiao San's face and said, "Do not play coy. You do not recognize him? Your backer is quite clever. If you were to cooperate with someone you knew, it would inevitably lead to suspicious eye contact. Moreover, you two brothers have been at this casino for so long, and this group only recently arrived. I boldly speculate that someone informed you 2 months ago that someone would come to the casino to play blackjack on a specific day. You were likely given a secret betting signal, and you simply needed to reveal your hand using coded language, correct?" Upon hearing WangSheng's analysis, which aligned closely with their prior arrangements, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 5 men. WangSheng directly asked, "Now, tell me who is behind you. Speak, and I may spare you." The 5 men continued to bow their heads and plead for mercy, but none revealed their backer. "Young Master Wang, it seems they will not speak unless they suffer a bit. Let me have my men apply some pressure," suggested Mao Li. WangSheng waved his hand and replied, "There is no need for that. Leave it to me. Just separate them for now. I believe one of them will eventually speak." Mao Li gestured, and his subordinates promptly took the 5 men away for confinement. After everyone had left, Mao Li turned to WangSheng and inquired, "Young Master Wang, what shall we do next?" WangSheng whispered his plan to Mao Li, who nodded in admiration at WangSheng's clever strategy. The 5 men were confined in 5 adjacent rooms. Meanwhile, the bearded man was in a state of turmoil. He did not know how long had passed when his door swung open. 2 burly men approached and seized him, stating, "It is your turn." The bearded man was dragged out, and as he passed a neighboring room, he caught sight of 2 disheveled women emerging. He glanced into the room and saw his companion, Zhou Run, sitting on a stool with his back to him, stark naked. The bearded man shouted, "Zhou Run, you bastard! You sold us out." Before the bearded man could engage with Zhou Run, the 2 burly men swiftly pulled him into the innermost room. The haste of his capture prevented him from noticing that Zhou Ren's head was drooping forward. Inside the room sat the very young man who had exposed their collusion earlier. The young man ignored the bearded man, preoccupied with fiddling with a ring on his finger. The bearded man was in a state of panic, having just witnessed the 2 women come from Zhou Ren's room. Given Zhou Ren's nature, he feared that the lascivious Zhou Ren would betray them. At that moment, WangSheng halted his actions, fixing his gaze on the bearded man, and slowly said, "Who is behind you? I offer each of you just one chance. Whether you speak or not is entirely your choice." Chapter 94. Interrogation. The bearded man looked into WangSheng's eyes, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made him feel as though he could not breathe. He quickly lowered his gaze, unable to meet WangSheng's stare. After posing his first question, WangSheng remained silent, patiently awaiting the bearded man's response. Time ticked by slowly as the bearded man wrestled with his thoughts. Finally, he stammered, I only come here to gamble as instructed. I do not know anything else. I beg you, spare me." WangSheng stepped closer, crouching before the bearded man, grabbing his hair and pulling back. The bearded man's eyes locked with WangSheng's, and the latter's cold voice rang out once more. "I find your answer quite unsatisfactory. It reveals far less than what your companions have disclosed." The bearded man exclaimed in terror, "Zhou Ren? Did Zhou Ren sell us out?" WangSheng did not directly answer, but instead remarked, "I tend to be quite suspicious. Thus, when I receive an answer, I am inclined to doubt it. I called you in merely to compare your answer with what your companion provided. If they align, I might consider sparing you. If they differ, however..." WangSheng left his statement hanging, casting a meaningful glance at the bearded man, which only heightened his anxiety. He could not fathom what WangSheng's methods might entail, but sensed that the outcome would not bode well for him. WangSheng released the bearded man and returned to his seat. Just then, the casino supervisor, Mao Li, entered and whispered a few words into WangSheng's ear. The bearded man strained to eavesdrop, but the distance rendered Mao Li's voice too faint for him to comprehend. Nevertheless, he observed that WangSheng appeared quite satisfied with the conversation. Once they had concluded, WangSheng stood and addressed Mao Li, saying, "Since the others have confessed, this one's refusal is meaningless. Dispose of him." Mao Li nodded, responding, "Understood, young master. I will handle it efficiently." Upon hearing their exchange, the bearded man felt a chill of despair. Then, he heard WangSheng's voice once more. "Mao supervisor, I suddenly recall a crucial point. We cannot simply kill him and be done with it." Mao Li, puzzled, asked, "Young master, what do you mean?" WangSheng elaborated. "These individuals have used underhanded tactics to win substantial amounts from our casino. If we merely deal with this quietly, others may be emboldened to scheme against us in the future. Therefore, we could either execute them publicly or subject them to a fate worse than death." Though the bearded man was unaware of what WangSheng meant, fear began to take root in his heart. He was not particularly resilient nor unwilling to confess. Rather, the individuals behind him were far too formidable for him to offend, and his resolve began to waver. At that moment, Mao Li echoed a similar question, asking, "Young master, what do you mean by executing them publicly or subjecting them to a fate worse than death?" WangSheng spoke up and explained, "The Tiandeng technique involves burying a person in sand, leaving only their head exposed. A small incision is then made at the top of the head, through which mercury is poured. Is that all there is to it?" Mao Li inquired. WangSheng replied with a wicked smile, "Indeed, that is all. Once the mercury enters the skin, it feels as if thousands of ants are gnawing at your body, compelling it to find an exit through any available opening, including the incision at the top of your head." Mao Li shuddered at WangSheng's chilling description, while the burly man beside him was already terrified to the point of wetting his pants. At this moment, WangSheng remarked, "Never mind, that is too cruel. Let us forego the Tiandeng and instead create RNG." Upon hearing this, the burly man felt a slight sense of relief. WangSheng's prior description had been too horrifying, and he dared not contemplate it further. Mao Li then posed a question on his behalf. "What exactly is RNG?" WangSheng responded, The RNG is quite simple. We sever their limbs, destroy their eyes, nose, ears, and tongue, and then submerge the person in a vat of medicinal solution. If they are still unresponsive, we can call upon a healing soul master to assist. Once the RNG is prepared, we shall place it in the casino's main hall, and I doubt anyone would dare to target our establishment thereafter. "Yes, young master, take him away," Mao Li commanded. After hearing this, he waved his hand, and two hulking men stepped forward to drag the burly man away. At that moment, the burly man's heart sank. This youth was not human. How could he conceive such a malicious plan? As despair consumed him, he saw the two large men approaching and cried out, "Wait, I will tell you everything. Please do not turn me into RNG." Upon hearing this, Mao Li waved his hand, and the two burly men halted in their tracks. WangSheng leisurely sat down and gazed at the sobbing man on the ground, saying, "Very well, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal all that you know. If, upon completion, I discover discrepancies between your account and theirs, you shall indeed become RNG." After regaining some composure, the burly man replied, "The three of us hail from a remote mountain village in the Luo Empire. My name is Zhu Tai, the slender one is Zhou Run, and the bespectacled one is Zhang Hai. We have no acquaintance with the two dealers. A month ago, a soul master came to our village, noticed our cleverness, and invited us to the Tiandou Empire for fortune, so we accompanied him." Zhu Tai continued, "Along the way, the soul master instructed us to sit at a specific table in the casino after entering. For the first 5 rounds, we were to place bets of 100 gold soul coins, 150, 100, 150, and 100 gold soul coins in succession. And no matter how the cards fell, we were not to call for additional cards. After these 5 rounds, we were to listen closely to the dealer's inquiries to determine our next moves." WangSheng directly inquired, "Do you know the identity of that soul master? Who have you met with upon returning home each day?" Zhu Tai replied, "Initially, we did not know his identity, but we overheard many people greet him as Lin Xiao, the steward. Mao Li then whispered to Wang Sheng, "Young master, Lin Xiao is the steward of the Wuhan branch in Xingma City, a 33rd level Soul Sovereign." Wang Sheng nodded and urged Zhu Tai to continue. After winning money, when we returned to the hotel, the Soul Master would collect our winnings, leaving us each 5,000 gold soul coins for the next day's gambling. During this time, he arranged for our every meal and drink, but forbade us from leaving the hotel. "That is all I know. I beg you, spare me." Mao Li furrowed his brow upon hearing Zhu Tai's account. "Is this all you have to say? Surely you are concealing something. It seems you wish to become RNG." Zhu Tai, hearing Mao Li's words, quickly prostrated himself and fervently insisted, "I swear I speak the truth." The Soul Master warned us that if we were ever captured and revealed his identity, he would slaughter our entire village. That is why I dare not speak. Chapter 95. You need not answer. Wang Sheng, having extracted no further useful information, instructed for Zhu Tai to be taken away. The subsequent interrogations of the remaining individuals yielded similar accounts. Zhao San and Zhao Wu disclosed that the steward Lin Xiao had approached them 2 months ago, proposing a lucrative collaboration. They were persuaded by his words, but he merely instructed them to observe the same betting pattern as before and to report their hands through a secret code without further concern. Now that the situation was clarified, their next step was to capture Lin Xiao. After Zhu Tai implicated Lin Xiao, Mao Li set the plan in motion. However, Lin Xiao proved to be quite cunning. Upon the exposure of Zhao San and his companions, he began to flee. Mao Li dispatched 2 Soul Kings to pursue him. Mao Li asked Wang Sheng, "Do you believe this Lin Xiao is the only mastermind behind it all?" Wang Sheng shook his head, stating, "He is certainly not the mastermind. At best, he is merely a messenger. If my conjecture holds, the true orchestrator is likely the Platinum Bishop Derek of the Wuhan branch. If it is indeed Derek, the situation becomes precarious. In Xingma City, we have only 1 Soul Saint and 2 Soul Emperors to safeguard us, while Derek holds the rank of Soul Douluo. Should we seek assistance from the sect leader?" Wang Sheng waved his hand. "Do not panic. Our priority is to identify the mastermind. How to deal with them is not for us to decide." Despite Wang Sheng's reassurance, Mao Li remained uneasy. Nevertheless, there remains a risk. "If anything were to happen to your sect in Xingma City, I would bear the responsibility." Sensing Mao Li's concern, Wang Sheng reassured him, "Do not worry, Manager Mao. For now, let us apprehend this steward Lin Xiao. The rest is in my hands." Wang Sheng continued, "By the way, arrange for someone to fetch my companions from the Dohan Arena. We shall discuss everything further once we capture Lin Xiao." Mao Li nodded in agreement and departed to make arrangements. As Mao Li went to retrieve Xiao, Chunyu, and the others, Wang Sheng penned 2 letters before opening the window and whistling into the distance. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures flew in, none other than Barto and the Zeke brothers, who had initially accompanied Wang Sheng and Xiao Chunyu to obtain their first spirit ring. All 3 were now Soul Emperors of over 60 levels, having been assigned to protect Wang Sheng in secret over the past few years. Upon their arrival, Wang Sheng addressed Zeke, "Brother Zeke, please deliver these 2 letters to my teacher and Prince Xue Qinghe." Zeke accepted the letters, saying nothing further, and took flight. Wang Sheng then turned to Barto and Zeke. "I need you both to monitor the movements of the Xingma Wuhan Hall and the City Lord Mansion. Inform me immediately of any developments." Barto nodded. "Understood, young master. We will set out right away." With that, Barto and Zeke departed. At this moment, Xiao Chunyu and the others were brought in by Mao Li's men. Wang Sheng addressed them. "We have nearly concluded our investigation into the casino. Now we await the capture of the intermediary. Tomorrow, you will return to the Dohan Arena for the team battle. Do take care." Zhou Gei Buzlet asked, "Why should we hold back?" Ningyu shot him a glance. "You, with your brawn and lack of wit, do not understand. If we win too easily, we will have no reason to remain in Xingma City." Wang Sheng nodded. "The Yu is correct. Winning too easily eliminates our justification for staying in Xingma City. If possible, losing a match or 2 would be acceptable." The crowd nodded in understanding. The next morning, Mao Li knocked on Wang Sheng's door. As soon as Wang Sheng opened it, he saw Mao Li hurriedly saying, "Young Master Wang, our men have scattered in search, yet they have not found any trace of Lin Xiao. We suspect he is still hiding within the city. To search the city effectively, we would need the Lord's assistance. Shall I contact the Lord? WangSheng waved his hand, saying, for now, do not mention this to the Lord. Does Lin Xiao have any close acquaintances? Mali nodded. Yes, his brother Lin Dong. Have you questioned him? We did so promptly yesterday, but both claimed ignorance of Lin Xiao's whereabouts. However, Lin Dong's eyes flickered during our inquiry. So we brought him back and subjected him to intense interrogation all night, yet he revealed nothing. WangSheng, displeased, responded, you brought him back yesterday. Why did you not inform me? Mao Li quickly explained, it was late when he returned, and I feared it would disturb your rest. So, I had him interrogated first. I hope you can forgive me, young master. WangSheng replied, very well, bring him here. I will question him myself. Complying, Mao Li bowed and departed. Shortly after, he returned with 2 guards dragging in a battered young man. WangSheng looked at the youth and inquired, you are Lin Dong, Lin Zhao's brother, correct? Lin Dong remained silent. Mao Li, seeing this, slapped Lin Dong's face and scolded, young master is asking you a question. Speak honestly, or I shall resort to harsher methods. Upon hearing this, WangSheng chuckled. There is no need for violence. After enduring a night of interrogation, he will likely remain mute. WangSheng stepped forward, lifting Lin Dong's chin and twisting it forcefully. Lin Dong cried out in pain, fixing a fierce gaze upon WangSheng. WangSheng instructed Mao Li, take him to a room, bind him securely, blindfold him, and block his ears. His jaw is already dislocated. He cannot even take his own life now. Mao Li directed the guards to follow WangSheng's orders and led Lin Dong away. WangSheng then turned to Mao Li, saying, I entrust you with a task. Acquire a detailed map of Xingma City for me, including every street, every shop, and the names of every resident. Though unsure of WangSheng's intentions, Mao Li nodded and went to make arrangements. WangSheng rubbed his temples, muttering to himself, I wonder if the methods of the great master Xiao Zhuang from the Mao Pian book will prove effective. For now, this is all I can do. Mao Li worked efficiently, and 2 hours later, he presented a massive map of Xingma City to WangSheng. The map was incredibly detailed, clearly marking every street and building. WangSheng instructed Mao Li to leave and not to be disturbed without his command. Once Mao Li departed, WangSheng slowly unfolded the map, examining it meticulously. By evening, he had Mao Li bring Lin Dong back to his room. Lin Dong was bound tightly and presented before WangSheng, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes bloodshot, WangSheng gazed at Lin Dong, articulating each word, I grant you one more chance. Where has your brother Lin Xiao gone? Lin Dong continued to stare at WangSheng, showing no sign of response. WangSheng nodded. In that case, you need not answer. Chapter 96. The Lord visits in Lin Dong's bewildered gaze. WangSheng spoke directly. Let me take a guess. Lin Xiao is still within the city, correct? Then he must be. Lin Dong maintained a stoic expression, but WangSheng pressed on swiftly. Lin Xiao is in the east, west, south, and north of the city. As WangSheng mentioned the south, Lin Dong's eyes flickered slightly. Without waiting for any further reaction from Lin Dong, WangSheng continued. In the southern part, there are the South Gate area, the Marshall Soul Hall area, the Commercial Street area, and the residential area. When he mentioned the commercial area, Lin Dong's eyes betrayed him again. WangSheng did not pause, continuing, in the commercial area, there are Kaisher Street, Zhaohe Street, Nanshiko, Quanko Street, Nanner Street, and Nancy Alley. In Nanner Street, is it? As WangSheng named Nanner Street, Lin Dong realized his eyes had given him away and quickly shut them. Nanner Street has a total of 18 shops and 37 households. So let me guess. It is in the eastern entrance, the middle of the street, or the western entrance. Those present, including Mao Li, were astonished by WangSheng's terrifying memory, recalling how he could effortlessly recite the number of shops and households on Nanner Street. Yet WangSheng continued unabated at the eastern entrance of Nanner Street. We have Lao Wu's grocery, DeLee's blacksmith, Shun Tian's pharmacy, the Zhao family, the Sun family, Lu's tea shop, Zhang's steam bun shop, Hong Dahai's residence, and the Shuef family. Despite having his eyes tightly closed, Lin Dong could not escape WangSheng's rapid-fire questioning. His face involuntarily twitched at the mention of certain places. WangSheng took a deep breath, as the whirlwind of streets, shops, and residents had taken a toll on his mental energy. Rubbing his temples, he turned to Mao Li and commanded, "Head to Hong Dahai's residence on Nan Street and apprehend him." Upon hearing Wang Sheng reveal Lin Zhao's hiding place, Lin Dong's eyes flew open as he shouted in despair. Mao Li and the guards stared at Wang Sheng in disbelief, still processing how he could possess such knowledge of every location in Xingma City within a mere half a day. Wang Sheng reiterated to Mao Li, "Haven't you memorized it yet? Go capture him." Only then did Mao Li and the guard snap back to reality and hasten to leave. Lin Dong collapsed onto the ground, and Wang Sheng approached, resetting Lin Dong's dislocated jaw. Lin Dong hurled insults at Wang Sheng. "You despicable and shameless wretch." Wang Sheng shook his head, replying, "Say what you will. I have achieved the result I sought." Ignoring Lin Dong's vitriol, Wang Sheng instructed the guards to take him away. Mao Li's capture efforts were also remarkably successful, and he soon returned with Lin Xiao in custody. When the bound Lin Xiao appeared before Wang Sheng directly stated, "I wasted considerable time bringing you here. Confess the identity of the person behind you. I do not wish to squander more time." Lin Xiao hesitated, and Wang Sheng pressed on. "I have perused an ancient tome that details numerous torturous methods, each capable of rendering life unbearable. Would you like me to introduce you to a few?" Lin Xiao remained silent. Wang Sheng continued, "There is a method known as shu shi, a brutal form of punishment where a metal brush is used to scrape the flesh from a person's body, layer by layer, until only bones remain, leading to a slow death. This torturous method was famously devised by Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty." Wang Sheng had once read about it online and found it chilling. As Wang Sheng recounted these tortures, all present shuddered in horror. He continued to describe other gruesome punishments he had read about. I recall another particularly suited for you, called Blood Eagle. This involves removing the flesh from your ribs, then turning the ribs outward to resemble eagle wings. Would you care to try?" The Blood Eagle punishment was a barbaric practice used by the Vikings against the Scots during the medieval period. As Wang Sheng described it, Lin Zhao's complexion turned pale. Subsequently, Wang Sheng recounted the various forms of brutal torture, including Ling Qi, the death by 1,000 cuts, dismemberment by horses, and being torn apart by chariots, to Lin Xiao. Unlike his brother Lin Dong, who possessed a strong spirit, Lin Xiao immediately succumbed upon hearing of these tortures, pleading, "I confess, I will reveal everything. I acted solely under the orders of the esteemed bishop. I beseech you to spare my brother and me." Wang Sheng nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Well done. You're more pragmatic than the others. Now, divulge all that you know." Lin Xiao promptly began to divulge information about Bishop Derek, akin to a bamboo tube spilling beans. Bishop Derek was exceedingly avaricious. Months ago, he instructed me to initiate contact with the Zhao brothers from the gambling house. A month prior, he sent me to the Xinghua Empire to bring back a few sharp-minded commoners. Everything was orchestrated by him. Was anyone else involved besides Derek? You had better be truthful. If I detect a single lie, you may choose one of the tortures I mentioned, Wang Sheng warned. Lin Zhao's legs trembled at the thought of the tortures, and he hastily replied, "No one else was involved. It was all orchestrated by Bishop Derek. Every penny I won was handed over to him, and he instructed me not to inform anyone else within the Wuhuan temple." Wang Sheng then inquired, "Are you aware of the influx of soul masters to Xingma City recently?" Lin Xiao shook his head, responding, "I am unaware. I merely served Derek, extorting the gambling house. I am not involved in any other matters." Realizing that no further useful information could be gleaned from Lin Xiao, Wang Sheng gestured for him to be taken away. It appeared that Derek was amassing wealth for himself, unrelated to the gathering of soul masters in Xingma City, rendering the matter difficult to investigate. As Wang Sheng pondered the connections, a guard arrived to announce that the city lord of Xingma City had heard that the team from the Qibao Academy was visiting the gambling house. Mao Li looked inquiringly at Wang Sheng, who nodded, saying, "Since they have arrived, it would be good to meet them. Please make arrangements." Mao Li promptly went to arrange the meeting, and City Lord Li Zhen was invited to the banquet hall for distinguished guests. Shortly after, Wang Sheng arrived with the 7 members of the Qibao team. After the host and guests were seated, Wang Sheng raised his glass and spoke. We have merely come to participate in group battles at each main city's dueling arena, not expecting to attract the attention of the esteemed city lord. Li Zhen raised his glass and laughed heartily. Not at all. It is our honor to have so many talented young individuals visit Xingma City. After downing his drink, Li Zhen filled his glass again and remarked, I am truly honored to see so many talented youths here. Allow me to toast all of you. After finishing his drink, Li Zhen initiated the conversation. Brother WangSheng, how many days do you plan to stay in Xingma City for the group battles? WangSheng smiled and replied, in a grand city like Xingma, we should stay for approximately 10 days to half a month. Upon hearing this, Li Zhen immediately responded, Oh, I see. Our city has few teams for the gold duels. WangSheng reassured him that is of no concern. Our primary goal is to gain experience, and we participate in several duels in each major city. Occasionally, we engage in personal duels as well. Li Zhen continued, if you need anything during your stay, please feel free to let me know. WangSheng raised his glass, saying, Thank you, City Lord Li. Allow me to toast you once more. After finishing that drink, WangSheng inquired, City Lord, as Xingma City is the fief of the third prince, there must be many formidable experts among you, correct? Considering what you mentioned, it might be challenging to find suitable opponents at the dueling arena. Would you be willing to recommend some skilled individuals for us to practice against? Li Zhen narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that this young man was indeed astute. He had only exchanged a few words and was already seeking to extract information. He quickly waved his hand, saying, Young brother, that is not the case. While there are some soul sects, they do not amount to a congregation of experts. I have heard that most of you are at the level of soul kings, and I doubt our city lord's office has the capability to provide you with suitable opponents. At WangSheng's silent cue, Ningyu understood it was his turn to speak. He feigned a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, City Lord, are you looking down on our Qibao Liuli sect? You refuse to help us find a few experts to practice against. Seeing Ningyu's playboy-like disposition, Li Zhen quickly turned to WangSheng, asking Brother WangSheng, who is this young man? WangSheng feigned forgetfulness, saying, How could I have forgotten to introduce him? This is our third young master, Ningyu, from the Qibao Liuli sect. Upon hearing Ningyu's identity, Li Zhen thought to himself, as he had surmised, that this was not merely a common relative of Ning Fengji, but rather the third son of Ning Fengji himself. Li Zhen promptly poured another glass of wine, saying, So, it is young Master Ning, allow me to toast you. When Li Zhen downed the drink, Ningyu remained unmoved, stating, City Lord, you are being too polite, but it seems my earlier remarks did not resonate with you. Li Zhen quickly responded with a smile. What do you mean, young master? Although Xingma City is a territory of the prince, the third prince has long withdrawn from the competition for the throne, so there are not many powerful soul masters here. WangSheng interjected to ease the tension. You can be a bit unruly at times. I hope the city lord will forgive his impudence. Li Zhen waved his hand, saying, Not at all. Young master is merely unaware of our situation, which is understandable. Our Xingma City is on the border, and any powerful soul masters are stationed with the border army. As a city lord, I truly lack the authority to mobilize them, so I hope you all can understand. Hearing this, WangSheng thought to himself that Li Zhen was indeed a crafty fox, skillfully evading the topic. WangSheng feigned curiosity and asked, by the way, City Lord, with so many people passing through Xingma City daily, are there any capable soul masters among them? As you know, our Qibao Academy is about to participate in the elite soul master competition across the continent, and we are eager to improve. Are there any soul masters in Xingma City who are not under the third prince's command that you could recommend to us? The crafty Li Zhen quickly replied, To be honest, there are occasionally some soul masters coming and going in our Xingma City, but I am merely a humble city lord, and those capable souls would not engage with someone like me. WangSheng nodded in understanding, then asked Li Zhen, by the way, I presume there are quite a few powerful soul masters in the Wuhuan temple here. Do you know the bishop well enough to facilitate an introduction? Li Zhen Grubia. I do know Bishop Derek, though our interactions are limited, but I can certainly arrange for an introduction. With a pleased expression, WangSheng filled his glass and raised it once more, saying, Thank you very much for your assistance, City Lord. Li Zhen smiled. It is a small matter. I will do my best to assist you. The banquet continued amid feigned ignorance from both sides, and once Li Jun departed, Ning Yu approached Wang Sheng, eager to take credit. Great sage, do you think I portrayed the role of a playboy convincingly? Xiaogang teased. I believe that is your true nature. You were quite arrogant just now. At this moment, Wang Sheng remarked, I think you could afford to be even more brazen. Ning Yu, puzzled, asked, even more arrogant? Are you planning to visit the city lord again tomorrow? Wang Sheng shook his head, no. I have learned from Mao Li that most of the gathered soul masters are residing in the brothel Wanhua Pavilion. Tomorrow, I want you boys to visit the Wanhua Pavilion during the day. Ning Yu, be a bit more audacious. It would be best if those soul masters came out to give you a beating. What? You want to go looking for a fight? Ning Yu was displeased with Wang Sheng's arrangement. However, Su Ku and Huang Wu were eager, saying, let's go. We will visit tomorrow. Yi Lingling fixed her gaze upon Xiao Qinyu and inquired, are you going? Xiao Qinyu hastily clarified, I certainly will not go. The three of them can manage, no? For Stinky Kai will accompany them too. The next noon, Ning Yu swaggered into Wanhua Pavilion, flanked by Huang Wu and Swoke. As the trio entered, a warm-hearted matron eagerly approached them. Welcome, young sirs. What type of ladies do you fancy? I shall arrange everything for you. Ning Yu, brimming with arrogance, boisterously declared, arrange? Do you know my taste? Bring forth all the ladies. I intend to book the entire venue today. His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of the patrons and ladies indulging in merriment around him. The matron, having encountered many such rascals, chuckled and replied, you, young sir, must be from a prominent family. I shall summon all the available ladies to accompany you. Let us ascend to the grandest private room. Ning Yu seized the matron's hand and fiercely retorted, I meant all the ladies. Are you deaf? Observing Ning Yu's brazen demeanor, the matron maintained her smile. Young sir, that would be rather difficult for me. Some ladies are indeed attending to other guests, and we cannot spoil their enjoyment. Ning Yu, with a scowl, insisted, I said I want all the ladies to entertain me today. Anyone unwilling can step forward and try their luck. The two companions I brought are soul kings. Do you think I fear mere brothel? At this moment, Swoke and Huang Wu feigned the roles of bumbling aristocrats, rolling up their sleeves in readiness for a brawl. Suddenly, a door on the second floor swung open, revealing a bald man whose countenance was equally menacing. He was flanked by two ladies, and several intimidating figures trailed behind him. The bald man glanced down, spotting the trio of young men, and disdainfully remarked, Who dares to disturb my pleasure? Ning Yu, upon seeing the bald man step forward, pointed vehemently and chastised, You arrogant bald head, how dare you act so brazenly before me? The bald man, taken aback by Ning Yu's audacity, commanded his companions, Go down and toss these young brats out. His followers immediately leaped from the second floor. Sensing the hostility, Swoke swiftly activated his martial spirit, raising a large shield before Ning Yu, while 5 dazzling soul rings of yellow, purple, and black revolved around him. The sight of a soul king startled the assailants momentarily, but they quickly regained their composure and activated their own martial spirits. All of them were at least soul masters. To which Ning Yu scoffed, Is this all you've got? With a wave of his hand, Huang Wu unleashed his martial spirit, employing his swift movements to ensnare several foes with large nets, swiftly knocking them to the ground. Ning Yu brazenly stepped forward, stepping on one of the fallen foes' heads, and jeered at the bald man. You think you can pose before me with such pathetic lackeys? The bald man's face twisted with rage, and the commotion outside attracted the attention of over 20 fierce-looking men emerging from various rooms on the second floor. Realizing they were being challenged, they jumped down and activated their martial spirits, encircling Ning Yu and his companions. Ning Yu surveyed the scene, noting that most of the assailants were soul masters and kings, with the bald man and 2 others being soul emperors. He gulped and muttered, When did Xingma City acquire so many formidable figures? The bald man, pointing at Ning Yu, spat, You little brat, weren't you just boasting? What's the matter? Afraid now? Despite the overwhelming number of soul masters surrounding them, Ning Yu felt a flicker of fear but steadied himself, recalling Wang Sheng's advice. He boldly proclaimed, Are you trying to bully the few? Do you dare to let me call for help? The bald man laughed mockingly. Call for help? Do you think I'm foolish enough to let you do that? Just then, 2 men and 2 women stepped through the entrance of Wanhua Pavilion, with the handsome leader declaring, "If you want tea, let him call for help. Then we'll come ourselves." Upon recognizing Xiao Qinyu and his companions, Ningyu exhaled in relief, regaining his bravado, and shouted, "Brothers, attack! I want this bald head to kneel before me today." Instantly, chaos erupted as the 2 groups clashed. Although the 7 Treasure team was outnumbered, their countless battles over the past year had forged a formidable synergy among them. Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai dove into the fray, swiftly dispatching several Soul Masters, while they confronted the 2 opposing Soul Emperors in a fierce contest. The remaining members engaged with the enemy Soul Kings, while the bald man, fixated on Ningyu, charged at him. In the ensuing turmoil, the 7 Treasure team held their ground, except for Ningyu, who was relentlessly pursued by the bald man. WangSheng had previously instructed them to leave Ningyu be as long as he was not in mortal danger. Unfortunately for Ningyu, he suffered a beating, resulting in a bruised visage. However, it wasn't long before the bald man's comrades were subdued by the 7 Treasure team. They encircled the bald man, who, realizing the strength of these youngsters, tightened his grip on Ningyu's neck and demanded, "Who are you all?" Swoke, recalling his lines, feigned anxiety, "Quickly release our young master, or you will regret it." Zhao Kai brandished his weapon threateningly at the bald man. "Let our young master go, and you may yet find mercy." As the bald man felt the pressure mounting from all sides, he tightened his hold on Ningyu. "Let us see who dares to cause a ruckus here." At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted at the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. Several imposing figures entered, led by an elderly man with white hair and a stern visage that commanded respect. The bald man, recognizing the elder's presence, understood that escape was futile. He unceremoniously tossed Ningyu aside and approached the elder with a bow. "Ouyang Sr., these brats are causing trouble." One of the elder's companions, a menacing man with a scarred face, stepped forward and slapped the bald man across the face, berating, "You useless fools can't even handle a bunch of kids." The bald man bowed his head in silence, recognizing the formidable authority of those before him. Meanwhile, Ningyu, having regained his footing, pointed accusatorily at the old man. "Is this bald man one of yours? He harmed me, and you shall not escape retribution." Xiao Qinyu marveled at Ningyu's performance, admiring his ability to embody the essence of a pampered heir. The elder scrutinized the group of youths before him. The city lord, Li Zhen, had instructed them to maintain a low profile, yet they had found themselves embroiled in a conflict today. The elder spoke. "You must provide me with an explanation for today's events." Ningyu, clutching his swollen face, retorted, "I owe you no explanation. After assaulting me, you expect me to provide one?" The scarred man pointed at Ningyu, bellowing, "You dare to disrespect Mr. Ouyang? You must be tired of living." Just then, another youth entered Wanhua Pavilion, surveying the tense standoff with a sly grin. "I never expected Xingma City to be so lively today." The scarred man turned to the newcomer, demanding, "Who are you? Are you with them?" The newcomer was WangSheng, who replied with a mischievous smile, "No need for misunderstandings. I'm here to mediate." The white-haired elder regarded WangSheng and inquired, "Mediator? How do you propose to resolve this matter?" In this particular period, he refrained from escalating matters, suppressing the anger within him to observe how the other party intended to proceed. WangSheng feigned an air of righteousness, stating, "Raucous gatherings in public places are detrimental to our Xingma city. However, I see that both sides are adamant and unyielding, making it quite challenging to resolve this conflict." The elderly man with white hair, visibly displeased, retorted, "Stop beating around the bush. What do you actually want?" WangSheng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, responding, "In such troublesome circumstances, it is only natural to seek the city Lord's assistance." Chapter 99. Is your martial soul a toad? The white-haired elder, hearing WangSheng's words, inquired with skepticism, "Seek the city lord?" WangSheng nodded affirmatively, "Of course. We are law-abiding citizens." An incident of mass brawl has cast a significant shadow over both the image of Xingma City and the business of Wanhua Tower. Hence, it is imperative to involve the city lord. The scar-faced man scoffed. "Do you little brats think that seeking the city lord will absolve you? You assaulted our people today. None of you will escape unscathed, and the city lord will not shield you. The scar-faced man further incited the ire of Ningyu, who pointed at him and exclaimed, "Do I need the city lord as protection? None of you will get away today. I'm going to call for reinforcements right now." Just as tensions escalated, the city lord, Li Jun, hurriedly arrived at Wanhua Tower. Moments earlier, a subordinate from the gambling establishment had reported to the city lord that a group of soul masters had assaulted young Master Ning San at Wanhua Tower. Upon hearing this, Li Jun rushed over with haste. Throughout his journey, Li Jun felt that something was amiss. How could young Master Ning San conveniently be present at Wanhua Tower? Moreover, he had previously informed Mr. Ouyang about the situation, so how could a conflict arise? Upon his arrival at Wanhua Tower, he was greeted by the sound of insults being hurled from both sides. Li Jun quickly pushed his way through the crowd, exclaiming, "Everyone, please calm down. Let us discuss the matter at hand." As he entered, he positioned himself between the two factions. The scar-faced man was about to greet Li Jun, but was interrupted by the white-haired elder, who had received instructions to avoid any interaction with him. Li Jun ignored them and searched the crowd for the battered Ningyu, rushing to his side and asking, "Alas, young Master Ning, what happened to you? Who did this?" Feigning fury, Li Jun glared at the white-haired elder and the others. At that moment, the elder realized that the bald man had indeed caused trouble and stepped forward. Introducing himself, "I am Ouyang Feng. My subordinates had a minor conflict with these young friends today. It is nothing serious." "Ouyang Feng, is your martial soul a toad?" Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's introduction, WangSheng could not help but utter this remark. The scar-faced man immediately shouted, "Mr. Ouyang's martial soul is an ice toad, with a soul power level of 82. How dare you slander him?" WangSheng stifled a laugh and replied, "My apologies. I merely recalled someone I had heard of in the past, and could not help myself." The crowd behind him chuckled, causing Ouyang Feng's expression to darken. He then unleashed the pressure of a soul Douluo. Li Jun quickly shielded the seven treasures crowd behind him, signaling to Ouyang Feng, "I did not expect a soul Douluo to appear in our humble Xingma city today. However, young Master Ning San and his companions are esteemed guests of our city. I hope you will grant this small city lord a favor and let this matter rest." Ouyang Feng, retracting his pressure, coldly replied, "For the city lord's sake, I shall overlook this incident. My subordinates will occupy Wanhua Tower for the next few days. If you wish to have fun, I kindly ask you young friends to entertain yourselves elsewhere." At this moment, WangSheng stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Mr. Ouyang, and thank you, City Lord. I did not expect the City Lord to arrive and immediately resolve the conflict." Li Jun quickly responded, "Not at all. It is the magnanimity of Mr. Ouyang, as well as the graciousness of young Master Ning and young Master Wang." Afterward, Li Jun attempted to downplay the situation, but WangSheng, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, "To be honest, it is truly admirable that a soul Douluo like Mr. Ouyang would deign to give a city lord face. All the soul Douluos I have encountered before would not even grant the emperor of Tiando Empire such courtesy." Hearing this, both Ouyang Feng and Li Jun sensed the sarcasm in WangSheng's words. Ouyang Feng was the first to respond, "I have always had a good temperament, and you are all merely children. It is beneath my dignity to quarrel with you." Li Jun quickly concurred, "Indeed, Mr. Ouyang is truly magnanimous. Once again, I thank you." Seeing their theatrical exchange, WangSheng turned to Ningyu and said, "Young Master San, since the city lord and Mr. Ouyang have spoken, shall we let it go?" Ningyu, catching WangSheng's wink, immediately understood and replied, "Let it go? Am I to suffer this beating in vain? Is a soul Douluo truly that formidable? Who does not have a few soul Douluos in their family?" Ningyu's words caused Li Jun to turn pale. This young Master Ning was truly audacious. He discreetly signaled to Ouyang Feng and the others not to act rashly, then hurriedly approached Ningyu, saying, "Young Master San, please calm your anger. Just do me this favor, and let us move on, shall we?" At this moment, Ningyu pointed at the bald man and declared, "If you want me to let this go, then that bald man must stay, the others can leave." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Feng's subordinates could no longer contain themselves and activated their martial souls, preparing to apprehend everyone. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly untenable, Li Jun urgently stepped forward, saying, "Please, everyone remain calm. WangSheng glanced outside, noticing a growing crowd of onlookers. He feigned an amiable demeanor and suggested, "Young Master San, let us reconsider. We must give the city lord some respect." Li Jun approached WangSheng with a congenial smile, asking, "Brother WangSheng, may I speak with you privately?" "Certainly. No problem at all." WangSheng followed Li Jun to a secluded corner. At this juncture, Li Jun's expression shifted from amiable to serious as he bluntly stated, "Now, tell me, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" WangSheng continued to feign ignorance, inquiring, "What does the city lord mean by this?" Li Jun, with a stern face, replied, "Let us dispense with the pretense. This commotion you have created is merely an attempt to probe the third prince's secrets, is it not?" Acknowledging that Li Jun had cut to the chase, WangSheng ceased his act. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend the third prince. Today's actions were merely to present a show for the prince's people. You think I would be fooled? Are you unaware of the relationship between the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School, and the prince?" Li Jun queried. WangSheng maintained his composure, asserting, "Regardless of whether it is the crown prince or the third prince, they remain princes until one ascends to become the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Therefore, investing a little is never a loss." WangSheng's gaze conveyed understanding to Li Jun, suggesting he should grasp the implication. Li Jun, still somewhat skeptical, asked, "And how do you plan to explain this to the crown prince?" WangSheng responded, "Please, our strength is evident. We would never risk our lives to pledge loyalty to the crown prince. We simply need to report back to the crown prince that we have indeed discovered many high-ranking soul masters in Xingma City. But you have been careful to maintain a facade of ignorance." Li Jun smiled softly at WangSheng, acknowledging that makes sense. "In that case, I shall convey the goodwill of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to His Highness the Third Prince." WangSheng clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, City Lordly." As WangSheng prepared to turn and lead the group away, Li Jun called out from behind, "Oh, I was unaware that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School wished to establish goodwill with us. The incident earlier at the gambling house was somewhat unforeseen, and I must apologize for my hasty arrangements." WangSheng turned, looking quizzically at Li Jun, who leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Derek can be considered a gift from me to you. His actions are too ostentatious and will inevitably disrupt the third prince's plans. However, Zhu Tai and his companions are my people." After patting WangSheng on the shoulder, Li Jun departed, and Ouyang Feng and his group followed suit, leaving Wanhua Tower. Xiao Qinyu approached the now dumbfounded WangSheng and inquired, "Great sage, what happened?" WangSheng retracted his thoughts and said, "Let us proceed to the casino. It seems we have underestimated Li Jun." In Chapter 100, the white-haired elder, upon hearing WangSheng's words, inquired, "Are we looking for the city lord?" After WangSheng and his companions returned to the casino, they immediately headed to the room where Zhu Tai and the other two were imprisoned, only to find that they had indeed vanished without a trace. Mao Li, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "How could they suddenly disappear? They were here just this morning. I will send someone to search for them immediately." WangSheng waved his hand and replied, "There is no need. It appears we have miscalculated. This entire situation is a scheme orchestrated by either Li Jun or the third prince, who intends to use our hands to eliminate Derek." "What? A scheme by Li Jun?" Mao Li questioned incredulously. WangSheng nodded and remarked, "The third prince is indeed a shrewd strategist. On one hand, he profits, and on the other, he casts the blame onto Derek, while simultaneously using us to remove him. Such a clever maneuver." Xiao Qinyu, perplexed, asked, "But hasn't Derek already allied with the third prince? He is a sole Douluo. Would the third prince be willing to lose such an asset?" WangSheng responded, "If my guess is correct, Ouyang Feng and the other experts joined the third prince through Derek. However, in his quest for the throne, he cannot afford to create enmity with the Spirit Hall, as that would leave him vulnerable on all sides. Thus, regardless of Derek's strength, he cannot fully bring him under his banner. Once Derek's usefulness is exhausted, he will simply eliminate him with our assistance." Zhao Kai dismissed it, saying that we could refrain from assisting and let them fight amongst themselves. WangSheng, shaking his head in resignation, stated, "This is an overt scheme. If we do not deal with Derek, we will only invite more like him. Seeing that the others were only half comprehending, WangSheng declared, let us go. We must fulfill our obligations. Bring Lin Xiao along. We are heading to the Spirit Hall. The group, in grand procession, made their way towards the Spirit Hall in Xingma City. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall, Derek remained unfazed upon hearing the news of Lin Xiao's capture. He was well aware of Lin Xiao's loyalty and did not believe he would betray him. Lin Xiao would undoubtedly bear the burden of this matter. Just then, a guard arrived to announce that Mao Li, the head of the Xingma City Casino, sought an audience. Derek was surprised by Mao Li's swift arrival, but anticipated that Lin Xiao would take responsibility, and thus, Mao Li would come to inquire about the matter. He had already devised a response in his mind. The guard escorted WangSheng and his companions to the reception hall. Upon seeing the group enter, Derek noted that Mao Li was following a rather ordinary-looking youth, with a young man bearing facial wounds beside him, while Lin Xiao was bound and brought in the center. Derek feigned curiosity and asked, Supervisor Mao, why have you bound our Spirit Hall steward, Lin Xiao? Mao Li remained silent and gestured towards WangSheng, who stepped forward and introduced himself. Greetings, Bishop Derek. I am WangSheng, responsible for overseeing the casinos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. During my inspection in Xingma City, I discovered some individuals cheating at the Xingma Casino, and upon investigation, I unfortunately caught your steward, Lin Xiao, in the act. Hearing WangSheng's words, Derek feigned shock and turned to Lin Xiao, asking Lin Xiao, is this true? Lin Xiao looked at Derek and replied, Bishop, I have confessed. Derek stated, since Lin Xiao has admitted to this, we in the Spirit Hall shall not be lenient. You may handle the matter as you see fit. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. WangSheng smiled and said, is that so? Bishop Derek appears quite reasonable. Then, may I trouble you to accompany us to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Derek waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for me to cooperate in punishing a steward. I will report this directly to the headquarters. You may take him away. WangSheng insisted. I believe you may not have understood, Bishop. Steward Lin Xiao has already confessed that it was at the behest of the Spirit Hall's Platinum Bishop, Derek, that he cheated at our casino in Xingma City. At that moment, Derek realized he had been betrayed by Lin Xiao. His eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, how could you commit such an act and then frame me? Lin Xiao lowered his head silently and said, I have confessed everything, and I sincerely apologize. At this point, WangSheng comprehended that Lin Xiao was indeed in league with the Third Prince. It seemed Derek remained oblivious to the fact that he had already become a pawn. Derek exploded in fury, shouting, nonsense. This was entirely Lin Xiao's doing and has nothing to do with me. WangSheng quickly interjected, Bishop Derek, please calm down. I too find it hard to believe Lin Xiao. How could one mere confession from him implicate you as the mastermind? Do you agree? Derek nodded vigorously. Indeed, how could I, the esteemed bishop of the Spirit Hall, conspire with a mere steward? It is entirely Lin Xiao's slander. WangSheng concurred. Yes, I share your sentiment. However, but what? Derek, sensing something amiss in WangSheng's tone, inquired. WangSheng smiled gently and continued, in our Douluo continent, soul masters are a rare breed. They inherently possess martial souls and soul power, which sets us apart from ordinary folk. However, there is one aspect in which soul masters fall short compared to ordinary people. Derek, intrigued, had never heard of such a downside in his many years. WangSheng's statement left him puzzled, prompting him to ask, in what way are soul masters inferior to ordinary people? The others shared his curiosity, looking expectantly at WangSheng. WangSheng replied, you see, while soul masters possess unique abilities, ordinary people can lie, whereas we soul masters cannot. What? The moment WangSheng spoke, Derek's heart sank as he realized he had overlooked a fundamental truth. WangSheng kindly addressed Derek, Bishop Derek, for the sake of your reputation. We cannot allow a petty individual to tarnish your name. What do you say we swear an oath using our martial souls to silence this villain? As WangSheng finished speaking, Derek activated his martial soul, summoning his 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. A vine emanating dark energy appeared in his hand. His martial soul, the ghost vine, The ghost vine shot forth like a venomous serpent, wrapping around Lin Zhao's neck, and with a crack. Lin Zhao's neck was twisted and broken. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to summon their martial souls, adopting combat stances against Derek. Derek laughed heartily. What does it matter if I did it? Do you think mere numbers can defeat me? In this Xingma city, no one can kill me, Derek. WangSheng glanced at Lin Xiao, who had already succumbed to death. Lin Xiao appeared to have anticipated his fate. Even in death, his face bore no resentment. Only a slight smile, as if he had accepted the burden. WangSheng turned to Derek and said, Derek, since your scheme has been exposed, why not surrender? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems you still do not understand the situation. I, a Soul Douluo, should fear none of you who are not even Soul Emperors. In Xingma City, I am the ruler. No one can defeat me. And what about me? A chilling voice echoed ominously. Chapter 101. The Third Prince, Shui Bao, as the eerie voice resonated. The temperature around them plummeted, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A dark silhouette materialized before Derek, gradually taking shape into a figure clad in black. Exuding a chilling aura, with pale skin and black totemic markings adorning his face. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Derek trembled and stammered, Elder Ghost. The figure was none other than the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei. After WangSheng's letter reached Qian Rinxue, she informed Bibi Dong, who dispatched Gui Mei to handle matter. Ghost Douluo at your service. Upon the appearance of Gui Douluo, all present paid their respects with deep reverence, for in the Douluo continent, it is imperative to salute and address a title Douluo as Your Excellency, a mark of respect for the formidable. No one is exempt from this protocol. Prior to embarking on his journey to the Wuhuan Palace to seek out Derek, WangSheng had already received word of Gui Douluo's impending arrival. Otherwise, he would not have boldly brought his men in search of Derek, who is, after all, a Soul Douluo. However, WangSheng could not have anticipated that this old man, Gui Douluo, would remain hidden until Derek made a move against Lin Xiao, seemingly orchestrating a scenario devoid of witnesses. Faced with the oppressive aura of a title Douluo, the once arrogant Derek shrank back, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. Elder Gui, spare me. I acted out of greed. I assure you, such a thing shall never happen again. Beside him, WangSheng scoffed at Derek's groveling. The old man was still putting on an act. If it were merely a case of cheating at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's gambling den, would the Wuhuan Palace dispatch a title Douluo? He truly failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Gui Mei fixed Derek with a gaze laden with murderous intent. It seems you still do not comprehend why I am here. Beads of sweat dotted Derek's forehead as he stammered. Elder Gui, I truly was momentarily blinded by the prospect of profit. I have not committed any offense against the Wuhuan Palace. WangSheng could hardly contain his disdain as he internally ridiculed Derek for continuing to feign ignorance, truly underestimating Gui Mei's intelligence. You have allied yourself with the third prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Bao. Do you believe you can keep that from us? Gui Mei's cold voice resonated, and Derek felt as if he had received a death sentence, gripped by fear. Seeing Derek rendered speechless, Gui Mei seized him and turned to WangSheng. WangSheng, this Derek is a member of the Wuhuan Palace. Today, I shall take him back to await the judgment of His Holiness the Pope. WangSheng contemplated the situation. What could he possibly say now? Should he insist on personally escorting Derek back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for interrogation? Nevertheless, the funds procured from their dealings must be returned. WangSheng clasped his hands in salute and said, Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Your Excellency, Gui Douluo. As for the money Derek earned from us. Before WangSheng could finish, Gui Mei had already vanished with Derek before the eyes of the crowd. Damn it, what a loss. WangSheng felt as though he had toiled for naught, prompting him to reduce yet another portion of the future wedding gift he intended to present to Wuhuan Palace. With matters clarified, there was no reason for them to linger, and WangSheng addressed the assembly. You shall participate in another team's soul battle today, and we shall return to the academy at dawn. The grand competition is soon to commence, and we must prepare. That evening, upon arriving at the Xingma Grand Soul Arena, the group proceeded to register. Just as WangSheng was about to sign up for an individual soul battle, A staff member from the arena approached him and quietly said, "Young Master WangSheng, the City Lord requests your presence at the City Lord's mansion." "Well, it seems today's battles are off," WangSheng sighed. "Lead the way," he said to Xiao Qinyu before following the staff member to the City Lord's mansion. Upon entering, WangSheng found the mansion surprisingly unremarkable. Far inferior to the City Lord's residence in Notting City, where Xiao Yuntian resided, it appeared that Li Jun was indeed adept at concealing his true nature. After taking their seats in the reception hall, Li Jun dismissed all attendants. Once they were alone, he spoke, "Brother WangSheng, the previous gathering at the Wanhua Tower was too crowded for serious discussion, so I took the liberty of inviting you here for a proper conversation." WangSheng took a sip of wine and replied, "City Lord Li, you are quite shrewd. You utilized us to eliminate Derek. But I wonder if this was your initiative or that of the third prince." Li Jun replied with earnestness, "This matter is certainly beyond the authority of a mere city lord such as myself, and Derek has always been a braggart, unsuitable for our interests." "Oh, so is the third prince's directive?" WangSheng inquired, noting that Li Jun had been meticulous in his speech, never mentioning the third prince directly. Li Jun raised his wine cup and said, "Brother Wang, wherefore these words? We are cooperating for mutual benefit. Derek is not aligned with either of us. Let's drink to that." After downing their drinks, WangSheng cut to the chase. "Let's not beat around the bush. You summoned me today. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Li Jun dropped his previous pretense and stated plainly, "I have invited you here with the hope of forming an alliance with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Everything that the Crown Prince can offer, we can provide." WangSheng internally scoffed. "The Crown Prince may have the potential to be my partner, but you certainly do not." Outwardly, he responded, "As for alliances, I fear my position is too insignificant to represent my sect." Li Jun interjected, "Let us speak frankly. We are well aware of your standing in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Therefore, let us be sincere and forthright." WangSheng nodded with a smile. "The City Lord is indeed a man of directness, and I have always been one to speak my mind." Li Jun returned the smile. "So what of our alliance? May I inquire, City Lord, can you guarantee your authority in this matter of alliance?" "Of course. While I may be insignificant, the prince is open-minded and values those with merit. Since I have invited you to discuss this, he will not mislead you." WangSheng toyed with the ring on his finger and addressed the screen behind Li Jun. "If an earnest alliance is your aim, why must the prince remain in the shadows?" "Haha, Brother Wang, you possess great insight." At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the screen, adorned in splendid garments. Handsome in countenance, yet distinctly different from typical nobility. His skin bore a wheatish hue, and his eyes were resolute, the embodiment of a man of action. WangSheng stood and saluted. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Third Prince." The newcomer waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Wang, no need for such formality. You are my senior in age. Simply call me Shui Bao." Shui Bao indeed displayed an air of humility. Yet WangSheng was not easily swayed to kneel before him as a vassal, for they both understood the reality of their positions. WangSheng quickly remarked as a prince, "How could I presume to engage in brotherhood with your highness?" Shui Bao maintained a friendly demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of jest. "Yet Brother Wang seems quite close to my elder brother, and your meetings are often held in private." WangSheng, aware that princes surely have their spies, was unfazed and replied, "After all, my relationship with the Crown Prince is rooted in a brotherly bond, so formalities are less necessary. If that is the case, how can I trust you wish to be my ally? After all, you have acknowledged your bond with my elder brother." WangSheng shook his head. "The fact that Xue Qinghe became my disciple was a decree from the emperor, thus we cannot publicly distance ourselves from the Crown Prince." Shui Bao considered WangSheng's words and nodded. "That reasoning holds merit. However, with such a relationship, it becomes difficult for me to place my trust in you. Moreover, I merely wish to befriend the third prince. To be frank, the notion of an alliance seems dubious. Just like Derek when the time comes, he will sell out his allies without hesitation. Wouldn't you agree?" WangSheng cast a cunning glance at Shui Bao. Upon hearing WangSheng mention Derek, which implied that Shui Bao was not a trustworthy partner either, Shui Bao quickly shifted his expression. "Brother Wang makes a valid point. Allow me to speak plainly. Whom do you favor in the contest of power between myself and the Crown Prince? WangSheng responded candidly. The difference in strength between your highness and the Crown Prince is merely the presence of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Shibao nodded in agreement, acknowledging WangSheng's reasoned words, which were also the fundamental cause of his desire for a meeting today. However, both parties currently lacked the most basic level of trust. He pondered how they could engage in meaningful dialogue. WangSheng, meanwhile, passed the ball back to Shibao. At this moment, Shibao realized that revealing too much would only lead WangSheng to distrust him further. Thus, he nodded to Li Jun, signaling him to speak. Li Jun began, WangSheng, although our third prince may seem young, he has gathered many talents over the years. The likes of Ouyang Feng from the Wanhua Tower are merely the tip of the iceberg. If the Qibao Yuli sect were to fully side with the Crown Prince, we would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. We simply wish to avoid consuming too much energy in internal strife, which would only benefit the Luo Empire. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, WangSheng suddenly thought of a powerful faction. Have you managed to persuade the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Shibao, surprised that WangSheng could connect Li Jun's statements to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, curiously inquired, why do you suddenly mention the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Seeing Shibao's expression, WangSheng was confident in his deduction and replied calmly, it's quite simple. The only factions that would be unafraid of our Qibao Lily sect are the top 3 sects and the Spirit Hall. However, given the situation with Delic, it is clear that the Spirit Hall has no ties with you. With the Haotian sect having retreated, the only remaining faction that could provide you with such confidence is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Impressed by WangSheng's astute analysis, Shibao clapped his hands in admiration, stating, WangSheng is indeed wise. Lord Yuanjin has already agreed to assist me. Now, it all depends on the Qibao Liuli sect stance. Shibao's implication was clear, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's backing. Even if they were to fall out with WangSheng today, they would not fear leaving him in Xingma City. Yet, WangSheng felt no apprehension and asserted, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family may appear to be one of the top 3 sects, in truth, they are still vastly inferior to the Qibao Liuli sect. Whether in terms of existing elite combat power or the future talent pool of the sect, frankly speaking, they do not possess the qualifications compared to us. WangSheng's words were delivered with confidence, but Shibao shook his head and replied, do we truly have no chance to become allies? To be honest, I hold you in high regard and would prefer to be brothers rather than enemies. Shibao emphasized the word enemies, a stark reminder for WangSheng. However, WangSheng bluntly stated, given the reputation of the Qibao Liuli sect, it is utterly impossible for us to form an alliance with you. Nonetheless, this matter is not entirely off the table. Please go ahead, I am all ears. WangSheng closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating, I can only guarantee one thing. Regarding the conflict between you and Shueqinghe, the Qibao Yuli sect will remain an observer and will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Subao hesitita. While he was wary of trusting the Qibao Yuli sect as an ally, if they were to abstain from the imperial struggle, then Shueqinghe would no longer be his opponent. Yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and Shibao was curious about WangSheng's demands. What does the Qibao Liuli sect want? WangSheng remained silent, appearing deep in thought. In truth, he had already discussed future plans for the Qibao Liuli sect with Ning Fengji and others, but he could not reveal those details at present. Shibao refrained from interrupting WangSheng's contemplation and quietly toyed with his wine cup as he awaited his response. After a moment, WangSheng finally spoke. Originally, after Shueqinghe ascended, our sect would have become the guardian sect of the Tiando Empire. However, with the emergence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, we certainly cannot agree to an equal standing with them. Shibao, intrigued, asked, so we want the entire Ficino province. WangSheng replied succinctly. Shibao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Qibao Liuli sect's ambitious appetite. You wish to obtain a province to establish a nation? He questioned, perplexed. WangSheng first shook his head and then nodded, not exactly. We wish to establish ourselves as an independent force, but we do not intend to form a nation. If I were to clarify, it would be akin to the Spirit City independent of the two major empires. Shui Bao still found it hard to believe and pressed. "What is your purpose?" Wang Sheng bluntly responded, "To avoid getting entangled in the disputes between your two empires and the Spirit Hall." Hearing this, Shui Bao hesitated again. However, if the Qi Bao Yuli sect did not participate in the battle for the throne, the Tiando Empire's imperial seat would be within his grasp. Shui Bao weighed the pros and cons repeatedly before fixing his gaze on Wang Sheng and stating, "I can agree to the terms. But we return to our initial question. How can I trust you? It seems I will have to use a trump card again." However, for Wang Sheng, this was akin to exploiting a loophole. He smiled slightly and proposed, "We can swear an oath by our martial souls." Shui Bao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent. This proposal works. Let us swear an oath by our martial souls to solidify this agreement, ensuring mutual trust." Wang Sheng nodded in agreement, and together with Shui Bao, they raised 3 fingers to the heavens and vowed, Su Bao, swear by my martial soul that as long as the Qi Bao Liuli sect does not partake in the struggle for the imperial throne against Crown Prince Xueqinghe, once I, Shui Bao, become the emperor of the Tiando Empire, I shall cede the Ficino province to the Qi Bao Liuli sect. Should I violate this oath, I shall perish by the explosion of my martial soul. I, Wang Sheng, swear by my martial soul that the Qi Bao Liuli sect will not participate in the imperial struggle between Crown Prince Xueqinghe and Third Prince Shui Bao. Should I violate this oath, I shall perish by the explosion of my martial soul. After both swore their oaths, they exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups in a toast, drinking heartily. The next morning, Wang Sheng and his companions bid farewell to Mao Li and set off on their journey back to the Qi Bao Academy. After a lengthy period of intense training, the group felt a bit fatigued. Thus, on their return, they engaged in leisurely conversations and scenic explorations, eventually reaching the academy. Upon his return, Wang Sheng shared the developments with Shui Bao to Ning Fengji, who was exceedingly pleased with this unexpected gain. The coming months were spent solidifying their cultivation within the academy while awaiting the commencement of the Soul Master Tournament. Meanwhile, in the City of Slaughter, within the Hell Slaughter Arena, Yang Pufeng had just completed his 100th battle. Next to take the stage was Hu Laina, who had been waiting for this moment. Yang Pufeng had actually achieved 99 victories 3 months prior and had been anticipating Hu Laina's arrival for their final battle together. Yang Pufeng completed his 100th battle first, leading to Hu Laina's turn. Alongside Hu Laina were 2 others, the blood-colored man-eater, with whom he had previously crossed paths, and a woman, also among the top 100, known as the Black Widow, who had already secured 21 victories. The Black Widow was renowned for her beauty, her alluring eyes visible beneath her veil, and her fiery figure made her a notable figure in the City of Slaughter. She had a reputation for being enchanting, having engaged with numerous men. However, on the battlefield, the Black Widow's tactics were ruthlessly fierce, which explained her ominous title. Additionally, 2 more fighters within the top 100 include a hefty man wielding a massive iron hammer, dubbed the King of Strength, and a fearsome-looking man, scarred and wielding a curved blade, known as the Executioner. The rest were merely minor characters. As the battle commenced, the participants swiftly targeted the minor characters. Hu Laina faced one of these minor characters, who lunged at her with a dagger. Armed with her short sword, Hu Laina found it easy to deal with him. In just a few swift moves, she pierced the minor character's heart, while the blood-colored man-eater also swiftly dispatched his opponent, charging towards Hu Laina with an axe. Over the past year, Yang Pufeng had taught Hu Laina numerous sword techniques, and she was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yang Pufeng, renowned for his spear mastery, was equally skilled with a sword. She was certainly unaware of the formidable strength of Zhao Zilong. Wielding a gun in one hand and seizing the Qingtang sword with the other on the battlefield of Changbampo. After training under Yang Pufeng, faced with the massive axe of the blood-colored butcher, Hu Laina deftly evaded, occasionally lunging forward to stab with her short sword, leaving the butcher in a state of disarray. At that moment, the Black Widow joined the fray, brandishing her twin daggers in coordination with the butcher against Hu Laina. Yang Pufeng, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. He sensed imminent danger for Hu Laina. He had already noted that among the remaining 5 combatants, the blood-colored butcher and the Black Widow were relentlessly attacking her. Meanwhile, the mighty king and the executioner appeared to be engaged in an evenly matched duel. Yet both were holding back their full strength, likely reserving their energy for when Hu Na's fate was decided. At that moment, Yang Pafeng tightened his grip on a spear. Should Hu Na encounter any misfortune, he would disregard the rules of the arena to rescue her. Cao Eliana, under immense pressure, found herself overwhelmed as the blood-colored butcher launched a fierce offensive while the Black Widow provided support. The cunning Black Widow had not yet unleashed her full power, biding her time for the moment Hu Na would falter before swiftly eliminating the butcher. Despite their past camaraderie, today only one of them could survive. After all, she had many suitors, and losing one meant little to her. On the other hand, the blood-colored butcher was equally troubled. He never anticipated facing both the Hell's Messenger and the Black Widow simultaneously. Initially, he had merely intended to participate in the annual battle. He had no inkling he would encounter these two formidable women. As the battle intensified, Hu Na seized an opportunity, kicking the blood-colored butcher away. She then unleashed a flurry of silver flashes towards the Black Widow's face, a technique taught by Yang Pafeng based on the principle of the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear. Seeing the streaks of sword light, the Black Widow hastily defended herself with her daggers, but Hu Na's speed was astonishing. The Black Widow's veil was struck away, revealing a face that provoked disgust among onlookers. Her visage was marred by festering sores, and what flowed from the gash Hu Na had inflicted was not blood, but a vile mixture of yellow-green pus. The sight turned stomachs, and those who had previously shared intimacy with her could barely contain their revulsion. Upon her true appearance being unveiled, the Black Widow was consumed by fury, attacking Hu Na with frenzied strikes. Despite her nausea, Hu Na steadied herself, parrying the relentless onslaught of the Black Widow, whose attack grew increasingly frantic, revealing numerous openings in her defense. At that moment, the blood-colored butcher swung his axe horizontally towards Hu Na. With a deft maneuver, Hu Na deflected the Black Widow's daggers and executed a challenging backbend, narrowly avoiding the axe that swept just millimeters from her chest. Seizing the moment, she plunged her short sword into the butcher's chest. Using the sword embedded in his body as leverage, she clamped her legs around the Black Widow's waist, executing a 360-degree spin that toppled her to the ground. Hu Na swiftly withdrew her sword from the butcher's chest, striking the fallen Black Widow in the throat as she hit the ground. Breathless, Hu Na knelt, her previous fluid assault having drained her significantly. Just then, a massive iron hammer descended toward her head. Hu Na rolled aside, just in time, narrowly escaping the crushing blow that left a giant crater in the ground. Had that hammer struck her squarely, it would have surely spelled her doom. Yang Pafeng gripped his spear once more, prepared to rush in and rescue Hu Na. At that moment, a woman's voice reached his ears. If you dare interfere and disrupt the rules of the King of Slaughter, not only will you face consequences, but that girl will also be unable to leave the City of Slaughter. Yang Pafeng turned to see the speaker was the messenger of the City of Slaughter. Noticing the killing intent in his eyes, the messenger smiled and said, "The great King of Slaughter holds you in high regard. I kindly advise against foolish actions." With that, the enigmatic woman departed. Meanwhile, Hu Na found herself in a precarious situation, besieged by the mighty king and the executioner, who took turns attacking her without giving her a moment to retaliate. Yang Pafeng narrowed his eyes. The messenger's warning meant little to him. Should Hu Na find herself in peril, he would not hesitate to intervene. As Hu Na's strength waned, the executioner struck, and she was sent sprawling. Clutching her abdomen, the mighty king approached her with a sinister grin. Such a pity, little beauty. He raised his hammer high, ready to bring it down upon her. But in that instant, the executioner appeared behind him, swiftly delivering a cut that pierced through the mighty king's chest, blood dripping profusely. The mighty king turned in disbelief, his expression one of reluctant acceptance as he faced the executioner. "Fool," the executioner sneered. "Did you think you could strike while I remain standing? Truly, you are the epitome of foolishness." With that, he slapped the mighty king, who fell heavily to the ground in defeat. The executioner stepped on a mighty king's head and withdrew his bloody blade, advancing slowly towards Hulaina. However, to his surprise, Hulaina rose, smiling as she addressed the executioner. "You're not as clever as you think." Seeing her unscathed abdomen, the executioner questioned in confusion. "How is this possible? I clearly struck you, and my blade bore your blood." Hulaina opened her left hand, revealing a blood pouch. "Thanks to you two imbeciles, I had a moment to rest. Now, it's time for you to experience death." With that, she charged at the executioner, whose strength was inferior to the others, which is why he had attempted to ambush the mighty king. In just a few exchanges, the executioner fell to Hulaina's blade. Yang Pafong rushed to support Hulaina, placing a black pill in her mouth. Hulaina widened her eyes at him, and Yang Pafong explained, "Before we came, the great sage instructed that after completing 100 battles, this medicinal pill would expedite your recovery." As Hulaina celebrated her 100 victories, a towering crimson figure descended from the sky, hovering above the arena. The fallen ones shouted in unison, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" The newcomer, cloaked in a blood-red mantle, bore a pallid visage and blood-red eyes that fixated on Yang Pafong. He spoke slowly, "Doomed Gun King, Hell's Messenger. I congratulate you both on achieving 100 victories today." Turning to address the surrounding fallen ones, the King of Slaughter proclaimed, for the first time in decades, "Two individuals have emerged victorious in 100 battles in the city of Slaughter. They possess formidable power and a terrifying aura that will make you tremble. Am I right, my subjects?" In fervent adoration of the King of Slaughter, the crowd responded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." The King of Slaughter then turned his gaze back to Yang Pafong and Hulaina, stating, "Doomed Gun King, Hell's Messenger, I see boundless potential in you. You have rekindled my spirit with your vibrant energy. I have decided to bestow upon you the title of Slayer. From this day forth, you shall have free passage in and out of the city of Slaughter, and I will appoint you as esteemed guests under my authority in this realm." They both understood the meaning behind the title of the King of Slaughter. He was unwilling to allow them to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. At that moment, Yang Pafeng and Hulaina simultaneously declared, "We wish to challenge the Hell Road." The King of Slaughter inquired, "Have you truly thought this through? The Hell Road is no trivial matter. Once you enter, it is a matter of life and death." Hulaina coldly responded, "If we feared death, we would not be present in this city of Slaughter. I am determined to challenge the Hell Road." Yang Pafeng, with an air of calmness, added, "Let us not waste time. Open the Hell Road." The King of Slaughter clapped his hands and replied, "Very well. Since that is your wish, you shall proceed together to the Hell Road. I hope you can pass its trials and gain the domain of the God of Slaughter. Afterward, please convey my regards to those who brought you here." As he spoke, a crimson mist gradually enveloped the entire arena, a chilling and malevolent aura spreading throughout. Countless fallen souls in the audience were exhilarated, as this would mark their first glimpse of the Hell Road. The King of Slaughter radiated a red light, which, upon descending upon the fallen, silenced their excited cheers, rendering them motionless and dazed. Soon, the atmosphere was filled with anguished cries. Aside from the King of Slaughter and the two challengers, everyone else was frantically clawing at their own faces and bodies. The scene turned grotesquely bloody as the fallen, in a frenzy, tore at themselves, their skin peeling back and blood spraying forth, some even extracting their own entrails, only ceasing when life itself ebbed away. A multitude of blood pooled upon the ground, slowly coalescing into a vast crimson design. The King of Slaughter ascended slowly, proclaiming, "I wish you an enjoyable experience on the Hell Road." With that, he vanished from sight. Yang Pafeng and Hulaina found themselves standing quietly at the center of the design. Each had received a piece of a spirit head soul bone upon arriving at the city of Slaughter. They both focused their mental energies to probe the enormous pattern before them. The design depicted a colossal bat. Suddenly, they felt the ground give way beneath them, and their surroundings became ethereal. In that moment, all their senses were sealed off, and an uncontrollable fear surged from within. Yet unbeknownst to them, the murderous aura surrounding them coalesced into a faint white ripple, shielding their bodies. It was evident that without this protective layer, they would have been consumed by the spreading bloodlust. Time lost all meaning, Eventually, a violent tremor coursed through them, and their senses began to return. When they regained full awareness, they discovered they were on a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter, suspended above an endless abyss of darkness. The only pathway leading outward was a narrow, floating path barely wide enough for their feet. Yang Pufeng gazed into the blackness at the end of the path, which was utterly obscured. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling all the pertinent details and dangers regarding the Hell Road that WangSheng had shared with him. Hulaina, observing Yang Pufeng deep in thought, chose not to disturb him, but quietly surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, Yang Pufeng opened his eyes and pointed ahead, stating, "Let us proceed. We are now entering the depths of hell." Chapter 105. The Bold Venture into the Hell Road. Yang Pufeng grasped Hulaina's hand firmly, saying, "Hold on to me. We shall navigate this hell road together." Yet, at the moment he clasped her hand, Hulaina's heart raced, a flush coloring her cheeks. Yang Pufeng turned and noticed her reaction. Throughout the past year, he had not been averse to Hulaina. In fact, he felt a connection to her and was aware of her feelings for him. However, the pressing concern remained to traverse the hell road first. In the midst of her flustered thoughts, Yang Pufeng's voice broke through, softer than before. "Do not overthink it. Our priority is to escape this hell road, which is fraught with peril. I cannot guarantee our survival." Hulaina nodded, steadying her mind as she followed Yang Pufeng step by step along the narrow path. Gradually, the temperature began to rise. Yang Pufeng remarked, "Below us lies a river of blood. It draws ever closer, hence the rising heat. According to what Shang said, we will soon encounter a swarm of bats, so be prepared to use the 100 birds facing the Phoenix defense." Hearing Yang Pufeng articulate such details clearly piqued Hulaina's curiosity regarding how WangSheng possessed such knowledge of the Hell Road, but she refrained from dwelling on it and remained vigilant as instructed. Shortly thereafter, a massive swarm of bats appeared, their wings beating furiously as they approached. Yang Pufeng gazed at the countless bats, their blood-red eyes gleaming with an eerie light. He retrieved a rope, securing one end around his waist and the other around Hulaina's, gripping his spear tightly as he cautioned her. "The bat's ultrasonic waves can disrupt the mind. Maintain your focus and be prepared to eliminate any approaching bats immediately." Hulaina drew her short sword, nodding with resolve. "Understood. You be careful as well." Just then, a series of sonic waves surged toward them, and they quickly steadied their minds as the crimson-eyed bats swiftly closed in. Relying on their combined efforts, they stood back to back, each focusing their gaze, systematically dispatching every bat that approached. The sheer number of bats was overwhelming, yet they remained undeterred, their wrists moving with practiced speed as bursts of white light illuminated the air. While felling bats, they continued to advance, the temperature around them steadily climbing. After covering some distance, Yang Pufeng signaled for Hulaina to halt, pointing ahead where a colossal bat hung upside down, bathed in a faint red glow. The enormous creature glimmered with a dark golden sheen, its 4-meter frame boasting claws that dug into the stone beneath it. At that moment, amidst the shrill cries of the smaller bats, the giant bat unfurled its wings, revealing an impressive wingspan of 10 meters. It was then that they beheld the full visage of the creature, which possessed 3 heads. Yang Pufeng spoke slowly. "This is the dark gold 3-headed bat king. Exercise caution." The dark gold 3-headed bat king lunged toward them, its massive form barreling forward. Yang Pufeng and Hulaina swiftly dove to opposite sides, both landing safely. Thankfully, the rope connecting them kept them suspended, allowing them to leverage one another's strength to scramble back onto the narrow path. The dark gold 3-headed bat king turned to pursue them again, and in a moment of clarity, Yang Pufeng untied the rope from his waist and shouted to Hulaina, "Run forward." As the dark gold 3-headed bat king swooped past, the ground beneath them began to crumble. Hulaina never hesitated at Yang Pufeng's command, sprinting forward. Yang Pufeng followed closely behind, and just as the giant bat was about to close in, he leaped into the air, executing a 180-degree turn to strike with his spear, piercing one of the bat's heads directly. Yang Pufeng swiftly retracted his spear and continued to advance. Having received prior warnings from WangSheng regarding the dark gold 3-headed bat king King's regenerative capabilities. Thus, he did not linger but prepared to engage while retreating. According to WangSheng's strategy, Yang Pufeng understood that defeating the creature required simultaneously striking down all three heads. He remained vigilant for an opportunity. After losing one head, the dark gold, three-headed Bat King needed time to reconstitute its severed appendage, and Yang Pufeng anticipated a brief respite. However, a swarm of blood-red bats, accompanied by the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, suddenly surged toward him. Yang Pufeng quickly spun his spear to fend off the oncoming horde. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to crumble as numerous bats gnawed at its foundation. The earth shattered beneath him, and he felt himself losing balance. Just then, a rope shot out and ensnared his arm. The other end of the rope was firmly held by Hulaina, who, while running ahead, had been keeping a watchful eye on Yang Pufeng. Sensing his peril, she hurried back to pull him to safety. With a strong grip, she yanked Yang Pufeng close, just as the bat swarm descended upon them. In response, Hulaina summoned a large, fluffy, fiery red tail from behind, which swept through the bats, obliterating all it touched. The sturdier dark gold bats, though not destroyed, were flung several meters away. Seizing the moment, Yang Pufeng turned and swept his spear, producing three resounding blasts as the heads of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King exploded one after another. Upon vanquishing the creature, the remaining bats dispersed in a panic, fleeing without delay. Feeling a moment of safety, Yang Pufeng turned to Hulaina and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for earlier." Hulaina smiled softly, replying, "You can actually say thank you? You saved me countless times, so let this be my first chance to return the favor. I will certainly rescue you again in the future." Amidst Hulaina's radiant smile, Yang Pufeng, the epitome of a stoic man, retorted, "No need for that. Such mistakes should only happen once. They won't occur again." Hulaina, exasperated by his bluntness, sighed, "Can't you speak a bit more gently, you thick-headed fool?" Yang Pufeng, however, urged, "Let us rest briefly. Dangers still lie ahead." You stubborn blockhead. At this rate, you will never find a wife. Let us move on without rest." Hulaina huffed, continuing onward. Yang Pufeng said nothing more, instead leaping ahead of her, declaring, "I'll take the lead. Stay close behind me." Though she feigned anger, Hulaina felt a warmth inside her. As long as this man was by her side, she felt utterly secure. Chapter 106. Escaping with my woman Yang Pufeng and Hulaina pressed onward, the surrounding temperature rising steadily. Suddenly, a monstrous serpent obstructed their path, emitting a chilling sound reminiscent of a wailing infant. Yang Pufeng Chao Tionetu Liena. This is the Shishir Liang snake, an extraordinary beast rather than a soul beast, but do not worry, I can handle it. He then produced 2 bottles of liquor from his robe, handing one to Hulaina. This is Xiaogang wine. If the snake spews venom, throw the wine to neutralize it. With that, he gripped his spear and charged at the Shishir Liang snake. Perhaps it was fate. Upon entering the city of slaughter, the fiery dragon coiling around his spear had remained dormant under the city's rules. However, as Yang Pufeng lunged towards the serpent, the slumbering dragon let out a roar and surged forth, engulfing the Shishir Liang snake. A fiery red inner core fell to the ground, and Yang Pufeng picked it up, storing it within his soul guide. He felt a twinge of surprise. According to WangSheng, dealing with the Shishir Liang snake typically required considerable effort. Yet the dragon had acted so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the king of slaughter sensed the disturbance in the path of hell, his brow furrowing as he uttered, "How can this be? They haven't yet traversed the road to hell, yet the deathly gun king's martial soul has escaped the constraints of the rules." The guide, massaging his legs, inquired, "What has happened, great king? Is there some unforeseen event?" Ignoring her, the king of slaughter vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yang Pufeng and Hulaina continued onward, the heat becoming unbearable for Hulaina, her body flushed from the intensity. Observing her distress, Yang Pufeng lifted her onto his back, and at that moment, the fiery dragon from his spear once again emerged, swirling protectively around him. Hulaina felt the atmosphere cool slightly, resting her face against his back. Yang Pufeng noticed her gesture, but remained silent, striding forward. Suddenly, A towering figure blocked their path. Yang Pufeng fixed his gaze on the newcomer and spoke slowly. King of Slaughter, what brings you here? The King of Slaughter unleashed an oppressive aura, casting a crimson light towards Yang Pufeng and Hulaina. Yang Pufeng quickly set Hulaina down, shielding her behind him. The red light swept over them, enveloping them in a chilling aura of death, the weight of the pressure pervading their beings. The King of Slaughter slowly spoke, Boy, your martial soul is peculiar. Although you have an arrangement with that woman, today, I must ensure you both remain here forever. Yang Pufeng felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness against the overwhelming force of the king's pressure. Struggling against it, he asserted, As you said, the issue lies with me. Let her go, and I will face the consequences. The King of Slaughter nodded. That is acceptable. At least it provides a clearer explanation for her. No, if we live together. If we die together, Hulaina's defiant voice interjected. Yang Pufeng showed that. Be quiet. He seeks to deal with me. This is not your concern. You must leave quickly. With tears in her eyes, Hulaina replied, Big fool, thick-headed man. Do you not understand my feelings? Yang Pufeng turned to her, gently wiping away her tears, saying, My death is of no consequence. But I refuse to let you die alongside me. I fear not for my life, but I dread the thought of losing you. With that, he enveloped Hulaina in his embrace. Witnessing this, the King of Slaughter felt a flicker of memory stirring within him, a sudden wave of agony coursing through his mind. Clutching his head, he bellowed, If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. You will all perish. With that, a surge of black energy shot towards Yang Pufeng and Hulaina. Yang Pufeng immediately released Hulaina, placing her behind him and bracing his spear to withstand the impending force. The fiery dragon at the spear's tip charged towards the King of Slaughter, roaring as it transformed into a beam of red light that pierced the king's forehead. The powerful darkness enveloped them, and both Yang Pufeng and Hulaina were sent sprawling, spitting blood, as Hulaina was propelled backward towards the edge of the crumbling ground. Yang Pufeng swiftly reached out to grasp her hand. At that moment, Hulaina's eyes were tightly shut, clearly gravely injured, and Yang Pufeng, too, was not unscathed. The impact had left him severely wounded. Yang Pufeng exerted every ounce of his strength to slowly lift Hulaina, checking her breath before placing her gently on the ground. He then turned to face the King of Slaughter, who at that moment was suffering from an excruciating headache, feeling as though two souls were warring within him. Leaning on his firearm for support, Yang Pufeng shielded Hulaina behind him. Recalling what WangSheng had told him, the King of Slaughter was none other than the legendary 99th ranked Douluo Tang Chun, who had gone missing from the Haotian sect for many years. Tang Chen's consciousness had been invaded by the Rakshasa god during the trial for the inheritance of the Shura god, leaving his body under the control of the blood-colored, nine-headed Bat King. For reasons unknown, Yang Pufeng's gun had suddenly unleashed a fire dragon that charged directly at Tang Chun. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the King of Slaughter sprouted enormous blood-red bat wings from his back, one hand wielding the Shura sword and the other grasping the Haotian hammer. His eyes glowed crimson, emanating dark energy, while blood-red totemic patterns appeared on his face. The King of Slaughter lifted his gaze to Yang Pufeng, his mouth producing two distinct voices, declaring, I never anticipated that your shot would truly fuse our two souls into one, allowing me to realize my identity. Are you now Tang Chun or the blood-colored nine-headed Bat King? Yang Pufeng retorted coldly. The King of Slaughter replied slowly, both and neither. I possess memories of both. Yet I prefer to be called the King of Slaughter. Coughing, he expelled a mouthful of blood just as Hulaina began to open her eyes. Yang Pufeng quickly helped her to sit up. Seeing the transformed King of Slaughter, Hulaina asked, What is happening? Why has he become like this? There's no time to explain, Yang Pufeng responded. You must stand behind me, no matter what. Weak and fragile, Hulaina managed to grasp Yang Pufeng's left hand, asserting, Regardless of the outcome, if we are to die, we shall die together. You cannot abandon me. I am bound to you for life. Their eyes met, and with a firm nod, Yang Pufeng affirmed, Very well, today we shall either live or die together. He aimed his gun at the King of Slaughter, proclaiming, Come forth. Let us see what you have. Today, I intend to leave this place with my woman. Chapter 107. The Shura, God hearing Yang Pufeng's words. The king of slaughter laughed heartily. Leave this place? By what right do you think you can escape? Yet at that moment, the hand wielding the Shura sword trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to maintain control over the divine weapon. Meanwhile, Yang Pufeng radiated a golden light, a blood-red sword-shaped emblem forming on his forehead. Suddenly, the Shura sword slipped from the king of slaughter's grasp, embedding itself in the ground between him and Yang Pufeng. At this moment, Yang Pufeng began to levitate gently in mid-air, while the king of slaughter and Hulaina stood frozen in place, as if time had come to a halt. Yang Pufeng heard a voice resounding in his mind. Yang Pufeng, we share a profound destiny. Who are you? He inquired mentally. The voice replied, I am the great Shura god. Congratulations on being chosen as one of my inheritors. What does it mean to be one of the inheritors? Yang Pufeng Questionet. Unlike other deities, I prefer to select the final victor from among the strong. Recalling WangSheng's words regarding divine inheritances, Yang Pufeng asked, Then does that mean Tang Chun is still one of your inheritors? The voice confirmed, Indeed, you are astute. Although Tang Chen's mind has been disturbed by the Rakshasa god, which is disappointing, he remains one of my inheritors. I should remind you that he is now a demigod. What must I do? Yang Pufeng Breset. The Shura god responded, There is nothing for you to do but to accept the trials of the divine. However, to be honest, you have yet to meet my requirements. You must at least reach the spirit sage level before undertaking my trials. Confused, Yang Pufeng asked, Then why have you appeared today? The Shura god answered simply, To save you. Do you really think you could survive and leave otherwise? I would prefer not to lose my newly chosen inheritor before even the trials begin. As the Shura god finished speaking, Yang Pufeng regained consciousness, and simultaneously, both the king of slaughter and Hulaina snapped out of their stupor. Realizing he could move again, the king of slaughter swung the Haotian hammer towards Yang Pufeng and Hulaina. However, just as the hammer was about to pass the Shura sword, the sword emitted a powerful rebound that sent the hammer hurtling back, striking the king of slaughter squarely in the chest. He coughed up blood, recognizing that the Shura god was determined to protect Yang Pufeng. In a flash of red light, the king of slaughter vanished before their eyes. Yang Pufeng stepped forward to retrieve the Shura sword, but it now felt like an ordinary blade, devoid of any divine power. He recalled the Shura god's words, contemplating that perhaps the sword would regain its power once he achieved the spirit sage level and the trials commenced. Without further thought, he stored the sword in his soul guide and turned to Hulaina, saying, Let us meditate to recover our strength before we continue down this hellish path. Hulaina nodded and took a healing pill, sitting cross-legged to mend her injuries. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter materialized, startling the Reaper envoy within. Great king, where have you been? What has happened to you? She exclaimed. With a cold glare, the king of slaughter replied, Do not ask what you should not. From this day forward, I require several years of seclusion. Do not disturb me without my command. Sensing his murderous aura, the Reaper envoy dared not press further, quickly departing the chamber. Once she had left, the king of slaughter spat out blood, realizing that the divine power of the rebounding Haotian hammer had overwhelmed him. Despite being a demigod, he could not withstand the blow, and now his body was in a state of extreme weakness. It would take at least 3 to 4 years for him to recover. Clenching his fist in frustration, he vowed, Yang Pufeng, I will settle the score with you once my wounds have healed. On the other hand, after several hours of recuperation, Yang Pufeng and Hulaina began to feel their injuries improving. They dared not linger on the hellish path too long, pressing forward through the oppressive heat. The surrounding environment was not only scorching, but also filled with the tumultuous bloodlust surging within them. Hulaina gradually felt herself nearing her limits. Just then, a large hand grasped hers, and feeling the thick calluses on that hand, she realized she felt as though she would hold on to it for a lifetime. Together, they continued to face the pressure, step by step, as they confronted their inner demons. Yang Pufeng, while sensing the bloodlust coursing through him, began to comprehend his own intent with the firearm. WangSheng had mentioned that the final stretch of the hellish road was the moment to gradually coalesce his realm of the god of slaughter. Yang Pefeng recognized this as the perfect opportunity to create his own domain of weaponry. With each step, an exit gradually came into view. At last, Yang Pefeng and Hu Liena emerged from the hellish path, facing a lush green meadow filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. As if emerging anew from the depths of slaughter, their eyes met, and they realized they had succeeded. After nearly 2 years, they had finally escaped the city of slaughter. Hu Liena gazed affectionately at Yang Pefeng and inquired, "Are you returning soon?" Yang Pefeng shook his head and replied, "There is still some time before the Soul Master competition begins. My spirit power has long reached the 60th level, and I plan to hunt for my 6th spirit ring before heading back." Upon hearing that Yang Pefeng would not be returning immediately, Hu Liena said, "Then I shall accompany you to hunt for the spirit ring. After all, it is still early." Yang Pefeng understood that Hu Liena was reluctant to part ways and nodded in agreement. "All right, let's head to the Xingdou Das and lean together." Not far from them, Bibi Dong, who had initially come to fetch Hu Liena, observed the two and could not help but shake her head and smile. I did not expect that taking Nana to the slaughter city would result in her following someone around. However, I have to say, Yang Pefeng is quite commendable and worthy of Nana. Beside her, Douluo chuckled, "The saintess has good taste. I too find Yang Pefeng impressive. With the close ties between the Qibao, Liu Lizong, and us, this could be a perfect opportunity for a union." Bibi Dong shot Xiaogang a glare and retorted, "Do we need to sell our saintess's hand in marriage to collaborate with the Qibao, Liu Lizong?" Xiaogang quickly lowered his head in apology. "My apologies, Your Highness," I spoke out of turn. Bibi Dong dismissed Xiaogang and recalled the deceitful tactics of WangSheng, her biological daughter, pondering, "I wonder how that rascal is faring. He has a devious mind." Ah, truly, daughter should not be kept too close. Chapter 108. Reunion within the Qibao Academy. With only a month remaining until the Soul Master competition, 8 individuals were diligently training in the training grounds. At that moment, a young man leaned against the wall in a corner, arms crossed, garb in a green combat outfit, with a mask covering his face and his silvery hair styled upward. The 8 members of Qibao remained oblivious to the young man in the corner. If WangSheng were to glance over, he might mistakenly believe that a character from a certain island anime had traversed into their realm. This individual was not a fictional character, but rather Feng Xiaotian, who had returned from personal training. Over the past 2 years, he had undergone rigorous training in the ice-fire body refinement, and then ventured to the Hurricane Canyon for further honing, resulting in remarkable advancements in his abilities. As he quietly observed his comrades' training, Feng Xiaotian felt a surge of excitement and immediately activated his martial spirit, revealing a configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black spirit rings, signifying that he had achieved the rank of Spirit Emperor. He swiftly soared into the midst of the group, and upon seeing Feng Xiaotian's sudden entrance, WangSheng promptly commanded, "Prepare for battle." The others recognized the familiar face of Feng Xiaotian, and the atmosphere shifted as they understood the implications of his arrival. With WangSheng's order, the 8 members dispersed and activated their martial spirits, igniting a dazzling display in the training grounds, which attracted the attention of junior students nearby. Among the older and newer students, some recognized the 8, while others whispered curiously about their identities. Who are these seniors? They all seem exceptionally powerful. A fellow student nearing graduation informed the younger students. They are the legendary golden generation of our academy. A young female soul master, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "The golden generation?" Several of those seniors are quite handsome. An older senior, his forehead lined with sweat, remarked, "You find them handsome? Well, you should also note that most of them are spirit kings. Moreover, Feng Xiaotian has not appeared for quite some time, and now he is a spirit emperor." Another senior added, "And they are all under 25. They shall soon represent the academy in the continent-wide elite soul master competition." A somewhat knowledgeable, chubby boy interjected, "I heard that many academies only have 2 or 3 spirit lords, yet our academy boasts so many spirit kings." Just then, Ning Tao, who had attended classes with them, rushed in and overheard the seniors discussing the golden generation. He chimed in, It is said that the Spirit Hall claims to have 3 members of the Golden Generation who are merely Spirit Kings. This year's champion will undoubtedly be from our academy. Ning Tao said proudly, "You haven't seen enough. You don't know that the strongest among them has yet to make an appearance. If Feng Xiaotian is now a Spirit Emperor, then that formidable presence must also be a Spirit Emperor." 2 Spirit Emperors? Is our academy truly that strong? They asked in disbelief. Absolutely. I emerged from that elite class. And the strongest there is undoubtedly far superior to Feng Xiaotian. As the training continued, the battle became exhilarating, showcasing Feng Xiaotian's immense strength. However, he soon realized that his companions had also made significant progress, and their teamwork was remarkably flawless. Outmatched, he quickly found himself overwhelmed and ceased fighting, collapsing onto the ground and gasping, "Enough! You ate against me is simply unfair." Seeing Feng Xiaotian at a disadvantage, Ningyu burst into laughter. "The Xiaotian can't handle it, huh? You, Ning San Xiao, have also grown considerably." "Ning San Xiao?" Feng Xiaotian chuckled as he turned to Ningyu. WangSheng patted Feng Xiaotian on the shoulder. "Ignore him. Ever since that last performance, he has grown a bit too proud." Feng Xiaotian clenched his fists and declared, "Is that so? It seems I must give you a proper greeting, Ning San Xiao." Ningyu quickly recoiled. "Wait. It was just a joke." Laughter erupted among the group, and WangSheng turned to Feng Xiaotian, saying, "It is good to have you back. And once Pafeng returns, we will be complete." Upon hearing Yang Pafeng's name, Feng Xiaotian smiled. "I wonder how far that fellow has progressed. I eagerly anticipate our match." With Feng Xiaotian's arrival, WangSheng decided to pause today's training. A reunion with old friends deserved a proper celebration. That evening, the 9 of them indulged in a grand feast together. As the Soul Master competition drew closer, everyone was eager and prepared for the impending event. However, as the competition date loomed just 3 days away, their anticipation turned to anxiety due to Yang Pafeng's prolonged absence. In the dean's office, Ning Yaqin paced restlessly, while WangSheng calmly sipped tea, reassuring Dean, "Do not fret, Pafeng will surely return. He is always true to his word." Ning Yaqin, however, anxiously replied, "But the competition is imminent, and he has yet to return. I'm not worried about whether he will make it in time. I fear for his safety. Rest assured, Dean, Pafeng's strength is considerable. He will certainly be safe." WangSheng himself felt uncertain. Despite Yang Pafeng's power, the Slaughter City was fraught with peril, and the lack of news about him was unsettling. Bibi Dong, enraged that her prized disciple had been taken by Yang Pafeng, had not informed WangSheng immediately that Yang Pafeng had exited the Slaughter City, leaving them unaware of his situation. At that moment, Ningyu burst into Ning Yaqin's office, exclaiming, "He is here! He is here!" Ning Yaqin was momentarily displeased with Ningyu's hasty entrance. As the 3rd son of the Qi Bao Liu Lizong, he should not be so flustered. He interrupted, scolding, "Ningyu, why are you so reckless in your actions?" Ningyu, hearing Ning Yaqin's reprimand, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Dean. I got carried away. Pafeng has arrived." "What?" Both Ning Yaqin and WangSheng exclaimed in excitement. Ningyu curled his lips, recalling how he had just urged me not to be so impulsive. Yet now he too was swept up in excitement. He then remarked, "Pafeng has just returned, but upon his arrival, he encountered Feng Xiaotian, and the two are now engaged in a fierce battle." WangSheng surmised that Feng Xiaotian and Yang Pafeng were eager to witness each other's prowess, undoubtedly arranging to meet at the first opportunity. He promptly dashed out of the dean's office, calling back to Ning Yaqin, "Dean, I'm going to take a look." After bowing to Ning Yaqin, Ningyu followed suit, shouting after WangSheng to Sheng, "Wait for me." Ning Yaqin shook his head helplessly and returned to his desk, smiling as he picked up his pen to resume his work. Chapter 109. The tournament begins. By the time WangSheng and Ningyu arrived, the battle had long concluded, and they could hear Feng Xiaotian muttering in disbelief. "This guy is not human. This guy is not human." At this moment, WangSheng glanced at Yang Pafeng, who merely shrugged in response. WangSheng immediately deduced that Feng Xiaotian had been thoroughly overwhelmed, but it was not unusual to lose to a traveler. He comforted Feng Xiaotian, saying, "Xiaotian, it's only natural not to defeat Pafeng. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Against others, you will always be the strongest. Feng Xiao Tian shook his head in resignation, stating, I cannot fathom what Pafeng has endured these past 2 years. It is terrifying. To be honest, just now, I felt so close to death. WangSheng speculated that it must be the legendary realm of the god of death. And he felt immense joy for his good friend having successfully traversed the hellish path of the city of slaughter. He approached young Pafeng and embraced him heartily. That evening, in the elite classroom, WangSheng stood at the podium while the other 9 students sat below. WangSheng announced, Tomorrow we embark on our journey to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Before we proceed, I will outline the tournament format and our tactical arrangements. The other 9 listened in silence, awaiting his continuation. The tournament format is quite straightforward, primarily involving the 2 great empires of Tiandou and Xingluo, each offering 15 slots. Additionally, with the Tiandou Royal Academy, the Xingluo Royal Academy, and the Spirit Hall each sponsoring a team, a total of 33 teams will advance to the final stage. So, qui protested? Why do the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall get to send teams directly to the finals when we must waste time on preliminary rounds? WangSheng replied calmly, What does it matter? The format is irrelevant to us. Our goal is simple, to emerge victorious without a single defeat. Upon hearing WangSheng's assertion of an undefeated record, the eyes of the others sparkled with confidence. WangSheng continued, Let us not concern ourselves with the latter stages for now. We must first complete the preliminaries in the Tiandou Empire. Excluding the slots allocated to various kingdoms, Tiandou has a total of 5 spots. Our main competitors will be the major elemental academies, though I do not consider them our most formidable adversaries. My focus is on the Shrek Academy, where Rong is. Shrek Academy? I have never heard of it, Sok inquired curiously. WangSheng recounted his previous visit to Shrek with Ning Rong and shared information about the Shrek's 7 monsters. Upon hearing that Xiaogang was leading at Shrek, Xiao Chunyu gritted his teeth in frustration, declaring, Humph, when I encounter them in the Soul Master Tournament, I will ensure Xiaogang suffers a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran curiously asked, Xiao Yu, what history do you have with this Xiaogang and Desheng? Before Xiao Chunyu could respond, WangSheng interjected. There wasn't much before. I sought to learn about martial souls from him, but was turned down. However, my recent trip with Rong has certainly added some tension. But fear not, I am not the one at loss. WangSheng continued, All right, let us not dwell on that. Pafeng and Xiao Tian will not be participating in this preliminary round, and I will likely only compete in 1 or 2 matches. The rest will rely on the remaining 7 of you. Zhao Kai shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. With our strength, we should easily crush our opponents. Ningyu echoed, Indeed. If we do not achieve a clean sweep, we will not deserve to call ourselves students of the 7 Treasures Academy. The others nodded in agreement. They had prepared for this tournament for a full 8 years, enduring countless hardships and numerous brushes with danger, and the day had finally arrived. In Tiandou Empire, Tiandou City, at the Tiandou Great Soul Arena, the long-awaited Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was set to commence. The arena, which had been closed for a month, had undergone meticulous preparations and was now refurbished to accommodate over 80,000 spectators. Nobles, soul masters from various regions, and curious commoners flocked to the venue, nearly covering 1/3 of Tiandou City surrounding the Great Soul Arena. The city was bustling, with every inn fully booked, leaving many unable to find accommodation. To ensure the orderly conduct of the Soul Master Tournament, the Tiandou Empire had deployed a 5,000-strong military force to maintain order, successfully controlling the chaotic scene. As the Shrek team entered the venue, they immediately became the center of attention. Their garish green uniforms, adorned with a large monster emblem on the front, were further complemented by the conspicuous advertisement emblazoned across their backs. Flanders' sense of aesthetics prompted the Shrek members to lower their heads in embarrassment, particularly Ning Rong, who felt a deep resentment, knowing her father had contributed a substantial amount of money, only for the greedy Flander to orchestrate such a spectacle. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun and Oscar shielded Ning Rong from view. Otherwise, she might have been tempted to discard the ridiculous uniform and walk away. Flander, you Xiaogang. and Lu Erlong hurried ahead, attempting to distance themselves from their students. As they walked, the sounds of mockery echoed around them, prompting the Shrek 7 monsters to hastily don the masks they had worn during previous old battles to conceal their identities. This left the other substitute members of Shrek in a predicament, as they had not prepared masks, especially for Jiangzhu, who felt mortified as a girl. The teams arriving at the venue were dressed in extravagant attire, showcasing vibrant colors and grand embellishments, as Soul Masters were indeed a noble profession. And any academy participating in the tournament would possess a robust economic backing. At that moment, another participating team entered the arena from 20 meters behind them. Unlike the others with accompanying teachers, this team of 10, comprised of 8 young men and 2 young women around the age of 20, strode confidently, heads held high, displaying a unified cadence and expressions of self-assuredness. Their sleek black uniforms were adorned with 7 colorful gemstones on their belts, and each bore the emblem of a 7-tiered pagoda embroidered on the left chest. The golden embroidery on the collar and cuffs exuded opulence, starkly contrasting with the Shrek team's appearance. As the Shrek members heard the surrounding murmurs, they turned to look at the approaching team, and to their surprise, the young man leading them was a familiar face. Flander and the Shrek team halted, waiting for the approaching group to draw nearer. Flander greeted the leading young man warmly. WangSheng, it has been a long time. Chapter 110. The tournament commences in response to Flander's greeting. WangSheng smiled and replied, Dean Flander, your charm remains undiminished. Your concept for the advertisement is quite ingenious. Ningrongong immediately grasped WangSheng's arm and coquettishly said, Big brother to Sheng, please convince father to invest a bit more money. I can no longer endure this ridiculous team uniform. At this moment, Ma Hongjun stepped forward to greet WangSheng, exclaiming, Boss, it's been over a year. I missed you dearly. Oscar also approached, stating, Wang Ge, during your absence, I have not been idle. I have made significant progress. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also nodded and smiled in greeting, but only Xiaogang, Tang San, and Xiao exhibited a hint of complex emotions upon seeing WangSheng. Lu Erlong, unaware of the underlying tensions, inquired of Xiaogang, it seems you harbor some disdain for WangSheng? Xiaogang replied quietly, It's merely a clash of ideologies. With that, he chose not to elaborate further. The months WangSheng spent at Shrek were among the most challenging of his life. Currently, apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the others regarded him with indifference, leaving him devoid of any authority. Were it not for Tang San, this group would have rebelled long ago. After exchanging pleasantries with Flander, WangSheng turned to Xiaogang, stating, Master Yu, it has been a while. I have come with my team to assess your progress. I hope you won't faint again this time. Lu Erlong, displeased by the exchange, stepped forward and pointed at WangSheng, declaring, You don't speak so sarcastically in front of Xiaogang. Do you believe I want to take you down right here? Flander quickly intervened, saying, Erlong, please calm down. I will explain everything later. This lad, WangSheng, is quite amiable. Erlong retorted, Flander, what's wrong with you? Why side with an outsider? Have you forgotten our bond? Observing Lu Erlong's fiery temperament, WangSheng remained unperturbed. He actually admired her dedication to Xiaogang, though she had fallen for a scoundrel. WangSheng waved his hand, saying, Let us go. We shall discuss everything on the competition stage. With that, he smiled and waved goodbye to Ning Rongrong and the others, leading his team away. However, one tall and handsome man from the 7 Treasure team halted and turned back, emanating a palpable aura of menace as he gazed at Lu Erlong, saying, Next time, be courteous to my brother. Otherwise, you shall find yourself lifeless. With that, he turned away and rejoined his team. In that moment, Lu Erlong felt an overwhelming sense of dread from the young man, while Tang San, belonging to the Tang sect, was even more acutely aware of the lethal intent. Only someone with countless lives on their conscience could exude such formidable pressure. Tang San mused to himself, Is this person also a student of the 7 Treasure team? After the 7 Treasure team moved further away, Flander gathered everyone and they headed toward the registration area. Upon arriving, as they submitted their registration forms, the observant Tang San gently nudged Xiaogang, signaling him to look at the registration form from the 7 Treasure Academy. After reviewing it, Yu Xiaogang gasped in astonishment. Are these students truly under 25? The registration form clearly stated, Captain, WangSheng, age, 20, Martial Soul, Battle Tiger. Soul Power, level 53, Vice Captain, Feng Xiaotian, age, 23, Martial Soul, Gale Twin-Headed Wolf, Soul Power, level 65, Zhao Kai, age, 23, Martial Soul, Great Ring Blade. Soul Power, level 57, Swoke, age, 22, Martial Soul, Giant Shield, Soul Power, level 54, Yang Pefeng, age, 22, Martial Soul, Flame Breaking Spear, Soul Power, level 63, Ningyu, age, 20, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, Soul Power, level 51, Huangwu, age, 20, Martial Soul, Poison Spider, Soul Power, level 51, Xiao Qinyu, age, 20, Martial Soul, Wind Shadow Wolf, Soul Power, level 55, Yi Lingling, age, 20, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, Soul Power, level 53, Ming Iran, age, 17, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Soul Power, level 46. Yu Xiaogang stood frozen, realizing the immense strength of WangSheng's team. Apart from Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, whose soul powers had reached level 45, Xiaoxin had only reached level 44, while the others had just barely broken through. WangSheng's team, however, consisted of 2 Soul Emperors, 7 Soul Kings, and 1 Soul Master. Such a lineup was formidable for the Soul Master competition. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang began to waver, contemplating whether to let the Shrek's 7 monsters participate in the next competition, as that would allow them to attain the strength of Soul Emperors and Kings. However, he knew that only by securing the championship could his disciples stand at the pinnacle and earn recognition. Flander noticed Yu Xiaogang's unease and exchanged glances with Tang San, who indicated to Flander to observe the 7 Treasure Academy's registration form. Upon reviewing it, Flander sighed and shook his head in resignation. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Flander felt a similar inclination to Yu Xiaogang, contemplating whether to delay participation until the next event. Yet the staff had already collected their registration forms. In this elite Soul Master competition, each Soul Master could only participate once in their lifetime, and now that their forms had been submitted, it was evidently too late. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the 7 Treasure Academy was lively and joyful, simply due to their alliance with the Blaze Academy. Feng Xiaotian was exceedingly attentive toward Huo Wu, while the soon-to-be brother-in-law, Huo Shuang, could only watch helplessly as his prospective brother-in-law's demeanor when addressing his sister severely impacted his image. Once all the teams had entered and formed lines, a group representing the highest authority of the Tiando Empire took their seats at the center of the grandstand. WangSheng glanced over and recognized familiar faces. In the front row, at the center, sat the highest authority of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Shuiyi, adorned with a golden crown and a crimson robe. To Shuiyi's right was his mentor, Ning Fengji, dressed in a white robe and a crown embedded with 7 gemstones, leaning on a jeweled scepter. On the other side, the Platinum Bishop Salus, distinguished by a 5-pointed platinum crown symbolizing his status as a Platinum Elder of the Martial Soul Hall, took his place. Other notable figures, including Prince Shuisheng and 3 instructors from the Royal Academy of Tiando, occupied the second row. The host then announced, "Next, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Tiando Empire to declare the opening of this competition." Amid thunderous applause, Emperor Shuiyi slowly rose, and when the applause subsided, he spoke, "I hope that all participating Soul Masters present will fully showcase their abilities and achieve commendable results. You are the pride of the Tiando Empire. For the glory of the Empire, let your brilliance shine." As Emperor Shuiyi concluded, the applause erupted once more, and the competing Soul Masters were filled with fervent determination in their eyes. The next segment was introduced by the host. Now, we invite the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sect Master Ning, to address the audience. Accompanied by enthusiastic applause, Ning Fengji stood and began. "I am delighted to serve as a guest at this opening ceremony. I hope you all do not disappoint the expectations of your respective academies and wish you all great success." Ning Fengji's speech was brief, and following his address, it was time for the Platinum Bishop Salus to speak. As the highest authority of the Wuhuan Temple in the Tiando Empire, Salas approached for a brief exchange of pleasantries, uttering the customary hopes for everyone's success. The draw ceremony soon commenced, and, as in the original narrative, Salas drew Tiando's second team to face Shrek as the first match. Similar murmurs arose, with many suspecting foul play, asserting that Tiando's second team had been set up against a soft opponent. However, these speculations held little significance for WangSheng. Once again aligning with the main plot, he watched as Shrek swiftly dispatched their opponent in the first match. His thoughts, however, were centered on a different matter. Tomorrow's adversary was to be Songhui Academy. This prompted WangSheng to recall Songhui Academy's leading instructor, Kanming Shinian, which seemed to herald the plot involving the bestowal of soul bones. Thus, he resolved to devise a strategy. The following day, the match between Qibao Academy and Songhui Academy took place at the third arena, where the members of Qibao Academy were notably relaxed. WangSheng cleared his throat and declared, "I shall take the first turn to make an appearance. Aside from the battle against Shrek, I will not participate in the other matches. Lingling, you need not compete in this one either, as we will not require healing against Songhui Academy's strength." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. When the 7 members of Qibao Academy took the stage, Songhui Academy's team was already poised for battle. WangSheng turned his gaze toward Songhui Academy's preparation area, where an elder clad in white sat. If his assumptions were correct, this was indeed Kanming Shinian. The referee promptly announced that both sides had 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits. WangSheng encouraged his team, "Unleash your martial spirits. Let them tremble before us." In stark contrast to their opponent's Soul Emperor and Soul Sect ranks, the instant Qibao Academy activated their martial spirits, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Among the 7, 6 were Soul Kings, and 1 was a Soul Sect, with WangSheng's 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings particularly dazzling. Having participated in the first match the previous day, the Shrek members observed from the audience. Yu Xiaogang's expression was dark. After witnessing the roster of Qibao Academy, he had been unable to find peace, and WangSheng's recent ascension to Soul King only served to deepen his humiliation. WangSheng unusually summoned his external soul bone, causing yet another wave of gasps from the audience. Meanwhile, Shinian, observing from Songhui Academy's preparation area, exhibited a glimmer of greed in his previously indifferent gaze upon seeing WangSheng's external soul bone. In the stands, Yu Xiaogang scoffed. WangSheng is far too arrogant, unaware of the need to conceal his strength. Revealing his external soul bone right from the onset shows a complete lack of awareness. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's disparagement, Ning Rongrong retorted, "His strength speaks for itself. Is there any need for him to hide?" Ma Hongjun chimed in, "My boss is now a Soul King." It seems someone's previous words have once again been proven wrong. Oscar eagerly agreed, Exactly. At that moment, Tang San, displeased, interjected, "We are here to watch the match. Let us keep our focus on the arena." Embarrassed by the trio's mockery, Yu Xiaojing quickly diverted the topic. "Let us concentrate on the match. Gathering intelligence on our opponents is crucial for our future battles." Meanwhile, seated among the guests, Prince Xueshing, representing Xue, complimented Ning Fengji. "Master Ning, your students at Qibao Academy are impressively powerful. I doubt anyone from Tiando Royal Team, save for Duge Yin, can contend with them." Ning Fengji humbly replied, "Not at all. They are merely fortunate." Beside him, Salas scoffed, "Indeed, there are many Soul Kings, yet I wonder if their strength is sufficient. Our Wuhuan Temple's golden generation also boasts several Soul Kings, and I eagerly anticipate witnessing these talents from Qibao Academy in the finals." Ning Fengji disregarded Salas's snide remarks and calmly stated, "Let us focus on the match for now." As the referee signaled the commencement of battle, the members of Qibao Academy, including Ningyu, charged directly into the ranks of Songhui Academy. The speed of Qibao Academy was astonishing. Their opponents hardly had time to react before they found themselves overwhelmed. In mere seconds, Songhui Academy was entirely defeated, with the referee caught off guard by the swiftness of the event. The previous day's surprise at Shrek's quick victory over Tiando Royal Team paled in comparison to the shock witnessed today with Qibao Academy's astounding performance. Defeating all 7 members of Songhui Academy without a single soul skill being employed. The guests, including Prince Xiaogang, turned to Ning Fengji, inquiring, Master Ning, are the battles of your Qibao Academy always this rapid? Isn't that Ningyu your son? How can a support soul master be so formidable in close combat? Ning Fengji maintained his composure, replying, Your Highness Xiaogang, they merely caught Songhui Academy off guard. It's nothing extraordinary. Salus, choosing not to comment, contemplated the unexpected prowess of Qibao Academy, resolving to report this to the Pope. On the Shrek side, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San exchanged astonished glances, realizing WangSheng's team was indeed formidable. Though they had previously triumphed over Tiando Royal Team in under a minute, this latest display by Qibao Academy left them feeling overshadowed. After their victory, WangSheng and his companions celebrated with high fives. WangSheng then glanced at Songhui Academy's preparation zone, nodding amicably at Xinian. Xinian, acknowledging the gesture, began to plot ways to acquire WangSheng's soul bone. WangSheng addressed his comrades. You all may continue observing the other matches. While we possess an advantage in strength, we must not underestimate our opponents. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Xiao Qinyu promptly asked, Boss, is there something you need to handle? Do you require assistance? WangSheng shook his head, assuring them, No, it's nothing significant. The weather is pleasant today. I intend to go fishing. Xiao Qinyu, puzzled, queried, Fishing? You don't typically engage in that hobby. WangSheng patted his shoulder, saying, Today, I suddenly developed an interest. Do not concern yourself. I shall go fish for justice. Chapter 112. I am immune to mental attacks. WangSheng strode directly from the preparation area toward the outside of the battle arena, while Xinian from Songhui Academy also vanished from their preparation zone. Once outside the arena, WangSheng retrieved a fishing rod from his soul guide device and carried it outside the city, concealed within the crowd. Xinian sensed an opportunity upon seeing WangSheng with the fishing rod and stealthily followed him. WangSheng carried the fishing rod through the city gates, and upon reaching a secluded grove, he halted. Xinian, hidden behind a tree, confirmed no other presence nearby. However, he was startled when WangSheng suddenly turned to face him. Come out. There is no need to hide, Kameng Xinian. Upon hearing WangSheng's words, Xinian was taken aback, realizing he had been discovered. Yet he reasoned, as a soul sage at level 72, he had no reason to fear a mere soul king. With this thought, Xinian stepped out boldly, a sinister smile spreading across his withered face as he remarked, I didn't expect you to see through my presence. WangSheng did not mince words, stating, You followed me with the intent to kill and seize my soul bone, did you not? Xinian chuckled and remarked, You little rascal, you are indeed clever. However, even the wise must have the fortune to survive. I have observed the surroundings and noted that there are no third parties present. I suggest you obediently await your demise at my hands. WangSheng, with a playful glint in his eye, inquired, I must say, Xinian, you're quite a few decades old. How can you be so foolish? Have you not considered that I am aware of your following me? How could I possibly be unprepared? Xinian snorted disdainfully, Do not feign ignorance, kid. Just now, 2 soul emperors were covertly protecting you, but I suspect they are still ensnared in my illusion. Upon hearing this, WangSheng stroked his chin and replied, You are correct. I did have 2 individuals tailing me. But do you not wonder if that was a deliberate arrangement on my part? Xinian burst into laughter. You foolish child. Are you attempting to stall for time? Let me be frank. Everyone is currently gathered in Tiando City, and no one has noticed your solitary state. There will be no rescue for you. WangSheng shook his head, expressing resignation. How about you take the soul bone and spare my life? At this, Xinian shook his head. You belong to the Qibao Liuli sect. Do you truly think I would allow you to leave alive? Since that is the case, I must take action, WangSheng declared. Assuming la combattance. Xinian, too, summoned his martial spirit, grinning malevolently. You must know that you are doomed, performing for me like a puppet. Do you understand why I am known as Kameng Xinian? It is because all who enter my dreams meet a despairing end. WangSheng rolled his eyes at Xinian and said, Then please commence your performance. Xinian's anger flared at WangSheng's audacious provocation, and he unleashed his most formidable attack, intent on eliminating the audacious youth before him. Prepare to enter your nightmare. He cackled. Gradually, Shernyan's smile froze as he gazed in disbelief at WangSheng, who appeared harmless. His mental control failed to elicit any response from WangSheng. WangSheng casually twirled his pinky finger around his ear and remarked, "Your soul technique is rather feeble. You chose to take the soul bone and leave no survivors. Do not blame me." With that, WangSheng's form vanished into shadow, and he reappeared before Shernyan, delivering a powerful uppercut that struck Shernyan's chin. Shernyan's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, accompanied by the loss of 2 of his teeth. Lying on the ground, Shernyan stared incredulously at WangSheng. For years, he had relied on his martial spirit, Kanming, to commit acts of murder and robbery, never once failing. He could not fathom that today he would meet his match. "Are you now filled with self-doubt?" WangSheng mocked, finding amusement in Shernyan's expression. Shernyan, in a panic, asked, "How is it that you escaped my Tsaming's control?" WangSheng teased, "Curious, are we? Why would I share that with you?" Shernyan, enraged by WangSheng's humiliation, activated his soul technique once more, attempting to manipulate him. WangSheng retrieved the Mingwang blade from his soul guide and toyed with it, looking at Shernyan as if he were a simpleton. "Do you have any other tricks? If not, I shall make my move. Just a reminder, I am immune to mental control. You would do well to employ a different tactic." This revelation struck Shernyan like a bolt from the blue. He realized his predicament. He hastily pleaded, "Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. If you spare me, I will certainly repay you in the future." WangSheng squatted before Shernyan, mockingly waving the Mingwang blade. "You followed me here intending to kill me and seize my soul bone. How fortuitous, for I intended to acquire your left arm's soul bone." Shernyan, flustered, stammered, "How did you know I possessed a left arm soul bone?" "Shall I say I guessed? Do you believe me?" Realizing he could not escape his fate, Shernyan suddenly rose, attempting one last struggle. WangSheng, however, did not grant him the opportunity. With a swift motion, he slashed the Mingwang blade across Shernyan's neck, instantly creating a crimson gash that silenced him forever. WangSheng retrieved the soul bone from Shernyan's body and placed it into his soul guide. This gem-like soul bone was ideally suited for Ning Yu and Ning Rongrong, and he planned to bestow it upon them once the Soul Master competition concluded, allowing them to allocate it as they saw fit. After disposing of Shernyan, WangSheng took out a Chuanyan arrow from his soul guide and shot it into the sky. Soon after, Zeke and Zili appeared before him, kneeling in apology. "We are sorry, young master. We fell into a trap and placed you in danger." WangSheng helped them to their feet, saying, "This was all part of my plan. There's no need for you both to feel remorse. Please take care of this body. I shall return first." With that, the 2 obeyed and departed with Shernyan's corpse, while WangSheng hummed a little tune as he made his way towards Tiando City. As for Shernyan's disappearance, Tsinghua Academy did not raise an alarm. After all, Shernyan often vanished mysteriously for days, and they had grown accustomed to it. It was not until the conclusion of the Soul Master competition that the Academy sensed something amiss. But by then, there were no traces left to pursue. However, that is a matter for another time. Let us return to the 3rd day of the Soul Master competition, where Qibao Academy's opponent was Tianshui Academy. Chapter 113. The Tianshui girl group in their second match, Qibao Academy, faced off against Tianshui Academy, both being seed teams. Thus the battle was set on the central arena. The guest seats were occupied in the center by the second prince, Xiaogang, representing the ailing Shui, flanked by Ning, Fengji, and Salis. As WangSheng observed the participants from both sides on the preparation benches, he contemplated the strength of Tianshui Academy, particularly their formidable martial spirit fusion technique, ice and snow drifting. A peculiar rule of Tianshui Academy was their exclusive recruitment of female soul masters, particularly beautiful ones. With 7 statuesque beauties taking the stage, the alluring Tianshui girl group effectively diminished half of their opponent's combat prowess. The competitors were all students under the age of 25, and given the early maturity of individuals in Douluo, few could withstand the presence of 7 first-rate beauties. Nevertheless, the majority of Qibao Academy's members held firm. Xiao Qinyu's heart was solely occupied by Yi Lingling, and her beauty was more than a match for the ladies of Tianshui Academy, leaving him unaffected. Although Zhao Kai often appeared carefree, he genuinely cared for Yi Lingling, earning him the title of the second lickspittle beneath the heavens within their team. Among the remaining three, Su Ku and Huang Wu were nearly drooling at the sight of the beauties across the arena, while Ning San Xiao found himself pleading for mercy as Meng Yiran pinched his ear. This scene was utterly comical, eliciting laughter from the entire audience. WangSheng stole a glance at the guest platform, where Salas taunted, "Ning sect leader, your Qibao Academy is indeed vibrant, especially your young master, who is truly one of a kind." Xiaogang quickly intervened. Youth is synonymous with exuberance. It is only natural. However, Ning Fengji, remaining unfazed, remarked, "It is of no consequence. If these young lads from our academy can win the hearts of Tianshui Academy's talents, I would be pleased. As for Ningyu, is he not under the guidance of his fiancée? He has grown. There is no need for me to oversee him anymore. Ha. Ning Feng tis laukter resonated, causing Salas to lose interest in the spectacle. WangSheng lost interest the moment he saw his teacher on stage, still chuckling merrily, while Feng Xiaotian, beside him, became inquisitive and asked, "Desheng, what is the story between Yu and Yiran?" Yang Pufeng remained seated, motionless, yet his ears perked up with interest. WangSheng promptly recounted the events from the day they returned to the academy from Xingma City. That day, WangSheng and his companions returned to the academy, and in the evening, Ning Fengji hosted a banquet for them, attended by the core members of the Qibao Lili sect. Ningyu was surrounded by several young members of the Ning family, boasting about his grandeur at the Wanhua Pavilion in Xingma City. The group of teenagers, having never ventured into the world, eagerly toasted him while hanging onto his every word. As the drinking continued, Ningyu became inebriated. At that moment, Xiao Qinyu and Yi Lingling approached him, intending to assist him to rest. Whether it was the sight of Xiao Qinyu and Yi Lingling together that provoked him, or if he had always harbored such intentions, Ningyu, in front of the entire core assembly of the Qibao Lili sect, strode directly to Long Gongmeng Shu, who was engaged in lively conversation with Ning Fengji, and without hesitation, embraced Meng Yiran from behind and kissed her passionately before the astonished crowd. Everyone present, including the bewildered Meng Yiran, was left in shock. After listening to WangSheng's account, Feng Xiaotian hurriedly asked, "So, just like that, Yiran went along with him?" WangSheng disdainfully replied, "In your eyes, there's only Huowu. How would you notice anything else?" Those two have been exchanging glances for quite some time. It was only after the Yu's bold act that our teacher and Lord Meng publicly arranged their marriage. Feng Xiaotian, deep in thought, mused, "Perhaps one day I should also kiss Wei Yuan in front of the Fire Dean. Wouldn't that prompt the Fire Dean to immediately wed me?" WangSheng, intrigued, asked, "Have you and Huowu not shared a kiss after being together for so long?" Hearing WangSheng's question, Feng Xiaotian's face flushed as he replied, "Isn't that something for after marriage?" WangSheng and Yang Pufeng simultaneously shot disdainful glances at him, prompting Feng Xiaotian to awkwardly shift the topic. "Let's focus on the match for now." At that moment, the teams had begun to engage in combat. On the side of Tianshui Academy, their captain, the petite and charming Shubinger, who possessed a well-proportioned figure and was ranked at the 40th level in the Control System SoulMaster category, was enveloped in a blue aura. Her first soul ring illuminated, instantly freezing Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai, who had rushed forward. Meanwhile, three powerful attack-type soul masters from Tianshui Academy charged towards Qibao Academy, ensnaring the three girls in large nets. In this initial clash, both sides' control-type soul masters seized control of the scene. Just then, Shui Yuer, who remarkably resembled Shubinger's save for her hair color, emerged from the side. As she approached the main group of Qibao Academy, a massive shield blocked her path. At that moment, Shubinger's second soul ring activated, casting several beams of blue light over the Tianshui Academy soul masters, encasing their bodies in crystalline armor. Behind Shubinger, Xuewu's four soul rings flickered in succession, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, releasing rain that crystallized into ice upon contact. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Xiaotian remarked, "Is that all their tricks? They don't seem particularly formidable." WangSheng shook his head. "There must be more up their sleeves." But Xiao Yu and the others should be able to draw out Tianshui Academy's full potential quickly. At that moment, the previously frozen Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai let out a mighty roar and shattered the ice, with Xiao Qinyu swiftly appearing at the back line of Tianshui Academy. Zhao Kai's second soul ring glowed as he unleashed countless blades into the sky, breaking apart the ominous clouds above. Shubinger shouted, "Now is the time." The members of Tianshui Academy quickly gathered, with Shubinger and Shui Wu standing together, while Shui Yuer chimed in. "Let me show you what a martial soul fusion skill looks like." Xiao Qinyu raised a hand to stop Zhao Kai and Swoke, addressing the Tianshui Academy participants. "Please, commence your performance." At this juncture, Shubinger and Shui Wu's blue and black hair intertwined, transforming into a column of blue and white light that surged into the reformed dark clouds. Simultaneously, their bodies vanished, signaling the completion of their martial soul fusion skill. Shui Yuer pouted, "Xiao Qinyu, though you are quite handsome, today you shall witness the might of the martial soul fusion technique, ice and snow drifting." At that moment, the rain that once fell transformed into snow-like blades spiraling downward, converging into a vortex of ice and snow that charged towards the formation of Qibao Academy. Chapter 114. Our support will go first. Upon witnessing the formidable vortex of ice and snow approaching, Xiao Qinyu shouted, "Do you, Swoke?" Ning Yu directed a beam of light from the Qibao Liuli Tower into Swoke's body. Swoke understood immediately, his fifth black soul ring illuminating as shield after shield interlocked to form a solid fortress, encasing the members of Qibao Academy within. With Ningyu's fourth soul skill enhancing their defense, Swoke's fifth soul skill, Iron Shield Fortress, proved to be an impenetrable bastion. No ordinary soul saint could breach it without employing their martial soul's true form. Tianshui Academy's martial soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting, struck the shield wall, merely frosting its surface without compromising its formidable defense. Just as Tianshui Academy found itself at a loss against Qibao Academy, a gap opened at the top of the shield fortress, unleashing a powerful tornado. The howling tornado, akin to a colossal dragon, swiftly swept through Tianshui Academy's formation, shredding the dark clouds in the sky. The spectators at the sidelines could not discern the chaos within the tornado. In mere moments, members of Tianshui Academy were hurled out. One by one, elegant figures soaring into the air until the whirlwind subsided. As the tornado gradually shrank, the audience finally discerned the scene. Only Xiao Qinyu gracefully descended from above. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena, and the guest seats were filled with joy as Xiaogang smiled at Ning Fengji, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Sect Master Ning. The prowess of Qibao Academy is indeed extraordinary. It seems that in this grand competition, Qibao Academy will surely bring home the championship for the Empire." Ning Fengji glanced at the nearby Salas and replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is said that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is the strongest batch in the history of the Soul Academy. The outcome remains uncertain until the final match." Salas coldly responded, "Sect Master Ning, you are being modest. However, I too am eager to see our golden generation face off against your Academy's elite." Earlier, Xiao Qinyu had unleashed his self-created soul skill to shatter Tianshui Academy's martial soul fusion technique, showing restraint by merely sending the female participants from Tianshui Academy out of the arena without inflicting any serious harm. Following the referee's announcement of Qibao Academy's victory, Shubinger led the members of Tianshui Academy towards the preparation area of Qibao Academy, intending to express gratitude for Xiao Qinyu's mercy shown earlier. Shubinger gratefully looked at Xiao Qinyu and said, "Thank you for your leniency. Otherwise, we might not even have the chance to compete tomorrow." Xiao Qinyu politely replied, "Captain Shui, it was merely a match. There was no need for excessive force. Your strength is formidable as well." Beside them, Shui Yuer pouted, "Who asked you to go easy on us? Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you soundly." Shubinger quickly intervened. "Yuer has this kind of personality. Please do not take it to heart." Xiao Qinyu smiled slightly. "No worries, I won't hold it against you." After exchanging pleasantries, Shubinger led her team away. At that moment, WangSheng stood up and addressed everyone. "Today, everyone performed excellently. Make sure to rest well. The upcoming 3 battles posed no significant challenge, allowing Qibao Academy to effortlessly dispatch their opponents. In the 6th match of Qibao Academy, their opponent is Xiaogang Academy, and this duel is once again set on the central stage. Xiaogang Academy's recent performance has been mediocre, having suffered a crushing defeat against the dark horse, Shrek Academy, just days prior. Present in the audience to witness this match is the sect leader of Xiaogang, Huyanjun. He has not attended any matches since Xiaongjia's loss to Shrek. But knowing they are about to face the esteemed Qibao Liuli sect, he made an appearance. He turned to Ning Fengji and remarked, "Sect leader Ning, your Qibao Academy has been flourishing in recent years." Ning Fengji smiled benignly and replied, "Sect leader Huyan, you flatter us. In terms of heritage, we still fall short compared to Xiaogang Academy." Huyan Jun, seizing the opportunity, added, "No need to worry, just take it slow. However, I must forewarn you that our students can be reckless, and if they inadvertently injure your young ones, please do not hold it against me." Beside them, Salus's expression darkened. He questioned Huyan Jun's foolishness, wondering if he hadn't been following the other academy's battles over the past few days. This was akin to inviting disaster, and he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji responded amiably, "It is natural for young ones to spar and sustain minor injuries. This is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Huyan Jun laughed heartily. "Since sect leader Ning has said so, we shall take that into consideration." At this moment, the members of Qibao stepped onto the ring, facing off against Xiaogang Academy's 7 towering figures, each standing over 2 meters tall and weighing several hundred pounds. The captain of Xiaogang Academy is none other than Huyan Li, the grandson of Huyan Jun, and he is the largest among the group. Despite his previous defeat against Shrek Academy, Huyan Li's arrogance remained unabated as he addressed Qibao Academy as fellow disciples of the 7 great sects. For the sake of harmony, you would be wise to concede now, lest we inadvertently cause you serious harm. Zhao Kai sneered, "What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant?" Following their defeat to Shrek, Xiaogang Academy had initially intended to adopt a more humble approach. However, after 2 successive victories against the weakest academies, Huyan Li's confidence was restored. Another member of Xiangjia, a soul sect, chimed in, "Our brotherly is merely looking out for you as fellow members of the 7 great sects. Do not be ungrateful." Ningyu looked at Sok beside him, bewildered. Have they still not grasped the situation after several days of competition? Sok stifled a laugh. They are purely defensive. Each match lasts quite long, leaving them no chance to observe the other teams. Ningyu nodded in understanding, recalling his childhood acquaintance with Huyan Li. After years apart, he was surprised to find Huyan Li still so foolish. With a helpless shake of his head, he said, "Let's go easy on him. After all, I have known him since childhood. A little leniency is in order." Huyan Li, overhearing Ningyu, responded indignantly, "Ning-san, it seems you were not beaten enough as a child. What can support do here?" Ningyu's temper flared. He remembered the times Huyan Li had bullied him in their youth. Now recalling those incidents, he turned to the others and declared, "You all hold back for now. I need to teach him a lesson." From the preparation area, WangSheng heard Huyan Li's provocation and nodded at Xiao Qinyu. Instantly, Xiao Qinyu understood WangSheng's intent and turned to Huyan Li, saying, "In that case, we won't bully you. Our support soul masters will go first. The rest will refrain from intervening." Chapter 115. Will they continue to fight? Upon hearing Xiao Qinyu's words, Huyan Li was displeased and immediately addressed his comrades. "They dare to underestimate us. Brothers, unleash your martial souls and show them what we're made of." The members of Xiangjia Academy quickly activated their Diamond Mammoth martial souls, and 4 soul emperors alongside 3 soul sects instantly grew in size. Huyan Li arrogantly proclaimed, "You will pay for your earlier words." Xiao Qinyu and his companions took a few steps back, but Ningyu and Yi Lingling remained steadfast. The two exchanged a glance before summoning their martial souls. Their 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, shimmered brilliantly, causing Huyan Li and his companions to lose their smiles, with Huyan Li incredulously exclaiming, "Soul Kings? You 2 support types are actually Soul Kings?" Ningyu, exasperated, replied, "Fool, Did you not even bother to investigate the strength of your opponents? Realizing Ning Yu and Yi Lingling were both of the Soul King level, Hu Yanzhen turned to Ning Fengji and inquired, Sect Leader Ning, your Ning Yu has already reached Soul King? I did not expect such a talent from Qibao Liuli's sect. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly. You flatter me, Sect Leader Hu Yan. My child's aptitude is quite ordinary, hardly deserving of the title of genius. Hu Yanzhen began to contemplate the future strength of Qibao Liuli's sect, feeling relieved that he had already allied with the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, Qibao Liuli would surely pose a significant threat to Xiangjia sect. At this moment, Hu Yanli was also rapidly devising a countermeasure and stated, Ning San, you just said that only the two supports will fight us. Do not deny it later if you lose. Aware that Hu Yanli feared the others would intervene, Ning Yu disdainfully replied, Come on, let us not waste time. Just the two of us will take you on. With the referee announcing the start of the match, the 7 members of Xiangjia Academy lined up and advanced towards Ning Yu and Yi Lingling, causing the entire stage to tremble with their heavy footsteps. The Qibao Liuli Tower radiated brilliance, sending several beams of enhancement light into Ning Yu and Yi Lingling's bodies. The two darted like lightning among the members of Xiangjia Academy. Despite Xiangjia's impressive strength and defense, their sluggish speed rendered them unable to touch Ning Yu and Yi Lingling. Ning Yu's fists relentlessly struck Hu Yanli, and although the defensive capabilities of the Diamond Mammoth were formidable, they could not withstand the tempestuous barrage from Ning Yu and Yi Lingling. The 7 from Xiangjia maintained their soul skills to bolster their defenses, depleting their soul power significantly, while Ning Yu and Yi Lingling relied primarily on their agility to evade, leaving Hu Yanli and his companions drenched in sweat. At this juncture, Hu Yanzhen in the guest area expressed his displeasure to Ning Fengji, stating, Sect Leader Ning, allowing 2 supports to toy with our Xiangjia students seems inappropriate. Ning Fengji replied calmly, given the conversation that just transpired. I believe Sect Leader Hu Yan is well aware of Hu Yan Li's demands. We merely allowed 2 to take the challenge. Where is the notion of mockery? Hu Yanzhen retorted. Is dodging incessantly a display of respect for the opponent? If we are to fight, it should be face-to-face. Xiangjia sect does not fear confrontation. Is this how the upper 3 sects behave to toy with my disciples? Ning Fengji, always elegant, was not one to be bullied. With an icy demeanor, he responded, If that is how sect leader Hu Yan perceives it, do not blame us for being heavy-handed later. With that, he nodded to Bon Duo behind him, who immediately understood, subtly conveying a message to Xiao Qinyu and the others on the stage. At that moment, after receiving Bon Duo's instructions, Xiao Qinyu turned to his companions and declared, Since they believe we are toying with them and want us to engage head-on, let us grant them that wish. Unleash your martial souls. With that, they all activated their martial souls. Apart from Engaran, the others were all at the Soul King level, charging into the ranks of Xiangjia Academy like hungry wolves entering a flock of sheep. Hu Yanli witnessed the approach of Xiao Qinyu and his companions, and he promptly erupted in a torrent of invectives, exclaiming, You promised to send only 2 supports to engage us, yet now you come at us with so many. What does this mean? Their own soul power was on the brink of depletion, and now the emergence of 5 additional soul masters had thoroughly disrupted their composure. Upon seeing 4 Soul Kings and a Soul Zone join the fray, Hu Yanzhen began to regret having provoked Ning Fengji earlier. He had assumed the onlookers were of inferior strength, only to discover that they were all remarkably formidable. The 7 members of Qibao Academy had achieved an unparalleled synergy in their team battles over the past 2 years, and the recent transmission from Douluo only intensified their ferocity. Hu Yanli and his companions were unable to even call for surrender before being thoroughly vanquished, collapsing to the ground. Observing the swift and decisive defeat of the 7 from Xiangjia Academy left Hu Yanzhen's face dark with fury, while Ning Fengji remained composed, remarking, Are you satisfied now, Hu Yanzhongzhu? Will you continue to fight? Hu Yanzhen glared at Ning Fengji, grinding his teeth as he replied, Ning Zhongzhu, we shall see. With that, he rose abruptly and stormed away from the guest seats, feeling utterly humiliated after being bested twice in a row. The most vociferous among them, Hu Yanli, had suffered the most severe beating during the battle. Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai had specifically targeted him, with Zhao Kai even striking him on the forehead with a blade, delivering not just a physical blow, but also a profound psychological wound. Meanwhile, two observers in the audience, Xiaogang and Tang San, were watching the match. Today, their opponents were not particularly strong, and Xiaogang opted not to send Tang San into the fray, instead bringing him to witness the competition between Qibao Academy and Xiangjia Academy. Having previously battled Xiangjia Academy, this match would provide a clearer comparison of their strengths against those of Qibao Academy. At this moment, Xiaogang spoke up. I did not expect Qibao Academy to possess such formidable strength. The skills of these two supports are on par with Ning Rongrong. Tang Sen nodded in agreement, adding, I perceive that the strength of their other members is also quite impressive. To be frank, without utilizing hidden weapons, I do not have complete confidence in defeating them. Xiaogang sighed. The age gap is too significant. You seven are considerably younger than them. If you were their age, I am certain your abilities would rival theirs, or perhaps even allow you to become a sole emperor. Observing the disappointment on Xiaogang's face, Tang San comforted him. Do not worry, teacher. When the time comes, we will fight with all our might, and we will not let you down. Moved, Xiaogang looked at Tang San, saying, You truly are my disciple. However, there's no need to reveal all our strength before the finals. Notice that Qibao Academy still has two sole emperors who have yet to enter the fray. We must conserve our strength. Our goal is the championship, not this preliminary round. When the time comes, you should refrain from participating. Let Mu Bai and Tai Long test their strength instead. Although Tang San wished to confront Qibao Academy sooner, he trusted his teacher's judgment and nodded. Rest assured, teacher. Mu Bai and the others are also very strong. It will not be easy for Qibao Academy to defeat them. As time passed, both Qibao Academy and Shrek Academy continued their victorious streaks. Due to the premature disappearance of certain individuals, coupled with the earlier circumstances surrounding WangSheng, the Shrek team had not developed deep animosities with Songhui Academy, thus avoiding the scenario of their seven-man fusion technique being countered by Tang San. Consequently, Shrek achieved a string of victories, while Qibao Academy faced no challenges. Even when they encountered the Blaze Academy along the way, the latter chose to forego the battle under the persuasion of Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuan. WangSheng's eagerly anticipated match finally arrived, as they were set to face the biggest dark horse of the tournament, Shrek Academy. WangSheng had been looking forward to this battle, even relegating Yi Lingling to the substitute bench. He was determined to confront Shrek Academy himself, confident that his old acquaintances, Tang San and his companions, would all take to the field. On the preparation side of Shrek Academy, Xiaogang announced, Today, our opponent is Qibao Academy. The lineup for today consists of Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, and Jiang Zhu. Upon hearing Xiaogang's arrangements, everyone except Tang San wore expressions of disbelief. Ning Rongrong was the first to voice her discontent, saying, Did we not agree that we would all take the field against Qibao Academy? Oscar chimed in, Indeed. I promised Wang Ge that I would showcase my training results when the two academies met. Xiao Wu also seemed ready to speak, but Tang San restrained her, quickly explaining to the others, Everyone, please remain calm. Teacher's arrangement is to conserve our strength for the finals. Let us adhere to his instructions today. Hearing Tang San defend Xiaogang once again, Ning Rongrong glared at him, exclaiming, Your teacher. It's always like this. Tang San, do you have no opinions of your own? Did you not look forward to today? Ning Rongrong's words left Tang San momentarily at a loss. At this point, Xiaogang spoke decisively. I am your lead teacher. All arrangements for the competition must be adhered to. His words sparked further discontent among the group, with Ning Rongrong retorting, What do you think you are? Just because we call you master does not mean you truly understand everything. You are merely petty, seeking to annoy Shengge. Tang San, incensed by Ning Rongrong's remarks about his teacher, replied, Ning Rongrong, please show some respect towards my teacher. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun immediately shielded Ning Rongrong, casting glances at Tang San. Dai Mu Bai interjected, Everyone, let us refrain from further conflict. We are a team. Since Master has made this arrangement, We shall follow it. Once we are on the field, I will explain the situation to Wang Ge. Zhu Zhuqing cast a dissatisfied look at Dai Mubai. Say, Mubai, are you really going to support him? Seeing the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing speaking up, Dai Mubai felt overwhelmed. Although he too was unhappy with Xiaogang's decision, as the captain, he had to stabilize the group's emotions. He explained, everyone listen to me. The academy represents the culmination of the dean's years of dedication. Our current standing is a result of the hard work of the dean and several teachers. We cannot disappoint their expectations. Upon hearing Dai Mubai mention the dean, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had been nurtured by Flanders since childhood, immediately tempered their indignation. Although they were increasingly critical of Xiaogang, they felt compelled to honor the dean's legacy. Others followed suit and ceased their complaints, while Ning Rongrong sulked in a corner. At this moment, Tang San felt a sense of helplessness. The current situation had completely fractured the group's unity, and perhaps once the forMaster competition concluded, they would part ways. Initially, Tang San had hoped to foster good relations with everyone, as this would greatly assist him in establishing Tang Men in the future. After all, with the support of the Xing Luo royal family and Qibao Yuli sect, combined with persuading Ma Hongjun and Oscar to join Tang Men, it would surely rise rapidly. However, that prospect now seemed impossible. At that moment, the voice of the host echoed through the venue. Now, let us invite the participants from both competing academies to take the stage. Xiaogang patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder, saying, Mubai, today, without exception, unleash all your strength and compel Qibao Academy's participants to reveal their soul skills. Dai Mubai nodded silently, leading the rest of the team onto the stage. As WangSheng led the members of Qibao Academy onto the stage, his previously smiling demeanor darkened. He slowly inquired, Mubai, where are the others? Hearing WangSheng's icy tone, Dai Mubai felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had just managed to calm his furious teammates, and now he had to face WangSheng, which weighed heavily on his heart. Embarrassed, Dai Mubai looked at WangSheng and replied, Brother Wang, the master said he would fully engage with you in the finals. For now, we're just here to spar with you. WangSheng nodded at Dai Mubai's explanation and remarked, Master Yu wants you to come up and draw out our strength for his analysis, so he could devise a strategy to counter us in the finals? Faced with WangSheng's inquiry, Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. While it was true that Xiaogang had such intentions, he was unsure how to respond to WangSheng's direct assertion. Ma Hongjun could not help but interject, Boss, Xiaogang is despicable and shameless. Rongrong just had a heated argument with him. At that moment, WangSheng turned his gaze towards the Shrek Academy's preparation area and saw Ning Rongrong wearing an expression of displeasure, while Oscar comforted her. Tang San and Xiao Wu hung their heads, and Xiaogang looked smugly at WangSheng. WangSheng called out loudly to Xiaogang, Master Yu, are you so full of yourself that you think it's fine to let just a few of them compete? Xiaogang replied nonchalantly, it's merely the preliminaries. Aren't you also sitting there with two soul emperors? WangSheng coldly chuckled. To reserve strength, one must have the capital to do so. I intended to observe the progress of the Shrek 7 monsters, but it seems you are denying me that opportunity. Upon hearing WangSheng's words, Xiaogang, who had already achieved his goal of irritating WangSheng, smiled and said, This is a competition. I'm simply arranging my team in a reasonable manner. This shouldn't violate any rules, right? WangSheng replied with a calm smile, No, how could it? You, as the esteemed master of invincible theory, are always right. Xiaogang ignored WangSheng's mockery and continued, Mubai and the others are not weak either. Whether or not you can defeat them is another matter. I suggest you concentrate on the match instead of wasting time here with me. Then, since that's the case, don't blame me if you don't send out your main players. WangSheng's words instilled a sense of foreboding in Xiaogang. However, WangSheng did not engage him further and instead turned to Dai Mubai and the others, saying, You must give it your all in the upcoming match. I apologize in advance, brothers. Ma Hongjun, unfazed, replied, Boss, why apologize? It's just a match. You can fight freely. I'll 1T hold it against you. WangSheng patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, Good brother, I appreciate your understanding. Without addressing Ma Hongjun's puzzled expression, WangSheng turned to Xiao Qinyu and the others, instructing, You all should step down. I will handle this battle alone. Having witnessed Xiaogang's arrogant demeanor, Xiao Qingyu felt quite displeased and was prepared to give the opposing team a good beating to show them their strength. Hearing WangSheng's command to withdraw, he asked in confusion, "Boss, why should we step down? I wanted to show them what true power looks like." WangSheng shook his head and replied, "Just go down. I cannot unleash my full potential with you here." The others unconditionally trusted WangSheng's words, so the 6 of them stepped down. This action left the referee bewildered, as all 6 members from Qibao Academy had suddenly exited the stage. WangSheng addressed the referee, saying, "I apologize. Those individuals are unwell and have withdrawn from the match. It is now just me. You may announce the start of the competition." This match, featuring 2 undefeated teams, was indeed set on the main stage, and Qibao Academy's action stirred a commotion among the audience. From the guest box, Salas inquired of Ning Fengji, "Master Ning, what does this mean for Qibao Academy? Why did everyone suddenly withdraw?" Xiaogang, equally perplexed, echoed the question, "Master Ning, what has happened to your disciples that they would retreat without a fight?" Ning Fengji glanced at WangSheng and calmly replied, "He is angry. It appears that Xiaogang has truly provoked him." At this juncture, the referee confirmed that only one person from Qibao Academy would compete and announced the start of the match. The 7 members of Shrek activated their martial spirits. Thanks to the training methods brought by WangSheng and their good rapport with him, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun had all obtained some spiritual herbs, bringing their soul power in line with that of their counterparts during the original story's Soul Master competition. The Shrek 7 monsters had all reached the realm of 4 Ring Soul Masters, now comprising 3 Soul Masters and 4 Soul Emperors. Yu Xiaogang scoffed at WangSheng's ambition to defeat all 7 opponents single-handedly, thinking to himself, "WangSheng is truly arrogant, believing he can replicate his previous 1 against 5 feats." Meanwhile, WangSheng activated his martial spirit, and the audience once again gasped at the sight of his yellow, purple, black, and black soul rings. Dai Mubai took the lead, commanding attack. The 7 members of Shrek quickly organized their positions and charged at WangSheng. The first to reach him were Zhu Zhuqing and Huang Wu, attacking from opposite sides. Dai Mubai and Jing Ling followed closely, while Tai Long trailed behind Dai Mubai, all intent on surrounding WangSheng at the earliest opportunity. As Zhu Zhuqing and Huang Wu's claws lunged towards WangSheng, he transformed into a black shadow and vanished from their sight. At that moment, soaring in the air, Ma Hongjun felt an inexplicable tension and recalled the saying, "Eliminate the fragile mage first." Just as Ma Hongjun remembered this, WangSheng appeared behind him. Before he could unleash his soul skills, he felt the long-absent sensation of the tiger's fury, but this time it was different. WangSheng was truly serious. The relentless barrage of attacks made Ma Hongjun finally understand why WangSheng had previously apologized to him. Amidst the onslaught, WangSheng whispered to Ma Hongjun, "I'm sorry. Brother, I will make it up to you after the competition." With a smile, Ma Hongjun fell heavily to the ground, severely injured. Before the remaining members of Shrek could react, WangSheng had already reappeared beside Jiangzhu. Just as she attempted to release a healing soul skill from Ma Hongjun, WangSheng's storm-like fist struck her down. Yu Xiaogang had not anticipated that WangSheng possessed teleportation skills. In his prior strategy to have everyone surround WangSheng while Jiangzhu maintained distance had backfired. Dai Mubai and the others were unable to provide assistance in time. By the time Dai Mubai and the others arrived, Jiangzhu had already collapsed and was unconscious. Yu Xiaogang, witnessing this, urgently shouted to the referee, "Referee, this isn't a match. This is attempted murder." The referee, casting a glance at Yu Xiaogang, disregarded his complaint. Referees in such competitions were usually at least soul emperors, capable of discerning that while the 2 fallen competitors were severely injured, their lives were not in danger. They would merely need to recuperate for a few days. The referee coldly responded to Yu Xiaogang, "They are merely injured and unconscious, and their lives are not at risk. The opponent has not violated any competition rules." The referee had clearly heard their earlier conversation and had observed Yu Xiaogang's previously arrogant demeanor, so he paid no heed to Yu Xiaogang's grievances. Just as Yu Xiaogang was complaining to the referee, Jingling was also sent flying out of the arena, having succumbed to WangSheng's relentless onslaught. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai and the others dared not be careless. The four of them huddled closely together, their eyes fixed on WangSheng, wary of his sudden appearance beside them. WangSheng approached a few individuals step by step, and Dai Mu Bai sensed the impending danger. Acting decisively, he exclaimed, "Zhu Qing, let us utilize our martial soul fusion technique. Tai Long and Huang Yuan, buy us some time. Once our fusion technique is successfully executed, you two must immediately leap off the stage." The group nodded in agreement, and Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing joined hands, preparing to unleash their martial soul fusion. In the meantime, Tai Long and Huang Yuan charged directly towards WangSheng to create the necessary distraction. WangSheng swiftly activated his movements, his steps mesmerizing as they led him towards Tai Long and Huang Yuan. Observing this, Tang San, seated in the Shrek preparation area, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that WangSheng would so quickly master the steps of the Ghost Shadow Phantom, surpassing even the original techniques of the Tang sect in their unpredictability. Tang San immediately rose and approached Xiaogang, saying, "Teacher, let them concede. WangSheng is intent on inflicting severe injuries on us, rendering us incapable of competing in subsequent matches." However, Xiaogang, equally consumed by anger, retorted, "No. Once Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing complete their fusion technique, even WangSheng, regardless of his rank, will not be able to withstand it." Tang San, anxious, pleaded, "Teacher, if this continues, even if Mu Bai and Zhu Qing win, it will be futile. We have already lost so much combat power. How can we proceed?" Gradually, Xiaogang began to calm down after hearing Tang San's arguments. He contemplated the pros and cons. If it had not conceded now and allowed Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing to succeed with their fusion, they might defeat WangSheng. However, it was likely that Tai Long and Huang Yuan would suffer the same fate as the others. He could not allow WangSheng's deceitful plot to succeed. Xiaogang hurriedly attempted to signal the contestants on the stage to concede, but it was too late, within a mere minute. Tai Long and Huang Yuan had already been knocked out of the arena by WangSheng. Sighing, Xiaogang turned to Tang San and said, "Little San, it seems that in the upcoming matches, you will only have 6 of you participating." Tang San quickly reassured Xiaogang, "It's all right, teacher. As long as our Shrek 7 monsters are merely missing one member, we should still be able to secure victory." Xiaogang nodded helplessly. "That is all we can do. However, it may have been premature to declare such optimism. It might very well turn into a 4 versus 7 scenario." As Xiaogang and Tang San encouraged each other, a discordant voice interrupted from behind them. Tang San turned, gritting his teeth, and said, "Ning Rongrong, at a time like this, why are you making snide remarks? Which side are you on?" Ning Rongrong shrugged and replied, "I am not so duplicitous. As long as I am part of Shrek, I am a member. However, I am merely stating the truth. Can you guarantee that the Yuming White Tiger will defeat Brother Desheng? How laughable." Xiao stepped forward to persuade Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, at this moment, we must unite. Let us refrain from speaking words that dampen our morale. Did you not say that as long as you are in Shrek, you are part of Shrek?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong shot a glare at Xiaogang, saying, "I am merely expressing a fact. After all, a certain self-proclaimed invincible master's judgments regarding Brother Desheng often end up as mere jokes." With that, Ning Rongrong ignored the furious Xiaogang and returned to her seat. Tang San quickly tried to mediate, "Teacher, let us not get worked up. Let us focus on the match." Xiaogang understood that continuing to argue with Ning Rongrong would yield no benefits. So he turned his attention back to the unfolding situation in the arena. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Douluo, observing the discord among the Shrek team, were quietly communicating with one another. Douluo, concerned for Ning Rongrong's safety, whispered to Ning Fengji, "Fengji, Rongrong has had several conflicts with that Tang San today. Should we not let her return to our academy? We cannot allow our little princess to be subjected to such treatment." Ning Fengji shook his head, responding, "Uncle Gu, the future of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School relies on Rongrong. She can handle these matters herself. We need not worry." Douluo wished to persuade Ning Fengji further, as he and Douluo regarded Ning Rongrong as their own granddaughter. This intergenerational affection is timeless. Just then, Ningfeng Ji's voice echoed in his mind. However, Uncle Gu, you must ensure Rongrong's safety until the competition concludes. Upon hearing this directive, Douluo questioned, do you think they would dare to harm Rongrong over a mere conflict with you Xiaogang and Tang San? Ningfeng Ji replied they would not. But I fear Tang San's father may take action against Rongrong. Given the interconnected nature of the three great sects, Tang Hao would not likely act against a junior. Yet Ningfeng Ji remained cautious. It is better to be safe than sorry. Douluo nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure Rongrong's safety. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique, vanishing to reveal a massive white tiger, its purple eyes gleaming with dual pupils. The Yuming white tiger roared as it charged towards WangSheng, who felt an overwhelming power surpassing the storm saber tiger he had previously encountered in the Soto Great Soul arena. The royal family of Xingluo had historically allied with the Zhu family precisely because of this formidable martial soul fusion. Faced with the rapid Yuming white tiger, WangSheng swiftly evaded, knowing that defeating it through close combat would be futile. The Yuming white tiger possessed the agility of a Yuming spirit cat and the strength of the white tiger. Even WangSheng's formidable physique could not gain an advantage in close quarters. However, with ample soul power, he continuously employed his fifth soul skill, the Black Obsidian Tiger Shadow Teleportation, to maintain distance while launching electric projectiles at the Yuming white tiger. On the sidelines, Xiaogang inwardly cursed WangSheng's unscrupulous tactics. Previously, he had relied on teleportation to engage others in close combat. Yet now he was using it to create distance for attacks. Did his soul power not deplete? Noticing Xiaogang's grim expression, Tang Xin quickly inquired, Teacher, what's wrong? Xiaogang furrowed his brow and replied, WangSheng has utilized teleportation numerous times, yet he appears to have expended little to no soul power. Tang Xin pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps as a 10,000-year soul skill, a simple teleportation does not demand much soul power. After all, didn't T Senior Brother Qin Ming's teleportation soul skill also in truth, Xiaogang had a blind spot in this area. His research primarily stemmed from the Spear Hall, focusing on the highest ranks of soul masters. He lacked comprehensive data regarding 10,000-year soul rings and skills above the Soul King level. Instances like Qin Ming and WangSheng selecting highly practical 10,000-year soul skills were rare, leaving him oblivious. However, putting on a show of contemplation was Xiaogang's usual practice, and he quickly asserted, I believe this matter is far from simple. I still suspect a connection between WangSheng and the evil soul masters. Speaking in hushed tones, he was wary of Ning Rongrong overhearing and retaliating, thus engaging in a quiet discussion with Tang San. At this moment, the battle escalated fervently. WangSheng once again teleported to evade the Yuming white tiger's assault, reappearing on the stage nearest to Xiaogang. With a deliberate tone, he proclaimed, sometimes preserving one's strength depends on one's capabilities. So you wish to probe my strengths and weaknesses? Today, I shall show you what true power means. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Xiaogang's ears, instilling an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. WangSheng's 5 soul rings shimmered in a mesmerizing sequence as his external soul bone. The dark golden terror claw manifested. WangSheng's muscles expanded, and electricity crackled around him. WangSheng struck the ground fiercely with his dark golden terror claw, causing countless fragments of stone to shatter and swirl around him, enveloped in a crackling aura of electricity. Witnessing this spectacle, the Yuming Baihu stiffened, acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from WangSheng. On the sidelines, Tang Xin shouted to Yuming Baihu, Mubai concede quickly. However, WangSheng coolly interjected, It's too late. Shrek stands no chance now. With those words, the stones circling WangSheng surged forth like a torrential rain of arrows. Propelled by the electric energy he had amplified through his self-developed soul skill, flying sand and stone, honed over months in Wangjiago, he discovered that his dark golden terror claw not only absorbed the soul power of others, but could also channel his own, an advantageous trade-off. Utilizing the external soul bone as a conduit, he concentrated the energy from all his soul rings into a singular force, magnifying the lightning power from his first soul skill to guide the stones. Each fragment was imbued with formidable electrical energy. Upon impact with Yuming Baihu, they detonated, enveloping the arena in a cloud of smoke, leaving Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing unconscious on the ground. After executing his self-created skill, WangSheng found himself utterly drained, collapsing to the ground. Both sides rushed onto the stage to assess the situation. WangSheng, addressing Yi Lingling, who was preparing to treat him, said, "I'm fine. Merely exhausted my soul power. Please attend to the others from Shrek first, as they're my good friends as well." Yi Lingling nodded and approached the most severely injured, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. As she neared, Yu Xiaogang and his disciple eyed her warily, cautioning, "What are you planning? You've already won. Must you add insult to injury?" Yi Lingling shot them a dismissive glance and coldly replied, "I merely promised to Sheng to assist with their treatment. If you don't require my help, I shall abstain." Ning Rongrong, disregarding the two, expressed her gratitude. "Lingling, thank you for your efforts." Yi Lingling smiled gently at Ning Rongrong and summoned her 9-heart Sea Tang to begin treating Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Once finished, she moved to Shrek's preparation area to manage the injuries of the remaining members, turning to them to say, "I have treated them all, but their injuries are severe. My treatment merely ensures their foundations remain intact. They should rest in bed for at least 10 to 15 days before attempting to move." Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Yu Xiaogang felt a chill of despair. He scrutinized her suspiciously, questioning, "Did you manipulate their injuries? Aren't you 9-heart Sea Tang soul masters able to save anyone with a breath left?" Yi Lingling regarded him as if he were a fool and coldly stated, "Our soul skill can preserve life, but an injury is still an injury. I am human, not divine. Assisting you out of respect for Sheng is already generous. With your attitude, I wouldn't even want to help you." With that, she turned and walked away. Yu Xiaogang, overwhelmed by mixed emotions, hurriedly returned with everyone to their lodgings, summoning the city's most renowned healing soul masters, only to receive consistent confirmation that Yi Lingling's treatment was the most effective. The 7 injured members should not attempt to move for at least 10 to 15 days. The words of the healing soul masters fell upon Yu Xiaogang like a bucket of cold water, dousing any remaining hope. The tournament had progressed through 10 rounds, with Shrek currently holding a record of 9 wins and 1 loss, temporarily placing them in second place, with 17 rounds remaining. According to the tournament schedule of 1 round per day, they faced a daunting challenge, as the remaining matches would see only 4 members from Shrek participating, necessitating at least 10 rounds of competition. With this realization, Yu Xiaojiang's resentment towards WangSheng deepened. He resolved to enlist Tang Hao's assistance to eliminate WangSheng. Since encountering WangSheng at Shrek, it felt as if he had been cursed with misfortune, with every endeavor thwarted. Meanwhile, Qibao Academy continued to surge ahead, winning each battle with ease, while Shrek struggled through 7 matches with only 4 participants. Despite the individual strength of the 4, they were overwhelmed, especially when facing the formidable teams of the 5 great elemental academies, Qihua, Shunfeng, and Lei Tang. Although Tang San and his companions demonstrated commendable strength, they suffered 3 losses over 7 rounds, each time facing overwhelming odds of 4 against 7, leaving them utterly fatigued. From the 8th round onward, Dai Mu Bai, as captain, forced himself back into the fray, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun in the 10th round, restoring Shrek to a winning streak. As the tournament neared its conclusion, only the final round remained, with 6 academies still vying for the top 5 spots. The rankings were as follows. First, Qibao Academy, with 27 battles and 27 victories. Second, Lei Tang Academy, with 27 battles and 26 victories, their only loss to Qibao Academy. Tied for third, Qihua Academy, with 27 battles and 24 victories, having lost to Qibao. Lei Tang and Tianshui Academies. Tied for third, Tianshui Academy, with 27 battles and 24 victories, losing to Qibao, Shunfeng, and Lei Tang Academies. Tied for third, Shunfeng Academy, with 27 battles and 24 victories, having lost to Qibao, Leitang, and Chihua academies. 6th, Shrek Academy, with 27 battles and 23 victories. Their losses to Qibao, Chihua, Leitang, and Shunfeng academies. In the final round, Shrek would face Tianshui Academy, while the other 4 academies had weaker opponents, thus likely securing their advancement. If Shrek could triumph over Tianshui Academy, they would both end with 24 victories and 4 losses, qualifying for the top 5 based on their head-to-head results. In this critical battle, Xiaogang refrained from taking chances and fielded the Shrek 7, leading to Tang San's narrow victory over Tianshui Academy using the chaotic Ruan Pifeng Chui Fa. The preliminary rounds finally concluded, and during the awards ceremony, the captains and vice-captains of the 5 academies stood awaiting the presentation of their rewards. Dai Mubai turned to WangSheng and expressed, "Thank you, Wang Ge. Without Yi Lingling's treatment, we likely would not have had the opportunity to enter the top 5. WangSheng, embracing Dai Mubai's shoulders with a smile, replied, "You need only thank Lingling. There's no need to thank me. Just don't blame your older brother for being too forceful." Dai Mubai countered, "Not at all. Our ability to stand firm in the Soul Master competition is thanks to your assistance. Furthermore, I can feel that you showed restraint during that battle. The intensity of your final soul skill was markedly different from its effect on me and Zhu Qing." WangSheng nodded. "Still, my brother understands my good intentions." Behind Dai Mubai, Tang San remained silent, uncertain how to interact with WangSheng. Reflecting on their past interactions, he recognized that, aside from the teacher-student dynamic, WangSheng had always treated him well. However, adhering to the principle of one day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father, he felt unable to continue as WangSheng's friend. As Tang San pondered, WangSheng turned to him and said, "Tang San, your chaotic Ruan Pifeng Chui Fa with the Haotian hammer is quite impressive. We should have a sparring session when the opportunity arises." Chapter 120. Let us get to the point. WangSheng's unexpected remark caught Tang San off guard, prompting WangSheng to repeat his invitation. Tang San, regaining his composure, politely responded, "I hold great admiration for your strength, Wang Ge, and I look forward to experiencing your skills during the advancement rounds." At that moment, Feng Xiaotian, who had been laughing and joking with Huo Wu, interjected, "To engage in such a duel, you'll need permission from his teacher." As Feng Xiaotian made his remark, Tang San found himself in an awkward predicament. WangSheng broke the silence, stating, "In truth, Master Yu is unparalleled in both knowledge and insight. However, the arrangements for this competition have left much to be desired." Initially, Tang San felt quite gratified by the praise, but the moment WangSheng introduced the word "however," the compliment turned into a critique, leaving Tang San at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, intrigued, inquired what aspect of the master's arrangements is flawed. WangSheng, wishing to commend Dai Mubai internally, noted that Tang San was silent. If no one spoke up, the atmosphere would turn cold. He promptly continued, "Mubai, let me ask you, what is it that we are participating in?" Faced with such a simplistic question, Dai Mubai felt speechless but replied slowly, "The Soul Master competition, of course." WangSheng responded, "We are partaking in the elite competition for advanced Soul Master academies across the continent. Now, may I ask you, what is the purpose of hosting this competition?" Dai Mubai, quick to grasp the concept, replied, "To provide a stage for young Soul Masters to showcase their talents, as well as an opportunity for the 3 parties, Xingluo, Tiando, and the Spirit Hall, to demonstrate their strengths." WangSheng continued, "Then let me ask you, as a Soul Master, what is the objective of a talented Soul Master participating in this competition?" Coming from the royal family of Xingluo, Dai Mubai understood this well and answered, "For those with family backgrounds, it is to display their family's power and future prospects through the competition. For commoner Soul Masters, it serves as a chance to demonstrate their abilities, which may lead to offers from various factions after the competition concludes." He added, "Indeed, that is the crux of it. Winning the championship is secondary. What matters most is the ability to fully exhibit one's strength." As WangSheng spoke, the representatives from various academies who were attending the awards ceremony nodded in agreement. WangSheng then posed another question. "Mubai, let me ask you, after the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition, who among the 11 participants from Shrek Academy has garnered more fans? Talon, or the fatty? Fans? What are fans? Dai Mubai looked at Wang Sheng in confusion. Realizing that fans was an unfamiliar term in Douluo, Wang Sheng quickly clarified. Those are the enthusiastic female spectators and the male admirers of powerful fighters, the ones who cheer for them at every match. After contemplating, Dai Mubai replied, well, that would definitely be Talon. The fatty has hardly been seen in action. So many people do not even recognize him. Wang Sheng nodded, exactly. The fatty has had limited opportunities to perform, and consequently, no one knows him. If you all were to lose to the Water Academy and miss the chance to compete further, wouldn't the future prospect for the fatty, as a commoner soul master without any background, seem quite bleak? Dai Mubai pondered this and nodded. That does seem to be the case. Meanwhile, Tang San quietly listened to the exchange between Wang Sheng and Dai Mubai, contemplating whether Wang Sheng's assertions held any truth. Wang Sheng continued, furthermore, what significance does preserving strength hold? In the face of future battles, do you not think others will have thoroughly investigated you? Is it meaningful to hold back one's strength in anticipation of a championship that may never be attained, while capable individuals remain confined to the substitute bench? Dai Mubai, not one to be easily swayed, immediately pointed out a flaw in Wang Sheng's argument. But, Brother Wang, what about the two Soul Emperors from the Seven Treasure Academy? They have also not made an appearance. Wang Sheng was taken aback by Dai Mubai's audacity to question him. However, he justified his double standard, proclaiming, those two are different. They are formidable weapons. Once they engage in battle, everyone present will no longer entertain thoughts of victory. Moreover, they do not require opportunities for display. As members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, showcasing too much might attract the envy of rival factions. With that, Wang Sheng deftly obscured his own double standard. Observing that the crowd seemed to understand, he quickly shifted the topic back to Tang San, saying, Tang San, there is something I am unsure whether to say or not. Employing social jargon reminiscent of his previous life, he implied that he was indeed going to speak, but that it might not be well received. However, if you request it, you must not take offense. Tang San nodded. Brother Wang, please speak freely. Although I am uncertain how to resolve matters concerning my teacher, I genuinely value your words. Wang Sheng cut to the chase. Let us speak plainly. Your teacher, Xiaogang, views the entirety of Shrek as a mere tool for his own fame. Thus, in his eyes, your futures are of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened. He anticipated that Wang Sheng would criticize his teacher, yet he did not expect such harshness. Before Tang San could respond, Dai Mubai interjected, Brother Wang, what do you mean by that? Wang Sheng explained, it is quite simple. Tang San is your master's prized disciple. Only if Tang San shines the brightest in this Soul Master competition can it validate Xiaogang's ability to cultivate a seemingly useless Soul Master with the blue silver grass. Dai Mubai, contemplating, asked, so we are all merely here to highlight Xiao San's prowess? Wang Sheng glanced at Tang San and replied, not entirely, but let us be honest. If the Shrek 7 monsters were to compete in every match together, while Tang San is indeed exceptional, he would not appear as remarkable as he does now. Tang San was about to retort when Wang Sheng cut him off. Now that everyone is aware of your twin martial souls, I shall speak the truth. Your blue silver grass is not the worthless martial soul everyone claims it to be. Hearing Wang Sheng assert that his blue silver grass was not a worthless martial soul, Tang San suppressed his urge to argue and asked, the blue silver grass is ubiquitous, and everyone says it is a useless martial soul. Why do you say it is not? Wang Sheng cleared his throat and addressed everyone present, esteemed guests from various academies. You all possess a fundamental understanding of martial soul knowledge, correct? The audience nodded in agreement. Wang Sheng continued, a soul master inherits either their father's or mother's martial soul. May I ask, how is this typically inherited? Huo Wushuang from the Fire Academy spoke up, survival of the fittest. One naturally inherits the more powerful martial soul from the two. If both parents possess equally strong martial souls, one may randomly inherit one or experience a martial soul mutation, as is the case with my sister Huo Wu and I. As Huo Wushuang finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian clapped him on the shoulder, declaring, brother-in-law, your knowledge is profound. I admire you. Flattered, Huo Wuxuang responded, "Oh, it's merely foundational knowledge." Nearby, Huo Wu glared at the two, her fiery temper flaring as she retorted, "Did I say I want to marry? Why are you two acting like relatives already?" Feng Xiaotian grinned and replied, "Isn't it just a matter of time? Tie my foot. If I don't want to marry, no one can make me." Huo Wu shot back. Huo Wuxuang attempted to placate Huo Wu, "Sister, where else can you find someone as handsome, strong, and talented as Xiaotian? Once the Soul Master competition concludes, you should promptly arrange a wedding so I can become an uncle sooner." Seeing that their familial banter could go on indefinitely, WangSheng intervened. "Let us set aside your family matters for later. We are currently discussing Tang San's blue silvergrass." While the others engaged in their light-hearted banter, Tang San began to reflect. Although his father never mentioned his mother, he believed his blue-silver grass martial soul was undoubtedly inherited from her. He asked, "So, Brother Wang, is it your deduction that my blue-silver grass is not a worthless martial soul? However, I have conducted my own research and confirmed that my Lanin Cao is indeed an ordinary Lanin Cao." Wang Sheng replied, "Although Lanin Cao is the most commonplace among plant soul beasts, there are always leaders within the same category. Among Lanin Cao, there exist Lanin Huang and Lanin Wang. The reason your Lanin Cao martial soul appears ordinary is likely because it has not undergone a second awakening. This depends on your own fortune. Yet I can assure you that your Lanin Cao is not an ordinary waste martial soul." Tang San expressed his gratitude to Wang Sheng, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wang, for enlightening me." Wang Sheng quickly responded, "Do not thank me yet. I am merely discussing your teacher's situation. Do not threaten me, and we'll be fine." Initially filled with gratitude, Tang San fell silent upon hearing Wang Sheng's words. It seemed that he could not escape the impending criticism from his teacher, and he could not refute it either. Every time the discussion turned to his teacher, Wang Sheng always spoke with reason and evidence. If it were not for the fact that this was his mentor, Tang San would have looked down upon him himself. Observing Tang San's silence once more, Wang Sheng continued, "Let us return to our previous discussion. In truth, Tang San, your accomplishments today are largely due to Master Yu Xiaogang's efforts. However, I do not agree that your success solely relies on his guidance." Dai Mubai inquired, "What leads you to say this?" Wang Sheng turned to Tang San and stated, "Firstly, while Master Yu did indeed impart knowledge about soul beasts and martial souls to you, to be frank, any academy head could provide such knowledge, albeit perhaps not as refined. However, we are all soul masters, and we are all aware that it is not essential to master such knowledge." The others nodded in agreement. They were all exceptional individuals and did not feel their power diminished due to a lack of martial soul knowledge. Wang Sheng continued, "To be honest, Tang San, your current achievements stem from the opportunities you encountered before you became Master Yu's disciple." The others did not fully grasp Wang Sheng's words, but Tang San understood their meaning. Yet, he still asserted, "I started with nothing. Without my teacher, I would not have been able to take the first step toward becoming a soul master." Hearing this, Wang Sheng countered, "Tang San, you are mistaken. A prodigy with innate full soul power cannot possibly be left without guidance. Regardless of how poor the martial soul may be, as long as one possesses innate soul power above level 7, they will be treated like a treasure in any academy." "And what about you?" Tang San replied, "But initially, at Nuoding Academy, my first soul ring was indeed acquired with my teacher's accompaniment." Wang Sheng responded, "I graduated from Nuoding Academy as well, and I am well aware of its circumstances. You were merely kept in the dark. To be frank, I have several acquaintances at Nuoding Academy. Do you remember Director Su? I inquired about your situation with him. Do you know what Director Su said?" Tang San questioned with curiosity. "What did Director Su say?" Wang Sheng began. "Director Su mentioned that after Master Yu Xiaogang brought you to enroll, he went directly to the dean when you arrived at Dormitory 7, expressing his intent to help you acquire your first soul ring. The dean initially intended to offer assistance, but Yu Xiaogang believed that his own strength was sufficient to help you obtain your first soul ring. Thus he declined the dean's goodwill." Seeing Tang San's lingering disbelief, Wang Sheng continued, "Tang San, you are most aware of your teacher's abilities. Reflect on it carefully. Had it not been for the opportunities you encountered then, what would your first soul ring have been? Upon hearing WangSheng's words, Tang San recalled the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of his first soul ring. He realized that without the skills of the Tang sect, he would have either become prey to the Mon Tuo snake alongside Yu Xiaogang or obtain the 10-year bamboo he first encountered as his first soul ring. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Before Tang San could respond, WangSheng continued, "When you return, ask Master Yu about this matter. If I am not mistaken, he will certainly say that he refrained from seeking the Dean's help out of fear of exposing your twin martial souls. However, I must ask you, if he was afraid of asking the Dean for help, why did he not seek assistance from your father or Flandra?" Tang San remembered what Yu Xiaogang had previously shared regarding their golden iron triangles past, and he attempted to defend Yu Xiaogang. "My teacher had his reasons. Back then, he was reluctant to face Dean Flandra." At this point, Tang San still sought to exonerate Yu Xiaogang. But WangSheng could no longer remain silent. "I am aware of the golden iron triangle situation. If that is the case, I have even less respect for your teacher. He is merely a heartless man." Hearing this, Tang San became enraged, glaring at WangSheng. "Do not speak ill of my teacher. He has his reasons." WangSheng retorted, "Reasons? As a man, one must acknowledge their mistakes and bear the consequences. If Yu Xiaogang can do it, he should not fear being criticized. His affair with Lu Erlong was not so significant. It could have simply been resolved through open communication. It was merely a misunderstanding. Furthermore, they had not been intimate. So once the misunderstanding was clarified, they could have treated each other like siblings. With Flandra as a safety net, what was there to fear?" WangSheng continued, "And how did Yu Xiaogang respond?" "He fled, leaving a woman to bear the burden." Without clarification, what could Lu Erlong do? Each of WangSheng's words pierced Tang San's heart like daggers, causing him to question whether his teacher was truly so unworthy. This doubt echoed endlessly in his mind. Observing Tang San's turmoil, WangSheng asked, "At this point, do you have anything further to say? I fear that if I continue, it may become unbearable for you. However, Tang San, I must remind you not to let your perceived bond of teacher-student affection blind you. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Do not become someone who cannot distinguish between the two." Chapter 122, A Reward Without Temptation. After hearing WangSheng's words, Tang San felt quite distressed. Yet, out of loyalty to his teacher Yu Xiaogang, he still sought to defend him, at least to prevent Dai Mubai from looking down upon him as well. He quickly said, "I do not wish to judge my teacher's personal matters, but he has indeed been sincere and genuine towards me." WangSheng chuckled and replied, "There may be some sincerity, but has he not also regarded your talent as a means to validate himself through your success?" Tang San countered, "We are mutually achieving success. You need not portray my teacher as solely exploiting me." WangSheng scoffed. "Mutual achievement also requires the requisite strength." Tang San, think for a moment. If you had followed all of his suggestions regarding your training and soul ring selection, would you possess your current strength? If you were to adhere strictly to his suggested limits for soul ring absorption, your twin martial souls would likely have been rendered ineffective. At this, Tang San found himself devoid of any arguments to defend Yu Xiaogang. He had to concede that if he had completely followed Yu Xiaogang's training methodology, he would not have surpassed the individuals present. Everyone in the room nodded in agreement after witnessing the exchange between the two. WangSheng's points were well-founded, while Tang San had merely relied on emotional appeals. Even Dai Mubai, standing nearby, imagined that if they had trained under WangSheng from the outset without Yu Xiaogang, they might be significantly stronger than they were now. Amid the discussions, Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire, along with Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Salis, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, arrived at the scene. Upon the arrival of these three prominent figures, the crowd wisely fell silent. The award ceremony officially commenced, with Ning Fengji and Salis presenting certificates and prizes to each representative. Subsequently, Emperor Shui Yi began his address. "Today, your 5 academies have successfully emerged from the preliminary rounds, and you are the pride of our Tiando Empire. I hope you will continue your efforts in the forthcoming competitions and bring ultimate victory back to our Tiando Empire." As Emperor Shui Yi concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Such speeches from leaders typically extend for quite some time, and the audience had little more to do than applaud during the pauses for breath. On the snowy night, Shui continued, as the supreme ruler of the entire Tiando Empire, I take great pride in you all. You are the hope for the Empire's future. As the captains and vice-captains of your respective teams, your strength has played an indispensable role in the competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer upon you 10 of you the title of Viscount, while the other contestants from your 5 academies shall be granted the title of Baron. Once you graduate, the gates of the Imperial Palace will be open to you at any time. Your fiefs will be allocated uniformly after your graduation. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Feng Xiaotian, who seemed to have done little during the competition, yet still emerged as a baron. However, given Feng Xiaotian's evident strength, they had no words to object, only exchanging teasing glances with him. But soon, an unsettling voice interrupted their thoughts. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is rather inappropriate. The speaker was none other than the Platinum Bishop Salas from the Spirit Hall, the only one bold enough to interject while the Emperor of the Tiando Empire was speaking. Shui cast an annoyed glance at Salas and replied, What is inappropriate about this? Salas responded, In past competitions, there has never been a case of awarding titles. Moreover, isn't this title a bit too high for them? In his own domain, Shui would not indulge Salas, retorting directly, They're all subjects of my Tiando Empire. The internal bestowal of titles is our own affair, which seems to have nothing to do with your Spirit Hall. Furthermore, my rewards for them are not solely related to this grand competition. As an emperor, should I not be able to reward my subjects without seeking your approval? Salas's expression fell. His anger was palpable, but as Shui pointed out, the Spirit Hall had no authority to interfere in the internal matters of another empire. With Salas silenced, Shui continued, The upcoming promotion matches will still be held within our Tiando Empire, but the venue will change to the Royal Arena. At that time, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms will compete alongside you in the promotion matches. I hope that the teams from your 5 academies can achieve excellent results, as this will greatly impact your chances in the finals. After speaking at length, Shui paused to catch his breath amidst applause, then added, The promotion matches will primarily showcase individual strength. The captains and vice-captains of each team are generally the strongest members of their respective groups. Therefore, the 3 individuals with the most victories in the promotion matches will be able to select the soul beasts required for their next title from any category of soul beasts below 30,000 years, which the Empire will guarantee. Once Shui finished, he departed from the venue. The other 4 academies were elated, yet WangSheng and Feng Xiaotian felt no excitement. Their next soul rings would undoubtedly be over 30,000 years, rendering Shui's reward of little interest to them. At this moment, WangSheng addressed Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang, asking, Do you 2 siblings desire this reward? Hearing this, Huo Wu curiously inquired, What? Don't you need this reward? WangSheng and Feng Xiaotian simultaneously waved their hands, with WangSheng stating, Our next soul rings will start at a minimum of 50,000 years. This 30,000 years is of no use to us. Upon hearing WangSheng's words, the others looked at him as if he were a monster. For them, once they reached the Soul Emperor level, they considered soul beasts of less than 30,000 years. WangSheng's demand for a minimum of 50,000 years was indeed terrifying. Huo Wushuang remarked, You 2 are impressive, looking down on such a fine reward. Can you help us achieve it? WangSheng casually replied, It's unrealistic for both members of a team to make it to the top 3, but I thought of something. You should go all out, and when you face us, we will let Wushuang win 7 times. Huo Wushuang nodded, Big Sheng, you are reliable. It's a pity I only have Huo Wu as my sister. If I had another sister, I would definitely want you as my brother-in-law. Huo Wu retorted, Brother, can you have a bit of dignity? WangSheng then grinned mischievously at Huo Wu, saying as for Huo Wu, I'll have the Xiaotian dog take first place and give you its reward. Feng Xiaotian immediately chimed in, Yes, Huo Wu. I'll take the lead in the promotion matches. Apart from my brother-in-law, I can handle everyone else. Not to boast, but the only one capable of defeating me in this competition is my teammate. So your soul ring is guaranteed. Huo Wu shot him a glare. Why did I end up with 2 shameless individuals like you and my brother? WangSheng chuckled, observing the family dynamic. You know what they say? Those who are not family do not enter the same door. with the arrival of the 10 competing teams from other kingdoms and principalities. The promotion matches commenced at the Royal Arena of the Tiando Empire. Following the conclusion of the draw, the 7 Treasures Academy convened in their tent. WangSheng held the battle schedule and addressed everyone. In tomorrow's first match, we will face the Qihua Academy. I have promised Wu Shuang that he will achieve a 7-win streak, but we must not appear too staged in front of so many people. Is there anyone who believes they can act well enough to participate? Yang Pofeng was the first to speak coldly. I cannot act. WangSheng glunted at Yang Pofeng, whose aura suggested that even in defeat, no one would believe it, and nodded. Pofeng could be excluded. Next, Zhao Kai quickly interjected. How can your Kai Gu be involved in a fixed match? I refuse. Following that, Xiao Qinyu declared, if that arrogant Kai won't do it, I, as the young master, certainly cannot. Suako added, I am willing to help, but I cannot act. When I fight for real. Huang Wu chimed in. I was exhausted enough last time helping Dayu, so I don't want to act again. Meng Yuran grumbled, I'm a girl. I'm not going. Yilingling smiled and said, I think that if it comes to real fighting, Wu Shuang should be able to beat me. How about I ease up a little and spar with him? At that moment, Ningyu was about to decline, but upon seeing Feng Xiaoyan's menacing glare, he quickly shrank his neck and said, I'm willing to help. After all, we are brothers. Once everyone had answered, WangSheng spread his hands in exasperation. Well, the morale is low, and the team is hard to lead. Xiaotian, it's up to you to figure it out. Feng Xiaotian approached Yang Pofeng and whispered Pofeng, you and the 2 ladies step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with the rest of the brothers. After giving the 2 girls a knowing glance, Yang Pofeng and the giggling girls exited the tent. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, with a gloomy expression, slowly lowered the tent's curtain, releasing his martial spirit as he walked toward the remaining members. Yang Pofeng and the girls stood guard outside the tent. Just as Feng Xiaotian had lowered the curtain, WangSheng instantly understood Feng Xiaotian's intentions and swiftly transformed into a black Ying, teleporting out of the tent to join Yang Pofeng and the others. At that moment, sounds of commotion and screams erupted from within, prompting curiosity from many other academy members passing by. WangSheng quickly intervened, claiming they were practicing tactics. An hour later, the group stood in a row, with Xiao Qinyu, Zhao Kai, Suaku, Huang Wu, and Ningyu all sporting bruised faces, looking quite comical. Particularly, Ningyu wore a look of grievance. He had agreed to help. Yet Feng Xiaotian had used the excuse of getting in the groove to give him a beating as well. At this point, WangSheng spoke up. Since everyone has agreed to help, time is tight, and the task is heavy. I will now teach everyone how to seamlessly perform this act. We must use our exceptional acting skills to provide the audience with a thrilling visual experience while also fulfilling the core task of losing. Everyone exchanged glances, completely confused. After all, it was just acting. Why take it so seriously? Upon witnessing the perplexity of the crowd, WangSheng spoke up, asserting that with individuals from other kingdoms and principalities present, overly theatrical performances would tarnish the image of our Tiando Empire. Thus, even if we must act, we should portray a fierce and stirring battle that captivates the audience. After an intensive crash course in acting, the 7 participants for tomorrow's competition demonstrated remarkable improvement in their skills. As the chief director, WangSheng resolved to refrain from participating himself, entrusting the performance entirely to the 7 members of the Qibao battle team, claiming it was a chance to allow others to shine. Wishing to conceal his own merits and fame, amidst the anticipation of the masses, the preliminary rounds of the Tiando Empire's competition commenced at the Royal Arena. Attended by nobles from the Tiando Empire and its vassal kingdoms, alongside representatives from various sections, the Emperor Shui occupied the central seat at the forefront of the stage. Flanked by the sect master of the Qibao, Liuli's sect, Ning Fengji, and the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, the Tiando royal family, including Prince Xuexing and 4 other princes, were also in attendance, while all major sects, except for the Haoyan sect, sent representatives to observe. WangSheng cast a glance at the guests present, his gaze meeting that of Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as Xuexinghe. After winking at her, he turned his attention elsewhere. The host announced that the competition would be a series of individual battles, with each academy sending 7 participants to engage in a round-robin format until all opponents were defeated. The first match of the first round featured the Qibao Academy facing off against the Qihua Academy, inviting the combatants to take the stage. As the announcement concluded, the 7 members of both academies moved to their respective preparation zones, with the first combatant from Qihua Academy, Hu Wushuang, stepping onto the arena. Earlier that morning, WangSheng had informed him to take the match seriously, assuring him that the Qibao Academy's members would cooperate fully, allowing him to focus solely on his performance. The first participant from Qibao Academy, Xiao Qinyu, faced Hu Wushuang, who offered a smile, while Xiao Qinyu feigned unfamiliarity, maintaining a placid expression as he stood opposite him. With the referee's call, the duel commenced, and both combatants activated their martial spirits. Clad in a fiery red uniform, Hu Wushuang's martial spirit was the Unicorn Fire Dragon, specializing in aggressive attacks. Having trained under the Qibao Academy's rigorous regimen, he now possessed a formidable soul power of level 48, ranking among the elite in the Tiando region. Aside from the Qibao Academy's members, empowered by his martial spirit, Hu Wushuang unleashed a scorching punch toward Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu swiftly evaded the assault and retaliated with a claw aimed at Hu Wushuang's chest. Hu Wushuang stepped back just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. With a thunderous roar accompanied by a deep dragon's roar, Hu Wushuang charged at Xiao Qinyu. The latter sidestepped the attack, and, as they brushed past each other, Xiao Qinyu discreetly whispered in Hu Wushuang's ear, instructing him about his 4 clones targeting Hu Wushuang's left side. In the ensuing exchange of rapid blows, the audience, including nobles from various kingdoms and principalities, nodded in approval at the exhilarating display of skill, even without extensive use of soul techniques. At that moment, taking advantage of the distance created, Xiao Qinyu activated his Shadow Wolf clone's soul technique, producing 4 identical copies of himself that surrounded Hu Wushuang from all directions. As the 4 Xiao Qinyus launched a simultaneous assault, Hu Wushuang retaliated with a powerful strike, sending one of the clones hurtling out of the arena, causing the others to dissipate. The host's voice resonated. Xiao Qinyu from Qibao Academy exhibits a clone soul technique that is unpredictable in the preliminary rounds, making it challenging to identify the real body. Hu Wushuang from Qihua Academy seems fortunate to have struck Xiao Qinyu's true form on the first attempt. Congratulations to Hu Wushuang for securing the first victory. Following Xiao Qinyu's defeat, the second contestant from Qibao Academy, Swoke, stepped onto the stage. The host introduced him as a defensive soul master, indicating that the first match's outcome had prompted Qibao Academy to adopt a strategy to deplete Hu Wushuang's soul power. Upon entering the arena, Swoke grinned and summoned a large shield. Hu Wushuang, having warmed up, charged forward as the referee signaled the start of the match. Swoke's shield stood firm against Hu Wushuang's fiery punches, absorbing the blows without yielding an inch. Hu Wushuang relentlessly bombarded Swoke, who refrained from counterattacking, focusing solely on defense. As Hu Wushuang continued his frenzied assault, Swoke discreetly gestured behind him, and Hu Wushuang promptly understood. Unbeknownst to them, they had edged toward the arena's boundary. At that moment, after a feigned punch, Swoke slammed his fist into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Wushuang leaped behind Swoke and with a powerful thrust from his legs, Swoke lost his balance and tumbled out of the arena. However, his performance was not yet concluded. He feigned a look of deep regret as he approached the referee, continuously protesting. Next up was Huang Wu, whose martial spirits abilities were largely countered by Hu Wushuang. Each time Huang Wu attempted to ensnare Hu Wushuang with his web, it was swiftly incinerated by Hu Wushuang's flames. Huang Wu charged at Hu Wushuang, and their close-quarters combat showcased Huang Wu's every punch and kick expertly evaded by Hu Wushuang, drawing applause from representatives and spectators across the academies. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, though only a few in the Tiando region knew that Qibao Academy was intentionally holding back, resulting in no visible reaction. In the preparation area of Shrek Academy, Xiaogang slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming that Qibao Academy was clearly throwing the match and questioning how Hu Wushuang could single-handedly defeat so many opponents. Although Tang San was aware of the situation, he refrained from informing Xiaogang, as WangSheng's repeated persuasion had somewhat shaken Xiaogang's previously unwavering trust in Tang San. To avoid unnecessary complications, he kept his knowledge to himself. Flender pulled at Xiaogang, advising him not to be hasty, noting that even if Qibao Academy was indeed throwing matches, it would not significantly affect their own outcomes. He expressed a desire for Qibao Academy to show leniency when facing them. Xiaogang, seething with anger, declared his intent to lodge a complaint, asserting that such behavior warranted disqualification from the competition. Flender, with a sense of resignation, reminded Xiaogang that even if he complained, it would be futile without evidence. Enraged, Xiaogang stormed away from the preparation area, disregarding Flender's counsel, determined to report to the committee in hopes of disqualifying Qibao Academy. He believed that doing so would greatly facilitate Tang San's ascent to the pinnacle of the forMaster competition. As Xiaogang made his way to file the complaint, Flender felt increasingly concerned. He sensed that since Xiaogang's arrival at Shrek Academy, he had transformed from the refined, knowledgeable individual he once knew. Flender shook his head in dismay, unwilling to delve deeper into the matter, fearing it might jeopardize their decades-long friendship. On the arena, Huang Wu was relentlessly pressured by Huo Wushuang, eventually being knocked out of the ring by Huo Wushuang's third soul technique. Next, Ningyu took to the stage without hesitation, foregoing any enhancement techniques and charging directly at Huo Wushuang. This left the representatives and spectators from various kingdoms bewildered, questioning how a support type could engage in close combat. As Huo Wushuang faced Ningyu, the latter began to flee amidst Huo Wushuang's barrage, only then starting to amplify his attributes. From the sidelines, observing the match, one could see Ningyu fervently urging the Qi Bao Lu Li Ta, rapidly channeling beams of light into his body. To everyone's surprise, a blue beam unexpectedly merged with Huo Wushuang. Ningyu's expression of flustered regret amidst the chaos instantly provoked uproarious laughter from the audience. It can be said that Ningyu's acting skills were quite commendable, as WangSheng nodded in approval. This maneuver was exceptionally clever, not only showcasing the awkwardness of his insufficient prowess, but also highlighting the enhancement of soul power that arose from his missteps, perfectly replenishing the soul power that Huo Wushuang had previously expended. However, at that moment, Ning Fengji, seated among the guests, felt a pang of embarrassment. Ningyu's comical display provided an opportunity for the always contentious Xuexing prince to mock Ning Fengji. With a mischievous grin, Xuexing turned to Ning Fengji and remarked, "Indeed, the third son of the Ning clan is truly one of a kind." Ning Fengji forced a smile and replied, "My son lacks skill, and I apologize for the amusement he has caused the prince." Xuexing chuckled heartily. "Not at all. It takes great courage for a supporting forMaster to confront a battle forMaster directly. I have immense admiration for that." Having not witnessed Ning Yu's previous battles, Xuexing now perceived Ning Yu's audacious attempt to withstand a battle forMaster as sheer folly, thus seizing the chance to ridicule Ning Fengji. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind them, prompting everyone to turn and observe Xiaogang confronting the head of the organizing committee. Upon noticing this, Shui gestured for his brother, Xuexing, to handle the situation. Accepting the task, Xuexing dropped his teasing demeanor and approached with a serious expression, inquiring, "What is happening?" The moment Xiaogang saw Xuexing's arrival, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. Previously, when Shrek Academy sought to merge with the Tiando Royal Academy, it was Xuexing who had thwarted their efforts, rendering Xiaogang doubtful of his chances for a successful complaint now. Gritting his teeth, Xiaogang declared, "I wish to lodge a complaint." Xuexing maintained his stern countenance, asking, "What grounds do you have for this complaint?" Xiaogang asserted vehemently, "I am accusing Qibao Academy of match fixing, intentionally losing to Qihua Academy." Though he had his differences with Ning Fengji, Xuexing understood that Qibao Academy was favored by the Emperor Shuiyi, a team poised to lead the Tiando Empire to victory. Attempting to undermine Qibao Academy seemed utterly impossible, and as a member of the Tiando royal family, he could discern the weight of matters clearly. He immediately questioned, "What evidence do you have to support such a claim?" Xiaogang responded, During the preliminaries, Qi Bao's team displayed unparalleled strength, achieving a flawless record. How could they possibly lose to someone like Huo Wushuang? Is that so? Xuexing replied, bewildered. Is that truly your evidence? Recognizing Xuexing's skepticism, Yu Xiaogang quickly retorted. Is that not sufficient? I believe you're merely defending Qi Bao Academy. I demand an elder from the Spirit Hall to adjudicate this matter. At that moment, Salus, who had been aware of the commotion, approached and asked, You wish for me to judge. I must ask, is this truly your evidence? Yu Xiaogang, seeing Salus before him, affirmed, Indeed, it is quite evident that they are engaging in match-fixing. Such conduct warrants disqualification from the tournament. Chapter 125. Second uncle. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Salus retorted, Based solely on your assertions, you have not proven that Qi Bao Academy engaged in match-fixing. Based on the previous battle conditions, Qihua Academy withdrew from the match against Qi Bao due to excessive injuries and soul power depletion. Hence, we lack direct comparative examples of the two academy strengths, and in the recent battles, Huo Wushuang faced significant challenges to secure victories. There has been no clear indication of match-fixing from Qi Bao Academy. Pointing at Ningyu, who was being pursued by Huo Wushuang, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, Sending a support soul master into a personal battle and even enhancing the opponent's power, doesn't that constitute match-fixing? Salus replied, as we all witnessed. Qi Bao Academy's support soul master was being pursued and made mistakes out of desperation. Moreover, your claims are merely conjecture. How can we disqualify Qi Bao Academy based on your assumptions? Furthermore, the act of enhancing an opponent's power was first exhibited by your Shrek Academy, was it not? I recall your healing soul master directly applying healing techniques to the Tiando Royal Academy's second team during the first match of the preliminaries. Faced with Salus' statement, Yu Xiaogang quickly defended. At that time, we were concerned about potentially injuring the Tiando's second team, which is why our healing soul master assisted them. This situation is entirely different. Yu Xiaogang's response only provoked a cold snort from Xuexing, who remarked, How brazen. Since it is a competition, the goal is to defeat the opponent. You even had your healing soul master assist the Tiando's second team to ensure a stronger attack. Now you dare to criticize other teams? You truly have no shame. Amidst their argument, Ningyu successfully concluded his match, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the arena by Huo Wushuang. Subsequently, Zhao Kai entered the fray but failed to land a single strike, ultimately being expelled from the arena by Huo Wushuang. Observing this, Yu Xiaogang pointed at the center of the arena, declaring, Look at that, another instance of match-fixing. Zhao Kai, who had been formidable in the preliminaries, couldn't even touch Huo Wushuang once. Salus waved dismissively and ordered, Nonsense. Enough of this unreasonable behavior. Remove this person. At his command, two guards approached to escort Yu Xiaogang away. However, Yu Xiaogang produced a token from his pocket, stating, Salus, do you recognize this token? The Pope's token? How do you possess my Spirit Hall's Pope token? Salus, upon seeing the token adorned with the emblems of the sixth title Douluo, realized that it signified a position of honorary elder within the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. The Spirit Hall only possessed 3 such tokens, held by the leaders of the 3 major sections. Thus, with Yu Xiaogang holding the Pope's token, Salus had no choice but to retract his guards, who were preparing to seize Yu Xiaogang. Salus furrowed his brow and instructed, Please summon the leader of Qi Bao Academy. Shortly thereafter, WangSheng arrived alongside the guards. Salus addressed him, WangSheng, Yu Xiaogang from Shrek Academy has accused your Qi Bao Luli sect of intentionally losing to Qihua Academy. Do you have anything to say? WangSheng, with an air of righteousness, replied, Not at all. They each went up and lost, and I'm just as anxious. Yu Xiaogang pointed an accusatory finger at WangSheng, shouting, How can a group of soul kings and 2 soul emperors lose to a soul venerable? WangSheng stepped forward, grabbing Yu Xiaogang by the collar. Do you really think I fear you? Do not overstep your bounds. If you dare to point your finger at me again, you can consider it lost. With that, WangSheng pushed forward, causing Yu Xiaogang to stumble and fall to the ground. Caught off guard by WangSheng's sudden aggression, Yu Xiaogang momentarily panicked, but still managed to retort. What is this? Are you trying to silence me because the truth is out? Fool! WangSheng scolded Yu Xiaogang before turning to Salas and Prince Xuexing, asking, "May I inquire, gentlemen? Is the ranking in the Soul Master tournament based solely on the Soul Master's cultivation level? If so, then you should simply award us the championship." Salas replied, "The ranking of Soul Masters is not solely determined by their level. It is more about their abilities." After Salas responded, WangSheng asked again, "Pray tell, Salas, if our Soul Master is unwell, can we request a postponement of the match?" Salasu replied directly, "This is certainly not permissible. The regulations of the Soul Master competition must be adhered to. If a team member is unwell and unfit to compete, a substitute may be sent in or a direct concession may be made, both of which comply with the competition rules." WangSheng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Well, in that case, there's no issue. Our team was quite tense yesterday because of today's match against Thailand and did not rest well. Additionally, we all suffered from food poisoning yesterday, so our overall condition today is rather poor. However, according to the competition schedule, we must compete today. To avoid being looked down upon by the other kingdoms, we decided to push through. Yet, the opposing team is indeed formidable, and with all our members in poor condition, I cannot guarantee victory." Yu Xiaogang rose to his feet and accused, "This is mere sophistry. Is it possible that the two Soul Emperors cannot compete due to poor rest and food poisoning?" WangSheng shot Yu Xiaogang a disdainful glance and retorted, "You are truly a fool. Is it only permissible for you to conserve your strength while I cannot do the same? If that is your stance, then please ensure that your strongest 7 are dispatched against us in the future and do not play petty tricks." Yu Xiaogang was momentarily at a loss for words, while Meng Aran and Yi Lingling completed their parts in the match, both losing to Hu Wushuang. At this point, the committee and several esteemed guests approached to understand the situation. Seeing the growing crowd, Yu Xiaogang realized that he could not topple WangSheng today and angrily attempted to leave. However, WangSheng called out to him, "Yu Xiaogang, please wait a moment. Are you planning to leave before the matter is resolved?" Yu Xiaogang turned around, seething with anger. "You speak so reasonably, yet I cannot do anything to you. I concede. I will not file a complaint. What more do you want?" At that moment, WangSheng interjected, "But now, I must file a complaint against you. Your unreasonable actions force me to confront you. Yet our academy's match is not finished. Due to my need to cooperate with the committee to explain, I was absent for the subsequent 2 matches, leading to our defeat. Thus, I now suspect collusion between you and Chihua Academy, resulting in our overall loss. Therefore, I hereby lodge a complaint against you in the name of the leader of Qibao Academy." Yu Xiaogang turned with anger in his eyes, gritting his teeth. You are speaking utter nonsense." Unexpectedly, WangSheng wore a friendly smile and said, "I was merely joking. A loss is a loss. It has nothing to do with you. I'm not the kind of rabid dog that bites anyone I encounter." "WangSheng, do not push your luck," Yu Xiaogang exclaimed angrily, turning to leave, as he had never encountered good fortune when dealing with WangSheng. Observing Yu Xiaogang's intent to depart, WangSheng shouted, "Master Yu, my apologies. By the way, I heard that you recently married your academy's vice president, Liu Erlong. I have yet to congratulate you. How about I prepare a gift for you?" As WangSheng spoke, a commanding voice echoed from the crowd, "Yu Xiaogang." Upon hearing the call, Yu Xiaogang turned around and, recognizing the person, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He slowly stammered, "Uncle." It was Yulumian, the elder representing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family at the event, and also Yu Xiaogangs uncle, Liu Erlong's father. Yulumian had just overheard WangSheng's remark about Yu Xiaogang and Liu Erlong's marriage, and could not contain his anger at that moment. Now, the two relatives exchanged glances. The family disgrace could not be publicly acknowledged, so Yulumian merely glowered at Yu Xiaogang. WangSheng, who thrived on creating chaos, feigned ignorance and said, "Oh, how could I forget that Master Yu is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Today, with Elder Yu present, I must show respect. I hope you can forgive the earlier incident. I will surely double the wedding gift." Others in the crowd chimed in, congratulating Yulumian and Yu Xiaogang. Yet the expressions of the uncle and nephew soured, as few were aware that Liu Erlong was the illegitimate daughter of Yulumian. Moreover, due to Liu Erlong's mutated martial soul, her connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had gone largely unnoticed within the Tiando Empire over the years. WangSheng then added fuel to the fire. Elder Yu, my nephew, certainly knows how to have fun. I heard from Rong that a few months ago, while they were hunting spirits, the two of them were already preparing for a grand showdown in their tent. Truly a character. Hearing WangSheng's words, Yu Lumian cast a frigid glance at Yu Xiaogang, who felt his legs turn to jelly. He glanced at WangSheng, mentally cursing him thoroughly. Suddenly, an idea struck, and he swiftly changed the subject, addressing Salas. I was thinking that WangSheng claimed their condition today is poor, and since my complaint affected their tactical arrangements, I believe we should have a rematch between the two academies. Salas coldly replied, the competition schedule cannot simply be altered at your whim. You are completely out of line. Yu Xiaogang, let me make this clear. If it were not for your possession of the papal order from our spirit hall, you would not even think of appearing at the forMaster competition again. The papal order? WangSheng seized upon this point to further provoke Yu Xiaogang, quickly stating, Salas, that papal order is indeed the highest honor of the spirit hall, is it not? It is said that only the top 3 sects possess one. Salas nodded, indeed. The papal order symbolizes the utmost respect from our spirit hall. To see this emblem is akin to the Pope himself being present. Only the top 3 sects are afforded this privilege. WangSheng then inquired of Yu Lumian, Elder Yu, has your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's papal order been given to Master Yu? It seems Master Yu holds a significant position in your sect. Still seething with anger, Yu Lumian shot a venomous glance at Yu Xiaogang and replied, that is not the case. Our family's papal order has always been with my elder brother, Yu Yuanjin. How could it possibly be with Yu Xiaogang? Upon hearing WangSheng mention the papal order, Yu Xiaogang felt a wave of confusion. Why was WangSheng asking about this? Suddenly, he realized WangSheng's intentions and felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending trouble. WangSheng continued his performance, looking at Ningfengji and saying, Teacher, could it be that several times I asked you to show it to me, you refused, yet you gave it to Master Yu? Ningfengji understood the implication and quickly retrieved the papal order from his soul guide, stating, our sect's papal order is here. How could I possibly give it to anyone else? WangSheng feigned contemplation. This is indeed puzzling. The papal order is exclusive to the top 3 sects. Neither the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, nor our Qibao Liuli sect possesses one. Could it be that Master Use is from the Haotian sect? Haotian sect. Upon hearing this, Salas immediately turned to Yu Xiaogang. More than a decade ago, the Pope of our spirit hall was gravely injured and perished at the hands of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect. Our spirit hall went to war with the Haotian sect, which, aware of its culpability, declared closure. Yu Xiaogang, from whom did you acquire your papal order? Yu Xiaogang stammered. It was gifted to me by someone. Salas fixed his gaze upon Yu Xiaogang. The Haotian sect is closed, and no one may leave or enter. If someone provided it to you, they would be violating our spirit hall's regulations. If they are not from the Haotian sect, then it must be the fugitive Tang Hao from the outside. Tell me, from whose hands did you receive your papal order? WangSheng quickly added, it seems that Salas is quite perceptive. I had not considered this angle. Master Yu, how do you explain this? Seeing WangSheng's malicious expression, Yu Xiaogang was left speechless. Fumbling, this is... At that moment, Yu Lumian interjected before Yu Xiaogang could speak. Oh, my memory fails me. This was given to him by my elder brother. I simply forgot earlier, and look at how this misunderstanding has escalated. Yu Xiaogang looked gratefully at Yu Lumian, who chose to ignore him. Yu Lumian's intervention was motivated by his desire to prevent Yu Xiaogang from implicating their family, the Lan Dianba Wang Long, in any trouble. Upon hearing Yu Lumian's explanation, Salas decided to let Yu Xiaogang off the hook, stating that since it was a misunderstanding, they should continue watching the match. With Salas speaking up, WangSheng also refrained from adding further insult, cheerfully bidding farewell to everyone as he returned to the preparation area of the 7 Treasure Academy. At this moment, Yu Lumian approached Yu Xiaogang and commanded, follow me. With his head bowed, Yu Xiaogang followed, closely behind Yu Lumian, who led him directly to the Shrek preparation area. Addressing Lu Erlong, who was observing, Yu Lumian said, Erlong, come with me. Lu Erlong was taken aback by her father's sudden arrival, especially with Yu Xiaogang in tow. Without much thought, she informed Flinder and followed the 2 men. Once inside Yu Lumian's tent, he glared angrily at the 2 of them. Lu Erlong, undeterred by Yu Lumian's fierce gaze, returned the glare. Breaking the tension, Yu Xiaogang spoke up, "Thank you, uncle, for helping me earlier." In response, Yu Luomian struck Yu Xiaogang's face sharply. Lu Erlong quickly stepped in front of Yu Xiaogang, only to receive a similar slap from Yu Luomian. Angrily, Lu Erlong confronted Yu Luomian. "On what grounds do you strike Xiaogang? If you wish to hit someone, hit me instead. I have no objection to dying, for in your eyes, I am merely an inconsequential, illegitimate daughter." Yu Luomian responded, "Yu Xiaogang, as a man, do not hide behind my daughter." Yu Xiaogang stepped forward and slowly began to explain, "Uncle, please allow me to clarify." Yu Luomian, filled with rage, retorted, "You acknowledge me as your uncle? Erlong is your sister, and yet you contemplate marrying her. Do you not realize this constitutes incest?" Lu Erlong once again shielded Yu Xiaogang, asserting, "We are genuinely in love. Regardless, you have never regarded me as your biological daughter, so our matters are none of your concern." Yu Xiaogang hastily added, "Uncle, we truly love each other. Before our relationship developed, we were unaware of our connection. However, our bond has remained purely emotional, and we have never crossed any lines. Please do not trust WangSheng's words." Yu Lumian fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaogang, inquiring, "Can you guarantee that you will only love my daughter for the rest of your life, and that your affection is purely emotional, never to descend into incestuous acts?" Yu Xiaogang nodded earnestly, "Uncle, I assure you, please allow us to be together." Yu Lumian conceded, "Since you say so, I shall grant your wish." Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang declare his heartfelt love and Yu Lumian's agreement to their union, Lu Erlong felt immense joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, father. Thank you." Yu Xiaogang echoed her delight. "Thank you, uncle. I promise to cherish Erlong for a lifetime and never betray her." Yu Luomian nodded. "As you wish to guarantee your commitment, I will make it a reality. I shall permit you to be a true spiritual couple." Suddenly, Yu Lumian reached out and forcefully grasped Yu Xiaogangs groin, squeezing tightly. As a soldat, his speed was too swift for Lu Erlong to react in time, and Yu Xiaogang was taken completely by surprise. A pained scream escaped Yu Xiaogang's lips as he clutched his injured area, writhing on the ground, his trousers stained crimson with blood. Lu Erlong glared furiously at Yu Luomian. "How could you harm Xiaogang? What will you do now?" Yu Luomian coldly replied. "He assured me he would only be a spiritual husband to you and promised never to betray you. If that is the case, then he no longer requires that part of him, allowing me to rest easy." At this moment, Yu Xiaogang had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Lu Erlong, tears streaming down her face, gazed intently at Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian, instead of maintaining his icy demeanor, looked tenderly at Lu Erlong and said, "Erlong, what father does not love his daughter? However, if I had shown concern for you both all these years, it would have only led you into despair." Reflecting on her father's words, Lu Erlong pondered the presence of Yu Luomian's legitimate wife and wondered if this was the reason for his neglect over the years. Yu Luomian wiped her tears and continued, "It is all a twisted fate. When I appeared at your wedding, attempting to halt your union, Yu Xiaogang silently fled. Had he dared to speak the words he spoke today in my presence back then, I would not have acted towards him as I did today. But how could I forgive someone who has wronged my daughter for so long? How could I trust him?" Yu Luomian's explanation gradually eased Lu Erlong's resentment. He then instructed, "Take him away. I have only incapacitated him. His life is not in danger." After saying this, Yu Lumian shook his head helplessly, pained for his daughter, perplexed as to how she could fall for a man devoid of responsibility. When Yu Xiaogang regained consciousness, Lu Erlong rushed to his side, concerned. "Xiaogang, you're awake. Are you hungry? You've been unconscious for a day and a night." Yu Xiaogang immediately remembered something and reached for his groin, but Lu Erlong quickly grasped his hand, saying, "It's bandaged. Don't touch it." Trembling, Yu Xiaogang asked, "Am I no longer a man?" Lu Erlong fought back tears, forcing a smile. "It's all right, Xiaogang. You just cannot engage in the marital duties, but everything else remains unaffected. Father has agreed to our relationship. We are merely spiritual partners, after all, so it does not matter." Struggling to accept his new reality, Yu Xiaogang shouted in despair, "Get out. Leave me alone. I want to be by myself." Understanding his need for solitude, Lu Erlong calmly responded, "Xiaogang, Please don't be upset. I will step outside and be right here. Call me if you need anything. Liu Erlong tucked Yu Xiaogang in, reluctantly departing the tent. Outside, Flinder awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Liu Erlong, he quickly inquired, "Erlong, is Xiaogang all right?" Liu Erlong replied softly. Xiaogang is struggling with the shock. His emotions are quite unstable. Please do not disturb him. Flinder nodded in understanding. Very well, Erlong, you should rest. You have been taking care of Xiaogang for a day and night without a break. I will keep watch here. You should rest. Liu Erlong clenched her fists. Flinder, please keep an eye on Xiaogang. I'm going to find WangSheng to settle the score. If it weren't for him, Xiaogang wouldn't be in this situation. Flinder quickly restrained Liu Erlong. Erlong, do not act impulsively. It would be unjust to blame WangSheng. You should return to rest. Liu Erlong shot Flinder a cold glare. Flinder, Xiaogang is your brother of many years. How can you side with an outsider? Do you not value our golden iron triangle's bond? Hearing Liu Erlong's words, Flinder shook his head in resignation. Erlong, it is not as you perceive. Xiaogang initiated this conflict, and your father will inevitably learn of your relationship with him. This is a matter you will have to confront eventually. With tears in her eyes, Liu Erlong pleaded, Flinder, what have I done wrong to deserve this? Is it truly a mistake to be with someone I love? Flinder, deeply pained by Liu Erlong's distress, comforted her. Erlong, do not dwell on it. As long as Xiaogang is alive, there's hope. You are together now, and no one can separate you. I will find a way to ensure Xiaogang receives the treatment he needs. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang, who overheard the conversation between the two, was consumed by a profound rage. Hatred filled his heart, not only directed towards WangSheng, but also extending to everyone around him. He despised Yu Luomian for having, as an uncle, mercilessly crippled his own nephew. He loathed Liu Erlong, who had provoked him despite his attempts to stay hidden, leading to his current predicament. He harbored resentment towards Flinder. Had Flinder not agreed to WangSheng's request to stay at Shrek for half a year, he would not have been perceived as the ineffectual master in the eyes of the Shrek 7. However, his deepest animosity was reserved for WangSheng, this talentless scoundrel who relentlessly struck at his vulnerabilities. Had it not been for WangSheng's existence, he would undoubtedly be the revered master, leading Shrek to unparalleled victories. Revenge had become Yu Xiaogan's singular obsession. He was no longer a complete man. He yearned to annihilate all those who had caused him pain. The Wuhuan Palace, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would all face his wrath. Clenching his fists, he vowed that from this day forward, he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance on all who had humiliated him. Before long, Tang San came to visit Yu Xiaogang. With tears in his eyes, Yu Xiaogang grasped Tang San's hand and said, Xiao San, after the Soul Master competition, you must leave the Tiando Empire and go far away. WangSheng has been scheming against us. For your safety, you must distance yourself from this demon. Tang San looked steadfastly at Yu Xiaogang and replied, Teacher, rest assured, I will not let WangSheng go. Once the Soul Master competition concludes, I will avenge you. Yu Xiaogang responded, Xiao San, you are a good child. It moves me deeply to hear you say that. Yet, WangSheng's backing is far too formidable. Do not throw your life away. If I cannot exact my revenge, so be it. Tang San comforted Yu Xiaogang, saying, Do not worry, teacher. My father left a note for me last night. He said he would come to fetch me after the competition ends, and I will certainly implore him to eliminate WangSheng. Upon hearing news of Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogangs mind raced, and a plan for revenge quietly took form within him. Throughout the subsequent advancement rounds, Yu Xiaogang was conspicuously absent, while Shrek Academy surged forward with consecutive victories. On the day of the match against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yu Xiaogang ordered Tang San and the others to concede. By the end of the advancement rounds, both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Shrek Academy had achieved a record of 13 wins and 1 loss out of 14 matches. In individual rankings, Feng Xiaotian from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having not participated in the first match against the Blaze Academy and the match against Shrek, managed to secure the first place with 12 victories. Tang San from Shrek achieved 53 victories, 3 of which were 1 versus 7, placing him second. Huo Wushuang from the Blaze Academy garnered 51 victories, completing 1 vs 7 against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Balak Academy, securing 3rd place. The finals were set to be held in a month at the Wuhuan City, with a total of 30 teams from the Tiandou and Xingluo regions, along with 3 teams directly qualified from the Wuhuan Palace, culminating in 33 teams vying for the ultimate victory. Additionally, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong, had offered 3 exceptional soul bones as reward for the 1st place, further igniting excitement among the participating teams. Meanwhile, within the confines of Shrek Academy, Xiaogang sat facing a tall, middle-aged man dressed in coarse linen and a black cloak, whose features bore a hint of age. Xiaogang spoke. In this soul master competition, Xiao San is likely to encounter a lifelong rival. I fear he may not secure the championship this time. The middle-aged man replied calmly. You refer to WangSheng from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, do you not? I have observed him discreetly on several occasions. This young man is astute and possesses considerable skill, but he merely relies on the advantage of being a few years older than Xiao San. After the competition, I will take Xiao San for specialized training. I believe that in a few years, he will surely surpass him. Xiaogang, with a serious expression, responded. I am aware of that. Moreover, with Xiao San's dual martial souls, I am confident that his future is not something WangSheng can compare to. However, noticing Xiaogang's hesitation, the middle-aged man inquired, but what? Speak plainly. I do not appreciate circumlocution. Xiaogang replied, I fear that Xiao San, being inherently competitive, may not withstand the blow of failure and could fall into despair. The middle-aged man, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Xiaogang continued. I believe it would be best if WangSheng and his teammates did not appear in the finals. This way, the other teams would be easily vanquished by Xiao San, and with the reward of 3 soul bones, his future training would advance significantly. The middle-aged man regarded Xiaogang with disbelief, unable to fathom that he would harbor such thoughts. He slowly said, the 3 great sects are interconnected. You are also part of the 3 great sects. Do you not understand this? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiaogang scoffed dismissively, such lofty words about interconnectedness. Yet, when your sect faced difficulties, did the other 2 sects extend a helping hand? The middle-aged man shook his head, asserting that does not change matters. Setting aside the ties of the 3 great sects, it is not my style to take action against a few children. Moreover, Chen Xian and Gu Rong may join forces with them. I cannot guarantee that the situation will be handled cleanly without leaving survivors. This could bring trouble to the sect. Let us not speak of this again. With that, the middle-aged man rose to leave. Before departing, he looked at Xiaogang and said, Thank you for nurturing Xiao San over the years. It is a debt I owe you. However, let's not revisit this matter. Xiaogang quickly replied. I was merely concerned that Xiao San might not be able to handle the impact of a loss. As you said, I did not consider the situation thoroughly. Let us forget I ever mentioned it. The middle-aged man nodded and stated, Very well, I shall take my leave. On the day the competition ends, I will take Xiao San with me. Until then, we shall meet again. With that, he vanished from Xiaogang's sight. Xiaogang gazed at the direction in which the middle-aged man had departed. After a moment, he slowly muttered, Tang Hao, it seems I must lend a hand in the finals. Otherwise, you will not have the resolve to act. Xiaogang proceeded to Wuhuan City, within the Pope's palace. He faced his former lover, the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong scrutinized Xiaogang, who appeared pale, his face clean-shaven, exuding a somewhat effeminate aura. Slowly, Xiaogang spoke, How have you been? Bibi Dong replied, Given my current position, how could I be anything but well? Xiaogang feigned deep affection as he gazed at Bibi Dong, saying, Bibi Dong, I know how much pain you harbor within. There is no need to conceal it before me. Bibi Dong looked at Xiaogang with disdain, stating, Do not attempt to get close to me, and please address me as Your Holiness the Pope. Do you not understand this basic etiquette? Xiaogang was taken aback by Bibi Dong's coldness towards him. Nevertheless, for the sake of his purpose, he respectfully replied, Your Holiness, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. He then inquired, What brings you here today? Hearing Bibi Dong's voice, icy and devoid of any emotion, Xiaogang reluctantly stated, I have come seeking your guidance, your holiness. I wish to know how you overcame the challenges of possessing dual martial souls. Bibi Dong felt increasingly repulsed by Yu Xiaogang. Ever since WangSheng had divulged various matters to her 2 years ago, she had discreetly instructed others to investigate Yu Xiaogang. Unluckily, news of his encounter with Lu Erlong in the Soul Beast Forest had also reached her ears, deepening her understanding of him. Now, upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs inquiry about dual martial souls, she slowly responded, "You seek this knowledge for your disciple, Tang San, do you? Then let me ask you, why should I assist you? Do you expect me to help you nurture Tang San so that he can seek revenge against the Wuhuan Palace?" Yu Xiaogang quickly clarified, "That will not happen. I guarantee that Xiao San will not take action against the Wuhuan Palace." Bibi Dong playfully inquired, "Do you guarantee it? Do you truly believe I would trust your assurance?" Yu Xiaogang was taken aback by the indifference displayed by Bai Dong. Prior to his arrival, he had thought that due to the rapport he shared with her, this matter would be easily resolved. He never anticipated her utter callousness. Nevertheless, he resolved to extract the information he sought from her, no matter the cost. With a noble demeanor, he proclaimed, "Your Holiness, I assure you Yu Xiaogang, pledge that Tang San shall never be an adversary of the Wuhuan Temple. I kindly request your assistance in revealing the methods of cultivating twin martial souls." Bibi Dong, twirling her scepter, responded slowly, "Recently, I learned an excellent method for assessing soul masters from a young fellow." With a serious expression, she continued, "If you wish for me to believe your words, dare you swear upon your martial soul to guarantee that Tang San will never be an enemy of the Wuhuan Temple?" Taken aback, Yu Xiaogang found himself speechless. He had not expected Bai Dong to employ such unscrupulous tactics to elicit his trust. Disappointed, she gazed at him and reiterated, "Yu Xiaogang, do you dare?" Chapter 129. Take me along. Confronted with Bai Dong's inquiry, Yu Xiaogang was momentarily rendered mute. To swear upon his martial soul was out of the question, for he had every intention of dismantling the Wuhuan Temple in the future. He had merely been feigning compliance before her. Resolving to play the emotional card once more, he gazed at her with deep affection and said, "After all these years, does our bond not warrant your trust in me?" Bai Dong felt a wave of nausea at the sight of him. Yet an idea struck her. She replied, "Do you still harbor feelings for me?" Seizing the moment, Yu Xiaogang responded eagerly, "Of course, I have never forgotten you throughout these years. I find it hard to accept what you say. Therefore, you may stay here for a few days while I ponder it over. After all, there is still some time before the Soul Master Competition's finals, so there is no rush." Yu Xiaogang nodded, "I will abide by your decision and wait for you." "Very well. Someone take the master to the inn for rest and ensure he is well treated." Upon saying this, a maid entered and escorted Yu Xiaogang out of the Pope's hall. After his departure, Bai Dong summoned Ju Douluo. Upon his arrival, she instructed Elder Ju, "Please fetch Lu Erlong from the Shrek Academy." Without further inquiry, Yu Egwan promptly set off. On the journey from Tiando City to Wuhuan City, a regiment of the Imperial Knights, impeccably uniformed, paved the way. The 16 teams representing the Tiando competition area sat within their carriages, progressing steadily alongside the main force. The members of Shrek Academy shared a large carriage, and Tang San anxiously inquired of Lu Erlong, "Teacher, where has he gone?" Lu Erlong expressed his concern. "Xiaogang mentioned he would head to Wuhuan City ahead of us to attend to some matters, assuring us he would meet us there. However, I am uneasy about him going alone." Flander quickly assuaged their worries, stating, "Xiaogang is always methodical in his endeavors. There is no need for excessive concern." Xiao Wu comforted them, "Mother, brother, you needn't worry. The master will surely be fine." Lu Erlong had a lingering feeling that Yu Xiaojing's solitary venture to Wuhuan City was likely related to the Pope by Bai Dong. However, she refrained from voicing her suspicions in front of everyone, choosing instead to silently gaze out the carriage window. After the caravan had traveled for half a day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Clad in golden armor, the individual possessed a stunning visage, if not for the prominence of their Adam's apple. One might easily mistake them for an enchanting beauty. The visitor was none other than Ju Douluo, who halted the Shrek carriage, causing the entire procession to come to a gradual stop. From the carriage of 7 Treasure Academy, A young man leaned out of the window, casting his gaze toward them. The members of Shrek alighted from their carriage, and facing the imposing presence of Douluo, Flander, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujin quickly shielded the others behind them. Flander stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to Douluo. May I inquire the reason for your interruption?" Yueguan disregarded Flander's inquiry and directed his attention to Lu Erlong, addressing her in a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. "You are Lu Erlong, correct? The Pope wishes to see you." Flander interjected. May I ask why the Pope suddenly desires to meet Erlong? Please clarify." "I cannot rest easy allowing her to accompany you," Yueguan arrogantly replied. "The Pope requests Lu Erlong. It is none of your concern, Flander." With that, Yueguan unleashed the pressure befitting a titled Douluo, prompting Flander and the other soul saints to instinctively summon their martial souls. Lu Erlong slowly inquired, "Is Xiaogang there?" Yueguan coolly responded, "I am merely fulfilling the Pope's command to escort you to the Pope's hall. You will learn more upon your arrival." At that moment, a figure sprang forth from the crowd, boldly greeting Yueguan. "Ah, if it isn't Douluo, it's been a while. You have become even more youthful and beautiful." The Shrek members turned to see the newcomer, who was none other than WangSheng from Seven Treasure Academy. Flander couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for WangSheng. It was ill-advised to disrespect a titled Douluo in such a manner, even if one had a powerful background. Flander quickly attempted to mitigate the situation. "Douluo, WangSheng is young and inexperienced. He speaks without consideration. I hope you can forgive him." Yueguan raised a hand, interrupting Flander's explanation, and mischievously replied with a smile, "I wondered who it was. It's young WangSheng. It hasn't been long, yet you've grown quite stout. You're even more handsome than before." WangSheng, grinning, retorted, "Not at all. It is you, Elder Jew, who remains as charming as ever." Yueguan, flattered by WangSheng's compliment, became even more enchanting in demeanor. As a confidant of Bai Bai Dong, it was imperative for WangSheng, as a prospective son-in-law of the Wuhuan Temple, to curry favor with him. He quickly added, "You have a way with words, but I have pressing matters to attend to today. We shall reminisce once you arrive in Wuhuan City." The apparent familiarity between WangSheng and Yueguan astonished all present. While they might be acquainted, such casual banter was hardly appropriate. Yueguan, ignoring the curious gazes of the crowd, addressed Lu Erlong. "Lu Erlong, let's depart. Rest assured, the Pope's request is benign. Had there been ill intent, you would not have been summoned in front of so many witnesses." Lu Erlong, having surmised that Xiaogang was indeed with Bai Bai Dong, resolved firmly. She nodded at Flander. "Old Flander, I will accompany him. Do not worry. Keep an eye on these youngsters." Seeing Lu Erlong's determination, Flander had little choice but to relent. Although still concerned, he stated, "Very well. Erlong, you go ahead. If anything should happen, I, Flander, will risk everything to seek justice for you from the Pope." Yueguan regarded Flander with disdain before turning to Lu Erlong. "Let us go." "Wait." Just as Yueguan and Lu Erlong were about to leave, WangSheng called out to them. Yueguan looked back at him, puzzled. "What is it, young WangSheng?" "I am on official business, and time is of the essence. If it is not urgent, we can discuss it once you arrive in Wuhuan City." WangSheng chuckled. "I would like to ask, would it be possible for you to bring an additional person back to Wuhuan City?" Yueguan, puzzled, replied, "It is feasible. But who do you wish to bring?" "I am under orders to escort Lu Erlong to meet the Pope." WangSheng, presenting an innocent demeanor, remarked, "Since childhood, I have harbored the ambition of becoming a titled Douluo. How magnificent it is to be a titled Douluo, capable of flight, an opportunity reserved solely for flying soul masters. Given my age, talent, and cultivation, it seems I shall never have such a chance." Witnessing you descend from the sky earlier was akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. As WangSheng continued his monologue, Yueguan could no longer tolerate it and promptly interrupted, saying, "Enough. Speak plainly. I am in haste to report back." WangSheng, with unexpected boldness, declared, "Since you are also returning to Wuhuan City, take me along." Chapter 130. The emergence of the eloquent WangSheng faced with Bibidong's inquiry. Xiaogang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He would not dare to swear an oath on his soul. After all, He had long intended to dismantle the Wuhuan palace and was merely feigning compliance before Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang resolved to play the emotional card once more. Upon hearing WangSheng's desire to accompany him, Yu Guan curiously inquired, "What do you wish to accompany me for?" WangSheng, with a mysterious smile, replied, "I have some matters to attend to. Besides, you are returning to Wuhuan City, so my presence will not hinder you." Yu Guan hesitated, stating, "Bringing you along will significantly delay my return. I am engaged in important business." At that moment, Flinder interjected, "WangSheng, I shall take you with me. My flying speed is quite swift." Flinder, feeling uneasy about Lu Erlong meeting Bibi Dong alone, immediately offered to escort WangSheng while keeping an eye on Lu Erlong. Yu Guan shrugged, saying, "Do as you wish as long as it does not impede my reporting." With that, Yu Guan departed with Lu Erlong, while Flinder turned to Zhao Wujie and instructed, "Wujie, take good care of them. Erlong and I shall proceed first." Once Zhao Wujie nodded in agreement, Flinder immediately activated his martial soul, a colossal four-eyed owl, which carried WangSheng aloft into the sky. Upon arriving at the papal palace, Yu Guan and Lu Erlong entered first, leaving Flinder and WangSheng at the entrance. Flinder glanced at WangSheng, saying, "We have arrived at Wuhuan City. Attend to your matters while I wait for Erlong here." WangSheng mischievously remarked, "Flinder, you have been a standby for so long. Do you not wish to become the primary choice?" "Standby? Primary choice?" WangSheng's words left Flinder perplexed, prompting him to ask, "What do you mean?" WangSheng gestured knowingly. "Do you not have feelings for Lu Erlong? Would you like me to assist you in winning her from Yu Xiaogang?" "Enough, you little rascal. Stop inciting discord among our golden triangle," Flinder retorted, clearly displeased. WangSheng, feeling aggrieved, responded, "I was merely trying to help you. Do not misconstrue my intentions." However, internally he thought, "You are indeed a dog, and a loyal one at that." At that moment, Yu Guan emerged from within and announced, "The Pope requests the presence of Flinder and WangSheng." The two followed Yu Guan into the papal palace, where they found Lu Erlong seated in silence. After saluting Bibi Dong, she gestured for them to sit. WangSheng, as he sat down, winked at Bibi Dong, who responded with a knowing smile, saying, "Originally, today was meant for Lu Erlong alone. But since you both have come, let's have the meeting together." Lu Erlong unceremoniously demanded, "Speak. What have you done to Xiaogang? How dare you disrespect the papal authority? You're courting death." Yu Guan, standing behind Bibi Dong, glared at Lu Erlong in anger. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, stating, "It is of no concern. Since you are all here, I shall treat you to a performance this evening." Initially, it was meant for Lu Erlong alone, but I do not mind having additional spectators. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's mention of a performance, the thoughts of those present diverged. Lu Erlong was solely concerned for Yu Xiaogan's safety, while WangSheng surmised what his future mother-in-law intended, mentally strategizing how to stoke the flames further. Flinder, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, uncertain of Bibi Dong's intentions. That evening, they were invited to Bibi Dong's chamber, accompanied by the two elder spirits, Juvgue. They arrived at a screen where Bibi Dong sat on a chair, clad in a purple silk robe, exuding a mature woman's allure rather than the authority typically associated with the Pope. Before long, a knock echoed at the door, revealing Yu Xiaogang, the very person Flinder and Lu Erlong had been anxiously anticipating. Lu Erlong instinctively rushed to find Yu Xiaogang, but was obstructed by an invisible barrier. She shouted urgently, "Xiaogang, what are you doing here?" Yu Guan, in a calm tone, replied, "You are currently within my and Lao Gui's domain. Those outside cannot perceive our presence. Just watch." As Yu Xiaogang entered the room and caught sight of Bibi Dong, he eagerly exclaimed, "I have arrived. You look stunning today." Bibi Dong, with a calm demeanor, responded, "Were your earlier words sincere?" Yu Xiaogang patted his chest, declaring, "How could I deceive you? You are the first woman I have truly loved, and you shall be the last." "Oh, then what of Lu Erlong?" Bibi Dong's gaze bore into Yu Xiaogang with profound significance. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Lu Erlong behind the screen clenched her fists, shocked that he would speak of her in such a manner. Flinder, anxious, quickly interjected, "Perhaps Xiaogang has his reasons. He is merely placating Bibi Dong." Faced with Bibidong's inquiry, Yu Xiaojing momentarily faltered but quickly explained, Lu Erlong and I are cousins. How could I possibly be with her? Bibidong feigned confusion, saying, Yet I have received word that you two are already married, and I heard that a few months ago. While you were hunting souls with your students, you were preparing to engage in intimacy in your tent, with two men nearby. Yu Xiaojing hastily countered. That woman was the one who initiated it. I have never touched her. I do not love her, and she is my sister. How could I engage in such disgraceful acts? At this point, Yu Xiaojing disregarded all else, knowing only he and Bibidong were present. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong behind the screen was left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Yu Xiaojing would speak of her in such a way. Flender, filled with anxiety, still believed that Yu Xiaojing must have been compelled to say such things. Bibidong's voice resonated once more within the room. Yu Xiaojing, you truly are hypocritical. So tell me, why did you leave me? Yu Xiaojing, with righteous indignation, replied, You should inquire of the former pope who has since passed away. In his mind, he believed he was blameless. Under the pressure of the former Pope Xiangsunji, he had no choice but to depart from Bibidong. None of this was his fault. Bibidong glared at Yu Xiaojing, stating because Xiangsunji threatened you, you could evade responsibility and abandon the one you love most? Yu Xiaojing retorted, Do you not understand? He threatened your life and that of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, forcing me to leave you. Having long since come to terms with her past, Bibidong refused to believe Yu Xiaojing's insincerity and continued. Then when you and Lu Erlong were to be wed, why did you flee upon learning of your relationship? Yu Xiaojing sighed, What else could I do? That foolish woman would not care whether we were siblings. If I did not escape, would I endure her relentless pursuit? At this moment, Lu Erlong, hidden behind the screen, was already in tears, overwhelmed by the rapid response of Yu Xiaojing, which seemed to be nothing more than a perfunctory remark aimed at Bibidong. She could hardly believe that the one she loved would utter such words. WangSheng, realizing it was time for him, the master of eloquence, to step in, observed the scene. Chapter 131. Fairness. As Lu Erlong wept profusely, WangSheng extended a silk handkerchief towards her, saying, Wipe your tears. He cannot see how heartbroken you are. Lu Erlong accepted the handkerchief and dabbed at her tears, murmuring, Thank you. WangSheng, seizing the moment, added, For such a selfish person, he is not worth your tears. Lu Erlong glared at WangSheng, who sensed it was not yet the right moment to press further and promptly fell silent, awaiting Bibidong's next move. Inside the room, Bibidong tapped her fingers on the table, deep in thought, and inquired, You have your share of grievances. It's commendable. Now, I ask you, how do you intend to navigate the relationship among the three of us? Yu Xiaojing, adopting a tender demeanor, gazed at Bibidong and declared, Once the Soul Master competition concludes, I am willing to accompany you far away to fulfill what we could not achieve back then. Bibidong countered. And what of Lu Erlong? Yu Xiaojing dismissively replied, Erlong is my sister. It was never suitable for us to be together. My departure was meant to facilitate her union with Flender, who knew she would cling so stubbornly. Now that we can be together, I trust she will find her own happiness. Yu Xiaojing's words flowed with such ease that WangSheng couldn't help but feel compelled to applaud him profusely. Stealing a glance at Flender and Lu Erlong, he noticed Flender clenching his fists, his veins bulging with fury, indicating his extreme anger. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong appeared dazed, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Bibidong continued her act, pondering aloud. Can I truly believe what you say? Yu Xiaojing nodded earnestly. You can certainly trust me. My feelings for you have always been sincere. At this, Lu Erlong could no longer hold herself together. She crouched down, cradling her head and weeping bitterly, heartbroken that her beloved had so thoroughly wounded her. He truly loves her. I should just let him be. Why? Why must he still accept me? WangSheng consoled her. Such a person is not worth your tears. Do you really believe he loves the Pope? His true love is himself. Flender, with a serious expression, pulled WangSheng aside and said, Do not stoke the flames. Our bond as the Golden Iron Triangle cannot be easily severed by mere words. I have a good impression of you, but do not test my limits. WangSheng shrugged. Fine, good intentions treated as malice. I truly do not understand how you all think. When assessing a person, do not cling to past notions. People can change. At that moment, the conversation between Bai Dong and Yu Xiaogang resumed. Bai Dong stated, "Actually, whether I believe you or not is no longer important. You hold no appeal for me. Let us discuss the matter at hand. If you wish for me to share the method to resolve the twin spirits, what do I gain in return?" Gain? Yu Xiaogang was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that after charming Bai Dong, revealing a method would be straightforward, with no need for benefits since they were on the same side. He eventually spoke, "I have no children. I have long regarded Tang San as my own. There is no need to discuss benefits between us." Bai Dong shot him a disdainful look. "Firstly, aiding Tang San would merely cultivate an enemy for my spirit hall. Secondly, we share no significant relationship, so let us discuss practicalities. What do I gain from helping you?" At a loss for words, Yu Xiaogang pondered what he could offer. Aside from his presumed irresistible charm and extensive knowledge, which seemed insufficient, he finally suggested, "I could assist your spirit hall in designing a talent cultivation program. Based on my years of research, I can help you develop numerous young soul masters." Stop right there. What you propose is of no use. Over the past 2 years, our spirit hall has already seen great success using the cultivation methods from the 7 Treasure Academy. Your level of expertise does not impress me at all. Yu Xiaogang secretly cursed WangSheng for being an ever-present nuisance. He resolved that he must eliminate this troublemaker. With a righteous demeanor, he retorted, "The methods of the 7 Treasure Academy were devised by WangSheng. Based on my research, he is nothing but an evil soul master. How can your spirit hall align with such a figure?" Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaogang, WangSheng was listening intently. Regardless, he could not allow such slander against his own interests. Bai Dong, visibly irritated, remarked, "Our spirit hall's judgment does not require your questioning. You merely summarize the information you access from the spirit hall archives through my connections. Yet you foolishly claim it as your theoretical research. I have not held you accountable for this out of respect for our past. But do not pretend to be virtuous in my presence." Yu Xiaogangs face turned pale. Bai Dong's directness left him feeling utterly humiliated. He resolved that once he acquired the method for the twin spirits from her, he would cultivate Tang San to ensure the downfall of the spirit hall. He quickly shifted the topic. "Speak plainly, what do you want?" Bai Dong considered. "To be honest, I find your offerings unappealing. Regardless of the terms, I would still be at a disadvantage." At that moment, Yu Xiaogang devised a cunning plan, a ruthless proposition. "I have just thought of a condition that serves 2 purposes." Curious, Bai Dong inquired, "What is it?" Yu Xiaogang replied, "In this soul master competition, it seems your so-called golden generation from the spirit hall is no match for the 7 Treasure Academy. The rewards you offer are 3 exceptional soul bones. If I help you eliminate the 7 Treasure Academy, won't your golden generation secure the championship?" Flender and Lu Erlong exchanged glances upon hearing Yu Xiaogangs sinister scheme, turning to WangSheng, who maintained a serene expression. When they looked at him, he smiled and said, "These are mere tricks. I am unconcerned. Let us continue to watch the drama unfold." Bai Dong then asked Yu Xiaogang, "What is your plan?" Yu Xiaogang responded, "My disciple Tang San possesses some poisons and hidden weapons. A simple poisoning of their food would suffice to eliminate them." Bibi Dong questioned, "Are you not afraid of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School investigating this matter later?" Yu Xiaogang waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to investigate? If suspicion arises, it will fall on the poisoned Douluo, not us." He was already calculating that once the 7 Treasure Academy was dealt with, the true victor would not be the Spirit Hall, but his disciple Tang San, whom he believed would ultimately claim the championship. Bibinong, Gerizing meaningfully at Yu Xiaogang, remarked, "You have thought of this. What do you place fairness in this competition?" "Fairness?" Yu Xiaogang scoffed. "Is there such a thing in this world? Fairness is a concept for the victors. What do the vanquished know of it?" In that moment, Yu Xiaogangs perception of fairness had twisted beyond recognition since the day he was discarded by Yu Lumian. Once considerate, he now felt no need for such reservations. Chapter 132. Hypocrisy. Seeing Yu Xiaogangs' current demeanor, Bai Dong felt a strong urge to slap him into silence. However, considering the scheming WangSheng behind the scenes, she believed he would ensure Yu Xiaogangs' comeuppance. She waved her hand and said, "It It is best to refrain from such despicable acts. The spirit hall will claim victory with integrity. Yu Xiaogang, his expression darkening, retorted, I see you are merely playing me for a fool. You never intended to share the method for cultivating the twin spirits. TSK, 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 you dare to call yourself an invincible master of theory. If you possess such prowess, why not ponder it yourself? By the way, allow me to share a piece of news. WangSheng, that little rascal, is also aware of the method for cultivating the Shuangxing Wuhan. Bai Dong observed Yu Xiaogang with a playful glint in her eyes, finding great satisfaction in teasing him. Yu Xiaogang shook his head vehemently, declaring, impossible. How could WangSheng possibly know? He is merely a sinister soul master, utterly lacking the capability. Bai Dong looked at him with disdain and retorted, just because you are inept doesn't mean others are as well. Do you truly consider yourself a master compared to that little brat? Yu Xiaogang glared at her, his teeth clenched. Bai Dong, is it amusing to toy with me like this? Bai Dong laughed heartily. I find it quite entertaining. Do not feign righteousness before me. Your presence nauseates me. You may leave now. Slamming his hand on the table, Yu Xiaogang stood up. You have gone too far. From this day forth, our paths shall part. Bai Dong's expression darkened as she replied, the moment you left without a word, our ties were severed. While I'm still in good mood, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to exit this door. Yu Xiaogang shot her a glare and stormed out in anger. At that moment, Zhu Gui and the others had also lifted their restrictions. Lu Erlong wished to pursue Yu Xiaogang, eager to ascertain the truth of his earlier words. But Franda grasped her arm, saying, Erlong, do not chase after him. It would be futile at this point. Franda then turned to Bai Dong and asked, Your Holiness, what is the purpose of this charade? Do you wish to sow discord among us three? Bai Dong scoffed, You overestimate yourselves. Why would I need to divide you three? I merely want Lu Erlong to see the ugly face of Yu Xiaogang. After all, I was once a victim as well. Hearing this, Lu Erlong paused, turning back to Bai Dong. You brought me here just to witness his words? Bai Dong nodded. What else? To be honest, I admire your infatuation, but truth be told, a person like Yu Xiaogang is unworthy. Lu Erlong remained unwilling to believe that Yu Xiaogang was truly such a person, convincing herself. Perhaps what he said in front of you was merely to obtain what he desired. Bai Dong, observing this foolish girl, could only shake her head in exasperation. Much of what he said today is likely false. However, Yu Xiaogang is an exceedingly selfish individual. Everything he does is for himself. From the counter, I beg to differ. He acted for Xiao San as well. As the eloquent WangSheng had yet to fully express himself, he finally seized the opportunity to speak, asserting, It is for Tang San, but Tang San is merely a tool for him to prove his own capabilities. Franda and Lu Erlong regarded WangSheng with confusion as he commenced his performance, stating, Yu Xiaogang is incapable of cultivating his own martial soul. Thus, he devoted all his energy to martial soul research. However, the theories he proposed are perceived as mere jokes, for everyone understands. Yet he believes he lacks the opportunity to validate them. At this juncture, the appearance of Tang San perfectly aligns with his theoretical aspirations. Franda commented, Yet Tang San has indeed been excellently educated by Xiaogang. WangSheng dismissed this notion. Enough. Tang San's innate talent could be nurtured by anyone with a modicum of skill. Furthermore, are you certain Tang San's strength is due to Yu Xiaogang's teachings rather than his own mastery of hidden weapons and those peculiar techniques? Did Yu Xiaogang teach him those? Franda shook his head. Xiaogang certainly does not possess those skills. Tang San claims to have acquired them by chance. Well, there you have it. Therefore, Tang San's prowess bears little relation to Yu Xiaogang's tutelage. Do you truly believe all his actions over the years have been commendable? At this point, Franda and Lu Erlong found themselves at a loss for a counterargument. Yu Xiaogang had indeed vanished for many years, and no matter how they sought him, he consistently eluded them. WangSheng then turned to Lu Erlong, inquiring, Are you certain your feelings for Yu Xiaogang are genuine love? Or has your obsession arisen from his sudden disappearance? Consider this. When you discovered your sibling relationship, although it was initially hard to accept, once the truth was spoken, would have led to this? Liu l'ont insisted stubbornly. Nonsense. We are truly in love. It is merely that he has been greatly affected by the situation and finds it hard to accept. WangSheng, exasperated by Liu Erlong's lack of romantic intelligence, remarked, in love? Love would lead one to abandon you. Love would cause one to hide from you. Love would allow him to leave you for Franda, his backup. Franda interjected. What do you mean by backup? WangSheng shot him a disdainful glance. Ponder it yourself. Do not disrupt my speech. He then continued, addressing Liu Erlong. Yu Xiaogang explained that his departure was meant to facilitate your union with Franda, silently blessing your relationship, correct? Both Liu Erlong and Franda nodded in agreement, recognizing this as Yu Xiaogang's reasoning for his abrupt departure. Yet upon reflection, they felt something was amiss. WangSheng then posed a counter-question. Franda, if you were to discover that you and Liu Erlong were siblings just as you were about to marry her, and you also knew that Yu Xiaogang loved her, how would you handle it? Franda contemplated and replied, I would likely bless them as a brother. Precisely. Yu Xiaogang's silent departure meant that you, Franda, could not take advantage in the absence of your good friend, and Liu Erlong. You could not marry another without clarity. WangSheng's earnest discourse left Franda and Liu Erlong momentarily speechless. However, as they listened to him, his reasoning seemed quite sound, and they nodded in hesitant understanding. Sensing that they needed time to digest this, WangSheng stated, since that is the case, I shall refrain from further elaboration. As one drinks, one knows the warmth and chill of the water. Ponder it at your leisure. Upon hearing this, Franda and Liu Erlong took their leave. They searched for Yu Xiaogang throughout Wuhan City and eventually found him in a tavern. Yu Xiaogang, upon seeing them, inquired with confusion, What brings you here? Franda spoke first. Bai Dong had Judo Luo Yuguan bring Erlong to see her. I was concerned, so I followed. Yu Xiaogang's heart sank, and he quickly turned to Liu Erlong, asking, What did that woman want with you? Liu Erlong replied, She wanted to know if I was already with you. Franda, taken aback by Liu Erlong's concealment of the matter, chose to remain silent and sat quietly beside her. Yu Xiaogang was unaware that his earlier conversation with Bai Dong had been overheard by the two. He replied with a serious demeanor, In my youth, I was foolish and had some connections with that woman, but we have not been in contact for decades. I came to find her solely to inquire about resolving the issue of the Shuangsheng Wuhuan for Xiaosan. Unfortunately, it has not gone well, hence my drinking in solitude, and I never expected you to show up. Franda, observing Yu Xiaogang's hypocritical demeanor, felt profound disappointment in this longtime friend. He never imagined that the current Yu Xiaogang was no longer the person he once knew. It seemed WangSheng was indeed correct. People do change. Chapter 133. The elite strike after Franda and Liu Erlong departed. Bai Dong dismissed Yuguan and Gue Mei, leaving only herself and WangSheng in the room. WangSheng sat comfortably, savoring his tea. Bai Dong spoke, Now that you have put on this performance today, how do you intend to thank me? WangSheng chuckled. Annie, how can you say that? Wasn't it you who sought vengeance against Yu Xiaogang? Be careful. Yu Xiaogang is plotting against you, and you should watch your back, for he might indeed send his disciple to act against you. As a future mother-in-law, Bai Dong expressed genuine concern for WangSheng. WangSheng nodded and remarked, I am aware of that. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's words today, I have already made my considerations. In the past, it may have merely been a war of words without any substantial enmity, at most. It was merely a difference in stances. However, it now appears that it is a matter of life and death. Bai Dong turned to WangSheng and inquired, Do you require my assistance? WangSheng waved his hand and replied, There is no need. Yu Xiaogang possesses limited abilities, which I do not regard with concern. Bai Dong, with a serious tone, cautioned, It would be wise for you to be cautious, as there remains the unseen presence of Tang Hao. The mention of Tang Hao indeed gave WangSheng a slight headache. Tang Hao's strength could be considered invincible among those below level 99, particularly in the final battle of the original narrative, where he managed to incapacitate the 98-ranked golden crocodile Douluo with a single strike. One could only speculate whether Jian Douluo and Gouv Douluo could withstand Tang Hao after he activated his explosive spirit rings. Contemplating this, WangSheng stated, Tang Hao is indeed a troublesome figure. he will undoubtedly be present at the finals of the SforMaster competition, though I wonder if it will be possible to locate him. The unfolding events have gradually deviated from the original narrative, due to Xiao Wu consuming a concealment elixir. The incident involving Bai Dong capturing her after the award ceremony will certainly not occur. Consequently, it remains uncertain whether Xiaogang will secretly instigate Tang Hao against me. It is best not to dwell on matters that cannot be resolved. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it be covered. WangSheng concluded, we will take it one step at a time. During the SforMaster competition, I will deal with both Xiaogang and Tang San. As the SforMaster competition reached its final stages, all 33 teams gathered in the sacred site of Wuhuan City, the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall. Prior to the commencement of the finals, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the competition. Shui Binger, Shui Yuerer, and Shui Wu from Tian Shui Academy, along with Huo Wu Shuang and Huo Wu from Qihua Academy, all simultaneously joined the ranks of the Lei Ting Academy for the final round, including Lei Ting Academy's captain and vice-captain, Yu Qianxin and Lei Dong. These 7 individuals matched the strength of the 3 teams that had been directly promoted. Upon receiving the news, Yu Xiaogang stormed off to the organizing committee to file a complaint. However, his efforts yielded no results, as the students who joined Lei Ting Academy were already registered in the final participants list. Therefore, they were deemed to have legitimate qualifications to represent Lei Ting Academy and had not explicitly violated any rules. They had merely exploited a loophole. The organizing committee also expressed gratitude to Yu Xiaogang for his reminder, assuring him that they would refine the rules to prevent similar occurrences in future competitions. Yet, since this had already been approved by the committee, it could not be altered. Meanwhile, WangSheng, upon hearing the news, could barely contain his laughter. The merger of 3 elite academies was inspired by the events in the original narrative where Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang joined Shenfeng Academy, a suggestion he had made that led to this amalgamation. In the end, Yu Xiaogang learned that WangSheng had been the one orchestrating the events behind the scenes and proceeded to express his disdain for WangSheng's ancestry most vocally. In the first round of the finals, WangSheng drew the lot against the Beast Academy of the Luo Empire, whose students all wielded beast martial souls, and whose overall strength was relatively weak. The 7 Treasures Academy triumphed effortlessly, since the 7 Treasures Academy and the Shrek Academy were the top 2 teams in the qualifying rounds. Both received buys for the second and third rounds, respectively. With the arrival of WangSheng, a butterfly effect ensued, allowing Shrek Academy to face the weakened Qihua Academy and Tian Shui Academy in the first and second rounds, coupled with a bye in the third round, propelling them smoothly into the top 6. In the third round, the buys allowed Shrek Academy to face the Luo Royal Academy, which had also secured a spot in the top 6, while the Wuhuan Academy and the Tiando Royal Academy subsequently defeated their opponents, leaving the victors from the 7 Treasures Academy and Lei Ting Academy as the final 6 teams. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was exceedingly pleased, as WangSheng's maneuvering had ultimately benefited Shrek Academy. They had faced the weakened Qihua Academy and Tian Shui Academy in both rounds, while the formidable Lei Ting Academy, comprised of the strongest forces from 3 elemental academies, encountered the 7 Treasures Academy, which greatly delighted Yu Xiaogang. The battle between the 7 Treasures Academy and Lei Ting Academy began in earnest. Lei Ting Academy assembled the strongest forces from the 3 elemental academies, featuring the powerful offensive capabilities of Yu Qianxin and Huo Wu Shuang, alongside the agile attacks of Shui Yuer, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu, enhanced by their soul fusion techniques, and supported by the control of Huo Wu and Lei Dong, making Lei Ting Academy's lineup exceptionally elite. At that moment, the 7 representatives from the 7 Treasures Academy stepped onto the stage, with WangSheng, the team leader and captain, leading the way, followed by Feng Xiaotian, Yang Pofeng, Xiao Qinyu, Zhao Kai, Swoke, and Ningyu. Observing from the sidelines, Yu Xiaogang noticed that Yang Pofeng, who had never before appeared, was present today and immediately called over Tang San, saying, Xiao San, you must focus all your attention on that Yang Pofeng who has never stepped onto the stage. The other members of the Seven Treasures Academy have all showcased their abilities, but he remains an unknown factor, making today an excellent opportunity. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Understood, teacher. I will diligently record all of his soul techniques." Indeed, Tang San had devised excellent strategies for the other members of the Seven Treasures Academy, but he had been concerned about how to confront Yang Pefeng, who was an unknown variable. Today, WangSheng had provided him with this splendid opportunity, and he was eager to see how they would withstand the challenge. Hearing Xiaogang's words, Tang San hurriedly asked, "Teacher, have you found a way to defeat the Seven Treasures Academy?" Xiaogang replied with a mysterious smile, "Naturally, but I will need your cooperation when the time comes. I will discuss this with you in private tonight. Do not divulge this to the others in the team." Tang San nodded, "Understood, teacher." At this moment, both sides stood facing each other. Huo Shuang, upon seeing the Seven Treasures Academy's lineup, could not help but jest at WangSheng, saying, "Brother, you are being quite unfair. How can we possibly compete against this lineup?" At this juncture, Leiting Academy's captain, Yu Qianxin, turned to Huo Shuang and replied, "Wu Shuang, how can you diminish your own spirit while elevating that of others? The match has yet to commence. Why are you so anxious? We have assembled an elite team formed from the 3 elemental academies." After Yu Tianxin spoke, the others looked towards him, uncertain of their captain's confidence, for they were aware that their opponents were formidable. In truth, Yu Tianxin himself felt a twinge of insecurity. However, as captain, he recognized the need to maintain morale. WangSheng, overhearing Yu Tianxin's words, could not help but exclaim, referencing a popular line from a previously aired drama, "I am indeed battling the elite." Upon WangSheng's declaration, both teams turned their attention towards him, causing WangSheng to blush as he stammered, "I was merely jesting. It reminded me of a scene I once witnessed." Unbeknownst to WangSheng, his assertive proclamation had instilled a sense of dread in the opposing 7, who had previously shared amicable relations. WangSheng's sudden declaration led them to believe he was preparing to unleash a severe beating upon them. Feng Xiaotian promptly interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. "WangSheng, you sure know how to create an uncomfortable atmosphere." WangSheng chuckled, "Well, there are only a few matches left, so I want to test this lineup. We are merely engaging in a friendly exchange. I have already instructed Ling Ling to be ready to treat those who may fall in the match." Huo Shuang cast a resentful glance at WangSheng, saying, "WangSheng, that is rather unsportsmanlike of you. You say it is a friendly exchange, yet you still require Ling Ling's healing." He then turned to Feng Xiaotian, "If my sister gets hurt during this match, it will be no easy matter to console her." Huo shot Huo Shuang an exasperated look and retorted, "Do not pay attention to my brother. This is a competition, a battle. Once we step onto the stage, we must unleash our full strength. If you hold back, do not bother seeking me out in the future." In a public display, Huo called out Feng Xiaotian's nickname, Xiao Tian Quan, causing the crowd to break into laughter. Feng Xiaotian, the quintessential sycophant, had no retort and instead silently noted the faces of those mocking him, vowing to retaliate against them during the match and later with his teammates after they returned from the competition. As Feng Xiaotian was contemplating his revenge, Ningyu felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing that he would likely face a beating today. Seeing both sides in high spirits, the referee intervened, reminding them to activate their martial spirits, with combat commencing in 1 minute. The laughter subsided, and the participants focused intently, each activating their martial spirits. With the referee's signal, the battle erupted. The Thunder Academy did not employ a support role, charging aggressively towards the Seven Treasures Academy's formation. Ningyu's 5 enhancement skills instantaneously transformed into beams of light that infused his teammates. Feng Xiaotian skillfully evaded his girlfriend Huo Wu and future brother-in-law Huo Shuang, heading straight for their captain, Yu Tianxin. Although Yu Tianxin wielded the formidable power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he found himself at a disadvantage against Feng Xiaotian, who was 2 ranks higher. Feng Xiaotian showed no mercy. He remembered the earlier ridicule from Yu Tianxin, familiar with each other's abilities. The members of the Seven Treasures Academy understood their strengths, leading to an awkward standoff between Swoke and Ningyu, who were left unchallenged. As a support, Ningyu awaited an attack from the opposing side to showcase his prowess in close combat without relying on his teammates. However, none from the Thunder Academy approached him, and just as he intended to join the fray, he was met with disapproving glares. Swoke, also part of this awkward duo, was supposed to wait for the enemy to unleash a powerful group attack before he entered the fray. Yet curiously, the trio of Tianshui had not even executed their martial spirit fusion technique. The Tianshui trio lacked the opportunity to engage as Yang Pufeng dominated them effortlessly, rendering Shui Binger's ice manipulation techniques ineffective against him. Observing Yang Pufeng, Tang San furrowed his brow. While others might not recognize it as a fellow transmigrator, he discerned that Yang Pufeng had not utilized any soul techniques, relying solely on his martial arts skills. This led Tang San to suspect WangSheng's true strength. He did not consider that Yang Pufeng was also a transmigrator, but questioned whether WangSheng's martial prowess was indeed formidable enough to have taught Yang Pufeng. As he pondered this, Tang San felt increasingly anxious, doubting that he would surpass WangSheng as easily as his teacher had suggested he would after cultivating his second martial spirit. Meanwhile, WangSheng, oblivious to Tang San's speculations, was engaged in a fierce battle with Lei Dong. Lei Dong's control skills proved ineffective against WangSheng, who had gleaned the fundamentals of the powerful techniques. Great strength, eagle claw, and dragon claw hand. Through his understanding of martial arts, it became clear that martial arts were universally applicable, as WangSheng's speed and strength transcended the limits of normal humanity. He found the techniques from martial arts novels to be within his grasp. He realized that the so-called self-created soul techniques in the Douluo world were merely a reflection of the internal energy manifestations found in martial arts, achieved through an understanding of one's soul power. Indeed, mastering the externalization of soul power was a lengthy process, as most individuals on Douluo continent focused on enhancing their soul power, relying solely on soul techniques for combat. This scarcity of self-created techniques explained why Feng Xiaotian, despite his exceptional potential, lagged behind Tang San in rank during the Soul Master competition, having invested considerable time in developing his own techniques. WangSheng's presence had altered Feng Xiaotian's trajectory. Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai faced off against the Huo Wushuang siblings. Huo Wu's strength was considerable, bolstered by her exceptional innate talent. Initially, Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai managed to hold their ground against them without resorting to their ultimate techniques. Observing the battlefield, Yu Xiaogang inquired of Tang San. Xiao San, I have yet to discern any soul technique from Yang Pufeng. The others seem to be merely putting on a show. I feel we won't uncover much today. Tang San nodded, replying, Indeed, I have been monitoring Yang Pufeng, but none of his attacks have utilized soul techniques. His agility surpasses mine. Yu Xiaogang was taken aback by Tang San's assessment of Yang Pufeng and promptly asked, Are you suggesting that your extraordinary techniques are inferior to his? Tang San's eyes glimmered with purple light as he perceived Yang Pufeng's every movement in slow motion, searching for weaknesses, yet finding none. He reluctantly admitted, Indeed, each of his moves appears flawless, suggesting he has reached a state of unity between man and spear. Before long, the 7 members of the Thunder Academy found themselves on the defensive. Shui Wei launched an aggressive attack on Yang Pufeng, providing Shui Binger and Shui Wu with the opportunity to execute their martial spirit fusion technique. Yang Pufeng recognized their intentions, but chose not to intervene, believing their fusion technique to be inadequate. Once the ice and fire fusion technique was successfully performed, the previously seated Swoke finally stood up, stretching lazily and declaring, Finally, some action. At this moment, WangSheng called out to Feng Xiaotian. Go for it, Tiango. With WangSheng's command, Feng Xiaotian soared into the air, unfurling his wings and sending gusts of wind blades toward the dark clouds above. This was part of WangSheng's earlier strategy. During the enemy's martial spirit fusion technique, he would designate Feng Xiaotian as the Tiango, leaving the rest to him. Unbeknownst to Feng Xiaotian, the name de Tiango was inspired by his persona, reminiscent of the wildly popular mobile game on Myoji, where de Tiango bore a striking resemblance to him. As Feng Xiaotian ascended, the remaining members of the 7 Treasures Academy quickly repelled their opponents and regrouped. Smoke Shield formed a protective barrier around them, while the Thunder Academy hesitated to pursue. At that moment, Huowu leapt into the air, confronting Feng Xiaotian. Xiaotian Quan, did you think we were unprepared? Allow me to show you the power of my fire dance and its synergy with ice and snow fusion. Instantly, the battlefield became a realm of ice and fire. The Thunder Academy felt confident, although the ice and snow fusion technique had previously been thwarted by Xiao Qinyu, the enhanced fire dance technique. Now combined with Huo Wu's innate abilities, promised devastating power, one that even seasoned soul masters had struggled to withstand. However, they could not have anticipated that Feng Xiaotian had consumed the Jiu Jiao Xinbing Chao and Lai Huo Xing Jiao Shu, rendering him immune to the elemental forces at play. The Thunder Academy watched helplessly as Feng Xiaotian effortlessly sent their members flying out of the arena. Following the conclusion of the match, Huo Wu, fuming, tugged at Feng Xiaotian's ear, demanding, "Tell me, when did you gain immunity to ice and fire?" Feng Xiaotian cast a mournful glance at WangSheng and explained, "During my solitary training 2 years ago, this great sage insisted on my secrecy, leaving me no choice." The fiery Huo Wu, still irate, retorted, "I see you've kept this secret to dodge my flames in the future. Had it not been for my collaboration with Binger and Shui Wu today, you would still be hiding it from me." WangSheng hastily intervened to defend Feng Xiaotian, saying, "Regarding the matter with Huo Wu, do not place the blame on Xiaotian. It was I who instructed him to keep it a secret. How about this? I shall teach you a set of techniques to deal with him, ensuring that he will be utterly obedient to you in the future." Upon hearing WangSheng mention a method to subdue Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu excitedly released her grip on Feng Xiaotian's ear and asked, "Really?" WangSheng grinned mischievously and replied, "Of course. I will teach you a self-defense technique specifically designed to handle all sorts of lecherous wolves, ravenous wolves, and the swift and fierce magical wolves." At this, the female students from Lei Ting Academy and Qibao Academy became intrigued and surrounded WangSheng, eager to learn this self-defense technique. As WangSheng demonstrated a few moves, the male students could only tremble and cover their groins, fearing what would happen if these female devils mastered such skills. After Qibao Academy's victory, the top 6 teams of the competition were determined, and WangSheng represented them to draw lots at the organizing committee. Upon entering the committee's office, he found the leaders of the other 5 competing teams already waiting. WangSheng nodded with a smile at Flander and took a seat. At that moment, a representative of the organizing committee approached and announced, "First, congratulations to the 6 teams for successfully becoming the top 6 of this competition. Next, we will proceed with the draw for the matchups. Please welcome the representatives from Wuhuan Temple, Tiando Royal Academy, and Xingluo Royal Academy to draw their opponents." Flander whispered to WangSheng, "Look at how shameless the 3 major powers are. They are determined not to clash before the finals." WangSheng nonchalantly replied, "In truth, it makes little difference whether we fight early or late. Besides, our 2 teams can only meet in the final battle." With this insight, Flander realized that they wouldn't encounter Qibao Academy in the next round, and he secretly rejoiced, thinking that the committee's draw rules were indeed favorable. The leader of the Wuhuan Temple's representative team drew against the vice team of Xingluo Royal Academy, and then Meng Xinji from Tiando Royal Academy drew Qibao Academy. Meng Xinji shook his head helplessly, recognizing that Tiando Royal Academy would not make it to the top 3 this time. The final matchup remained between Xingluo Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. WangSheng couldn't help but think that Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing were destined to face off against Davis and Zhu Zhuyun in the Soul Master competition. While WangSheng reminisced about the battle between Shrek Academy and Xingluo Royal Academy in the original story, Meng Xinji, the commissioner from Tiando Royal Academy, approached him and kindly said, "WangSheng, may I have a word with you?" Seeing that Meng Xinji sought him out, WangSheng nodded and followed him out of the commissioner's office, where Meng Xinji enthusiastically attempted to engage in small talk. As they walked, WangSheng noticed that they were alone and abruptly halted his steps. Since he was not well acquainted with Meng Xinji and anticipated little future interaction, he preferred to avoid the awkwardness of idle conversation. WangSheng directly inquired, "Commissioner Meng, please speak plainly. What is it that you wish to discuss? WangSheng's, ensuring they were unobserved, began, well, tomorrow our two academies will compete for a spot in the top 3. The strength of your Qi Bao Academy is evident, and even His Majesty, the Snow Knight Emperor, is eagerly anticipating that Qi Bao Academy will bring glory to our Tiando Empire. WangSheng humbly responded, Commissioner Meng, you flatter us. The strength of the Tiando Royal main team is equally formidable. WangSheng complimented, though our Tiando Royal team is strong against other teams. We find ourselves somewhat lacking against Qi Bao Academy. The reason I approach you is to seek your assistance. Realizing WangSheng was looking for help, WangSheng surmised his intentions and pretended to be oblivious, asking, What exactly do you mean, Commissioner Meng? With a smile, WangSheng explained, Our Tiando Royal Academy team represents the royal family, and we had hoped to draw against the vice team of Xingluo Royal Academy. This way, the 3 academies could work together to ensure that all 3 remain in Tiando. Alas, fate has not favored us. WangSheng nodded, acknowledging, indeed, what a pity. If only we could secure the top 3 positions, it would be an honor for the Tiando Empire. WangSheng continued, however, now that the matchups are set, we cannot change them. I was hoping you could assist us. WangSheng's wrinkled face bore a constant smile. WangSheng understood that this commissioner was genuinely dedicated to his educational responsibilities and decided not to press him further, saying, I believe I understand your request, Commissioner Meng. How may I assist you? Hearing WangSheng's response, WangSheng's eyes brightened. It is quite simple. Regardless of how the match goes, Qi Bao Academy is bound to emerge victorious. Therefore, for the sake of the royal family's reputation, perhaps the 2 Soul Emperors in your team could refrain from participating in tomorrow's battle, considering that Feng Xiaotian had single-handedly defeated the strongest forces of the 3 elemental academies earlier. WangSheng thought it wise to request WangSheng to hold back those 2 powerful individuals. WangSheng, after hearing WangSheng's request, confidently assured him, Rest assured, Commissioner Meng. Tomorrow, Qi Bao Academy will not employ any lethal techniques. Chapter 136. The son-in-law WangSheng's response left WangSheng baffled. What do you mean by lethal techniques? Wasn't it a rule that prohibited the use of anything other than martial spirits in the competition? Curiously, he asked, May I inquire what you mean by that, young friend? Seeing the confusion on WangSheng's face, WangSheng chuckled and clarified, It means we will not deploy Yang Pafeng and Feng Xiaotian, ensuring a more stable outcome. Moreover, with Yanzi on your side, their strength is not to be underestimated. She is also nearing the level of a Soul Emperor. WangSheng disregarded everything else. But upon hearing WangSheng's assurance that they would not use Yang Pafeng and Feng Xiaotian, he felt relieved. He gratefully clasped his hands together and said, Thank you, young friend. If you ever require assistance from this old man in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Very well, it is settled then. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave to finalize the roster for tomorrow's match, WangSheng replied, returning WangSheng's gesture before departing. Upon returning to the resting quarters of Qi Bao Academy, WangSheng announced, Tomorrow, we will be facing Tiando Royal Academy. Xiao Qinyu was the first to respond. Oh, we are up against Yanzi and her team? What about the other matchups? WangSheng replied, Wuhu and Temple is facing Xingluo's second team, while Shrek will confront Xingluo's first team. Ningyu expressed his disappointment. I was hoping to meet Rong Rong. It seems we will have to wait until the final showdown. Feng Xiaotian laughed heartily. Then let us swiftly conclude our match tomorrow and relax while watching Rong Rong perform. At that moment, WangSheng dampened Feng Xiaotian's enthusiasm, saying, Tomorrow, Xiaotian and Pafeng, you two shall sit this one out. After the draw concluded, Commissioner WangSheng approached me. Ningyu quickly inquired, That old man wouldn't be coercing us with the royal family to throw the match, would he? WangSheng shook his head. Not at all. He simply wishes to preserve some dignity for the Tiando royal family and avoid a humiliating defeat. Ningyu understood the implication and nodded. Then there is no cause for concern. Xiaotian has already made quite an impression today, and Pafeng is a reserved individual, so his absence is inconsequential. Feng Xiaotian glared at Ningyu, saying, Are you still feeling unsatisfied from earlier? Everyone burst into laughter, and Meng Yiran chimed in, Brother Xiaotian. Next time you hit him, avoid the face. Otherwise, I feel embarrassed going out with him. Ningyu protested, You are all being too harsh. Is there any sect that bullies the son of their leader like this? After all, I'm still the young Master Ningsan outside. Meng Yiran playfully twisted Ningyu's ear and teased. Young Master Ningsan, are you considering showing off at the Wanhua Tower again? Ningyu grimaced in pain, quickly pleading, ouch, ouch, ouch. Have some mercy in front of everyone. Observing the lively group of individuals engaged in playful banter, WangSheng could not help but share in their joy. Deep down, he recognized Ningyu's true maturity and composure. However, for the sake of team cohesion, he willingly assumed the role of a jester. It was indeed due to Ningyu's presence over the years that the talented members of Qi Bao Academy had developed a familial bond. As the laughter subsided, WangSheng solemnly remarked, tomorrow, as we face Tiando Academy, let's all strive to perform at our best. Our time at the academy is drawing to a close. Let's cherish these final battles. After hearing these words, a sense of nostalgia washed over the group. Although they would all join Qi Bao Lu Li sect post-graduation, they were aware that each would embark on different paths, attending to the sect's responsibilities. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Yi Lingling suggested, why don't we share our plans for after graduation? The sect master mentioned that we would have the freedom to choose our destinations. WangSheng nodded in agreement. Lingling's suggestion is excellent. Let us discuss our future aspirations. Over the past few years, Qi Bao Lu Li sect had flourished, leading to the establishment of various specialized departments. In addition to the intelligence division, which dealt with information gathering, and the soul hunting team, which procured soul rings for sect members, the sect had formed 6 principal halls. The Qinglong Hall boasted the largest number of soul masters, with 1,000 members primarily tasked with combat. Their usual missions involved collaborating with the Spirit Hall to eradicate rogue bandits and evil soul masters. The elder of Qinglong Hall was the Sword Douluo, Chen Xian. Baihu Hall, responsible for the security of Qi Bao Lu Li sect's various enterprises, had even more soul masters than Qinglong Hall, though most were affiliated with subordinate sects and families. Only 500 were directly under Qi Bao Lu Li sect, with the elder being Long Gong, Meng Shu. Although Zhuke Hall had the fewest soul masters, with just over 100, it played a crucial role. The members were not combat-oriented. Rather, they focused on functional tasks, with the hall elder being Yang Wudi, who specialized in drug cultivation and the development of various devices proposed by WangSheng. The Xianwu Hall, stationed in Qibao City, comprised 500 soul masters, all possessing strength above rank's Soul King. The elder Xianwu Hall was Gu Rong, and within the hall, groups of 10 were responsible for ensuring the sect's internal security. The Kai Hall managed Qi Bao Lu Li sect's external business affairs, with 200 direct soul masters and the elder being Xiao Yun Tian, who, despite being the weakest among the elders, held significant prestige within the sect. Lastly, the Xing Hall was tasked with internal regulation and punishing soul masters who violated sect rules, comprising 300 soul masters, with the elder being Dugabo. However, Dugabo often preferred to spend his time with Yang Wudi in the medicinal gardens of the Ice and Fire Yangyi. Xiao Qingyu was the first to speak. Lingling and I planned to join Qinglong Hall. I heard they are preparing to form a special operations team, and we intend to participate in the selection. Zhao Kai quickly chimed in. If Lingling goes there, I will too. As long as Lingling remains unmarried, I will never give up. Xiao Qingyu rolled his eyes at Zhao Kai, retorting, Oh, Zhao Kai, why are you so persistent? There are plenty of beautiful women at Tian Shui Academy. Why not try your luck there? Zhao Kai pouted. Mind your own business. I am determined to pursue Lingling. If she marries you, I will never marry anyone. Suaku interjected, attempting to halt their bickering. All right, you two have been at this for years. When will you stop? Ningyu playfully embraced Suaku, saying, You must be planning to join Xianwu Hall to hang out with Grandpa Gu. Suaku nodded. Of course, within our team, I am everyone's strong support. After graduation, I aim to be a steadfast guardian of the sect. At this moment, Huang Wu spoke up. I intend to remain at the academy after graduation. I aspire to become a teacher and lead the next generation of Qi Bao Academy to secure more championships. Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. Little Spider is ambitious. I wish you success in becoming Dean Huang. Huang Wu bashfully scratched his head. Though that is my ultimate goal, it is still too early to say. What about you, Iran? Meng Yiran pointed at Ningyu, stating, "I'll follow the chicken if I marry a chicken, and follow the dog if I marry a dog." Just look at that rascal. Ningyu felt quite touched. Although they had never discussed future plans, hearing Meng Yiran's words filled him with happiness, prompting him to blush as he replied, "My father entrusted me with the most important task of continuing the Ning family line." Meng Yiran blushed as well, playfully tugging at Ningyu's ear. "The forMaster would never say that. What are you always thinking about, you lecher?" At this moment, Feng Xiaotian interjected, "Do you? That's an ambitious thought. I plan to propose to Huo Wu after graduation and consider future matters thereafter. What about you, Pafeng?" Young Bull Feng replied, "I'll just focus on my cultivation. I'll do whatever the sect requires." The group was at a loss for words regarding Yang Pafeng's disposition, as he seemed to have no appreciation for life as pleasures. As they cast disparaging looks at Yang Pafeng, WangSheng unexpectedly declared, after graduation, "I intend to become a son-in-law." Upon hearing son-in-law, everyone turned in unison to question WangSheng. He chuckled. "What is wrong with that? Being a son-in-law is quite appealing. Good pay, little work, and close to home." Xiao Chenyu quickly grasped WangSheng's arm, asking, "Come on, Desheng, confess. What did you get, partner? You've been so busy with sect matters since childhood that I've hardly seen you interact with any other females besides Lingling and a few others." Ningyu immediately began to speculate. "Could it be my father wants you to arrange a marriage with some influential family? But even so, that wouldn't necessitate you becoming a son-in-law, would it?" WangSheng interrupted Ningyu's train of thought. "You'll find out in due time. I'll introduce you to her later. The idea of becoming a son-in-law is merely a jest, but I may indeed stay at her home for a year or two." Xiao Chenyu playfully punched WangSheng's chest. "Desheng, you're quite the character. You've kept this under wraps all this time. Are you planning to marry after the forMaster tournament?" Ningyu chimed in, "Indeed, Desheng, you've been rather secretive about this." When the topic of marriage arose, WangSheng suddenly recalled something and mentioned, "By the way, I encountered Lin Weiwei while hunting for my 5th soul ring. She is set to marry after the tournament, and we should all join in the celebrations." Meng Yiran, intrigued, asked, "Sister Weiwei is getting a family? Who is the lucky one? Is he handsome?" WangSheng teased, "Take a guess. You all know him." Everyone quickly racked their brains for familiar names. Zhao Kai was the first to venture a guess. "Is it Lane?" He seemed quite interested in Weiwei back in the day. On the first day of school, he asked her name. WangSheng shook his head. "Not Lane. Try again." Xiao Chenyu asked, "Could it be Diba?" Ningyu, with a forlorn expression, chimed in, "It wouldn't be that my father wants to marry Weiwei to become my stepmother, would it?" Meng Yiran slapped Ningyu on the back of the head, scolding, "Can't you think of something more reasonable?" WangSheng, amused by Ningyu's antics, decided to reveal the answer. Weiwei is set to marry Aolfu. They were assigned to the same soul-splitting team, and their feelings blossomed over time. Upon hearing Aolfu's name, everyone recalled the boy who had once been scolded to tears by Shun Li, and they soon turned to WangSheng with curiosity, eager to learn more about the affair. The following morning, the 4th round of the forMaster tournament commenced, determining the top 3 competitors. The first match featured Tiando Royal Academy facing off against Qi Bao Academy. On the Tiando side, Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin led their team into the arena, while Qi Bao Academy dispatched their formidable 7-member team, renowned across the continent's battle arenas for their prowess. On the battlefield of Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Shenji cast a grateful nod towards WangSheng, who was seated at the reserve bench of Qi Bao Academy, and WangSheng reciprocated with a smile. The competitors from both sides lined up face to face. Compared to the original story, Tiando Royal Academy was missing Yi Lingling, who was replaced by Huang Wan'er, an auxiliary forMaster wielding a flute. Huang Wan'er, lively and charming, smiled at the members of Qi Bao Academy, her dimples adding to her allure. With the consent of Ning Fengji, Tiando Royal Academy had recently begun implementing a special training program led by Dugu Yin, which significantly enhanced the team's strength. Captain Yu Qianheng now possessed a soul power of level 47, second only to Dugu Yin's level 58, with the other 5 members also reaching the Soul Zone realm. As a referee announced the start of the match, both teams positioned themselves. Tiando Royal Academy, as the seed team of the Tiando Empire, boasted a considerable advantage in strength over the 5 elemental academies. The brothers Shimo and Shimo shielded Duguyan in the center, while Huang Wan'er quickly retreated to the rear, playing her flute. As her third soul ring illuminated, a faint blue light enveloped the members of Tiando Royal Academy. Asro and Yufeng charged towards Qibao Academy, while Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai faced them head-on, with Yu Qianheng leading the charge against Sok, who wielded a large shield. On the Qibao Academy side, Ning Yu's enhancements transformed into vibrant streams of light, merging with his teammates, while Huang Wu and Meng Iran effectively restrained 2 agile attacking Soul Masters. Once Ning Yu had completed his support, he and Yi Lingling swiftly dashed towards the Shijiao brothers, who were guarding Duguyan. Engaging first, Yu Qianheng launched an attack with his dragon claws, crackling with electricity at Sok, who calmly deflected the strike with his shield. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Yu Qianheng unleashed his soul skill, Thunderbolt, while Sok effortlessly fortified his defense, rendering Yu Tianheng's efforts futile. At that moment, Duguyan began to act, her soul rings flickering as poison gas enveloped both Tiando Royal Academy and Qibao Academy. The members of Tiando Royal Academy inhaled the gas, invigorating them and intensifying their attacks, while the members of Qibao Academy found their attributes significantly weakened. Xiao Qinyu immediately commanded a retreat, urging Sok to prepare. The 7-member team instantly froze in action, with Sok raising his shield to deflect Yu Tianheng's advance. The shield wall was established, as everyone pushed into the protective barrier amidst the poisonous fog. However, Duguyan's invisible poison gradually seeped into the fortress. WangSheng glanced at Meng Xinji, who wore a knowing smile. Yesterday's flattery towards WangSheng was to ensure that he would not deploy his strongest members, relying on Duguyan's formidable strength. Tiando Royal Academy had a chance to defeat Qibao Academy. Observing Meng Xinji's confident demeanor, WangSheng shook his head in quiet dismay, pondering the cunning of the old guard. Just as Meng Xinji reveled in his triumph, the situation on the battlefield abruptly shifted. Amidst the colorful poison gas, 4 swift figures darted into the ranks of Tiando Royal Academy. Duguyan sensed the anomaly and shouted, "Shijiao brothers, protect Wan'er, everyone be on guard." The Shijiao brothers rushed to Huang Wan'er's side, intercepting 2 figures that lunged at her. Upon collision, the 2 figures dissipated into thin air. Yu Qianheng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "It's a feint. Yen, be careful." Without granting them time to react, a powerful tornado erupted beneath Duguyan's feet, drawing her into its vortex. As Xiao Qinyu's tornado engulfed Duguyan, the members of Tiando Royal Academy gasped in shock. Duguyan was their sole reliance for victory. If she fell, defeat was inevitable. Following the tornado's passage, Xiao Qinyu and Duguyan appeared before the others, with Duguyan seemingly unscathed. Xiao Qinyu shook his head in regret. "I didn't expect you to possess a dispelling soulbone technique." Duguyan smiled, replying, "Xiao Yu, did you think I had no hidden cards? My body soulbone technique is a defensive treasure. This soulbone, gifted by Ning Fengji years ago for her poison resistance, was a rare 30,000-year-old treasure that Duguyan had never revealed before, known only to a select few. Even Yu Tianheng was unaware." Seeing Duguyan unharmed, Yu Tianheng was elated, exclaiming, "Yin, I'm so glad you're okay." Duguyan pointed towards the Qibao Academy reserve bench and said, "How could I be in any trouble? As long as those few do not enter the fray, I still have some assurance." Xiao Qinyu looked at Duguyan. "Yin, are you underestimating us?" Zhou, wielding a large blade, added, "If you continue to look down on us, we may just get serious." Duguyan chuckled, Come on. Though we are familiar off the field, let us give our all in the match." Hearing this from the stage, Meng Xinji's expression darkened, sensing trouble. At that moment, both sides clashed once more, and Qibao Academy showed no restraint. Asro, Yufeng, and Huang Wan'er were all knocked off the stage. The battlefield now stood at 4 against 7, placing Tiando Royal Academy at a significant disadvantage. Yu Qianheng called out, Shimo, you two protect Yan, I'll go first." Duguyan understood the cue and activated her 5th soul skill, paralyzing Xiao Qinyu and Sok. Simultaneously, Yu Qianheng unleashed multiple soul skills targeting Ningyu. But Zhao Kai swiftly intervened with his blade. Zhao Kai, are you not controlling yourself? Who do you look down upon? Zhao Kai declared as his fifth soul ring glimmered, his weapon splitting into two. He wielded both blades against Yu Qianheng. Yu Qianheng defended with his dragon claws against Zhao Kai's relentless onslaught, but gradually, the icy crystals began to form on his claws. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Yu Qianheng felt his limbs growing numb. Without Dugu Yan's poison enhancement, he doubted he could withstand many more blows. Zhao Kai, however, would not grant him respite, unleashing his third soul skill, further intensifying his assault. Sensing the imminent danger, Dugu Yan hastily activated the Bailin Gray poison once more in an attempt to subdue Zhao Kai. Just before Dugu Yan's soul skill could take effect, Zhao Kai struck decisively, sending Yu Qianheng flying. Meng Yiran, witnessing Yu Qianheng's ejection, recognized the tide had turned and charged alongside the Shijiao brothers toward Qibao Academy. At this moment, Meng Xinji acknowledged the futility of their situation and shook his head. Just then, a large hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice from behind spoke. Meng Jiaowei, this match has had its back and forth. Surely, it hasn't tarnished the Tiando royal family's reputation? Meng Xinji turned to see WangSheng, wearing a seemingly harmless smile, and hastily replied, "We must extend our gratitude to Qibao Academy for their assistance today." Observing the insincerity in the old man's demeanor, WangSheng pondered that this man had dedicated his life to education and refrained from further comment, simply inquiring, "What is your opinion on the upcoming appearance of Shrek Academy?" Meng Jiaowei. Upon mentioning Shrek Academy, Meng Xinji felt a pang of regret. Had it not been for Prince Xiaosheng's interference, the individuals from Shrek Academy would originally have been representatives of the Tiando Royal Academy. He lamented, "Their strength and potential are indeed remarkable. It is a pity they could not represent Tiando Royal Academy in battle." WangSheng nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed unfortunate. However, I believe the true loss lies in their participation in this year's competition. Had they competed in the next edition, I am confident that the overall strength of Shrek Academy would have reached the level of Soul Emperors." Meng Xinji considered the ages of the Shrek members and concurred. That is certainly the case. Given the talent of these youngsters, it is quite possible for them to increase their soul power by 10 to 20 levels in 5 years. Soul Masters experience the most rapid growth before the age of 20. By the time one reaches my age, it takes several years to gain a single level of soul power. At that moment, WangSheng pondered, what would it matter, if not for his own presence? The Shrek 7 would all have become titled Douluos by the age of 25, which would indeed be terrifying. WangSheng said little more, recognizing that the outcome of the competition was already determined. After exchanging pleasantries with Meng Xinji, he returned to the preparation area of the Seven Treasure Academy. The subsequent matches concluded as expected, with the top 3 of this Soul Master competition being the Golden Generation of Wuhuan Hall, the Shrek 7, and the dominating Seven Treasure Academy. The 3 leading teams stood in unison on the arena, and Bibi Dong appeared within the organizing committee. She slowly announced, "Next, we will proceed to the first phase of the finals, the individual matches. The winning team will compete against the victors from the losing teams for the championship." Just as Bibi Dong finished announcing the rules, Xiaogang from Shrek raised his hand first, declaring, "Our Shrek Academy voluntarily concedes the individual matches. We will participate in the loser's bracket." His cunning strategy was to let the Golden Generation of Wuhuan Hall and the Seven Treasure Academy exhaust each other, allowing Shrek Academy to reap the benefits of their conflict. However, the triumphant smile on Xiaojang's face barely lasted a few seconds before he saw WangSheng leisurely raising his hand as well, saying, "Your Holiness, we from Seven Treasure Academy also concede directly and will join the loser's bracket." Upon hearing WangSheng's concession, Xiaogang could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily at WangSheng, "You could have won in the individual matches. Why concede? I see you're simply seeking revenge." WangSheng coldly replied, "Are you foolish? Seeking revenge? Each of us from Shrek Academy shares a strong bond. Where would such enmity arise? Moreover, is it permissible for you to concede while I am not allowed the same?" Xiaogang was left speechless by this retort. huffing in annoyance before turning away to avoid further confrontation with WangSheng. Observing Yu Xiaogang's embarrassment, Bibi Dong felt a sense of satisfaction and stated, according to the competition rules, the final championship match will take place tomorrow, with the loser's bracket contest in the morning and the championship battle for first place in the afternoon. After his little scheme failed, Yu Xiaogang summoned Tang San and Xiao Wu to his room later that night. Upon their arrival, Yu Xiaogang closed the door and addressed Tang San. Xiao San, do you have any hidden weapons or poisons that can silently eliminate opponents without leaving traces? Hearing his teacher's inquiry, Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang in confusion and replied, Teacher, you wouldn't want me to win using such underhanded methods, would you? I believe we can fight as a united front. Yu Xiaogang coldly stated, only through victory will our efforts bear fruit. Moreover, those methods are part of your strength. Why should the Seven Treasure Academy be allowed to brazenly engage in match fixing while we cannot employ some tactics? Seeing that, Tang San still hesitated. Yu Xiaogang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, after this competition, you will graduate. I have taught you all I can. Now I impart this final lesson, one you must confront in your future. Xiao San, remember, the world of soul masters is perilous, and a true man must not shy away from poison. Chapter 139. Conspiracy. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang utter the phrase a true man must not shy away from poison, Tang San, raised in the Tang sect with a decisive education, felt little turmoil within. In his understanding, kindness is reserved for loved ones, while anything goes against enemies. However, the innocent Xiao Wu disagreed with Yu Xiaogang's perspective, saying, Master, this is still a competition, not a life-and-death battle. There is no need for such methods. Yu Xiaogang anticipated Xiao Wu's objection, knowing that her teleportation ability would be necessary for some tactics. He glanced at Tang San, signaling him to persuade Xiao Wu. Tang San understood Yu Xiaogang's intent and said to Xiao Wu, the teacher is right. The Soul Master competition has too many unreasonable rules, and previously, when WangSheng severely injured so many of us, we nearly failed to pass the preliminaries. Just follow the teacher's arrangements. Xiao Wu remained reluctant and countered. Isn't it because we didn't participate that WangSheng retaliated? If all of us from Shrek had fought, we wouldn't have faced such a close call to advance. As Xiao Wu spoke, her voice grew softer. Yu Xiaogang's various actions throughout the competition had already caused dissatisfaction among the Shrek Academy members. Yet he was still Tang San's teacher, which kept Xiao Wu from voicing her concerns. Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and said, Xiao Wu, I know you are unwilling, but this is the only way for us to defeat the Seven Treasure Academy. If we lose this time, all our years of effort will be in vain. I must prove myself in this Soul Master competition to establish my own power and contend with Wu Huanhao. Since discovering the true identity of his father, Tang San had resolved to grow stronger. Family ties always transcended his moral standards, making it imperative for him to defeat Wu Huanhao. With his current abilities, he was far from capable. Only by establishing the Tang sect could he confront them. Thus, the championship title in the Soul Master competition held great significance for him. Xiao Wu nodded reluctantly, saying, Understood, brother. Although she was deeply reluctant, Tang San represented her entire world. As long as she could assist him, she was willing to do anything. With Xiao Wu's agreement, Yu Xiaogang shared his thoughts. Based on his observations of the main soul skills of the Seven Treasure Academy's key players, the best opportunity to strike would be during Xiao Qinyu's Tornado and Swoke Shield Fortress. In these two abilities, outsiders would find it difficult to discern the internal circumstances. As long as the attack was executed discreetly, they could eliminate several crucial combatants of the Seven Treasure Academy without anyone being the wiser. After Yu Xiaogang laid out the plan, Tang San produced several glistening, thumb-sized needles from his possession. Introducing them, these are the modified poison needles I created, called ice crystal bone needles. They are made from a colorless and tasteless venom, solidified into needle form through freezing. He continued, holding up an ice crystal bone needle. Once this needle is embedded within an opponent's body, the venom will dissolve upon contact with blood, and while the poison is not particularly potent, its effectiveness is remarkable. The afflicted will merely feel weakness, appearing as if their soul power has been exhausted, without any other signs of poisoning. A soul master poisoned by this will be fine after a day or two, and by then, it will be impossible to trace the source. Hearing about the ice crystal bone needle's effects, Xiaogang nodded repeatedly, affirming it as the perfect tool for victory in tomorrow's match. He then addressed Xiao Wu. Tomorrow, when Xiao Qinyu uses that tornado ability, swiftly teleport inside and inject this needle into him before quickly teleporting out. Others will merely believe that his soul skill caused excessive soul power depletion. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang turned to Tang San and remarked, Xiao San, I have observed a flaw in the defensive Soul Master shield barrier at Qibao Academy, which is wielded by Swoke. The barrier effectively protects against attacks from above and the sides, yet leaves the ground unguarded. Each time Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Qinyu prepare to unleash their large-scale soul techniques, the members of Qibao Academy invariably retreat within the barrier. Tang San instantly comprehended Yu Xiaogang's implication and responded, Teacher, you mean that when they all enter the barrier, I can use my Lan Yin Xiao to emerge from within and silently launch the ice crystal piercing needle, correct? Rest assured, I will accomplish this. Yu Xiaogang continued to ponder and said, As for Feng Xiaotian and that Yang Pefeng, I sense their strength surpasses yours significantly, which complicates matters. Thus, ultimately, it still hinges on your capabilities. The deployment we've discussed can only mitigate part of their combat strength. Tang San nodded and assured, Teacher, have faith in me. Through this period of training, I am confident I can contend with them. Moreover, we possess our martial soul fusion technique. I believe we shall emerge victorious in the end. However, outside the door, Lu Erlong, who was on the verge of delivering something to Yu Xiaogang, overheard everything clearly. Lu Erlong felt utterly disappointed by Yu Xiaogang's words. Ever since arriving in Wuhuan City, Yu Xiaogang had deliberately distanced himself from her in the presence of outsiders. She never anticipated hearing him today planning to engage in such despicable behavior. This realization filled Lu Erlong with profound disappointment. Initially, upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's various ignoble actions from Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong had foolishly convinced herself that it was all a result of Bibi Dong's manipulation. In her heart, Yu Xiaogang could never be that kind of person, and the words he spoke before Bibi Dong were merely a tactical ploy to extract information about the cultivation methods for twin martial souls. At this moment, Lu Erlong's disappointment gradually transformed into fury. If it were just the two of them conspiring, it could be overlooked, but now they were involving Xiao Wu, whom she regarded as her own daughter. Xiao Wu, with her innocent nature, was being used as a pawn by the two of them, which Lu Erlong could not tolerate. In her rage, she prepared to kick the door open. Just as Lu Erlong was about to burst in, a figure clad in black appeared behind her. The person's cloak obscured their identity, with the hood pulled low, revealing only the lower half of their face, which bore the marks of hardship. With a scruffy beard streaked with gray, a silent strike rendered Lu Erlong unconscious. Inside the room, among the three who were plotting, Tang San sensed a disturbance at the door and quickly gestured for Yu Xiaogang to remain silent. Utilizing his ghost shadow perplexing track, he appeared by the door and swiftly opened it, only to find a black-clad figure standing at the threshold, having subdued the unconscious Lu Erlong. Upon seeing this person, Tang San was filled with joy and exuberantly exclaimed, Father, Chapter 140. A miscalculation. Tang Hao quickly assisted Lu Erlong into the room and, after closing the door, sternly remarked, You three need to be more cautious when conversing. She overheard everything. Xiao Wu took Lu Erlong from Tang Hao, trembling as she asked, Uncle, is my mother all right? Ever since learning that Tang San's father was a titled Douluo who had been secretly protecting Tang San, Xiao Wu felt apprehensive, fearing that Tang Hao might be aware of her spirit beast identity. Seeing the fear in Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang Hao reassured her, She is fine. She merely fainted. I am aware of your relationship with Xiao San, and I support you both. Do not worry about anything else. The implication in Tang Hao's words was clear. He assured Xiao Wu that she would not face any harm, which brought her some relief. Tang San was also delighted by his father's arrival and inquired, Father, what brings you here? This is Wuhuan City. It is perilous if discovered. Tang Hao was touched by his son's concern and replied with determination, Even if discovered, no one can stop me. He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, saying, You both should leave with me once the Soul Master competition concludes. Xiao-san, I intend to provide you with several years of specialized training. Hearing that his father would personally train him filled Tang-san with joy, and he eagerly responded, "All right, father, I will follow your lead." Tang Hao continued to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, for the upcoming years, Xiao-san will train in various places. You should return to your home, as it is the safest place for you. Initially, Tang-san and Xiao Wu were elated by the thought that Tang Hao supported their relationship. But upon hearing that his father intended to separate them, Tang-san quickly protested. "Father, Xiao Wu can accompany us in our training. With your formidable strength, she would be safe by your side." Tang Hao shook his head and replied, "You must heed my arrangements. You will understand in due time." Noticing Xiao Wu's uncertainty, Tang Hao added, "I won't say much more. After Xiao-san's training, I will ensure he finds you. I hope you will return to your home and wait until you become a soul sage before joining him." Xiao Wu understood Tang Hao's intentions and nodded. "I understand, uncle." After finalizing the arrangements, Tang Hao departed. The three inside the room gazed at Lu Erlong, who lay unconscious on the bed. Tang-san was the first to speak. "Teacher, what about Teacher Erlong?" Xiao Wu, equally concerned, looked anxiously at Lu Erlong. Xiaogang spoke slowly. "You two should return and rest. Tomorrow, we will proceed as discussed today. Do not worry about Erlong. I will explain everything to her when she awakens." Xiaogang instructed Tang-san to insert the ice crystal-piercing needle into Lu Erlong's body while she was still unconscious, fearing that her emotions might become unstable upon awakening, thus soothing Xiao Wu. Once Tang-san and Xiao Wu left, Xiaogang sat beside Lu Erlong, his mind racing with thoughts on how to persuade her when she awoke. After a while, Lu Erlong gradually opened her eyes. Upon seeing Xiaogang beside her, she rubbed her head, suddenly recalling the conversation she had overheard among the three. When she had been on the verge of bursting in, she had been struck from behind. Now, as she opened her eyes, only Xiaogang remained. Lu Erlong felt utterly drained and looked at Xiaogang, urging, "Xiaogang, how could you do this? Surely you remember that the Soul Master competition forbids the use of external aids?" Xiaogang coldly regarded Lu Erlong, his voice icy. "Erlong, do you have any idea how crucial the Soul Master competition is to me?" Lu Erlong gently implored. "I understand its significance, but we should defeat Qibao Academy honorably. How can we resort to such despicable tactics?" "Despicable? Am I the despicable one? Is WangSheng not despicable? I have always claimed he is a sinister Soul Master. Yet none of you believed me. How could a talentless waste attain the rank of Soul King?" Xiaogang was nearly deranged, no longer caring about anything but victory. Lu Erlong struggled to sit up and insisted, "No, you must not proceed with this. There is still time to retract your actions before the competition begins." Xiaogang shook his head, disappointment clouding his gaze as he looked at Lu Erlong. "Erlong, I am your husband. Why can't you stand by my side at this critical juncture?" With great effort, Lu Erlong pushed herself up from the bed, determined to find Tang-san and Xiao Wu. She was resolute in stopping them. As she attempted to leave, Xiaogang swiftly grasped her, pinning her firmly to the bed. "Erlong, you cannot go out. I am compelled to do all of this." Tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Erlong gazed at Xiaogang with disappointment. "Xiaogang, let me go. This cannot proceed. Allow me to seek out old Fu. If he consents, I will no longer interfere." Xiaogang could hardly believe that Falande would agree. While restraining Liu Erlong to prevent her from moving, he spoke soothingly. "Erlong, do not concern yourself with this matter. I promise you that once the Soul Master competition concludes, I will take you away from all this, and we shall traverse the continent together." This was a promise Liu Erlong had awaited for 20 long years, yet upon hearing it now, her heart had already turned to stone, for Xiaogang was no longer the same in her eyes. Noticing the despondency in Liu Erlong's gaze, Xiaogang's expression hardened. He produced a rope to bind her tightly and stuffed a towel in her mouth. Given that Tang San's ice crystal penetration needle would render Liu Erlong utterly feeble for a day or two, he felt no fear for her after the competition. At that moment, Liu Erlong was securely tied up, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. After today, Xiaogang and she would have no further entanglements. The next day, The match between Qibao Academy and Xiaolake Academy was about to commence. Members from both academies arrived early at the preparation area. Fulan Day scanned the surroundings, but did not see Liu Erlong's figure. He inquired of Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, where is Erlong? Yu Xiaogang replied. Erlong said she is unwell and will not be coming. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojang's response, Fulan Day did not dwell on it, nodding in understanding. I see. After the match, I shall go check on her. Learning that Fulan Day intended to visit Liu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang felt a twinge of guilt but feigned calmness as he said, Erlong is merely feeling a bit unwell and will recover shortly. As the principal, your foremost duty is to maintain the morale of everyone. This is a challenging battle, and we must prioritize the greater good. Fulan Day promptly redirected his attention to the Xiaolake 7 monsters present. Clearing his throat, he declared, Little monsters, today's match is crucial. Let us muster our strength and secure victory this morning, and in the afternoon, we shall strive to bring home the championship honor. The Xiaolake 7 monsters strode confidently onto the arena, while on the other side, WangSheng of Qibao Academy addressed his teammates. Our strategy today is to launch a strong offensive. Let us resolve this quickly. There is another battle awaiting us this afternoon. As the Xiaolake Academy's 7 members entered the arena, the members of Qibao Academy followed suit. Meng Iran, Huangwu, and Suaka did not take the stage. Instead, today Qibao Academy showcased their strongest lineup. Upon noticing that Suaka was absent from the lineup, Yu Xiaogang felt a pang of concern. His calculations had gone awry. In Chapter 141, As You Wish, members from both academies stood at the back of the arena. WangSheng exchanged knowing glances with Ning Rongrong, while the Xiaolake members, aside from Tong San and Xiao Wu, smiled warmly at WangSheng. WangSheng initiated the dialogue. I consider you all friends off the field, but once we step onto this platform, we are adversaries. When the match begins, let us all give our utmost. This is the greatest respect I can offer. The Xiaolake 7 monsters nodded in agreement, and as the referee's signal rang out, the duel commenced. The Ning siblings quickly amplified their teammates, showcasing their impressive synergy. Osika, after consuming a flying mushroom sausage, soared into the air, preparing various old techniques to provide support to his comrades at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan, already airborne, was pursued by Feng Xiaoyan. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire line shot directly at Feng Xiaoyan, who countered with several wind blades that suppressed Ma Hongjuan's soul technique. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing executed their martial soul fusion, the Yoming Bai Hu, while Xiao Chenyu and Zhao Kai coordinated their assault on the Yoming Bai Hu. At this juncture, Tong San, Xiao Wu, and WangSheng remained immobile. Observing that their opponents had yet to make a move, Tong San and Xiao Wu refrained from acting. Before long, Ma Hongjuan succumbed to the pressure, and it was Tong San who finally sprang into action. As Feng Xiaoyan was ensnared by the blue-silver prison, a strand of blue-silver grass swiftly pulled Ma Hongjuan to Tong San's side. On the other side, as Xiao Chenyu unleashed a tornado, Xiao Wu suddenly vanished from sight. When she reappeared before everyone, Xiao Chenyu lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Kai, distracted by Xiao Chenyu's condition, was struck heavily by the Yoming Bai Hu and sent flying out of the arena. Yilingling's healing technique had no effect on Xiao Chenyu, prompting WangSheng to turn to Tong San and say, So, this is how you wish to play? Tong San feigned ignorance, replying, What seems to be the problem? Your teammate appears to have exhausted his soul power due to overexertion. Xiao Wu chimed in, Indeed, I merely teleported beside him and gave him a kick, and he ceased his soul technique. WangSheng regarded Tong San meaningfully and said, No matter if this is how you wish to proceed, let us continue. Puffing. Yang Puffeng brandished his spear and charged at the Yoming Bai Hu, while WangSheng teleported between Tong San and Xiao Wu. With a single punch, WangSheng sent Xiao Wu flying and engaged Tong San in combat. Tong San thrust his 8 spider lances towards WangSheng, who took a step back. At that moment, Tong San swiftly employed blue-silver grass to pull the Xiaolake 7 monsters together, while Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai, separated from the Yoming Bai Hu, quickly consumed the sausages handed to them by Osika to restore their soul power. The remaining 5 members of the Qibao battle team found themselves ensnared by Tong San's blue-silver prison. aware that the opponent's strength would soon overpower the confines. Tang San urgently called out, "Now!" The Xiaogang 7 monsters immediately understood. Ning Rongrong and O.C. Ka clasped hands, while the remaining 5 encircled them, forming a straight. From the back, Ning Rongrong transmitted energy to Tang San at the front. Tang San summoned his Hao Tian hammer, a colossal black weapon radiating boundless energy. WangSheng and his companions quickly extricated themselves from the blue-silver prison, realizing that the Xiaogang 7 monsters had successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique. WangSheng swiftly issued the command, "Scatter!" The 5 members of Qibao Academy dispersed, and Tang San swung his Hao Tian hammer down against the ground, unleashing an explosive force that reverberated throughout the martial soul city. Under Tang San's overwhelming strike, Yilingling and Ningyu also lost their combat capabilities, while WangSheng, blood trickling from his mouth, struggled to rise. Feng Xiaoyan descended slowly from the sky, and Yang Pufeng remained standing on the arena. The Xiaogang 7 monsters had not anticipated that 3 members of Qibao Academy would still be standing. This had been their well-kept secret weapon. Xiaogang furrowed his brow. Having previously instructed Tang San and Xiao Wu to employ those minor tactics merely as a precaution, the true trump card had always been this martial soul fusion technique of 7. What astonished him was that WangSheng and his 2 companions could withstand such a blow. At this moment, the Xiaogang 7 monsters, having channeled their soul power into Tang San, found the rest of their team devoid of combat ability. All slumped on the ground, consuming O.C. Ka sausages in hopes of regaining their soul power, leaving only Tang San with the strength to continue fighting. WangSheng signaled to Yang Pufeng and Feng Xiaoyan to clear the other 6 from the arena. Just then, Tang San activated the blue-silver prison once more, restraining the 3 opponents. Tang San swiftly consumed O.C. Ka's flying mushroom sausage and soared into the air, needing to gather strength for his Ruan Pifeng hammer technique. Observing this, WangSheng instructed Feng Xiaoyan, "Go up and stop him. Do not let him gather strength." Feng Xiaoyan quickly understood and broke free from the blue-silver prison, flying into the air and unleashing his upgraded self-created soul technique, the Wind Demon Wolf's 81 slashes. Seeing Feng Xiaoyan's technique approaching, Tang San felt a surge of urgency. He was nearly there. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly teleported in front of Tang San, absorbing countless wind blades upon herself. As Tang San completed his charge, he pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace. But the 8 spider lances on his back were obliterated by Feng Xiaoyan's wind blades, scattering debris across the ground. Tang San, enduring the pain, with his eyes reddened, unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique against Feng Xiaotian. With the enhancement of the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, Tang San's chaotic wind successfully neutralized Feng Xiaoyan's 81 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf, simultaneously inflicting serious injuries upon him. After overcoming Feng Xiaotian, Tang San gently descended with Xiao Wu in his arms, placing her on the ground. He pointed his furious hammer at WangSheng and Yang Pufeng, declaring, "You shall not fare well for hurting Xiao Wu." WangSheng, taken aback by the dire situation, realized, although he was aware that the ultimate move of the Shrek 7 monsters was the 7-in-1 fusion skill, he had prepared himself accordingly. WangSheng believed that if Xiaogang could develop the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, so could he. However, Xiao Wu's ambush had resulted in their immediate loss of Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kai, abruptly disrupting their rhythm. Assessing the injuries of his comrades, WangSheng understood that they could not sustain further losses before the final battle in the afternoon. Turning to Yang Pufeng, he instructed, "Pufeng, I will face him alone. Conserve your strength for the afternoon finals." Yang Pufeng nodded and stepped aside, his gaze fixed on the remaining members of Shrek. Should they refrain from intervening, he too would abstain from the conflict between WangSheng and Tang San. On the sidelines, Xiaogang felt a surge of elation. Despite Tang San's previous 2 attacks being taxing on his spirit power, a careful calculation revealed that Tang San still possessed the strength of a Soul King. In a one-on-one confrontation, he trusted that Tang San would surely defeat WangSheng. With this thought, Xiaogang called out to Tang San, "Xiao San." The earlier setbacks against WangSheng were due to his superior spirit power. Now that your spirit power is comparable, finish him off at once. Upon hearing Xiaogang's words, Tang San nodded and addressed Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, let us engage. You will soon understand what true power is. Wang Sheng smirked, replying, as you wish. Chapter 142, A Moment of Ruin. With that, the two prepared for battle. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer, his gaze intensely focused on Wang Sheng's every move. He understood that his blue-silver grass lacked significant control over Wang Sheng due to its resilience. Utilizing the blue-silver grass's soul technique would only deplete his spirit power further. Currently, the energy from the 7-in-1 fusion skill within Tang San could sustain him for approximately 5 more minutes. Thus, he needed a swift resolution. Tang San initiated the attack, employing the Go Shadow Phantom technique to swiftly close the distance to Wang Sheng. His left hand transformed into a claw, executing the controlling crane capturing dragon technique to seize Wang Sheng's wrist, while his right hand prepared to strike with the Haotian hammer. Wang Sheng deftly extended his right hand, using his index and middle fingers to jab at Tang San's palm, while his left hand rose to strike at Tang San's chest. Tang San's Haotian hammer swept horizontally toward Wang Sheng, but just as it was about to land, Wang Sheng's body transformed into a shadow and vanished from Tang San's sight. Tang San had anticipated Wang Sheng's shadowy teleportation technique. As the shadow materialized behind him, Tang San swiftly leaped forward to create distance, turning to unleash a glimmering attack. The Haotian hammer was merely a feint. Tang San knew that only his Tang Sek techniques could vanquish Wang Sheng. A flurry of icy light shot toward Wang Sheng's face. Although the competition rules forbade the use of external objects, Wang Sheng remained on high alert against Tang San. As the icy light approached, Wang Sheng's dark golden claws sliced through it like lightning, splitting the attack into two, which fell harmlessly to the ground, revealing the true form of the shards from the 8 spider lances that had been shattered by Feng Xiaoyan's wind blades. Undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, Tang San grasped 2 shards of the 8 spider lances in his hands. With a flick of his wrists, he unleashed the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique, Rain of Flowers, showering Wang Sheng with a storm of shards. Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction, remarking to Flinder, Xiao San's ability to adapt to the battlefield by utilizing the remnants of the 8 spider lances as hidden weapons demonstrates his mastery over the situation. Flinder agreed. There is nothing more we can teach him. The path ahead must be forged by himself. Zhao Wujia added, this Soul Master competition is replete with prodigies. I believe that in the coming decades, many of these young individuals will attain the rank of title Douluo. It seems we are aging and will eventually be surpassed. Xiaogang concurred. Indeed. However, I believe that in the future, Xiao San will shine the brightest among them. Zhao Wujia scoffed at Xiaogang's praise. The current competition featured numerous prodigious talents. Although Tang San undoubtedly outshone most of his peers, Zhao Wujia did not agree that he was the most radiant. His gaze shifted to Wang Sheng, who was engaged in combat with Tang San, reflecting on the months spent with him in Shrek and silently contemplating. Little brat, you repeatedly create miracles that defy convention. One day, the brightest star will surely be you. The battle unfolded spectacularly, with Tang San attacking from every conceivable angle, compelling Wang Sheng to evade without finding an opening. Tang San's speed intensified, and his anxiety mounted as the shards of the 8 spider lances dwindled. Time was slipping away. If he did not conclude the fight swiftly, he would exhaust his spirit power and lose his chance. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng narrowly avoided being struck by the shards several times, fully aware of the lethal poison infused within them. A wound would mean his defeat. Tang San gritted his teeth and declared, Wang Sheng, I wonder if you can evade this next move. His Xianyu hand shimmered with brilliance as he prepared to execute the Tang Sek's 4th-ranked deadly technique. 1001 Nights. Wang Sheng noticed the change in Tang San's hands and surmised his intentions. Immediately, he activated all his enhancement soul techniques, summoning the Black Yao Tiger Shadow. Each shard of the 8 spider lances in Tang San's hands was imbued with the inner strength of the Xiantiangong, shooting toward Wang Sheng like a guided missile. Wang Sheng had no choice but to rely on teleportation to evade the powerful 1001 Nights attack. In the arena, shadows and white light intertwined in a dazzling display. The rapid use of the Black Yao Tiger Shadow Soul technique took a considerable toll on WangSheng's spirit power. As he struggled to evade, Xiaogang felt a swell of pride. Were it not for the competition's rules against killing, he would have wished for Tang San to eliminate WangSheng on the spot, alleviating his own heartache. Above them, Bibi Dong observed WangSheng's precarious evasion, yet she discerned something unusual. Turning to Ning Fengji, she noted his calm demeanor, devoid of worry. Uncertain whether Ning Fengji had recognized the shift in the situation or was merely feigning composure, she inquired, "Ning Zhongzhu, your esteemed disciple seems to be in a rather unfavorable position. Your calmness is truly admirable." Ning Fengji smiled slightly and replied, "Your Holiness, I have always had faith in my disciple. I believe he can navigate this predicament." Bibi Dong, with a hint of a smile, probed further. "Do you believe WangSheng has a method to turn the tide?" Ning Fengji regarded her thoughtfully and replied, "I trust your Holiness has already perceived Sheng'er's strategy." They exchanged knowing smiles. WangSheng's countermeasures were apparent to any astute observer, revealing a clear perspective from the sidelines. However, Xiaogang, blinded by his animosity, failed to notice that WangSheng had stealthily closed the distance to Tang San amidst his repeated teleportations. As WangSheng gradually approached Tang San, Xiaogang suddenly realized that WangSheng, seemingly evading Tang San's relentless onslaught, was actually drawing nearer. He immediately shouted to Tang San in the arena, "Xiao San, be careful. He's getting closer to you." Upon hearing Xiaogang's warning, Tang San had already launched his Baju spear, just as a shadow appeared before him. WangSheng unleashed his soul skill, Fierce Tiger's Roar, in that brief moment of Tang San's paralysis. WangSheng's knee struck Tang San's abdomen heavily, causing him to stagger back a step. WangSheng then instantaneously reappeared behind Tang San, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. Tang San instinctively curled his body, aware that WangSheng's Fierce Tiger's barrage was imminent. Only by curling up could he minimize the damage. At that moment, he heard WangSheng's voice near his ear. "Does curling up do you any good?" WangSheng unexpectedly thrust 2 fingers into Tang San's waist. The pain caused Tang San's body to shudder reflexively, breaking his curled posture in an instant. In Chapter 143, the villain perishes from excessive chatter. As WangSheng executed this astonishing maneuver, Tang San's curled body trembled from the jab to his waist, loosening his grip. In that fleeting moment, WangSheng launched his close-range ultimate move, Fierce Tiger's Barrage. Accompanied by WangSheng's relentless strikes, Tang San was battered continuously within the span of a breath, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a limp ragdoll. Due to his extensive use of the Obsidian Tiger Shadow teleportation to evade Tang San's relentless assault, WangSheng was also exhausted, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Just as the referee was about to declare the victory of the 7 Treasure Academy, Tang San, lying on the ground, managed to move his fingers and painfully rise to his feet. WangSheng looked at Tang San, whose lips were stained with blood, a large swelling around his left eye, and whose clothes were torn in several places, revealing bruised skin. Tang San stood there, swaying precariously, feeling that even a gust of wind could knock him down. WangSheng also struggled to stand, viewing Tang San as a tenacious warrior in that moment. WangSheng slowly spoke, "It's over, Tang San. Can you still fight in your condition?" Tang San fixed his gaze on WangSheng and replied, "I have not lost yet." "Are you certain you can win?" WangSheng chuckled bitterly. "It's just a competition. Your willpower is indeed among the strongest I've seen, but a loss is a loss. Your 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique has lost its effect, and you likely have little soul power left. Don't force yourself." Tang San, filled with indignation, asked why. "Why do you exist in this world? This was supposed to be my bright future. Why are you here?" Confusion spread among the onlookers. How could he blame his opponent for being in this world when he could not defeat him? Only WangSheng understood Tang San's question, which stemmed from his belief that if he was brought to this world, why should WangSheng also be present? WangSheng replied helplessly, "Perhaps it is fate. However, compared to you, who was born with a silver spoon, my current situation is the result of my own efforts. I told you from the very beginning that your cultivation direction and mindset were flawed. If you did not blindly follow your teacher, you would be much stronger today. Tang San scoffed. WangSheng, my teacher merely refused to take you as a disciple when you were young. You should not repeatedly slander him. Without your teacher, there would be no Tang San today. How he treats me is not for you to judge. WangSheng disdainfully retorted, I admit, you Xiaogang treats you like his own son, but you are merely an experimental subject to validate his theories. What I say is based on facts. If you are wrong, you must admit it. It is time to face the consequences. I will take on the role of the villain and defeat you today. Your aspirations are about to shatter. On the sidelines, Yu Xiaogang was infuriated by WangSheng's words. How could he claim that Tang San would be stronger without listening to him? Only he, Yu Xiaogang, could have trained Tang San, whose martial soul, Lan Yin grass, was considered useless. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Xiao San, kill him. He is your inner demon. Only by defeating him can your future be glorious. Zhao Wujia, overhearing Yu Xiaogang, angrily grabbed his collar and exclaimed, Yu Xiaogang, what are you saying? This is the Soul Master competition. Do you want Xiao San to kill someone? Flinder, too, had heard Yu Xiaogang's words and quickly intervened, pleading with Zhao Wujia. Wujia. Xiaogang was just speaking out of anger. Do not take it to heart. Xiao San knows how to act with discretion and won't do anything reckless. Zhao Wujia forcefully pushed Yu Xiaogang to the ground and turned to Flinder, expressing his disappointment. Flinder, after so many years of friendship, I do not wish to lose you over this hypocrite. But let me make this clear. If you keep condoning his behavior, our brotherhood is finished. Flinder helplessly helped Yu Xiaogang up and said, Xiaogang, I understand your grievances towards WangSheng, but please do not speak impulsively. This is a Soul Master competition. If Xiao San truly harms WangSheng, even as a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long family, no one will be able to protect you both. Yu Xiaogang realized he had acted impulsively out of anger, and now that he had calmed down, he understood the grave consequences if Tang San were to act on his words. He quickly suppressed his inner rage and pretended to bow to Zhao Wujia, saying, Teacher Zhao, I spoke out of anger earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Wujia disregarded Yu Xiaogang's apology, snorting dismissively and turning his attention back to the arena. At this moment, Tang San and WangSheng locked eyes, both gradually regaining their composure. WangSheng was in a better state, having recovered some soul power, capable of executing another series of close-range attacks, while Tang San appeared significantly weaker, his arms hanging limply as if even raising them was a challenge. WangSheng spoke first. Tang San, I believe I have regained enough strength to launch another set of close-range attacks. Given your current state, if you endure this onslaught, you might not be able to get out of bed for half a month. It would be wise to concede. Tang San fixed his gaze on WangSheng and replied, WangSheng. With that, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Tang San's mouth as he slowly raised his hand, holding the last fragment of the Baju spear between his fingers, declaring, if you could evade 1,001 nights, can you evade the Tang sect's strongest single-target assassination technique, Guanin's Tear? As he spoke, a flash of white light emanated from Tang San's hand, and the fragment of the Baju spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing directly toward WangSheng's brow. A thin red line appeared at WangSheng's forehead, and a drop of blood trickled down. With a slurred voice, WangSheng muttered, Damn, it turns out the villain really does perish from excessive chatter. With those words, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Tang San's strike had been too swift. The judges and several titled Douluos in the guest seats had yet to react. In full view of the audience, Tang San had killed someone. Just as WangSheng fell, Ning Fengji's companion, Gurong, swiftly appeared behind him to catch WangSheng. Chun Xin also quickly stood before Tang San, his 7-killing sword aimed at him. Flinder and Zhao Wujia rushed to Tang San's side to protect him. Although Tang San had violated the competition rules by using a lethal technique against WangSheng, he was still their student, and, as the academy head, Flinder had to stand up to defend his pupil. Immediately following, Ning Fengji and Bibi Dong arrived at WangSheng's side to assess his condition. The sudden turn of events left the Soul Masters and referees responsible for maintaining order momentarily at a loss. Chun Xin unleashed a formidable pressure, causing both Flinder and Zhao Wujia to feel a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Coldly, Chen Xian addressed them. Flander, Zhao Wujia. Do you still wish to protect this lad? Chapter 144. Explosions in the ring confronted by Chen Xian's overwhelming aura. The two soul saints, Flander and Zhao Wujia, found themselves unable to withstand it. Particularly Zhao Wujia, having previously felt the pressure from Tang Hao, a title Douluo, now experienced a resurgence of the same fear upon facing Chen Xian, another title Douluo. Flander hurriedly explained, Your Excellency, we mean no offense, but the incident was an accident caused by Xiao San. I implore you to refrain from taking action for now. Chen Xian replied icily. He has violated the rules and attempted to harm Sheng'er. If you continue to obstruct me, I shall eliminate you both as well. Hearing Chen Xian's chilling words, Flander was drenched in sweat. He slowly spoke, Your Excellency, surely you must consider Xiao San's father and spare his life. His father? You refer to Tang Hao? Even if he is Tang Hao's son, if he has harmed Sheng, he shall pay the price. Chen Xian had no regard for Tang San's father. In his and Gu Rong's eyes, WangSheng was akin to a beloved grandson, cherished just as they adored Ning Rongrong. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. forMaster Chen Xian, do you truly believe I, Tang Hao, fear you? As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, wielding the Haotian hammer, appeared before Chen Xian. This man was indeed Tang Hao, the Haotian law, who had been observing the competition in secret. Upon witnessing Tang San's attempt to harm WangSheng, he prepared for his rescue. Seeing Tang Hao's emergence, Chen Xian remained unperturbed, pointing his 7-killing sword at Tang Hao. So, Tang Hao, what does your presence signify? Your son has harmed Sheng'er, and I shall not let him go unpunished. Gu Rong stepped beside Chen Xian, stating, Tang Hao, he has harmed my 7 treasured glazed tile clan members. Your son is no exception. At this juncture, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards Tang Hao, remarking, Hao Qianhua Tang Hao, you possess audacity indeed. After lurking for over a decade, you dare to appear in my Wuhuan city. Tang Hao regarded the 3-titled Douluo before him with disdain. You think you can stop me? I have yet to act. Out of respect for the upper 3 sections, today, I shall ensure no harm befalls my son. The weakened Tang San felt a surge of emotion upon seeing his father, tears welling in his eyes as he implored, Father, please do not concern yourself with me. You must leave. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and admonished, A man should not weep. As long as I am here, none shall harm you. As Gu Rong approached Chen Xian, Ning Fengji took WangSheng into his embrace, cradling him as if he were his own son. Overcome with sorrow at WangSheng's condition, his usually composed demeanor was now marred by tears. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling, with tears in her eyes, tirelessly employed her healing soul techniques on WangSheng. The members of the 7 Treasure Academy gathered anxiously around, and the 5 members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, who shared a close bond with WangSheng, also rushed to observe his condition. Suddenly, WangSheng, nestled in Ning Fengji's arms, coughed violently, expelling a large amount of blood. Ning Fengji felt WangSheng's pulse, which had previously ceased beating, now began to weakly thrum. Elated, he looked at Yi Lingling and urged, Lingling, continue the treatment. Do not stop. Yi Lingling nodded vigorously and intensified her input of soul power in her efforts to heal WangSheng. Tang San's guanine tears aligned with WangSheng's brow, but as the shards of the 8 spider lance penetrated WangSheng's forehead, the peculiar soul bone in his head absorbed the shard's energy. While the soul bone assimilated the energy, WangSheng fell into a state resembling death. However, under the potency of Yi Lingling's formidable healing techniques, he gradually emerged from this state. The scene became one of stalemate. With all eyes fixed on WangSheng, while Yu Xiaogang silently cursed in his heart, Damn it, this WangSheng is still alive. Under Yi Lingling's care, WangSheng's pulse steadily returned to normal, though he remained somewhat weak. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Ning Fengji holding him, and the sight of his mentor's moist eyes stirred his heart. He gently reassured, Teacher, I am all right. You need not worry. Ning Fengti noted repeatedly. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. I shall ensure justice is served for you. He entrusted WangSheng to Yang Pufeng and Yi Lingling before striding towards Tang Hao, declaring, Tang Hao, I require an explanation. With WangSheng's revival, the tension in Tang Hao's heart eased somewhat. He feared neither the assembled crowd nor Tang San's safety, yet he remained concerned about the implications for the Haotian clan. With WangSheng unharmed, his trepidation diminished. Tang Hao dismissively retorted, "Since the lad is alive, what more is there to discuss? Is it strange for a soul master to sustain injuries during the competition?" Hearing Tang Hao's nonchalant response, Ning Fengji replied frostily, "Tang Hao, do you consider this merely a normal injury? Your son acted with lethal intent. Had it not been for Xinger's fortuitous luck, he would already be a cold corpse." Tang Hao scoffed. "He is merely a disciple. Do you truly intend to oppose me over an unknown child?" Ning Fengji stated emphatically, "WangSheng is my cherished disciple, akin to a child to me. If you, Tang Hao, do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall not permit you or your son to leave, even as fellow members of the upper three sections." With that, Ning Fengji summoned his martial spirit, and the seven-treasure glazed tower emitted a dazzling light. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the tower had transcended its 7 layers to become 8. As he summoned his soul rings, 8 brilliant rings of yellow, purple, black, and black, revolving around him, the onlookers were taken aback. The leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, Ning Fengji, had shattered the confines of the 7-treasure glazed tower and ascended to the realm of Soul Douluo. All present, being soul masters, understood the implications of Ning Fengji's advancement. They knew that with his support, Chun Xian and Gu Rong's powers would escalate to unfathomable heights. Tang Hao was equally astonished by Ning Fengji's unexpected breakthrough to Soul Douluo. Faced with the watchful eyes of the Wuhuan Temple, he reevaluated the potential consequences of confrontation. Turning to Tang San, Tang Hao instructed, "Xiao San, observe closely. The Haotian clan's supremacy among the upper 3 sects is not solely attributed to the prowess of the chaotic wind." As he spoke, the soul rings surrounding him detonated one by one. With each explosion, Tang Hao's muscles swelled and his aura intensified. After the first 5 soul rings detonated, he raised the Haotian hammer high and brought it crashing down towards Chun Xian and Gu Rong. The colossal Haotian hammer descended, enveloping the entire arena in a blinding radiance, shaking the very foundations of the Wuhuan city. The power of this strike dwarfed the might Tang San had previously unleashed through the 7-in-1 Wuhuan fusion technique. The surrounding soul masters were staggered by the residual force of the blow, their bodies tingling. As the brilliance faded, the Bon Douluo shielded the others behind him, while Tang Hao had already vanished with Tang San and Xiao Wu from sight. Chapter 145. The Golden Iron Triangle no longer exists faced with Chun Xian's overwhelming pressure. Flander and Zhao Wujia, the 2 soul saints, found themselves unable to withstand it, especially Zhao Wujia, who, having previously experienced the pressure of Tang Hao, a title Daw, now felt that same fear surge anew when confronted by Chun Xian, another title Daw. After Tang Hao departed with Tang San and Xiao Wu, Bibi Dong waved her hand, instructing the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to pursue them. At this juncture, she stepped forward to stabilize the situation. Bibi Dong slowly addressed the assembly. "Today, this unexpected occurrence warrants no concern. Tang San from Shrek Academy has violated the regulations of the Soul Master competition by employing lethal techniques against his opponent. I have thus decided to annul Shrek Academy's competition results, and the originally scheduled final battle this afternoon will be postponed to tomorrow morning." At this moment, Yu Xiaogang immediately expressed his discontent. "WangSheng is not dead. On what grounds can you deem that Xiao San used a lethal technique? If we follow this logic, how can any soul master ascertain that their released soul skills will not prove fatal to their adversaries? Moreover, Xiao San's victory over WangSheng is also a triumph for Shrek Academy." Flander restrained Yu Xiaogang, saying, "Xiaogang, refrain from further argument. We have lost, and that is that." Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaogang, retorting, "Yu Xiaogang, do not attempt to twist facts. Tang San employed such methods under the scrutiny of all present. Soul masters are not to be treated as fools." As Yu Xiaogang sought to argue further, Yang Pufeng interjected, "It's of no concern. I am still here. If they wish to continue, I am unperturbed. This left Yu Xiaogang speechless, having forgotten Yang Pufeng's presence. Upon meeting Yang Pufeng's icy gaze, he instinctively recoiled and fell silent. Flander shook his head at Yu Xiaogang, leading the Shrek group away from the venue. But Yu Xiaogang intended to leave as well, only to be halted by Chen Xian. Yu Xiaogang, puzzled, inquired, "Does Sir Douluo have something to say?" Jian Xin, with a piercing gaze, replied, "Did you think I did not hear you muttering about wishing Sheng dead? Your words have reached my ears." At this, Yu Xiaogang panicked. Realizing that besides Zhao Wuji and Flander, Chen Xian, seated far off in the guest area, had also overheard his careless thoughts. He swallowed hard and mustered the courage to respond. "I was merely speaking casually. I never explicitly called for Xiao San to act. Does your seven-treasure glazed tile school prohibit others from voicing their opinions?" Chen Xian regarded Yu Xiaogang as if he were a fool, stating, "I merely advise you to suppress your misguided thoughts. Do not presume that being the son of Yu Yuanjing grants you the freedom to act recklessly. Even your father would not dare to behave so arrogantly before me." With that, Chen Xian dismissed Yu Xiaogang and departed. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang felt his legs weaken, his back drenched in cold sweat, standing motionless for 10 minutes before regaining his composure. Upon returning to his lodgings, cursing under his breath, Yu Xiaogang was taken aback upon opening the door. He found Lu Erlong untied and in tears, standing beside Flander. Flander, upon seeing Yu Xiaogang's return, rushed forward and unleashed a furious punch, exclaiming, "Yu Xiaogang, is this how you treat Erlong? Are you even human?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Xiaogang rose, wiping the blood from his lip, and coldly responded, "I have no words for how things have unfolded. My actions were for the sake of Shrek Academy. Yet none of you understand my intentions, and now lay blame upon me." Flander, filled with wrath, pointed an accusatory finger at Yu Xiaogang, questioning, "Your version of helping the Academy is to send Tang San and Xiao Wu to do such despicable acts? Such behavior is unworthy of a Shrek member." Faced with Flander's scathing reproach, Yu Xiaogang, in a fit of defiance, retorted, "Without me, Yu Xiaogang, your Shrek Academy would lack the qualifications to participate in the Soul Master competition. You teach monsters. Your meager educational resources only squander the talents of those gifted individuals." Flander's heart sank at Yu Xiaogang's vicious words, never expecting his closest friend to utter such venomous claims. All his efforts were invested in the education at Shrek, and now Yu Xiaogang had reduced his life's work to mere worthlessness. Clenching his fists, he glared at Yu Xiaogang in anger. With the facade already torn, Yu Xiaogang continued his tirade. "I left because I did not wish to see you again. After my departure, you turned into a coward, too afraid to pursue Lu Erlong, leaving her clinging to me. If it weren't for both of you, would I have been severely injured by my second uncle?" Just as Flander intended to respond, Yu Xiaogang interrupted without mercy, "You dare not be with her, yet you concern yourself with her daily? She is my woman, and while I was away, you had the audacity to seek her out. I see your intentions as nefarious." He then directed his ire at Lu Erlong, declaring, "You wretched woman, must you cling to me so desperately? It is because of you that I have lost my dignity as a man. Had I not bound you yesterday, were you planning to seek Flander? Did you think I had become weak, leading you to seek him out?" Lu Erlong, who had been crying sorrowfully, approached Yu Xiaogang and slapped him across the face. Yu Xiaogang, unfazed, laughed maniacally. "You, a woman lacking self-respect, should keep your distance from me. Depart now. You and your mother are both unworthy of entering the blue lightning tyrant dragon's door." In a fit of rage, Flander tackled Yu Xiaogang to the ground, raining down punches upon his face like a torrential storm. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound, enduring Flander's assault. Lu Erlong seized Flander's arm, imploring, "Fla, let us go. I no longer wish to see this man." Flander halted his onslaught, rose, and spat upon Yu Xiaogang, vehemently declaring, "Yu Xiaogang, from this moment forth, I sever all ties with you. The golden iron triangle is no more." With that, Flander supported the weakened Lu Erlong and exited Yu Xiaogang's room, leaving him alone. Slowly, Yu Xiaogang stood upright, glaring furiously at the departing figures of Flander and Lu Erlong, vowing, "Flander, Lu Erlong, you two wretched souls, I shall ensure your demise at my hands one day." At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was consumed by madness. The defeat in the forMaster competition had shattered his hopes, and now, with Tang Xin taken away by Tang Hao, he found himself at a dead end. Meanwhile, WangSheng lay in bed. Tang San's earlier strike had indeed inflicted severe damage upon him, although that peculiar evil head spirit bone had saved his life. His mental state was significantly impaired and required a period of tranquil recuperation. Ning Fengji sat at WangSheng's bedside, while the others formed a circle, expressing their concern for him. WangSheng surveyed the gathering and reassured them, "Thank you for your concern. I am fine now. With some time to recover, I will be well." Ning Fengji spoke up, "Sheng, it is a relief to hear you are well. I will not let Tang Hao and Tang San escape justice. I shall ensure they are brought to account." He then turned to Douluo, Chan Exine, instructing, "Uncle Jian, have your Qinglong Hall coordinate with the investigation team. We must locate Tang Hao and his son. Once their whereabouts are discovered, the three of us will unite to capture them." Chun Exine nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, Fengji, I will make the necessary arrangements. No matter what, I will ensure those responsible for Sheng Er's injuries are held accountable." Chapter 146, Sister-in-Law is Well. After Ning Fengji had completed his arrangements, he allowed everyone to return to rest, ensuring WangSheng could recuperate in peace. WangSheng lay in bed, contemplating quietly. "Given the current circumstances, it appears I have also developed certain attributes. It seems my unusual head spirit bone is not so simple after all. I'm grateful that Tang Xin's strength has not reached its later stages. Otherwise, that strike, Guanin's tear, would have claimed my life." At this moment, WangSheng began to genuinely contemplate how to address his issues with Tang San. Previously, he had distanced himself from Tang San due to Yu Xiaogang, but he now realized that he had become Tang San's psychological demon. Perhaps from Tang San's perspective, only by eliminating him could the barriers within Tang San's heart be lifted. WangSheng considered this deeply. After awakening his martial soul at the age of 6, Tang San had experienced a smooth journey, but since WangSheng's appearance, things had taken a turn for the worse. This had inadvertently made WangSheng the greatest rival in Tang San's heart. As WangSheng pondered, a knock echoed at his door, and shortly after, it was opened by Ning Rongrong, who entered alongside Flandra and Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong appeared rather weakened, supported by Flandra. Ning Rongrong promptly announced, "Big Brother Sheng, the dean and teacher Erlong wish to see you." Upon hearing this, WangSheng quickly instructed Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, please bring a chair for Dean Flandra and Elder Lu Erlong." After arranging the seats, Ning Rongrong obediently positioned herself next to WangSheng, helping him to sit up. Flandra, with a look of deep regret, began, "Wang Erlong and I have come to apologize. I never anticipated that Tang San would resort to such lethal tactics during the competition." WangSheng waved his hand dismissively. "This is not your fault, Dean Flandra. The dynamics on the arena shift rapidly, beyond your control." Flandra hesitated before continuing. "There's also something else that weighs heavily on my conscience." Noticing Flandra's reluctance, Lu Erlong interjected. Yu Xiaogang incited Tang San and Xiao Wu to use hidden weapons against Xiao Qinyu, resulting in his temporary loss of soul power. WangSheng, puzzled, inquired, "Did you two know about this before the competition?" Lu Erlong candidly replied, "Flandra had no idea. I overheard their conversation while delivering something to Yu Xiaogang. Just as I was about to confront them, I was struck from behind. When I regained consciousness, I found myself devoid of soul power and subsequently bound by Yu Xiaogang." WangSheng nodded, trusting Lu Erlong's honesty in revealing Yu Xiaogang's actions. However, he was curious why they chose to confide in him rather than the organizing committee. He asked, "If neither of you were involved, why not inform the committee but come to me instead?" Flandra responded, "To remain silent would betray both you and my conscience." However, Shrek Academy is the culmination of years of hard work for Erlong and me. If we disclose this to the committee, Shrek will cease to exist. Hence, I seek your understanding." WangSheng waved his hand. "It's all right. Let's move past this." My grievances with Tang San have nothing to do with Shrek Academy. I trust that if you had known beforehand, you would have never consented. Flandre expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, and if you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Suddenly, an idea struck WangSheng. "By the way, Dean Flandre, speaking of the academy, I have a thought. Would you consider joining our 7-Treasure Academy?" Flandre shook his head, troubled. "I appreciate your kindness, but my initial intention in founding Shrek was to create an academy independent of all powers. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your invitation." WangSheng had anticipated Flandre's refusal and held no expectations, so he did not press further. At that moment, WangSheng asked, "What are your plans regarding Xiaogang?" Flandre sighed. "As of today, we have severed ties. Out of respect for our past friendship, I will overlook his instigation of Tang San and Xiao Wu. We are now merely strangers." WangSheng turned to Lu Erlong. "Have you also ended your relationship with Xiaogang?" Lu Erlong, appearing enlightened, replied, "I never imagined he would be the petty individual you described. Perhaps my previous fixation was merely a result of being inexplicably abandoned. I have moved on. From today Lu Erlong, shall embrace a new beginning." Seeing Lu Erlong's resolution, WangSheng glanced at Flandre and said to Lu Erlong, "There are many people around you that you may not have noticed. Perhaps some have been silently watching over you." Lu Erlong understood WangSheng's implication, aware of Flandre's feelings for her, yet having just emerged from her emotional turmoil with Yu Xiaogang, she needed time to process. Meanwhile, Flandre remained as unhelpful as ever, prompting WangSheng to express his frustration. "You are hopeless, destined to remain a perpetual backup." Flandre, blushing, exchanged a few casual words with WangSheng before departing with Lu Erlong. Before leaving, Lu Erlong informed WangSheng about the poison afflicting Xiao Qinyu, alleviating his concern. The following morning, as the final match of the forMaster competition was about to commence, WangSheng arrived at the preparation area for 7-Treasure Academy. Both he and Feng Xiaotian were injured, while Xiao Qinyu remained incapacitated due to poison, leaving only 7 members to fight. When the legendary Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall faced off against the 7 representatives of 7-Treasure Academy, WangSheng sensed something unusual and quickly alerted Xiao Qinyu and Feng Xiaotian. "Look, Hulaina's gaze toward Feng is off." Upon hearing WangSheng's observation, Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Qinyu shifted their focus to the two. They noticed Hulaina gazing affectionately at Yang Pofeng, who, typically stoic, unexpectedly smiled back at her. Feng Xiaotian exclaimed, "They definitely have an affair." Xiao Qinyu nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Pofeng never smiles so brightly. Their relationship is certainly more than ordinary." Feng Xiaotian speculated, "Do you think they might have secretly pledged themselves? Look at how loose Hulaina's clothes are. Perhaps she is already with Xiao Pofeng." Xiao Qinyu mused. "That could very well be true. Hulaina has a bewitching look, and they have been alone together in the City of Slaughter for over a year. Pofeng might have succumbed." WangSheng gazed at the two, speechless, as their gossip spiraled out of control. He stood on his moral high ground, declaring, "I concur." Meanwhile, one of the opposing team members, a young man with long red hair, arrogantly addressed Yang Pofeng. "So, you are Yang Pofeng?" Yang Pofeng, recognizing him as Yin, Hulaina's childhood companion who harbored feelings for her, calmly replied, "You must be Yin." "I am indeed Yang Pofeng." Upon confirmation of his identity, Yin boldly challenged, "Dare you face me in a one-on-one battle? I will show you what kind of man is worthy of Nana." The members of 7-Treasure Academy turned their gazes between Yang Pofeng and Hulaina, with Ningyu being the first to speak. "So, she's your sister-in-law? Brothers? Salute your sister-in-law." Instantly, Zhao Kai spoke, Huang Yuan, and Ningyu all bowed with cheerful smiles, in unison exclaiming, "Hello, sister-in-law." Hulaina blushed at their greeting, glanced at Yang Pofeng, then shyly lowered her head in response, "Hello, everyone. I look forward to your guidance." Clearing his throat, Xiaoyu interjected, "What is this?" "This is a competition. Let us save the familial recognition for after the match." He quickly turned to Yang Pofeng. "Hey, brother-in-law. No, white, young. Today is about determining the champion. Let us discuss other matters after the match." Before Yang Pofeng could respond, the 4 lively individuals chimed in, "Understood, big brother-in-law." The once serious finals transformed into a jovial family reunion, both sides wearing jubilant expressions, while only Yin glared at Yang Pefeng with fury. As the referee announced the start of the match, Yin charged at Yang Pefeng, and the others tactfully created space for their duel. When Yin lunged forward, Yang Pefeng brandished his spear and swept it horizontally, catching Yin off guard and sending him flying 5 meters away. Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, feeling indignant, charged once more towards Yang Pefeng. Yang Pefeng stood resolute, his wrist moving deftly, causing multiple tears to appear in the fabric of Yan's clothing. Hulaina hastily called out, "Yan, have you finished your antics? Come back." Through their 2 encounters, Yan had come to realize that he was no match for Yang Pefeng, and following Hulaina's suggestion, he reluctantly retreated to his own formation. Hulaina turned to Yang Pefeng and declared, "Today my brother and I are here to showcase our martial soul fusion technique." With that, Hulaina and Yao Yu swiftly executed their martial soul fusion, transforming into a single entity, their flowing red hair blurring the distinction between male and female. Armed with 2 massive crescent blades, they advanced directly towards Yang Pefeng. Yang Pefeng immediately remarked, "Leave this to me. You two quickly deal with the others." With that, both sides commenced their actions. The strength of the fused entity, Yao Mei, had nearly reached the pinnacle of Soul Sage, while Yang Pefeng, bolstered by Ning Yu's soul skills, was equally formidable. Having gained the God of Death's domain and benefited from Yang Pefeng's guidance, this version of Yao Mei was incomparable to its original form. In their clash, Yang Pefeng felt a pressure he had never experienced against peers of his age. Hulaina understood Yang Pefeng's spear technique all too well, and every time Yang Pefeng struck with his spear, Yao Mei's dual blades effortlessly countered. On the other side, Yan initially thought he could act freely once he was not facing Yang Pefeng, only to find himself overwhelmed by Zhao Kai's relentless swings of his greatsword. The other members of the Martial Soul Academy could manage to contend with some of the other academies, but against the 7 Treasure Academy, they were forced into a passive defense. The outcome of the battle hinged on the confrontation between Yang Pefeng and Yao Mei, enveloped in Yao Mei's red mist, making it difficult for others to discern the situation within. After repeated unsuccessful offensives, Yang Pefeng shifted to defense, as Yao Mei's crescent blades grew increasingly fierce in their attacks. Both sides simultaneously activated the God of Death's domain, causing their powers to surge once more. Yang Pefeng, gripping his spear, feigned a flaw before swiftly executing a backstrike. Yao Mei, with crossed arms, blocked the blow. Noting his failure to land a hit, Yang Pefeng began to flick his spear's tip like a serpent, continuously lunging at Yao Mei, who hurriedly swung her dual blades to deflect Yang Pefeng's thrusts. Yao Mei created distance, her hands moving in a flurry as she unleashed wave after wave of crescent blades towards Yang Pefeng. In response, Yang Pefeng unleashed his unique technique, Spear the Dragon, summoning a spiraling fire dragon that clashed with the crescent blades, generating shockwaves that sent all combatants nearby flying. Onlookers Feng Xiaotian and Xiao Qinyu were left astonished, with Xiao Qinyu swallowing hard and exclaiming, "Is the golden generation of the martial soul hall truly this powerful?" Even Yang Pefeng seems helpless. WangSheng sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "They weren't this strong initially, but let's just say Mind Pefeng's influence has made them excessively powerful." Feng Xiaotian questioned, "What? You and Pefeng made them stronger?" WangSheng sighed helplessly, saying it was somewhat accidental. At the time, to convince the Pope to allow Pefeng to train in the City of Slaughter, I agreed to some conditions, one of which was sharing our training methods, and the other was allowing Pefeng to take Hulaina along. Xiao Qinyu still did not comprehend. Even with training enhancements, it shouldn't result in such extraordinary strength. He asked, "But even so, it's only been 2 years. How could they have grown this strong?" WangSheng nodded, casting his gaze towards Zhu Huiyuan, who was behind Bibi Dong, and speculated, "I suspect Zhu Huiyuan must have provided them with some treasures to enhance their abilities. Even if they aren't at the divine herb level, they are likely at least at the spirit herb level." Indeed, as WangSheng conjectured in the original narrative, the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall had just crossed the 50-level threshold during the finals of the Soul Master Tournament. Yet now they were nearing the threshold of Soul Emperor, a feat not achievable through the training system and medicinal baths of the Seven Treasure Academy alone, but rather the result of 3 spirit herbs cultivated by Zhu Yueguan over many years. Feng Xiaotian, observing the tense situation on the battlefield, inquired, "Great sage, do you think Pufeng can handle this martial soul fusion technique? I've never seen him take so long in a battle." WangSheng nodded firmly. "I believe Pufeng will emerge as the ultimate victor. Notice how many of Yao Mei's attack patterns resemble Pufeng's? Moreover, she has a keen anticipation of every one of his strikes." Feng Xiaotian scrutinized further, stating, "It seems true. There is something off here. Could it be that Pufeng has truly imparted all his skills to Hu Laina?" WangSheng replied with a knowing tone, "I suspect that is indeed the case, but these techniques are not easily mastered. I believe Pufeng is merely assessing Hu Laina's progress." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the pressure on Yao Mei intensified with each of Yang Pufeng's attacks and defenses, as if he had incrementally increased both strength and speed. Although the martial soul fusion technique was powerful, it also consumed a considerable amount of soul power. Suddenly, Yang Pufeng ceased his offensive, leaving Yao Mei momentarily stunned. He slowly spoke, "You've made notable progress. I didn't expect your martial soul fusion technique to enhance your power so significantly. However, now you will face my 100 birds facing the phoenix spear technique." Upon hearing Yang Pufeng, Yao Mei's voice, a blend of male and female, resonated, "Bring it on. I am well aware of your 100 birds facing the phoenix." With that, Yao Mei assumed a defensive stance, as Yang Pufeng raised his spear and launched an attack that appeared slightly slower than usual. The spear tip trembled, emitting a humming sound akin to bird calls. To others, this 100 birds facing the phoenix strike seemed no different from before, but Yao Mei sensed that this blow was not so easily countered. Despite knowing the trajectory of each strike, every attempt to block felt futile. Each thrust of the spear demonstrated perfect accuracy and timing, with neither excessive force nor speed. It was impossible to defend against. After completing his series of strikes, Yang Pufeng withdrew his spear. Suddenly, Yao Mei, who had remained stationary, was enveloped in a flash of red light, and Hu Laina and Yao Yu were expelled from the fused entity, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. Chapter 148. The movements of Tang Hao and his son the fallen Yao Yu and Hu Laina struggled to rise, with Yao Yu being the first to raise a hand in concession, stating, "We concede." With Yao Yu's surrender, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the majority of the spectators were Martial Soul Hall members, the thrilling battle had captivated everyone. The members of the Seven Treasure Academy rushed onto the field, hoisting Yang Pufeng high into the air. Since the establishment of the elite class 8 years ago, they had trained diligently for this moment, and, at last, they had fulfilled their mission, bringing immense joy to all. Once the cheers subsided, the championship team stood on the podium, awaiting the personal award presentation from Pope Bibidong. The Soul Master Tournament offered 3 exquisite soul bones as rewards. The members of the Seven Treasure Academy lined up, with WangSheng stepping forward to receive the ornate box from Bibidong, which contained 3 glowing soul bones. Despite the favorable conditions of the Seven Treasure Academy, everyone gazed at the 3 soul bones with eagerness. WangSheng addressed the group. "All right, let's divide the spoils." He first retrieved the spiritual head bone, stating, "This spiritual head bone is most suitable for support and control types. Do you, Ling Ling, Iran, and Xiao Ji, why don't you 4 decide who wants it?" The 4 exchanged glances, with Ning Yu speaking up first. "You 3 can have it." "I forfeit." The others echoed in unison, "I don't want it." Ning Yu insisted, "You all take it." "Who am I?" "I am Ning Sanshao. Do I lack soul bones?" Meng Iran followed up, saying, "He is Ning Sanshao. When the time comes, let him offer a soul bone as a betrothal gift." "I shall not accept it." Yi Lingling also interjected, "I am an auxiliary soul master. I do not have much need for a soul bone." Huang Wu concluded, "Stop your bickering. A soul bone is not a mere cabbage. My strength is relatively lesser in the team, so I shall give this soul bone to you." Seeing that everyone secretly desired it, but were being polite, WangSheng, feeling overwhelmed, quickly said, "Enough. You four keep deferring to one another. Aren't you tired? Let's not waste time. I have a suggestion for you. The four looked at Wang Sheng in confusion and asked, "What suggestion?" At this moment, Wang Sheng pulled out two small white cubes from his soul guide device, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be dice. Ningyu curiously asked, "Sheng, what do you need the dice for? Are you not going to make us gamble for the soul bone?" Wang Sheng replied with a mysterious smile, "Since all four of you desire it. It is simple. Let us roll the dice." Roll the dice. Everyone looked at Wang Sheng in bewilderment, pondering what he meant, unable to decipher the meaning of the phrase. Wang Sheng placed the dice in Ningyu's hands and explained, "It's simple. You four roll the dice, and whoever has the highest total wins the soul bone." The crowd finally understood Wang Sheng's intent, and upon reflection, thought it quite fair, relying purely on luck. Ningyu rolled first, and a pair of ones appeared on top, eliciting laughter from everyone. Indeed, Ningyu had the worst luck to roll the smallest number. Huang Wu then picked up the dice and rolled, achieving a 5 and a 6 for a total of 11, a considerable score, suggesting Huang Wu was determined to win. Huang Wu proudly proclaimed, "Do you look at what good fortune is? You should just focus on being your Ning San Shao." Meng Yiran snatched the dice and declared, "Let me show you." However, when a 4 and a 2 appeared, her face fell, and she glared at Ningyu. "How has my luck been so poor since following you? This one do. I want to break off the engagement." Huang Wu laughed heartily, saying, "You truly are a match made in heaven. Together, you both have less than I do. Apologies, but I shall graciously accept this soul bone." Just then, Yi Lingling rolled the dice, and one showed a 6 while the other spun continuously. Huang Wu fixed his gaze on the spinning die, and as it gradually came to a stop, 6 small dots emerged on top. Huang Wu's smile instantly vanished, and Ningyu seized the opportunity to tease, "How about that 11? It's still less than the two of us combined, yet in the end you still lost." Yi Lingling chuckled lightly, "Then I shall graciously concede." The remaining 2 soul bones were similarly distributed by rolling the dice based on need. Ultimately, the rapid-moving chase wind left leg was acquired by Xiao Qinyu, leading to everyone joking that he was merely working for his family. As for the explosive burning flame right arm, it was claimed by Yang Pufeng without competition due to his fire attribute. At this point, Ning Fengji approached with a smile, saying, "Those who did not obtain a soul bone need not feel disheartened. You all have earned the honor of this championship for the 7 Treasures Academy. As the sect leader, how could I treat you unfairly?" Upon returning to the sect, those who did not receive a soul bone will be allocated one. While it may not match the quality of those awarded in this grand tournament, it will certainly guarantee at least 10,000 years. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's promise, everyone cheered, and Bibi Dong, observing from the side, couldn't help but admire the financial prowess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. A 10,000-year soul bone was a rare treasure, often unavailable even to many soul Douluo level masters. To see Ning Fengji so generously allocate such resources was truly remarkable. Regaining composure, Bibi Dong announced, "The current Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament has concluded successfully." With that, she departed the venue with the 2 titled Douluo, Zhuge and Erdo. Following a 3-day rest, the 7 Treasures Academy team, fully rejuvenated, set off on their journey back to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Accompanying them were the members of Shrek Academy, whose relations, aside from Xiaogang and his disciple, were exceptionally amicable. As the carriage of the 7 Treasures Academy moved forward, a soul sage from the investigation department of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School swiftly descended from the sky, blocking the carriage's path, and said, reporting to the sect leader, "We have located the whereabouts of Tang Hao and his son." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji exited the carriage and inquired, "Where are Tang Hao and his son now?" The soul sage replied, "We have discovered Tang Hao and his son in a small town 80 miles southeast, seemingly waiting for Tang San to recover from his injuries." Hearing that the location was a town 80 miles southeast, Yang Pufeng silently calculated the position and suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. That is the town located in the city of Slaughter." Upon hearing Yang Pufeng's words, WangSheng pondered why the father and son were appearing there at this moment. According to the original plot, Tang Hao should have found a place to train Tang San with the Hao Ian hammer before sending him to the city of Slaughter. It appeared that the butterfly effect had completely diverged from the original storyline. Wang Sheng then spoke. Tang Hao likely intends for Tang San to enter the city of slaughter for training. He must be waiting until Tang San has recovered. Ning Fengji calculated the distance and said, regardless, we must investigate. Jianshu, Gushu, let us go. If the three of us go, we should reach there within an hour, and with our combined strength, Tang Hao will certainly not escape. Chapter 149, Domain of the Gun. Chen Xi nodded in agreement with Ning Fengji's plan. They were confident in their ability to subdue Tang Hao, and both Gu Rong and he nodded in unison. Ning Fengji turned to Wang Sheng and said, be careful. Signal us immediately if anything happens. He then addressed Flanders. While we are gone, I entrust the care of these children to you, Dean Flanders. Flanders clasped his hands and assured, rest assured, sect leader Ning, with us here, nothing will go awry. Wang Sheng nodded, saying, do not worry, teacher, you all stay safe. Once Ning Fengji and the others departed, Wang Sheng and the rest set about erecting tents to wait for them. Besides Ning Fengji, the 10 from the 7 Treasures Academy, and the members of Shrek Academy, only the coachman remained. Wang Sheng had been injured by Tang San, and Ning Fengji had dispatched all the guards to search for the whereabouts of Tang San and his father. As everyone was setting up tents, after about 10 minutes, Talon from Shrek Academy, clutching his stomach, said he needed to relieve himself and headed into the woods. However, after more than 20 minutes, Talon had yet to return. Flanders sensed something was amiss and quickly sent Jing Ling and Huang Yuan into the woods to find Talon. After about 10 minutes, a figure in a black robe emerged from the trees, dragging Jing Ling and Huang Yuan by their heads, both motionless and unresponsive, their fates unknown. The black-robed figure tossed them before the crowd and approached, slowly speaking. Hand over the 3 soul bones, and I will leave your corpses intact. Upon seeing the newcomer and recalling Talon's sudden disappearance, Wang Sheng's heart sank. It seemed they had fallen into a trap. How dan Douluo dang how? You dare to commit such heinous acts? Flanders rushed to check on Jing Ling and Huang Yuan, discovering they had already lost their lives. He quickly activated his martial soul and turned to confront Tang Hao, with Zhao Wuji and Lu Erlong also summoning their martial souls to stand beside Flanders. Flanders spoke to Wang Sheng. We 3 will cover you. You must escape. Tang Hao ignored Flanders and coldly glared at Wang Sheng, stating, if they surrender the soul bones, I might spare their corpses, but for you, I will ensure your death is excruciating. Wang Sheng was acutely aware that Tang Hao was not to be trifled with and promptly instructed those behind him, signal 433. With Wang Sheng's command, the members of the Qibao Academy immediately sprang into action. The designation of 433 represented the formation they were to maintain, akin to the football formation of the same name. Yang Pufeng stood at the forefront, flanked by Feng Xiaotian and Wang Sheng on the wings, while Xiao Qinyu and Zhao Kaiping stood parallel behind Yang Pufeng, with Suo positioned behind them. Behind Suo were the 2 support soul masters, Yi Lingling and Ning Yu, with Meng Yiran and Huang Wu stationed on either side of the rear. This formation was strategically devised to counter an enemy directly ahead. The remaining members of Shrek Academy also prepared for battle. Once everyone was in position, Ning Yu swiftly launched a signal arrow skyward, which burst open in the air, taking the shape of a pagoda in a vivid crimson hue, indicating the utmost state of alert. Tang Hao disregarded Ning Yu's distress signal. 2 days prior, he had conferred with Xiaogang, who had devised a ruse to draw the enemy out. On the day before their departure from Wuhuan City, Xiaogang had awakened Tai Long to relay Tang Hao's orders. Tai Long had merely feigned a need for a respite to communicate with Tang Hao. At this juncture, Tang San had already infiltrated the city of slaughter, alleviating any concerns Tang Hao harbored regarding his safety. The only individuals from Qibao Lili sect who pose a threat to Tang Hao were Ning Fengji and 2 others. Given the current timeline, they were searching for him in a nearby town, and by the time they arrived, these youngsters would have already been dealt with by him, allowing Tang Hao to survey the 10 members of Qibao Academy with unyielding confidence. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer, its radiant rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, strikingly luminous. He advanced towards the formation of Qibao Academy step by step. Observing this, Flanders gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go." The three soul saints unleashed their martial spirits and charged towards Tang Hao, hoping to buy time for WangSheng and the others. At this moment, WangSheng calmly ordered, "Prepare to fuse." During their 2 days of recuperation in Wuhan City, WangSheng and the Shrek Seven Devils had discussed the principles of martial soul fusion techniques and discovered that both parties' methodologies were fundamentally similar. By utilizing the fusion ability of the Qi Bao Liuli Tower martial spirit, the soul power of the group could be concentrated onto a single individual. Shrek Academy had Ning Rongrong, while Qi Bao Academy had Ningyu. Prior to their departure, the two academies had even attempted a joint martial soul fusion. As WangSheng issued his command, the members of both academies converged. The Ning siblings joined hands to initiate the fusion, while the others aligned in a row to transmit their soul power forward. Yang Pufeng, positioned at the forefront, instantly absorbed the power of over 10 individuals. Although he possessed the best physique, the overwhelming influx of energy was still quite taxing. He quickly activated the Killing God domain to suppress the tumultuous energy within. Once the group fusion technique was completed, the remaining members sat down to recuperate their soul power, hoping to contribute. Meanwhile, Flanders and his companions had already been felled by Tang Hao, all sustaining severe injuries. Just as Tang Hao prepared to swing the Haotian hammer down upon the gravely wounded Flanders, Yang Pufeng's spear intercepted the blow. Tang Hao regarded Yang Pufeng with an expression of admiration, exclaiming, "Not bad. You've actually reached the pinnacle of soul Douluo. Truly worthy of being the grandson of a formidable figure." Yang Pufeng, still feeling the lingering numbness in his hand from blocking Tang Hao's strike, coldly retorted, "How dare you mention my grandfather? Had you not injured the former pope and fled, our family would not have suffered such grievous losses." Tang Hao replied, "If you must assign blame, direct it towards the spirit hall. What does it have to do with me?" Yang Pufeng responded easily, "Right and wrong lie in the hearts of men. Had your Haotian sect not evaded responsibility, our family would not have fallen to this state." With that, Yang Pufeng let out a mighty shout and thrust his spear forward, unleashing a raging fire dragon that roared towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao remained still, wielding the Haotian hammer, and with a singular strike aimed at the dragon's head, the fire dragon erupted in an explosion. Amidst the fiery chaos, Yang Pufeng surged through the flames, targeting Tang Hao's throat with his spear, delivering a powerful strike. In response, Tang Hao stomped his right foot on the ground, unleashing a formidable shockwave that sent Yang Pufeng hurtling away. Yang Pufeng fell heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Tang Hao, dites me si, the mat? You still have a ways to go. Perhaps when you reach the titled Douluo realm, you could contend with me, but alas, you shall never have that chance." Slowly regaining his footing, Yang Pufeng's gaze turned steely as he gripped his spear, declaring, "Witness my domain of the spear." In an instant, Yang Pufeng seemed to transcend into a higher realm. The spear detached from his hand, hovering in the air. Behold the spear. Chapter 150. Spare him. Yang Pufeng had now unleashed the domain he had created following his breakthrough through the Killing God domain, aptly named the domain of the spear. Within this domain, his control over the spear transcended its previous limitations, and the suspended Fanhua, Soul spear trembled, emitting resonant dragon-like roars. Yang Pufeng pointed at Tang Hao, Brochliming, dragon's fury of the domain of the spear. The Fanhua Soul spear shot towards Tang Hao, transforming into a fiery dragon that charged directly at him. Tang Hao, attempting to casually deflect the fire dragon as before, underestimated the power of Yang Pufeng's attack within the domain of the spear. When the Haotian hammer struck the fire dragon's head, the recoil sent Tang Hao stumbling back, his palms and mouth bleeding. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly gripped the hammer with both hands to brace himself. The fire dragon surged forward relentlessly, forcing Tang Hao to position the Haotian hammer defensively across his chest, being propelled backward by the dragon's immense force. "Break!" Tang Hao bellowed, exerting all his strength to push forward, finally shattering the fire dragon. Before he could catch his breath, Yang Pufeng launched another assault, declaring, "Rain of spears of the domain of the spear." Countless Fanhua Soul spears materialized behind him, and at his command, they rained down upon Tang Hao like a barrage of arrows. Having just experienced the dragon's fury, Tang Hao is no longer complacent. He activated the technique of chaotic wind, wielding the Haoyan hammer with fervor to counter the onslaught of spears. Yang Pufeng leaped into the air, following the last wave of spears towards Tang Hao. Just before impact, all the Fanhua Pasol spears coalesced into one in Yang Pufeng's grasp, unleashing soul of the domain of a spear. Yang Pufeng thrust the spear forward, its tip surrounded by a multitude of skulls and dark mist, seemingly intent on devouring Tang Hao's very soul. At that moment, Tang Hao's muscles tensed, his soul rings shimmering as he raised the Haoyan hammer high, invoking Great Sumeru Hammer. A tremendous strike accompanied by a fiery red shadow descended. And as the spear and hammer collided, an immense explosion ensued, billowing thick smoke into the air. The overwhelming shockwave rattled everyone present, causing them to spit blood as the remnants of their soul power were dissipated once more. As the smoke cleared, Tang Hao stood, gripping the hammer's handle with one hand, its head planted firmly on the ground, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he gasped for breath. On the other side, Yang Pufeng lay on the ground, drenched in blood, appearing devoid of any remaining combat capability. Tang Hao, panting, remarked, "The lad from the Pa family is indeed impressive, capable of forcing me to use the Great Sumeru Hammer. What a pity that your family chose to betray my Haoyan sect and ally with the Qibao Liuli sect. Otherwise, you could have become a formidable aid to Xiao San in the future." Yang Pufeng desperately attempted to rise, his fingers digging into the ground as he endeavored to support his body. However, the severity of his injuries rendered him nearly powerless, with multiple bones fractured and not a trace of strength remaining. The previous 3 consecutive strikes had already pushed his body to its limits, and after being struck by Tang Hao's formidable Su Mi hammer, even the act of rising had become a monumental challenge. The onlookers were filled with profound concern, as they too were in dire straits and unable to rush to Yang Pufeng's aid. Tang Hao, indifferent to Yang Pufeng's plight, regarded him as no different from the deceased and turned to WangSheng, stating that once he dealt with Yang Pufeng, it would be WangSheng's turn, declaring that none would leave alive today. With a single hand, Tang Hao swung the Haoyan hammer towards Yang Pufeng's body. In a moment of desperation, WangSheng expended his last vestige of soul power to summon the black obsidian tiger shadow, which appeared before Yang Pufeng just as the hammer descended. A stone wall emerged in the path of the hammer, intercepting it before it could strike WangSheng. Simultaneously, a chain shot forth from the forest, ensnaring Tang Hao's arm. From a black vortex that appeared behind him, a Yang leopard pounced, pinning Tang Hao to the ground. 2 figures swiftly emerged from the woods, collaborating with the Yang leopard to restrain Tang Hao. Meanwhile, a muscular youth wielding a massive axe prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Tang Hao's head. In a critical moment, Tang Hao exerted a powerful struggle, sending those who restrained him flying. In the ensuing chaos, a man and a woman, moving with remarkable speed, swooped down to lift Yang Pufeng and WangSheng, bringing them back to the safety of the crowd. It was Weiwei. WangSheng recognized them as Lin Weiwei and members of their Xiaogang team. After setting WangSheng down, Lin Weiwei explained that they had been nearby on a mission and rushed upon seeing the signal. Without delay, Lin Weiwei and the Scorpion-Tail Soul Emperor joined the fray against Tang Hao. Surrounded by Zhao Feng's team, Tang Hao coldly remarked that they were a group of fools, believing they could defeat him. He raised the Haoyan hammer and unleashed a barrage of strikes, each blow resulting in another fallen member of Zhao Feng's team. Observing the dire situation, Zhao Feng urged Lin Weiwei and the Scorpion-Tail Soul Emperor to evacuate as many as they could. Lin Weiwei nodded and swiftly lifted Ning Rongrong, while the Scorpion-Tail Soul Emperor carried Yang Pufeng, both ascending into the sky. Tang Hao, witnessing this, swung his hammer with the intent to stop them, declaring that escape would not be so simple. The Haoyan hammer shot forth with incredible speed, bringing both flying soul masters crashing to the ground. All 10 members of Zhao Feng's team were soon felled by Tang Hao, who then approached the Scorpion-Tail Soul Emperor, raising his hammer to deliver a fatal blow. blood splattered as the scorpion-tail sole emperor met his demise. "No!" Zhao Feng cried out, his voice hoarse with anguish at the loss of his longtime comrade. Tang Hao approached Lin Weiwei, raising the Haotian hammer again, stating that he had declared none would leave alive and scornfully questioned their audacity to defy him. Wang Sheng, unable to summon his soul power, could only watch helplessly as Lin Weiwei faced imminent death under Tang Hao's hammer. Just as the hammer was about to descend, a massive axe flew through the air, colliding with Tang Hao's weapon. Tang Hao turned to see a robust man, trembling yet resolute, standing defiantly and declaring that if he wished to kill Weiwei, he must first contend with his axe. It was Alfu. Lin Weiwei's eyes brimmed with tears as she recognized the man who had shielded her from Tang Hao's lethal strike. Olaf, whom she was soon to marry, previously perceived as timid. Tang Hao coldly addressed Alfu, suggesting he would inquire of the axe. As Tang Hao advanced upon Alfu, Wang Sheng shouted desperately that he would concede to any terms Tang Hao demanded, pleading for the safety of his companions. Tang Hao, now face-to-face with Alfu, gripped his throat with a single hand. Alfu, drained of strength from his earlier act of heroism, could not muster any resistance. Lin Weiwei, tears streaming down her face, cried out for mercy, begging for Alfu's life. Wang Sheng, witnessing Alfu's face turning crimson, shouted once more for Tang Hao to relent, offering to comply with any conditions in a desperate plea for their safety. Tang Hao's expression twisted with malevolence as he declared that he would not spare them, reiterating his intent that none would leave alive today. With a swift motion, he tightened his grip on Alfu's neck, a sickening crack echoing as Alfu's body slumped lifelessly. Tang Hao had resolved that none who had witnessed him would survive. Fully aware that eliminating the young talents of the Seven Treasures Lili sect would bring trouble to the Haotian sect. Thus, he deemed it necessary to eradicate all witnesses to avoid future complications. As Alfu's life extinguished, Lin Weiwei let out a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing into unconsciousness. With Lin Weiwei incapacitated, Tang Hao approached another member of Zhao Feng's team, delivering yet another fatal blow. One by one, the remaining members succumbed, lying helplessly on the ground, awaiting their doom. Wang Sheng, filled with sorrow, recalled the times when Zhao Feng's team had assisted him and the promise he made to be Alfu's best man, planning a grand wedding that now lay shattered with Alfu's death. In that moment, Wang Sheng felt a searing heat in his mind, a wave of emptiness washing over him as his eyes glowed crimson. He stood uncontrollably, consumed by a singular intent: to kill, to annihilate the man before him without hesitation. Oblivious to Wang Sheng's transformation, Tang Hao continued to reap the lives of Zhao Feng's team, with only Zhao Feng and Lin Weiwei remaining. Just as Tang Hao prepared to crush Zhao Feng's skull with the Haotian hammer, Wang Sheng materialized behind him, shrouded in shadow. Tang Hao sensed the shift and turned, but Wang Sheng's dark golden claws pierced deeply into Tang Hao's back. A cry of pain escaped Tang Hao's lips as he felt his soul power depleting. His body stiffened, no longer under his control. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng's eyes burned with fury as a surge of soul power flowed into him through the claws, his muscles bulging with newfound strength. Although he wore a tortured expression, his consciousness gradually returned. However, the overwhelming influx of power threatened to shatter his body, and he realized that if he did not withdraw the dark golden claws, he too would meet a tragic end. Tang Hao, sensing Wang Sheng's body near its breaking point, laughed maniacally, taunting him about his desire to absorb his soul power. Just as the tension peaked, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "Tang Hao, it seems you are courting death." In an instant, the figure clad in white, Qin Xin, appeared beside Tang Hao and Wang Sheng. With a swift motion, he separated the two, pressing his fingers against Wang Sheng's forehead, causing him to slip into unconsciousness. Qin Xin gently lowered Wang Sheng to the ground and coldly directed his gaze towards Tang Hao, declaring, "Tang Hao, you have slain my disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Today, I shall ensure that you pay in blood for your transgressions." Tang Hao, who had recently lost a significant amount of soul power to Wang Sheng, felt a twinge of unease as he faced Qin Xin. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. He addressed Qin Xin, Sword Master Qinshin. Do you truly believe you can contend with me alone? Qinshin's stern visage bore a hint of fury as he retorted. How can you know unless we engage in battle? Today, I intend to test whether the legendary weapon soul, the Haotian hammer, is as formidable as the tales suggest. With that, Qinshin summoned the 7-killing sword and charged at Tang Hao. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer to meet the assault, and the clash of sword and hammer produced a resonating hum, sending both combatants staggering back several paces. Qinshin's 6th soul ring glowed. Activating his 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin, unleashing a torrent of 7 killing swords towards Tang Hao. In response, Tang Hao gripped the Haotian hammer tightly, employing a chaotic defense. Neither combatant dared to underestimate the other, activating their martial souls and engaging in a fierce exchange of domain skills. Tang Hao, burdened by lingering injuries, recognized that he could not afford to prolong the fight. A swift resolution was imperative. He unleashed a powerful Great Subtlety hammer to conclude the confrontation with Qinshin. Qinshin furrowed his brow. He knew the immense power of Tang Hao's full-force strike and doubted his ability to withstand it. Just as the colossal hammer descended, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. A massive skeletal dragon coiled around Qinshin, shimmering with radiant golden light. At this moment, Douluo Gurong, in his martial soul form, activated his 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, intercepting Tang Hao's Great Subtlety hammer and rebounding it back towards him. After absorbing the impact, the skeletal dragon reverted to its original form, wiping blood from its mouth and addressing Qinshin. Swordmaster, without my assistance, you would be at a loss. Qinshin cast a sidelong glance at Gurong, remarking coolly, I instructed you to protect Fengji. What brings you here? Gurong shrugged. Isn't Fengji concerned you might struggle alone against Tang Hao? I came to lend you a hand. At this moment, Tang Hao knelt on the ground, propped up by the Haotian hammer to avoid collapsing. The rebound from the Great Subtlety hammer, combined with the soul power previously absorbed by WangSheng, triggered his old injuries, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Qinshin, with fingers dancing, levitated several 7-killing swords, their tips aimed directly at Tang Hao. Should he make any sudden movements, Qinshin would not hesitate to strike him down. He refrained from attacking solely to await Ning Fengji's arrival, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Although he was a guardian Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, this matter required Ning Fengji's intervention. The members of the 7-treasure academy gradually recovered from their injuries, hastily gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades. At this time, Lin Weiwei began to regain consciousness, weeping over the corpse of Liaofu, while Ning Rongrong and Meng Yiran comforted her. After regaining some soul power, Oscar tirelessly produced sausages, which Yi Lingling and Jiang Zhu quickly distributed to the more severely injured for treatment. Before long, Ning Fengji arrived, surveying the chaotic scene. He noted the bodies of Zhao Feng's team and those of Shrek's Jingling and Huang Yuan lying in an orderly manner. Slowly closing his eyes, he struggled to contain his rising fury. After a moment, he opened his eyes and addressed Tang Hao. Tang Hao, regardless of the ties between the top 3 sects, you must pay with your life for the deaths of my disciples. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's demand for retribution, Tang Hao remained undaunted, replying in the Game of Kings. The victor and vanquished are determined. Since I have failed today, I cannot protest against your judgment. However, I must clarify that this was entirely my doing. I left the Haotian sect over a decade ago. I hope Sect Master Ning will not transfer your anger to the Haotian sect. Qinshin coldly interjected. You ask us not to blame the Haotian sect now, yet you did not consider such matters when you killed our people. At that moment, WangSheng, having been treated by Yi Lingling, glared at Tang Hao. What did you do when I asked you to spare others? Now you tell us not to seek retribution against the Haotian sect? Tang Hao, your double standards are infuriating. Following this battle, WangSheng's anger intensified, and he felt guilt-ridden. Had it not been for his enmity with Tang San and the others, today's events might never have transpired. Observing Tang Hao's silence, WangSheng slowly continued. Tang Hao, what you cherish most in this life are the Haotian sect and your blue-silver emperor. Right? You ignored your son until he was 6 years old. I will ensure you pay the price for your actions today." When WangSheng mentioned the Haotian sect and Ayin, Tang Hao turned to him, stating, "Take my life, and we shall be even." WangSheng scoffed. "Even? You think too simply. There is a waterfall near Shenghan village, behind which lies a cave. You must have planted the blue silver emperor there." Upon hearing WangSheng reveal Ayin's location, Tang Hao panicked. She was the love of his life, and he could not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. He quickly exclaimed, "If you dare to harm Ayin, I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit." WangSheng rolled his eyes at Tang Hao, replying, "Your words are of no consequence. Your son, Tang San, has likely already entered the city of slaughter. Therefore, there should be no one around the blue silver emperor. Do you think it would be difficult for me to deal with a plant soul beast?" Having absorbed Tang Hao's soul power, WangSheng had lifted the restrictions placed on his head by Qian Renxue, his violent nature growing ever more pronounced. Ning Fengji and the others watched this unfold, but did not interrupt the exchange between WangSheng and Tang Hao. In a fit of rage, Tang Hao shouted, "You dare!" WangSheng retorted, "What do I have to fear? I believe it would be wise for you to cooperate with my inquiries." Tang Hao sighed. "What do you wish to know?" WangSheng bluntly asked, "Why did you come to ambush us?" "I presume after taking Tang San and Xiao Wu away, your intention was to return Xiao Wu to the Douluo forest, allowing Tang San to cultivate in solitude?" Upon hearing WangSheng suggest returning Xiao Wu to the Douluo forest, Tang Hao pondered whether WangSheng was aware of Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast. He quickly inquired, "How do you know this?" WangSheng replied, "I won't reveal the specifics of Xiao Wu's identity, nor will I explain how I know. You need only answer my question." Tang Hao explained, "2 days ago, I sought out you Xiaogang to discuss Tang San's future soul ring choices. He suggested that I ambush you, claiming that doing so would reward me with soul bones from the competition, thus facilitating Tang San's rapid ascent in power. Moreover, eliminating you would remove the psychological barriers that plague him. As long as you live, he will remain in your shadow." Upon hearing Tang Hao's response, WangSheng nodded in agreement, confirming his suspicions that Yu Xiaogang had orchestrated Tang Hao's actions from behind the scenes. He then remarked, "So, you arranged for Talon to act as an informant and deliberately expose your whereabouts outside the city of slaughter to draw me away?" Tang Hao affirmed, "You are correct. I do not seek your mercy. I only hope you will spare Ayin." WangSheng disdainfully replied, "I have no intention of harming the blue silver emperor. I am not like you two, who have an obsession with soul beasts." With that, WangSheng turned to Ning Fengji, stating, "How you choose to deal with Tang Hao is entirely up to you, teacher. I have learned all I need to know." Ning Fengji nodded, looking at Tang Hao. He declared, "Tang Hao, today you have slain numerous disciples of my sect, and thus your life shall serve as compensation. In light of the past camaraderie among the top 3 sects, I shall not trouble the Haotian sect. A life for a life. Do you have any objections?" Tang Hao, a man of honor, knowing that the Haotian sect and Blue Silver Emperor would not suffer repercussions, slowly closed his eyes and stated, "Ning Fengji, WangSheng, I hope you will honor your words. Strike, Chen Xin. To die beneath your 7-killing sword is not a disgrace to my title as a Douluo of the Haotian sect." Chen Xin gazed at Ning Fengji, who nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, he summoned his soul power and drove the Qixia sword directly into Tang Hao's heart. After Tang Hao's demise, Chen Xin extracted 3 soul bones from his lifeless body and handed them directly to Ning Fengji. After receiving the soul bones, Ning Fengji spoke, "The valiant warriors sacrificed today belong to my Qi Bao Liuli sect. I shall ensure they receive a grand burial, and their families will not be neglected by us." He then addressed the soul masters from Qi Bao Liuli sect arriving from behind. "Send the order down. Pursue Yu Xiaogang across the continent. He must be captured alive." "Yes, sect master." Several soul masters responded and swiftly departed to relay the command. Ning Fengji turned to Gurong and said, "I must trouble Uncle Gu to make a trip to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to inform Thunder Yu Engine of the events that transpired. Let him know that we, the Qi Bao Liuli sect, will not spare Yu Xiaogang and hope they do not harbor him." Gurong nodded. "Rest assured, Fengji, you shall go. I believe Yu Engine will not jeopardize relations with us over a worthless son. Should he choose to protect that useless child, I shall appropriately remind him. Ning Fengji slightly nodded. Then I shall rely on you, Uncle Gu. After assigning all tasks, the group rested in place, awaiting everyone's recovery. At this moment, Ning Fengji found WangSheng, and the master and disciple sat in the open tent, with Jianduo seated nearby, using his domain to isolate the sounds within. Ning Fengji first inquired with concern, "Sure, are you well? I sense the malevolent energy within you is gradually slipping from control." WangSheng smiled bitterly. "I apologize for causing you worry, Master. I too feel this sinister thought becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Perhaps absorbing too much of Tong Hao's soul power awakened this energy." Ning Fengji asked, "Is your body all right after absorbing such a vast amount of soul power?" WangSheng expressed gratitude towards Qinxin, saying, "Fortunately, Grandfather Jian arrived just in time. After absorbing Tong Hao's soul power, my own surged rapidly to level 60, nearly exceeding my body's limits. Had it not been for Grandfather Jian separating us, I would have surely perished." Hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a cold sweat on behalf of WangSheng. "It is good that you are unharmed. That soul bone is too malevolent. The act of absorbing another's soul power is excessively wicked. You must devise a solution soon." WangSheng replied, "I'm aware of this. I do not wish to tread the path of an evil soul master. It seems our only option is to wait for Xiu'er to escape and seek help from Qianoliu together." Ning Fengji remained somewhat anxious. This Qian family has a long-standing tradition of inheriting the angel martial soul, always adhering to the will of the angels. "I worry he may take action against you." WangSheng understood Ning Fengji's concern for him and responded, "There is no alternative. We shall take one step at a time. I believe with Xiu'er present, Qianoliu will not harm me." Chapter 153, Beasts. Kneel down. The group from Qi Bao Academy returned to the Qi Bao Liuli sect to hold a funeral for those who sacrificed during the ambush. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the patriarch, Fenrikoi Yuanjin, and Bondog Urong sat in designated places, with second elder Yuluomian standing behind Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin began, "Might I inquire what brings you here, Brother Gu?" After taking a sip of tea, Gu Rong set the cup aside and replied, "Half a month ago, a large contingent from our Qi Bao Academy was ambushed by Tong Hao of the Haoyan sect while returning from Wuhuan City to the Qi Bao Liuli sect. A total of 10 soul masters from our sect and Shrek Academy perished at the hands of Tong Hao, and all participating students and faculty from Shrek Academy were gravely injured." Upon hearing that all members of Shrek Academy were injured, Yuluomian, standing behind Yu Yuanjin, trembled and quickly asked, "Douluo, how are the injuries of Liu Erlong from Shrek Academy?" Yu Yuanjin cast an annoyed glance at Yuluomian, saying, "Luomian, as the family's second elder, conduct yourself more prudently." Yu Yuanjin had long been displeased with second elder Yuluomian, who had been a notorious playboy in his youth, and now openly expressed concern for his illegitimate daughter in front of outsiders, thus tarnishing the family's reputation. Realizing his indiscretion, Yuluomian quickly explained, "Douluo, please forgive my outburst. Liu Erlong is my adopted daughter, and hearing of the injuries to all at Shrek Academy caused me concern for her." Gu Rong chose not to press the matter, smiling, "It is of no consequence. I was unaware that Liu Erlong was the second elder's adopted daughter. We must also thank several teachers from Shrek for their assistance during this ambush. However, there is no need for the second elder to worry. After treatment, everyone will recover well with a month or two of rest." Upon hearing that there was no serious issue, Yuluomian finally relaxed and ceased speaking. Yu Yuanjin asked then, "Brother Gu, why did Tong Hao seek to ambush the students of your academy?" Gu Rong replied straightforwardly, "During the Soul Master competition, when our Qi Bao Academy faced Shrek Academy, Tong San used a lethal move against my disciple, violating the competition's regulations. At that moment, Tong Hao appeared to rescue his son. Thus a grudge was formed between us." Yu Yuanjin had heard of this matter and responded, "Since both parties are at odds, and Tong Hao's actions stem from your conflict, what brings you to our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Do you require our mediation in this matter?" Yu Yuanjin maintained a detached stance, as Gu Rong had anticipated, and Gu Rong casually remarked, "There is no need for the Yu family head to intervene. Tong Hao has already been slain by Qinxin." Upon hearing that Qinxin had killed Tong Hao, Both Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian were taken aback. It was unexpected that the renowned Haoyan Douluo had fallen at the hands of Jian Douluo Qinshin. Yu Yuanjin incredulously inquired, "Brother Gu, is this true?" Gu Rong answered solemnly, "Why would I deceive you with such a matter? Tong Hao first employed a strategy to lure us away, then attempted to seize the 3 soul bones and eliminate everyone present while we were absent." Observing the astonishment on Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian's faces, Gu Rong continued, "By the time we returned, 10 soul masters had already perished at Tong Hao's hands, and the rest were severely injured." Yu Yuanjin queried, "If Tong Hao is dead, may I ask, Brother Gu, why do you inform us of this? The 3 sects have traditionally stood together, now that you are at odds. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family can only remain neutral. If you seek our support, I cannot comply." Gu Rong thought to himself that Yu Yuanjin was a cunning old fox, resistant to change as his family declined. He then spoke, "Patriarch Yu, I believe you are mistaken. I have come to inform you that Yu Xiaogang also participated in this incident." Yu Yuanjin was taken aback upon hearing that Yu Xiaogang was involved, and Yu Luomian interjected, "Yu Xiaogang distanced himself from our family decades ago. He is no longer one of us. Is Bon Douluo here to seek justice?" Gu Rong smiled lightly, "Second Elder, you are mistaken. I have come to inform you that Yu Xiaogang participated in the ambush against our Qi Bao Academy. We shall pursue him across the continent. And to maintain peace between our 2 families, I wanted to inform your sect of this matter in advance." Yu Yuanjin nodded, "I understand. Since Xiaogang has committed this act, he is no longer a member of our family. Should you capture him one day, you may deal with him as you see fit." Having concluded, Yu Yuanjin turned to Yu Luomian, saying, "Luomian, please extend proper hospitality to Bon Douluo. I will take my leave to rest. At my age, I am less capable." After instructing Yu Luomian, Yu Yuanjin clasped his hands toward Gu Rong. "Brother Gu, I shall not keep you longer. Please allow Luomian to host you well as you have traveled such a distance to our family." Gu Rong rose and spoke. "I appreciate the goodwill of the Yu family head, but I have merely come to convey a message. There are many matters to attend to within the sect, so I shall return now." Yu Luomian stepped forward and said, "In that case, allow me to see off Gu Douluo. Although Yu Xiaogang is no longer a member of our family, he is nonetheless the son of my elder brother, and I believe my elder brother feels somewhat uneasy about this. I hope Gu Douluo can understand." Gu Rong smiled and replied, "I understand, one matter at a time. However, I must state that Yu Xiaogang is currently the #1 enemy of our Qibao Liuli sect. Anyone who harbors him will be opposing our sect." After speaking, Gu Rong added with a kind smile, "But I trust your esteemed sect would not undertake such an act, as it would be unwise to antagonize a long-standing ally for the sake of someone who has long departed from the family. Isn't that right, you family head and the 2nd elder?" Yu Luomian awkwardly smiled and replied, "Of course, please rest assured, Gu Douluo, if we ever have news of Yu Xiaogang's whereabouts, we shall inform your sect." Gu Rong nodded and said, "Thank you very much. 2nd elder, please stay. I shall take my leave." With that, Gu Rong departed from the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. After Gu Rong left, Yu Luomian stowed away his smile and slammed the table, exclaiming, "What a useless fellow Yu Xiaogang is. He lacks the ability, yet dares to provoke the Qibao Liuli sect. Does he wish to plunge our entire sect into peril?" Seeing Yu Yuanjin silent, Yu Luomian bluntly stated, "Elder brother, let me make it clear. Yu Xiaogang has already severed ties with the family. The family must not become enemies with the Qibao Liuli sect over such a worthless person. If one day he seeks refuge in our sect, I hope elder brother will not be soft-hearted merely because he is your son." Yu Yuanjin waved his hand and replied, "I will handle this matter. I need to enter seclusion for a while, so you shall manage the family affairs in my stead." Having said that, Yu Yuanjin left the hall and walked alone toward his secluded chamber. Once he entered and closed the door behind him, he looked at a man wearing a hat and a black robe, saying, "Beast, kneel down." The man in the hat and black robe trembled at Yu Yuanjin's words and quickly knelt, feigning innocence as he asked, "Father, why are you so angry? What have I done to displease you?" This man was none other than Yu Xiaogang. After advising Tang Hao, he had departed, and now, being forsaken by all, he sought to regain his footing by returning to the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, relying on the family's resources for a chance to realize his ambitions. However, Upon arriving at the Lan Dianba Wang family, he hesitated to enter directly, fearing his uncle Yu Lumian might act against him. Thus, he disguised himself and secretly met with Yu Yuanjin using a token. Yet, before they could exchange words, they heard that Gu Rong from the Qibao Liuli sect had arrived. Yu Xiaogang worried that after Tang Hao dealt with everyone, the Qibao Liuli sect would seek information about him, coming to the Lan Dianba Wang family for assistance. Given his close ties with Tang Hao, it was best to keep his whereabouts concealed. He urgently requested Yu Yuanjin to ensure no one learned of his presence in the Lan Dianba Wang family. Out of love for his son, Yu Yuanjin had not revealed Yu Xiaojing's presence to Gu Rong, and upon returning, he unleashed his fury on Yu Xiaogang. Yu Yuanjin glared at Yu Xiaogang, saying, "At this point, you still dare to act oblivious? Do you know why Gu Rong came here today?" Hearing his father's question, Yu Xiaogang felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that their plan with Tang Hao had been uncovered? However, given Tang Hao's strength, he should have been able to eradicate any threats. Yu Xiaogang steeled himself and replied, "I do not know. Please enlighten me, father." Yu Yuanjin, filled with disappointment, thought back to when Yu Xiaogang awakened a mutated waste martial spirit at the age of 6. Yu Yuanjin had initially believed that as long as Yu Xiaogang stayed put and led a comfortable life, it would be sufficient given the family's vast resources. Little did he know that this troublesome son, unable to cultivate due to his waste martial spirit, insisted on involving himself in martial spirit research. Initially, Yu Yuanjin had supported Yu Xiaojang's enthusiasm for martial spirit knowledge, thinking that while he lacked strength, he could still contribute through knowledge. However, Yu Xiaogang insisted on presenting some so-called top 10 core competitive concepts of martial spirits theory. Upon seeing Yu Xiaogang eagerly present this theory, Yu Yuanjin's face turned green with anger. As one of the oldest and most powerful individuals on Douluo continent, he could easily recognize that what his son proposed was merely common knowledge. Yu Yuanjin sternly told Yu Xiaogang that his theories were worthless. Yet this rebellious son had chosen to leave the family for decades and only returned now to bring trouble. Just as they were about to express their longing after decades apart, the news brought by Gu Rong infuriated Yu Yuanjin. "Who do you think you are, Yu Xiaogang? How dare you conspire to assassinate members of the Qibao Liuli sect? You are truly courting death." To outsiders, the Lan Dianba Wang family appears to be one of the top 3 sects, but in reality, we hold no significant standing among them. Without my presence as a titled Douluo, we would likely be no better than the Xiangjia sect. The more Yu Yuanjin thought, the angrier he became. And he struck Yu Xiaogang across the face, exclaiming, "You useless brat. Decades ago, I told you to stay within the sect and focus on nurturing the disciples. Yet you insisted on pursuing your nonsensical theories. You didn't listen, you left, and now you return with such a monumental mess. Do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Yu Xiaogang held his swollen face, looking aggrieved as he said, "I merely wish to see you after a long time. How have I caused you trouble?" Yu Xiaogang had already resolved that no matter what Gu Rong said, he would never admit to anything. Hearing Yu Xiaogang feign ignorance, Yu Yuanjin kicked him, causing him to stagger, his eyes blazing with fury as he said, "At this point, you still pretend to be clueless? Do you not realize that Tang Hao is dead? What? How is that possible?" Yu Xiaogang was greatly shocked at the news of Tang Hao's death. He had only speculated that after Tang Hao dealt with his enemies, there might be loose ends. Gu Rong's visit was presumably to seek cooperation with the Lan Dianba Wang family, but he never anticipated that Tang Hao was actually dead. In a moment of panic, he nearly revealed too much, quickly covering himself by saying, "Father, Tang Hao's been missing for so many years. How could he possibly be dead?" Seeing Yu Xiaogangs evasive words, Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened as he said, "At this juncture, you still wish to conceal the truth from me? Do you want me to hand you over to the Qibao Liuli sect before you will tell me the truth?" Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang grew anxious and quickly knelt, pleading, "Father, please do not hand me over to the Qibao Liuli sect. If I fall into their hands, I will surely not survive." Yu Yuanjin finally calmed slightly and said, "Speak honestly, why did you do this?" Hearing his father's tone soften, Yu Xiaogang realized that his father would not betray him, and he began to recount the events involving WangSheng, embellishing and distorting many facts along the way. He particularly insisted that WangSheng was a sinister soul master and that he had deduced WangSheng's true identity, which led to multiple retaliations from WangSheng. In his desperation, he had then devised a plan with Tang how to assassinate WangSheng and his associates. After listening to what Xiaogang had to say, although Yu Yuanjin was aware that his son was not disclosing the entire truth, he was still reluctant to hand over Xiaogang to the Qibao Liuli sect, as he was, after all, his own flesh and blood. After a prolonged contemplation, Yu Yuanjin slowly remarked, "This matter is of great significance. I shall consult your second uncle." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly interjected, "Father, you must not inform second uncle about my return." Yu Yuanjin, undeterred, replied, "Your second uncle is always meticulous. It is best to discuss this matter with him. Father, if second uncle learns of the calamity I have caused, he will undoubtedly hand me over to the Qibao Liuli sect." Yu Xiaogang implored fervently. Yu Yuanjin reassured him, "That will not happen. How could your second uncle do such a thing?" At that moment, Yu Xiaogang realized that if he did not disclose certain truths to Yu Yuanjin, the latter, trusting Yu Luomian, would certainly consult him. With a determined resolve, Yu Xiaogang tore off his trousers in front of Yu Yuanjin and, with tears streaming down his face, declared, "Father, I am no longer a complete man." Upon witnessing Yu Xiaogang's diminished state, Yu Yuanjin's anger flared, and he demanded, "Who did this? Who dares to harm my son?" Trembling, Yu Xiaogang replied, "It was second uncle who rendered me a cripple." "What? Yu Luomian dared to do this to my son? Explain everything." Yu Xiaogang recounted his ordeal with Lu Erlong, embellishing the tale to suggest that Lu Erlong had relentlessly pursued him, despite their sibling bond being clear. Ultimately, it was Yu Luomian's concern for his reputation that led to such drastic measures. After absorbing Yu Xiaogang's account, Yu Yuanjin paced back and forth, while Yu Xiaogang held his breath, awaiting his father's contemplation. After some time, Yu Yuanjin halted and inquired, "Who else knows of your return?" Yu Xiaogang replied, "No one else is aware. When I arrived at the sect, only 2 guards were present. After handing them the token, they brought me to you without encountering anyone else." Yu Yuanjin nodded, then suddenly grasped Yu Xiaogang firmly, stating, "My child, do not blame your father. This is for your own good." Before Yu Xiaogang could respond, Yu Yuanjin's electrifying hand reached for his face. Chapter 155. The prince's position 4 months had passed since the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, and a dire piece of news emerged from the royal family of Tiando City. Crown Prince Xue Qinghe had suddenly passed away. This revelation drew the attention of various factions. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Xue Yi fell gravely ill. During Xue Qinghe's funeral, Ning Fengji of the Qibao Liuli sect arrived at the palace to pay his respects, accompanied by 2 formidable titled Douluos, WangSheng and Ning Rongrong. Xue Qinghe lay peacefully in an ice coffin, while the 3 princes surrounded it, weeping bitterly. Observing the 3 princes of the Tiando Empire feign sorrow, WangSheng could not help but admire their performance. At that moment, they must have been secretly reveling in their fortune. Without Xue Qinghe, their chances of ascending the throne increased significantly. WangSheng, not wanting to be outdone, also displayed his acting skills beside Xue Qinghe's coffin, staring blankly at the body. Soon, tears streamed down his cheeks, and his lips trembled as he shivered slightly. Many nobles who came to pay their respects noted WangSheng's heart-wrenching display and privately marveled at the deep friendship he shared with the late prince, prompting several noble ladies to join in the tears, moved by his sorrow. Just a day prior, Qian Richue had consumed a specially crafted drug from Yang Wudi, which induced a state of apparent death, lasting for 7 days without any noticeable difference from true death. Unaware of this, Ning Rongrong, seeing WangSheng's grief, joined him in weeping uncontrollably beside the coffin, a scene that touched many hearts. Once the funeral concluded, the princes sprang into action. The 4th prince, Xue Peng, continued his frivolous ways, while the 2nd prince, Xue Yang, and the 3rd prince, Xue Bao, had powerful factions backing them. Within the palace of the 2nd prince, Xue Yang sat with Hu Yinzhen, the leader of the Xiangjia sect, who had already pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Under Bibi Dong's guidance, he openly allied with Xue Yang, believing that Xiaoyang's opportunity had arrived with Xiaoqing's demise. Xiaogang inquired, "Sect Master Hu Yin, with our elder brother gone, how can the three remaining brothers compete for the throne, and how might I distinguish myself?" Hu Yinjun replied, "According to royal precedents, it is your turn to be the crown prince. Furthermore, the third prince, Xue Bao, has already publicly withdrawn from the competition, opting to guard the borders, while the fourth prince remains lost in frivolity. Thus, you need only to perform well before His Majesty, the Snow Knight Emperor." Xiaoyang shook his head. "I know my brothers well. Although Xue Bao appears to have given up his claim to the throne, his influence in Xingma City cannot be underestimated." Hu Yinjun, lacking subtlety, blurted out, "Shall I arrange for Xue Bao to be dealt with? Eliminating the competition would ensure your ascendance." Xiaoyang, exasperated by Hu Yinjun's bluntness, thought to himself that had it not been for the Xiangjia sect's prominence, he would not consider such a foolish ally. He replied, "We cannot act in the shadows. The priority is to garner support from the major clans. The Qibao Yuli sect has historically backed our elder brother, and now that he is gone, we must strive to win their favor." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's intent to court the Qibao Yuli sect, Hu Yinjun was displeased, as he had long harbored animosity towards Ning Fengji. Moreover, the Qibao Yuli sect's strength was formidable. Had he not received Bibi Dong's directive, he would have outright refused. Instead, he conceded, "The Qibao Yuli sect is indeed a worthy target, though I fear our chances of winning them over may be slim." Xiaoyang contemplated briefly and nodded. "I understand the odds are not in our favor, but we must make an attempt. I will handle the Qibao Yuli sect, while I hope Sect Master Hu Yin can assist in engaging the other clans of the lower four sects." Hu Yinjun patted his chest, assuring, "Rest easy, second prince. I shall manage the lower four sects. With the support of our sects, seizing the throne will be a mere formality." In the chambers of the third prince, Xue Bao sat at the head, accompanied by two others, an elderly man with white hair and a masked figure clad in black robes, with only his eyes visible. The former was Ouyang Feng, a titled Douluo from the Ice Toad Spirit, whom WangSheng had encountered in Xingma City. The latter, known as Yin, was sent by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to assist Xue Bao and was a man of great cunning, highly regarded by Xue Bao. Su Bao in Guit, with Crown Prince Xue Qinghe's demise, this presents the perfect opportunity for me to vie for the throne. What strategies do you propose to help me ascend to the position of Crown Prince swiftly?" Ouyang Feng was the first to speak, addressing the third prince, "Your Highness, among the three princes, the greatest threat to you is undoubtedly Xiaoyang. In recent years, he has demonstrated considerable abilities and has won the emperor's favor, making him your fiercest competitor. As for the fourth prince, Xue Beng, he is merely a spoiled youth and poses no real concern." Xue Bao nodded in agreement, stating, "Mr. Ouyang's analysis is indeed accurate. My second brother possesses a reserved character and is truly my most formidable rival. Now, the Xiangjia sect has clearly chosen to align with him. However, we have the support of the Lan Dianbao Wang Long family, which provides some reassurance. The challenge lies in how to break the long-standing traditions of the Tiando Empire." Ouyang Feng responded, "Your Highness, I believe the second prince will likely seek an alliance with the Qibao Glaze sect. After all, they have previously aligned with the crown prince, and with his demise, this presents an opportunity for them to choose their next supporter. I suspect the second prince will soon approach Ning Fengji." Upon hearing Ouyang Feng's analysis, Xue Bao nodded repeatedly. He had previously arranged with the Qibao Glaze sect that they would not interfere in his competition with the crown prince. However, with the crown prince now deceased, it would be justifiable for the Qibao Glaze sect to support Xiaoyang. Reflecting on this, Xue Bao remarked, "The Qibao Glaze sect indeed poses a significant issue. It seems I must pay them a visit to ascertain Ning Fengji's stance." Ouyang Feng agreed, saying, "It is essential to negotiate with the Qibao Glaze sect, and we must also ensure our preparations in Xingma City are not neglected. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must be adequately prepared." Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively and then turned to Yin, asking, "Mr. He, in your opinion, what preparations do I need to make to ascend to the position of crown prince?" Yin, who had remained silent until now, stood up slightly and respectfully inquired, "Your Highness, why must you pursue the title of Crown Prince? Would it not be more advantageous to become the Emperor of the Tiando Empire directly?" Upon hearing Hien's bold suggestion, Shui Bao scrutinized him closely. He had been by Shui Bao's side for some time and had always targeted the crux of discussions. He was taken aback by Hien's audacity today. Shui Bao asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that, Mr. He?" Hien replied, "The position of Crown Prince is always coveted, regardless of who occupies it. Why not bypass that stage entirely and ascend directly to the highest position in the Tiando Empire?" Ouyang Feng protested, "Mr. He, how can you incite the prince to commit regicide? Should the prince proceed down this path, he would become a target for all, ultimately benefiting the second prince, Xiaogang." A low, mocking laughter emanated from beneath Hien's mask as he looked at Shui Bao, saying, "Who says the prince must personally commit regicide?" With that, Hien produced a small vial from his robe, stating, "This vial contains a slow-acting poison, colorless and odorless. Just a drop in the emperor's meals each day, and within half a year, he will surely meet his end." Shui Bao was taken aback by the ruthlessness of Hien's methods, astonished that he would even contemplate poisoning. He then asked, "But after my father dies from poisoning, how can I guarantee that I will ascend to the throne?" Hien explained, "Your Highness is stationed at the borders, currently only returning to Tiando City to mourn the crown prince. In a few days, you will inform the emperor of your intention to return to Xingma City. Given the emperor's condition, he will likely appoint the second prince to govern in his stead. If the emperor were to pass away during the second prince's regency, and it is revealed he died from poison, who would be the prime suspect?" Upon hearing this, Shui Bao clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Mr. He's strategy is brilliant. We shall proceed with caution and frame my second brother for treason, thereby seizing the throne effortlessly." Ouyang Feng once again opposed, stating, "Your Highness, if we pursue this course, Tiando City will descend into chaos, resulting in significant casualties. The second prince commands considerable influence within the city, and despite our covert alliance with the Lan Jianba Wang Long family, a conflict with the second prince would undoubtedly weaken our power." Hien scoffed, "Mr. Ouyang, you are too compassionate. As long as the prince ascends to the throne, what does it matter if some lives are lost?" Ouyang Feng coldly snorted at Hien, before turning to Shui Bao to counsel, "Your Highness, we should approach this matter with caution. Internal strife will drain our national strength, and should Luo seize the opportunity to attack us, we would be in dire straits." Hien replied indifferently, "Luo will not remain idle. Dai Mubai recently defeated Davis at the forMaster tournament, and with many within Luo previously supporting Davis, they are also embroiled in their own power struggles. Furthermore, given the strength of the Tiando Empire, why should we fear Luo?" Seeing Shui Bao still hesitating, Hien continued, "If you are unwilling to proceed in this manner, we can still gradually secure the position of heir apparent. However, considering the emperor's current health, it is not unreasonable to expect him to live for another 10 or 20 years. The concern lies in the possibility of unforeseen events during this time, which could lead to greater headaches for you. Moreover, in 10 or 20 years, the two princes of Luo will likely have already determined a victor, leaving us vulnerable." Shui Bao had been intrigued from the beginning. For him, the cost of casualties was inconsequential as long as he could attain that supreme position. The life and death of Shui Yi mattered little to him. After a moment of contemplation, Shui Bao slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Let us proceed as Mr. He suggests. I will arrange for someone to manage the delivery of meals to my father in the palace. In a few days, Mr. Ouyang will accompany me back to Xingma City, while I will leave the affairs of Tiando City to Mr. He." Seeing that Shui Bao had made up his mind, Ouyang Feng refrained from further comment, while Hien bowed, saying, "I will not fail to meet your expectations, Your Highness." The following day, Ning Fengji received invitations from both Xiaogang and Shui Bao. He promptly dispatched individuals to deliver the two new invitations to each of the prince's residences. That evening, Shui Bao, accompanied by Ouyang Feng and Hien, arrived at the Qibao Glaze sect. Upon entering the banquet hall, Shui Bao noticed that the second prince, Shui, and Hu Yanzhen were already seated inside. Shui Bao thought to himself that Ning Fengji was merely stalling, but quickly donned a smile as he greeted Xiaogang. It seems today, Sect Master Ning has invited my elder brother as well. It appears my brother has acted swiftly, while I have arrived a bit late. I hope my brother will be understanding. Xiaogang smiled and replied, "What are you saying, third brother? We are both guests here, so there is no need for such formalities." Once everyone had arrived, Ning Fengji addressed WangSheng, who stood behind him, saying, "Sheng, since both princes are here, you should sit beside me and enjoy a drink with them." WangSheng nodded and took a seat next to Ning Fengji. After he settled down, Ning Fengji raised his cup and said, "I thank both princes for gracing us with your presence today. Allow me to toast to both of you." After finishing his drink, Ning Fengji raised his cup again and expressed his gratitude to Hu Yinjun for attending the gathering at the Qibao Glazed sect. Hu Yinjun's imposing figure holding a small cup appeared quite comical, but he boisterously declared, "Sect Master Ning, please proceed. I will drink it all in one go." Ning Fengji then turned to Shui Bao and inquired, "Who are these two gentlemen accompanying you?" "Third prince?" Shui Bao slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "How could I forget to introduce them to Sect Master Ning? These two are Mr. Ouyang Feng and Mr. Hien, both of whom are my trusted aides." After Shui Bao's introduction, Ouyang Feng and Hien raised their cups in unison, saying, "To Sect Master Ning." Ning Fengji smiled faintly and finished his drink. He then continued, "I receive invitations from both princes at the same time, and I thought it would be best to invite you both to visit the Qibao Glazed sect together. I hope neither of you will take offense." Xiaogang was the first to respond, "Sect Master Ning, there is no need for such formalities. It is my honor to be welcomed into your esteemed sect." Shui Bao nodded in agreement, saying, "Erge is absolutely right. After spending many years away, it is a rare opportunity to return to Tiando City, and I consider it a fortunate event to visit Qibao Lulizong this time." Ning Fengji smiled and remarked, "We should thank the two princes for their gracious presence." In his heart, Shui Bao thought, "Ning Fengji is indeed a cunning old fox. By inviting both Erge and myself, he aims to maintain neutrality. However, if Qibao Lulizong remains neutral, my chances of success will be greater." With this thought, Shui Bao raised his cup and addressed Xiaogang, saying, "As for me, I have been away for so long that I must return to Xingma City in just a few days. I initially intended to invite Ning Zhongzhu for a gathering, but it seems Erge has also invited him. It appears that we brothers truly share a mutual understanding. Come, Erge, I toast to you." Xiaogang smiled and replied, "Cindy speaks wisely. We brothers indeed share a deep bond." After both drained their cups, Xiaogang slowly began, "With our elder brother gone and our father's health declining, he has entrusted me with the regency. Thus, I wish to request a brief leave from Ning Zhongzhu. After all, as our elder brother's mentor, many of his governance principles were derived from you, and I hope you will continue to enlighten us in the future." Ning Fengji smiled, but remained silent, while WangSheng suddenly interjected, "Both of you know your intentions well. Why not bid for it? The highest bidder wins." Chapter 157. The music and dance continue. Highest bidder wins? At WangSheng's bold declaration, the crowd collectively raised their voices in disbelief. His words were too blunt. While both parties were indeed there to woo Qibao Lulizong, WangSheng's overt statement was rather inappropriate. His audacious proclamation even startled the servants and dancers present, causing them to halt their actions and stare at him. Ordinarily, whether in a private meeting or a joint discussion, it would be customary to engage in pleasantries first, waiting until the wine had flowed freely and the dishes had been savored before dismissing the servants and negotiating. However, WangSheng's unexpected approach left everyone utterly unprepared. Hien was the first to break the silence, pointing at WangSheng and exclaiming, "How dare you speak so brazenly? Our third prince is here merely to reconnect with Ning Zhongzhu. And how can a mere child like you utter such outrageous claims?" WangSheng turned to Hien, a person he had never heard of before, and who always regarded him with hostility since arriving at Qibao Lulizong. Yet with the stage set, the show must go on. WangSheng feigned innocence and asked, "What do you mean, Mr. He? How have I spoken out of turn?" Hien, brimming with anger, retorted, "The position of heir cannot be openly auctioned." Upon hearing Hien's blunt words, Ouyang Feng beside him tugged at his sleeve, prompting Hien to realize he had been overly impulsive, articulating his thoughts even more clearly than WangSheng. Regret washed over him as he glared at WangSheng with disdain. Shui Bao quickly interjected to calm the situation. Gentlemen, please remain composed. Mister, he has had too much to drink and momentarily misspoke. Yet, was not Wang Ji's statement also a slip of the tongue? Wang Sheng chuckled, replying, I was not speaking out of turn. I am not a lightweight. How could I possibly be intoxicated after just a few cups? Tian felt provoked by Wang Sheng's insinuation and, now restrained by Ouyang Feng, merely grunted in annoyance and resumed drinking alone. Wang Sheng continued, What issue is there with my earlier statement? Both princes are young and outstanding individuals. Their purpose for visiting Qi Bao Luli Zong is quite evident, is it not? Shui Yang and Shui Bao exchanged awkward glances, feeling the tension rise as Wang Sheng grew increasingly brazen. At this moment, Hu Yanjun spoke up, Wang Sheng, cease your cryptic remarks. Do you not understand your own status? Wang Sheng adopted a harmless expression and replied, I used to have an identity card, but I no longer possess one. Just as Hu Yanjun was about to reprimand him, Wang Sheng continued, however, I do have a certain standing within Qi Bao Luli Zong, as I serve as the spokesperson for foreign affairs, a negotiation expert, a graduate of Qi Bao Academy, and the vice president of the homeowners committee for the affiliated residential area. Enough. Spare us your absurd titles. They have nothing to do with me. I rarely listen to your ramblings, and since Ning Zhongzhu has yet to speak, you have no right to take the floor. Hu Yanjun interrupted Wang Sheng, who had become increasingly verbose and convoluted. At that moment, as Wang Sheng's staunch ally, Ning Fengzhi stepped in to support him, calmly stating, Sheng Er is my disciple, and all he says is equivalent to my words. With this declaration, Hu Yanjun found himself without a chance to counter, and the two princes inwardly lamented Ning Fengzhi's apparent madness in defending Wang Sheng. With Ning Fengzhi's backing, Wang Sheng's words went unchallenged. He then remarked, Thanks to Hu Yanjun interrupting me, I have completely forgotten what I was saying. Allow me a moment to recollect. This comment darkened Hu Yanjun's already plump visage, and he glared at Wang Sheng in fury. Wang Sheng suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. I was praising both princes as outstanding individuals. Shui Yang and Shui Bao immediately responded with humility. We are unworthy, unworthy. Wang Sheng replied with a knowing smile. Gentlemen, do not feign modesty. Since both of you are indeed exceptional, your purpose in seeking my teacher is undoubtedly clear. Ouyang Feng interjected. Wang Sheng, you always speak in riddles. If you wish to be direct, just be straightforward without the theatrics. Wang Sheng gave Ouyang Feng a thumbs up, saying, Mr. Ouyang, you are forthright. I do not enjoy beating around the bush. I merely felt that being too direct would be inappropriate. However, since you have encouraged me, I shall speak plainly. As everyone turned their attention to Wang Sheng, Ning Fengzhi remained calmly sipping his tea, deciding to let Wang Sheng handle the situation as he navigated between the two princes. Sometimes, it is quite beneficial to take a hands-off approach. Seeing all eyes upon Wang Sheng smiled and declared, Since both princes wish to propose marriage to Rong Rong, let us auction her off. The highest bidder shall prevail. Splutter. Ning Fengzhi, who had been an observer, unexpectedly spat out his tea, utterly astonished by Wang Sheng's audacity. Shui Bao, taken aback, exclaimed, Wang Ge has misunderstood. I am still quite young. My primary intent here is merely to reconnect with Ning Zhongzhu. Wang Sheng, smiling, turned to Shui Yang and said, Since Sandy has withdrawn, how about you? Ege, please make your bid. I have high hopes for you. The starting price is 100,000 years of soul bones. You cannot lose. Initi Ali, Sui Yang, who had been merely a spectator, found himself at a loss for words as Wang Sheng unexpectedly turned the focus onto him. He could only awkwardly smile and say, Wang Ge, you jest. I am here to reconnect with Ning Zhongzhu as well. In truth, for Shui Yang, a union with Qi Bao Luli Zong would be quite advantageous. However, with Wang Sheng mentioning a starting price of 100,000 years of soul bones, it was clearly a jest at their expense, and he would not assume the role of the fool. Wang Sheng then asked both princes, Are you both certain that today you are merely here to reconnect with my teacher? With the situation as it was, the brothers could only nod in agreement, stating, Indeed. We are here only to reconnect. Wang Sheng chuckled and said, Then there is no issue. Let the music play and the dance continue. This maneuver was prearranged with Ning Fengji. Qi Bao Luli Zong would not participate in the struggle for the Tiando throne, and this performance was meant to clarify their position before the two princes. As long as Shui Bao did not align with Xiaogang, he would benefit from the arrangement. While for Xiaogang, Qi Bao Luli Zong's neutrality was preferable to siding with Shui Bao. Though neither of the two princes achieved their objectives, the outcome remains within an acceptable range for them. After all, the Qi Bao Liuli sect indeed intends to sever ties with the Tiando Empire. Should the Shui Bao ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly fulfill his original oath. Conversely, if Xiaogang were to take the throne, he would certainly agree to the Qi Bao Liuli sect's desire for independence, especially since Xiangjia sect, as Xueyang's staunchest supporter, would prefer not to have a much stronger sect remaining in Tiando. This seemingly impulsive move by WangSheng has effectively extracted the Qi Bao Liuli sect from the struggle for the throne, thus ensuring a permanent resolution. Chapter 158. To your room, the subsequent banquet was resolved amidst various formalities. WangSheng escorted the two princes out of the sect on behalf of Ning Fengji. Before departing, Shui Bao patted WangSheng's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Rest assured, Brother Wang, I shall not forget our agreement in Xingma City." WangSheng exchanged a knowing smile with Shui Bao, who then prepared to leave with Ouyang Feng and Hien. Ouyang Feng offered a respectful farewell before turning to depart, while Hien shot WangSheng a glare and snorted disdainfully before following Shui Bao. Xueyang approached WangSheng with a smile, asking, "Brother Wang, do you know my third brother well? It seems you two were quite engrossed in conversation." WangSheng chuckled, "Of course. Just moments ago, the third prince confided in me that he has long admired our Rong and intends to present me with some lavish gifts to speak favorably of him in front of my teacher." Upon hearing this, Xueyang merely smiled awkwardly and said, "I too greatly enjoy meeting Brother Wang today. It feels like a long-awaited encounter. Rest assured, I will prepare a generous gift for you upon my return. Does the second prince wish for me to speak well of him as well?" WangSheng inquired quietly. Xueyang, maintaining his politeness despite his embarrassment, replied, "Brother Wang misunderstands. I merely wish to befriend you. As for Miss Rong, I cannot possibly produce a 10,000-year soul bone." WangSheng grinned mischievously. "Is it not merely a desire for a marriage alliance? My teacher's aunt's sister's daughter's husband has a niece who is currently 18 and waiting to be wed. A mere 10,000-year soul bone would suffice. Perhaps the second prince might consider such a union. After all, distant relatives are still relatives." Xueyang's expression stiffened, internally berating WangSheng. "How shameless can you be to utter such words? Do you think me a fool?" Recovering, Xueyang chuckled and said, "Brother Wang is truly humorous. It is getting late. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly boarded the carriage with Huyen Jun, preparing to depart. WangSheng waved goodbye to the retreating carriage, calling out, "Safe travels." Second prince. "In fact, my great-uncle's third aunt's granddaughter is also waiting to marry. A mere 1,000-year soul bone would be a bargain." Xueyang stumbled slightly, urging the coachman to hasten their departure from this cursed place. Inside the carriage, Huyen Jun remarked, "Your Highness, the Qi Bao Liuli sect's actions today clearly indicate their intention to remain neutral." Xueyang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as the Qi Bao Liuli sect does not side with Shui Bao, their neutrality poses little threat to us." Huyen Jun expressed his displeasure. "That WangSheng is insufferable. If it were not for the Qi Bao Liuli sect, I would have liked to slap him into silence." Sui Amreli Smiled Aktuali. WangSheng is quite interesting, and he is remarkably clever. It is best not to make an enemy of such a person, even if we cannot be friends." Huyen Jin retorted, "He is merely relying on Ning Fengji's support. Otherwise, with his obnoxious demeanor, he would have been dealt with long ago." Acknowledging Huyen Jun's frustration, Xueyang responded, "A young man who can achieve the title of Soul King at such a tender age cannot be so easily dismissed." Huyen Jun's irritation grew as he reflected on how his own precious grandson paled in comparison to WangSheng. Half a month later, a luxurious carriage departed from the Qi Bao Liuli sect, heading toward Wuhuan City. Alongside WangSheng was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. her face alight with excitement as she gazed curiously out the window. WangSheng observed her childlike wonder and asked, "Shuer, you have been staring out the window for quite some time. Aren't you tired?" Qian Renxue turned her gaze back to WangSheng, sticking out her tongue playfully. "I don't need your concern. After staying in the Tiando Imperial Palace for so long, I am finally returning home. Is it not permissible for me to enjoy the view?" WangSheng looked at Qian Renxue with affection, saying, "Very well. Not only shall we enjoy this journey, but I also promise to accompany my Shuer to explore the entirety of Douluo and behold all its beauty." Resting her head on WangSheng's lap, Qian Renxue teased, "You will take me? I am the one who will be taking you, given that I am already a level 76 soul sage." "What level are you?" WangSheng was momentarily silenced. He had recently experienced a surge in strength, having absorbed Tang Hao's soul power to reach level 60. Just 3 months prior, under the guidance of Douluo, he had hunted a 55,000-year-old magic explosion tiger in the Stardow Forest and, with Ning Fengji's assistance, absorbed 3 soul bones from Tang Hao, bringing his current soul power to merely 67. Qian Renxue's innate 20-level soul power was indeed formidable. Through physical cultivation, herbal baths, and consuming celestial herbs, she had experienced rapid growth in her soul power, reaching level 76. Had it not been for her years of masquerading as Shui Qinghe, she would likely have already become a titled Douluo. With this thought, WangSheng playfully pinched Qian Renxue's nose, saying, "I may have a weak stomach, but my teeth are strong. I prefer to enjoy the fruits of my labor, if you will." "Ouch, stop it. You are so strong," Qian Renxue pleaded in mock surrender. WangSheng released her nose, then pinched her rosy cheeks, saying, "Come on, give me a smile." Qian Renxue shot him a glare. "You are shameless. I'm ignoring you." With that, she huffed and shifted to the other side of the carriage. WangSheng, undeterred, leaned closer and said, "How about I smile for you instead?" Qian Renxue, unable to withstand his relentless teasing, eventually broke into a smile, her earlier irritation dissipating. She nestled into WangSheng's embrace, asking, "Is it true that you will stay with me in Wuhuan City for over 2 years to accompany my grandfather and mother?" WangSheng nodded affirmatively. "Of course. I have always said, aside from being a son-in-law, what other job allows for such a balance of ample rewards and minimal effort, all while being close to home? And let us not forget, it comes with a beautiful wife." Qian Renxue expressed her concern. "Are you truly not afraid of my grandfather? I can no longer suppress the dark aura you have been emanating lately." WangSheng gently stroked Qian Renxue's hair. "If your grandfather does not fear his precious granddaughter becoming a widow, then he is free to take my life." "Disdainful," Qian Renxue retorted. "Could you be any more shameless?" WangSheng smiled. "In your presence, I have no need for pride. All I desire is you. And who needs pride anyway?" Qian Renxue teased his face. "This ugly mug of yours certainly does not require much attention." Thus, the two shared laughter and joy, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend such extended time together, their hearts brimming with sweetness. After 10 days, they finally arrived at Wuhuan City. Standing before the gates of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Renxue hesitated, pausing her steps. WangSheng turned to her and asked, "What troubles you, Shui?" Qian Renxue voiced her concerns. "My grandfather and mother have always been at odds. Regardless of whether I go to the Hall of the Pope or the Hall of Worship, it would not bode well." WangSheng, unfazed, replied, "I thought it was something serious. Come, let us first go to your room." Qian Renxue shot him a glare. "You shameless rogue, upon arriving at my home, you are already thinking of entering my room? How naive of you." WangSheng playfully pinched her cheek. "What are you thinking? I'm merely here to alleviate your worries. Now, no more chatter. Let's go to your room." Chapter 159. What constitutes justice and evil? Qian Renxue is aware that while WangSheng can be somewhat mischievous, he is not a gluttonous lecher. Trusting in WangSheng's abilities to resolve her current dilemma, she leads him back to her chamber, displaying her token of authority along the way. Upon reaching her room, WangSheng addresses the guard, instructing him to take his leave as they intend to rest. The guard, upon hearing WangSheng's command, remains motionless. Although he is uncertain why Qian Renxue possesses the token of the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, it is well known that this room is designated as the saintess's quarters and he has never seen Hulaina here. Nevertheless, as a guard, he must obey the saintess's orders. Qianren Shui nods to the guard, urging him to depart. Just then, WangSheng calls out to the guard, saying, "Please inform the Pope and the grand offer of the saintess's return. We shall rest for the night and visit them tomorrow morning." The guard glances at Qianren Shui, sees her nod, and proceeds to follow WangSheng's instructions. Once inside, WangSheng leisurely sits down and pours himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. Qianren Shui, sensing WangSheng's intentions, sits beside him and asks, "Aren't you afraid that my grandfather might come in and cleave you in two?" WangSheng laughs heartily and replies, "Of course I am, which is why you should sit closer to me. If your grandfather tries to strike, at least you'll be there to shield me." As they jest, the door suddenly bursts open with a loud bang, and a man rushes in. His hair and beard are completely white, yet his features remain those of a middle-aged man, sharp and handsome even in his advanced years. Upon entering, he is visibly enraged, glaring at WangSheng and Qianren Shui, who are calmly seated and drinking tea. Qianren Shui, recognizing the newcomer, joyfully exclaims, "Grandfather!" WangSheng realizes at that moment that the man is Qian Douluo, the grand offer of the Wuhuan Temple, a formidable title Douluo of level 99. Following closely behind, Bai Dong enters with a less menacing demeanor. Seeing her, WangSheng greets, "Good day, aunt." Bai Dong shoots WangSheng a glare and retorts, "I knew this was all you're doing." Qian Douluo then turns his attention to WangSheng and states, "So, you are WangSheng?" WangSheng bows respectfully, replying, "I have the honor of meeting the grand offer." Suddenly, Qian Douluo dashes to WangSheng, seizing him by the neck, and says, "You are hiding something." Qianren Shui quickly grasps Qian Douluo's hand, urging, "Grandfather, please let him go." Qian Douluo turns to her and insists, "Shui, this young man harbors evil energy within him. Can't you sense it?" Bai Dong snickers from aside. "Everything is deemed evil. At your age, you still act so impulsively." Qian Douluo releases WangSheng and glares at Bai Dong, saying, "You're just like him, filled with evil energy. Were it not for your status as Shui's mother, do you think you would still occupy the Pope's position?" Unfazed, Bibi Don responds, "It seems you have long wished to kill me. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you?" As the tension escalates, WangSheng interjects, "Perhaps we should resolve my outsider status before you two engage in battle?" Silence. Qian Douluo and Bai Dong simultaneously glare at him. At this moment, Qianren Shui stands up, saying, "Grandfather, mother, please cease your quarrel. I have returned with great difficulty. Can't we share a meal together as a happy family?" Upon hearing her plea, Qian Douluo's anger dissipates. He is usually stern with everyone, but he softens when it comes to his beloved granddaughter, immediately transforming his demeanor as he smiles at her. "Shui, I have missed you dearly. Let us go to the offer hall." Qianren Shui, clinging to Qian Douluo's arm, pleads, "Grandfather, I have just returned. Can't we enjoy a meal together as a complete family? I beg you." She winks at WangSheng, employing the charm he taught her, as he once mentioned that a little coaxing works wonders on those who care for you. Qian Douluo, gazing affectionately at Qianren Shui, responds, "Very well. I shall grant your wish. My Shui has returned. I will comply with whatever you desire." He then turns to Bai Dong, stating, "Today, there is no pope or grand offer present, only Shui's mother and her grandfather." Bai Dong nods in agreement, saying, "I have no objections." She then looks at WangSheng with a meaningful expression and asks, "Since we are dining as a family today, would you care to join us?" WangSheng, unabashed, replies, "Of course. After all, we will eventually become one family. Shall we also discuss my future within your family today?" Qian Douluo, with a serious expression, warns WangSheng, "Listen here, young man. Regardless of your identity or background, I will spare you today for Shui's sake, but you best keep your distance from her." WangSheng, dropping his playful demeanor, responds earnestly, "Grand offer, the dark energy within me is beyond my control. I hope to seek your assistance in resolving this issue. Regarding my relationship with Shui, I must assert that I cannot comply with your wishes. Our affection for one another is genuine, and I will never leave her." Qian Douluo coldly retorts, "As a successor of the angel god, we have always stood against evil. Therefore, Shui cannot be with you. Qianren Shui, exasperated, argues, grandfather. On what grounds do you declare WangSheng to be evil? Although he harbors dark energy, he has never committed the heinous acts of an evil soul master. In response to Qianren Shui's plea, Douluo stands firm, stating with conviction, evil is evil. Justice and evil have never coexisted. Our Qian family will always represent righteousness, and we must remain resolute against all evil forces on Douluo continent. Bibidong, Molkink, interjects. Douluo, do you truly believe that your family embodies justice? Are all your actions truly untainted? Douluo glares at her, exclaiming, Bai Dong, do not go too far. Undeterred, Bai Dong dismisses him, saying, I am merely stating facts. Continue as if I am not here. At this moment, WangSheng speaks up in my view. The definition of a soul master should not be determined solely by the characteristics of their martial soul. Rather, it is the essence of the soul master that dictates whether they are righteous or evil. Douluo counters. Those who practice by siphoning the soul power of others are undoubtedly evil soul masters. WangSheng stands tall, asserting, while it is true that relying on other soul power for personal advancement is indeed a corrupt practice, may I ask, grand offer, can a soul master choose the nature of their martial soul? Douluo is momentarily taken aback, and WangSheng continues, may I inquire, grand offer, what truly constitutes righteousness? What is evil? Chapter 160. Internal strife in Tiando. Upon hearing WangSheng's question, Douluo responds directly. Those who utilize their martial souls to drain the achievements of others, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, are all deemed evil. The righteous are those who oppose and eradicate such forces. At this moment, Douluo has already decided not to punish WangSheng, but for the sake of his precious granddaughter, he wishes to assess WangSheng's character. WangSheng shakes his head and replies, you are only partially correct. In my view, the concepts of good and evil often coexist. Judgments of justice and malevolence vary based on one's perspective. I would argue that on this continent, the nobles who oppress the impoverished are often more ruthless than so-called evil soul masters. Douluo inquires, what do you mean by that? WangSheng explains, perhaps. Grand offer, your long-standing guardianship of Wuhuan City has led you to focus solely on the movements of evil soul masters, while you remain oblivious to the suffering of the common people. Some aristocrats, along with local bullies, slaughter entire villages for their selfish desires. It is those who are unable to become soul masters that we must truly protect. For many years, the Wuhuan Temple has dedicated itself to eradicating evil soul masters and assisting ordinary soul masters. However, they have indeed overlooked a greater number of common civilians. Douluo defended, stating, ordinary civilians are often governed by various empires and kingdoms. Our responsibility at the Wuhuan Temple is to manage soul masters, and we cannot overstep our authority. WangSheng's gaze suddenly grew resolute as he proclaimed, I have heard a saying, the prosperity of the populace brings suffering, and so does their downfall. Regardless of the era or ruling class, whether in times of national strength or decay, it is ultimately the common folk who suffer. Thus, my aim is to become the one who overturns all injustice. Although Bibi Dong admired WangSheng's ideals, she understood that his aspirations were unlikely to be realized. Overturning one group of rulers will only lead to another group that behaves similarly. Your ambitions are indeed lofty, but they may be unattainable. WangSheng shook his head and replied, it is not about completion, it is about taking action. Bibi Dong, intrigued, inquired, what do you mean by that? WangSheng explained, many people think similarly, yet they believe all efforts are futile. However, I believe someone must take that step, even if the outcome is uncertain. How can one know it is impossible without trying? What if it succeeds? At that moment, Douluo nodded in satisfaction, saying, your aspirations resonate with me, young man. WangSheng smiled wryly. This is a lengthy process. Although I am an idealist, I am also self-aware. My strength alone is insufficient. I will need the support of many. Bibi Dong chuckled. What assistance do you require from our Wuhuan Temple? WangSheng shook his head again, not at the moment. When I have determined how to proceed, I will naturally seek your help. After testing WangSheng, Qin Daolu approached him, placing his palm on WangSheng's forehead, enveloping him in a golden light. Do not move. Focus your mind and release your martial spirit, Qin Daolu instructed. WangSheng felt a warm current coursing through him, and as he released his martial spirit, the ferocious killing intent gradually softened within the warmth. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Qin Daolu's forehead as he utilized his divine power to purify the soul bone in WangSheng's head. After what seemed an eternity, Qin Daolu withdrew his hand, informing WangSheng, "Your future soul skills will no longer absorb other soul power. However, you must learn to control the killing intent bestowed by your head soul bone." WangSheng nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, great offering. As long as this issue is resolved, the presence of killing intent varies from person to person." Qin Daolu smiled. "In private, you may address me as grandfather, just as Shuer does. No need for the formalities." At that moment, Qian Rinxue joyfully grabbed WangSheng's arm, stating, "Aren't you going to call him grandfather? He no longer opposes our relationship." WangSheng chuckled. "Grandfather, does that mean I should receive a fee for changing how I address you? Fee for changing how you address me? What fee?" Qin Daolu responded, perplexed. Qian Rinxue, having previously heard WangSheng mention this fee, playfully twisted his ear and said, "Grandfather has done you such a significant favor. How can you still ask for a fee?" WangSheng pleaded for mercy. "I was just joking. Have some mercy on my reputation." At this moment, Bibi Dong asked, "How long do you plan to stay in Wuhuan City?" WangSheng replied, "Perhaps 1 or 2 years. The Tiando Empire will soon face internal strife, and over in Xinglao, Dai Mubai has returned. He and Davis will likely compete, and at that time, you will need someone like me as your strategist." Bibi Dong nodded with a smile. "You certainly have a knack for schemes. Bringing you into Lin Council is not a bad idea." The group enjoyed a hearty meal together. In the following months, WangSheng assisted Bibi Dong in strategizing ways to enhance the management of the Wuhuan Temple. Qian Rinxue's identity gradually became public, with the Wuhuan Temple announcing that the Pope Bibi Dong's daughter, Qian Rinxue, had emerged from over 20 years of secluded cultivation and would become the holy maiden of the offering hall in Wuhuan City, the future heir to the Great Offering. Regarding the position of Pope, upon WangSheng's suggestion, it was decided that the Qian family would no longer hold the role of Pope, though they would retain the right to appoint and supervise the position. Initially, Bibi Dong was reluctant, but after WangSheng analyzed various governance systems, such as constitutional monarchies, cabinets, and elections from his previous life, she agreed to his proposal, allowing Hulaina's future succession to the position of Pope to be more legitimate. 5 months after WangSheng and Qian Rinxue arrived in Wuhuan City, news arrived from the Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor had passed away, while the third prince, Shui Bao, visited Tiando City to pay his respects. He discovered that Snow Knight had died from poisoning, making the regent, Xiaogang, the prime suspect. The two princes engaged in direct combat within the Tiando Imperial City, with Shui Bao mobilizing the forces secretly stationed in Xingma City to besiege the entire Tiando Imperial City. Xiaogang, along with disciples from the Elephant Armor sect, defended the Tiando Imperial Palace. After 3 months, Xiaogang fell to Shui Bao, exacerbated by the betrayal of Hu Yinjun from the Elephant Armor sect. As the princes fought, several subordinate kingdoms chose to declare independence. Shui Bao suffered losses in his struggle against Xiaogang and could not quickly regain control over the rebellious kingdoms. In the Wuhuan Temple's papal hall, Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, flanked by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, while the high-offering Qian Daolu sat beside her, with Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, and WangSheng standing below. WangSheng spoke first. "It is about time to take action." Bibi Dong nodded. "Please bring the 2 individuals in." Shortly after, a middle-aged man and a young boy entered the papal hall accompanied by guards. Upon their arrival, Bibi Dong greeted them with a smile. "Prince Xuexing, Prince Xuebing. How have you been?" The two were none other than Prince Xuexing and the 4th Prince Xuebing of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Xuebing trembled and hid behind Xuexing. They had secretly fled Tiando City on the night of Snow Knight's death. Originally, Xuexing intended to seek refuge with Douluo, anticipating that Xuexing would return to Douluo. WangSheng had left a letter with Douluo, which was handed to the two. The letter indicated that Wang Sheng promised to assist Xiaogang in seizing the Tiando Empire's throne, but required the two to visit Wuhuan City and await the right opportunity. After reading the letter, they decided to proceed to Wuhuan City with Douluo's assistance. However, having spent 3 months in Wuhuan City, they were treated to lavish meals daily, but had not yet discussed the matter of seizing the throne, leaving them feeling deceived. Thus, when Bibi Dong summoned them, Xiaogang worried that Bibi Dong intended to harm them. Noticing Xiaogang's anxious demeanor, Bibi Dong reassured him, "You need not be nervous, Prince Xiaogang. My previous silence was merely to await the right moment, and that moment has now arrived." Xiaogang inquired, "What do you mean by the right moment? We have been in your Wuhuan city for over 2 months. Bibi Dong turned to Wang Sheng. "You are in charge of this matter, so please explain it to them." After nodding, Wang Sheng stepped in front of Xiaogang and stated, "Fourth Prince, there is no need for pretense. For years, you have fooled everyone with your frivolous demeanor. Let's drop the act." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Xiaogang and Xiaogang exchanged glances, and Xiaogang asked, "How did you see through it?" Wang Sheng smiled, "That is unimportant. What matters is that I will help you ascend to the Tiando throne and assist you in unifying the entire continent in the coming years." Now that his disguise had been uncovered, Xiaogang ceased to hide his true intentions and replied, "I believe you will not assist me for nothing. So, what is it that you desire?" Wang Sheng slowly began, "We can assist you in becoming the sole monarch of the entire Douluo, but in the future, all Tianshou monarchs will no longer possess real power." Xiaogang interjected, "Do you intend for me to be a puppet of your Wuhuan temple?" "That is out of the question." Wang Sheng explained to Xiaogang, "I do not intend to treat you as a puppet. In the future, the Wuhuan temple will only manage the soul masters while the empire governs the common folk. However, the common citizens without soul power have suffered greatly under the oppression of the nobility, a consequence of the excessive power wielded by monarchs and aristocrats. Thus, in the future, both monarchs and aristocrats must be constrained by a constitutional monarchy." Xiaogang inquired, "What is a constitutional monarchy?" Wang Sheng elaborated, "Simply put, it is a form of government that contrasts with absolute monarchy. A constitutional monarchy retains the monarchy while establishing popular sovereignty through a constitution, limiting the monarch's power to realize republican ideals without adopting a republican system. However, this becomes quite complex, so I have specially designed a system based on this principle for you." Noticing the confusion still etched on Xiaopeng's face, Wang Sheng continued, "Firstly, your throne will continue to be inherited by the Shui family. The Wuhuan temple has no authority to interfere with your succession rights, though it will hold supervisory power." Xiaogang asked, "Then who will govern the empire?" Wang Sheng smiled and responded, "Good question. Beneath you, a parliament will be established, composed of elders. All developmental plans for the empire will be proposed by the elders, who will deliberate and vote internally. The Wuhuan temple will not interfere in governance, but it will have supervisory rights." Xiaogang, now grasping the concept, quickly asked, "Who will constitute the parliament's elders? Will it be other members of our royal family?" Wang Sheng shot a glance at Xiaogang and replied, "What nonsense! Only one royal representative will be included in the parliament, and it will not be hereditary. This will be appointed by the monarch. Currently, the parliament will tentatively have 6 members, all appointed by the monarch, who has no power to interfere in governance, only the authority to appoint." Xiaogang and Xiaogang exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that despite the structure, it would ultimately be their own people calling the shots. Wang Sheng added, "However, to prevent nepotism, a supervisory department will be established jointly by the Wuhuan Temple and the Qibao Liuli sect, tentatively named the Jinyui. The Jinyui will not participate in governance, but will be responsible for overseeing all officials, including parliament members." Xiaopeng's earlier joy faded as she lamented, "In the end, it still amounts to being a puppet." Wang Sheng clarified, "It is different. In the future, both the Wuhuan city and the Qibao Liuli sect will operate independently from the empire, not participating in its political affairs. If the monarch does not engage in nepotism or arbitrarily alter the laws for personal gain, the Jinyui will not intervene." After saying this, Wang Sheng handed Xiaogang a thick book, stating, "This is a treatise I penned on the establishment of positions for government officials, their responsibilities, and the selection process. Take your time to study it. Once you have finished, you will understand that our intentions are indeed for the benefit of the countless people of Douluo. If we truly coveted that position, would we need a puppet? Establishing a new empire would yield immediate support. Xiaogang slowly opened the book, and the first line read, "The people are paramount, the state is secondary, and the monarch is the least important." As she flipped through the pages, nodding in agreement, she became engrossed in the extensive content, which meticulously detailed the intricacies of each position and potential issues that could arise. She was so captivated that she failed to notice the others watching her. Xuexing quickly reminded her, "Xuepeng, you can read this book later. We are still discussing important matters." Intrigued, Xuexing wondered what content could captivate Xuepeng so thoroughly, and she resolved to peruse it together with her later. With the reminder, Xuepeng finally regained her composure and respectfully bowed deeply to WangSheng, exclaiming, "Mr. Wang, your brilliance is truly remarkable. I have gained immense insight from merely a few pages." WangSheng quickly interjected, "Hold on, we were having a good conversation, and now you're hurling compliments at me. The word master makes me quite uncomfortable." Bai Dong then spoke, returning to the matter at hand. "The purpose of summoning you both today is to inform you that we will assist Xuepeng in obtaining the throne, but this will require time. If we resort to open conflict, it will result in immense suffering. Xuepeng, during this period, focus on comprehending the contents of this book. Within a few years, we will ensure you ascend to that throne." Xuepeng nodded vigorously, affirming, "No worries, I will need ample time to absorb the material in this book. The matter of the throne is not urgent. I never anticipated having a chance at it. I merely feigned the role of a spoiled noble to avoid inciting any murderous intent from my royal siblings." Bai Dong replied slowly, "If that is the case, then let us proceed as planned. You may take your leave now." Upon hearing they could leave, Xuepeng eagerly took Xuexing's hand and headed outside, eager to return and delve into the exquisite book. Once the two departed, WangSheng remarked, "Xuepeng should take 2 to 3 years to thoroughly grasp the book I have written. In the meantime, we must also begin our long-term planning." Chapter 162, It is time to fulfill the promised. Time flew by, and a year had passed. Within the Xingdou Great Forest, a young man and woman walked through the woods. The young man wore a sleeveless top, exposing his muscular arms, while the young woman donned a platinum outfit, and they strolled together through the forest. The young woman complained, "We have been wandering in here for 3 days. Where exactly is the place you are looking for?" The young man affectionately gazed at her, saying, "Schwerer, do not be anxious. According to the information we have gathered, we should just keep heading in this direction toward the central lake. We should be close now." She huffed, "WangSheng, I do not trust you. You said we were almost there yesterday. I refuse to move any further." Qian Renxue pouted, refusing to budge. WangSheng sighed, shaking his head, and walked up to her, bending down to say, "Hop on my back. You think I am unaware of your little antics?" Qian Renxue grinned mischievously, leaping onto his back and declaring, "Carrying me is a privilege. Others would be denied such an opportunity." WangSheng smiled blissfully, replying, "Indeed, thank you, Miss Qian." The pair continued their playful banter as they moved forward. After a while, the sound of rushing water reached their ears. WangSheng smiled, saying, "It seems we have arrived. Let us venture in." Upon entering the sound of the water, they beheld a vast lake, beside which stood a graceful woman sparring with a massive gorilla. WangSheng cleared his throat and called out, "Ming, I have arrived. It is time to fulfill our promise from years past." The woman turned at the sound of his voice, spotting WangSheng and the beautiful woman at the lake's edge. In an instant, she teleported before WangSheng and executed a whip kick toward his head. WangSheng swiftly raised his hand and caught her ankle, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, not bad. After more than a year apart, your legs have grown even longer." Qian Renxue, standing nearby, pinched WangSheng's waist teasingly and said, "You seem quite concerned about others' leg lengths, don't you?" WangSheng winced in pain and quickly released Xiao Wu's foot, pleading with Qian Renxue, "I was merely joking with an old friend. Please do not take offense." Xiao Wu chuckled at the scene, saying, "WangSheng, I thought you were fearless. Why are you so meek now?" WangSheng turned to Xiao Wu with a smile, introducing, "Allow me to introduce. This is my partner, Qian Renxue." Shuer, this is Xiao Wu. Qianren Xue smiled warmly at Xiao Wu, saying, "Greetings, Sister Shuer." Xiao Wu returned the smile, saying, "Hello, Xiao Wu. You are truly beautiful." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Wu turned to WangSheng and asked, "WangSheng, what brings you here?" In the absence of Tang, San, and the master, Xiao Wu harbored no animosity towards WangSheng. Having returned to the Xingdou Great Forest for quite some time, she was elated to finally encounter a human, momentarily forgetting her frequent confrontations with WangSheng during the Soul Master competition. WangSheng smiled and remarked, "Xiao Wu, you haven't forgotten our initial agreement, have you? What? You're here to ask Ming for help? You can't possibly be at level 70 yet?" Xiao Wu gazed at WangSheng in disbelief. WangSheng nodded, "Indeed, I have just reached level 70. How about that, brother? My training is progressing swiftly. Isn't it?" Upon learning of WangSheng's advancement, Xiao Wu couldn't help but grow concerned for Tang San. With a resigned expression, she stated, "We honor our commitments. Once Ming assists you, we shall be even. Should you ever harm my brother San again, I will certainly have Ming tear you apart." WangSheng smirked. "Come on, it's always your brother San who strikes first. Let us not forget that if it weren't for my good fortune during the Soul Master competition, I would have perished at his hands long ago. And what do you think I know about your actions toward Xiao Qinyu?" Hearing WangSheng's words, Xiao Wu felt a pang of shame. She reflected on how WangSheng had always treated them well, yet her brother had repeatedly opposed him for the master's sake. However, she quickly quashed her guilt. Tang San was her everything, and she resolved to stand by him against any adversaries. Xiao Wu called out to Ming in the distance. "Ming, come here." The Titan giant ape leapt gracefully before WangSheng. "Xiao Wu addressed Ming. It is time to fulfill our agreement." Ming nodded and turned to WangSheng, saying, "Speak. What do you require of me?" WangSheng replied, "I need to hunt the dark demon, evil god tiger." "The dark demon, evil god tiger? I never imagined you'd set your sights on it years ago." From the lake emerged a colossal soul beast with the head of an ox and the body of a serpent, its immense head articulating words. WangSheng looked at the massive creature and smiled. "Deming, you have also emerged." Upon witnessing the appearance of the Tianqing Longmang, Qianren Xue immediately adopted a defensive posture and whispered to WangSheng, "Be cautious of this Tianqing Yolong." WangSheng gestured reassuringly to Qianren Xue, then turned to Deming and said, "Indeed, years ago, Xiao Wu and Ming made a pact. I would assist Xiao Wu in concealing her soul beast identity, while you two would help me secure my soul rings. Moreover, eliminating the dark demon evil god tiger, your sworn enemy, would incur no detriment to you." After a moment of contemplation, the Tianqing Yolong addressed Ming. "Ming, accompany him. It is time to eradicate the dark demon evil god tiger." Ming lifted WangSheng onto his shoulder and leapt several dozen meters away, causing the ground to tremble and wildlife to scatter. Concerned for WangSheng, Qianren Xue summoned her six-winged angel to follow them from the sky. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Wu stood in place with a peculiar expression. The Tianqing Yolong inquired, "What troubles you, Xiao Wu?" Hesitantly, she replied, "WangSheng is growing stronger. I fear he may become my brother San's greatest threat. I wish to seek him out." The Tianqing Yolong cautioned, "Xiao Wu, humans are inherently cunning. It would be wise for you to remain here. With Ming and me, no one can harm you." Xiao Wu sighed. "Deming, you do not understand. Right now, my brother San is the most vital person to me. It was precisely because of the battle between my brother San and WangSheng that my brother San took lethal action against him. If WangSheng were to find my brother San one day, I worry he might pose a danger." The Tianqing Yolong advised, "For what I've gathered about your Soul Master competition, I believe your brother San lacks integrity. Should he face retribution from WangSheng, it would be his own doing. No human Soul Master is virtuous, and I suspect your brother's motives for approaching you are not pure." Xiao Wu glared at the Tianqing Yolong. "Deming, you must not speak ill of my brother San. He is not the person you perceive him to be." The Tianqing Yolong sighed. "Alas, Xiao Wu, human Soul Masters are far from the nature of soul beasts. They are innately treacherous. Exercise caution." Ignoring the Tianqing Yolong's words, Xiao Wu gazed skyward, murmuring to herself, "I wonder how my brother San is faring now." At that moment, Tang San found himself in the city of slaughter, having spent nearly 2 years there. He had completed 100 battles in the hellish arena 6 months prior. But contrary to his father's assertion that completion would allow the King of Slaughter to unlock the Hell Road for him to obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter, he was informed by the guide that the king was in seclusion, and everything would have to wait until his return. In a tavern within the inner city of Slaughter, Tang San sat alone, sipping Bloody Marys. The surrounding degenerates kept their distance. Though they were malefactors, none dared provoke one who had achieved 100 victories. Tang San was well aware of what a Bloody Mary entailed, yet after being brought to the city of slaughter by Tang Hao while injured, he found his wounds healing remarkably fast upon consuming it. Initially, he told himself that drinking Bloody Marys was merely a means to expedite his recovery, yet gradually he unwittingly grew fond of the taste, leading to an inescapable addiction. At that moment, a woman clad in black with a black scarf approached him, saying, "The great king of slaughter has emerged from seclusion and wishes to see you." Tang San set down his glass and rose. "Let us go. Lead the way." The nearly 2 years of life in the city of slaughter had drastically altered his disposition. Unlike in the original story, where Tang San entered the city of slaughter following his father's training regimen, the current Tang San had retreated into the city of slaughter like a stray dog after his failure in the forMaster competition. For over a year, the desire for vengeance had sustained him, compounded by the numerous Bloody Marys consumed and lacking the abundance of herbs available in the original story. His mind had been further tainted by the drink. Following the guide, Tang San arrived at a palace where a colossal figure sat above. Upon looking up, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this individual. The moment the King of Slaughter laid eyes on Tang San, a deep sense of familiarity washed over him. He scrutinized Tang San, exerting his aura upon him, which compelled Tang San to manifest the Haotian hammer in his hand. Upon seeing the Haotian hammer, the King of Slaughter leaped before Tang San and inquired, "Your martial soul is the Haotian hammer? What is your name?" Tang San, uncertain if this person was an enemy, cautiously replied, "In the city of slaughter, I believe I am entitled to withhold my true identity." The King of Slaughter suddenly produced a massive hammer of his own, stating, "Now, can you reveal it to me?" Recognizing that the King of Slaughter also possessed the Haotian hammer, Tang San deduced that he belonged to the Haotian sect. He slowly responded, "My name is Tang San. My father is Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you also from the Haotian sect?" The King of Slaughter's gaze softened significantly as he regarded Tang San. "Child, you are indeed the offspring of Hao. I am Tang Chun, your great-grandfather." After being taken away by Tang Hao, he had learned much, including his lineage. He understood why the Haotian sect was revered as the foremost sect. It was due to the existence of a peerless Douluo of level 99, and now, the individual his father spoke of was standing before him. With tears in his eyes, Tang San knelt and proclaimed, "Great-grandfather, your great-grandson Tang San pays his respects." Tang Chun assisted Tang San to his feet and nodded, "Good, good. Who would have thought I, Tang Chun, would encounter my great-grandson here? Where is your father?" Tang Hao is the most cherished grandson of Tang Chun, who envisions him as the future of the Haotian sect. When he inquired about Tang Hao's circumstances, Tang San began to recount. "After my father brought me to the city of slaughter, he mentioned he had matters to attend to and instructed me to go to Tiando City to find my aunt, Tang Yuehua, who would then escort me to meet my uncle at the Haotian sect." Tang Chun, perplexed, asked, "You have never been to the Haotian sect?" Tang San nodded and replied, "I only discovered 2 years ago that I am a member of the Haotian sect. Prior to that, I believe my father was merely an ordinary blacksmith." Hearing this, Tang Chun expressed his confusion. "That cannot be. The Haotian sect is the foremost sect in the entire continent. How could your father be just an ordinary blacksmith? If your grandfather were still alive, your father should be a member of the Elder Council. If your grandfather is no longer with us, your father should be the sect master." Tang San explained, "Ancestor, you may not be aware, but the Haotian sect has remained hidden for over a decade. Although the title of the foremost sect still exists, our members have long ceased to appear in the public eye." Tang Chun further inquired, "Why is that? What has transpired over these past years?" Tang San then recounted how his parents were pursued by the spirit hall, leading to the tragic demise of Tang Hao's mother, and how the Haotian sect faced persecution and subsequently closed its gates. As he listened, Tang Chun clenched his fists in anger. Upon finishing his tale, Tang Chun furiously shattered the armrest of his throne with a single strike, exclaiming, "Qin Douluo, your spirit hall has gone too far." He then addressed Tang San, "Child, I shall soon open the path to the underworld for you. When you emerge, I will take you back to the Haotian sect. It seems I, Tang Chun, have been absent for far too long. The people of this continent have likely forgotten the true strength of the Haotian sect." Meanwhile, WangSheng and the Titan giant ape were in pursuit of their target, finally locating it as the dark demon evil god tiger warily regarded the Titan giant ape. The dark demon evil god tiger is entirely black, with a black character Wang emblazoned on its forehead, and its eyes glowed a fierce red. If not for the differing sheen of its fur, one might not discern its form. At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger measured approximately 8 meters in length, sporting wings on its back and a long tail curving back reminiscent of a scorpion stinger. It is said that the dark demon evil god tiger is a mutated form of the evil god that descended upon the white tiger, gaining power by devouring spirit beasts and human spirit masters, possessing the strength to challenge spirit beasts of 10,000 years. This is why it has been able to contend with the Tianqing Xiaogang and the Titan giant ape over the years. Furthermore, the dark demon evil god tiger possesses remarkable intelligence, having already developed a domain even before reaching 10,000 years of cultivation, causing many spirit beasts and human spirit masters to keep their distance. WangSheng addressed the Titan giant ape. "Ming, how confident are you in subduing it?" The Titan giant ape replied, "It is quite cunning. Confronting it directly isn't my strength, but it excels in shadow evasion and can easily slip away if caught off guard." At that moment, sensing danger, the dark demon evil god tiger unfurled its wings and attempted to flee, but the Titan giant ape did not grant it the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the ground, unleashing a torrent of black energy towards the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon evil god tiger deftly evaded the Titan giant ape's assault, swiping at WangSheng with its claws, unleashing a flurry of wind blades directed at him. Unperturbed, WangSheng activated the black obsidian tiger shadow, teleporting behind the dark demon evil god tiger, his right hand manifesting the dark golden claws as he aimed for the tiger's back. In response, the dark demon evil god tiger lashed out with its tail like a steel whip towards WangSheng, who deftly avoided the strike by floating in the air, utilizing his blue-silver emperor leg bone. The Titan giant ape seized the moment to leap high and delivered a powerful blow to the tiger's abdomen, eliciting a pained roar from the creature. In retaliation, the dark demon evil god tiger unleashed its formidable skill, dark demon evil thunder, gathering layers of gray light into a sphere around itself, fusing the attributes of wind, thunder, and evil to launch a widespread assault on WangSheng. WangSheng evaded with agility, while the Titan giant ape took opportunities to strike at the dark demon evil god tiger. The tiger's eyes glowed red as it lunged toward WangSheng, a massive black hole forming between them. WangSheng smirked, saying, "Finally, I've been waiting for this." Chapter 164. You can never become a god. WangSheng and the dark demon evil god tiger were drawn into the black hole simultaneously. Qianrenshua sensed something was amiss and rushed toward the black hole, but just as she was about to reach it, she was repelled several meters away. Anxiously, she gazed at the black hole, deeply concerned for WangSheng's fate. When WangSheng regained his bearings, he found the dark demon evil god tiger had shrunk in size, and he himself had reverted to a childlike form. Excitedly, WangSheng exclaimed, "To return to youth, what a delightful sensation." The dark demon evil god tiger, however, looked at WangSheng in confusion, wondering if the boy had lost his mind. How could he be so elated at becoming a child? Unaware of the peril he faced against the tiger, even a young tiger would be beyond the capacity of a mere child to contend with. At that moment, a peculiar voice echoed all around, "Welcome to the arena of life and death. Only upon one side's demise can this battle conclude. Exiting this space. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin." As the countdown ended, the dark demon, evil god tiger lunged at WangSheng, who stood motionless. Just as the tiger was about to pounce, WangSheng smiled slightly, producing two pitch-black crossbows in his hands. Aiming at the dark demon, evil god tiger, he pulled the triggers with his index fingers, releasing a volley of bolts that swiftly embedded themselves into the tiger's body. Following a flash of black light, WangSheng reappeared before Qianrenxue and the Titan giant ape. The dark demon, evil god, tiger lying next to him, pierced by the crossbow bolts like a hedgehog, a black soul ring slowly rising from its body. Qianrenxue exclaimed in excitement, "You have decisively dealt with the dark demon, evil god tiger. Quickly, sit down and absorb the soul ring. I will protect you." At that moment, the Titan giant ape remarked, "I have fulfilled the promise we made. I must take my leave now." With that, the Titan giant ape leaped away. Vanishing from their sight, WangSheng slowly seated himself, beginning to channel his soul power to draw the black soul ring into his body. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue remained vigilant, aware that while the earlier battle had deterred spirit beasts from approaching within several kilometers, she was still cautious, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, a layer of black energy enveloped WangSheng entirely. Seeing this, Qianrenxue felt a surge of anxiety. She dared not act rashly, fearing it might disrupt WangSheng's absorption of the soul ring. Instead, she sent a signal to the sky, summoning the Spirit Hall's protectors, the Snake Spear Douluo and the Spiked Porcupine Douluo. At that moment, WangSheng, having completed the absorption of the soul ring, found his consciousness gradually entering a black space. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a man before him, wielding a blood-red scythe, who regarded WangSheng with a sinister grin. "Little boy, it's been years. I never expected your strength to have increased so swiftly." WangSheng was taken aback, slowly responding. "Charles?" The individual before him was none other than the malevolent spirit master. Charles, who had previously been vanquished. It was his soul bone that had forcibly fused into WangSheng's body, infusing his soul power with an aura of malevolence. Charles chuckled, saying, "Do not worry. I pose no threat to you. You have been chosen by the evil god, and my current identity is that of the evil god's messenger." "The evil god?" WangSheng asked incredulously. Charles nodded. "Indeed, when my soul and soul bone merged with your body, I received the command of the evil god. Have you not realized? When did you start planning to hunt the dark demon, evil god tiger upon reaching level 70? Upon hearing Charles' statement, WangSheng recalled that it seemed he had chosen the Nmo Xieshun, who has a 7th spirit ring, while contemplating his future spirit ring configuration after vanquishing Charles. He inquired, "Did you manipulate my thoughts?" Charles shook his head and replied, "Not at all. I lack such power. It was the dark god who selected you and implanted the notion of absorbing the Nmo Xieshun, whose spirit ring, in your subconscious." Charles continued, "Only by absorbing this spirit ring can the dark god's power fully awaken." WangSheng, puzzled, asked, "Why then? Did the dark god not guide you to absorb the Nmo Xieshun, whose spirit ring, when you reached level 70? Charles sighed, "Because I was unworthy." "You unworthy?" WangSheng pondered, curious about this assertion. While he did not consider himself evil, Charles had also traversed a tumultuous path to become a sinister spirit master. Yet, it seemed that Charles was perhaps more suited to this role than he was. Noticing WangSheng's confusion, Charles elucidated, in truth, the dark god possesses another identity as a manifestation of the creator god, known as the god of destruction. WangSheng was taken aback. He had read the original work and had not encountered the existence of the creator god or the god of destruction. He asked, "What is the creator god? And what are the god of destruction?" Charles explained slowly, "The creator god is the sovereign of all divine realms. He created the entire world. However, imperfections inevitably arose in his creation. Thus, the creator god split off another divine entity from himself, the god of destruction, whose task was to obliterate the flawed creations of the creator god." Seeing that WangSheng was listening intently, Charles continued, "Yet, is there absolute perfection in this world? Everything possesses both positive and negative aspects. Thus, a schism emerged between the creator god and the god of destruction. The god of destruction was ultimately erased by the creator god, though a fragment of his divine consciousness remained, evolving into the Dark God. Initially, the Dark God existed to eradicate the wicked thoughts within the hearts of humanity. However, every divine realm harbors some degree of darkness. If the Dark God were to eliminate these wicked thoughts, their divine powers would diminish. Consequently, the other gods conspired to eradicate the Dark God. WangSheng began to comprehend that the so-called wicked thoughts indeed reside within every individual, contingent upon one's self-discipline and moral compass to suppress them. No one is without flaws. If a person were entirely devoid of wicked thoughts, they would ascend to the status of a true sage. Yet, even deities cannot be entirely devoid of desires, for if they were, they would not seek dominion over the world or pursue successors. Charles continued, under the collective efforts of the gods, the Dark God was forced to flee, ultimately dispersing his divine power, which purified numerous soul beasts. WangSheng, still perplexed, queried, if the Dark God's mission is to eliminate wicked thoughts, why do these soul beasts, corrupted by wickedness, turn to murder and absorb other spirit power? Charles chuckled and replied, that is because the Dark God's power is derived from the accumulation of wicked thoughts. Therefore, the energy bestowed upon the soul beasts is inherently malevolent. WangSheng inquired, so, does that mean I am merely endowed with wicked energy? To which Charles responded, it is both true and false. Ultimately, how you wield this energy depends on you. The crux lies in whether you can master your desires. At this moment, WangSheng understood why he had been chosen by the Dark God. In the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. Every individual is born with the aspiration to grow stronger. Thus, once one acquires the ability to absorb other spirit power for personal enhancement, it becomes a temptation too great for anyone to resist. However, as a transmigrator, he was aware of certain shortcuts to power and, having been raised under a red band, maintained a relatively normal moral compass. Thus, he had never contemplated utilizing the absorption of other spirit power for cultivation, which is why he had become the chosen one of the Dark God. Charles nodded in affirmation. You are indeed correct. Your actions have pleased the Dark God, and from this moment forth, you shall become his successor. WangSheng felt a surge of excitement. Knowing the narrative of Douluo, he understood the significance of receiving a divine legacy. Yet at that moment, Charles doused his enthusiasm with cold water. Do not rejoice too soon. The existence of the Dark God is intolerable to the other divine realms. Thus, as the successor of the Dark God, you shall never ascend to godhood. Chapter 165. Too casual WangSheng was bewildered. To be the successor of the Dark God, yet not become a deity? What kind of absurdity was this? Godhood and humanity are entirely different matters. He had hoped to share an eternal bond with Qianrenshua once she ascended. Discontent, he remarked, are you jesting with me? Charles responded languidly, allow me to finish. The will of the Dark God does not necessitate one to be a deity. Ascending to godhood brings only drawbacks. Once you become a god, you can no longer exist in this world. You would then face only other gods. And do you believe they would allow someone capable of influencing their divine powers to remain by their side? WangSheng asked, so, does this mean the Dark God cannot eliminate the wickedness of humanity while in the divine realm, but can only eradicate the wickedness of other gods? Charles nodded precisely. Thus, remaining in the human realm is undoubtedly beneficial for you. WangSheng seemed to grasp everything and inquired, so, you mean to say, not becoming a god, but ruling as a sovereign in this Douluo continent? WangSheng's efforts could not be understated, and Charles nodded, it is quite similar to what you envision. The Dark God has grown weary of the hypocrisy among the gods, preferring that his successor remain on the continent, as the divine beings cannot reach you there. At this point, WangSheng fully comprehended. The Dark God was indeed devious, capable of devising schemes that would vex other gods. Charles remarked, it is no wonder you were chosen by the Dark God. Your thoughts align closely with his. As the representative of the Dark God, I have conveyed his selection of you, and now you must prepare to undergo the divine trials of the Dark God. WangSheng stated, let be known, I am open to accepting the Dark God's trials, but if it involves eliminating this or that, or the necessity of severing ties with beloved ones to prove my worthiness, I cannot comply. At that moment, A voice echoed through the space. Well, young man, you have quite the audacity. It seems you have deduced the previous trial stages. You are the Dark God? Upon hearing the voice, WangSheng surmised the identity of the speaker, realizing that the Dark God had been present all along as an observer. Indeed, you are quite astute. It appears my judgment was not in vain. WangSheng asked, could you perhaps disclose the entirety of the trial content first, so I may decide if I wish to accept it? The Dark God replied, you are quite clever. My trials are unlike those of other self-righteous gods, who merely seek to expedite the enhancement of their successors. I disdain such tactics. WangSheng queried. So, shall we bypass the formalities and directly endow me with divine power, allowing me to become a demigod? The Dark God laughed heartily. You are shameless, but I admire that. However, the rules of the world must be upheld. The trials are indeed necessary, albeit merely a formality. I have devised a superlative set of divine trials that will surely satisfy you. WangSheng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, do share. The Dark God truly embodies the essence of the unconventional, and I appreciate this approach. At that moment, the Dark God stated, my 9 trials of the Dark God are quite simple and richly rewarding. However, to comply with the world's rules, you cannot complete them all at once. WangSheng, feeling a wave of frustration, retorted, just tell me directly, no need for convoluted explanations. Suddenly, a spectral figure appeared before WangSheng, raising its hand to strike him on the head, saying, mind your manners. After all, I am a god. With that strike, WangSheng felt a dizzying sensation, and a strand of golden light shot forth from his brow. WangSheng was left with a headache from the slap, and only then did he scrutinize the phantom of the evil god. The visage of the evil god conjured the name of a certain individual in WangSheng's mind, Lao Wan Tong Zhou Tong. The demeanor of the evil god bore a striking resemblance to that of Zhou Tong, replete with a tone reminiscent of a seasoned rogue. His hair and beard white, yet his face glowing with vitality. The evil god gazed at WangSheng and remarked, you brat. If it weren't for the fact that your various attributes over the years have piqued my interest, I would have truly wished to slap you dead. WangSheng rubbed his head and replied, if you had struck a bit harder, you would have indeed killed me. The evil god chuckled, without a heavier blow. How could I expel the divine power of the angel god? It was then that WangSheng comprehended the reason behind the slap. Yet he curiously inquired, but now that you've depleted the angel god's power, how am I to absorb soul energy from my attacks? How am I to proceed? The evil god rubbed his nose and assured him, fear not. As my successor, such a scenario will not occur again. Even if there is a slight miscalculation, it will merely draw upon the evil essence of your opponent. WangSheng nodded in relief. That is acceptable. But I can't shake the feeling that your confidence in this statement is somewhat lacking. What do you mean by a slight miscalculation? The evil god, appearing slightly embarrassed, replied, as mortals, we inevitably have our oversights. One cannot be too absolute in speech. It is better to be cautious than to be caught unprepared. WangSheng was left speechless by the evil god's unreliability. He tentatively asked, so, can we discuss my divine trial now? The evil god turned to Charles and commanded, announce the divine trial to him. WangSheng stared at the evil god, puzzled by the earlier banter if Charles was to announce the trial. However, fearing another slap, he kept his thoughts to himself, certain that the slap was unnecessary to remove the angel god's power. The old fellow had done it deliberately. Charles then proclaimed, the evil god's 10th trial begins. WangSheng interrupted, wait, shouldn't it be the 9th trial? How did it become the 10th? The evil god once again slapped WangSheng's head and said, just listen well. There is no need for so many questions. I am unique. What is wrong with setting it as the 10th trial? WangSheng squatted down, clutching his head, and complained, if you must hit, then do so. But must you always strike my head? At this rate, I might end up foolish and unable to complete the divine trial. The evil god kicked WangSheng's backside and retorted, if a mere light slap could render you foolish, then you are not fit to be my successor. Seeing WangSheng finally silent, Charles began, evil god's 10th trial. First trial. Become a soul master of the first ring, completed. Reward. Increase soul power by 1 level. All soul rings duration extended by 1,000 years. The announcements continued, detailing the trials and rewards, with 7 streams of golden light merging into WangSheng's body. He stood there, dazed, and upon the completion of the announcements, he slowly exclaimed, "This divine trial seems a bit too casual." Chapter 166. Spirit Mutation. Meanwhile, the evil god, stroking his beard with pride, remarked, "Isn't my divine trial exceptionally well designed?" WangSheng replied, exasperated, "Brother, this trial is far too lenient." The evil god turned to Charles and asked, "Charles, do you think my divine trial is too relaxed?" Charles awkwardly smiled and said, "Great evil god, your divine trial is uniquely splendid and absolutely the most excellent." WangSheng, frustrated, retorted, "Your divine trial is far too humane. And now I understand why it consists of 10 trials. To ascend to godhood at level 100, one must complete the trials, yet to complete the first trial, one must reach level 100. It appears the evil god is exploiting a loophole." WangSheng was truly impressed by the evil god's cunning maneuver. The evil god, pleased, smiled, "It seems you can appreciate the thoughtful design behind my divine trials. Each successive trial raises the difficulty, culminating in a final trial that is exceedingly challenging. How clever my design truly is." WangSheng scoffed, "Your final trial will indeed be hard to complete. It is evident that you are simply exploiting a flaw." WangSheng then proposed, "Since you are so accommodating, might we strike a deal?" The evil god, sensing mischief, inquired, "Speak your mind. But let me make it clear that I will not agree to any rule-breaking." WangSheng smiled knowingly. "Rest assured, I wouldn't dare breach any rules. Such small matters are trivial for you." The evil god, feeling wary, responded, "Your sudden deference raises my suspicions." WangSheng playfully replied, "No ulterior motives here. Just a simple inquiry. It is customary that upon reaching a soul power bottleneck after completing the divine trial, one receives a divine soul ring, correct?" The evil god smiled at WangSheng. "You are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, that is the case. However, requesting an additional divine soul ring is out of the question." WangSheng, with a shrewd plan in mind, suggested, "What if, when I reach level 80, you postpone granting me the divine soul ring until I achieve level 90? I believe absorbing it then would yield a far greater benefit." WangSheng estimated that absorbing the divine soul ring at level 80 would allow him to harness a decade's worth of soul energy, while doing so at level 90 could potentially yield over 20,000 years. Understanding WangSheng's intentions, the evil god feigned difficulty that might not be advisable. It would be a breach of protocol. WangSheng, recognizing the leniency in the evil god's tone, continued, "I understand this request strays from the norm. Yet since this is a divine trial, if I exceed the requirements, might there be room for negotiation? I must complete the 8th trial within 5 years. But if I achieve it in 1 year, would that not warrant some flexibility?" Having absorbed the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, WangSheng's soul power had reached level 72, and with the reward from the previous trials, he was now at level 79. Surpassing level 80 within a year posed no issue. The evil god, twirling his pinky in his nose, conceded, "Fine, I will agree to this. Now that everything is settled, you must work diligently to complete the 8th trial within a year. There are gifts for you within the body of the dark demon, evil god tiger." With that, the evil god and Charles vanished from WangSheng's sight, and before him appeared Qianrenxue. Not long after Qianrenxue signaled, the black energy surrounding WangSheng dissipated, and he stood before her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed forward and embraced WangSheng, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought something had gone wrong during your soul absorption." WangSheng comforted her, "Look, I'm perfectly fine. I have grown stronger. I will protect you from now on. You just focus on giving me a few chubby children." Qianrenxue pushed WangSheng away, feigning anger. "Who said I would bear your children? Dream on." After saying this, she assumed WangSheng would come close again to sweet-talk her, but upon turning around, she found him rummaging through the corpse of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Before long, a piece of torso soul bone appeared in WangSheng's hand. Qianrenxue, her mouth agape in astonishment, exclaimed, "A soul bone? And it's the most precious torso soul bone. How can you be so fortunate?" WangSheng chuckled and replied, Just kidding, who do you think I am? I am a chosen one. He had not anticipated that the gift from the evil god would be a soul bone. Once he absorbed this torso soul bone, he would surely reach level 80. It seemed the evil god was quite considerate of him. At that moment, a shadow descended, and the ground trembled once more. WangSheng looked up to see the Titan Great Ape standing before him. Curiously, he inquired, Ming, why have you returned? The Titan Great Ape spoke, WangSheng. I have fulfilled our agreement. You have absorbed your 7th soul ring, and we are even now, correct? WangSheng nodded, confirming, indeed we are even. Then, since we are even, you may die, declared the Titan Great Ape, launching a powerful punch towards WangSheng. WangSheng swiftly evaded the attack. Seeing this, Qian Renshua immediately summoned her martial spirit and soared into the air, pointing her sword at the Titan Great Ape. What do you intend to do, Titan Great Ape? WangSheng, having dodged the Titan Great Ape's assault, addressed it. Ming, you lack martial virtue. We bear no grudges, and yet you wish to kill me? The Titan Great Ape replied. Sister Xiao Wu said you pose the greatest threat to Tang San. Only by eliminating you could she find peace. WangSheng incredulously asked. Did Xiao Wu truly say that? The Titan Great Ape responded. It wasn't Sister Xiao Wu who said it. She merely feared you might endanger Tang San and wished to inform him of your situation. Only by killing you could she refrain from seeking out Tang San. So you plan to kill me directly? WangSheng glared at the Titan Great Ape. You humans are all wicked. Today, you must die here. With that, the Titan Great Ape struck the ground with both fists, unleashing a powerful black vortex of energy that surged towards WangSheng. WangSheng activated his blue-silver Emperor leg bone, soaring high into the sky, and then summoned his martial spirit. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, WangSheng underwent a remarkable transformation. His body swelled with might, black tiger fur sprouted from his arms, his pupils turned crimson, and a black and gold character appeared on his forehead. The originally external soul bone, the dark golden claw, fused with his martial spirit. Wings sprouted from his back, along with a long, curved tiger tail. Through the absorption of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and the manifestation of divine trials, WangSheng's martial spirit had entirely transformed from an ordinary battle tiger into a supreme beast martial spirit, the dark demon, evil god tiger. 7 soul rings, 2 purple and 5 black, rotated beneath WangSheng. Qian Renshua was taken aback by WangSheng's transformation, but there was no time for questions. They needed to deal with the Titan Great Ape first. After summoning his martial spirit, WangSheng felt an unprecedented surge of energy within him and confidently addressed the Titan Great Ape. Ming, since you wish to kill me, today you shall serve as my 8th soul ring. Chapter 167. Ming is in danger with that. WangSheng activated his 6th soul ring, unleashing his 6th soul skill, the Devil's Explosive Shockwave. He struck with a punch, releasing a massive purple energy wave accompanied by crackling thunder, which then fragmented into numerous shockwaves rushing towards the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape, underestimating WangSheng, raised its left arm to block the attack, only to be caught off guard by the formidable strength of WangSheng's soul skill. Its left arm throbbed with pain, and the immense force pushed it back several meters before it came to a halt. Qian Renshua, possessing formidable strength as a soul Douluo, wielded her angel sword, unleashing a beam of golden light towards the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape, enraged at being bested by 2 youngsters who had yet to reach the rank of title Douluo, howled in fury. It charged towards WangSheng, who urged Qian Renshua, Schwerer, elevate yourself higher, I will handle it. Understanding WangSheng's intent to employ his far-reaching and destructive self-created soul skill, Qian Renshua nodded, be careful. If you find yourself in danger, I will rush to assist you. WangSheng landed from the sky, striking the ground with both fists. With a powerful shout, he activated his self-created soul skill, Fiery Sandstorm. With his boosted soul power and enhanced martial spirit quality, the might of his Fiery Sandstorm was multiplied. Countless shards of stone, enveloped in lightning-infused soul power, barreled toward the Titan Great Ape like missiles. The Titan Great Ape, in its rage, transformed most of the debris into dust. Yet several fragments still embedded themselves into its body. Despite its injuries, the Titan Great Ape charged towards WangSheng, aiming a heavy punch. However, it struck nothing but air as WangSheng swiftly evaded, appearing several meters behind the Titan Great Ape. WangSheng quickly conjured a lightning orb. After undergoing 7 divine trials, his first soul ring had received significant augmentation, and with the 6th soul ring deriving from the devil's explosive tiger, the power of his lightning orb had reached unprecedented levels. When the lightning orb struck the Titan Great Ape from behind, it elicited a sharp pain, igniting the Titan Great Ape's fury as it activated its Titan domain. It was truly enraged now, intent on not just killing WangSheng, but obliterating him completely. At this moment, the cuttlefish Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo, having received the signal, arrived by Qianrenshue's side. Observing WangSheng's battle with the Titan Great Ape, they gasped in disbelief. When did WangSheng become this powerful? Qianrenshue, relieved by their arrival, replied, "He is not in danger yet. Let him fight for a while. Only through such combat can his abilities further enhance." The cuttlefish Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed, only through facing perilous battles can a soul master truly evolve. From what I see, he likely poses no threat even to a typical title Douluo. Qianrenshuo, having sensed the exchanges between WangSheng and the Titan Great Ape, realized that WangSheng's strength was now likely surpassing her own. Remembering WangSheng's earlier words about protecting her while she merely bore him several chubby children, a blush crept across her cheeks. Then, Qianrenshuo recalled the Tianqing Yomang and addressed the 2 title Douluo. Alongside the Titan Great Ape is the Tianqing Yomang. You must remain vigilant. If the Tianqing Yomang appears, be sure to protect WangSheng. Meanwhile, in the lake, the Tianqing Yomang sensed the battle between the Titan Great Ape and WangSheng. Turning to Xiao Wu, it stated, "Sister Xiao Wu, Erming has gone to find that boy, WangSheng." Initially, the Titan Great Ape's departure led Xiao Wu to believe it sought food. But now she realized it was in pursuit of WangSheng. She inquired of the Tianqing Yomang, "Why is Erming seeking out WangSheng?" The Tianqing Yomang slowly explained, "He intends to kill that boy. Only then can you, Sister Xiao Wu, remain at ease here without seeking out Tang San." Xiao Wu replied, "Did you discern my desire to find Sange?" The Tianqing Yomang nodded its massive head, "Indeed. Sister Xiao Wu, you must understand. Without me and Erming outside, it is exceedingly perilous. That Tang San you mentioned lacks the ability to protect you." Xiao Wu retorted, "But his father is a title Douluo, and a very powerful one at that." The Tianqing Yomang responded, "Precisely because his father is a title Douluo, Erming and I are reluctant for you to seek out Tang San." Perplexed, Xiao Wu asked why. The Tianqing Yomang sighed, "Sister Xiao Wu, you once mentioned that Tang San's father has been secretly protecting you both for a long time. As a title Douluo, he must be aware of your identity. Could it be that he is merely waiting for his son to require a soul ring, or perhaps intends to kill you to provide a soul ring for his son?" Xiao Wu shook her head in disbelief. "Impossible. Sange would never do such a thing." The Tianqing Yomang replied earnestly, "You are aware of the blue-silver emperor among our 10,000-year-old beasts, are you not?" Xiao Wu nodded and remarked, "There are only so few spirit beasts in our 10,000 years. As a denizen of the Stardow Forest, how could I possibly be unaware of this? But do you know that after her transformation, she fell in love with a human spirit master? When she was about to give birth, the Wuhuan temple pursued her. In her desperate situation, she sacrificed herself for her husband, who is none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao." With a look of disbelief, Xiao Wu asked the Ming, "How'd you know this?" The Tianqing Yopang slowly replied, "More than a year ago, Lan Yin Wang informed me of it. After Tang Hao was slain, WangSheng sought traces of Lan Yin Huang near Shenghan village. He did this to prevent Lan Yin Wang from aiding Tang San in awakening the bloodline of Lan Yin Huang, and shared his analysis with Lan Yin Wang in exchange for the promise that Lan Yin Wang would relay this information to me. In return, WangSheng agreed to escort Lan Yin Huang to the ice and fire Yin Yang eyes for her swift recovery." The Tianqing Yopang had refrained from disclosing this to Xiao Wu until today, when he observed her determination to find Tang San. Xiao Wu remained skeptical. asserting, "That does not imply that Sanji's father intended for Lan Yin Huang to be sacrificed. It is only natural to protect one's beloved." The Tianqing Niupong shook his head, stating, "There are too many suspicions surrounding this matter. Lan Yin Huang had reached the spirit sage level before leaving the Stardow Forest. No one should have known her true identity. Moreover, why did the Wuhuan Temple target them precisely when Tang Hao reached level 90? There are far too many dubious points." Xiao Wu declared resolutely, "Sange would never do that to me. I trust him." The Tianqing Niupong responded, "But what if one day, when Tang San reaches level 80 or 90, Tang Hao orchestrates a situation that places you and Tang San in peril? Would you then willingly sacrifice yourself for him?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart wavered. She reflected deeply. Indeed, Sange would not treat her that way, yet if he were ever in grave danger, she would undoubtedly choose to sacrifice herself for him. Just as she was lost in thought, the Tianqing Niupong suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. Ming is in danger. Xiao Wu, stay here and do not run around." With that, the Tianqing Niupong leaped from the water towards the direction of the Titan Great Ape. As the fierce battle with the Titan Great Ape raged on, WangSheng utilized his swift movements to keep the Titan Great Ape at bay. Although the Titan Great Ape was formidable, its animal instincts rendered it less agile compared to humans. In terms of raw strength, WangSheng could not possibly contend with such a powerful spirit beast, yet he employed guerrilla tactics, embodying the strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced, pursuing when they fled, and striking when they tired. His energy consumption was immense with such a fighting style, but with the enhancement from his 7th spirit ring and the rewards from the divine examination, his spirit power increased significantly, making the confrontation much more manageable. However, the Titan Great Ape was indeed resilient. Despite WangSheng's relentless assault, he had not gained a substantial advantage, and every strike yielded minimal results. The Titan Great Ape relentlessly pounded towards WangSheng, and although he evaded each blow, the ground around them was left pockmarked, resembling a battlefield ravaged by bombardment. Seeing that he had fought long enough, WangSheng shouted to the sky, "Your Excellencies, I have had enough. You may take action now." The moment the two titled Douluos arrived, WangSheng recognized their presence. However, he was keen to challenge the 10,000-year spirit beast on his own and did not rush to request their assistance. Now that he felt satisfied with the battle, it was time to deal with the Titan Great Ape, lest the Tianqing Niupong's arrival complicate matters. Upon hearing WangSheng's words, the two titled Douluos charged towards the Titan Great Ape, and before long, it collapsed heavily to the ground, nearing death. Just as WangSheng prepared to finish off the Titan Great Ape, a thunderous bellow erupted, and a beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent surged towards the crowd. WangSheng and the two titled Douluos scattered, eyeing the approaching colossal spirit beast warily. "Deming, you have arrived. Do you also wish to engage?" WangSheng's gaze fixated on the Tianqing Niupong, whose strength surpassed that of the Titan Great Ape, making it no simple task to subdue. The Tianqing Niupong spoke slowly, "You should leave now. I can still spare your lives. Otherwise, none of you shall escape." WangSheng nonchalantly twirled the Ming Wang dagger in his hand, unperturbed. "In the current state of Ming, I only need to teleport and deliver a single strike to end this." "Do you really believe the two titled Douluos behind me cannot hold you?" The Tianqing Niupong countered, "You wish to kill Ming, not just for the spirit ring? I may not be able to stop you from slaying him, but do not think you will have the chance to absorb his spirit ring. It matters not. At worst, I shall forfeit the spirit ring. We can simply stalemate here. Once our reinforcements arrive, you will not escape. Brother, you must go. I can always self-destruct, if necessary." Came the weak voice of the Titan Great Ape. WangSheng mockingly replied, "Self-destruct? Ming, do you think I fear that? It is merely a spirit ring of 10,000 years. If you self-destruct, there will still be Ming here." With a fierce glare directed at the Titan Great Ape, WangSheng added, "Originally, I intended to find a 10,000-year spirit beast in the ocean or the extreme north as my 8th spirit ring. But since you have come to hunt me, do not expect me to show mercy." The Tianqing Niupong glared at WangSheng, saying, "Humans and spirit beasts have always been at odds. There is no right or wrong in this, but taking our lives will not be easy. WangSheng replied meaningfully. It may be somewhat challenging for you both to take me down, but in the Stardow Forest, there is one who is quite easy to conquer. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and easily toppled. Upon hearing WangSheng's insinuation, the Tianqing Niupong roared, "You dare harm Xiao Wu?" WangSheng chuckled. "Have you not noticed that someone is missing from our midst?" Suddenly, the Tianqing Niupong realized that Qian Rinqiu, who had accompanied WangSheng, was nowhere to be found. Panic ensued for both the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape. If Xiao Wu were in WangSheng's grasp, she would surely be in danger. What must you do to spare Xiao Wu? The Tianqing Niupong seethed at WangSheng. WangSheng ignored the query. Engrossed in playing with the Ming Wang dagger in his hand, the two sides remained at an impasse, with the Titan Great Ape heavily wounded on one side. Because WangSheng had mentioned Xiao Wu, the Titan Great Ape refrained from self-destruction, while the Tianqing Niupong hesitated to return to find Xiao Wu. It knew that if it left, the Titan Great Ape would perish. WangSheng remained unfazed. The moment the Tianqing Niupong appeared, he had noticed Qian Rinqiu flying away and surmised that she must be going to capture Xiao Wu, so he was not in the slightest bit anxious. However, it was the Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Great Ape who were alarmed. The Titan Great Ape, in distress, said, "Kid, you intend to take my spirit ring, right? If you agree to spare Xiao Wu and promise never to trouble the Ming and Xiao Wu again, I will willingly sacrifice myself for you." Ming, are you mad? Sacrificing yourself means you will not survive. The Tianqing Niupong admonished the Titan Great Ape angrily. The Titan Great Ape lamented, "Ming, I am gravely injured and may not survive regardless. Please protect Xiao Wu." WangSheng interjected, "You must decide quickly. Given Qian Rinqiu's speed in flight, she will soon reach the lake. Knowing Xiao Wu's temperament, she will surely resist, and if she is brought here injured, I cannot guarantee her safety. Quickly call her back. I will sacrifice myself for you. Do not alarm Xiao Wu." The Titan Giant Ape spoke eagerly, while the Tianqing Niupong remained silent, fully aware that the Titan Giant Ape had exhausted all its strength. At this point, it was willing to sacrifice its life to protect Xiao Wu. Upon hearing the Titan Giant Ape's consent, WangSheng took out the signal arrow from the Soul Guide and shot it into the sky. The Titan Giant Ape sorrowfully declared, "Come on, you little brat. I shall offer myself as a sacrifice." WangSheng retorted, "Had you not come out to kill me, would this have been the outcome?" Once a person commits to a course of action, they must be prepared to face the consequences of failure. I am a soul beast, not a human. You humans are the most wicked beings. Remember your promise to me. Should you harm Sister Xiao Wu or Ming, I will not let you go. WangSheng, with an expression of righteousness, replied, "I am a man of my word. Do not think of me as base. It is you who should consider how despicable your so-called three brothers and their teacher truly are." At that moment, WangSheng produced the soul bone of the dark demon Evil God Tiger, saying, "I apologize, but I am just a tad short of reaching level 80. Once I absorb the soul bone, I will attain it swiftly." Following this, he offered an apologetic smile to Tianqing Niupong and the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape was defeated by WangSheng's shamelessness, pondering to itself, "What if you fail to reach level 80 after absorbing this soul bone? My body cannot endure your slow progress." Tianqing Niupong also grasped the underlying issue and questioned, "Did you not just absorb the soul ring of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger? Do you expect to elevate to level 80 with just one soul bone? Are you mocking us?" WangSheng shot Tianqing Niupong a glance and said, "This is a rare opportunity for me. Why should I concern myself with your opinion?" Upon hearing WangSheng's words, Tianqing Niupong spoke, "Listen here. If you fail to reach level 80 after absorbing this soul bone, I will take the Ming away. Do not think you can waste time here waiting for reinforcements." WangSheng confidently replied, "Very well. If I do not reach level 80 after absorbing this soul bone, you may leave freely, and I promise I will never seek you out again." Though Tianqing Niupong doubted WangSheng's ability to absorb a soul bone and reach level 80, there was still a tinge of worry within. It feared that if WangSheng truly succeeded, it would lose a companion it had cherished. WangSheng ignored Tianqing Niupong and sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the soul bone. Directly killing the Titan giant ape would yield soul bones, but there was no guarantee that the bone would be what he needed. Having already acquired a head soul bone, along with 3 from Tang Hao and this one from the dark demon evil god tiger, WangSheng was merely 1 bone short. Once the Titan giant ape offered itself up, he would have 6 soul bones in total. Furthermore, absorbing the Titan giant ape's soul ring would indirectly weaken the complete form of Tang San. Since Xiao Wu had taken the breath-masking potion given by WangSheng, and with Tang Hao deceased, Tang San no longer had the opportunity to absorb Xiao Wu's soul ring. This thought brought a sense of satisfaction to WangSheng. Before long, WangSheng successfully absorbed the soul bone of the dark demon evil god tiger. Standing up, he flashed a mischievous smile at the Titan giant ape, saying, "Come on, Deming, rest assured, when I become a deity, I will revive you." The Titan giant ape looked at WangSheng helplessly, stating, "I hope you can keep your promise." With that, the Titan giant ape transformed into a streak of red light, enveloping WangSheng's body. WangSheng floated in the air, feeling no backlash from the soul beast's voluntary sacrifice. Instead, he was embraced by a warm current. When the sacrifice concluded, WangSheng gently descended, sensing that his body had grown sturdier. At that moment, Charles' voice echoed in his ear, "Evil God trials. The 8th trial exceeded expectations. Reward: soul power increased by 2 levels. All soul ring ages extended by 5,000 years. 9th trial: become a 9-ringed title Douluo with a limit of 10 years." After the Titan giant ape's sacrifice, its essence transformed into a small monkey, which lay sleeping on the ground while Tianqing Niupong, holding the small Titan giant ape, departed. WangSheng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration following the Titan giant ape's sacrifice, and with the rewards from the divine trial, his soul power surged to level 85, and all his soul rings transformed into 10,000-year rings. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that Tang San reached level 65 years after the forMaster competition, and Xiao Wu only reached level 65 after his sacrifice. The opportunities he had taken from Tang San would likely hinder his rapid ascension to godhood. At that moment, Qian Rinxue returned alone, observing that WangSheng had surpassed her in strength, filling her with joy. When Tianqing Niupong returned to the lake, it found Xiao Wu sitting by the water, looking despondent. Upon seeing the small Titan giant ape in Tianqing Niupong's mouth, tears filled her eyes as she asked, "Deming, what happened to Erming?" Tianqing Niupong sighed and replied, "Sister Xiao Wu, WangSheng promised not to harm you. As a condition, Erming has sacrificed itself to WangSheng." "How could this be? WangSheng has just become a soul saint. How could he compel Erming to sacrifice?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. "I do not know how that kid managed to reach level 80 so quickly. After absorbing a soul bone from the dark demon evil god tiger, he attained level 80, and with Erming's sacrifice, he will likely become a title Douluo soon. I must go find Sangu. He is in danger." With that, Xiao Wu dashed away. Tianqing Niupong immediately activated its domain to restrain her. "Deming, let me go. I must find Sangu." Unable to break free from Tianqing Niupong's binding, tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes. "Sister Xiao Wu, your strength is too low now. I cannot allow you to seek out Tang San. You must focus on your training to reach the Soul Saint realm so that you can become a true human, and then I can let you leave." Meanwhile, Tang San had returned to the Haoyan sect with Tang Chun, who sat furiously in the sect leader's seat while Tang San stood beside him. The sect leader, Tang Xiao, along with several elders, stood below with their heads bowed in silence. Tang Chun thundered, "While I was away, how could the illustrious Haoyan sect be so humiliated? You useless bunch! Do you even deserve to be disciples of the Haoyan sect?" Tang Xiao, filled with shame, responded, "Grandfather, when you were absent, the Wuhuan Hall used its power to oppress us. My father shut the mountain gates to protect the disciples of the Haoyan sect." The second elder added, "Uncle, at that time, our Haoyan sect was isolated and oppressed by the Wuhuan Hall. My elder brother had no choice but to make that decision. I implore you to calm your anger." Tang Chun glared at everyone again and said, "You are all cowards. As long as I'm absent, the Wuhuan Hall would never dare to attack the Haoyan sect. Faced with Tang Chen's rebuke, the members of the Haoyan sect fell silent. At that moment, Tang San comforted. Great-grandfather, what has happened cannot be changed. Now that you have returned, our Haoyan sect will surely regain its former glory as the preeminent sect. Tang Chen noted that, suppressing his anger, and said, Tang Xiao, arrange for someone to go out and announce my return. Additionally, send people to search for your brother's whereabouts. I will take care of it, Tang Xiao replied, promptly making arrangements. Tang Chun then addressed the elders, saying, You are all titled Douluos now. I do not wish to say much, but you must all be vigilant. In 6 months, our Haoyan sect will officially emerge from seclusion, and we shall reclaim the might of the world's foremost sect. With me here, no one will dare threaten our Haoyan sect, not even Douluo. Hearing Tang Chun's inspiring words, the elders immediately straightened their backs and replied in unison, yes. Tang Chun turned to Tang San and said, Little San, you are the future of our Haoyan sect. For the time being, focus on your cultivation within the sect. Do not concern yourself with other matters. In this Douluo continent, only strength matters. Over the next 5 months, I will impart all the unique skills of the Haoyan sect to you. Tang San nodded and replied, Great-grandfather, I understand. At this moment, 7th Elder Liang Duo inquired, Uncle, shall we directly declare war on the Wuhuan Temple upon our departure from the mountains? Tang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need for haste. The Wuhuan Temple is under the influence of that old codger Douluo. We must strategize carefully. The Wuhuan Temple's power is widespread throughout the continent. We need to seek an ally. The camaraderie among the 3 upper sects has become but a shadow of its former self. And both the Tiando and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sects share a close relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It will be prudent for us to ally with the Xinglua Empire. After a brief contemplation, Tang Chen added, Old 7. I will write a letter for you to deliver to the Emperor of Xinglua. I believe he will gladly accept the olive branch from our Haoyan sect. He then turned to 5th Elder and said, Also, make contact with Tiando. Old 5, you should pay a visit there as well. After all, having one more ally is far better than acquiring another enemy. Chapter 170. Homecoming. 3 months swiftly passed. WangSheng returned to the new stronghold of the 7 Treasure City, accompanied by Qian Rinshua, which was originally located in the Ficino province. 3 months prior, after returning to Wuhuan City, WangSheng and Qian Rinshua had completed their wedding ceremony, witnessed by the elders and deacons of the Wuhuan Temple. Given Qianoliu's reserved nature, their wedding was modest, attended only by numerous titled Douluos from the Wuhuan Temple. This led to Bibi Dong's discontent, and it was only after WangSheng promised to hold a grand wedding upon returning to the 7 Treasure City that she acquiesced. Upon their return to the splendid 7 Treasure City, under the guidance of their guards, WangSheng felt immense satisfaction as he beheld the opulent residence before him. The prospect of soon reuniting with his father filled him with excitement. Qian Rinshua had previously met Wang Dali when she had assumed the identity of Shui Qinghe, and she held great respect for the kind-hearted middle-aged man. Upon entering their home, WangSheng knelt before Wang Dali with Qian Rinshua by his side, saying, Father, without consulting you, Rinshua and I have already married in Wuhuan City. Qian Rinshua also respectfully addressed him Daddy. Wang Dali raised them with a smile, saying, It is a good thing to establish a family. Sheng'er, you must treat little Shui well from now on. He then produced 2 golden soul coin cards from his pocket and placed them in Qian Rinshua's hands, saying, Little Shui, this card contains money I've set aside for Sheng'er to marry. Although this boy is wealthy, as a father, I still wish to contribute to his wedding expenses. After handing her the golden card, he took the black card and continued, This card contains Sheng'er's entire fortune. You shall manage it from now on. Qian Rinshua accepted the golden card but returned the black one to Wang Dali, saying, Daddy, I will accept the money you have given. It is your goodwill and blessing for us. However, I believe you should continue to manage this. WangSheng's wealth far surpassed what was stored on that golden card, as the black card contained soul coins in the billions. Qian Rinshua's gesture made Wang Dali feel that she was indeed a worthy daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, he insisted on placing the black card back in her hands, saying, I am getting older. You shall take charge of this household. I only hope to see grandchildren soon. At this remark, Qian Rinxue's face flushed slightly, while Wang Sheng chuckled foolishly beside her, saying, "Father, in fact, little Shui has been pregnant for over a month." Initially taken aback, Wang Dali soon burst with joy, exclaiming, "Really? That is wonderful news. Today is truly a day of celebration." Just then, Ning Fengji entered, led by a servant. Upon hearing Wang Dali's hearty laughter, he quickly asked, "Dali, what brings you such joy?" Wang Dali, eager to share the joyous news, conveyed it to Ning Fengji, who was equally delighted and turned to Wang Sheng, saying, "Well done, Sheng. You are about to become a father." Wang Sheng replied with a smile, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji playfully chided, "What? Does a teacher need your permission to visit his disciple?" At this point, Qian Rinxue stepped forward to pay her respects, saying, "Qian Rinxue pays her respects to the teacher." Wang Sheng promptly introduced her, "Teacher, this is my wife, Qian Rinxue." Since others were present, it was crucial to keep Qian Rinxue's disguise as Shueqinghe's secret. This opportunity allowed her to adopt the name Ning Fengji, thus avoiding any suspicion. Ning Fengji understood and responded, "Very well, then I shall call you Little Shui." After a round of pleasantries, Ning Fengji declared to Wang Sheng and Qian Rinxue, "Now that you have returned, I have decided to hold a grand wedding for you both in a month's time. It must be splendid." "Thank you, teacher." The couple hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Wang Dali, pleased to hear about the grand wedding, added, "Many thanks to the sect master. Over these years, my son has greatly benefited from your guidance." "Dali, you flatter me," Ning Fengji replied. "Sheng is intelligent, and he has helped me immensely over the years. I regard him as my own son." Wang Dali beamed, saying, "Then we must indeed express our gratitude to the sect master." Ning Fengji turned to Wang Dali, "Rest assured, I will handle the preparations for Sheng's wedding. You just need to consider whom to invite, and I will take care of notifying them." Wang Dali reflected for a moment and replied, "Over the years, I have mostly interacted with people from our sect. Thanks to the sect master's support, the only one who is not a soul master, have been able to engage with soul masters regularly, a feat I never dared to dream of. Now that Sheng is marrying, I plan to invite the villagers from Wangjiegu to celebrate." Ning Fengji nodded. "Indeed, it is appropriate to invite the villagers from Wangjiegu. I have heard Sheng mention that you previously worked at Elder Zhao's home. Since Sheng grew up with his grandmother, the villagers have been quite helpful. They should be invited." Wang Dali added, "As for inviting the villagers, the sect master need not worry. I will personally return to Wangjiegu and pay a visit to Sheng's mother's grave." Sharing this good news with her, remembering his late wife brought a hint of sadness to Wang Dali's heart. While he now enjoyed a good life, his wife had never experienced a moment of happiness. Wang Sheng noticed his father's melancholy and quickly said, "In a few days, I will accompany you back to Wangjiegu. It has been many years since I last visited my mother." Qian Rinxue chimed in, "Yes, Daddy, both Wang Sheng and I will accompany you. You are pregnant, little Shui. It would be best if you did not go. Sheng, you should remain home to take good care of little Shui. That is of utmost importance." Wang Dali, as always, prioritized the family's well-being. Although he wished for his son and daughter-in-law to accompany him, he rejected the idea for Qian Rinxue's health. However, Qian Rinxue insisted, "Daddy, I am fine. I am a soul master. I would like to visit my mother and see the place where Wang Sheng once lived. Let us accompany you back." Wang Sheng urged. Seeing their filial piety, Wang Dali nodded with approval and began discussing further arrangements for the wedding with Ning Fengji. Once their wedding preparations were concluded, Wang Dali took his leave to rest, leaving only the teacher and students in attendance. Ning Fengji then asked, "Sheng, what are your plans for the future?" Wang Sheng replied, "Teacher, I have not given it much thought. I feel that whenever the sect requires my assistance, I shall lend my strength. As for what I should specifically do, I have yet to contemplate." Observing Wang Sheng's response, Ning Fengji chuckled and said, "Since you have not made any plans, I shall assign you a role. From today forth, I appoint you as a member of the Elder Council of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Stay by my side to offer your counsel." "Teacher, is it really appropriate for someone my age to be an elder?" Wang Sheng was willing to stay by Ning Fengji's side, yet he felt that, as an elder, he was still too young for such a position. Ning Fengji chuckled, remarking that there was nothing inappropriate about it. He had the capability and strength. After all, wasn't he already a Douluo? Wang Sheng, somewhat incredulous, asked if Ning Fengji could truly perceive his Douluo status. Ning Fengji nodded and stated that the matter had been settled 2 months prior, urging Wang Sheng not to postpone his acceptance of the elder position. Unable to decline, Wang Sheng agreed, and the master and disciple engaged in a lengthy discussion about the future of the sect and the current situation, losing track of time. Chapter 171. Collective wedding. The following morning, in the conference hall of the Qibao Luli sect, numerous elders and key members from various halls gathered together. Ning Fengji initially conversed quietly with several elders, their expressions jovial. Observing his companion's arrival, Wang Sheng introduced his partner, Qianrenxue, saying, "Everyone, this is my wife, Qianrenxue." Qianrenxue graciously smiled and greeted everyone. "Hello, I am Qianrenxue, but you may call me Xiao Shui. I look forward to your guidance." Wang Sheng's loyal friends, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, immediately approached to greet her, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, hello." Their flattery elicited laughter from Qianrenxue, who covered her mouth in amusement. Meng Iran, ever observant, inquired, "You are the holy maiden of the worship hall announced by the spirit hall, the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong, Qianrenxue?" Qianrenxue replied, "There is no need for such titles. I am merely Wang Sheng's wife." At that moment, Ning Rongrong took Qianrenxue's hand and complimented her, "Sister Xiao Shui, you are so beautiful. I feel a strange familiarity and warmth from you." Unbeknownst to Ning Rongrong, Qianrenxue was previously known as Shui Qinghe. But she chose not to reveal this and instead responded, "Sister Rongrong, I feel a similar closeness. It seems we are destined to meet." Xiao Qingyu, playfully placing an arm around Wang Sheng's shoulder, remarked, "You have done well, my friend. You spoke of becoming a son-in-law, and, after 2 years of absence, I thought you had vanished. It appears you have indeed become a son-in-law at the Spear Hall." Ningyu chimed in, "Indeed. Your secrecy was impeccable. I always thought you preferred men, especially after your close interaction with Prince Shui Qinghe. I hesitated to ask since we were brothers." Wang Sheng recalled that during Qianrenxue's disguise as Shui Qinghe, he had indeed been too close, prompting his friends to mistakenly assume he was interested in men. But he found it difficult to counter their assumptions. As the conversation continued and everyone gathered, the meeting was about to commence, and everyone took their seats. Ning Fengji, occupying the seat of the sect leader, announced, "Today I have several matters to discuss, starting with the appointment of Wang Sheng as an elder of the Qibao Luli sect." Upon hearing this, the attendees congratulated Wang Sheng, who graciously thanked them, then stood to address the assembly. "Most of you here are my elders. I am deeply grateful to my teacher for bestowing upon me, at such a young age, the position of elder. I hope you will kindly overlook my shortcomings." After Wang Sheng's polite remarks, he returned to his seat. Despite his youth, he was well-liked within the Qibao Luli sect, with many young disciples regarding him as an idol. Ning Fengji continued, "Next, I have several joyous announcements. In 1 month, our sect will host the weddings of 4 couples simultaneously." This proclamation puzzled the crowd, and even Wang Sheng was taken aback, wondering why others were also getting married alongside him. Noticing the confusion, Ning Fengji elaborated, "First, it is the marriage of the new elder Wang Sheng and the holy maiden of the worship hall, followed by my son Ningyu and elder Meng's granddaughter, Meng Iran. Next is elder Zhao's son, Xiao Qingyu, and Yi Lingling, and lastly, elder Yang's grandson, Yang Pufeng, who will wed the holy maiden Hulaina." This revelation stirred excitement throughout the hall, as all 4 couples hailed from esteemed backgrounds. The elders and their entourages exchanged congratulations, their faces beaming with joy. Although Zhao Kai harbored feelings for Yi Lingling, he had long accepted the pairing of Xiao Qingyu and Yi Lingling, frequently engaging in playful banter with Xiao Qingyu. He promptly declared Yi Lingling as his sister, determined to always maintain a superior position over Xiao Qingyu. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, Feng Xiaotian lamented, "Had I known, I would have delayed my wedding to join you all in celebrating." Feng Xiaotian had married not long after the forMaster competition, but his wife, Hu, remained at the Qihua Academy as a teacher, leaving him to traverse between locations, often separated from his family. Ningyu teased, "How can you say that? Who was it that rushed to propose as soon as the forMaster competition ended? Feng Xiaotian sheepishly scratched his head. I just wanted to fulfill my long-held wish of marrying Huo Wu after so many years. The other single members exchanged disdainful glances at Feng Xiaotian. As they all busily pursued their own endeavors post-graduation, cherishing this rare opportunity to reconnect. At that moment, WangSheng turned to his companions, inquiring, "When did you all decide to get married?" Xiaoqinyu replied, "Lingling and I have been planning our wedding for some time, but I wanted to wait until you returned to set a date." Ningyu shrugged, "Don't ask me. I learned about it at the same time as you." Meng Ren added, "I mentioned to Grandpa on our way here that I suspected the sect leader was discussing something important with him, and it seems they just finalized the arrangements." Xiaoqinyu realized, no wonder the sect leader was also whispering with my father. They must have been discussing the wedding dates. Yang Pufeng calmly stated, "I don't know, but my grandfather was also conversing privately with the sect leader." Wang Sheng pondered, "But wait, both couples are from our sect, while Hulaina is from my mother-in-law's side. How could the teacher have settled this?" At that moment, Ning Fengji approached and explained, "Pufeng, your marriage was arranged after discussions with your grandfather. I had already consulted with the Pope Bibi Dong about this. One thing you must understand is that after marrying Hulaina, you will be required to live in Spirit City." Yang Pufeng remained composed, but Ningyu expressed his displeasure. "Father, why should Pufeng join the Spirit Hall? He is one of us." Ning Fengji shot Ningyu a stern look and clarified, "It is not about forcing Pufeng into the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong insists that one of the holy maidens must remain close by, and since Sheng'er needs to strategize for me, it falls to you, Pufeng. However, you will always be a member of the Qi Bao Lu Li sect, and that will never change." Yang Pufeng nodded, "It matters not. I primarily focus on my cultivation and can contribute little to the sect, regardless of where I train. I will always be there if the sect needs my assistance." Ning Fengji, feeling reassured, patted Yang Pufeng's shoulder, saying, "I am glad to hear you think this way. You are the future protector of our sect." Chapter 172. Preparations. As the Qi Bao Lu Li sect busied itself with preparations for the weddings of the four couples, a significant event unfolded across Douluo continent. Overnight, with the assistance of the local spirit hall, all kingdoms, principalities, and provinces south of the Tiando imperial city freed themselves from the control of the snow leopard. They established a rebel army, publicly claiming that the snow leopard had poisoned the former emperor, the Night Emperor of the original Tiando Empire. The leader of this rebel army was none other than the fourth prince of the original Tiando Empire, Xue Peng. When Xue Bao finally realized the necessity to apprehend those affiliated with the Wuhan Fendian, he found the premises entirely deserted. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, and within a few days, the forces of the avalanche surged northward, advancing with unstoppable momentum toward the Tiando imperial city, confronting Xue Bao's army in a standoff. Within the grand hall of the Tiando palace, Xue Bao paced anxiously, having believed that eliminating Xue Yang would secure his peace. He never anticipated that his seemingly worthless younger brother would emerge at such a critical moment. Xue Bao surveyed the ministers below and inquired, "Now that the rebel forces of the avalanche are in standoff with our imperial army outside Tiando City, what countermeasures do you propose?" Marshal Galang was the first to step forward, saying, "Your Majesty, both sides are citizens of the Tiando Empire. I believe it is prudent to avoid conflict and seek reconciliation with the fourth prince." At this moment, Ouyang Feng retorted, "No, Your Majesty is the emperor of the Tiando Empire. How can we compromise with rebels?" A general behind Galang interjected, "Continued internal strife will only provide an opportunity for the Xing Luo Empire to exploit our weakness. What will we do if they decide to attack?" Counterattack. To repel external threats, we must first resolve our internal issues. If we compromise with the rebels now, we risk spawning even more dissenters in the future. The ministers representing both sides engaged in heated debate, causing Xue Bao considerable distress. He bellowed, "This is a hall of governance, not a marketplace for bickering. Negotiation is out of the question. Marshal Galang, you are to take command at the front lines and await further instructions." Though reluctant, Galang recognized the authority in Xue Bao's demeanor and complied, departing as Xue Bao waved his hand, ordering, "Li Jun, You shall station the guards of Xingma City outside Tiando City. Mr. He and Mr. Ouyang will remain. The rest may leave. As the ministers bowed and exited, the once chaotic hall fell silent. Xuebao sat upon the throne, closing his eyes to massage his temples, and asked, "Do you gentlemen have any strategies?" And spoke, "To repel external threats, we must first secure our internal situation. I advise your majesty to thoroughly investigate any remnants of the Wuhan temple within the cities under our control and to seal all properties belonging to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Ouyang Feng countered, "This cannot be done. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has already established a foothold in the Feisai Nuo province and is currently a neutral force. If we act against them recklessly, we will only gain another adversary." Tian cast a cold glance at Ouyang Feng and asserted, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has maintained a close relationship with the Wuhan Temple. If we do not address this matter beforehand, how shall we defend ourselves against a potential backstab during our conflict with the rebels?" Xuebao remained contemplative before responding. "We cannot act against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School just yet. I trust they will act prudently. If they were to take sides and attack us, which faction would still dare to engage in commerce with them? Ning Fengji is not foolish enough to make such a move." Seeing that Xuebao was steadfast, Tian could only shake his head in resignation. "Then we shall proceed as your majesty wishes. But we must still deploy some individuals to monitor the properties of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Xuebao nodded, acknowledging Mr. He is correct. We must remain vigilant. Once internal issues are resolved, we must consider strategies against our enemies. What insights do you both have? At this juncture, Ouyang Feng spoke first, "Your Majesty. Given that the Wuhan Temple currently aligns with the Avalanche, we are significantly outmatched in combat prowess. It is imperative that we seek allies." Tian added, "Based on the rebels' progress, it won't be long before they breach the city. I suggest your Majesty pursue an alliance with the Xing Luo Empire." Su Bao Zipli, how could the Xing Luo Empire possibly ally with us? They would relish our turmoil, utilizing the chaos to launch a full-scale attack. And explain. The Xing Luo Empire is indeed belligerent, yet their economy is not robust enough to sustain a large-scale conflict. We need only promise to share half the reclaimed territories and provide some military funding, and they will surely agree. Ouyang Feng objected vehemently. "This is utterly inadvisable. It is akin to seeking shelter from tiger." Observing a flicker of hesitation in Xuebao, Tian pressed on, "Your Majesty. The combined strength of the rebels and the Wuhan Temple far exceeds our own. We must ally with the Xing Luo Empire and use the individuals from the Wuhan Temple still under their jurisdiction as hostages, thus preventing the Wuhan Temple from acting hastily." With this thought in mind, Xuebao nodded. "We shall proceed with Mr. He's strategy. You will handle the mission to Xing Luo." He then turned to Ouyang Feng, who still seemed intent on persuading him. "Mr. Ouyang, I require your assistance in managing our internal affairs. Ensure that the establishments of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School are closely monitored." As the two prepared to depart, Xuebao suddenly recalled something and called out to Ouyang Feng, "By the way, Mr. Ouyang, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School sent an invitation yesterday. In half a month, there will be weddings for several young talents in Qibao City. You shall attend." Tian, walking beside Ouyang Feng, paused and turned to ask, "Which young prodigies are being wed, Your Majesty?" Xuebao replied directly, "Several, including the third young master of the Ning clan, WangSheng, and two others, essentially. They are all participants from the Soul Master competition at the Seven Treasures Academy. I have been preoccupied with the avalanche and have not examined the details closely." Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes flashed with a glint of ferocity before he bowed to Xuebao and departed for the Xing Luo Empire. Meanwhile, preparations for the weddings at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were in full swing. WangSheng and Qian Renxue accompanied Wang Dali back to Wang Jiago, and upon their return, all 100 residents of Wang Jiago followed them to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had extended invitations to all factions across the continent, and with their considerable influence and the impending marriages of 4 couples, Ning Fengji placed great importance on the occasion. For the next few days, WangSheng and his companions practiced wedding etiquette, trying on various wedding garments. although WangSheng infused many modern elements into the designs, hoping to create a uniquely captivating ceremony. Meanwhile, Douluo arrived a few days prior, announcing that Pope Bibi Dong would accompany Huliana's bridal procession to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as she would undoubtedly attend the wedding of her daughter and disciple. Hearing this news, Qianren Xue was overjoyed, but upon learning that Qian Dalu preferred solitude and would not attend, she felt a twinge of disappointment. With WangSheng's comfort, her spirits were somewhat lifted. Chapter 173. The grand wedding. The long-awaited day of the quadruple wedding finally arrived. Qianren Xue set out a day early to meet the bridal procession from the Wuhan temple outside the city. WangSheng and his companions were arranged by Ning Fengji to stay adjacent to his residence. At dawn, the four donned festive red wedding attire and rode white horses, followed by palanquins as they set off to collect their brides. Ning Yu and Xiao Qinyu were reluctant to take on the task of fetching their brides, while the Meng and Yi families were located near Ning Fengji's home. Huang Wu and Zhao Kai served as their respective groomsmen. WangSheng and Yang Pefeng also mounted white steeds, accompanied by their groomsmen Suok and Feng Xiaotian, as they headed toward the gates of Qibao City. The atmosphere was lively, with residents of Qibao City lining the streets to watch as Oscar and Ma Hongjun distributed wedding candies along the route. Upon reaching the city gates, they were confronted by Xie Yu and Yin, who stood in their way. Xie Yu smiled and said, "If you wish to marry our Wuhan temple saintess, we must first assess whether you possess the necessary strength." WangSheng chuckled and inquired, "How do we assess that? Shall we spar?" Yin shrugged and replied, "It is not appropriate to engage in combat on such a joyous occasion. Strength can be measured in many ways. Economic prowess is one of them. You've articulated the request for a red envelope so elegantly that I find myself at a loss for words. Here you go." WangSheng promptly tossed 2 large red envelopes into their hands. The 2 individuals exchanged satisfied smiles, after which Xie Yu remarked, "You have successfully passed the first trial. In the next challenge, both brides will be veiled. You may choose, but be warned, should you select incorrectly, we shall not bear the consequences." Upon this declaration, 2 women adorned with red veils stood before WangSheng and Yang Pefeng. The 2 men exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. WangSheng, feigning a rogue demeanor, jested, "Do not deceive me. Neither of them is my wife. Return her to me at once." Seeing that the duo was not easily perplexed, Xie Yu and Yin decided against further antics, for there were not many such activities to bewilder the groom on the Douluo Great Road. The wedding plan was to first escort their respective brides back home to serve tea to their elders. At noon, the 4 couples would convene at the Central Martial Arts Arena of the Qibao Luli sect to hold a public wedding ceremony. WangSheng and Qianren Xue returned to their home, where Wang De Li and Bai Bai Dong occupied the honored seats. The 2 men knelt and presented tea to their elders. Wang De Li and Bai Bai Dong smiled as they drank the tea, marking a conclusion to the domestic affairs. After the tea ceremony, everyone proceeded to the martial arts arena, which was vast and adorned with over 1,000 tables beneath a grand stage. WangSheng and the other couples, under the guidance of Ning Fengji, stood at the entrance to welcome the guests. Apart from the villagers of Wangjia village, those present were representatives of various powerful factions. Yu Luo Mian from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan arrived with his brothers Yu Tian Hung and Yu Tian Xian. Carrying gift boxes, Yu Luo Mian addressed Ning Fengji, saying, "On behalf of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I extend my congratulations." After presenting the gifts, Yu Tian Hung and Yu Tian Xian approached the newlyweds to offer their well wishes. WangSheng, grinning, turned to Yu Tian Hung and inquired, "Tian Hung, we're all married now. What do you plan to propose to Grandfather Douluo?" Yu Tian Hung, blushing slightly, replied, "I have that intention. I thought today would be a perfect opportunity to visit Grandfather Douluo." Just then, Yin rushed over and firmly grasped Yu Tian Hung's arm, exclaiming, "Come on, Tian Hung. My grandfather wishes to see you." Thus, Yu Tian Hung was whisked away, and Yu Luo Mian added, "Ning's sectmaster. I also come at my elder brother's behest to discuss the marriage between Tian Hung and Miss Douluo. I shall head in now." Ning Feng si responded, "This is excellent news. I am certain Elder Douluo will be pleased, and arrange for you Luo Mian and Utian Xin to meet with Douluo. Subsequently, representatives from the other 4 sects arrived to convey their congratulations, exchanging pleasantries and gifts before departing to converse with familiar acquaintances. At that moment, Xiaogang, accompanied by Sheng, coincidentally met with the representatives from Shui Bao, including Ouyang Feng. Upon seeing Xiaogang personally arrive, Ouyang Feng felt a pang of concern, realizing that Xiaogang might intend to win over the Qi Bao Luli sect. Ouyang Feng devised a plan and remarked to Ning Fengji and WangSheng. Sect Master Ning, Wang Xiaoyu, the new Qi Bao city is indeed impressively constructed. His words serve as a reminder to both men that Shui Bao had honored their initial agreement to hand over the Ficino province to the Qi Bao Luli sect. Ning Fengji responded with a welcoming smile. We owe much gratitude to the support of the Xing Do royal family, which allows us to maintain our neutral standing as a sect. His words were carefully chosen, omitting thanks to Shui Bao, instead attributing their stability to the Tiando royal family, while asserting the neutrality of the Qi Bao Luli sect, thus offending neither side. Xiaogang disregarded Ouyang Feng's veiled message and respectfully bowed to WangSheng, stating, "Today, on the occasion of her marriage, I extend my heartfelt congratulations, Mr. Wang." WangSheng gently placed his hand on Xiaogang's, replying, "You are too kind. All who enter are guests. I am grateful for your highness's presence." Ouyang Feng, observing the exchange, began to harbor doubts, noting that Xiaogang had shown such respect to WangSheng. Sensing Ouyang Feng's skeptical gaze, WangSheng continued to address Shui. "Please, come inside and have a seat. I shall later present you with some books I have recently compiled." Ouyang Feng could not contain his curiosity, asking, "I did not expect you to be so close with Prince Xiaogang." He emphasized the title prince to highlight that Shui Bao was the legitimate emperor, while Xiaogang was merely a prince, a brother to the emperor. WangSheng chuckled, "You may not be aware, but I have known His Highness for some time and often share educational materials with him." Ouyang Feng chose not to press further, delivering his gifts before entering the venue. After Ouyang Feng departed, Sheng scoffed, "Shui Bao sends merely a dog, truly lacking in respect." Ning Fengji calmly replied, "Guests are guests. It is the thought that counts. Your Highness, please enter." Soon after, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing arrived. Dai Mu Bai addressed Ning Fengji, saying, "Sect Master Ning, my father is too frail to travel far, so I am here today on behalf of the Xing Luo Empire to extend my congratulations. I hope you will understand." Ning Fengji warmly replied, "You are too kind, third prince. We must express our gratitude to the Xing Luo Empire for their well wishes." After exchanging pleasantries with Ning Fengji, Dai Mu Bai turned to WangSheng and offered his congratulations. Zhu Zhuqing smiled at WangSheng and Qianren Shui, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Wang. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful." Qianren Shui beamed at Zhu Zhuqing's compliment, eagerly taking her hand and responding, "You are beautiful too, dear sister. You and your companion are a perfect match." WangSheng playfully patted Dai Mu Bai on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've certainly grown sturdier." Dai Mu Bai chuckled, "I owe that to Brother Wang's assistance from years ago." WangSheng then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and teasingly asked, "So, what are you two tying the knot?" Dai Mu Bai, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Not yet. It will probably be next year." While the group engaged in light banter, they spotted Flinder, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wuji approaching with cheerful expressions. WangSheng noticed Lu Erlong's arm entwined with Flinder's and, before they could come near, called out, "Flinder, it seems you finally made your backup official." Upon hearing WangSheng's loud declaration, everyone turned to look at the approaching trio. Flinder's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to disentangle himself from Lu Erlong, who, being bold in love, maintained her grip and smiled at the gathering. As they drew closer, Zhao Wuji stepped forward and enveloped WangSheng in a hearty bear hug, exclaiming, "It's been years, and now you're getting married." Following their enthusiastic embrace, WangSheng jested, "Are you going to be a solitary old man like you, a big dumb bear forever? Women are so troublesome. It's much easier being alone." The moment those words left Zhao Wuji's mouth, he was met with disapproving glares from the surrounding women, causing him to feel sheepish and promptly fall silent. Flinter congratulated everyone, saying, "I wish you all joy on your weddings today." At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived, eager to engage with the three teachers from Shrek Academy who had just come in, warmly conversing with them. Dai Mu Bai joyfully joined in the discussions with the Shrek Academy teachers and students. At Ning Feng Ji's prompting, Ning Rongrong led the group into the venue. Once all the guests had gradually gathered, Ning Feng Ji, accompanied by the couples, ascended the constructed stage. Every table was filled with attendees, and Ning Feng Ji began his address. "I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for taking the time to attend the weddings of our younger generations. Everyone present today is a friend of the Qi Bao Lu Li sect. We are grateful for your presence, and we hope you enjoy the food and drink." However, as Ning Feng Ji concluded his speech, a chilling, authoritative voice resonated from above. "It appears today you will not enjoy your meal or drink." The crowd looked up to see a tall, imposing figure hovering in the air, draped in a black and red cloak, clad in form-fitting black armor. With silver-black hair slicked back and blood-red eyes, an uninvited guest indeed. Several titled Douluo in attendance recognized the individual, gasping, "How Tian sect, Tang Chun." Tang Chun's appearance here is a matter intertwined with Hian's mission to the Luo Empire. Upon arriving at the Luo Empire, Hian established a collaboration with the Emperor Luo and fortuitously encountered the seventh elder of the Haotian sect, the Liang Douluo. When Hian learned that Liang Da was affiliated with the Haotian sect, he also discovered that the unparalleled Douluo Tang Chun had returned, prompting him to accompany Liang Douluo back to the Haotian sect. Upon entering the grand hall of the Haotian sect, Hian beheld Tang Chun seated above, with Tang Sin standing behind him and the sect master, Tang Xiao, at his side. Hian stepped forward to pay his respects, stating, "I am Hian, a counselor of His Majesty the Shui Bao of the Tiando Empire, here to propose an alliance with the Haotian sect." Dan Tian spoke Sao. "The Tiando Empire seeks to ally with my Haotian sect?" Hian replied, "Indeed, our sovereign is sincere. Furthermore, I have heard from Liang that your sect is searching for the whereabouts of the renowned Tiando Douluo, Tang Hao. I possess some knowledge regarding this matter, which is why I have come." Tang San, filled with excitement, interjected, "You know where my father is?" Hian looked at Tang San and replied, "Certainly, the Tiando Douluo." Tang Hao perished at the hands of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School following the conclusion of the Soul Master tournament. "What? Impossible. My father cannot be dead." Tang San exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Hian did not elaborate further, slowly removing his mask to reveal a face marred as if burnt, yet familiar to Tang San. Hian spoke softly, "Xiao San, I am your teacher, Yu Xiaogang." Tang San swiftly activated his ghostly shadow technique, appearing before Yu Xiaogang, gazing at the man who seemed neither fully human nor ghostly, and asked, "Teacher, how did you come to be like this?" Yu Xiaogang, tears streaming down his face, recounted, "After the tournament, your father encountered me and expressed his grievances against WangSheng and others from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, claiming the championship rightfully belonged to you. He insisted on confronting them alone, and despite my attempts to dissuade him, I could only assist in diverting Ning Fengji and two guardian Douluos. Upon returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I learned from my father that Tang Hao had already fallen to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tiles, and they sought to capture me. To protect me, my father disfigured me and urged me to adopt a different identity to survive." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's tale, Tang Chen's eyes burned with fury as he questioned, "Is this true?" Tang San, holding back tears, affirmed, "Great-grandfather, he is my teacher. My teacher would not deceive me. It seems my father truly perished at the hands of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School dared to kill my grandson. I shall make them pay in blood," Tang Chun declared, shattering the table before him with a fist. "Dang Xiao, Equali en the Uget, Gedang Fat. My second brother cannot have died in vain. Let us rise and flatten the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Tang Chun raised a hand to halt Tang Xiao, stating, "The plan for the Haotian sect's emergence must not be disrupted. I alone am sufficient to crush the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yu Xiaojiang interjected, "Senior, The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has grown formidable. They are not what they once were, and that boy, WangSheng, is quite sinister. Were it not for him, Xiaogang would not be in hiding, and the Haotian sect would not seek to eliminate them. WangSheng, who is he? Dan Jian Yin Gui. Gazing at Yu Xiaogang with curiosity. Yu Xiaogang quickly responded, WangSheng is a disciple of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a malevolent soul master, likely on the verge of becoming a soul emperor. He nearly incapacitated Xiao San during the tournament, and he is adept at sowing discord. Senior, please exercise caution around him. Upon learning that WangSheng was close to attaining soul emperor status, Tang Chun dismissed the concern, stating, I shall visit Tiando City and ensure the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School pays dearly. Realizing Tang Chun was set on confronting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yu Xiaogang recalled the words of Shui Bao and Ouyang Feng before his departure. He calculated the days and advised, Senior, you may not be aware, but the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has relocated to the Ficino province, establishing Qibao City. Tomorrow marks the marriage of several young members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, to which Ning Fengji has invited all major forces from across the realm. It would be prudent to delay your visit. This would allow us to catch them all unawares. You should remain at the sect while I settle accounts with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Before he could finish, Tang Chun vanished from sight. At that moment, Ning Fengji looked up at the air where Tang Chun had been, asking, Might I inquire about your purpose, esteemed Tang? Today is a momentous occasion for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. May we discuss matters after the festivities? Tang Chun coldly gazed at Ning Fengji and inquired, I have but one question. Did my grandson Tang Hao die at the hands of your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji, undaunted, stood tall and replied, Tang Hao attacked our disciples, resulting in the deaths of 10 individuals from our sect and Shrek Academy. It is only just that he pays for his life. Tang Chun disregarded Ning Fengji's claims about Tang Hao's actions and, having confirmed that Tang Hao indeed fell to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, declared, Since it is true that you are responsible for his death, prepare to bury your entire sect alongside him. At that moment, all members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School activated their martial spirits, readying for battle. Ning Fengji calmly stated, There are many guests from my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School present. Our conflict should not involve them. If you wish to fight, allow them to depart first. Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Tang Chun surveyed the surroundings and remarked with disdain, In that case, I, Tang Chun, am not unreasonable. However, since I have come today, it signifies that you are friends of the Haotian sect. Thus, you shall only receive one strike from me. Without waiting for a response, Tang Chun brought down his Haotian hammer, shaking the very foundations of Qibao City. The might of this blow shattered all structures within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Every soul master below the rank of soul sage fell unconscious, while those without soul power suffered internal devastation, leading to instant death. Several elders from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School charged toward Tang Chun, while Moonlight and Ghostly Shadow from the Spirit Hall joined the fray at Bibi Dong's nod. Ning Fengji immediately commanded the remaining soul sages to evacuate the residents of Qibao City, as Tang Chen's strike had only affected the inner city of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, should he unleash a more potent attack, the lives of the hundreds of thousands in Qibao City would be in jeopardy. At that moment, WangSheng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, cradled his father. Wang Dali. The usually jovial Wang Dali lay with wide-open eyes, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, devoid of life. Qian Rinxue, tears brimming in her eyes, looked upon Wang Dali's lifeless form. Father, please wake up. WangSheng cried, tears streaming down his face as he shouted in anguish. Qian Rinxue turned to Bibi Dong, pleading, Mother, please save my father. Bibi Dong shook her head helplessly, saying, That blow from Tang Chun was imbued with divine power. Your father, lacking soul power, could not withstand it. I am powerless to help. Even your grandfather would be unable to change the outcome. WangSheng stared blankly at his father's corpse, memories of their moments together flooding his mind. The agony of witnessing a loved one depart, while feeling utterly powerless, was unbearable. After a moment, WangSheng gently closed his father's open eyes, laying Wang Dali's body on the ground. His own eyes now bloodshot, he shouted toward Tang Chun, who was engaged in battle with the titled Douluos in the air. Tang Chun, prepare to pay with your life. With that, WangSheng unleashed his dark demon, evil god, tiger martial spirit, his 7 black and 1 red soul rings swirling around him. At this moment, WangSheng's aura and pressure were on par with an ordinary title Douluo. In a blink, he appeared behind Tang Chun, channeling the Titan giant ape arm soul bones in innate ability, Titan's might, and launched a devastating punch toward Tang Chen's back. As an unparalleled Douluo, Tang Chen's strength was formidable. He swiftly turned, delivering a hammer strike to WangSheng's waist, sending him crashing several meters away. Upon witnessing WangSheng's actions, Qian Renshua also activated her martial soul, unfurling her 6 wings in preparation to ascend into the skies. At that moment, a delicate hand rested upon her shoulder, reminding her that she carried WangSheng's child within her. He had already lost his father. He could not bear to lose her and their child as well. Mana. Qian Renshua observed Bibi Dong, the Spider Empress, as she charged directly towards Tang Chun. At this juncture, Tang Chun surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of Bibi Dong. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Yuan, Ghost of Mei, Sword Douluo Qinshin of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, Bone Douluo Gurong, Poison of the Bow, as well as Meng Shu and Yang Wudi, who had just ascended to the rank of title Douluo, and WangSheng, whose strength was comparable to that of a title Douluo. Additionally, the continent's most formidable support, Ning Fengji, stood among them. Tang Chun, encircled by more than 10 individuals, remained unperturbed and laughed maniacally, declaring, "What a fortunate day, with both the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Spirit Hall present. I shall eliminate you all in one fell swoop." As he spoke, Tang Chen's aura surged, and he wielded the Haotian hammer to confront his adversaries. Among the group, Bibi Dong and Qinshin, the strongest, positioned themselves at the forefront. Zhu and Gue, the 2 Douluo, employed their martial soul fusion skill, the 2 extremes stasis domain. Although they could not fully restrain Tang Chun, they succeeded in slightly slowing his pace. The remaining individuals found little opportunity to engage in battle at that moment. WangSheng turned to the others and instructed, "You gentlemen should go ahead to our teacher." The group swiftly approached Ning Fengji, and WangSheng directly inquired, "Teacher, if Daiyu and Rongrong can fuse their rings, I presume you can do so as well?" Ning Fengji noted, replying, "The fusion of rings is indeed a unique characteristic of my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Tower martial soul." WangSheng affirmed, "Then that settles it. Teacher, gentlemen, let us execute the multi-body martial soul fusion technique." The bold idea left the others in astonishment, prompting Ning Fengji to caution, "Sure. While I have seen you all use this technique, it requires a shared understanding and countless practice to succeed." WangSheng confidently assured Ning Fengji, "Do not worry, teacher. The last time Tang Hao ambushed us, our successful collaboration with Shrek Academy was not merely due to our similar methods. It was a result of my martial soul's unique properties." "What? Your martial soul's properties?" Ning Fengji regarded WangSheng with disbelief. WangSheng elucidated, "My martial soul can guide and absorb soul power, concentrating it in one place. Therefore, during a martial soul fusion, I can serve as the focal point, ensuring success." Understanding dawned on Ning Fengji, who nodded and agreed. "All right, let us fuse our martial souls, focusing our soul power into your bone grandpa." However, WangSheng proposed a different strategy, stating, "Teacher, while Bone Grandpa is the strongest in defense, augmenting his defenses will not suffice against Tang Chun, a rank 99 Super Daw. Allow me to absorb everyone's soul power for the battle." Yang Wudi countered, "Young Sheng'er, this is too dangerous. You are merely a soul, Douluo, and our clan excels in offense. Let me take over." WangSheng shook his head, insisting, "Grandpa Yang, please listen. Currently, Bone Grandpa is unsuitable for offense, whereas both Duga Grandpa and Meng Grandpa specialize in control and are not suited for direct confrontation. Moreover, You have just become a title Douluo and may not withstand such a large influx of soul power. When Yang Wudi attempted to argue further, Wang Sheng continued, "My first soul ring is already a 10,000-year soul ring, so my capacity for soul power is certainly greater than that of the elders. Time is of the essence. Let me take charge." At this moment, Ning Fengji noticed that the aerial combatants were gradually succumbing under Tang Chen's onslaught. With a clenched fist, he made a resolute decision. "Very well, we shall proceed as Sheng'er suggests." Meanwhile, Tang Chen grew increasingly formidable in battle, with Zhu and Gui being the first to sustain injuries and withdraw. The pressure on Bibi Dong and Qin Xin intensified. As Tang Chen unleashed another powerful strike with a great Sumi hammer, Bibi Dong and Qin Xin were sent reeling, each spitting a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Wang Sheng completed his martial soul fusion technique, his aura surging dramatically. Despite the overwhelming influx of soul power threatening to overwhelm him, he felt invigorated. Activating his black radiant tiger shadow, Wang Sheng appeared before Tang, executing the rapid Tianma meteor fist. The velocity at which he moved could only be described as that of a comet. Tang Chen sensed Wang Sheng's transformation, recognizing that his energy now rivaled that of a rank 99 unparalleled Douluo. In response, Tang Chen unleashed the Haoyan secret technique, detonating his first 3 rings to amplify his strength, employing the Haoyan 9 absolutes: hollow, seal, penetrate, entangle, shock, break, annihilate, collapse, and disperse in a continuous sequence. Chapter 176. A 10-year pact. As Tang Chen activated the Haoyan 9 absolutes, the entirety of 7 Treasure City was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Fortunately, Ning Fengji had previously arranged for the evacuation of the city's residents. The martial arts arena was spared due to Gu Rong's 9th soul skill, which protected the unconscious soul masters present. Wang Sheng, however, had sustained considerable injuries. Tang Chen turned his gaze to Wang Sheng and remarked, "You are Wang Sheng, are you not? Such talent at such a young age, truly a genius. Yet, no matter how gifted one may be, without proper growth, they remain worthless. Today shall mark your demise. Enough with the chatter. Come at me." Wang Sheng, facing the murderer of his father, had no desire for further conversation. He unleashed his most powerful self-created soul skill, flying sand and moving stones, as countless fragments of rock rapidly converged towards Tang Chen. With Wang Sheng's formidable soul power augmenting the density, speed, and force of the attack, the onslaught surged towards Tang Chen like a tempest. With a fierce roar, Tang Chen detonated 3 more soul rings, activating his 7th soul skill, Haoyan True Form. The colossal great Sumi hammer descended upon Wang Sheng. The clash of their mighty soul skills produced an explosion akin to a nuclear detonation, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke, blinding all present as if it were daylight. In the aftermath of the attack, Wang Sheng and Tang Chen engaged in close combat, with Wang Sheng teleporting directly before Tang Chen, unleashing all his might. In a life-or-death struggle, he employed every offensive technique at his disposal, reminiscent of his early days at the 7 Shrek Academy, facing an opponent he knew he could not defeat, fighting with reckless abandon. The battle was fleeting. 2 shadowy figures plummeted from the sky, landing with a thunderous impact that kicked up a massive cloud of dust. As the haze settled, Wang Sheng was seen kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he clutched his chest. Tang Chen, dragging the Haoyan hammer with one hand, advanced toward Wang Sheng, the atmosphere tense and silent save for the sound of the hammer scraping against the ground. With a murderous glint in his eyes, "Tang Chen, protect WangSheng." At that moment, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The massive Haoyan hammer loomed over Wang Sheng's head, and he proclaimed, "Aside from that old relic of the Spirit Hall, you are the only one capable of injuring me. Now, I shall send you down to accompany my grandson in death. Old fool Tang Chen, you dare to harm my grandson-in-law." Just as Tang Chen prepared to crush Wang Sheng's skull, a golden streak, resembling a meteor, darted through the air, revealing a man clad in a golden robe who stood protectively before Wang Sheng, sword pointed at Tang Chen. Recognizing his longtime rival, Tang Chen's expression tightened as he spat. "Qian Douluo, you old scoundrel, did you not vow to never leave the Hall of Offerings?" At that moment, Tang Chun felt a twinge of unease. His earlier exertions had drained him, and he feared he might not prevail against Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo declared, "If I had not come, your grandson-in-law would surely perish at the hands of this old scoundrel." Originally, Qian Douluo had no intention of attending the wedding. He preferred solitude, and as the chief offering of the angel god, he could not leave the hall without significant cause. Yet, he could not shake his concern for Qian Rinxue and wished to witness his granddaughter's wedding. Qian Douluo promptly resolved to visit Qibao City to check on his granddaughter. However, just as he was about to fly to Qibao City, he witnessed a throng of people fleeing from the outskirts of the city. A tremendous explosion resonated from the center, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Douluo hastily accelerated towards the epicenter. Upon arriving in the air above the center, he beheld the utter devastation of the Qibao Liuli sect, with numerous individuals injured and sprawled on the ground, while Tang Chun was dragging a hammer toward his granddaughter's husband. At this moment, Tang Chun turned to Qian Douluo and declared, "The Qibao Liuli sect has slain my grandson. I have come today to exact vengeance. Do you have any objections?" Qian Douluo retorted, "If we were to follow your reasoning, your grandson gravely injured my son years ago. Should I not then raise your Haotian sect?" Tang Chun, unyielding in his stance, replied, "Spare me your irrelevant arguments. For years, while I was absent, you and your Wuhuan temple have oppressed my Haotian sect. I have yet to settle that score. Thus, let us resolve everything today. It has been many years since I last engaged in combat. Let me see if you, old man, have regressed." "Ah, Qian Douluo, attempting to take advantage of me. Is this the conduct of your angel group?" Although Tang Chun displayed a fierce demeanor, he was not foolish. Given the current circumstances and the presence of numerous titled Douluos, he understood that confronting Qian Douluo would not be to his advantage, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Qian Douluo, known for his pride, found himself compelled to concede under the moral pressure exerted by Tang Chun. "Then tell me, how do you wish to resolve this?" Tang Chun pondered for a moment and proposed, "I have been in seclusion for decades and have just returned to the Haotian sect. We have shared nearly a century of friendship, and given the current turmoil across the continent, let us agree to a 10-year truce. After 10 years, we shall engage in a decisive battle." Tang Chun had been considering this. He placed the future of the Haotian sect in Tang San's hands, believing that with Tang San's talent, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in 10 years. Coupled with the strength of the Haotian sect and the power within the City of Slaughter, he was confident that 10 years would elevate the Haotian sect to new heights. Furthermore, he required time to complete the Shura God's trial, which is why he proposed a decade-long ceasefire. Qian Douluo squinted, weighing the pros and cons of both party strengths. He was aware that Bibi Dong was also undergoing the divine trial, which she had previously claimed would be completed within a decade. Additionally, he intended for his granddaughter, Qian Rinxue, to undertake the angel divine trial, which would also necessitate time. As Qian Douluo contemplated, WangSheng struggled to his feet and stated, "A 10-year agreement is acceptable. After 10 years, I shall personally take your head as an offering to my father." Qian Douluo, observing the determination in WangSheng's eyes, turned to Tang Chun and said, "Very well, old fool. I will await you for 10 years. After 10 years, our Wuhuan temple will undoubtedly obliterate your Haotian sect, and our Qibao Liuli sect shall remember today's grievances." Ning Fengji interjected, standing up and abandoning his usual gentle demeanor, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Tang Chun. Tang Chun, seeing the 10-year truce established, approached Qian Douluo and remarked, "Old man, after 10 years, we shall settle both old and new accounts." "Humph, old fool. Do not vanish again when the time comes." Qian Douluo scoffed, then turned away from Tang Chun. Tang Chun ascended into the air and glanced below, declaring, "After 10 years, neither the Wuhuan temple nor the Qibao Liuli sect will exist. You insects should cherish the final decade of your lives well." After saying this, Tang Chun swiftly vanished from sight. Qian Douluo disdainfully muttered, "This old fool has changed. The audacious Tang Chun of the past is surely long gone. The transformation in Tang Chun was palpable to Qian Douluo, who had battled alongside him for nearly a century, their relationship oscillating between rivalry and camaraderie. Chapter 177. The situation, the battle concluded, and the crowd began to attend to the injured and unconscious soul masters, while also collecting the bodies of the villagers from Wangjiago who had been slain by Tang Chen's hammer. WangSheng, severely injured, lifted the bodies of the kind villagers he remembered, speaking to each one as he did so. Xiao Huji, I promised you I would help you awaken your martial soul when you turn 6 next year. I cannot fulfill that promise. I'm so sorry. Aunt Xiao, you know how much I loved your pancakes. I fear I shall never taste them again. Brother Daniu, you have been single for so long. I had planned to find you a wife in Qibao City, but it seems that opportunity has vanished. Sister Tsuehua, I had already thought of names for your child. I intended to tell you on the day they were born, but now I must share. If it's a boy, he shall be called Wang Rue. If a girl, Wang Li. Do you think they sound nice? Village chief, our Wang Jiago has flourished. We never finished discussing the matter of raising crayfish. Please awaken. Let's continue our conversation. Wang Sheng's tears flowed freely as he limped to move the bodies, bidding farewell to every villager from Wangjiago. In this moment, his heart was heavy with guilt. He felt responsible, believing that if he had not invited the villagers, none of this would have happened, and they would not have been left without a single survivor. After gathering the bodies, Wang Sheng knelt before them, repeatedly bowing his head in remorse. Those who wished to console him were rebuffed. As he continued to bow, his forehead bruising but his resolve unwavering, Qian Rishua knelt beside Wang Sheng, also bowing her head in grief, as the couple felt that this was the only way to ease their heavy hearts. 3 days later, after attending to all the final rites, the guests began to depart, leaving only the members of the Wuhuan Temple, Shuebeng, Dai Mubai, Yulumian, and Flender, who remained. The remaining factions were closely tied to the Qibao Liuli sect, indicating their solidarity in the face of adversity. Originally, Yulumian had no intention of staying, but considering the connections with Yu Tianheng and Yu Dugiyan, along with the fact that his daughter remained, he chose not to leave. In the hastily constructed conference hall of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji occupied the main seat, with representatives from various major factions who had come to attend the wedding also present. Ning Fengji began, the recent upheaval during the wedding has affected you all. Ning, express my sincere apologies and have prepared some modest gifts to convey my sentiments. Flender was the first to respond. Sect Master Ning, you are being overly modest. No one could have anticipated that Tang Chun from the Haoyan sect would suddenly cause trouble. This is not your fault. Yu Luomian concurred, indeed. We did not foresee Tang Chen's sudden appearance. This incident does not reflect poorly on your sect. We have only sustained minor injuries. It is nothing to be concerned about. The others echoed their agreement, assuring that they were unscathed. Ning Fengji expressed gratitude for their understanding and thanked them once more. As Ning Fengji was extending his gratitude, members of the Qibao Liuli sect's intelligence department entered, whispering urgently in his ear, Ning Feng hits pros furovet tepli. Once the informant had finished speaking, Ning Fengji turned to Dai Mubai and said, Third Prince, we have received news from the informant. Yesterday, the Xinghua Emperor passed away in the palace, and the first prince, Davis, has ascended the throne as the new Xinghua Emperor, appointing Zhu Zhuyun as his empress. Dai Mubai collapsed into his seat, utterly astonished. He could not believe that during his brief absence, the Xinghua Empire had undergone such a drastic change. Zhu Zhuqing rushed to support him. Ning Fengji continued, following Davis's ascension. He announced that the Haoyan sect will serve as the protector sect of the Xinghua Empire and will establish its sect within the Xinghua Imperial City, appointing Yu Xiaogang as the state master of the Xinghua Empire. Yu Xiaogang? The members of Shrek, along with Yu Lumian, questioned in unison, puzzled. Ning Fengji nodded, affirming, indeed. It is Yu Xiaogang, who also holds another identity, the strategist for the Tindo Empire, Hian. Yu Luomian was utterly astonished. Han was the strategist that Yu Yuanjin had arranged for Xue Bao, and Yu Luomian had no idea from where Yu Yuanjin had found Han. He never imagined that this Han was actually Yu Xiaogong. It seems that his elder brother had indeed hidden Yu Xiaogong away. Ning Fengji explained, This matter is undeniably true. It was Xiaogang himself who stated it. He claimed that only with his counsel could Xue Bao seize the throne of Tiandou. And he proved that the great Emperor Xue was poisoned to death by someone arranged by Xue Bao. It appeared that Yu Xiaogang had abandoned Xue Bao, seeking to firmly bind himself to Hao Tianzong. Thus, by stepping forward to assert that Xue Bao was responsible for the death of the great Emperor Xue, he aimed to create further chaos in Tiandou, allowing Xingluo Empire the opportunity for more rapid development. WangSheng voiced his opinion, and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yu Luomian's heart was a tumult of emotions. He sighed, lamenting that his elder brother had ultimately been blinded by familial affection, for Yu Xiaogang was nothing but a thankless wretch. In a fit of anger, Yu Luomian slammed his fist on the table and rose, declaring, "This matter is of utmost significance. I must take my leave to clarify this with my elder brother at the sect. I shall take my leave." With that, Yu Luomian departed, accompanied by his brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. At this juncture, Xue Beng spoke up, given the current situation. "I shall not allow them to have their way. I am willing to temporarily cease hostilities with my third brother to thwart Hao Tianzong's nefarious schemes." In truth, it was unnecessary to hesitate. Since matters had escalated to this point, it would be better to unify Tiandou swiftly to counterbalance Xingluo. WangSheng's gaze was penetrating as he articulated his thoughts. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement, stating, "Since Hao Tianzong has made their move, we cannot remain idle. They have allied with Xingluo, and we shall align ourselves with Tiandou." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's decision to side with him, Xue Beng felt a surge of excitement. With the support of Wu Huindian and Qi Bao Liu Lizong, the unification of Tiandou seemed imminent. At this moment, Ning Fengji turned to Daimu Bai, whose emotions had stabilized, saying, "Third Prince, given the current situation in Xingluo, perhaps you too should remain in my Qi Bao Liu Lizong. Returning now might place you in jeopardy with Dai Wei Si." Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances and reluctantly nodded. "It seems we have no other choice. If we return, Dai Wei Si will surely not allow me to leave." Ning Fengji then addressed Bibi Dong, saying, "Your Holiness, I intend to withdraw all of Qi Bao Liu Lizong's assets from the Xingluo Empire. Wu Huindian should also prepare accordingly. For although Hao Tianzong speaks of a 10-year pact, they may very well covertly target Wu Huindian's branches in Xingluo." Bibi Dong nodded. "That is only prudent. Upon my return, I will arrange for Wu Huindian's branches to withdraw from the Xingluo Empire. It is likely that Xingluo will not intervene, as we are equally wary of each other's presence." In the ensuing time, both sides diligently prepared for the 10-year agreement. Within a month, Wu Huindian and Qi Bao Liu Lizong withdrew all their forces from the Xingluo Empire, which did not impede their departure. Meanwhile, significant events unfolded within the Lan Dianba Wang Long family. Upon his return, Yu Luomian impeached the sect leader Yu Yuanjin for sheltering his son Yu Xiaogang. Yu Luomian united with several elders of the family to compel Yu Yuanjin to abdicate. In a fit of rage, Yu Yuanjin left the Lan Dianba Wang Long family with some loyal followers. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Luomian became the new patriarch of the family. However, due to Yu Yuanjin's departure with several elite combatants, the overall strength of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family diminished significantly, reducing it to a second-rate sect, inferior even to Xiangjiazong. In the following months, the weakened Xue Bao fell after 3 months of sustaining pressure from Xue Beng's forces, escaping the Tiandou imperial city with a few loyal subordinates. Xue Beng officially unified the Tiandou Empire and introduced a constitutional monarchy, guiding the empire towards a more refined administrative system. Concurrently, a new power emerged within the Xingluo Empire known as Tang, which harbored many fallen souls from the City of Slaughter, becoming a force that instilled fear across the continent. Tongmin proclaimed itself a neutral assassin organization. However, WangSheng recognized this as the handiwork of Tong San, intending to utilize Tongmin as a trump card. Thus, the major powers of the two empires navigated the unpredictable 2 years with fervor. 2 years had passed since the 10-year agreement, and both empires had returned to a semblance of normalcy, tacitly adhering to the accord. the Douluo continent was poised to enter a brief period of 8 years of peace. In this time, Qibao City was successfully rebuilt, restoring its former glory. At this moment, WangSheng was at home, playing with his daughter Wang Qianqian, who was now over a year old. Since her birth, Wang Qianqian had healed the shadows in WangSheng's heart. As Wang Qianqian, who had just learned to walk, wobbled towards him, the sight of his adorable daughter brought a radiant smile to WangSheng's face. At that moment, a guard approached to report that the sect leader invited Wang Sheng to a meeting. He lifted Wang Qianqian, planting a kiss on her cherubic face before handing her over to Qi Qian Ruinshu, following the guard out. Upon his arrival at the council hall, the elders and core members of the sect had gathered. Wang Sheng took his designated seat among the elders. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji arrived. Seeing that everyone was present, he began, 2 years have passed, and how Tianzong continues to grow stronger. Furthermore, the newly established Tongmen should not be underestimated, as how Tianzong possesses a considerable number of titled Douluos. Upon evaluation, it appeared that their side still held the advantage. However, WangSheng felt a lingering unease. He voiced his concerns. Despite our numerical superiority, I fear an unpredictable variable may arise. Ning Fengji inquired, "What variable do you speak of?" Haishendao. WangSheng uttered those 3 words. Haishendao was renowned as a place where soul masters could level up, as all soul masters could accept the sea god's trials there. However, the downside was that once one entered Haishendao, they could never leave. In the original narrative, Tong San was able to leave Haishendao with Shrek's 7 monsters because he was the designated successor of the sea god. It was also because of Haishendao that Shrek's 7 monsters became titled Douluos at a remarkably young age. Upon hearing the name Haishendao, everyone fell into contemplation. It was a mysterious location known to few. Ning Fengji had heard some rumors and asked, "Xing, are you sure Haishendao will be a variable?" Wang Sheng affirmed, "Indeed, Haishendao is guarded by the 7 sacred pillars, each manned by a titled Douluo. Additionally, there's a grand priest named Boissashi, who is also a super Douluo of level 99. Chen Xin remarked, "Yet, Haishendao is a place of entry only. It should not involve itself in our conflicts." After all, Wu Huandian attempted to seize Haishendao and returned empty-handed, dubbing it Devil's Island. Wang Sheng shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. The sea god has long been searching for a successor. I do not know if he will choose Tong San. Tong Chen has some ties to Boissashi, and I fear Tong Chen may take Tong San to seek her out." Ning Fengji nodded, acknowledging the validity of this concern. But should not the sea god select his successor on Haishendao? Wang Sheng elucidated, "Those on Haishendao will undoubtedly undergo the divine trial. Yet no one has succeeded in passing them thus far. I worry that if Tong San were to go and be chosen, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, the benefits of passing the sea god's trials are immense. One could gain dozens of levels in just a few years. Then, why can't we also go to Haishendao? Our sect possesses many talented youths. I refuse to believe that the sea god would necessarily choose Tong San over them." Gu Rong remained skeptical that Tong San was definitively superior to their sect's youth. At this moment, Wang Sheng took out a delicate triangular box from the soul guide and said, "This is what I obtained from His Majesty Xu Weapon. It is a national treasure of the Tiando Empire, known as the Hanhai Qinquan Zhao Zhao. It contains the divine power of the sea god. With it, reaching the sea god island will not be difficult. However, I am concerned that if none of our people are chosen as the inheritors of the sea god, they may never return." Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of hesitation. The potential for our sect as future talents to rapidly enhance their abilities by going to the sea god island was enticing. Yet the thought of them possibly not returning posed a significant dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons, Ning Fengji resolutely declared, "Let us take a gamble. If we succeed, our sect will undoubtedly usher in a glorious era. If we fail, I, Ning Fengji, will do everything in my power to restore the future of our 7-treasure glazed tile sect." Seeing the determination in Ning Fengji's expression, the others nodded in agreement, especially the young members of the clan, who eagerly prepared for an opportunity that promised rapid strength enhancement. Wang Sheng nodded and said, "To prevent unforeseen circumstances, I intend to visit the Wuhuan city first. I believe we still need to call upon my grandfather. Otherwise, I fear accidents may occur. Ning Fengji agreed. With the great offering, the unparalleled 99th level Douluo, it would be beneficial. WangSheng, you should go ahead. I will gather the young talents of our sect to see who would be most suitable to accompany us. Once the arrangements were confirmed, WangSheng and his family set off towards Wuhuan City. Meanwhile, in the Xingluo Imperial Palace, Tang San was diligently practicing the Haoyan 9 absolutes. After Tang Chen's return, the three major single-attribute families had rejoined the Haoyan sect. Tang San received a crystal blood dragon ginseng from his great-uncle Bai He, and under Tang Chen's guidance, he once again entered an extraordinary state of growth, achieving the rank of Soul Emperor at level 64 within just a few short years. A remarkable increase of over 20 levels in a span of 5 years. Just as Tang San finished his training, a servant came to report that someone was looking for him. Tang San, intrigued, instructed the servant to bring the visitor in. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in pink, with a graceful figure and a long scorpion tail braid, appeared behind the servant. Upon seeing her, Tang San excitedly exclaimed, "Xiao Wu!" At that moment, Xiao Wu also spotted her long-missed third brother. She rushed toward Tang San and leaped into his embrace, tears glistening in her eyes as she said, "Brother, I finally found you." Tang San affectionately held Xiao Wu, reluctant to let go, and asked, "Xiao Wu, where have you been these past few years?" Xiao Wu hesitated, replying, "I went home. My family wouldn't let me leave, and I had to seize this rare opportunity to come out. Since the last sacrifice of the Titan giant ape." Xiao Wu had been concerned for Tang San, feeling melancholic day after day. The Tianqing Niumang had no choice but to allow Xiao Wu to seek WangSheng, but insisted she must never reveal her true identity as a soul beast to Tang San. After Xiao Wu promised repeatedly, the Tianqing Niumang finally consented to let her leave the Stark Do Great Forest. Though Tang San sensed that Xiao Wu was withholding something, he chose not to press further, instead joyfully stating, "Xiao Wu, you will never leave me again." Xiao Wu nestled in Tang San's arms, nodding earnestly. After a moment of intimacy, Tang San led Xiao Wu to find Tang Chun, expressing his desire to marry Xiao Wu in his presence. Upon arriving at Tang Chen's location, they found him in discussion with Yu Xiaogang. Tang San introduced Xiao Wu to Tang Chun. "Great-grandfather, this is Xiao Wu. Since you and teacher are present, I wish to marry Xiao Wu under your witness." Tang Chun responded with delight. "Of course, I hope you marry soon and bring forth new generations for our Haoyan sect." Yu Xiaogang also smiled and said, "It is indeed a joyous occasion for you two to become husband and wife. Teacher blesses you." Having been informed of Xiao Wu's true identity by Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojing contemplated how to prompt Xiao Wu to willingly sacrifice herself for Tang San in the future. With Tang Chun and Yu Xiaojing as witnesses, Tang San and Xiao Wu officially became husband and wife. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing said, "Tang San, I was just discussing with the Marquis. Now that you have nearly mastered the Haoyan 9 absolutes, the fastest way to enhance your strength is to take you to that place." Tang San, curious, inquired, "Where is it?" "I'm willing to go, as long as it enables me to quickly enhance my abilities and defeat WangSheng." Yu Xiaojing replied, "The Sea God Island. In my youth, I accompanied Bibi Dong to the Spirit Hall there. The soul masters on that island are exceptionally powerful, all possessing water-related martial spirits. There are over 2,000 soul masters on the island, who refer to themselves as Sea Soul Masters." Seeing Tang San still puzzled, Tang Chun interjected, "The Sea God Island has been seeking a successor to the Sea God. Thus, all soul masters who visit have the opportunity to undergo the Sea God trial, also known as the Sea God test. Completing this trial will significantly enhance one's strength." Hearing this, Tang San nodded earnestly. "Great-grandfather, I wish to go to the Sea God Island. I will strive diligently to enhance my abilities." Tang Chun, aware of Tang San's grievances against WangSheng, had kept the details of WangSheng's strength concealed during their confrontation to avoid discouraging Tang San. After a brief reflection, Tang Chun stated, "Prepare yourselves. In a few days, all the young members of our sect will set out together for the Sea God Island. There are still 8 years until the 10-year agreement, and it will depend on how quickly you can grow on the Sea God Island." Dang Jin, confident in his relationship with Poseidon, disregarded the island's policy of no entry and exit, planning to forcefully take people away when the time came. Meanwhile, WangSheng and Qianrenxue also arrived at Wuhuan City, where Bibi Dong was in seclusion undergoing the sea god trial. The couple took their daughter directly to find Qian Douluo. Upon seeing Wang Qianqian, Qian Douluo lifted her onto his shoulder and playfully teased her, while Qianrenxue feigned jealousy. Now that there is Qianqian, grandfather doesn't care about me anymore. Qian Douluo, with a serious tone, replied, Shuer, you are already a mother. Why are you being jealous of child? He continued to amuse Wang Qianqian. Qianqian, isn't your great-grandfather the one you miss the most? WangSheng, feeling somewhat speechless, interjected, Grandfather, we have come to seek your assistance. Qian Douluo looked at Wang Qianqian and asked nonchalantly, What is it? I will help if I can. But you must promise to let Qianqian spend more time with me. WangSheng stated directly, We intend to go to the Sea God Island and would like you to accompany us. Hearing the words Sea God Island, Qian Douluo fell into deep thought, reminiscing about the beautiful woman on that island, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. However, he soon resolutely declared, I will not go. Qianrenxue pleaded, Grandfather, please agree to our request. Yet, Qian Douluo remained steadfast. Pouting won't work. I said I won't go, and I mean it. At this moment, WangSheng added, Grandfather, if we are considering the Sea God Island, do you think the Haotian sect would not think of it? What if Tang Chan decided to go to the Sea God Island? Hearing WangSheng's words, a flicker of turmoil surged within Qian Douluo. But he still firmly stated, I will not go. Do not attempt to deceive me with such reasoning. Qianrenxue abruptly grabbed Wang Qianqian and said, Stubborn grandfather, I will no longer speak with you. WangSheng, let us leave. With that, she turned to leave, taking Qianqian with her. Qian Douluo quickly stopped Qianrenxue. Shuer, don't go. It's rare for me to see Qianqian. Observing that Qianrenxue was ignoring him, Qian Douluo signaled to WangSheng, hoping he would persuade Qianrenxue. WangSheng feigned a troubled expression, saying, Grandfather, you know well that our family is dictated by Shuer, and during our wedding, I promised you that whatever Shuer decides is what we will follow. I cannot oppose that. Qian Douluo frowned and replied, Are you not making things difficult for me? Your father once took people to attack the Sea God Island without permission. How can I still have the face to go there? How could you expect me to show my face there? WangSheng chuckled and said, Grandfather, regarding the matters of yesteryear, it was indeed my father who acted unilaterally, correct? In front of Grandma Posexi, my father was merely an inexperienced junior. You should have explained the situation to her directly. As the saying goes, the most beautiful sight is the sunset glow. What if Grandma Posexi were to be taken advantage of by Tang Chan in your absence? That would be a significant loss, wouldn't it? Qian Douluo pondered for a moment, yet hesitated, saying, Do you all realize that once you enter the Sea God Island, you cannot leave at will? WangSheng nodded. I understand this, which is why we should bring more people. If they do not allow us to exit, we will gradually consume their Sea God Island until they can no longer tolerate us and are compelled to expel us. You rascal, always up to no good. Qian Douluo lightly tapped WangSheng's forehead. Observing Qian Douluo reprimanding WangSheng, Qian began to cry. Her words unclear, she said, Grandpa is bad, hitting Daddy. Qian is angry. Qian Douluo quickly soothed her, saying, Grandpa was just joking with Daddy. Don't cry, Qian. Suddenly, WangSheng came up with an idea. Grandfather, how about this? If you accompany us to the Sea God Island, I will defy Shuer's orders just this once. Upon our return, until Qian awakens her martial soul at the age of 6, she shall stay with you. Deal. Qian Douluo, fearing WangSheng and Qianrenxue might change their minds, readily agreed with a smile. Chapter 180. An unexpected encounter. Seeing Qian Douluo's swift agreement, WangSheng felt he had been outsmarted. He never anticipated such prompt compliance from Qian Douluo. Qianrenxue interjected, It was WangSheng who suggested this. I did not. Qian Douluo's previously joyful expression fell, but he quickly devised a countermeasure, saying, Shuer, not only must Qian remain here after we return, but you must also stay. Why? I don't want to. It's too boring in the Spirit Hall. In Seven Treasure City, there were many piers, and she enjoyed the freedom of spending time with WangSheng. However, in Spirit City, Qian Rinxue was obliged to maintain the dignity of the saintess, which she found unappealing. Qian Douluo replied sternly, "You are nearing the divine trial from the angel god, and during this visit to the sea god island, you cannot undergo the sea goddess trial. You must return to face the angel goddess trial. This is our Qian family's mission." Upon hearing this, WangSheng suddenly wondered why other divine realms lacked the reliability of the sea god. The sea goddess trial was so inclusive, allowing everyone to participate, while the trials of other gods were often convoluted and offered scant rewards. Lost in these thoughts, he momentarily forgot about his quick completion of the divine trial. After much back and forth, the matter was settled. Qian Douluo would lead the expedition to Sea God Island, and upon their return, the entire Wang family would remain in Spirit City. A month later, a grand procession formed by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall arrived at the westernmost coastline of the continent. WangSheng had arranged for the largest ship and was ready to set sail. Just as everyone boarded, another group halted the ship's captain. The captain looked down and asked, "Gentlemen, how may I assist you?" A voice replied, "We wish to charter your ship for our voyage." Upon hearing this voice, WangSheng felt a sense of familiarity and looked down. Tang San, WangSheng. The individuals who had stopped the vessel were none other than the Haoyan school, led by Tang Chun. It was quite a coincidence that the two parties encountered each other at this moment. The tension escalated as both sides called out each other's names. Tang Chun leaped onto the ship, immediately spotting Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo queried, "What's this, old rascal? Are you planning to come aboard and seize the ship?" "Old man, this ship is large, and with our small number, we can't crowd you," Tang Chun retorted, his gaze fixed on Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo coldly replied, "Chartering a ship. Do you not understand? We have already chartered this vessel, and your small group would fit perfectly in the nearby smaller boat." At this moment, WangSheng's gaze remained fixed on Tang Chun. He reminded himself to remain composed. After weighing the pros and cons, he calmed himself and said, "Grandfather, let them join us. After all, it seems our destinations are the same. The 10-year period has not yet arrived, so let them come aboard." Qian Douluo, unsure of WangSheng's intentions, saw that WangSheng had decided and did not oppose it further. He addressed Tang Chun, saying, "Old rascal, you best remember our 10-year agreement. If you dare to lay a hand on these children, I will ensure you regret it." Tang Chun shot a glance at Qian Douluo, choosing not to respond, and instead called to his companions below, "Everyone come aboard." Once Tang San and his group had boarded, Tang San glared at WangSheng and demanded, "WangSheng, did you have a hand in my father's death?" WangSheng approached Tang San and replied, "It is best to choose your words carefully. I do not understand what you mean by participate. All I know is that upon our return from Spirit City to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a titled Douluo who had lost all sense of propriety tried to commit murder against a group of juniors, only to be inadvertently killed in the process." Tang San clenched his fists, glaring at WangSheng with fury. "One day, I will behead you to honor my father." WangSheng smirked and said, "By the way, upon reflection, my earlier statement was not quite accurate. Do you realize you have offended my third brother? Regret it now, don't you?" Tai Long, standing behind Tang San, chimed in. WangSheng shook his head and suddenly turned to Qian Douluo, asking, "Grandfather, I forgot to ask, what was your relationship with Tang Chun in the past?" Qian Douluo, unsure of WangSheng's intent, replied, "They can be considered both enemies and friends, having fought each other for a lifetime." After Qian Douluo finished speaking, WangSheng turned to Tang San and said, "That makes perfect sense. I misspoke earlier. My grandfather and your great-grandfather are technically of the same generation. Your deceased father should be considered our peer, so there is no question of bullying juniors. My apologies, dear nephew." With that, WangSheng disregarded the furious glares of Tang San and his companions and led everyone into the ship's cabin. Now understanding WangSheng's earlier inquiries, Qian Douluo admired his cleverness and, with a smile, turned to Tang Chun, saying, "Old rascal, your great-grandson seems quite impressive. Truly a young talent. The future of your Haoyan school looks bright, indeed." Qian Douluo emphasized the term great-grandson, which only intensified Tang Chun's anger, yet he found no rebuttal. By all accounts, Tang Sen was indeed a generation younger than Wang Sheng. From the outset of their meeting, they had suffered a silent defeat. Tang Sen glared resentfully at Wang Sheng and the previously mocking Douluo. Amidst their rivalry, he failed to notice Xiao Wu's conflicted gaze toward Wang Sheng, reflecting both resentment and fear. Once both parties boarded the ship, the captain set sail towards Sea God Island. Wang Sheng reclined on the deck, toying with the Hanhai Qiankundao, striving to communicate with the faint divine consciousness within, yet he was unsuccessful. At that moment, Tang Sen also ascended to the deck. The Hanhai Qiankundao emanated a soft glow, prompting Wang Sheng to hastily store it in his soul guiding device. It appeared that the Chosen One was indeed the Chosen One. It seemed the sea god's divine position was unattainable. Tang Sen approached Wang Sheng, coldly stating, "Wang Sheng, I hope you will honor your word regarding our agreement when you exchange Tang Sek's hidden weapons and techniques." Wang Sheng smiled and replied, "I have always kept my word. Even if we are adversaries, I would not stoop so low." Now that Tang Sen had established the Tang sect, he had secured ample funding through the sale of mechanical hidden weapons over the past 2 years, especially after Tang Shun had handed over the entirety of the Killing City's populous dam. Consequently, Tang San felt confident in his ability to rival the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, with his only concern being the potential mass distribution of weaponry by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, which could jeopardize the Tang sect's economic stability. However, Wang Sheng's adherence to his word is not a matter of greatness, but rather a stipulation from the Qibao Liuli Zone, which agreed not to sell but did not prohibit the use of their mechanisms by outsiders. Presently, the Qibao Liuli Zone, the Wuhuan Temple, and the Tiando Empire are all equipped with these concealed weapons, with the Qibao Liuli Zone merely opting not to charge for them. As for the Xingluo Empire, it is incapable of conducting business, rendering the question of sales inconsequential. Tang Sen disregarded Wang Sheng's mockery and continued, stating that during their journey to the Sea God, he hoped Wang Sheng would refrain from his divisive tactics, affirming their commitment to the 10-year pact. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng suddenly conceived a way to break the deadlock and proposed, "Since we find ourselves in this situation, why don't we establish an agreement?" "What agreement?" Tang San, wary of Wang Sheng's words, resolved to guard against any potential traps. Chapter 181, The Bet Agreement. Observing Tang San's skeptical expression, Wang Sheng continued, "You must be aware of the regulations of the Sea God Island, right?" Tang San nodded, acknowledging his familiarity with the island's rules. With this understanding, Wang Sheng stated directly, "The Sea God Island has been searching for the inheritor of the Sea God, which is why those who enter are granted the opportunity to undergo the divine trial. Successfully completing this trial is immensely beneficial for one's cultivation. So, do you believe the inheritor of the Sea God will emerge from your side or ours? This entirely hinges on chance. No one can predict with certainty." Deep down, Tang Sen was somewhat insecure. Despite considering himself a genius among geniuses, the talents of the Qibao Liuli Zone are as numerous as the stars. Wang Sheng asserted plainly, "To be frank, given the individuals we have arranged from both the Qibao Liuli Zone and the Wuhuan Temple, I would estimate a 99 probability that the inheritor of the Sea God will emerge from our ranks." Tang San, puzzled, inquired, "Then what do you desire from me?" "We are sworn enemies." Wang Sheng gazed at the sky and replied, "I prefer to operate without any loose ends, wishing to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, I would like to establish an agreement with you." "What agreement?" At this moment, Tang San was calculating in his mind. He was aware of the Sea God Island's regulations, which stipulated that once someone enters, they cannot leave. However, his ancestor planned to forcibly take them away after completing the divine trial. Now, seeing Wang Sheng, it was evident he possessed a means of escape. Wang Sheng then produced the Hanhai Qiankundao from his soul guide and addressed Tang San. "This is a relic of the Sea God, the Hanhai Qiankundao. It has emitted a faint glow since we set sail. If I am not mistaken, the Sea God has likely sensed the presence of individuals aboard the vessel, and the inheritor of the Sea God may very well be among us. Is this truly a relic of the Sea God?" Tang San's gaze fixated on the Hanhai Qiankundao, feeling an inexplicable affinity, as if it were guiding him from beyond. WangSheng, not allowing Tang San to gaze for too long, stowed the Hanhai Qingquandao back into the soul god, concerned that the sea god's consciousness might suddenly reveal to Tang San that he was the inheritor, which would jeopardize their plans. Now that the situation was becoming clearer, WangSheng proposed a simple agreement. Regardless of who among us becomes the inheritor of the sea god, that individual must ensure the safe passage of all to leave the sea god island. You have claimed that the inheritor is likely among your ranks, yet you would generously agree to bring us along? Tang San remarked, skeptical of WangSheng's intentions. WangSheng explained, as I stated, I wish to avoid any surprises, hence the necessity of this agreement. It is entirely up to you to accept or decline, regardless, with a 99% probability in my favor. I have nothing to lose by making this bet. This statement left Tang San in a quandary as he weighed the pros and cons. If the inheritor truly belonged to his side, they could joyfully depart together, significantly diminishing the strength of the opposing side, which would undoubtedly be advantageous for the Haoyan Zone and the Tang men. However, given the multitude of talents on the opposing side, he lacked confidence in his own chances of being the chosen one. Should the inheritor emerge from their ranks, escaping would become exceedingly difficult. Previously, with his ancestors' presence, he felt that forcibly leaving was feasible, but now, with Douluo also present, he feared the challenge would be formidable. WangSheng, ignoring Tang San's internal deliberation, lay back against the deck, savoring the beauty of the starry sky and the soothing sounds of the sea breeze. After much contemplation, Tang San finally spoke, I agree. If I am chosen as the inheritor of the sea god, I shall ensure the safe passage of your people from the sea god island. However, you must also guarantee that if one of your own becomes the inheritor, you will likewise ensure our safe departure. WangSheng slowly rose and replied, all right, that is acceptable. However, let me clarify, since we are both benefiting from the sea god, while we will facilitate your departure, we cannot restrict our own individuals from exercising the rights granted by the sea god, nor can we impose any constraints on your people. Upon hearing this, Tang San frowned. That is unacceptable. We are, after all, sworn enemies. Should one of your side become the inheritor and expect us to pledge loyalty against the Haoyan Zone? That is simply out of the question. WangSheng felt a surge of joy within. He had been concerned that if Tang San became the sea god, he might command his side to turn against him, leading to a disastrous outcome. Yet, outwardly, he feigned reluctance, pondering for a long while before conceding, very well, let us resolve this honorably. I agree to the terms. Regardless of who becomes the inheritor of the sea god, we shall ensure that both parties' individuals are taken from the island, and neither side shall use the authority of the sea god to control the other. Once the 10-year period is over, we shall engage in a fair battle. Agreed, Tang San exclaimed with delight, perceiving this as a significant gain. He had managed to secure an equitable outcome with minimal risk. WangSheng, feeling resigned, said, fine, I never anticipated I would find myself at a disadvantage before you. Tang San responded, then let us pledge with our martial spirits. WangSheng nodded, and the two of them swore an oath with their martial spirits. I, WangSheng, Tang San, vow by my martial spirit that during this journey to the sea god island, regardless of who becomes the inheritor of the sea god, we shall bring all individuals back to the mainland and shall not command the other in the name of the sea god. Should I violate this oath, my martial spirit shall shatter, and I shall perish. After the oath was completed, WangSheng feigned a look of defeat and remarked to Tang San, is that satisfactory? Now, I find myself hoping that the chosen one will emerge from your ranks. Otherwise, I fear I may not sleep soundly for years. Tang San chuckled. We are all merely gambling here. You are wagering a great deal for a small chance, while I am risking little for a great potential return. In the end, the outcome is fair, so I have not taken advantage of you. At that moment, WangSheng felt a surge of satisfaction within, thinking he had made a wise investment. Initially, he harbored doubts about Tang San becoming the sea god, but the reaction of the Hanhai Qingquandao had already indicated to him that destiny is not easily altered, and the position of the sea god was undoubtedly meant for Tang San. WangSheng, feigning indignation, retreated to the cabin, while Tang San lingered on the deck, reflecting on the profound impact his encounter with WangSheng had on his self-assurance. Once a figure of unwavering confidence, the presence of WangSheng had sown seeds of doubt within him. Had it been the old Tang San, he would never have made such an agreement with WangSheng, confident that if the sea god sought the most exceptional inheritor, it would surely be him. Yet, since WangSheng's arrival, his self-assurance had waned. Chapter 182. The Chosen One of the Sea God. The grand vessel endured a lengthy voyage, and before them, a small black dot emerged on the horizon. Unlike the original tale, they were not assaulted by the deep-sea demon whale king. The two unparalleled 99th level Douluo stationed at the bow deterred even the fearsome creature from approaching. As the vessel approached its destination, the captain suddenly halted, hesitating to proceed further. He addressed the crowd, stating, "Ahead lies the Sea God Island. However, we cannot advance due to the presence of the guardian spirit beast, the formidable white shark." While the group deliberated on how to navigate past this obstacle, WangSheng produced the Hanhai Qianquan shield from his soul guide, declaring, "I possess a solution. Everyone, channel your soul power into it. We shall traverse from beneath the sea." He turned to Tang San, the designated leader, suggesting they jointly wield the shield to avoid any accusations of deceit later on. Tang San, still skeptical, extended his hand to rest upon the Hanhai Qianquan shield. The others, equally doubtful, began to infuse their soul power into the shield, which emanated a brilliant blue light, enveloping the ship in a protective barrier. WangSheng's request for everyone to channel their soul power was merely a ruse. His true aim was to draw in Tang San's energy. The illuminated vessel gently descended, sinking to the seabed 200 meters below. With a grand gesture, WangSheng instructed, "Let us proceed." He and Tang San led the way down from the ship, followed closely by the others as they made their way toward the Sea God Island. Upon their arrival, a gathering of individuals awaited them. At the forefront stood a striking woman clad in a flowing red robe, her deep blue eyes captivating, crowned and wielding a trident. Behind her stood 7 figures cloaked in black. WangSheng's intuition led him to deduce that this must be the revered Poseidon, the grand priestess of the sea god, accompanied by the 7 guardians of the sea god pillars. Tang Chun and Qian Douluo simultaneously exclaimed upon recognizing her, "Poseidon, it has been a long time." In response, Poseidon coldly remarked, "What brings you two, along with such a multitude, to my sea god island?" Tang Chun was the first to speak. "I have brought my disciples from the Haoyan sect to participate in the divine examination. Did you not mention that the sea god island has long sought a successor for the sea god? Today, I present to you all the talents of the Haoyan sect." Qian Dalu added, "I too have come for a similar purpose, and I must apologize for the actions of my son, who, during my retreat, brought the spirit hall here." Poseidon ignored their pleas and instead focused on the Hanhai Qianquan shield held by WangSheng and Tang San. With a resigned tone, she stated, "It appears that fate has already been decided. Since you possess the Hanhai Qianquan shield, I cannot defy the will of the sea god. Oya, please make the necessary arrangements." At this, the sea horse Oya stepped forward and instructed everyone to form a line, preparing to await the guidance of the sea god for the divine examination. All the youths lined up, with WangSheng among them. At that moment, Bibi Dong approached, pointing at WangSheng, Qian Rinxue, and Yang Pefeng, instructing them to step forward. As the 3 moved aside with Poseidon, she declared, "You 3 have already been chosen by other divine domains, and may not partake in the sea god's examination." Disheartened, WangSheng and the others stepped back. WangSheng had initially hoped to participate in the sea god's examination, as it would hasten his ascension to a title Douluo and allow him to complete the 9th trial of the evil god. He turned to Poseidon, inquiring, "Senior, may we remain on Sea God Island?" Qian Daolu interjected, "These 3 are of my lineage. Please grant them the courtesy of staying." After a moment of contemplation, Poseidon relented. "For 1 year, they may remain within the realm of the sea god's light. After that, both of you must also depart from Sea God Island." She gestured towards Qian Daolu and Tang Chun before turning her attention to the young individuals undergoing their assessments. The first to step forward was Ta Long from the Haoyan sect, who approached with confidence but received merely a yellow level 1 trial. Several others from the Haoyan sect followed suit, with most attaining a maximum of purple level 3 trials. Observing this, WangSheng grasped the tiered structure of the Sea God's examination. Yellow levels for 1 and 2 trials, purple levels for 3 and 4 trials, black levels for 4, 5, and 6 trials, and the culmination, the Sea God's 9 trials. Thus, it became evident that the majority were merely of ordinary yellow or purple levels, with only those possessing potential for becoming titled Douluos achieving black level trials. Remaining in the Haoyan sect were Tang San, Xiao Wu, Tang Long, Tang Tian, Tang Yu, and Yu Qianxin, who hesitated, opting to observe the performances of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, especially as the highest achievements thus far were merely purple level 4 trials. Many outstanding youths from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall also demonstrated purple level 3 and 4 trials. The Seven Treasures Battle Team, the Shrek's 7 Monsters, the first generation of the Spirit Hall, and some family members had yet to present themselves. Xiao Qingyu from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the next to step forward. He knew well that his strength was comparable to the others due to having consumed celestial herbs and training closely with WangSheng from a young age. Yet he still lagged behind in terms of martial soul quality. As he approached, a blue beam descended, and a black 5-pointed star appeared on his forehead. The previously expressionless sea-horse Oya finally displayed a glimmer of admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive, a black level 5 trial." Following him, Huang Wu, Suo Ke Mingyuran, Zhao Kai, Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Huo Wu Shuang, Yu Qianheng, and Yin all achieved black level 5 trials. The more exceptional candidates, including Feng Xiaotian, Yi Lingling, Du Yin, Xie Hu Laina, and Ning Yu, attained black level 6 trials, while Ning Rongrong, as in the original narrative, achieved the pinnacle of a top-tier 7 trial. Seeing such formidable adversaries with numerous black level 5 and 6 trials, along with one top-level 7 trial, Tang San and his companions felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, the successor of the sea god that WangSheng had mentioned had yet to emerge, prompting Tang San to lead the remaining individuals forward. Tang Long, Tang Yiwu, Tang Tian, and Yu Qianxin all recorded black level 5 trials, while Xiao Wu achieved a black level 6 trial. Finally, when it was Tang San's turn, a golden trident symbol manifested upon his forehead, signifying that he had indeed attained the sea god's 9 trials. This revelation left him momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that his long-standing suppression by WangSheng had finally been overcome. As he cast a victorious gaze toward WangSheng, he found him still wearing a calm smile. Confusion washed over Tang San. Did WangSheng still hold hope for a reversal in this situation? Surely, there could not be another person to achieve the sea god's 9 trials. Tang San questioned, "WangSheng, it seems I'm the one chosen by the sea god. You do not expect to be selected as well, do you?" WangSheng beamed radiantly, stating, "I knew you would indeed be the sea god's successor. Did you not notice my lack of surprise or astonishment?" Realizing he had fallen into another of WangSheng's traps, Tang San's expression soured as he glared at him. "You already knew I would be the sea god's successor, while you would not, did you?" WangSheng replied, "As for you, I cannot be certain. However, I can affirm that I am not the one." Without further ado, he proclaimed, a blood-red scythe mark materializing upon his forehead, surrounded by a golden radiance. Chapter 183. The Light of the Sea God, you also possess a divine legacy? Poseidon exclaimed, astonished, her statement extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Tang San. "When did you acquire the divine inheritance?" His once confident demeanor dimmed as he gazed at WangSheng with disappointment. WangSheng flashed a wicked smile. "Certainly earlier than you. Shall we engage in a friendly spar to see how much you have progressed during your years of concealment?" At that moment, Tang Chun interrupted their exchange, saying, "Xiao San, do not concern yourself with him. Your current task is to complete your divine examination diligently, without wasting time on him." Poseidon added, "It is getting late. You should rest now. Tomorrow morning, The seahorse Douluo will escort you to the location of the first trial. With that, she turned away, leaving the scene, followed closely by Tang Chun and Qian Daolu, who trailed in her wake. WangSheng shook his head and remarked, "At this age, still entangled in a love triangle." Following this, Douluo led the group into the city for a rest. The night passed without incident, and at dawn the next day, all the young individuals who had reached the Black Level 5 examination or above gathered to follow Douluo to the site of the Sea Goddess Light. WangSheng and his companions, who were unable to participate in the Sea Goddess examination, accompanied them as well. Douluo spoke, "In the coming year, your first examination will take place here. Over the course of the year, each of you will need to complete the required number of steps at your own pace. We will do our utmost to assist you with anything you need, except for matters related to the divine examination." Upon seeing the 1,100 steps of the Sea Goddess Light, everyone was unimpressed, thinking it was merely a matter of climbing a few steps. How could this be considered a divine examination? WangSheng remained silent, observing quietly. Before long, Tang Yu, under Tang San's signal, took the initiative to try. However, he was quickly repelled by the immense pressure of the Sea Goddess Light. WangSheng called his companions together and stated, "This Sea Goddess Light is a treasure. The intense gravitational pressure makes it an excellent place for cultivation. Most of you possess top-tier physical strength. I believe that while you may not complete the challenge in one go, my request is that you stop one step before completing the required number and cultivate your soul power in place. On the last day of the year, you can then finish the challenge." Xiaogang Yu asked in confusion, "Why is that?" WangSheng explained, "This place is a rare gem, perfect for honing your body. Moreover, the speed of soul power cultivation under this pressure is several times that of other locations. This opportunity must be cherished. Do you understand?" The group nodded in understanding. WangSheng then addressed Qian Rinxue and Yang Pefeng, saying, "We have only 1 year. For the next year, let us train at our utmost limits on this level. We must seize this opportunity. Tang San has currently gained the favor of the Sea God, and by the time of the 10-year agreement, he might very well become a deity. We need to accelerate our progress." After receiving their assent, the trio ignored the others and began their ascent towards the Sea Goddess Light. WangSheng took the lead, easily adapting to the initial dozens of steps without even activating his martial soul. However, as he crossed the 100th step, the pressure doubled, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It felt akin to the initial days of weight training, with sweat pouring down and significant physical exertion. Upon reaching the 200th step, WangSheng activated his martial soul. Tang San and the others gazed in astonishment at WangSheng's 7 black and 1 red soul rings, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had not anticipated that WangSheng had already attained the rank of Soul Douluo, and the configuration of his soul rings was astonishingly beyond reason. This stirred Tang San's heart, making him question whether he could indeed defeat WangSheng by the time of the 10-year agreement. Meanwhile, WangSheng, enduring the pressure, continued to advance step by step. The number 333 was his foundational goal, as it was the benchmark for Tang San's first examination in the original story. If he could not even reach this number, how could he ever hope to contend with the Sea God Tang San? WangSheng persevered until he reached the 300th step, at which point he began to use his soul skills to resist the pressure. Qian Rinxue and Yang Pefeng followed closely behind, feeling the overwhelming sensation of oppression from the steps. They watched as WangSheng's silhouette pressed on with tenacity. As he crossed the 333rd step, each step thereafter brought immense pressure, yet he remained steadfast. This burden was not beyond his capacity to bear. However, upon reaching the 400th step, WangSheng felt that he could no longer push further. At that moment, Qian Rinxue and Yang Pefeng had paused around the 350-step mark. After exchanging a nod with them, the trio began to retreat in unison. Their performance left the onlookers in awe. Their goal was merely a little over 100 steps, yet these three had surpassed it by a factor of 3. Once they had descended, WangSheng turned to Xiaogang Yu and the others, instructing, "All of you should climb to your limits first and then return. After recovering your soul power, find a step that suits you for meditation and cultivation. Upon hearing this, the group began to ascend. Meanwhile, Tang San felt a mix of emotions. He counted each step WangSheng took. When he saw WangSheng had already surpassed his examination goal and continued onward, despair crept into his heart. Regaining his composure, Tang San also led his group to climb. However, after reaching over 50 steps, he too met with failure. He noticed that the majority of those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall also retreated around 40 or 50 steps. Although a few continued to ascend, particularly some members of the Seven Treasure Battle team, with Feng Xiaotian leading the way at the 100th step. As the first attempts concluded, WangSheng addressed the group, saying, "All right, now unleash your soul power. Once you're exhausted, return to a step that you feel comfortable with to meditate and recover your soul power. This method will yield the fastest cultivation results. Surely several times better than your usual training." WangSheng shared a method he had not fully articulated before, recalling it as he ascended the steps. He spoke openly, with no intention of withholding it from Tang San and the others, as he knew they would soon grasp it themselves. Following this, the area erupted into a fierce battle scene, with everyone unleashing their soul power and utilizing soul skills that consumed vast amounts of energy. WangSheng, alongside Qian Rinxue and Yang Pofeng, engaged in the fray, while Tang San quietly observed the clash from the sidelines. Feeling a sense of disillusionment with his years of arduous training, he had once thought he had become strong, but he now realized that WangSheng and the others were progressing just as swiftly. After a vigorous exchange of soul power, the group found suitable steps to meditate and recover. Meanwhile, WangSheng chose to conserve some soul power and pressed on under the immense pressure. Reaching the 333rd step, where he called down to Tang San, "Tang San, keep going. I'll be here at your finish line waiting for you." Chapter 184. Tremble Mortals. After delivering another blow to Tang San, WangSheng felt a surge of satisfaction. Although meditating at the 333rd step was challenging for him, the thought of making Tang San uncomfortable brought him joy. Time passed swiftly, and it had been a month since their arrival at Sea God Island. Everyone's soul power had increased rapidly. At this moment, WangSheng, seated at the 400th step, suddenly opened his eyes. He had broken through and crossed the threshold of level 90. After receiving the Titan Giant Ape's sacrifice and the rewards from the divine examination, WangSheng had reached level 85. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, he had advanced to over 87 by the time he arrived at Sea God Island. Following nearly a year of rapid improvement, his soul power finally reached level 90. At that moment, a golden beam descended from the sky, enveloping WangSheng in a massive golden sphere. This transformation drew the attention of the others, who recognized its significance. Many had reached their limits over the past month, and this was a sign of the divine bestowed soul ring. Tang San also looked towards WangSheng. Not long ago, he had broken through to level 70 and, under immense pressure, spent a full 100 days condensing a 100,000-year soul ring, which had brought him great joy. Now, witnessing WangSheng also receiving a divine bestowed soul ring stirred a sense of unease within him. As WangSheng absorbed the divine bestowed soul ring, he found himself in another realm, where the evil god and Charles appeared before him. WangSheng gazed at the two and inquired, "Shouldn't I complete the absorption of the divine bestowed soul ring to finish the 9th examination? Why are you here?" Charles chuckled and said, "Haven't you already finished absorbing it? Damn, could it be true? How long have I been absorbing? Is it really done? Surely, the divine granted soul ring isn't merely a 100-year soul ring, is it?" The evil god, approaching WangSheng from behind, slapped his head and scolded, "You brat. If it were merely a 100-year soul ring, would you be my representative?" WangSheng rubbed his head and muttered, "But Tang San took 100 days to condense a 100,000-year ring. I thought my divine granted soul ring's rapid absorption meant it was just a 100-year one." The evil god stroked his beard and replied, "As a powerful inheritor of my evil god lineage, can I be compared to other deities? I shall ensure you receive the maximum soul ring your body can withstand immediately." WangSheng immediately approached like an eager subordinate, asking, "May I inquire, esteemed evil god, what is the age of my soul ring?" The evil god shot him a glance, saying, "That's more like it. You're lucky. Your physical strength is commendable. Your ninth soul ring is 3,500,000 years. Such strength?" WangSheng found it hard to believe. He thought he would barely reach 200,000 years. And Tang San's last soul ring of 999,000 years seemed utterly unreasonable. He dared not dwell on it further. The evil god addressed Charles, saying, "Charles, announce the rewards." Clearing his throat, Charles proclaimed, "The ninth trial of the evil god is complete, and due to exceeding expectations. All soul ring ages are increased by 20,000 years, soul power raised by 2 levels, and the artifact, Evil Goddess Scythe, is awarded. Now, for the 10th trial, become a level 100 soul master. There is no time limit." WangSheng gaped. All soul rings have been raised by 20,000 years. His 7th soul ring, the dark demon Evil God Tiger, was nearly 70,000 years, and with the rewards from the divine trial, it totaled 32,500 years. Did that mean he had gained another 10,000-year soul ring? A 10,000-year soul ring implies 2 soul skills. And given that absorbing the 3,500,000-year soul ring would at least elevate him by 2 or 3 levels, would he not directly become a level 95 super Douluo? Seeing WangSheng grinning foolishly, the evil god scolded, "Can you not look like someone who has never seen the world?" WangSheng chuckled to mask his embarrassment and then asked, "By the way, don't divine trials usually involve some affinity? Am I not progressing in my affinity with the evil god?" The evil god kicked WangSheng in the rear and retorted, "If there were not 100% affinity, would I appear before you? So that was it. Dear elder, please temper your temper. Who told you to be so unorthodox, always defying expectations?" WangSheng rubbed his backside, knowing the evil god was always this irritable, and he could do nothing about it. The evil god then said languidly, "All right, what comes next is crucial, so listen carefully. If you don't remember, no one will answer you again." WangSheng queried, "Why? Does that mean you two will never appear again?" The evil god, once again agitated, shouted, "Listen well, don't ask foolish questions." Charles stifled a laugh nearby. The evil goddess' temper was truly uncontainable. The evil god spoke seriously. "The evil goddess scythe is an artifact. Once you hold it, you will automatically learn my evil god 7 cuts. This evil god 7 cuts can sever a person's overwhelming evil thoughts. Remember, everyone harbors some malevolent thoughts, but as long as they are not overwhelming, it won't pose a significant issue." WangSheng nodded in understanding. He had developed a clear judgment regarding good and evil. He recognized that complete absence of evil thoughts in a person is an impossibility. If one were entirely devoid of even a trace of malevolence, they cannot truly be human. The concept of evil is indefinable, akin to the notion expressed by Kitagarbha Bodhisattva that one cannot attain Buddhahood until hell is empty. Such is a beautiful illusion, but utterly unachievable. WangSheng accepted the evil god as scythe, and a surge of consciousness instantly flooded his mind. He comprehended the evil god's 7 cuts entirely. The so-called 7 cuts pertain to the severance of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Everyone possesses some degree of these traits, but it hinges on how one defines their extent. For instance, lust is common, especially among men. But while being lustful is one thing, coercing others to satisfy one's desires is entirely another. Thus, the evil god's 7 cuts is not intended to eradicate others' desires, but to eliminate the malevolent thoughts that arise from magnifying such emotions. This is also the mission of the evil god. Once the evil god finished imparting everything, he and Charles exchanged smiles, slowly becoming indistinct. WangSheng realized they would likely never meet again and, addressing the 2 fading figures, beamed, "Farewell, Charles. Goodbye, irritable elder." As WangSheng's consciousness returned to his body, the golden light enveloping him dissipated. To onlookers, it seemed WangSheng had completed the absorption of the divine-granted soul ring in just a minute. Tang San couldn't help but mock internally. Did he finish so quickly? Surely, he only absorbed a 100-year soul ring? Others from Hao Hian's sect also stifled their laugh. At that moment, Qianren Xue hurried over to WangSheng and asked, "What happened? How did you absorb it so fast? Was there a problem during the absorption of the divine-granted soul ring?" WangSheng glanced at the chuckling members of Haotian's sect, suddenly soared into the air, and activated his martial spirit, declaring loudly, "Tremble, mortals!" Chapter 185. Title Douluo. At that moment, WangSheng in midair exuded an overwhelming aura. With his martial spirit manifested, his wings unfurled behind him, and his left hand bore the sleek black tiger fur coupled with sharp dark golden claws, emanating a chilling aura. In his right hand, he wielded a massive blood-red scythe that sent shivers down spines. Most terrifying of all were the 6 black and 3 red soul rings swirling around him, a configuration that even the 3 unparalleled level 99 Douluos had never possessed. WangSheng's eyes turned dark red, his cheeks adorned with flecks of black tiger fur, and a scythe mark on his forehead imparted an aura of malevolence. WangSheng gazed down. The members of Haotian's sect, who had just mocked him, now felt weak-kneed, while Tang San stood frozen in place. He had endured 100 days of torment to obtain a 100,000-year 7th soul ring, and the confidence he had briefly regained evaporated in that instant. Tang Chun clenched his fists, a hint of murderous intent surging within him. The current WangSheng instilled a sense of dread, prompting him to contemplate whether to eliminate WangSheng before he became a threat. Who knows how formidable WangSheng's strength would be when the 10-year agreement arrived. Beside him, Qian Douluo whispered in Tang Chen's ear, "Old man, put away those thoughts. If you break the 10-year pact first, I will ensure your precious great-grandson disappears in an instant." Hearing Qian Douluo's words, Tang Chan retracted the murderous intent that had arisen in his heart. If a confrontation ensued, they would likely be at a disadvantage. Engaging in conflict would only lead to his own downfall. WangSheng gradually descended, and Qian Renxue rushed forward to embrace him joyfully, exclaiming, "My husband is indeed the strongest." WangSheng affectionately stroked Qian Renxue's head, saying, "My Shuer will soon be just like me." His companions gathered around to congratulate him. At that moment, WangSheng's closest friend, Xiao Qinyu, remarked, "Sheng, you've progressed too quickly. You become a title Douluo already." WangSheng replied, nonchalantly, "Modesty, merely a level 96 super Douluo." "A super Douluo? Are you joking? My grandfather hasn't reached super Douluo yet, and you have?" Duguyan stared at WangSheng in disbelief. Ningyu also exclaimed, "Da Sheng, you're incredible. Just average, 3rd in the entire sect." WangSheng himself was astonished to find he had reached level 96. Originally, he thought he would only attain level 95, never expecting that the soul power boost from the divine granted soul ring would be so significant. Now, calculating, he had 6 years left until the 10-year agreement. But at this level, advancing each rank would no longer be a simple matter of cultivation. WangSheng encouraged everyone by saying, "I too am a product of fortunate circumstances. You are all presently experiencing a grand opportunity. I firmly believe that when you emerge from Hai Shindao, each of you will attain the title of Douluo." Motivated by WangSheng's words, the group brimmed with enthusiasm. Xiao Qinyu inquired, "Great sage, have you decided on your title?" At that moment, WangSheng recalled that as a title Douluo, he should indeed have a title. He turned to the group and asked, "Come, let us brainstorm a title for me. We shall pool our ideas, and if anyone's suggestion is chosen, there will be grand rewards." Xiao Qinyu was the first to speak up, suggesting, "How about calling you Qitian? You shall become the true Qitian Dasheng." "What a lack of creativity," countered another. "The great sage's martial soul is the dark demon, evil god tiger. So let's simply name him Evil Tiger Douluo," Ningyu proposed. Feng Xiaotian chimed in with a sudden idea. "Evil Tiger Douluo lacks grandeur. Let us call him Tiger King Douluo, the sovereign of all tiger martial souls." Dai Mubai protested. Wang Ji's strength comes from his prowess, not merely from his martial soul. If we're to speak of tiger martial souls, our white tiger martial soul is the true king. I believe WangSheng's title should be Sheng Tiger Douluo, incorporating both his name and martial soul. You all exhibit a dearth of creativity. The greatest strength of the great sage lies in his wisdom. I propose that his title be Wisdom Douluo, Ning Rongrong asserted, believing her suggestion to be exceptionally fitting. Oscar, as Ning Rongrong's foremost admirer, immediately concurred. Indeed, Wisdom Douluo is a title so majestic and fitting for my elder brother. Huang Wu, brimming with confidence, declared, "You mere mortals lack the sophistication to name a title. It must be Invincible Douluo." WangSheng promptly interjected, "Enough. If I am called Invincible Douluo, I shall be beaten by other titled Douluo as soon as I step outside. That title would lead to my immediate elimination. Such a high-profile title is beyond my means. Not to mention, that cohort of titled Douluo elders would surely give me a lecture." Yi Lingling chuckled and said, "Why not be a little more low-key? Did you not claim to be an indestructible little cockroach? Then let us name you Little Cockroach Douluo." Your suggestion, Lingling, along with that of the little spider, are both eliminated. I have to maintain some semblance of dignity. WangSheng responded, exasperated, as this group was relentlessly outrageous. Qian Renxue hastily shared her idea. "My husband is the youngest titled Douluo. He should definitely be called Qian Wang Douluo." WangSheng was left speechless by his wife's display of affection, wishing she would refrain from such displays at this moment. He gathered his thoughts and said, "Well, Schwer, the term Qian Wang is not quite suitable, but if you like it, you may privately call me Qian Wang Douluo. Now, let us continue as if nothing happened." Next, this wave of banter elicited laughter from the crowd. At that moment, WangSheng's chief aide, Ma Hongjun, remarked, "You all have failed to grasp my boss's intentions. He seeks a title that embodies low-key luxury and depth. What you've suggested lacks understanding. My boss, having attained the title of Douluo at such a young age, deserve a title that is truly unique." Qian Renxue interrupted, "Little fatty, stop the flattery and just speak plainly." Seeing the look in Qian Renxue's eyes that suggested she might strike him, Ma Hongjun quickly retracted, saying, "My boss often creates miracles, his wisdom unmatched, his unyielding spirit as brilliant as the vast starry sky. Let us call him Chuangji Douluo." WangSheng swiftly slapped Ma Hongjun away, exclaiming, "After all that wasted breath, you come up with such a lackluster title." He then rubbed his hands together and said, "Everyone, let us continue as if nothing happened." At that moment, Oscar timidly suggested, "How about calling him Xiaoyao Douluo? It reflects a carefree spirit, unbound by the constraints of the world." Everyone turned to Oscar, surprised that his suggestion was quite appealing. WangSheng nodded in satisfaction and patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, "Ah, little Ao understands me." Oscar bashfully replied, "As long as elder brother likes it, I am honored." WangSheng, with earnestness, advised, "Little Ao, put in more effort. I have high hopes for you. If you perform well, I will help you find a sister-in-law next year." Oscar quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, elder brother. I will certainly work hard." Only then did Oscar realize that WangSheng's words implied he should strive to find a sister-in-law for himself, which led to further laughter among the group. WangSheng quickly shot a glance at Qian Renxue, signaling that it was a joke and not to take it seriously, thereby calming her earlier murderous glare. As the discussion regarding WangSheng's title unfolded, Poseidon turned to Tang Chun and Qian Douluo, saying, "The year is almost up, and I hope you both will honor the agreement and leave this place." Upon hearing that both elders agreed, Qian Douluo thought to himself, "This little brat, returning so soon, truly is audacious." While Qian Douluo pondered, WangSheng turned to him and proposed, "Grandfather, why not invite the elders of the Douluo Hall to provide me with some guidance as well? You haven't been taught a lesson in a while, have you?" Qian Douluo decided that it was time for the second elder, Golden Crocodile, to give WangSheng a thorough lesson. A fitting outlet for his frustration over not having been able to embrace his great-granddaughter. However, Qian Renxue shot them a warning look, saying, "If you wish to fight, do so elsewhere. Do not frighten the children." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, the group dispersed sheepishly. An hour later, at the venue of the last forMaster competition in Wuhuan City, Qian Douluo sat in a high position, surrounded by several major elders and worshippers of the Wuhuan Hall, all titled Douluo. WangSheng stood on the arena and cupped his hands, addressing everyone. "All present are my elders. Today, I hope to receive your guidance." The Jiwa Douluo, Yuguan, was the first to speak. "Son-in-law, shall I spar with you first?" The second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, who sat beside Qian Douluo, leaned in and asked, "Elder brother, why does WangSheng wish for us elderly fellows to guide him today? Is Yuguan and Gue May not sufficient?" Douluo chuckled and said, "You will find out shortly. Do not inquire further." At that moment, WangSheng addressed Yuguan, "Elder Juhua, why not have Elder Gue join as well?" WangSheng's somewhat arrogant words left the titled Douluo present in shock. One Yuguan was not enough, and he wanted Gue Mei to join as well. The Qianjun Douluo and the Jiang Mo Douluo whispered to each other. Has WangSheng lost his mind? Does he wish to be instructed or to be beaten? Meanwhile, Douluo spoke, "Yuguan, Gue Mei, you two may join forces. Do not hold back. Bring forth all your strength." Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yuguan and Gue Mei leaped into the arena simultaneously. Gue Mei's cold voice remarked, "Since the son-in-law has proposed it, we must not hold back." With that, both activated their martial souls, and WangSheng also activated his, declaring, "WangSheng, martial soul, dark demon, evil god tiger, 96 level title Doa, title Xiaoyao. Please advise me." As WangSheng activated his martial soul, the previously bewildered elders and worshippers were left dumbfounded. Was this WangSheng still human? At just over 20 years old, he had already reached the level of 96 title Douluo, and his soul ring configuration was remarkably 6 black and 3 red. However, what shocked everyone even more was WangSheng's next move. He instantly teleported next to Yuguan and launched a rapid combination of punches. The speed was astonishing. Yuguan had no time to react and was overwhelmed by WangSheng's relentless assault. Golden Crocodile Doa turned to Douluo and asked, "Elder brother, has your son-in-law really changed so much in just a year?" Douluo chuckled. "Indeed, he has changed quite a bit. Perhaps you should step in later to temper his sharpness." As they spoke, WangSheng had already knocked Yuguan to the ground. Gue Mei quickly transformed into a shadow, attempting to conceal himself. Recognizing the situation, he understood that he could not withstand WangSheng in direct confrontation. He immediately utilized his signature move, transforming into a ghostly figure, seeking to control WangSheng's soul. In the dim light, WangSheng's dark red eyes radiated a crimson glow. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch into the air before him, causing a phantom-like figure to be sent reeling back. With a smirk gracing his lips, WangSheng remarked, "I am immune to mental control. Elder Gue, have you forgotten?" After a stumble upon hitting the ground, Gue Mei exchanged a knowing glance with Yuguan. Their years of camaraderie allowing them to communicate with nothing more than a look. Polar stillness. They both shouted in unison, invoking their martial soul fusion technique. As the technique activated, Yuguan unleashed his most formidable attack. Chrysanthemum withers, wounds abound, flowers fall, hearts are torn asunder. Just as Yuguan completed his soul incantation, countless scattered petals burst forth like lethal projectiles aimed directly at WangSheng. Calmly, he observed the incoming onslaught, and at the moment the petals were about to strike, his form transformed into a shadowy silhouette, instantly appearing behind Yuguan. How is this possible? You should have been immobilized by polar stillness. Gue Mei gasped, incredulous. WangSheng, without answering, leaned close to Yuguan and began to sing softly, "Chrysanthemum withers, wounds abound, your smile has faded, flowers fall, hearts are torn asunder, my feelings quietly flow. The north wind stirs, the night is eternal, your shadow cannot be severed, leaving me alone on the lake's surface, a pair." As the melody faded, Yuguan found himself lost in the beauty of the lyrics, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "So beautiful." WangSheng, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Then let me grant you a taste of those wounds." With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Yuguan's rear, causing him to stumble forward. Gue Mei rushed to catch Yuguan. Unable to suppress his laughter at the comical scene before him, WangSheng exclaimed, "Two dead darlings." Fortunately, the others were oblivious to the term's meaning, sparing him from an awkward explanation. At that moment, Yuguan and Gue Mei charged at WangSheng once more. Clenching his fists, WangSheng declared, "Allow me to demonstrate my upgraded Tima Halley Comet Fist." Oh, la, 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 la. With astonishing speed, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each landing with precision upon the two. The two titled Douluos were sent flying in utter disarray. Just then, Qianjun and Jiang, feeling a sudden itch for combat, leaped into the fray, addressing WangSheng, Today we, brothers, shall also test the prowess of the carefree Douluo. With that, they summoned their martial souls, the Panlong staff, ready for battle. WangSheng smirked. Show me your weapons? Who doesn't have them? Suddenly, a blood-red scythe materialized in his left hand, exuding a chilling aura. Qianjun and Jiang Mo charged at WangSheng with their Panlong staffs raised. WangSheng swung the sinister scythe, executing the evil god's 7 slashes, striking down with arrogance. The crimson blade of the moon flashed, creating a swirling gust aimed directly at the 2 titled Douluos. Attempting to defend with their spinning staffs, Qianjun and Jiang Mo found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Without turning a glance back, WangSheng spun around and called out next. Behind him, Qianjun and Jiang Mo were sent hurtling through the air, their staffs rendered useless as they were swept away by the formidable force. Douluo turned to the golden crocodile Douluo and suggested, "Perhaps you should deal with this young man. He is far too arrogant." The golden crocodile Douluo, feeling the pressure, inwardly roared, "Should I handle him or let him handle me? I cannot swiftly defeat Qianjun and Jiang Mo. If I step up now, I am merely offering myself as prey." Rising to his feet, he declared with feigned righteousness, "Having observed the previous 2 battles, I have found a new understanding. I must advance my cultivation. I shall take my leave." With that, the golden crocodile Douluo vanished from sight, and the other titled Douluos followed suit, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 187. Left Behind Children. At this moment, WangSheng looked upward, noticing only Douluo awkwardly seated there. "How about it, grandfather? Would you care to spar with me?" Douluo stood and replied, "It seems that with your strength, those titled Douluos are no match for you. Allow this old man to practice with you today." The 4 titled Douluos, still lying on the ground, trembled but quickly departed. Douluo soared to stand before WangSheng, and in an instant, their battle was imminent, illuminating the entire arena with radiant light, forcing all who glanced their way to shield their eyes. For the entire day, the spirit city trembled incessantly. The unaware residents believed it to be an earthquake, while those within the spirit hall who were informed knew that from that day forth, Douluo and WangSheng chose to enter secluded cultivation, leaving the outcome of their battle a mystery. Time flew by, and, several years later, a carriage emerged from Spirit City. As the carriage rolled along, a small head popped out of the window, curiously taking in the scenery. Inside, a young and beautiful woman held a 2- or 3-year-old boy in her arms, addressing the girl peering out. "Qian, have you not tired from watching the scenery all this while?" The little girl withdrew her head and sweetly smiled at her mother, revealing 2 adorable dimples. "Mama, it's so interesting outside. Don't you want to take a look?" Nearby, a man cradled the little girl, rubbing her cheek with his stubble. "Your mother was just like you, a curious little one, always gazing outside." The woman shot him a glare. "WangSheng, are you itching for trouble?" The man laughed nervously. "Don't get angry. Have some mercy on me in front of the 2 children." He then playfully pinched the cheeks of both kids. The little boy glanced up at his mother and said, "Mama, Daddy is bad. Hit Daddy." "All right, Rue. Mama will give your dad a good thrashing soon." Qianren gently stroked her son Wang Rue's face. Meanwhile, Wang Qian stood beside WangSheng, threatening her brother, "If Mama hits Daddy, I will hit you." Startled, little Wang Rue hid in Qianren's embrace. "Mama, I'm scared." WangSheng affectionately ruffled Wang Qian's hair. "Indeed, a daughter is a father's little darling." He then pointed at Wang Rue. "Watch out, you little rascal. Be careful your mother doesn't give you a good beating when she's not around." Wang Rue stuck out his tongue at WangSheng. "Bad Daddy, I won't play with you anymore." Qianren looked at her father and daughter, united against her, and sighed, "What sins did I commit in my past life to end up with you 2? At least my precious son is obedient." With that, she planted a kiss on her son Wang Rue's cheek. "Oof, you kiss your son. I'll kiss my daddy." Wang Qian leaned in and kissed WangSheng's face, smugly glancing at Qianren. The family returned to the Qibao Liuli sect in jovial spirits. Upon their arrival, Ning Fengji had already prepared a welcome banquet. He joyfully embraced Wang Sheng's children, inviting everyone to drink. Sitting beside him, Ning Jie pouted, grandfather is so biased. You don't even hold me anymore. Ning Jia, the son of Ning Yu and Meng Aran, was a few months younger than Wang Qianqian and had just turned 6. His jealous expression elicited laughter from those present. After handing a chicken leg to Ning Jia, Ning Fengji turned to Wang Qianqian. Qianqian, tell grandfather, what martial soul did you awaken? Wang Qianqian replied, Grandfather, Daddy hasn't awakened my martial soul yet. He said we should awaken together with my siblings. Ning Fengji looked puzzled at Wang Sheng, who explained, when we left Sea God Island, I told my siblings that since the children are all close in age, I would personally awaken their martial souls together when they all turned 6. That sounds splendid. We shall witness the future prodigies of our Qibao Liuli sect. Gu Rong nodded in agreement. Chen Xian added, no wonder you wrote to say not to rush the children's martial soul awakenings. It turns out this was your plan. Wang Sheng nodded. Qian is the eldest, so awakening at 6.5 1 TB too late. Among the children, the youngest should be the daughter of Xiao Yu and Ling Ling, beside Wang Sheng. A little girl exclaimed, Uncle, I turned 6 just a few days ago. All right, our little wearer is 6 now. Tomorrow, I shall awaken your martial soul, Wang Sheng replied, lifting Xiao Chun Yu's daughter, Xiao Yu, into his arms. The banquet was filled with joy and laughter. The next morning, within the awakening hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Wang Sheng stood before 7 children. These 7 were Wang Sheng and Qian Rinchu's daughter, Wang Qianqian, Yang Pufeng and Hu Lai's son, Yang Zilong, Ning Yu and Meng Yuran's son, Ning Jia, Xiao Chunyu and Yu Lingling's daughter, Xiao Yu, Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu's second son, Feng Yaoyang, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's son, Dai Yuqing, and Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yan's son, Dugu. When Dugu Bo initially agreed to marry his granddaughter Dugu Yan to Yu Qianheng, he insisted that their first child must bear the surname Dugu, ensuring the continuation of the Dugu lineage. Yu Qianheng readily acquiesced. At the time, when Yu Yuanjin was preparing to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he intended for Yu Qianheng to accompany him. However, Yu Qianheng chose to remain with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for Dugu Yan, rejecting his grandfather's offer. Presently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, led by Yu Limyan, had become an ally of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, with Yu Limyan also being a member of the Tiando Elder Council. Feng Xiaodian, being the first among them to marry, saw his eldest daughter, Feng Aiwu, awaken a martial soul identical to Huo Wu's the previous year. She was taken by Huo Wu's father, the principal of Qihua Academy, for specialized training, while their second son, Feng Yaoyang, remained at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. In reality, apart from Wang Qianqian, the other children were essentially left behind children, as their parents were still on Sea God Island undergoing divine trials. Wang Sheng addressed the 7 children, saying, Today, I shall awaken your martial souls. Your parents are formidable soul masters. Due to certain circumstances, you may not remember them well, but they undoubtedly love you. Therefore, I will be the one to awaken your martial souls, and from this day forth, I shall be your teacher. I will ensure that you surpass your parents. The children exchanged glances, having commenced training at the age of 3 and possessing some knowledge of martial souls. They held Wang Sheng, their esteemed mentor, in high regard. Today, Wang Sheng decided to accept them as his disciples, a moment they considered the greatest honor of their lives. In unison, the children respectfully called out, Teacher. Wang Sheng nodded, saying, All right, I will call your names one by one for the awakening. Chapter 188. Will the Yi family encounter trouble? Wang Sheng looked at the group and activated his martial soul. Although the children had been exposed to soul masters from a young age, they were still taken aback by the sight of Wang Sheng's martial soul. Title Douluo. Teacher, you are a title Douluo? Ning Jie exclaimed in astonishment, recalling his grandfather's words that Wang Sheng was his grandfather's disciple, roughly the same age as his father. He had assumed his father was merely a soul sage. He was astonished to discover that his teacher was already a title Douluo, especially with such a fearsome soul ring. Wang Sheng reassured them, This is nothing extraordinary. When your parents return, they too will likely be title Douluo, and you will certainly become title Douluo in the future. Upon hearing that they too could potentially attain the rank of title Douluo, the children's faces lit up with excitement. Having begun their training at 3, they had an early start, coupled with the best resources due to their parental connections. WangSheng gazed at the children with satisfaction, beckoning them from left to right. The first to step forward was Dai Yuqing, who was among the youngest. After Davis ascended, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had nowhere to go and eventually joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. During their time on Sea God Island, Dai Yuqing had grown up alongside Ning Jie in the home of Ning Fengji. Among the children, Dai Yuqing felt somewhat insecure, as his parents had left for Sea God Island shortly after his birth, and he could not remember what they looked like. Though Ning Fengji treated him and Ning Jie equally, the sensitive Dai Yuqing still felt a sense of inferiority. As Dai Yuqing entered the hexagram formation, he felt a surge of nervousness. WangSheng infused his soul power into the formation and said, "Yuqing, focus and feel your martial soul within your body. Release it." Under WangSheng's patient guidance, Dai Yuqing gradually relaxed. With a roar reminiscent of a tiger, a brilliant golden light emanated from him, and WangSheng recognized the familiar silhouette of a colossal beast. Who would have thought, Yuqing, that you would awaken the Yinming white tiger, a fusion of your family's ancestral martial souls? It seems you will be able to assist your father in reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him in the Douluo Empire. Excitedly, Dai Yuqing asked, "Teacher, is my martial soul powerful?" WangSheng nodded. "Your parents departed for Sea God Island shortly after your birth, and there are things you may not be aware of. Your parents are the royal family of the Douluo Empire, where the Dai family has historically intermarried with the Zhu family. This union allows the Dai family's white tiger martial soul to fuse with the Zhu family's Yinming spirit cat martial soul, creating the formidable Yinming white tiger. It appears you have directly awakened the Yinming white tiger. Your future is indeed limitless." Dai Yuqing nodded, somewhat understanding. "I see, teacher. When I grow up, I will help my father reclaim what belongs to him." At that moment, WangSheng produced a yellow crystal ball and said, "Now, place your hand on the crystal ball to determine your innate soul power." Having read numerous Douluo fan novels before crossing over, WangSheng was determined not to let these children down, producing a high-grade crystal ball capable of measuring soul power up to level 30. After all, if his daughter were to inherit a talent akin to her mother's innate level of 20, a regular crystal ball would likely shatter. Dai Yuqing placed his small hand on the crystal ball, which emitted a brilliant blue light. Upon witnessing this, WangSheng nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent, Yuqing. You possess full innate soul power." Hearing this, Dai Yuqing danced with joy, which drew envious glances from the other children. Next, Douluo stepped forward. His personality mirrored that of his great-grandfather, Douluo. He was rather taciturn and somewhat reclusive, often feeling out of place among the other children. When Douluo approached the hexagram formation, WangSheng encouraged him, "Xiaogang, release your martial soul." Without further ado, Douluo entered the state necessary to draw out his martial soul. Although he was solitary in nature, his intelligence was exceptionally high, and having observed Dai Yuqing's awakening, he swiftly emulated the process. With a crackling sound, a dragon's roar erupted, and Douluo awakened the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. "WangSheng, remark it, Xiaogang. You have awakened your father's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. This is among the most elite beast martial souls." Douluo nodded and, without waiting for further instructions, placed his hand on the crystal ball. A dazzling blue light emerged, mirroring that of Dai Yuqing. Douluo looked to WangSheng, who affirmed, "Indeed, like Yuqing, you too possess full innate soul power." Douluo politely expressed, "Thank you, teacher," before quietly returning to his place. WangSheng, observing the reticent Douluo, felt a slight exasperation. As a jovial and playful person, he feared that the presence of a solitary child would create a dull atmosphere. Next, little Xiaoyu cheerfully approached the hexagram formation, playfully addressing WangSheng. "Uncle, is it my turn now?" WangSheng feigned seriousness, stating, "From today onward, I am your teacher. You must refer to me only as teacher." Clever little Xiaoyu immediately inquired, "Does that mean Qianqian's sister can only call you teacher and not daddy from now on?" After Xiaoyu posed her question, the children erupted into laughter. WangSheng was taken aback, realizing he had been outwitted by this little girl. It seemed undeniable that she would grow into a little witch. With a furrowed brow, WangSheng replied, "If you wish to call me uncle, then so be it. But remember, I am your teacher." Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and said, "All right, I'll just call you teacher when everyone is together." WangSheng was rendered speechless by her antics. He had never anticipated that the daughter of Xiao Qinyu and Yi Lingling would be so difficult to handle. With a serious demeanor, he instructed, "Focus and summon your martial soul." Xiaoyu pouted and remarked, "Don't be so fierce. It's not right for an adult to be so harsh with a child." Observing her gravely serious expression, not only the other children, but even WangSheng couldn't help but chuckle. This little, which was indeed a peculiar character, likely spoiled by Xiao Yuntian. Although Xiao Yuntian had many children, there was no doubt that Xiao Qinyu was the most exceptional among them, resulting in Xiao Yuntian's immense indulgence toward Xiaoyu. After a brief exchange of words between the master and disciple, Xiaoyu finally settled down and began to concentrate, gradually summoning her martial soul. Before long, a pristine white hawthorn flower manifested in her palm, its stamen bearing 9 petals. WangSheng immediately recognized it as the Yi family's ancestral martial soul, the 9-heart hawthorn. Suddenly, he froze. With the emergence of the 9-heart hawthorn, he swiftly addressed the children, "Please wait here. I must step out for a moment." Before the children could respond, WangSheng vanished like a shadow from their sight. He swiftly made his way toward the Yi family residence, his heart filled with unease. Could something have happened to the Yi family? With Xiaoyu awakening the 9-heart hawthorn, he feared that Yi Lingling and her aunt might encounter unforeseen dangers. After all, the 9-heart hawthorn could only manifest with 2 individuals at a time. The emergence of a new 9-heart hawthorn could spell trouble for the existing 2 soul masters. Upon reaching the Yi family, WangSheng anxiously searched everywhere. The head of the guards noticed WangSheng's frantic demeanor and inquired, "Elder Wang, what are you looking for? Is Aunt Yi around?" WangSheng replied, while scanning the vicinity. "The sect master is in a meeting," the guard leader responded. Before WangSheng could utter another word, he had already vanished from the guard's view, making his way to the 7 Treasures glazed sect's assembly hall. As he burst into the meeting, all eyes turned to him, and Ning Fengji asked, "Why the haste? Aren't you supposed to be with the children awakening their souls?" WangSheng seemed oblivious to Ning Fengji's question as he searched the crowd for Yi Lingling's aunt, Yi Xiaowan. He quickly approached her and exclaimed, "Aunt Xiaowan, there's a serious matter." Yi Xiaowan immediately stood up, alarmed. "What has happened?" "Don't frighten me, Xiaosheng," WangSheng explained. "Xiaoyu has awakened the 9-heart hawthorn. Since you're fine, it's likely that Lingling may be in trouble." Yi Xiaowan's expression turned tense upon hearing this. The 9-heart hawthorn could only exist with 2 individuals at once, and with Xiaoyu's awakening, it meant danger for Yi Lingling. She promptly closed her eyes to enter a meditative state, and everyone around dared not disturb her. This was a unique trait of a Yi family's martial souls. The 9-heart hawthorn soul masters could sense one another. Yi Xiaowan's brows furrowed at first, but soon her expression relaxed, and a smile crept onto her lips. When she finally opened her eyes, she exclaimed with excitement, "The restrictions on our family have been broken." Everyone looked at her in confusion, and she continued, "I sense the 9-heart hawthorn martial soul very close to me, which must be Xiaoyu, and then I expanded my range and felt Lingling's 9-heart hawthorn far to the west." Ning Fengji quickly grasped the situation and asked, "Does this mean there may no longer be a limit to just 2 9-heart hawthorn soul masters?" Yi Xiaowan nodded, then shook her head. "This situation has only occurred with Xiaoyu. We need to wait for Lingling and the others to return to understand the specifics. After all, our family is quite small, and Lingling is the only one of her generation." This remark brought laughter among the group. Given that Yi Xiaowan was a woman, they refrained from making jokes at her expense, and instead turned to Xiao Yuntian, saying, "Old Xiao, hurry and bring your son back." Xiao Yuntian's face turned red, unsure of how to respond. WangSheng, witnessing the old men sharing jokes, felt out of place and quickly excused himself. "You all continue. I still have several children to attend to." Upon returning to the awakening hall, the children were in lively spirits, and they ceased their playful bickering when WangSheng arrived. Waiting for him to speak, once silence fell, WangSheng said, "Come, Xiao Yu, let us see your innate soul power. Xiao Yu beamed and replied, Uncle, I already tested it earlier. It shines with the same brightness as the other two. I must also possess innate, full soul power. WangSheng gazed at the children with a furrowed brow, thinking to himself that this batch of kids was quite challenging. Clearly, he would need to exert extra effort in their training. He then said, very well, next is Feng Yaoyang. Feng Yaoyang hopped into the array and declared, come on, teacher, I'm ready. As long as my martial soul isn't worse than my brother S, I'll be able to beat him. These little rascals were anything but normal. WangSheng felt a headache coming on. He activated his martial soul once more and infused the array with his soul power. He was genuinely curious about what Feng Yaoyang would awaken, as logically, Feng Xiaotian's mutated martial soul, the twin-headed wind wolf, would not be inherited easily. The likelihood of inheriting Huo Wu's fire shadow martial soul was higher. Within the array, Feng Yaoyang wore a look of enjoyment, and, after a moment, a dragon's roar echoed as fiery red scales sprouted along his arms, and a horn emerged atop his head. WangSheng's mouth fell open. Unable to contain his surprise, wow, you take after your maternal uncle, the horned fire dragon? This is possible? Feng Yaoyang laughed heartily, wow. I have the same martial soul as my uncle. I like my uncle the most. Now I can finally beat my brother. WangSheng, still in disbelief, handed the crystal ball to Feng Yaoyang. As he placed his hand on it, the same radiant glow emerged. WangSheng looked at the crystal ball in bewilderment and muttered, is this crystal ball faulty? Why does everyone possess innate, full soul power? Feng Yaoyang ignored WangSheng's mumblings and shouted excitedly, now I can finally beat my brother. He only has innate level 9 soul power. How can such low talent compare to my innate full soul power? When did innate level 9 soul power become classified as low? A certain title Douluo with innate level 4 soul power would vehemently disagree. Next up was Ning Jia, who eagerly exclaimed, Teacher, you must awaken the serpent staff martial soul for me. I don't want to be a support soul master. Another peculiar child. WangSheng sighed in exasperation before slowly responding, the awakening of your martial soul is not something I can determine. It ultimately depends on you. Ning Jia disregarded WangSheng's remarks and, imitating the others, closed his eyes to slowly sense his martial soul. Gradually, he felt sensations in both hands and opened his eyes to reveal a 9-tiered Julie pagoda in his left hand and a dragon-headed staff in his right hand. WangSheng was once again taken aback. He never anticipated that today would witness a gathering of extraordinary beings awakening their martial souls. Those who had just awakened had largely deviated from the norm, and now there appeared a dual martial soul, no less. Featuring a Jiubao Liuli tower and a mutated martial soul, the dragon-head staff, Ning Jia, too, realized he possessed a dual martial soul and proudly declared to his companions, I have a dual martial soul. His expression bore a striking resemblance to that of his father in the past, exuding an irritating arrogance, prompting WangSheng to feel a twinge of concern for Ning Jia. Unsurprisingly, Ning Jia boasted innate full soul power. By now, WangSheng had grown accustomed to such phenomena, suspecting these children had been enhancing themselves with the most precious top-tier herbs since they were 3 years old. For these little prodigies, innate full soul power had become a commonplace occurrence. Yet, WangSheng couldn't help but humorously remark, is innate full soul power as worthless as the Douluo now? Observing the remaining Yang Zilong and Wang Qianqian, WangSheng surmised they were unlikely to fall short either. His daughter had been nurtured by a group of titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall since childhood, and even soul masters of over 10 levels from the Soul Academy couldn't match her prowess. Yang Zilong, similarly, had been raised on various elixirs by Yang Wudi, probably having completed the process of sinew washing and marrow cleansing long ago. As WangSheng glanced at Yang Zilong, he noted the boy's resemblance to his wooden father, standing straight and serious, resembling a miniature adult. Yang Zilong stepped into the formation and looked at WangSheng, who infused the formation with soul power once more. This time, he was mentally prepared. Yang Pufeng's burning fire-breaking soul gun, as a mutated martial soul, was unlikely to be inherited. Hu Lai's demon fox martial soul was among the highest tier, so it was probable that Yang Zilong would awaken as a demon fox martial soul. However, having learned from Feng Yaoyang's experience, WangSheng wouldn't be surprised if Yang Zilong awakened the moonblade of the evil moon. Suddenly, Yang Zilong was enveloped in a golden light, his hands appearing to coalesce something. WangSheng relaxed slightly. It seemed almost certain he was indeed awakening the moonblade. Before long, however, WangSheng's expression turned to one of disbelief, as Yang Zilong manifested a silver spear in his right hand and a sword in each hand. "What in the world?" WangSheng exclaimed, eyes wide open. WangSheng could no longer contain himself. His mind was in turmoil, exclaiming internally, "What is happening here?" The first to awaken had a ready-made martial soul fusion technique. The second was somewhat normal, but the third shattered the rules of Jushin Haidang. While he endured all this, the fourth inherited from his uncle, and the fifth bore a dual martial soul along with a mutation. Such occurrences were already overwhelming. But what truly confounded WangSheng was the notion of interdimensional inheritance during martial soul awakening. His worldview was utterly shattered. As WangSheng was lost in thought, Yang Zilong spoke up, "Teacher, it's my turn to check my innate soul power." WangSheng handed the crystal ball to Yang Zilong, saying, with a dual martial soul, "Innate full soul power is a given. Come on, show me a level 20 innate soul power and strike me down again." Xiaoyu approached Wang Qianqian and whispered, "Do you think your father has gone mad? He seems to be on the brink of collapse over our martial soul and soul power awakenings." Wang Qianqian nodded, sigh. "He must be stimulated. I heard my mother say he only had innate level 4 soul power back in the day. He probably hasn't encountered so many with innate full soul power, which must have shocked him." When Yang Zilong placed his hand on the crystal ball, a radiance akin to that of the others emanated. WangSheng finally felt a semblance of calm. If Yang Zilong awakened with innate 20 or 30, he might genuinely lose his mind. Next was Wang Qianqian, who stepped onto the formation and addressed WangSheng, "Dad, be strong. I'm the last one. You need to hold it together." WangSheng replied calmly, "Bring it on. Nothing can shock me anymore. Even if you awaken a cell phone, I won't react." Wang Qianqian asked curiously, "What is a cell phone?" "You don't need to worry about it. Whatever you awaken, I believe I can understand it now, though that was a joke. But if you happen to manifest an AK-47, I would also comprehend that." Seeing her father rambling, Wang Qianqian shook her head helplessly and closed her eyes, summoning her martial soul. At that moment, a beam of light descended upon her, lifting her into the air as 3 pairs of wings unfurled from her back. The chatty Xiaoyu remarked to her companions, "This must be the legendary angel martial soul." WangSheng nodded, feeling relieved that his precious daughter was considerate and avoided causing further chaos. However, just as WangSheng felt a moment of comfort, the situation shifted dramatically. A dark beam enveloped Wang Qianqian, transforming her angelic wings into dark feathers, and a blood-red scythe appeared in her hands. WangSheng furrowed his brow. It was indeed trouble, a fallen angel. After awakening, Wang Qianqian opened her sparkling eyes wide, looking expectantly at WangSheng for a response. WangSheng, with a profound expression, said, "Qianqian, try not to anger your mother too much. It might be best if we avoid visiting your great-grandfather from now on." WangSheng was left at a loss for words. Each awakening had been more shocking than the last, and now this was spiraling into chaos. Who could have imagined that the martial soul representing light would be paired with a fallen angel martial soul? WangSheng's expression darkened. He was uncertain how he would face Qian Rinxue and Qian Douluo, as Qian Oliu's temperament would likely lead him to believe that it was his influence that caused his precious great-granddaughter's martial soul to turn into a fallen angel. It seemed prudent to avoid the spirit hall in the future. Subsequently, Wang Qianqian's soul power test revealed an innate 20-level power, which further convinced WangSheng that the crystal ball was indeed functioning properly, as the other 6 children also possessed innate full soul power. WangSheng addressed the 7 children. "Let us go to the conference hall. The sect leader awaits our report on your martial soul awakenings." Leading the 7 children to the conference hall, Ning Fengji paused his discussions upon seeing WangSheng and asked, "Have they all awakened? What are the results? Have we gained more little geniuses in the sect?" Seeing Ning Fengji smile, WangSheng, looking weary, sat down and replied, Let them showcase their talents themselves. The crowd exchanged glances at WangSheng's expression, speculating that the awakening results were likely less than stellar. Perhaps only Xiao Yu had fared well. Ning Fengji, intrigued by WangSheng's demeanor, wondered how these carefully nurtured children could possibly yield disappointing results. The 7 children soon introduced themselves one by one. Dai Yuqing, martial soul. Yuming Baihu, innate full soul power. Dugu Yi, martial soul. Lan Dianba Wanglong, innate full soul power. Xiao Yu, martial soul. Jiuxin Haidang, innate full soul power. Feng Yaoyang, martial soul. Du Jiaohobao Long, innate full soul power. Ning Jia, martial soul. Jiobao Lili Tower and Dragon Head Staff, innate full soul power. Yang Zilong, martial soul. Longdan Liang Yinjian and Qinggang Sword, innate full soul power. Wang Shanqian, martial soul. Fallen Angel, innate 20-level full soul power. Everyone present was left speechless, comprehending why WangSheng bore such a troubled expression. Each child surpassed the last with their absurd abilities, and all possessed innate full soul power, an assertion so incredulous that no one dared to believe it. Ning Fengzhi was the first to awaken from shock, yet at that moment he found himself at a loss for words, merely uttering, "Good, good, good." These 3 simple words were the only ones he could muster, as the entire situation was utterly outrageous. Even though those present were individuals of great experience, they collectively struggled to articulate the astonishment that surged within them. As the atmosphere in the grand hall began to liven up after everyone regained their composure, congratulations flowed towards the elders of the several children. With joy, Ning Fengzhi announced, "Today, our Qibao Luli sect has awakened 7 exceptional talents, and this is indeed a cause for celebration." However, he soon faced a dilemma. While the others could simply continue their normal cultivation, he pondered how to guide his grandson and Yang, both of whom possessed dual martial souls. Turning to WangSheng, he inquired, as the teacher of these children, "What do you suggest for the cultivation of Yingjie and Yangang as dual martial souls?" The other elders were equally troubled, contemplating how to maximize the potential of the 2 youths' unique abilities. WangSheng began, "For Yingjie, it is straightforward. He should initially pursue the support route before cultivating the Dragon Head Staff. The 9-treasure glazed tower is the pinnacle of support martial souls, and our sect possesses a comprehensive cultivation method for it. As for the Dragon Head Staff, its precise direction remains unclear and requires further exploration. So let us focus on the 9-treasure glazed tower for now." Nodding in agreement, Ning Fengzhi realized that with his grandson awakening the 9-treasure glazed tower and the Dragon Head Staff, the future heir to the sect, succeeding the esteemed sect leader, would undoubtedly be Ningjie. Thus, he recognized the necessity of prioritizing his development. Continuing, WangSheng remarked, "As for him, his situation is less straightforward. Both the spear and the sword are formidable weapon martial souls, and they belong to the aggressive category. So, it is up to him to decide which to train." Chun Xin interjected, "Naturally, he should train with the spear first. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, I shall personally guide him in swordsmanship, and, at that point, Xiaogang will undoubtedly become the strongest attack soul master on the continent." Yang Wudi countered, "The spear is our ancestral weapon, so he should train with the sword first. Only after mastering the sword should he turn to the spear to fully realize its potential." Chun Xin, dissatisfied, retorted, "If it's your ancestral weapon, wouldn't he training with the spear allow for quicker growth?" Yet Yang Wudi confidently replied, "Precisely because it is ancestral that the finest soul rings are to be placed on the spear. Training with the sword will also yield rapid improvement." At that moment, WangSheng reminded them, "Gentlemen, you seem to have overlooked a key point. I am suggesting that the child should make the decision for himself." Immediately, Yang Wudi turned to Yang with a kind smile, "Listen to your great-grandfather and train with the sword martial soul first, then the spear, shall we?" Chun Xin also addressed Yang Zilong, saying, "Gong, train with the spear first, then the sword martial soul, and I shall impart the 7 kill sword techniques and the field to you." After glancing between the 2 elders, Yang finally spoke, "I think I will train with the spear martial soul first, as I have been accustomed to it since childhood." Chun Xin's face brightened. Well said, young man. You demonstrate great insight. Once you reach title Douluo, I shall teach you everything I know. Yang Wudi, still eager to sway the decision, urged again, Jung, have you made up your mind? Perhaps you should still consider training with the sword martial soul first. With a conflicted expression, Yang Zilong looked at Yang, and at that moment, WangSheng intervened to assist Yang, saying, hey, let us not make it difficult for the child. Training with the spear martial soul is indeed the best choice, as it allows him to conceal the fact that he possesses dual martial souls. After all, it is inconsequential to us, but should the Haoyan sect discover this, it could pose a threat to him. Finally acknowledging this point, Udi nodded. I had overlooked that aspect. Training with the spear it is then. With renewed vigor, Ying Fengzhu declared, from this day forth, the 7 of you shall be the focus of our Qi Bao Lu Li sect's cultivation efforts. I will spare no effort in providing you with the finest resources the sect has to offer. You will study diligently under your teacher, Elder WangSheng, who is a master of unparalleled prowess across the continent. The 7 children, brimming with joy, thanked Ying Fengzhu and performed a solemn bow to WangSheng, committing themselves to his tutelage and becoming formidable soul masters. The following morning, the 8 of them set forth towards the Stardow forest. This time, WangSheng chose not to hire a carriage, but instead led them on foot, bearing the burden themselves. The decision to avoid the hunting soul forest was due to the scarcity of soul beasts there, particularly the rare 1,000-year-olds. WangSheng set their sights on obtaining a soul ring between 1,000 to 2,000 years, while WangSheng's first soul ring was intended to be in the range of 4,000 to 5,000 years. In addition to the 8 of them, Chen Xie also joined the expedition, ostensibly to prevent any unexpected incidents. In reality, she found the sect unbearably dull, with her friends all at Sea God Island, leaving behind only the elderly men, prompting her to accompany them for some adventure. Upon entering the Stardow forest, WangSheng and Xie took to the skies, instructing the 7 children to manage on their own. They would not intervene with any soul beasts under 2,000 years, allowing the young ones to embark on their first battle independently. The 7 gradually searched the forest and eventually stumbled upon a diamond rhinoceros, approximately 1,700 years old, nestled among a pile of rocks. This formidable beast was ideal as Yingji's first soul ring. WangSheng and Chen Renxi descended, and WangSheng addressed the group. This is your first battle. Neither your teacher nor I shall intervene. You must handle this yourselves. Furthermore, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is off-limits unless you defeat the soul beast and it attempts to flee, designating Wang Shan as the team leader to coordinate the combat. The 7 children sprang into action. Wang Shan, as the daughter of WangSheng, was adept at analyzing and deploying strategies. She promptly declared, since none of us have soul skills, we will rely on the martial arts we've learned to defeat this rhinoceros. I will charge forward with them, while the rest of you spread out to encircle the beast. Remember to stay alert for its charge. If the rhinoceros rushes towards you, utilize the misty steps immediately. Understood. The other 6 affirmed, and upon Wang Shen's command, they leapt into action and rushed towards the diamond rhinoceros. With their martial souls activated, the children were at the pinnacle of their capabilities, with Wang Chen and Yang Zilong leading the charge. The remaining 5 followed closely, armed with daggers, fanning out to surround the rhinoceros. Sensing the hostility, the diamond rhinoceros charged at Wang Chen, lowering its head and revealing its diamond horns. As it prepared to charge, Wang Chen deftly sidestepped, allowing the heavy rhinoceros to rush past her while she swung her scythe, landing a blow on its side. Meanwhile, Cheng Shit watched from the sidelines, feeling a twinge of anxiety as it was her daughter's first encounter with life-and-death combat. A stark contrast to the sparring matches in the Martial Soul Palace. Wao Sheng patted her shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry. They have been training for 3 years. This battle will help them understand the true essence of life-or-death struggles. Chen Rengxie shot him a skeptical glance. Why haven't you hunted for your own first soul ring? Now you let the children take on this challenge? WangSheng chuckled awkwardly. Each of them is extraordinary. How could I possibly compare? At this moment, the battle unfolded brilliantly. With the diamond rhinoceros launching relentless charges, Yet the 7 children executed their footwork with precision, evading its attacks. WangSheng's scythe and Yang Zilong's spear had already inflicted considerable damage, with numerous gashes adorning the rhinoceros's body. As the diamond rhinoceros sensed impending danger and attempted to flee, Ning Jie swiftly retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow from his soul-guiding device and unleashed a barrage of shots towards the escaping creature. The diamond rhinoceros let out a muffled groan of reluctance before collapsing heavily to the ground, from which a violet soul ring gradually emerged. Ning Jie immediately approached the fallen beast, while the other 6 encircled him, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. WangSheng and Qianrenxue also slowly advanced towards the group. At the moment Ning Jie began to absorb the soul ring, WangSheng exchanged a glance with Qianrenxue, who promptly moved to the side of the children. WangSheng then called out towards the distant woods, "Come forth, do not hide in the shadows." As he spoke, over a dozen figures burst forth from the trees, each clad in tight-fitting blue combat uniforms and concealing their faces with cloth. The leader regarded WangSheng and remarked, "You are quite formidable, able to detect our presence." WangSheng replied, "I brought my students out to hunt for soul rings, and you happen to pass by. There is no excitement left here. What is your purpose in lurking in the shadows?" The leader chuckled, "We are from Tangmen, and the soul beast you shot is adorned with our unique Zhuge divine crossbow. Naturally, we had to investigate." WangSheng responded, "You may leave now. We are from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and you should be aware that we also manufacture the Zhuge divine crossbow. Since you are from Tangmen, according to our mutual tenure agreement, I can only let you go." However, the leader's eyes gleamed with malice as he fixed his gaze on WangSheng and declared, "What of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? I see these children are quite young, yet capable of absorbing soul rings. They have no place in this world." WangSheng smiled, realizing the adversaries indeed intended to engage in combat. "You have stated this is your matter with the Haotian sect. What concern is it of ours? Tangmen is not affiliated with the Haotian sect. Have you not agreed to refrain from hostilities with us for 10 years? The leader retorted, evading the truth. They were merely a group of depraved individuals from the city of Slaughter, and their leader was a notorious criminal with a peculiar interest in children. Their mission was to conduct affairs in the Star-Do forest, and after observing the children for over 10 days, their malevolent desires had been ignited." WangSheng chuckled. "If that is the case, then I shall take action." He did not summon his martial soul, but assumed a combative stance. The Tangmen group activated their martial souls, showcasing various weapon and beast martial souls, all possessing strength above the Soul King, with their leader being a formidable soul sage of 7 rings. As WangSheng approached them step by step, the leader, noticing that WangSheng had not even summoned his martial soul, waved his hand, and more than 10 individuals charged towards him. The children watched in awe as this was their first time witnessing their teacher in action. Although their teacher was a titled Douluo, they were curious about his combat skills without summoning a martial soul. However, they were soon disappointed. WangSheng's speed was overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye, all the attackers lay incapacitated on the ground. WangSheng bound them together and turned to Qianrenxue, saying, "Schwerer, continue leading them to hunt for soul rings. I must make a trip to the Luo Empire. It seems there is more to be done." With that, he effortlessly lifted the bound individuals into the air and vanished from sight in an instant. Within the Luo Palace, the current Emperor Davis was engaged in discussions of state affairs with his ministers, alongside the national advisor Xiaogang, the leader of the Haotian sect, Tang Xiao, and the patriarch of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanjin. At that moment, a guard approached to report, "Your Majesty, Elder WangSheng of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School requests an audience. He brings with him over a dozen bound individuals." Davis, puzzled, inquired, "What business does WangSheng have in my Luo Empire? Is it not too early for the 10-year agreement?" Yu Xiaogang, with a sullen expression, responded, "Though the 10-year agreement has not yet arrived, if he dares to provoke us in the palace, we shall deal with him on the spot." After returning from Sea God Island, Tang Chun had been anxious about Yang Pufeng's successful completion of a Shura God examination, and thus did not return to the Haotian sect, but hurried back to the city of Slaughter to complete his own divine trial. To stabilize the military's morale, Tang Chen only sent a message to Tang Xiao, urging him not to engage the Spirit Hall or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School during the 10-year agreement, revealing nothing further. Therefore, the Luo Empire remained oblivious to WangSheng's terrifying current strength. Tang Xiao interjected, "Let us first determine his intentions. As long as it is not a significant matter, we should strive to maintain the 10-year agreement." Xiaogang was deeply displeased, but since Tang Xiao had spoken, he could not counter. Nevertheless, he was already devising ways to embarrass WangSheng, for such humiliation would bring him satisfaction. Davis nodded and instructed the guards to usher WangSheng in. WangSheng swaggered into the grand hall of the Luo Palace, dragging along more than a dozen individuals. Upon seeing Davis, he smiled and said, "Greetings, Emperor of Luo. It has been many years. Now you are the ruler of a nation." Xiaogang scolded from the side, "Impudent. Failing to bow before our emperor is a capital offense. Mind your own business," WangSheng retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Davis. Sensing the piercing gaze of WangSheng, Davis felt a twinge of apprehension and replied, "Since they are not subjects of the Luo Empire, there is no need for formalities. Now tell me, what brings you to the Luo Empire?" WangSheng pointed at the bound individuals, stating, "These individuals are from Tangmen. A few days ago, I took some children from my sect to hunt for soul rings in the Stardow Forest, where we encountered them. Their leader claimed they intended to eliminate my talented child soul masters. I have brought them here to inquire whether your Tangmen can disregard the 10-year agreement." "Tangmen? What is this Tangmen? I have never heard of it," Xiaogang retorted bluntly. WangSheng narrowed his eyes and asked Davis, "Does his statement hold any weight?" Davis was at a loss for words. Over the years, Tangmen had engaged in numerous unsavory activities under Xiaogang's directive, matters too sensitive to be publicly discussed. However, the implication of WangSheng's question was unmistakable. If the Luo side did not acknowledge Tangmen as their organization, then an attack by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School on Tangmen would not constitute a breach of the 10-year agreement. Chapter 193. Kneeling, Davis glanced at Tang Xiao, seeking assistance. As the real decision-maker in the room was Tang Xiao, Davis was merely a puppet supported by the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao's expression was equally grim, but he could only muster the courage to say, "Tangmen has no relations with my Haotian sect or the Luo royal family." WangSheng turned to Tang Xiao and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "I addressed the emperor of Luo. Are you here to answer for him?" "I am Tang Xiao, the leader of the Haotian sect." After stating this, Tang Xiao glared fiercely at WangSheng, sensing he could not gauge WangSheng's strength. At this moment, Xiaogang interjected, "Failing to bow before the emperor is one thing. Now you show disrespect to a title do, according to the rules of Douluo continent. You can be held accountable." WangSheng smiled at Xiaogang and walked step by step towards him, stopping right in front of him. Xiaogang stood tall, casting a hostile gaze at WangSheng. "What? Is it customary for your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to lack respect?" With a resounding slap, WangSheng struck Xiaogang's face, shattering his mask and exposing his ghastly visage to all present. The remaining ministers cast glances at Xiaogang, whispering among themselves, while Xiaogang glared fiercely at WangSheng, saying, "WangSheng, are you seeking death? To refuse to bow before the sovereign of a nation and a titled Douluo, and still dare to act violently in my Luo Empire, even a death sentence would not be questioned." WangSheng smirked. "Are you suggesting that being disrespectful to a titled Douluo is punishable by death?" Upon hearing this, Xiaogang's mind raced, reflecting on whether he had ever disrespected a titled Douluo from the Qibao Glazed sect. He sensed WangSheng was trying to trap him and quickly countered, "I meant immediate punishment. If the titled Douluo does not respond right away, pursuing the matter later would be undignified." "Oh, in that case, Xiaogang, prepare to meet your end." WangSheng suddenly launched an attack, his spirit manifested, grasping Xiaogang's throat. As the onlookers recognized WangSheng's soul rings, they understood the implications of his earlier words. Xiaogang struggled to breathe, and Yuanjin, alarmed, hurriedly addressed WangSheng, "I never imagined you, so young, have become a titled Douluo. My son is ignorant and has offended you. I hope, considering we are all titled Douluos, you will grant him a reprieve." WangSheng threw Xiaogang to the ground and as he felt the brush of death, Xiaogang looked at WangSheng with terror. While he could accept a reprieve, he recalled the humiliation he had just endured. How could he, as a titled Douluo, preserve his dignity? Elder Yu, I have spared your face, but what of mine? WangSheng turned his gaze to Yu Yuanjun. Yu Yuanjun recognized that if he did not restore WangSheng's dignity, he would have every reason to execute Xiaogang, who still had not knelt to apologize to the titled Douluo. This statement struck Xiaogang like a bolt from the blue. Reluctant as he was, under the weight of Yu Yuanjun's unyielding command and WangSheng's mocking gaze, he begrudgingly approached WangSheng, kneeling and saying, I did not realize I was speaking before your excellency, the titled Douluo. I apologize for any offense caused. WangSheng, smiling, replied, one must get accustomed to kneeling before a eunuch. Being a eunuch in the Xingluo Imperial Palace is certainly more promising than being a national teacher. WangSheng's words unleashed a wave of shock among the assembly. Yu Yuanjun, angered, retorted, one may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak indiscriminately. Although Xiaogang was disrespectful, there is no need for such insulting remarks. A titled Douluo should not spread baseless rumors. WangSheng, beaming, responded, I speak no falsehood. I heard it from Yu Lumian, the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He recounted that his nephew, Yu Xiaogang, wished to be with his daughter, a relationship Yu Lumian would never condone. As a result, his nephew claimed to want a spiritual marriage, leading Yu Lumian to incapacitate him. Both Yu Yuanjun and Yu Xiaogang turned pale, while WangSheng feigned ignorance. Could it be a misunderstanding? Yu Luomian's nephew, Yu Xiaogang, is not you, right? I must have mistaken the person. My apologies. Though WangSheng claimed misunderstanding, all present understood he referred to the very individual before them. Ever since Yu Xiaogang ascended to the role of national teacher of the Xingluo Empire, he had maintained an air of superiority. Now, with just a few words from WangSheng, he found himself utterly humiliated before the ministers. He longed to eliminate WangSheng to regain his honor, yet the sight of WangSheng's 6 black and 3 red soul rings reminded him of his own incapacity. Knowing even his father, Yu Yuanjun, likely could not contend with WangSheng. In this moment, Yu Xiaogang could only lower his head, diminishing his presence. WangSheng, however, insisted on dragging him further into humiliation. He helped Yu Xiaogang to his feet, saying, Master Yu, I sincerely apologize for any offense earlier. The Yu Xiaogang I mentioned, who is incapacitated, is certainly not the esteemed individual before us. Please do not take it personally. Yu Yuanjun, in a fit of indignation, struck towards WangSheng's back. But WangSheng vanished, reappearing behind Yu Yuanjun, a blood-red scythe poised at his throat. WangSheng stated, for the sake of you, I shall overlook your earlier attempt to harm me. Should there be a next time, prepare for death. With that, he sheathed his sinister scythe and turned to the trembling Davis on the throne, saying, I came merely to verify the relations between Tangmin, the Xingluo Empire, and Haoyan sect. Since you all assert there are none, my actions against Tangmin would not breach our agreement. As he prepared to leave, Tang Xiao called out, wait. I just recalled that Tangmin was established by my nephew, Tang San, and therefore could be considered an affiliate of the Haoyan sect. At this moment, Tang Xiao made a decisive choice. Failure to acknowledge the relationship between Tangmin and Haoyan sect would result in devastating repercussions for Tangmin, leaving Haoyan sect with no obligation to intervene. Weighing the pros and cons, he opted to protect Tangmin, even at the cost of some backlash. WangSheng paused, turning to Tang Xiao. Then, Sect Master Tang, how do you explain the actions of Tangmin's disciples attempting to undermine my Qibao Glaze sect? Dan Xiao Zet. These actions were taken independently by these individuals. They were not sanctioned by us. You may deal with them as you see fit, and we at Haoyan sect will not utter a word of complaint. WangSheng chuckled. However, on my way here, I investigated their identity. They are all wanted evil spirit masters. It appears Tangmin is indeed a harbor for filth. Chapter 194. Seeking rebuke. WangSheng's words sent shockwaves through the assembly, leaving the ministers of the Xingluo Empire in disbelief. Although Tangmin had long engaged in assassination, associating with evil spirit masters was a grave matter. One upright minister stepped forward and inquired, might I ask if what your excellency has stated is true? WangSheng pointed to the fallen figures. The wanted posters for evil spirit masters have been issued by both empires and the Spirit Hall. You may verify this for yourselves. The upright minister advised Davis, Your Majesty. Evil spirit masters are an intolerable presence throughout the Douluo continent. Now, the Haotian sect harbors these individuals. Their intentions are suspect. I implore Your Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation into the Haotian sect. WangSheng patted the minister on the shoulder. I admire your sense of justice. But I fear your emperor may not dare to hold the Haotian sect accountable. Tang Xiao addressed WangSheng. I have answered your questions today. This is a matter of state for the Xinluo Empire. Is it not time for you to depart? Since Sect Master Tang has said so, it would be inappropriate for me to remain. I shall take my leave, and we shall meet again when the 10-year agreement concludes. With that, WangSheng transformed into a shadow, vanishing from the grand hall of the Xinluo Imperial Palace. Tang Xiao then addressed the ministers. I will thoroughly investigate the infiltration of these evil spirit masters into Tang men. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with this matter. Afterward, Tang Xiao too departed the hall, leaving the ministers to murmur among themselves about the disgraceful conduct of the Haotian sect, while the once high and mighty Xiaogang could no longer hold his head high before them. Davis, overwhelmed, waved his hand, dismissing all the court officials. At that moment, a menacing Xiaogang declared, That little brat, WangSheng, stirred up this incident today to undermine the morale of our Xinluo Empire, seeking to incite internal strife. Such a person must be eliminated, or he will pose endless future threats. Yuanjin, furious, glared at Xiaogang. Have you not learned your lesson? Is the suffering you endured today not enough? You usually conduct yourself well, yet every time you encounter WangSheng, you lose your rationality. Yuanjin, frustrated by his son's continual failures before WangSheng, had distanced himself from the sect, and witnessing his son's lack of progress filled him with rage. Tang Xiao, a man of clarity, stated directly, We have not yet eliminated his strength. The aura he emitted earlier could only be subdued by my grandfather. Anyone else would meet the same fate. Upon hearing this, Yuanjin felt a wave of apprehension. The moment WangSheng evaded him and pressed a knife to his throat still sent chills down his spine. Reflecting on Tang Xiao's words, he realized their reasoning was not without merit. Given their current strength, confronting WangSheng would indeed be exceedingly challenging. At that moment, Davis, too, felt a surge of anxiety and inquired, with WangSheng's strength at such a level, how shall we respond to the alliance of the Wuhuan Temple and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School when the 10-year deadline arrives? There is no need for excessive concern. My grandfather left me a message upon returning from Sea God Island. Xiao San is now the heir of the Sea God. Once he completes the divine trial, he will ascend to godhood. At that point, a god is incomparable to a title Douluo. Upon hearing this, Xiaogang seemed to see a glimmer of hope, exclaiming indeed, as long as Xiao San can complete the divine trial and become the sea god, the Wuhuan Temple and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will be reduced to mere ants before a god. Yuanjin nodded in agreement. We must wait for Tang San to become the sea god. The 10-year agreement is now less than 3 years away, and the Tang sect should also restrain itself. The turmoil in the Douluo Imperial Palace significantly impacted the control the Douluo royal family had over the empire. The following day, a majority of civil and military officials jointly impeached Xiaogang, forcing the royal family to dismiss him from his position as the national master. Xiaogang then began to secretly assist Davis in strategizing, while the Tang sect faded from public view, redirecting its focus towards arms manufacturing and preparation for the impending conflict of the 10-year agreement. After WangSheng reunited with Qianrenxue and the 7 Shrek monsters, they resolved all the soul rings for the 7. Wang Qianqian's first soul ring was over 4,500 years old, and her second reached a staggering 10,000 years, while the remaining 6 had soul rings ranging between 1,500 to 2,000 years. In the subsequent 2 years, WangSheng and Qianrenxue concentrated on nurturing the 7, and time flew swiftly. With only half a year remaining until the 10-year agreement, WangSheng's strength experienced a gradual increase, yet he remained stuck at the 97-level threshold. Qianrenxue, however, had completed the divine trial of the angel god. But at the last moment, she refused Qian Oliu's sacrificial proposal, leaving her sole power at 99. In the practice arena of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Seven had made remarkable progress over the past 2 years. At just over 8 years old, they were nearing the realm of Soul Ancestor, with Wang Qianqian already at level 35. Observing the Seven drenched in sweat on the training ground, WangSheng couldn't help but reflect on how these children had grown stronger. It had been nearly 13 years since the Soul Master competition, and now he was in his 30s, a father of 2. Suddenly, a figure appeared before WangSheng like a shooting star. Reacting swiftly, he summoned his martial spirit, wielding the evil god scythe. The newcomer, clad in blue with long hair tied back, bore violet eyes fixed on WangSheng, brandishing a golden trident. Tang San, you've returned? WangSheng gazed intently at him, feeling an invisible pressure emanating from the figure. WangSheng, we finally meet again. I have awaited this moment to confront you. WangSheng smiled. Is it merely to announce your ascension to godhood? Why seek to settle matters with me today? Tang San shook his head. No. I simply wanted to express that after waiting so long, I envisioned surpassing you and looking down upon you. Yet, now that the day has arrived, it has lost its allure. Before a god, you are as insignificant as an ant. Are you here just to flaunt your achievements? WangSheng scoffed. Tang San replied, I am merely here to remind you that there are only 6 months remaining. After half a year, our fates must converge. WangSheng retorted, knowing you have 6 months left, what purpose does it serve to seek me out now? Are you foolish? Tang San raised the sea god trident, pointing it at WangSheng. Do you wish for death? WangSheng did not relent. Do not play games with me. If you wish to fight, then let us. But if you wish to adhere to the agreement, then begone and cease your posturing. Tang San, instead, sheathed the sea god trident. You think your words can deceive me? Cherish your remaining half-year of life. With that, Tang San vanished in a flash, prompting WangSheng to spit on the ground and curse at his departing figure. Pa! You fool! Wouldn't it be better to return to your Haotian sect and behave like a good descendant rather than come here to provoke me? Chapter 195. The return of the main forces. When Tang San released his divine pressure earlier, the 7 dared not breathe. Now that he had left, they rushed to WangSheng's side. The little witch, Xiaoyu, asked, Uncle, who was that just now? He seemed incredibly powerful. Feng Yaoyang chimed in, Indeed. My legs felt weak with fear. Ningjia looked at WangSheng and asked, Teacher, you are amazing. You scolded him, and he did not retaliate. WangSheng replied, That's obvious. In the past, he could act without fear of repercussions, but now he is a god. If he breaks the agreement, how would his followers view him? So, regardless of how high your future achievements may be, do not become gods. Being a 99-level Super Douluo on the main road is far more enjoyable. Wang Qianqian retorted, Is that your reason for advising my mother against becoming a god? WangSheng pinched Wang Qianqian's cheek. What do you mean? I do that for the stability of the family. Being a god is rather dull. As a top-tier powerhouse here, once you become a god, you will start as a subordinate in another world. How unremarkable. But teacher, I've heard that gods are incredibly powerful, capable of destroying an entire continent. Douluo, he expressed his curiosity, recalling tales of the fearsome powers of gods from his grandfather. WangSheng imparted a lesson. Though gods possess great power, they cannot annihilate this continent. Furthermore, gods cannot interfere with human affairs. Otherwise, they risk losing the faith of the people. Without faith, their existence loses all meaning. Ningjia questioned, Then what significance does becoming a god hold? WangSheng elaborated, Firstly, it grants you greater power. Secondly, it offers immortality. Wang Qianqian shot WangSheng an incredulous glance. So, my mother could have achieved immortality, but because of your misguided advice, she will now grow old alongside you? WangSheng chuckled, You're still young and do not understand love. There is a saying, to hold your hand and grow old together. Another states the most romantic thing is to grow old together slowly. As top-tier soul masters, we can live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Thus, there is much we can accomplish in this life. Why seek immortality? Spending thousands or tens of thousands of years with one person will lead to fatigue, so it is better not to become a god. Seeing the children still puzzled, WangSheng decided not to elaborate further, saying, "Since Tang San has returned, it won't be long before your parents are back as well. Focus on your training, and when they return, give them a pleasant surprise." Hearing this, the six were filled with excitement, eager to reunite with the parents who had become faint memories. Today, their training was particularly vigorous, each hoping to make their parents proud upon their return. 3 days later, within the grand hall of the Qibao Liuli sect, the members returning from the Sea God Island appeared, their journey having been remarkably fruitful. Most who participated in the Z-level divine trials had attained the Soul Saint realm. Regrettably, among those who undertook the Hay-level trials, several did not manage to break through to the title Douluo level. Nonetheless, the lowest among them had reached at least the 87th level as Soul Douluo. Those who succeeded in becoming title Douluo included Feng Xiaotian, Ning Rongrong, Dugian Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yi Lingling Mahongjun, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar. WangSheng was somewhat surprised to learn that all of Shrek's members had achieved title Douluo status, while only Feng Xiaotian and Yi Lingling from their Qibao team had reached this pinnacle. He couldn't help but lament that his unnamed comrades in the original story were indeed not as formidable as the main protagonists. After all, the quality of a martial soul undeniably determines a soul master's potential. Although the Qibao team was considered talented among most soul masters, they still fell short compared to those with top-tier martial souls. WangSheng inquired with Xiao Qinyu about the reason for their prolonged absence. Xiao Qinyu expressed his frustration regarding the matter. Over 2 years prior, they had all completed their divine trials, with Tang San only needing to defeat the deep-sea demon whale king to finalize the Sea God 9 trials. However, Tang San, citing his incomplete divine trials, chose to leave everyone behind on Sea God Island while he roamed the continent in search of 10,000-year-soul beasts to enhance his Haotian hammer. Thus, the others were stranded on Sea God Island, forced to cultivate, yet unable to hunt soul beasts due to the bottleneck at the 90th level. It was only upon Tang San's return, having completed all divine trials, that they were finally able to depart from Sea God Island. Therefore, even those who became title Douluo during the return journey had only managed to overcome some tens of thousands of years-old soul beasts to achieve their new status. Xiao Qinyu mentioned that ever since the Sea God's high priest, Poseidon, sacrificed himself to attain the Sea God's divinity, Tang San had brought all soul masters from Sea God Island back to the continent. This meant that aside from Tang San and his companions who had participated in the Black Trials, the 7 title Douluo from Sea God Island and 2,000 elite Sea Soul Masters had also returned. Upon learning these details, WangSheng reassured the others and updated them on the events that had transpired on the continent over the past few years. It seemed that both sides were now evenly matched. According to estimates, Bibi Dong would soon emerge from her seclusion, and once she did, she would undoubtedly achieve the divine rank of Rakshasa. The next step would be to see which side possessed the greater strength. After reuniting with his family, Ning Fengji encouraged everyone to spend a few days with their families before reconvening to discuss the impending great battle. The 3 from the Spirit Hall took their leave and returned to Spirit City. A few days later, within the ceremonial hall, all elders of the Qibao Liuli sect, along with high-ranking battle forces above the Soul Douluo level, gathered together. Ning Fengji, seated at the head, began, with only a few months remaining until the 10-year agreement. The current situation is not very optimistic. Our high-end forces are roughly equal, and to win this war, we must strategize carefully. Xiao Yuntian, responsible for logistics, was the first to speak. Currently, the military supplies we have amassed over the years have been distributed to all Soul Master armies, and our provisions are sufficient to support the army for a year. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Indeed, Elder Xiao has worked hard these years. Xiao Yuntian humbly replied, "The sect master is too kind. Among the elders, I am but a lesser force. I am content to contribute in any capacity to the sect. So where is the hardship?" Chun Xin then added, "Currently, aside from those responsible for defense, the number of soul masters available for battle in the sect is approximately 7,000. The Spirit Hall should also have over 10,000, and combined with our high-end forces, we should have a significant advantage over the Haotian sect and the Xinglua side." Ning Fengji was already aware of these figures. But he wanted to bolster the morale of the troops by having Xiao Yintian and Chun Xin state them aloud, with Tang San achieving divinity. The pressure on everyone was indeed considerable. Ning Fengji continued. Although the enemy has already produced a deity, we need not be overly concerned. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is also undergoing her divine trials. I believe she will succeed before the great battle, and at that point, we will face the Haotian sect and Xinglua head-on. Subsequently, they discussed the specifics of distributing participating soul masters and the defensive strategies of the sect. Just then, news arrived from outside that the Haotian sect had sent a challenge letter. Ning Fengji opened the letter and read it, the assembly remaining silent as they awaited his words. Once he set the letter down, he informed them, the Haotian sect has designated the main battlefield at Jialing Pass. WangSheng was taken aback. After much deliberation, the final battle was still to take place at the crucial Jialing Pass of the Spirit Hall. He pondered for a moment before stating, I feel the situation is not so simple. Logically, we are currently the ones with the most significant conflict with the Haotian sect, yet their stance indicates an intention to attack Spirit City. I suspect there is some deception at play. Ning Fengji contemplated this, indeed, but we must be cautious about why they chose the Spirit Hall's territory. At this moment, WangSheng was also analyzing in his mind. He believed that the Haotian sect's choice must harbor some ulterior motive, yet he could not fathom what advantage they would gain by initiating conflict at the Spirit Hall's gates. Just then, Gu Rong interjected. Why should we adhere to their wishes? They dictate the battlefield, but we can choose our own. Ning Fengji responded with a wry smile. We have been outmaneuvered. Their challenge letter states that if we do not agree, they will resort to indiscriminate attacks, turning every corner of the Tiando Empire into a battlefield. WangSheng surmised that this was undoubtedly Yu Xiaogang's strategy. The reputation of the Xinglua royal family had already suffered due to the Tang sect, but if the Tiando side disregarded the lives of the border population, the reputation they had painstakingly built over the years would be destroyed. Realizing this, WangSheng felt a flicker of insight, beginning to understand why the Haotian sect would select the Spirit Hall's Jialing Pass as the battleground. However, it was all conjecture, and he lacked concrete evidence, which troubled him. Observing WangSheng deep in thought, Ning Fengji asked, Have you thought of something? Why not share your thoughts so we can analyze them together? WangSheng slowly replied, I suspect there may be an internal mole within the Spirit Hall. Douluo expressed skepticism. Surely not. The influence of the Spirit Hall is vast. There should be no internal traitors. WangSheng elaborated. I cannot say for certain, but considering the perspective of the Haotian sect, the key to breaking through lies in having an insider. Otherwise, given the unparalleled defenses of Jialing Pass, the Haotian sect would have to be quite irrational to choose that location. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Unless the Haotian sect possesses absolute confidence, they wouldn't opt for such a location. Logically, they should first target the Tiando Empire. The issue, however, was that even if they suspected an insider, they had no idea who it could be. With so many allied forces, it was impossible to ascertain, and acting recklessly could shake the morale of the troops. Yang Wudi pinpointed the crux of the problem. After some contemplation, WangSheng remarked, While we may not know where the mole might be, we can still take precautions against other potential threats. This way, we won't fall completely into their trap. Ning Fengji added, Considering our troop strength, our alliance certainly holds the advantage. We have a numerical superiority in soul masters, yet the enemy now has a deal. We must also prepare for whether Pope Bibi Dong can complete her divine trials before the great battle. They already have 2 deities. At that moment, a voice came from outside, and Yang Pufeng appeared, battered and bruised as he entered. Upon seeing Yang Pufeng limping and drenched in blood, Yi Xiaowan and Yi Lingling hurried over to provide him with treatment. Yang Wudi also rushed to Yang Pufeng's side and inquired, Pufeng, what happened? Who has done this to you? After the healing techniques of the 2 powerful healing soul masters were applied, Yang Pufeng's previously pallid complexion began to recover somewhat. He spoke, I returned from the Xingdo Great Forest. A year ago, I battled a 100,000-year soul beast, the Tianqing Yomang, at the central lake of the forest. Ultimately, I was able to slay it with the divine power of the Shura divine sword and absorbed its soul ring, thus becoming a titled Douluo. That lake is a treasure land, and I chose to cultivate there. Yang Pefeng was not particularly fond of speaking, and having shared so much was somewhat uncomfortable for him. He took a breath and continued. 10 days ago, the former Shrek member, Xiao Wu, came to the central lake. Upon seeing me, she charged at me directly. After engaging in combat, I discovered that she had already ascended to divine status. Her aura was filled with murderous intent, and I was utterly no match for her. If it weren't for a massive silver dragon that suddenly emerged and clashed with her, I would have likely lost my life there. The mention of the silver dragon led WangSheng to speculate that it must be the strongest entity of the Xingdou forest, the silver dragon king, Guyuna. Logically, Guyuna should have been in a state of slumber. How could she have suddenly appeared? Contemplating this, WangSheng felt a tinge of confusion. However, based on Yang Pefeng's analysis, it seemed Xiao Wu had prematurely become a god, and the situation appeared grim. It was evident that two gods had now emerged on the opposing side, rendering their battle perilous. Perhaps I could unleash poison directly at the outset of the battle. I assure you, none below Soul Saint would survive, proposed Douluo, contemplating the best course of action to leverage their numerical advantage. Ning Fengji countered. That is not an option. Such a course would lead to excessive bloodshed. We should engage in a fair fight instead. At that moment, Long Gongmengshu spoke. How shall we respond to the two gods on the opposing side? WangSheng pondered before replying. It appears we must focus on direct confrontation. The elders of Haotian sect and Tang Xiao will be entrusted to the elders of the Spirit Hall. I trust my mother-in-law will not disappoint us. She will surely achieve the position of the Rakshasa god before the battle commences. I will leave Tang San to her to counter. The 7-titled Douluo from Sea God Island could be handled by Xiantian and the others who have returned from there, as they are somewhat familiar with them. I will personally deal with Tang Chun, and as for Xiao Wu, I will let my grandfather, Qin Douluo, along with my teacher and the other elders, restrain her until the other parties can break the deadlock and we can surround her. WangSheng articulated the most effective strategy at present. Chun Xian inquired, Saint, Tang Chun possesses formidable strength. Should we not allow the grand enshrined Qian Douluo to handle him? Or perhaps I can join forces with Old Bone to provide some balance. WangSheng confidently responded, Rest assured, Grandfather Jian, I am confident in my ability to confront Tang Chun, and I have not forgotten the grievances of the past. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, Tang Chun had also returned, and they were engaged in discussions regarding the preparations for the impending 10-year agreement battle. Upon learning that his great-grandson Tang San and Xiao Wu had both achieved divine status, Tang Chun was elated, for the scales of victory had entirely tipped in their favor. The matter of Xiao Wu becoming the god of slaughter traced back to the battle between Tang San and the deep-sea demon whale king. At that time, many had surrounded the deep-sea demon whale king, which then submerged into the water. Tang San followed suit, and Xiao Wu, concerned for him, also dove in. When the deep-sea demon whale king launched a lethal strike against Tang San, Xiao Wu, driven by her desire to save him, instantly teleported in front of him and activated her invincible golden body, thereby blocking the fatal blow. However, she fell unconscious in the process, entering a void space. At that moment, a voice resonated within her mind. Xiao Wu, I am the deity of slaughter. You may call me the god of slaughter. Where am I now? And where are you? Xiao Wu looked around, only to find herself in a void space, devoid of any other presence. The god of slaughter's voice echoed once more. Do not search. You cannot see me. You need only listen to my words. Confused, Xiao Wu queried, God of slaughter? Am I dead? Not all. Y Marelioba a favor. Tang San is the one chosen by the higher powers, yet we cannot intervene directly, so I shall pass my divine power to you, enabling you to assist Tang San. Hearing that she could aid Tang San, Xiao Wu joyfully exclaimed, As long as I can help Brother San, I am willing to do anything. Very well, from this moment on, I shall bestow my divine power upon you. You will become the new god of slaughter, helping Tang San to comprehend the worldly entanglements and ascend to the divine realm. After imparting this message, the god of slaughter fell silent. Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding her body, which greedily absorbed the essence, and gradually, her consciousness slipped into slumber. Upon awakening, Xiao Wu found herself in bed, with Tang San vigilantly watching over her. Initially, she thought she had merely experienced a strange dream, but the immense power she felt in her body confirmed the reality. She had truly attained the ability to assist her beloved brother. Brother San, I too have become a god. I have received the legacy of the god of slaughter. We are bound to win this time. Xiao Wu joyfully embraced Tang San, eager to share this momentous news with her partner. Is that true? That is splendid news. Once the 10-year agreement arrives, we can avenge father, Tang San responded excitedly. Xiao Wu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have both ascended to divine status. When we confront WangSheng, we shall seek our vengeance. I am determined to revive Erming. Erming? Who is Erming? Tang San asked, puzzled. Xiao Wu suddenly realized she had inadvertently let slip a secret, recalling Da Ming's instructions. She gazed into Tang San's clear eyes and slowly began. Brother San, I must tell you something. Tang San replied, I know you have your little secrets. If you do not wish to share, I will not force you. It is not that. I'm simply afraid that if I reveal the truth, you might reject me. Xiao Wu confessed, feeling somewhat aggrieved, as she worried that Tang San would abandon her upon learning her true identity. Tang San gently caressed Xiao Wu's forehead, reassuring her. How could I ever abandon you? You are my wife, the one I intend to cherish and protect for all my life. No matter the circumstances, I will never forsake you. Brother San, the truth is that I am the transformed form of the 100,000-year soul beast, Rogu II. I have lived in the central lake of the Xingdou Great Forest, alongside Deming and Erming. Deming is the 100,000-year soul beast, Tianqing Yomang, and Erming is the titan giant ape that captured me long ago. Xiao Wu disclosed the truth, albeit with a hint of concern in her gaze directed at Tang San. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu was a soul beast, Tang San was taken aback. However, considering that his own mother was also a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he inquired, if you transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast into a human, wouldn't you have been easily recognizable to title Douluo or soul Douluo before becoming a soul saint? Why didn't those numerous title Douluo and soul Douluo in the forMaster tournament detect your identity? Xiao Wu replied, Brother San, do you remember who brought me back after Erming captured me? WangSheng. Tang San exclaimed in realization. Did he know your identity? Xiao Wu nodded, yes. WangSheng pursued us back then and directly informed me that he was aware of my identity. He made Erming promise that once he reached level 70, Erming would assist him in obtaining a soul ring, and in return, he would help conceal my aura. He provided me with a pill, and after consuming it, my soul beast aura was indeed masked, and my cultivation speed increased significantly. Tang San recalled the peculiar circumstances of their return, saying, no wonder I thought it was odd that you two returned so mysteriously. It turns out WangSheng had known your identity all along. Xiao Wu continued, it was this agreement that allowed Erming to become his soul ring. Tang San inquired, is it solely because he provided you with medicine that the titan giant ape offered a sacrifice to him? He clarified, that is not the case. WangSheng intended to hunt the dark demon evil god tiger. Although this dark demon evil god tiger has not yet reached 100,000 years, its strength is formidable, and its intelligence is remarkably high. It has always been the sworn enemy of Deming and Erming. After Erming assisted WangSheng in slaying it, he returned. However, upon seeing me, he worried that WangSheng's increasing power might pose a threat to you, so he rushed back to eliminate WangSheng. Shortly thereafter, Deming sensed Erming was in danger and also departed. When Deming returned, he found only Erming's juvenile form. Deming did not divulge the specifics to me, merely stating that Erming had sacrificed himself to WangSheng. After sharing this, Xiao Wu shed tears of guilt. Tang San comforted her, saying, it is all right, Xiao Wu. Now that we have ascended to godhood, we will be able to resurrect Erming once we ascend to the divine realm. We can inquire about what truly transpired after we depart from Sea God Island. Xiao Wu nodded and replied, yes, once we leave Sea God Island. I will return for a moment to clarify with Deming why Erming willingly sacrificed himself to WangSheng. Tang San refrained from further comment, though he had already begun to form a conjecture in his mind. He was certain that WangSheng had used Xiao Wu to threaten the Titan giant ape. Otherwise, given the Titan giant ape's strength, it would not have willingly offered a sacrifice to WangSheng. After departing from Sea God Island, Tang San sought out WangSheng directly, initially intending to intimidate him into revealing why the Titan giant ape had made a sacrifice. However, upon their first encounter, he was met with WangSheng's fierce retort, causing his original plan to be shelved. Meanwhile, Xiaowu returned to the Star Do Great Forest, where she encountered Yang Pafeng and sensed the aura of the Tianqing Niumeng emanating from him. Enraged, she prepared to confront Yang Pafeng, but suddenly, the formidable silver dragon king intervened, momentarily restraining Xiaowu before vanishing. Chapter 198. The Divine Realm and the Divine Realm. Various divine abodes gathered, both grand and humble. The God of Order, who oversees the order of the Divine Realm, addressed the Sea God and the God of Slaughter, stating, "You two have acted independently to assist the next generation of humanity. Are you aware that this contravenes the regulations?" The Rakshasa God, who harbored animosity towards them, chimed in, "Indeed, my inheritor has been struggling for decades and is still at the final hurdle, while your inheritors seem to have breezed through their divine examinations, particularly the one belonging to the God of Slaughter." The Sea God responded, "What choice did we have? Do you truly wish for that vile, evil God to send his inheritor to the divine realm?" At the mention of the evil God, everyone present shuddered. His existence was a source of discomfort for all. Should he cleanse them of their malevolent thoughts, the divine powers lost would require millennia of arduous cultivation to restore. The Rakshasa God disdainfully regarded the assembly of gods, exclaiming, "And you dare to call yourselves gods? Your deeds are increasingly sordid. You speak from a place of privilege, while your divine abodes, rooted in darkness, are naturally oblivious. The evil God has not laid a finger on you." The God of Food glared at the Rakshasa God, his rotund form trembling. As the God of Food, indulging in gluttony is hardly a sin. He had merely consumed some human flesh, only to be dealt a devastating blow by that wretched evil God, further weakening his already meager divine power. The God of Order interjected loudly, "Enough. The chaos in Douluo continent has already surfaced. The purpose of gathering you all here is to declare that, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to engage in clandestine activities. The individuals you originally selected must complete their divine examinations faithfully, without any extraneous actions. Should I discover anyone attempting to manipulate the process further, I shall impose divine punishment." Upon hearing the God of Order's declaration regarding divine punishment, the gods suppressed their ulterior motives. The divinities who had already chosen their inheritors swiftly contemplated ways to assist them without drawing the scrutiny of the God of Order. The Sea God approached the God of Slaughter and inquired, "What has become of your method of widespread recruitment? Why has no one succeeded yet?" The God of Slaughter replied softly, "Initially, I had high hopes for Tang Shun, but alas, that lad proved unreliable, falling under the control of a beast. The other candidate I selected showed promise, yet he steadfastly refuses to undertake the final trial." The Sea God curiously asked, "What does your final trial entail?" The God of Slaughter grinned wickedly. To ascend to the position of the God of Slaughter, one must sever worldly ties. Thus, my final trial requires my inheritor to personally slay a close relative. How revolting! You truly are despicable to employ such a test. The Sea God scorned as he glared at the God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter explained, "Originally, such a design was not intended. However, the inheritor of that ancient evil god was far too malevolent. If my inheritor lacks a ruthless disposition, how could he ever stand by my side in the future?" The Sea God whispered into the God of Slaughter's ear, "What are your thoughts on someone inheriting dual divine positions?" The God of Slaughter, intrigued, gazed at the Sea God and asked, "What do you mean?" The Sea God nodded and replied, "You know what I mean? You can contemplate it further. Ultimately, the decision rests with you." As the gods engaged in hushed discussions, a spectral figure materialized before them. This apparition appeared to be an elderly man, radiating profound anger. The God of Order spoke, "Evil God, what brings you here? You must understand that entering the divine realm uninvited will subject you to divine punishment. To hell with your punishment. What vile deeds have the God of Slaughter committed? Why do you not impose divine punishment on him?" The gods were taken aback. They had not anticipated the evil god to confront them so boldly. The god of slaughter, drenched in cold sweat, protested, "What have I done that is so vile? I merely expedited my inheritor's progress a tad." A tad? Is that what you call it? Furious. The evil god remained irate. At that moment, the sea god attempted to mediate, stating, "Let us each manage our own inheritors. The assessment of whether they have completed their trials is ultimately their own business. There is no need for you to escalate matters." The evil god, currently a spectral form, felt an overwhelming urge to strike both of these old fools if he were in corporeal form. Ignoring them, the evil god turned his attention to the god of order and stated, "When the creator god fashioned the world, he laid down clear regulations. Anyone seeking to enter the divine realm and inherit a divine position must undergo a divine examination, and it must possess a degree of difficulty." The sea god countered, "Is the divine examination you devise for your chosen inheritor difficult? Completing the trial through normal cultivation is tantamount to passing, and yet you accuse others." The evil god retorted vehemently, "My overall difficulty is high. My final trial is arguably the most challenging, fully compliant with regulations." The gods, intrigue, inquired, "What is your final trial?" The evil god, brimming with pride, declared, "To reach level 100 is to complete the divine examination." The assembly fell into silence, their perspective shattered. This is considered difficult? This is outright impossible. How can one attain level 100 without becoming a god? This is clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules. The god of slaughter protested, "You are assigning tasks that are impossible to accomplish. You are equally in violation." The evil god scoffed, "Where's the violation? Who says mortals cannot achieve level 100 to become gods? Have you forgotten how the first batch of gods attained divinity? By faith? Yet that requires an extensive period. Accumulating the power of faith is not something that can be achieved overnight. It takes generations of worshippers to succeed." The god of slaughter was left speechless by the evil god's argument. The evil god casually remarked, "As long as there exists a method, it suffices. You need not concern yourself with how I define it. I am merely arranging for tasks that are achievable, albeit with slightly increased difficulty." Slightly increased? The god of slaughter was deeply frustrated, reflecting on his willingness to extend a personal favor, yet somehow finding himself entangled with this ancestral figure. The evil god disregarded the god of slaughter and turned back to the god of order, asking, "You have yet to respond to me. How will this be addressed?" The god of order felt awkward, realizing he was now caught in the crossfire. Presently, the majority of the gods aligned with the god of slaughter, and while it was acceptable to offer a few superficial critiques, they could not afford to offend him outright, especially with the evil god's current stance demanding a satisfactory resolution. The god of order, at a loss for solutions, inquired, "Speak plainly. What must be done for your satisfaction?" The evil god retorted without hesitation, showing no regard for the god of order's dignity. With a furrowed brow, the god of order regarded the evil god, recognizing the difficulty of dealing with such an obstinate being, devoid of any sense of human decency. It was no wonder he had been suppressed and expelled from the divine realm. Given this situation, your respective successors are now adversaries. The actions of the god of slaughter have indeed been somewhat excessive. Therefore, I propose that you allow your successor to enter the divine realm through the divine examination. Would that be fair? The evil god shook his head and replied, "I would not stoop to such shamelessness. However, I will not make it difficult for you. I merely request that in times of peril, I may assist that young man once. Rest assured, I will not harm others. I shall only save his life should he find himself in mortal danger. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 199. Douluo's stance after contemplating the evil god's suggestion. The god of order deemed it not overly unreasonable compared to the god of slaughter's actions. He then looked at the other deities and asked, "Do you have any objections?" The deities exchanged glances, finding the proposal acceptable, and nodded in agreement. Observing their response, the god of order stated, "Very well. I shall concede to your request, but let me make it clear. This is a one-time concession, and you must not overreach." The evil god smiled with satisfaction and said, "Do you think I am as shameless as those others? Rest assured, this opportunity shall be honored. Now that we have settled this matter, Please refrain from appearing in the divine realm again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to unleash divine retribution upon you, leading to your utter destruction." The god of order then turned to the other deities and proclaimed, "Concerning matters of the human realm, you will now only observe and refrain from interference. Should anyone violate the order of the divine realm, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." With the god of order's final decree, the gathering in the divine realm concluded, and the impending conflict on the Douluo continent drew ever closer. The armies of the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire converged at Jiaoling Pass, where the forces of Tiando united with the troops of the Wuhuan Temple, standing in confrontation, awaiting the clash of battle. The Haoyan sect also mobilized its elite forces alongside the Soul Masters from Sea God Island and Tangmen, integrating into the Xingluo army. Meanwhile, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Wuhuan Temple, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the four lower sects joined the coalition, resulting in a formidable assembly of over 1 million troops, with a number of Soul Masters exceeding 10,000. With only 3 days remaining until the decade-long appointment, preparations for defensive lines at Jiaoling Pass were in full swing, and the coalition's most powerful Soul Masters gathered together to heed the final directives from their commander, WangSheng. WangSheng began, "I am honored by your trust in appointing me as the commander of this coalition. Without further ado, let's assign the tasks." He entrusted the left flank to the Xiaogang sect, with the Wind Sword sect, White Tiger sect, and Fire Leopard sect providing assistance. After Hu Yin Zhen and the other 3 sect leaders accepted their orders, they took their seats. WangSheng continued with the arrangements, assigning Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo to oversee the left flank. The two nodded in acknowledgement, as their allegiance lay with the Wuhuan Temple, making their leadership more suitable than that of a titled Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. WangSheng then stated, "As for the right flank, it shall be defended by our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Schools Xuanwu Hall and White Tiger Hall, under the guardianship of Elder Meng Shu and Elder Yang Wudi. The central position will serve as the main battlefield for both side Soul Masters. When the time comes, the sect master and elders of Haoyan will be managed by the elders and offerings of the Wuhuan Temple, while the 7 titled Douluos of Sea God Island and the Rogue Soul Masters of Tangmen will be handled by our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." As he spoke, WangSheng observed the crowd, contemplating whether there might be an insider from Haoyan sect among them. Logically, the individuals from the Wuhuan Temple and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were fiercely loyal, with the only potential for betrayal arising from the 4 lower sections. However, discerning whether there was indeed an insider from Haoyan sect proved challenging, as any suspicions remained merely conjecture without substantial evidence. Once these assignments were finalized, everyone dispersed to their designated posts for deployment. At that moment, Qian Daolu approached WangSheng, stating, "Now that 2 individuals have ascended to divinity, I believe it is imperative for Qian Rinxue to also become the angel god. She has already completed the final divine examination. She only requires this last step." Qian Daoliu's tone and demeanor were gravely serious. WangSheng, looking at his stern grandfather, replied, "Grandfather, did we not agree to refrain from taking that final step? The position of the angel god should be reserved for future generations. Do not deceive me, young man. Qianqian's martial soul has awakened as a fallen angel, opposing the angel god. Little Shui is the only one capable of inheriting this divine position. With war approaching, I cannot delay. Grandfather, we both understand what it would mean for Shui to become the angel god. Frankly, what significance does such divinity hold if it costs me my closest loved one?" Qian Daolu resolutely replied, "This is my duty and my mission. I cannot agree." Having sensed Qian Daoliu's intentions, Qian Rinxue hurriedly approached, overhearing their conversation and promptly rejecting Qian Daoliu's proposal. "You're being foolish. With war imminent and 2 opponents already ascended to divinity, do you truly comprehend the nature of the divine? Do you genuinely believe that just Bibi Dong alone could withstand 2 gods?" With tears welling in her eyes, Qian Rinxue implored, "If becoming a god means losing my dearest loved ones, then what meaning does such divinity hold for me?" Qian Daolu, with an unyielding expression, firmly stated, "Qian Rinxue, you must recognize your mission. As the inheritor of the angel god, The priority is not familial bonds, but the protection of this world from the encroachment of evil. Should we fail in this battle, the entire continent will suffer immense devastation. We shall fight to the end. The outcome remains uncertain. Until battle commences, victory or defeat is not predetermined. I firmly believe that human determination can triumph over the heavens. Gods are also human, possessing emotions and desires. They are not invincible. With collective effort, we shall surely emerge victorious. WangSheng's fervent words conveyed profound resolve. Douluo sighed, "You are truly ignorant, always believing that sheer effort can conquer the existence of gods. Have you considered that the terror of the divine cannot be overcome merely by unity or numbers?" With that, Douluo turned to leave. Having made up his mind that should the situation turn dire, he would forcibly assist Rinshue to ascend to divinity. Unable to change Douluo's stance, the conversation concluded on a sour note, leaving WangSheng and Rinshue feeling helpless. Rinshue asked, "Do you think we can truly defeat those two gods?" WangSheng replied with a wry smile, "I cannot say for certain. However, how will we know unless we try?" Rinshue nodded. "Indeed, regardless of the difficulty, we must proceed. Do not blame grandfather for his directness. Our Angel Clan's mission is to maintain the peace of the entire Douluo continent. Over the past few years, you have witnessed the malevolence of the Soul Masters from Tangmen. I understand. For now, we can only give our all." WangSheng felt equally helpless. In truth, he had been secretly eliminating many of the fallen Soul Masters from the Killing City who had infiltrated Tangmen over the years. Yet it was but a drop in the ocean. As Tangmen continued to grow, numerous evil Soul Masters joined their ranks. WangSheng felt utterly uncertain about the impending battle. The enemy was formidable, and at any moment, a traitor might emerge from their ranks, striking when least expected, leaving them besieged on all sides. Chapter 200. The time has not yet come. Let's first exchange barbs. Despite WangSheng's profound concerns, time continued its relentless march forward, and the impending battle loomed ever closer. The only solace was that Bai Bai Dong had emerged from her seclusion on the eve of war, having successfully completed all trials to become the true Luo Shashan. As the decade-long period drew to a close with the sun's ascent, both factions gathered at Jialing Pass, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle of darkened figures. The forces of the Xing Luo Empire and the Hao Tian sect stood poised for confrontation, with Xiaogang serving as the chief military commander. WangSheng could hardly comprehend how Xiaogang, whose reputation was in tatters, could still hold such a position, and he felt a deep sense of admiration. Unbeknownst to WangSheng, Xiaogang's reputation had been sullied by their previous encounter. Yet upon the return of Tang San and Xiao Wu, no one dared to confront him openly, for he was the teacher of the sea god. With support from Tang San, Xiaogang had been riding high these past few months, eliminating those who had spearheaded his impeachment with various justifications. His commands now held authority even over Davis, instilling fear throughout the Xing Luo Empire while stifling any rebellion. With fervor, Xiaogang stood before the allied forces at the center of their formation, gazing up at the towering walls of Jialing Pass, and called out, "WangSheng, do you dare to meet me in battle?" Hearing Xiaogang's boastful challenge from atop the walls, WangSheng leapt down to confront him. "Xiaogang, our long-standing grievances must find resolution today," he declared, his tone laced with mockery. "I had thought you to be bold, yet you require bodyguards to confront us on the battlefield. Xiaogang, you remain as cowardly as ever." WangSheng retorted disdainfully. Xiaogang proclaimed loudly, "Hear me, all on the walls of Jialing Pass. If you surrender, our righteous army shall only execute the vile Soul Master WangSheng. I know you have been deceived by this wicked Soul Master. There is no need to sacrifice your lives for such a heinous individual." As Xiaogang finished his tirade, WangSheng clapped his hands mockingly and said, "Xiaogang, do you still believe you can sway the hearts of the masses with such tactics? Let us engage in this game." With that, WangSheng ascended into the sky, declaring, "Today, I shall reveal your 10 heinous crimes." Tang San, sensing the gravity of the situation, also soared into the air, pointing the sea god's trident at WangSheng. "WangSheng, do you still intend to sow discord?" You must ask my sea god's trident if it consents. With a sinister smile, WangSheng replied, Fool! The 10-year pact established between Tang Chun and my grandfather, Douluo, explicitly forbids hostility until the full decade has passed. We set this agreement at noon. It is still morning, and the time has not yet arrived. Crafty villain, do not attempt to outwit me. Tang Xin glared at WangSheng. Unfazed, WangSheng countered. Why not strike now and see if Tang Chun does not suffer the consequences of his oath? Regardless, I am merely speculating. Do not be afraid, for I am willing to exchange myself for Tang Chun if necessary. With a stern expression, Tang San regarded WangSheng, fully aware that their actions were being scrutinized by a million soldiers. After weighing his options, Tang San glared at WangSheng and declared, Afternoon, it shall be your demise. With that, Tang San turned and returned to his ranks, while Xiaogang seethed with anger. WangSheng, cease your nonsense. If you dare slander my name, not only will you perish, but your family and friends shall accompany you to the grave. Having issued his threats, Xiaogang stormed back to the center of his forces. At that moment, WangSheng addressed the assembled warriors and soul masters. Brave soldiers, there remains time before noon. Allow me to present the explosive revelations of Xiaogang's 10 crimes. I hope you will show your support. How dare you disrupt my army's morale? Yuanjun bellowed. You shall be ground to dust. Ignoring Yuanjun's fury, WangSheng continued. Xiaogang's first crime is his empty reputation. He claims to be an invincible master of theory, boasting of countless soul weapon studies, yet he merely pilfers the records of the Spear Hall. My own years of research have birthed the 10 core competitive theories of soul weapons, aiding many soul masters in their growth. Xiaogang vehemently denied WangSheng's accusations. WangSheng pointed to the flying mounts of the cavalry and asked, Then tell us, what is the precise age of this double-winged horse soul beast? Xiaogang replied after a glance, Only soul beasts under 100 years can be tamed. Do you think you can stump me? This beast is around 60 years old. Do you have hearing problems? WangSheng challenged. I asked for the exact age, and you say around 60? How can you assert the maximum age for soul rings when you cannot even specify the age of a tamed beast? As Xiaogang prepared to retort, WangSheng cut him off. No need for explanations. This is not a debate. I speak my truth, and justice speaks for itself. The question posed by WangSheng was indeed direct, rendering Xiaogang speechless. He turned to the surrounding soldiers, urging, Do not listen to his temptations. He is a wicked soul master. This trash, with innate soul power at level 4, has become a titled Douluo only through deceit. WangSheng disregarded Xiaogang's remarks and continued. Xiaogang's second crime is his parasitic existence. He has feasted at the New Oding Academy for over a decade without aiding in the cultivation of any soul masters, shamelessly consuming public resources. Xiaogang's third crime is his lack of loyalty. Each time, he abandons the women who love him, a man who resembles a turtle, bringing shame upon all men. Utter nonsense. Everyone cover your ears. Xiaogang roared, ordering all to ignore WangSheng's words. Though the soldiers complied, this act of covering their ears was a mere pretense. They understood fully the truth behind WangSheng's words. Xiaogang's fourth crime is instigating the Hao Tian Douluo, Tang Hao, to assassinate students of the 7 Treasure Academy, resulting in 10 fatalities while he hid away. Upon hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed deeply. He quickly appeared before WangSheng and demanded, What did you just say? WangSheng smirked. Are your ears failing you, or is your memory poor? Tang San's expression turned serious. I ask you again, what did you say? I said your teacher, Xiaogang, incited your father, Tang Hao, to kill us, and when the trouble arose, he hid himself away. Do you not know this? Why do you come asking me? WangSheng retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Tang San. You claim my teacher incited my father to assassinate us? Tang San was still skeptical. WangSheng replied earnestly, I speak the truth. Your father said so himself before his death, or else why would we be pursuing Xiaogang? Chapter 201. The battle commences at that moment. Xiaogang shouted from below, Xiao San, do not listen to his provocations. Kill him directly. He seeks to sow discord among our ranks. WangSheng regarded Yu Xiaogang with incredulity. Shall we swear on our martial souls? This is my favorite tactic. The most exquisite aspect of Douluo is the martial soul oath, ensuring it does not devolve into a mystery drama. Yu Xiaogang, at a loss for words, could only attempt to stabilize Tang San. Xiao San, do not heed his provocations. It was after discussions between your father and me that he undertook the assassination. Had it not been for WangSheng's interference, victory in the Soul Master competition would have belonged to you. Tang San disregarded Yu Xiaojiang's explanation and gazed at WangSheng, saying, "Do you know that my teacher treats me better than my father? In my heart, he is akin to a father figure." WangSheng retorted, "That is your perspective. I have long warned you to heed his words less. Otherwise, the outcome of our rivalry may not be as you expect." This statement echoed in Tang San's mind, recalling countless memories from their time in the Xingdou Great Forest until their reunion with Yu Xiaojiang at Shrek Academy. Whenever Yu Xiaojiang mentioned WangSheng, it was always accompanied by accusations of being an evil soul master and a despicable villain. Initially, when Yu Xiaojiang criticized WangSheng's principles and actions, Tang San merely distanced himself from WangSheng, trying to avoid any contact. However, as time passed, WangSheng became a shadow in his heart, a haunting presence. After learning that his father had perished at their hands, the seeds of hatred blossomed, rendering their relationship irreparably broken. Snapping back to reality, Tang San looked at WangSheng and declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, your connection to my father's death is undeniable. One of us must perish. My teacher's right or wrong does not require your judgment. Consider your earlier words as a reprisal for the slander he has endured from you over the years. I hope you will confront us honorably in battle, rather than sowing discord among our ranks beforehand." WangSheng, with a disdainful expression, responded, "You have learned the art of double standards well from Yu Xiaojiang. Initially, it was he who sought to create chaos. Yet now it is I who am accused of disrupting your morale. You have mastered this philosophy of hypocrisy to perfection." Ignoring WangSheng's remarks, Tang San continued, "There is no need for further dialogue. When the time comes, we shall reveal our true strengths. Given the course of events, there is little left to discuss. Without these conflicts, I would have genuinely liked to befriend you." WangSheng retorted with irritation, "Friendship? Spare me your sanctimonious words. Do you think you are the only one with a vendetta? Today, my life is on the line as well." WangSheng's previously playful demeanor turned serious. "Very well. When the time comes, let us settle all our grievances at once." With that, Tang San soared back to his formation. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang urgently interjected, "Xiao San, do not pay WangSheng any mind. You are now the sea god. Do not be swayed by an evil soul master." Tang San remained silent, striding directly to Tang Chun, stating, "Great ancestor, once the battle commences, I will take care of WangSheng first. The rest is up to you." Tang Chun nodded confidently. "Rest assured, we shall emerge victorious in this conflict." Yu Xiaojiang's fifth transgression involved instigating the evil soul masters in the city of slaughter to commit atrocities over the years, causing immense suffering to innocent lives. His sixth transgression was his duplicity, betraying the third prince of the Tiandou Empire, Shui Bao, to ally with the Xingluo royal family. While conversing with Tang Chun, WangSheng's voice interrupted once more. Yu Xiaojiang furiously shouted, "WangSheng, may you face ruin along with your family." Tang San turned with discontent towards WangSheng, believing he had agreed to a direct confrontation, only to find WangSheng still counting Yu Xiaojiang's transgressions. WangSheng, with a resigned gesture, replied, "I must point out that my entire family surpasses your strength. How do you intend to annihilate them? Should I arrange for my daughter to challenge you instead?" Laughter erupted from the allied forces of the Tiandou Empire and the Spirit Hall, while Yu Xiaojiang, furious and blushing, roared, "Bring it on. Let your daughter come. Do you truly believe I lack strength? Do you think I would allow a mere child to insult me?" Yu Xiaojiang's fury knew no bounds. Among all these formidable soul masters, he felt inadequate, yet the thought of a child humiliating him was intolerable. How strong could WangSheng's daughter be at merely 9 years old? With a weak martial spirit, she could hardly surpass the 20th rank. Such an insult was utterly unacceptable. WangSheng countered mockingly, While I cannot say whether you can bring about my end, it is evident that you have already lost your chance of succession, you soulless wretch." Yu Xiaogang pointed angrily at WangSheng and said, "Enough of your tongue wagging. Have your daughter come out and see how I will bring about your ruin." At that moment, a little girl soared down from the Jialing Pass, her back adorned with 6 black wings, and 3 purple-black soul rings swirling at her feet. Addressing Yu Xiaogang, she declared, "Come forth. Let us see how you intend to ruin my father." The appearance of Wang Qianqian left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. This girl, not even 10 years old, was already a soul master at the 3rd ring, and her soul ring configuration was terrifying. Yu Xiaojiang's legs weakened in shock. He had not anticipated that Wang Sheng's daughter would be such an extraordinary entity. "Big sister, you are magnificent," cheered the other 6 little ones, peeking over the city wall in support of Wang Qianqian. Wang Sheng turned coldly towards Wang Qianqian and said, "What are you doing here? Do you not realize this is a battlefield?" Wang Qianqian pouted, "Aren't I worried about you? Our 7-man team is ready for combat. Enough chatter. Take them and go back." Wang Sheng spoke sternly, causing Wang Qianqian to feel the pressure of his seriousness. He then turned his icy gaze towards Yu Xiaogang and remarked, "Next time you decide to pretend, think first. Otherwise, you will forever remain the laughingstock." With that, Wang Sheng took Wang Qianqian and flew back to the Jialing Pass, leaving Yu Xiaogang standing awkwardly in place. Once back on the city wall, Wang Sheng addressed Zeke and Zili. "Brother Zeke, please escort these 7 children away." Obeying the command, Zeke and Zili led the reluctant children away from Jialing Pass. The 2 opposing sides remained silent, with Yu Xiaojiang's fury permeating the central army. He repeatedly urged himself to remain calm, yet his simmering anger was impossible to quell. As time ticked by, when the blazing sun hung directly overhead, both armies stood ready. Yu Xiaojiang's emotions finally subsided as he raised the command flag and shouted, "All troops, heed my command. Charge!" With his command, the vast army surged forward like a tidal wave towards Jialing Pass. Chapter 202. Confrontation of each side. The Xingluo army charged directly towards Jialing Pass. Observing the fierce advance, Wang Sheng commanded, "Prepare to shoot." Soldiers of the Tiando Empire on the walls drew their zhuge crossbows, unleashing a volley of arrows upon the advancing forces. In the front lines, disciples of the Yu clan activated their soul skills to defend, while the Min clan soul masters took to the skies, also unleashing a barrage of arrows with their zhuge crossbows. At that moment, the disciples of the Xiangjia sect, who were supposed to be in the front row, heard a shout from Huyin Jun. "Disciples of the Xiangjia sect, fall back." The disciples, initially charging towards the front line, found themselves retreating again. The leaders of the remaining 3 sects promptly ordered, "All disciples, heed my command. Quickly seize the left city gate and allow the Xingluo army to enter." Among the Xingluo forces, under the cover of the Min clan, 3 divisions swiftly split and surged towards the 3 city gates. The right flank, led by the chief guardian from the city of Slaughter, charged towards the right gate defended by the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, the 7 titled Douluo from Sea God Island, accompanied by their sea soul masters, stormed towards the middle gate, while Tang Xiao led the Haotian school forces straight towards the left gate, with the right and middle flanks engaged and the lower 4 sects betraying their allegiances. The left gate was nearly theirs for the taking. Ever since Tang San and Xiao Wu returned, Yu Xiaogang had been scheming to covertly sway the already fickle lower 4 sects to their side. With the influence of 2 divine beings and Tang San's potent poison, they successfully secured the allegiance of the lower 4 sects, hence the decision to make Jialing Pass their battleground. Given the unique characteristics of the Xiangjia sect's martial soul, it is inevitable that they would be stationed at a city gate. Once the Xiangjia sect opens a gate, the Haotian sect will pave the way, and upon entering, the scales of victory will tilt entirely in favor of the Haotian sect, although soul masters hold supremacy over common folk. The essence of war is fundamentally rooted in the might of both armies. Yu Xiaogang observed that everything was unfolding according to the predetermined plan, and the previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a victorious smile on his face. In stark contrast, Wang Sheng, positioned at a distance, exhibited no signs of panic. which instilled a sense of foreboding in Xiaogang's heart. As Tang Xiao and his contingent approached the city gates, they found the gates, which should have already been opened, firmly shut. At that moment, within the inner city, the four sects descended in grand procession to the foot of the gate, confronting the imposing figure of Flender. Flanked by members of Shrek Academy, Tianshui Academy, Qihua Academy, Leitang Academy, and Shenkong Academy. While WangSheng had long harbored suspicions regarding the potential treachery of the lower four sects, he refrained from instigating any investigations that might disrupt troop morale due to the lack of concrete evidence. Instead, he devised a preemptive strategy. Unable to directly prove the lower four sects' betrayal, he took precautions. At WangSheng's invitation, several esteemed academy instructors and alumni joined the coalition and were strategically positioned at the left side of the city gate. Should the lower four sects show signs of treachery, Flender would lead the coalition of 5 academies to eliminate them. The formidable figure of Yanjun glared at Flender, seething with anger, and declared, "Flender, you educators had best not meddle in this matter, or you will surely regret it." Flender adjusted his glasses and retorted, "Are you aware that among the 10 soul masters who perished at Tang Hao's hands, 2 were my students from Shrek? Our enmity has long been established. I never imagined that your Xiangjia sect, each one of you with your portly figures, would sway like reeds in the wind, following whichever way the gust blows." Hu Yanjun, gritting his teeth, replied, "Since you seek death, do not blame us. When Lord Sea God arrives, you will realize how foolish it is to entangle yourselves with the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures glazed sect." At that moment, Zhao Wujia, standing behind Flender, charged forth, exclaiming, "Why waste breath on these fickle traitors? Let's advance." With Zhao Wujia's charge, a chaotic battle erupted between the 5 academies within the city gates and the lower 4 sections. Meanwhile, as the armies drew closer, the high-level soul masters from both sides clashed, just as WangSheng had previously arranged. The elders of the Spirit Hall directly engaged with those of the Haotian sect, while the 7 titled Douluos from Sea God Island faced off against the returning members of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. On another front, the 3 major single attribute clans and the evil soul masters from Tangmen were intercepted by several elders of the Haotian sect. Yang Wudi, wielding the soul-breaking spear, stood before a few old friends. Titan glared at him in anger, reproaching, "Old goat, you traitor! You have betrayed the Haotian sect and now stand guarding the gates of the Spirit Hall. Can you face the Haotian sect and the fallen members of the Pajie clan?" Yang Wudi's gaze turned cold as he addressed his 3 friends of decades, stating, "When the Haotian sect abandoned us, where were they when the Pajie clan faced adversity? Old goat, turn back while you can. Our young master has ascended to godhood. Isn't it better for our 4 major single attribute clans to reunite?" Bai he attempted to persuade Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi shot back, "Old Bai, spare me your feigned sympathy. We now serve different masters. If it's war, let it be war. Dream on if you think I will continue to be a dog for the Haotian sect like you." Niu Gao, filled with indignation, declared, "Yang Wudi, you traitor! How dare you question the sect? Today, we sever all ties with you. Let us advance." Titan Niu Gao and Bai he surrounded Yang Wudi, who stood undaunted, now a titled Douluo, and aimed his spear at the 3. At this moment, within the central formation of Xingluo, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances before soaring towards the city walls of Jialing Pass. Simultaneously, Bibi Dong blocked Tang San's path, stating, "Your opponent is me. Both of us possess twin martial souls and have attained divinity. I am eager to witness your strength." On the other side, Qian Douluo, Qian Renxue, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong surrounded Xiao Wu, while Ning Fengji held a 9-layered, multicolored pagoda aloft. Besita Ning Feng he stot Ning Grong Grong and Ning Yu. While other disciples of the 7 Treasures glazed sect summoned the 7 Treasures glazed pagoda, filling the air with a kaleidoscope of colors as the light surged into their allies' bodies. At this moment, WangSheng stood at the center of the battlefield, facing none other than the legendary figure of the Haotian sect, the 99th ranked titled Duo, Tang Chun. 10 years have passed. I have awaited this day for far too long. WangSheng's gaze was fixed on Tang Chun. 10 years ago, you were fortunate to be saved by that old Kuchian Douluo. Today, your luck has run out. With that, Tang Chun manifested his martial soul. The 8 black and 1 red soul rings swirling beneath him as he wielded the enormous Haotian hammer, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. WangSheng similarly activated his martial soul, his 6 black and 3 red soul rings casting a formidable pressure as the blood-red scythe in his grasp radiated a chilling aura. Tang Chun, today I shall use your head to honor my father and the innocent villagers of the Wang clan who perished. Tang Chun dismissed him, saying, merely a horde of weak ants devoid of soul power. Their deaths mean nothing. Today, I will send you to accompany your deceased father. With that, Tang Chun activated the god of killing domain, enveloping himself and WangSheng in a shroud of murderous intent, asserting his supremacy within this realm. WangSheng, wielding the evil god scythe, advanced step by step towards Tang Chun, the blade scraping ominously against the ground, which began to crack and emit wisps of white smoke. With a thunderous shout, Tang Chun swung the Haotian hammer towards WangSheng, but just as the hammer was about to descend upon him, WangSheng vanished, reappearing at Tang Chun's left side, where he swung the scythe at Tang Chun's head. Sensing the cold wind from his left, Tang Chun instinctively bent to evade the attack. In 10 years, I never expected your speed to have increased so dramatically. Any ordinary title Douluo would likely be unable to withstand your strike. After narrowly avoiding the perilous blow, Tang Chun regarded WangSheng with newfound respect. Enough idle chatter. Face my blade. WangSheng, having missed a strike, immediately pressed the attack again. With the evil god scythe in hand, WangSheng's onslaught left Tang Chun unable to counter, forcing him to continuously defend with the Haotian hammer. For the first time, the renowned Tang Chun, one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos, felt the weight of pressure. He had never experienced such overwhelming intensity against Qian Douluo or Poseidon. As WangSheng swung the evil god scythe, each strike came faster and with greater force than the last. After barely fending off one attack, Tang Chun resorted to the Haotian secret technique, detonating his first 3 soul rings. His muscles swelled, and he prepared to unleash the Haotian ultimate skill, the chaotic wind hammer technique. But WangSheng denied him the opportunity, instantaneously teleporting to interrupt Tang Chun's momentum. Old man, your chaotic wind is mere trash. Skills that require time to charge have no place in a one-on-one duel. Frustrated at being interrupted, Tang Chun eliminated 3 more soul rings, activating the Haotian true form. Haotian 9 absolute techniques: seal, penetrate, bind, shock, break, slash, and collapse. Executing them in rapid succession, WangSheng exhibited no hesitation whatsoever as his 7th crimson soul ring illuminated, instantly transforming into the formidable dark demon evil god tiger, whose massive jaws opened wide to consume all the turbulent energy emanating from Tang Chun's assaults. This was the 2nd soul skill, Evil God Devour. Acquired after WangSheng's 7th soul ring evolved into a 100,000-year soul ring, granting soul masters 2 soul skills. The Evil God Devour, a potent skill of extraordinary caliber, coupled with WangSheng's immense soul power, allowed him to obliterate Tang Chun's Haotian 9 absolutes as though they had vanished into the abyss. As WangSheng emerged from his martial soul manifestation, the evil god in his grasp radiated a sanguine glow. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the evil god's 7 slashes towards Tang Chun. Each of the 7 slashes embodied the vices of arrogance, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, transforming desires into 7 razor-sharp beams that hurtled towards Tang Chun. With a look of trepidation, Tang Chun felt his defenses shatter under the onslaught of the 7 beams. As the emotions of arrogance and wrath surged within him, colliding violently in his mind. Clutching his head in agony, Tang Chun succumbed once more to the control of the 9-headed Bloodbat King, his eyes turning crimson and a pair of immense bat wings sprouting from his back, his body marred by protruding crimson veins. Observing this, WangSheng swiftly retracted the evil god's scythe and teleported before Tang Chun, engaging him in close combat. Meanwhile, the battlefield witnessed the elite members of the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School overpowering their adversaries. Tang San and Bibi Dong were evenly matched, while Xiao Wu relentlessly pressured Qian Daolu and his companions. Yang Pofeng had also arrived to support them as the pressure mounted, yet even in unison, they struggled against the godlike Xiao Wu. Had it not been for Yi Lingling and Yi Xiaowan continuously unleashing group healing soul skills, they would have long since succumbed. As the god of death, Xiao Wu exhibited an unparalleled combat prowess, the disparity between divine and mortal powers starkly evident. Under this immense pressure, Chun Xian urged, "You all hold your ground. I shall proceed." Gu Rong promptly understood and joined Chun Xian beside Ning Fengji. Upon their arrival, Ning Fengji immediately recognized their intent and instructed Ning Yu and Ning Rongrong to prepare the martial soul fusion skill. The trio held hands, and the 3-9 treasure glazed towers floated simultaneously in the air. Gu Rong placed his hands on Chun Xian's back, causing Chun Xian's strength to surge dramatically. Xiao Wu, realizing their aim to execute the martial soul fusion skill, teleported in front of Chun Xian to intervene. At that moment, Qian Daolu, Qian Renxue, and Yang Pufeng formed a defensive line before her. "You seek death," Xiao Wu exclaimed, unleashing her ultimate technique, the 8 Gansai, sending her opponents sprawling to the ground. At this juncture, Hulaina and Xieyu, having fused their martial souls, charged at Xiao Wu with dual blades, while other soul masters from the Spirit Hall pressed forward undeterred. These soul masters, having risen from humble beginnings, owed their growth to the Spirit Hall's support, and now was their time to repay that debt. Like moths drawn to a flame, they surged toward Xiao Wu, each of her strikes claiming a life. Yet they remained fearless. Witnessing this, the soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School felt a stir of emotion and joined the fray. Despite not all being titled Douluo, some are merely soul kings. However, in defense of their homeland, they faced the divine without fear. At this moment, Qian Daolu grasped Qian Renxue's hand and declared, "Behold the disparity between gods and mortals. We, the Angel Clan, must safeguard Douluo continent." Understanding his intentions, Qian Renxue's tears flowed freely, yet she resolutely nodded to her grandfather. In this instant, Qian Renxue comprehended that to become a god might mean losing her grandfather. But only by attaining divinity could she protect everything. Qian Daolu infused all his energy into Qian Renxue, who closed her eyes as a golden light enveloped her, revealing a colossal divine angelic figure embracing her. As Qian Daolu's strength waned, his skin shriveled, transforming him from a silver-haired middle-aged man into a frail elder on the brink of death. A moment later, Qian Daolu's form dissipated into golden specks, while Qian Renxue's pristine wings glimmered, her entire being shrouded in a radiant golden aura. She opened her eyes, clear and resolute, wielding the angelic holy sword. At this juncture, Qian Renxue confronted Xiao Wu, declaring, "Though you have attained the status of the god of death, your massacre of so many human soul masters renders you unworthy of divinity. I shall vanquish you in the name of light." Having slain countless souls, Xiao Wu's crimson gaze intensified, and upon witnessing the newly ascended angelic Qian Renxue, she retorted, "Those who obstruct my brother's path deserve death." With that, Xiao Wu charged at Qian Renxue, who, still mastering her newfound divine power, found herself at a disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Qian Daolu's ascension to divinity invigorated the combatants of the Spirit Hall, who had long followed his lead. Now, without him, they felt compelled to defeat their opponents to honor his legacy. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo, spearheaded a fierce assault alongside numerous others, while Tang Xiao and his comrades employed the Haotian secret technique to contend with them. In contrast to the original narrative, where Tang Hao executed a miraculous blow against the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, Tang Xiao found himself evenly matched against a formidable opponent. However, the elders of the Haotian school struggled increasingly, having achieved the rank of titled law later than their adversaries, and now faced multiple foes simultaneously, rendering their situation increasingly dire. On the battlefield against the sea god Seven Douluo, Feng Xiaotian, Xiao Qinyu, and Zhao Kai maintained the upper hand. having previously defeated these tidal Douluo during the sea god trials. With the absence of the ocean, the sea soul masters were unable to unleash their full potential. In terms of numbers, the sea god islands' 7 tidal Douluo were outmatched, and aside from the formidable sea dragon Douluo, who could barely withstand Feng Xiaoyan's onslaught, the defeat of the remaining 6 was a matter of time. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire's observation area, Xiaogang's expression grew increasingly grim. The dual gods, once dominant, were now entangled with Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, while the remaining battlefronts faltered. Unable to contain his frustration, Xiaogang bellowed, "Huyan Zhen, what is the meaning of this? Why is the left gate not yet opened?" Beside him, Yuanjin furrowed his brow and replied, "Something must have gone awry." After Huyan Zhen and the others descended from the ramparts, they have remained unresponsive. They may have uncovered our plan. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaogang inquired, "What the situation at Shuabao's side?" Yu Qianqin assured him, "Rest easy, second uncle. We have an agreement. Once this battle commences, Shuabao will lead his forces into action, ensuring swift capture of the Tiando Imperial Palace. With the snow avalanche in our possession, they will dare not make a reckless move." At that moment, Yu Yuanjin recalled something and exclaimed, "Wait, have you noticed? There's been no sign of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan on the battlefield." Yu Xiaogang cast another glance around, sensing a foreboding. It seemed that WangSheng had left a contingency plan. Meanwhile, far away in Tiando Huanggang, a battle had just concluded. On the morning of the decade-long agreement, Xuebeng and Xuesheng were engaged in a game of chess. With a worried expression, Xuesheng observed Xuebeng, who was deep in thought, and said, "Your Majesty, the great war begins today. Are you not concerned?" After placing a piece on the board, Xuebeng calmly replied, "Why should I worry? I have faith in my mentor." Over the years, Xuebeng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, he possessed a wise gaze and graceful demeanor. Since learning much about national planning and development from WangSheng, his horizons had broadened significantly. Although he had lost many powers as an emperor, his covert visits had allowed him to genuinely perceive the affluence of the people in the Tiando Empire. He noted that the citizens held him in deep respect rather than fear. WangSheng had crafted Xuebeng's role in the Tiando Empire to be more endearing, allowing him to engage less in state affairs and more in charitable activities. As WangSheng put it, as an emperor, one must serve as a talisman, inspiring reverence and a sense of proximity among the populace. Yet, Xuesheng voiced his lingering unease, "But your Majesty, I have heard that there are already 2 deities on the side of Xinglaw. Can we truly emerge victorious?" Xuebeng smiled gently and replied, "Royal uncle, do not dwell on such thoughts. We must focus on our responsibilities. The war is imminent, and we are to deliver a speech at the border this afternoon. Although the battle is set at Jialingguan in Wuhuansheng, there will still be some anxiety among the people at our borders. Our task is to reassure them. As for the war itself, there is little we can do, so why burden ourselves with excessive worry? Fourth brother, you have indeed changed. It is hard to recognize the once frivolous youth in you." At that moment, a large group, led by Xuebao, approached confidently. "Su Bao, how dare you show your face?" Xuesheng nervously positioned himself behind Xuebeng, glaring at Xuebao. Xuebao laughed heartily. "Do you not grasp the situation? The Tiando Huanggang is now under my control. I am the supreme emperor of the Tiando Empire. Royal uncle, do not worry about me." Xuebeng reassured Xuesheng with a pat on the shoulder, stepping forward to face Xuebao. "Third brother, it has been a while. Xuebeng, I see you have become a mere puppet of the Wuhuanding and Qibao Liuli zone. Look at what you have done these years. You truly bring shame to the Tiando royal family." Xuebao scoffed at Xuebeng. Xuebeng chuckled and shook his head. "Perhaps you see this as a loss of power, but have you not noticed that the people's reverence and affection for the royal family have increased significantly? Are you foolish? Xuebeng, what good are your words? Without power, can you guarantee your position?" Xuebao retorted. "Third brother, you still do not understand, but that is natural. I once lacked understanding too. However, since you are here today, I offer you an opportunity." Hearing Xuebeng's presumptuous claim, Xuebao laughed mockingly. "I say, fourth, are you truly this naive? Look around. The palace is filled with my people. What opportunity do you think you can offer me? ignoring Xue Bao's derision. Xue Bing spoke directly, "Third brother, surrender. We are still brothers. I will retain your royal status, allowing you to live peacefully as a prosperous prince." Xue Bao glared at Xue Bing with arrogance. "Xue Bing, who gives you the audacity? In this situation, you still dare to act like an emperor before me. I am the one who gives you that audacity." A commanding voice echoed from a distance, causing Xue Bao to feel a sense of dread. It was clear Xue Bing was well prepared. Xue Bao quickly ordered Ouyang from behind him, "Subdue Xue Bing." Without delay, Ouyang Feng charged towards Xue Bing, but Xue Bing remained unfazed, confident in his safety. Just as Ouyang Feng was about to seize Xue Bing, a wisp of light blue gas enveloped his hand, freezing it completely. The gas gradually encased Ouyang Feng, covering his entire body in ice. Just a mere ice silkworm. "Do you think you can escape from my Bilin Bingdu?" With that, Du Guiyin gracefully descended from the air, now a title Douluo. Her control far surpassed that of any mere soul master. Meanwhile, a resounding dragon's roar emerged from the rear of Xue Bao's forces, and one by one, figures soared forth like an avalanche. Xue Bao glanced back to see Yu Tianheng, with hands transformed into dragon claws, clearing a path with powerful punches, sending Xue Bao's soul masters flying. Following closely was Yu Lumyin, the current patriarch of the Namlan Wanglong family, strolling alongside his family soul masters. Realizing the dire situation, Li Jin shielded Xue Bao and confronted Yu Lumyin. "Is your Wanglong family so treacherous? You once reached a pact of alliance with us." Yu Lumyin glanced at Li Jin with disdain. "The one who allied with you was Yu Yuanjin. He has since betrayed our Wanglong family. Our allegiance lies with the legitimate royal family of the Tiando Empire, not with the treacherous kinslayer." "Haha, what a kinslayer! It seems you were well aware that we would come today amidst the chaos of war. You truly are cunning." Cunning is not the term. It is merely precautionary. After all, with the battle commencing at Jialingguan, we must retain some forces in reserve. In truth, WangSheng had contemplated the possibility of a mole when he suspected treachery within Wuhuanqing. He pondered why the Hao Ian sect chose Jialingguan as the battleground, suspecting that the mole likely resided among the lower sects, particularly the Xiang Jiazong, whose leader Hu Yinjin had always been at odds with Ning Fengji. If the Xiang Jiazong could stab the Qibao Liu Li Zong in the back, they would undoubtedly relish the opportunity. Reflecting on these thoughts, WangSheng began to reassess the current enemy situation and ultimately realized he had overlooked a hostile entity, Xue Bao, who had fled the royal city. To preemptively mitigate any threats, and as Yu Lumyin was reluctant to turn against members of the Wanglong family who had betrayed them, WangSheng entrusted Yu Yuanjin to lead the Wanglong family in safeguarding the Tiando Empire, and this was to remain highly confidential. Initially, all members of the Wanglong family had accompanied the main forces to Jialingguan to join with Wuhuanqing. However, in the days leading up to the battle, they gradually dispersed back to Tiando Huanggong, a move known only to Xue Bing, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, and unbeknownst even to Xue Xing, his closest confidant. Thus, when Xue Bao appeared, Xue Bing was able to act with such confidence. Seeing the situation unfold, Xue Bao shook his head helplessly at Xue Bing. After so many years as brothers, the eventual victor turns out to be the one our father least favored. Fourth, I am unsure whether to admire your deep cunning or your sheer luck. Xue Bing replied, "By the way, third brother, my mentor asked me to pose a question to you." Recalling WangSheng's confident gaze and decisive demeanor, Xue Bao inquired, "What does WangSheng wish to ask?" His mentor's exact words were, "How did those cheaters in the casino at Xingmaqing manage to conceal their identities as soul masters?" For one must understand that the most distressing affliction is an insatiable curiosity, leaving one troubled by unresolved mysteries. Xue earnestly mimicked the tone of WangSheng as he spoke. "Haha, it seems even the astute Master Wang has his days of ignorance." The snow leopard, who had already come to terms with his defeat, now exhibited a newfound openness. The conversation between the brothers had lost its previous tension. Snowbong chuckled and remarked, "Third brother, please do not refer to that teacher as master. He often claims that calling him master is an insult. Indeed, the self-proclaimed master was not worthy of being compared to WangSheng. I admire WangSheng's talents, although I must admit my defeat at his hands. Let that riddle haunt him for a lifetime. After saying this, the snow leopard suddenly turned serious and addressed the Sheng, fourth brother. In the game of kings, the victor and the vanquished are clear. I Shuebao have lost. If you must take my life, it may serve to keep those scheming nobles in line. However, as your brother, I implore you for one last favor. Third brother, speak freely. Whatever I can do, I shall, replied in, gazing sincerely at the snow leopard. The snow leopard pointed to Li Jun and others, who were already under the control of the Lan Dianba Wang Long family, and said, they have followed me for many years. Though our positions have differed in the past, they remained loyal after I ascended to power and have not committed any heinous acts. I hope, fourth brother, that you will spare their lives for the sake of our brotherhood. I assure you that they will not appear before you again after my death. Your Highness, I, Li Jun, vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, even in death. As Xiaogang nodded, Li Jun shouted, fearless of his own mortality. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to your Highness. The crowd behind Li Jun echoed his sentiment, all prepared to face death. At that moment, everyone present was moved. The loyalty of Li Jun and his companions towards the snow leopard was admirable. However, the snow leopard could not be spared. What he stated was true. Only with his demise would the disloyal nobles settle down. The snow leopard looked at Li Jun and the others and declared, now, I give you one final command. Live well, leave the Tiandou Empire, and do not oppose in the future. Remember, this is my command. Disobedience is not permitted. You must survive. Your Highness. Li Jun looked at the snow leopard with tears in his eyes. Yet, the snow leopard turned away, his eyes also glistening, and said, Li Jun, you have always obeyed my commands without question. This time, I hope you will do the same. Lie well. At this moment, Xiaogang addressed Yu Luomian, saying, Head of the Yu family, please escort them away from Tiandou City. Upon receiving Fubong's order, Yu Luomian gestured, and several high-ranking elders of the family led Li Jun and Ouyang Feng away. He glanced at the snow leopard and turned to Fubong, inquiring, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with the snow leopard? Xiaogang embraced the snow leopard and said, Third brother, fare thee well. Thank you for your final contributions to the empire. The snow leopard patted Xiaogan's back and replied, Fourth brother, the future of the Tiandou Empire rests with you. The two brothers embraced for a moment, and the snow leopard patted Xiaogan's back again, saying, It is done. You must be a good emperor. With tears in his eyes, Xiaogang responded, Rest assured, third brother. The Tiandou Empire shall surely flourish. After parting, Xiaogang wiped away his tears and turned to Yu Luomian, saying, Head of the Yu family, please ensure my brother departs with dignity. Yu Luomian, also admiring the snow leopard's composed spirit, spoke with newfound respect. Third prince, please proceed. The snow leopard held his head high and walked away with Yu Luomian without looking back. Moments later, Yu Luomian returned and respectfully reported to Fubong, Your Majesty, the third prince has departed honorably, without a trace of pain. Upon hearing this, Xiaogang instinctively stiffened before quickly regaining his composure and addressed Prince. Since third brother has departed, the overall situation of the Tiandou Empire is settled. As for third brother's funeral arrangements, I entrust you, imperial uncle, to handle it according to the royal standards. Looking to the heavens, Xiaogang spoke, Teacher, the situation here in Tiandou is resolved. We now rely on you at Jiaoling Pass. On the battlefield of Jiaoling Pass, the fighting had commenced as the gates swung open. While the strength of the lower force sects was formidable, the teachers from various academies possessed the power of Soul Douluo. Those elite Soul Masters who had participated in the Soul Master competition had now attained the strength of Soul Saints. Though Yuanjin prided himself on his formidable defense, he was being relentlessly pushed back by the combined might of Flandre, Lu Erlong, and Zhao Wujia's trio. The other three sect masters of the lower four sects were also faring poorly, facing relentless assaults from the deans of several academies. And the lower four sects could not withstand for long. The battle between WangSheng and Tang Chun was reaching its climax, as WangSheng relentlessly struck Tang Chun, who was now too weak to defend himself. Meanwhile, Tang San, engaged in combat with Bibi Dong, was filled with anxiety. Bibi Dong's strength was overwhelming, leaving him unable to assist Tang Chun. This punch is for Xiao Huzi. This punch is for An Zhao. This punch is for Sister Tsuehua. Each of WangSheng's powerful blows was accompanied by a name, all of which belonged to the innocent villagers of Wang Jiago who had perished at the hands of Tang Chun during the wedding. At this moment, Tang Chun was bloodied, devoid of any strength to retaliate. The overwhelming pressure from WangSheng rendered him powerless, and he could only endure the assault. Finally, this punch is for my father. WangSheng concentrated his sole power into his right fist, crackling with thunder, and aimed directly at Tang Chen's head. With a thunderous explosion, Tang Chen's head was obliterated by WangSheng's strike, marking the demise of the legendary land's most formidable level 99 ultimate Douluo. The news of Tang Chen's death instantly galvanized the morale of the troops on the battlefield. At that moment, three figures swiftly approached the battlefield from the sky, 2 men and 1 woman, who were none other than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, carrying with them the current emperor of the Luo Empire, Davis. The three floated above the battlefield, and Dai Mubai turned to Davis, stating, "Elder brother, look at this devastating battlefield. Countless warriors from Luo have already sacrificed their lives. For the peace of the continent, I hope you will uphold your promise." Davis nodded and called out to the soldiers below, "All Luo soldiers, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately." The already demoralized soldiers of the Luo Empire, upon hearing the emperor's decree, surrendered en masse, casting down their weapons. In the command center of Luo, Xiaogang bellowed, "All of you, pick up your weapons and fight. Davis is but a puppet. You must obey me," despite Xiaogang's frenzied cries, which echoed in the hearts of those who had long lost faith in him. None heeded his command, and they all relinquished their weapons. As for why Dai Mubai and his companions appeared here, it traces back 3 days prior when the coalition had gathered at Jiaoling Pass, prepared for battle. Dai Mubai approached WangSheng directly and knelt before him. "Brother Wang, the citizens of the Luo Empire are innocent. If we achieve victory in this battle, I beseech you to spare the lives of the soldiers of the Luo Empire." WangSheng helped Dai Mubai to his feet, saying, "Mubai, you are aware of the current situation. They hold the upper hand in strength. Is it premature for you to seek my assistance?" Dai Mubai countered, "Though the Luo and the Haotian sect appear to have the advantage, over the years, Zhu Qing and I have integrated into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I am well aware of its strength. In my view, we are undoubtedly the victors in this great battle. But have you considered that Tang San and Xiao Wu have already ascended to godhood? I, Dai Mubai, willingly decided to follow you a decade ago, for I firmly believe that you are the one destined to create miracles. During my time back, I discreetly inquired about the situation in Luo, and it has come to my attention that Davis and the puppet are indistinguishable. The entire Luo Empire is in utter chaos. As a prince of Luo, I must exhaust every means to protect the people of Luo." WangSheng, noticing the sincerity in Dai Mubai's gaze, acknowledged, through years of companionship, that this man, once a wayward soul, has now returned to be responsible. Thus, Mubai has a task at hand, to see if he can accomplish it. If successful, it would significantly reduce casualties on the battlefield and rescue the people of the Luo Empire from their dire straits. Dai Mubai resolutely stated, "Brother Wang, if it is within my capability, I would not hesitate to risk my life to fulfill it." Witnessing Dai Mubai's assurance, WangSheng promptly shared his sudden idea with him, to which Dai Mubai nodded repeatedly, affirming his commitment to the task. On the eve of the Great War, within the imperial city of the Luo Empire, at the estate of Duke Zhu Yutai, the head of the Zhu family and father of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, was engaged in official duties in his study. At that moment, 2 shadows swiftly leapt through the window into his room. As a sole Douluo, Zhu Yutai did not expect anyone to appear in his study unnoticed. He quickly summoned his martial spirit, but upon recognizing the intruders, he exclaimed, "Zhu Qing, 3rd Prince, what brings you here?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "Father," initially taken aback. Zhu Yutai hurriedly shut the window and checked to ensure the door was secure before turning to the two and asking, Are you aware that both of you are wanted criminals in the Qing Luo Empire? How dare you appear here amidst the impending war? Chapter 207. A meeting of brothers. Zhu Yutai's reaction reassured Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing somewhat. At least it was evident from his demeanor that he had not completely allied himself with Davis. Davis spoke directly. We have come to seek a reduction in bloodshed and to help the warriors and citizens of the Qing Luo Empire through this crisis. You are dreaming. Given the current situation, the Qing Luo Empire is destined for victory. Leave now, and I shall pretend you were never here. Deep Yutoi. Considering Zhu Zhuqing as his daughter, refrained from making a scene, yet he was astonished that they believed they could save the citizens of Qing Luo. Seeing Zhu Yutai's displeasure, Dai Mu Bai attempted to persuade him, saying, Duke, although it appears we have two divine beings among us, you are well aware of the state of the Qing Luo Empire over the years. My elder brother may appear to be the emperor, yet he is merely a puppet. Before Zhu Yutai could retort, Dai Mu Bai continued, let us not even speak of the possibility of defeat, even if Qing Luo emerges victorious in this battle. Do you truly believe that once the continental situation stabilizes, the emperor will still bear the surname Dai or Tang? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yutai, originally prepared to erupt in anger, composed himself and inquired, is this merely your conjecture? What can the two of you possibly change? Are you suggesting a rebellion in the palace while the main forces are absent? Although my words may seem speculative, you know how likely they are to become reality. Once the royal family of Qing Luo no longer bears the surname Dai, the Zhu family will hold little significance for the Haotian sect. Dai Mu Bai's words struck a nerve. After Davis became the emperor of Qing Luo, the Zhu family's status within the empire plummeted, particularly as my youngest daughter, Zhu Zhuqing, sided with WangSheng, and Xiaogang has consistently treated him with disdain. What are your plans? Zhu Yutai did not rush to express his stance, but wished to first discern the intentions of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. I only require my father-in-law to allow us entry into the palace so that I may meet Davis. If I can persuade him, I shall. If not, I will resort to force. Dai Mu Bai addressed him, promptly reminding Zhu Yutai that should matters escalate, he would at least have Dai Mu Bai as a son-in-law. Zhu Yutai replied sternly, do you realize that the palace guards are from the Tang sect patrol team? There are about 10 of them, each possessing the strength of soul saints and soul Douluos, with the captain being a title Douluo. Dai Mu Bai confidently responded, if that is the extent of the patrol team's strength, then I am even more assured of our objective. Had Tang Chun been stationed there, I would have had my doubts, but with his absence, there is no issue. Where does your confidence stem from? You are utterly unaware of the dangers. Zhu Yutai's expression darkened. He was concerned that Dai Mu Bai's audacity might endanger Zhu Zhuqing and, by extension, the Zhu family. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, activating their martial spirits. In an instant, the study of Zhu Yutai radiated with brilliance, revealing their respective soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Zhu Yutai gasped. You have both become titled Douluos? Dai Mu Bai nodded. Indeed. Our coalition boasts dozens of titled Douluos. Do you still believe you are bound to lose? Perplexed asked, is that true? I was under the impression that only a few elders from the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were titled Douluos. It seems Tang San has not disclosed our true strength to you, likely as WangSheng suggested. The Qing Luo Empire is merely cannon fodder in the eyes of the Haotian sect. If too much information were revealed, the army of the Qing Luo Empire would hesitate to engage. The destructive potential of a titled Douluo is akin to that of tens of thousands of troops. If it were known that our coalition possessed such a number of titled Douluos, the entire army of the Qing Luo Empire would likely refuse to fight. After coming to this realization, Zhu Yutai posed his final question, what becomes of the Qing Luo Empire after the war? Dai Mu Bai recounted WangSheng's conditions. Either become a vassal kingdom of Tiando or merge directly with Tiando, with reserved seats in the Tiando Empire's Council of Elders for the Dai and Zhu families. Are you truly prepared to hand over the fruits of our ancestors' labors so easily? Zhu Yutai glared at Dai Mu Bai in frustration. Yet Dai Mu Bai replied, that is not the case. Even the current Tiando royal family lacks such authority. Our primary goal is to minimize war, ensuring that no one suffers from hunger or cold, allowing all to live well. As for soul masters, they should pursue advancements in the realm of soul masters rather than mingle with ordinary people. The next morning, the day of the long-anticipated battle arrived. Davis sat upon the throne, restless. The war was imminent. Success or failure depended on today. Although he was but a puppet emperor, he hoped that after a victory, he could at least secure a favorable outcome. While Davis was deep in thought, a guard reported that Zhu Yutai sought an audience. Davis was taken aback by his father-in-law's early visit, but it provided an opportunity for discussion and analysis of the situation. So he instructed that Zhu Yutai be brought in. Accompanying Zhu Yutai were two individuals, both cloaked and tightly wrapped. Intrigued, Davis inquired, "Duke, who are these two behind you?" Zhu Yutai remained silent, but the two individuals removed their hoods, revealing their smiles. "Daimubai, Zhu Qing, guards, apprehend these individuals," Davis shouted upon recognizing their faces. The patrol team stationed outside the palace gates swiftly entered the grand hall, encircling several individuals. At that moment, Davis angrily cast his gaze toward Zhu Yutai and, with harsh words, inquired, "Duke, do you truly believe that bringing two wanted criminals here will not have consequences, simply because your daughter is the queen?" Having chosen to bring Dai Mubai and his companion to meet Davis, Zhu Yutai was well prepared and promptly replied, "I am merely acting as a guide. The matters concerning you two brothers must be resolved by yourselves." "Brothers? Does Dai Mubai deserve to be called my brother?" Davis retorted. He fled the palace at the first opportunity and vanished after representing the empire in a gift exchange, now branded a traitor of the Xinglua Empire. Chapter 208. Thunderous Methods. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing, surrounded by over 10 individuals, remained remarkably composed. Dai Mubai addressed Davis, stating, "Davis, I shall not delve into the sudden demise of my father, but do you realize that your actions are plunging the entire Tiando Empire into chaos?" "Dai Mubai, I am now the emperor of the Xinglua Empire. How dare you, a traitorous prince, show your face before me? It seems you are seeking death." Davis, feeling an inner turmoil despite his outward bravado, understood that his claim to the throne was tenuous at best. "You are the emperor? According to the laws of the Xinglua Empire, you and Zhu Zhuyan have yet to settle your contest with Zhu Qing and me. How can you audaciously declare yourself the emperor?" Dai Mubai regarded Davis with cold disdain. Davis, having endured enough disdain from Hao Yin sect and Yu Xiaogang, was infuriated by his brother's public challenge to his authority. He immediately summoned his martial soul, his 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings swirling around him. The Xinglua Empire valued martial prowess, and despite ascending to the throne, he had not neglected his cultivation over the years. "You wish to fight me? Dai Mubai, you underestimate me. I am now a soul sage of level 77. Which royal family in the history of the Xinglua Empire has achieved such a rank at my age?" Davis confidently regarded Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shook his head and said, "You still refuse to see that you are merely a puppet of the Hao Yin sect. You remain oblivious to the intelligence exchanged during our battles, foolishly leading the Xinglua army to become cannon fodder." With that, Dai Mubai activated his martial soul. The overwhelming pressure of a title Douluo caused Davis to shudder. "How could you possibly have become a title Douluo? This is precisely why I call you a puppet of the Hao Yin sect. You claim that Tang San has withheld information from you, but he concealed even the fact that we went to Sea God Island to witness Zhu Qing and me becoming titled Douluos from you and the entire Xinglua Empire. What else can you expect?" Davis slumped onto the throne, looking as though his soul had departed. He realized that the Hao Yin sect regarded him as a mere puppet, and he never anticipated that they would keep such critical information from him, threatening to lead the entire Xinglua Empire to ruin. "Boldly, how dare you slander Lord Sea God?" The captain of the patrol team charged directly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, now far more formidable than before, immediately unleashed his white tiger transformation, raising a massive claw to meet the captain's assault. Zhu Qing swiftly took action, shielding Zhu Yutai behind her and deploying her Netherworld 100 claws against the encroaching patrol soul masters, sending them all crashing to the ground. As numerous soldiers from outside the palace flooded in, they hesitated to advance upon witnessing the two tidal Douluos. With the descent of the white tiger meteor shower, the captain began to falter and shouted at the incoming soldiers, "Quickly, everyone attack! Whoever captures Dai Mubai will be granted the title of Duke." Enticed by the grand reward, the soldiers charged towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, the two joined hands, their backs pressed together, enveloped in a radiant light. With a thunderous roar of a tiger, a colossal beast emerged from the blinding light. The fusion technique of the two titled Douluos, the netherworld white tiger, instantly instilling fear in those who had intended to approach. Davis stared in shock at the netherworld white tiger, a wave of intense fear washing over him. The moment the beast appeared, he understood that he had lost, completely and utterly. The netherworld white tiger pounced upon the captain of the patrol team, tearing him to shreds in an instant. The entire patrol team scattered in panic, having previously reveled in their power in the Slaughter City. But now, witnessing their captain's gruesome fate, they were overwhelmed with terror. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's netherworld white tiger spared no opportunity for these villains from the Slaughter City. With the power of the white tiger and the speed of the netherworld spirit cat, the remaining patrol members were no match for them. Soon, the grand hall of the Xingluo Imperial Palace had transformed into a hellish battlefield, strewn with countless dismembered limbs. Davis, already curled up on the throne, trembled in fear, while the remaining soldiers discarded their weapons and knelt before Dai Mubai. As a netherworld white tiger reverted to its original form, Dai Mubai stepped forward toward the throne. Davis stammered, "Mubai, we are brothers. This is all the WangSheng's doing. You said I am but a puppet. I beg you, spare me." The bloody scene had shattered Davis's spirit. He was acutely aware of the strength of the patrol team, which had been dispatched under the guise of protecting the safety of the Xingluo Imperial Palace. Yet in reality, it was to monitor him. Ordinary patrol members had never even glanced at him before, and now, witnessing their comrades reduced to mere flesh and blood, Davis's psyche crumbled. Dai Mubai seized Davis by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, and scoffed, "With such cowardice, do you believe you are worthy of ruling the Xingluo Empire? Third brother, we are blood brothers. Allow me to relinquish the throne to you, and I shall be spared." Davis pleaded desperately. Dai Mubai contemptuously tossed Davis back onto the throne, declaring, "I have no interest in contesting this throne with you. That has always been the case. I simply did not anticipate your eagerness to harm our father. Do you realize that just before I departed for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to present a gift, I told our father that I had no desire for the throne? It was always yours, yet you dare to kill him." Upon hearing this, Davis lowered his head in shame, exclaiming, "I did not kill father." Initially, the Haoyan sect and Xiaogang approached him, seeking to ally against the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall. Father agreed to an alliance, but refused to oppose the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire directly. In the end, they turned to me, asking if I would be willing to become the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. As he spoke, Davis's voice trembled with emotion. When they approached me, I was tempted, but I only agreed to support them in declaring war against the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire if I became emperor. However, the very next day, I received news of father's sudden death. Unaware of the circumstances, I was thrust onto the throne of the Xingluo Empire. Davis recounted the events of his cooperation with the Haoyan sect, tears welling in his eyes, and while Dai Mubai did not wholly believe him, he chose not to pursue the matter further, as time was of the essence and there were tasks to be accomplished. Chapter 209. The three unite against Tang. Once Dai Mubai perceived that Davis had calmed down, he spoke, "The Xingluo Empire is engulfed in chaos. Do you understand the devastation that this war will bring? Even if we achieve victory, at what cost? How many families will be shattered? Surely not to such an extent. With the sea god and the god of slaughter on our side, victory should be easily attainable, shouldn't it?" Davis felt that Dai Mubai was being overly serious. He still believed that having two gods on their side made victory an uncomplicated matter. Do you realize that when a great battle ensues, despite the strength of the gods, it ultimately comes down to direct confrontation? With the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School deploying dozens of tidal Douluos, how many of the Star Luo Empire's forces do you think will survive? Dai Mubai was rendered speechless by his oblivious elder brother. Davis, puzzled, inquired, "How could there possibly be so many titled Douluos?" Dai Mubai smiled wryly, saying, "It seems you are not unjustly called a puppet emperor. The number of titled Douluos we returned with from Sea God Island is indeed substantial. Tang Sen has clearly concealed this from you. Otherwise, do you think the civil and military officials of the Star Luo Empire would agree to dispatch troops to Jialing Pass upon learning of such a formidable presence of titled Douluo?" Davis fell silent, now realizing that he had been utterly kept in the dark. He understood that regardless of the outcome of the war, as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire had already been abandoned, Dai Mubai placed a reassuring hand on Davis's shoulder and said, "I now present you with two choices. Either surrender directly and integrate into the Tiando Empire, or become a vassal kingdom of the Tiando Empire. That is impossible. Even if I were to agree, the civil and military officials of the Star Luo Empire would never consent." Davis outright rejected Dai Mubai's proposal. "Ah, brother, our Star Luo Empire has always been militaristic. With the Tiando Empire's steady development, our former advantage in combat power has waned due to the biases of the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If we persist, we will be left with no path but desperation." Dai Mubai sighed helplessly. "What you say are merely the premises for the enemy's potential victory. However, the advantage still lies with us." Davis insisted on his belief that their side would triumph. Dai Mubai candidly replied, "You must understand that even if we do win, it will be the victory of the Haoyan school. What benefits do you think you will gain? It's entirely possible that the royal family of the Star Luo Empire may take on the surname Tang." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's assertion, Davis found himself at a loss for words. Dai Mubai continued, "The best-case scenario at present is a ceasefire for the Star Luo army. In the absence of the Star Luo Empire's forces, a victory for the Haoyan school, bolstered by their sect and the people of Sea God Island, is not guaranteed. I have faith that WangSheng will surely find a way to break the deadlock." Davis recalled the day in the palace when WangSheng had humiliated Xiaogang and asked, "You have such faith in WangSheng?" Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. "Without him, I would not be where I am today. His greatest distinction from others lies in the fact that while others rely on their physical prowess to achieve victory, he does so through intellect. Regardless, my life is now in your hands. How you choose to handle it is up to you." Davis had relinquished all resistance. Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Yuntai and said, "Father-in-law, I leave the internal affairs of the Star Luo Empire to you. Zhu Qing and I will accompany my brother to Jialing Pass." With that, Dai Mubai, along with Zhu Qing, swiftly escorted Davis towards the battlefield at Jialing Pass. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire laid down their weapons in surrender, while Yu Xiaogang, in a state of desperation, shouted, "No surrender. Anyone who dares to surrender will face the annihilation of their entire clan." He pointed to the sky at the three men, proclaiming, "His Majesty is being coerced by the traitor Dai Mubai. We must unite to defeat them and rescue His Majesty." To his astonishment, a nearby messenger tossed aside his command flag, glaring fiercely at Yu Xiaogang. "Who do you think you are? Our Majesty and the Third Prince are issuing orders up there. Are we to heed you instead?" Following the appearance of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing with Davis, the situation became immediately clear, and the battles among the Spirit Masters in several other areas were drawing to a close. Gradually acclimatized to the angelic power, Qian Renshu, in conjunction with the formidable force of Cheng Xian, who had completed his martial soul fusion technique, began to gain the upper hand against Xiao Wu. Having dealt with Tang Chun, WangSheng charged towards Xiao Wu wielding the evil goddess scythe. The key to breaking the deadlock was to defeat one of their opponents. And with Bibi Dong and Tang San locked in a stalemate, Xiao Wu became the pivotal point. Tang San, engaged in fierce combat with Bibi Dong, also sensed the precariousness of the situation. Bibi Dong's ascendance to the status of a Rakshasa god was not inferior to his sea god, and she too possessed twin martial souls, leaving Tang San at a distinct disadvantage. With WangSheng's involvement in the fray, Xiao Wu found herself under even greater pressure. As the coordination of the opposing forces was exceptionally tight, Xiao Wu realized that the battle conditions were dire. Only she and Tang San remained capable of fighting. Although the other titled Douluos on the enemy side lacked the strength to contend with them, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to their defeat. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Wu activated her invincible golden body to block Qian Rinchue's attack and instantaneously appeared behind Bibi Dong. She aimed to swiftly join forces with Tang San to eliminate Bibi Dong and thereby turn the tide of battle. Tang San immediately understood her intent and utilized the blue-silver prison to briefly restrain Bibi Dong. With Xiao Wu's 8-dan Sai, Bibi Dong's defenses were momentarily compromised, resulting in significant injury. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San thrust the sea god trident towards Bibi Dong's chest, but just then, WangSheng arrived. Teleporting in front of Bibi Dong and intercepting the attack with the evil goddess scythe. The tremendous force forced WangSheng back several meters, causing him to cough up blood. Qian Rinchue then arrived, freeing Bibi Dong from Xiao Wu's grasp. As green blood trickled from Bibi Dong's mouth, she glared at Qian Rinchue in fury. "You need not assist me. I can handle this." "Help WangSheng." Qian Rinchue, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Let us not linger. We must swiftly deal with Xiao Wu." At that moment, the battle shifted dramatically. A sword, a spear, and a sword from 3 mortal bodies braved Tang San's attacks. Chung Xin unleashed the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, directing his assault towards Tang San. Just as Tang San deflected Chung Xin's attack, Yang Pufeng's 9th soul skill, 9 dragons breaking the soul, surged forward. 9 fire dragons erupted from various angles, roaring as they charged towards Tang San. Tang San hurriedly wielded the sea god trident, cleaving the fire dragons in 2. Following this, WangSheng executed the evil god's 7 slashes, the most effective strategy in such a short time frame. The strike from a god was something none of them could withstand. They needed to unleash their most powerful attacks to temporarily suppress Tang San, ensuring he had no opportunity to retaliate. In Chapter 210, the ascendants of Ashura God, WangSheng, Chung Xin, and Yang Pufeng relentlessly assaulted Tang San. Each time Tang San attempted to counterattack, a formidable soul skill from one of the opponents followed closely. Chung Xin's flying swords incessantly harassed Tang San, while WangSheng's evil goddess scythe continued its relentless assault with the 7 slashes. Tang San could sense that WangSheng's 7 slashes were extraordinary. Imbued with divine power, he dared not withstand them with his body and could only evade. Yang Pufeng soon recognized this issue and quickly drew the Shura God sword, coordinating with WangSheng to continuously strike at Tang San. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinchue seized the opportunity to corner Xiao Wu into a desperate situation. In their combined effort, they exploited a gap in Xiao Wu's defenses, with Qian Rinchue's angelic sword piercing into Xiao Wu's waist, while Bibi Dong's spider legs penetrated her back. Xiao Wu. Tang San sensed Xiao Wu's injury and instantly entered a berserk mode, directly enduring Yang Pufeng's strike and seizing the opportunity to retaliate. He swept the sea god trident horizontally at Yang Pufeng, who managed to block a majority of the attack with the Shura God sword, but was still injured by the divine power, sent hurtling backward. Tang San swiftly broke through the battlefield, rescuing Xiao Wu from the clutches of Bibi Dong and Qian Rinchue. But at that moment, Xiao Wu was gravely injured. Her combat capability diminished by the might of the divine sword and the toxin from Bibi Dong's soul, devouring pearl. At this moment, Tang San exuded an imposing aura as he set Xiao Wu down on the ground. His eyes, imbued with the brilliance of the purple extreme demon eyes, shone with dazzling purple light, while the 8 spider spears unfurled behind him. Tang San, take your beloved to the divine realm. You have already lost in the affairs of Douluo. You are well aware of the consequences of a god intervening in the mortal realm, Bibi Dong remarked, gazing at Tang San from the sky. The outcome was already decided, and, as a fellow god, one must leave a sliver of mercy for future encounters in the divine realm. I have yet to avenge my parents. Why should I go to the divine realm? Tang San replied coldly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Qian Rinchue, wielding the angelic sword, directed it at Tang San and declared, if a battle is to ensue, then let us fight. At this moment, Tang San remained remarkably composed. He surveyed his surroundings, clenched his fists, and made his final decision. He then produced a golden lotus from his bosom. Buddha's Fury Lotus. WangSheng immediately recognized the object in Tang San's possession, realizing that should Tang San unleash such a devastating weapon, countless lives in Jialing Pass would be lost. WangSheng, since you know what this is, I shall make one final agreement with you, Tang San said, fixing his gaze on WangSheng. Speak, what agreement? WangSheng responded cautiously. Although the power of the Buddha's Fury Lotus could not claim the lives of those present, the multitude of soldiers and lower-rank soul masters in Jialing Pass made it unnecessary to suffer significant losses in what was already a certain victory. Tang San caressed the gravely injured and unconscious Xiao Wu, looking back at WangSheng as he said, I can forego using the Buddha's Fury Lotus, but Xiao Wu is gravely injured and unconscious. Our battle will no longer involve her. Tang San's intention was clear, given Xiao Wu's dire condition. He feared that WangSheng and the others might use her to disrupt his focus. It would be better to trade the countless lives in Jialing Pass for her sake. After contemplating, WangSheng nodded in agreement. I accept. As long as you do not employ all the weapons of the Tang sect, our conflict shall not endanger Xiao Wu. This was a conclusion WangSheng reached after careful consideration. Not only the Buddha's Fury Lotus, but also other lethal weapons of the Tang sect must remain off-limits to Tang San. Tang San nodded, no problem. Your word is trustworthy. Now, the time of your demise approaches. Without waiting for the crowd to react, blue-silver grasses emerged beneath their feet, a manifestation of Tang San's first soul skill, Bind. Even though Tang San was a god, this soul skill could not control those present. Within 3 seconds, they would surely break free. However, Tang San calculated that 3 seconds would be sufficient. He swiftly extricated himself from the encirclement and appeared beside Yu Xiaogang in the distance. At that moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue also freed themselves and quickly pursued Tang San. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Yu Xiaogang exclaimed joyfully, Xiao San, you have not forgotten your teacher. Let us leave first, and we shall return when the opportunity arises. As Tang San reached Yu Xiaogang's side, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue caught up, blocking his path forward and backward. Yet Tang San turned to Yu Xiaogang and said, Teacher, you are the closest person to me. I have always regarded you as my father. You have taught me not to act purely on emotion, so today I ask for your assistance in my ascent. Yu Xiaogang felt a swell of pride from Tang San's words, but unease crept in as he sensed something amiss. Before he could react, the 8 spider spears pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Tang San embraced Yu Xiaogang and whispered in his ear, Without you, teacher, I would not be who I am today. Yet without you, I would not have lost so many. Now, go in peace and allow me to attain the Shura God position. Yu Xiaogangs eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that the disciple he cherished like a son would turn against him. Years of humiliation had left him a shadow of his former self, and he never imagined that the pride of his life would be the very one to end him. At this moment, as his life drew to a close, he felt a tumult of emotions within. Born into the noble blue lightning tyrant dragon family, he awakened a mutated and feeble martial soul. Years of arduous training had only culminated in a stagnant soul power of 29. Reflecting on his life, he perceived himself as a tragedy. His painstaking theoretical research had been repeatedly overturned by WangSheng, and 2 relationships that should have flourished had turned into lifelong regrets, robbing him of his rights as a man. Originally, he had envisioned that Tang San, his prodigious disciple, would shine in the Soul Master competition. Yet, a Soul Master with a martial soul he once scorned, one of low innate soul power, crushed his hopes. Upon ascending to the lofty position of National Master of the Xinglua Empire, that same man's emergence turned him into a mere jester. Had his past rejection truly been a mistake? As Yu Xiaogangs consciousness faded amidst his unwillingness, he pondered whether everything would have been different had he been given another chance. In the library of the Nodding Soul Master Academy, a young boy addressed Yu Xiaogang, Master, greetings. My name is WangSheng. I have long admired your theoretical knowledge and hope to become your disciple and learn from you. Yu Xiaogang smiled and replied, Very well. You shall be my disciple from now on. Perhaps an entirely different story was destined to unfold. Chapter 211. Tang San's diary. Tang San had long ago undergone the trial of the Shura god. Yet the final test required him to sever mortal ties by personally slaying his most beloved. Previously, he had hesitated to take that final step, but upon learning that his father, Tang Hao, had perished at the instigation of Xiaogang, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. I, Tang San, was never meant to belong to this world. Bearing memories of my past life, I dedicated myself to arduous training from a young age. When I awakened my martial soul at 6, I was nothing short of a prodigy, manifesting dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Upon arriving at the Nodding Academy, I encountered my life's mentor, the so-called invincible master of theory. Everything flowed smoothly until I met him, that fellow named WangSheng. On the first day I met WangSheng, I was astonished to witness a 10,000-year fourth soul ring that exceeded my teacher's theoretical boundaries, which led me to question years of learning under my mentor. The second day revealed that WangSheng, like me, was not of this world. From him, I finally understood that the Tang sect did not regard me as a traitor, and the shadows that had lingered in my heart for years dissipated. I had not anticipated WangSheng's training methods to be so effective. The seemingly delicate Ning Rongrong was surprisingly formidable. This was not the auxiliary soul master my teacher had described. I too wished to train alongside them, feeling that with more practice, I could also become strong. WangSheng's prowess in the Soto Great Soul Arena was astounding. He and Oscar managed to defeat 2 soul masters with martial soul fusion skills. When we ventured into the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain a soul ring, WangSheng suggested that my martial soul cultivation path was misguided. Where lay the flaw? Was I truly not meant to pursue this direction? Xiao was captured by the Titan giant ape, yet WangSheng rescued her. Astonishingly, I could absorb soul rings that surpassed my teacher's stated limits, not to mention acquiring an additional external soul bone. It seemed my fortune was indeed favorable. Finally, I could return to Shrek Academy. When WangSheng approached me that night with a proposition, I felt I had struck gold. The mere acquisition of a Wang Chuan Qiushui Du was already a boon, and with the plethora of golden soul coins, I vowed to ensure the Tang sect flourished on the continent of Douluo. Today, I felt a significant enhancement in both my soul power and physical strength while training with WangSheng. It was truly delightful, especially as our teacher has also arrived at Shrek Academy. With the guidance of both my teacher and WangSheng, I am certain I will make further strides toward my goal of becoming stronger. To my astonishment, the teacher arranged for us to spar with WangSheng, whose prowess is undeniably formidable. I was taken aback to discover that he possesses an external soul bone. No matter how I fought, I felt utterly outmatched. Unexpectedly, a verbal conflict erupted between the teacher and WangSheng, resulting in the teacher fainting from anger. I found myself in a quandary. I perceive WangSheng as a commendable individual, yet seems he cannot coexist harmoniously with the teacher. Upon checking the teacher's pulse, I realized he was feigning unconsciousness. Perhaps this is for the best, as any further conflict with WangSheng would be undesirable. However, I am troubled by the teacher's refusal to allow me to train using WangSheng's methods. Is it truly a matter of sacrificing one's vitality for the sake of cultivation? Nevertheless, I have felt a rapid improvement recently. Time has flown by, and we are soon to depart for the Tiando Royal Academy. WangSheng came today to bid us farewell. To be honest, I have mixed feelings about him. While I acknowledge his extensive knowledge, I cannot condone his attitude towards the teacher. Since he is leaving, it may spare us from any awkward encounters. I have successfully absorbed the 10,000-year fourth spirit ring. Just as WangSheng predicted, it is indeed a test of mental fortitude rather than physical strength. WangSheng, mark my words, I will defeat you in the Spirit Master competition. The teacher has mentioned that you may never surpass the rank of Spirit King in your lifetime, and under these circumstances, I will not fear you. The Spirit Master competition has finally begun, and WangSheng has truly arrived with his team. I recall the dread I felt upon seeing their name on the registration list for the 7 Treasure Academy. To my surprise, WangSheng has already attained the rank of Spirit King. Could it be that the teacher was mistaken once more? Reviewing the competition schedule, we will soon face WangSheng's 7 Treasure Academy. Although our soul power may be slightly inferior, I am eager to engage him in battle. I am no longer the Tang San of the past. The teacher has yet to permit our 7-member team to confront the 7 Treasure Academy. Today, WangSheng participated in battle, implying that our confrontation will only occur during the finals. WangSheng appears genuinely angered this time. All 7 of us have sustained severe injuries. What are we to do in the upcoming matches? It seems I must unleash my full potential. Otherwise, all these years of effort will be in vain if I fail to reach the finals. We have narrowly entered the finals. I did not expect the rewards for the upcoming matches to be so generous. Yet, I wonder if WangSheng's earlier words hold any truth. Is the teacher truly such a person? I cannot believe WangSheng is so ruthless. The teacher has lost the most vital aspect of his manhood due to his provocation. I vow to avenge my teacher one day. Tomorrow is the finals against the 7 Treasure Academy. Although the teacher's suggestion may not be entirely honorable, I believe it is feasible to implement. It is indeed a pity that my Tang sect abilities cannot be fully showcased in the Spirit Master competition. Today, WangSheng forced me to utilize the Guanyin tier. Had my father not appeared, I might have faced dire consequences. It seems I must intensify my training moving forward. My father has sent me to the Slaughter City for cultivation, where the inhabitants are far from benevolent. I must exercise caution and complete the task he has assigned me as soon as possible. To my astonishment, the fearsome king of slaughter is my great-grandfather. It appears that Hao Ian sect will finally reveal its formidable strength. However, where's my father? I have received no news of him. What? The teacher claims my father was killed by members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Spirit Hall, WangSheng. I will ensure you all pay the price. Xiaowu has finally returned to my side. I never anticipated she was a soul beast. Nonetheless, my love for her remains unwavering. Her identity is trivial in comparison. I was surprised to learn of the connections between her and WangSheng this afternoon. I will also seek vengeance for you, Xiaowu. Is Sea God Island truly as magnificent as they say? Accompanying my great-grandfather this time, I believe I will return even stronger. WangSheng, our matters will soon reach a conclusion. I cannot believe how powerful WangSheng has become upon our next encounter. I think I shall accept his proposal. There are so many geniuses on his side, and the Sea God position will likely belong to them. Agreeing to this proposal is not a loss. To my astonishment, I am the one chosen by the Sea God. Had I known, I would not have made that agreement with WangSheng. However, before the great battle, he and his companions shall not return to the mainland prematurely. WangSheng has become a title Douluo. Why does it take so long for my divine bestowed spirit ring, while it comes so swiftly? Moreover, his spirit ring configuration seems utterly unreasonable. I have finally attained the status of Sea God. WangSheng, I am eager to show you the distinction between divinity and your mortal existence. Prepare yourself. As soon as I return to the mainland, I shall seek you out. WangSheng, you scoundrel! How dare you insult me so? When the 10-year promise comes to pass, I will ensure you suffer greatly. It is time we settle our score. I never expected to face the trial of the Shura God. This final test is exceedingly difficult. The only people I hold dear are Xiaowu and the teacher. I can never harm them. However, having attained the Sea God position is sufficient for me. Teacher, are WangSheng's claims true? Are you truly such a selfish individual? Did you incite my father's death? Xiaowu is no longer able to fight. To break the deadlock, I must attain the Shura God position. Teacher, I am sorry. Today's predicament is a result of your own actions. Once I achieve dual divine positions, I will remember your kindness. Chapter 212. Nailed to the wall at the moment of Yu Xiaojing's demise, Tang San's trial of the Shura God concluded successfully. A crimson glow enveloped Tang San, and the Shura God sword in Yang Pufeng's hand flew uncontrollably towards him. This is outrageous. WangSheng could not help but complain. How is it possible for the chosen one, Tang San, to turn the tables in such dire circumstances? Before long, the red light dissipated, revealing Tang San suspended in midair, wielding the Sea God's trident in his right hand and the Shura God sword in his left. At this moment, he had truly attained dual divine positions, perceiving everyone around him as mere ants. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue regarded Tang San with trepidation. The pressure emanating from him was unlike that of an ordinary god. Qian Rinxue turned to WangSheng and urged, "We must leave quickly. Tang San has surpassed our capacity to confront him." Indeed, everyone promptly retreated. Bibi Dong's expression grew tense. Even if it meant mutual destruction, they could not allow him to escape. Chun Xian helped Yang puffing to his feet and flew towards Jialing Pass, urging, "Sheng, we must leave this place. We cannot withstand the battle between gods. Flee, WangSheng. You shall perish first." Before WangSheng could make a move, Tang San hurled the sea god's trident at him. The trident flew with incredible speed, catching both Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue off guard, piercing WangSheng's chest with immense force, propelling him towards the city wall of Jialing Pass. With a thunderous crash, a massive hole was blasted into the city wall, and WangSheng was impaled upon it. His limbs hung limply, eyes shut tight, head bowed, and blood flowed incessantly. Tears welled in Qian Rinxue's eyes as she gazed at WangSheng, turning angrily towards Tang San and declaring, "How dare you kill my husband? I will make you pay with your life." In a fit of rage, Qian Rinxue charged at Tang San, closely followed by Bibi Dong. Qian Rinxue summoned the Sun True Fire to incinerate Tang San, with Bibi Dong providing support. At that moment, Tang San, imbued with the dual divine powers, donned crimson armor and was accompanied by a colossal blue figure. The Shura god oppressed Bibi Dong, while Qian Rinxue fared better, as the light attribute of the angel god shielded her from the Shura god's dark essence. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows tightly, feeling immense pressure from Tang San. The presence of the Shura god somewhat restrained her from the Azura god and her past experiences in the Slaughter City, where she had absorbed a significant amount of the Shura god's aura, rendered her exceedingly passive at this moment. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, upon witnessing the death of WangSheng, unleashed a formidable energy, momentarily using the true fire of the sun to suppress Tang San. On the other side, atop the city walls of Jialing Pass, no one could extract the sea goddess trident lodged in WangSheng's body, regardless of their efforts. Yi Lingling and her aunt Yi Xiaogang continuously employed healing soul techniques to no avail, and Ning Fengji along with his daughter were equally helpless regarding WangSheng's condition. Having been captured by the Spirit Hall and stripped of combat capability, Tang Xiao, observing the scene, sneered, "This brat deserves to die. My grandfather perished at his hands. Now, being pinned to the city wall by Xiao San is truly gratifying. Ha ha." As Tang Xiao laughed maniacally, Xiao Qinyu stepped forward and slapped him across the face, speaking with a grim expression, "Cease your raucous shouting. Soon, I shall send you to accompany the great saint in death." At that moment, Xiao Qinyu was also in great distress. WangSheng was his closest brother. Had it not been for WangSheng's appearance, he would likely still be the debauched young master of the Nodding City Lord's mansion. Everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by his dear brother WangSheng, and he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The others shared a similar anxiety, akin to ants on a hot pan, as they were unable to partake in the divine battle on the battlefield, rendering them utterly helpless. They could not even dislodge the sea god's trident from WangSheng. Ning Fengji's expression was grave. The current situation was exceedingly dire. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong likely could not hold out much longer, and the death of his disciple WangSheng weighed heavily on him, leaving him at a loss for a solution. Unbeknownst to them, WangSheng, pinned against the wall, was subtly moving his fingers. At the very moment of WangSheng's demise, his consciousness reappeared in the chaotic space, where he saw the evil god and Charles. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Apologies, I've been defeated this time." The evil god, his face darkened, replied, "That old Shura god is utterly shameless. I never expected he would dig a pit here waiting for me." WangSheng, puzzled, inquired, "What happened? Are those gods meddling again?" Charles chuckled. "Initially, the god of slaughter directly allowed Xiao Wu to obtain the inheritance of the god of slaughter without undergoing divine examination. The evil god was furious and went to the divine realm to seek justice. They promised not to interfere again. Yet the Shura god allowed Tang San to achieve dual divine positions, which has infuriated the evil god." Upon learning the full story, WangSheng remarked, "It seems the divine realm also values human relationships. Old man, perhaps you've been too unpleasant in your dealings?" The evil god smacked WangSheng on the head, stating, "I disdain forming cliques. However, you, young man, are disgracefully unworthy, getting yourself pinned to death. You've truly embarrassed me." WangSheng lamented, "I couldn't help it. Tang Sin's sea god trident was too swift. I didn't even have time to use teleportation. Besides, you wouldn't let me ascend to godhood. How could a mere mortal contend with him?" WangSheng felt wronged, but since he could encounter the evil god in Charles after death, he was confident that the evil god could resurrect him, alleviating his worries. That old sea god is truly despicable. Let me tell you, I initially fought for an opportunity for you. The gods in the divine realm promised to assist you during the great battle. However, I must be frank. I cannot help you deal with the dual divine positions. WangSheng expressed his thoughts. Then, why not allow me to ascend to godhood? At least I would have the strength to fight. Otherwise, even if I were revived, it would be in vain. The evil god shook his head. It's futile. I can only elevate your strength to the peak of humanity for a short time upon your revival. But that still falls short of divine power. You must find a solution yourself. What do you expect me to conceive? You're playing me for a fool. Look at the sea god, using all means to aid Tang San, while I merely get beaten, gaining no benefits. WangSheng glared at the evil god. At this moment, Charles interjected, "You misunderstand the evil god. He risked annihilation of his soul to seek justice on your behalf in the divine realm. Do you realize that this opportunity was procured by the evil god at the cost of offending all the divine beings?" WangSheng remained skeptical. Charles nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current enforcer in the divine realm is the god of order. The evil god faced divine punishment when he ascended to the divine realm. Had the god of slaughter not disrupted the rules beforehand, the evil god would not have escaped divine retribution. The evil god then spoke, "Charles, why are you telling this young man all this? He hardly remembers a single good deed of mine." WangSheng smiled at the evil god. "You say that, but I hold you in high regard. Regardless, you must help me devise a plan, as time is of the essence. My wife and mother-in-law are battling Tang San. If anything happens to them, I will no longer fulfill the responsibilities of the evil god. Do not worry about that. Within the evil god's domain, time flows slowly. Even if several years pass inside, only a few minutes will have elapsed outside." Charles' explanation eased WangSheng's anxiety. WangSheng quickly grasped, "So, I still have ample time to think of a solution?" Charles smiled and nodded. "Yes, you have enough time, but how to find a solution still depends on your ingenuity." WangSheng glanced at the evil god. "How about you grant me some powerful artifact capable of annihilating gods? You are overreaching. The fact that you can summon the evil god's scythe is already the greatest assistance. Without it, you'd have been reduced to dust with that last blow." The evil god shot WangSheng an exasperated look. "My evil god's scythe has that capability? I always thought it was solely for offense, not realizing it could also provide defense." WangSheng's eyes brightened. "Then it's simple. I just need to be prepared. Once I am revived, Tang Sin's focus will undoubtedly be on me. I can channel all my soul power into the evil god's scythe to withstand his strike. Subsequently, with the combined efforts of my wife and mother-in-law, we should be able to deliver a decisive blow to Tang San and conclude the battle." WangSheng felt this was the best plan he could conceive. Regardless of whether it was a single god or dual gods, the strongest offense would always prevail. Two gods attacking a dual god should yield a lethal outcome. The evil god spoke again, dispelling WangSheng's notion. "You may dismiss that idea. To preserve your body earlier, the evil god has already been depleted by the sea god's trident. Isn't this increasing the difficulty for me? They are all artifacts. Is the quality of your evil god's scythe subpar? Should I file a complaint?" WangSheng expressed his exasperation, wondering why his artifact was so ineffective. Charles, stifling laughter, remarked, "At this point, you still have the presence of mind to utter such nonsensical remarks? Can't you see that the evil god is already quite enraged?" WangSheng looked at the scowling evil god and raised his hand defensively. "Let us agree not to hit my head. If I truly become daft, I want to be able to conceive a solution." The evil god vanished before WangSheng, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his rear as the evil god, appearing behind him, kicked him away, saying, "I want to hit your head, but kicking you will suffice." Seeing the furious evil god, WangSheng hastily conceded. We are all civilized beings. Must we resort to violence? Let us discuss things amicably. Charles reminded, you two should carefully consider how to break the stalemate. Although time is plentiful, thoughtful reflection is essential. WangSheng, with a glint in his eye, suggested, what if I temporarily become the evil god? After defeating Tang San, I can reclaim my divine power. Impossible. Do you think divine power can be given or taken away at will? If it were that simple, would I need a fool like you? Retorted the evil god. Or perhaps you could provide me with a relic even more powerful than the evil goddess demon scythe. Would that suffice? WangSheng attempted to negotiate further. The evil god looked at him as if he were an imbecile, saying, if I had such a thing, I would have given it to you long ago. You should think of something else. This won't work, and that won't work either. Are you toying with me? How am I supposed to fight? WangSheng's frustration was evident. It seemed that seeking solutions from the evil god was futile. He needed to devise other means. Are you not clever? The evil god chose you precisely because of your uniqueness. I trust you will find a solution, Charles encouraged WangSheng. It appeared that this dilemma would not be easily resolved. He truly needed to ponder how to overcome Tang San, whose current power was not to be underestimated. WangSheng rested his chin on his hand, rubbing the stubble on his jaw. Both the evil god and Charles wisely refrained from interrupting him, allowing him to contemplate how to defeat a deity with dual godhood. Gradually, WangSheng entered a meditative state, his mind racing as he simulated the feasibility of each potential strategy. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until suddenly, he opened his eyes, excitement illuminating his face. I have it. I've figured out how to defeat Tang San. Both the evil god and Charles turned their curious gazes toward him. WangSheng inquired, may I ask if it is possible to cultivate within this space? Cultivate? What nonsense! I have already stated that upon your resurrection, I will grant you strength just shy of a god. You need not cultivate. The evil god's temper flared once more at WangSheng. WangSheng, somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, why are you so impatient? Surely I must test a method to defeat Tang San first. Otherwise, if we go out and I fail, what then? What kind of cultivation do you envision? Charles asked, perplexed. WangSheng pressed, first, I need to know if cultivation is possible here. This is crucial. The evil god nodded. It is indeed possible. You may cultivate however you wish. However, heed my warning. This opportunity is singular. If you die at Tang San's hands after your resurrection, there will be no second chances. I understand. I must experiment first. If this method fails, I shall seek other alternatives. I will ensure everything is foolproof before I venture out, WangSheng affirmed. Good. How you choose to cultivate from this point forward is up to you. Should you need anything, speak to Charles, the evil god stated before vanishing from WangSheng's sight. Charles smiled. The evil god may have a temper, but he truly has your best interests at heart. WangSheng patted Charles on the shoulder. It's fine. I actually appreciate his character. Chapter 214. Together in deicide, Charles chuckled. As long as you understand the evil god's good intentions, feel free to call on me for assistance. Wait, Charles. Just as Charles turned to leave, WangSheng called out to him. Oh, is there something you need me to do? Charles asked, looking back at WangSheng with curiosity. WangSheng rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy. Brother, please don't go just yet. I need your help with this cultivation. Charles smiled. No problem. If I can assist you, I'm more than willing. Thus began a period in which WangSheng relentlessly experimented with his ideas. Since he could neither become a god nor wield a more powerful artifact, he realized there was but one solution: to create a soul skill capable of slaying a god. Time passed, and WangSheng continuously refined his approach. The prototype of the soul skill became increasingly clear, while Charles, drenched in sweat, found the task far more exhausting than he had anticipated. No wonder WangSheng had appeared so sheepish earlier. After countless attempts, WangSheng finally completed his experiment. Upon hearing that he had succeeded, Charles felt as if a weight had been lifted, his weary expression finally brightening with a glimmer of joy. At that moment, the evil god reappeared before them. Kid, you're confident there are no issues, correct? Let us say it's a 50-50 chance. I cannot guarantee success, but this is the only way I can envision breaking the deadlock, WangSheng replied, lacking the certainty he had previously exhibited. He was taking a gamble. for no better solution had presented itself. He was left with no choice but to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. The evil god nodded. Do your utmost. I understand it is no small feat to defeat a deity with dual godhood. From here on, it is up to you. Old man, what happens if I fail? WangSheng asked, looking at the evil god with concern. The evil god, sensing WangSheng's apprehension, explained, once he was sent to godhood. You cannot interfere with mortal affairs. However, it is likely that everyone in Xiaogang Pass will perish. It is uncertain. It depends on what Tang San decides to do. After all, this battle can be seen as a provocation to the gods. Thus, even if all in Xiaogang Pass vanish, the god of order cannot intervene. And were the Wuhuan Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, WangSheng voiced his final concern. The evil god sighed. The outcome would be the same, complete annihilation. To the evil god's surprise, WangSheng appeared oddly relaxed. He smiled, then I feel reassured. If we lose, it is those dear to us who will suffer the most. If annihilation is the result of losing, then I shall not worry. Your perspective is truly unique. The evil god observed, this time regarding WangSheng with newfound respect rather than irritation. WangSheng, self-deprecatingly, remarked, it's not so much unique. The pain of losing many loved ones is deeply etched in memory. Thus, if it comes to this, whether we win or lose, we will face it together. The evil god finally asked earnestly, enough talk. It is of no use now. Everything depends on you. Are you prepared? WangSheng confidently nodded. I am ready. Even if I have only a few minutes, I cannot remain idle while my wife is harmed by another. You cheeky brat, still so glib. Get going. The evil god playfully kicked WangSheng, causing his head to spin as consciousness blurred once more. At Jiaoling Pass, the ground suddenly trembled. Amidst the crowd's confusion, WangSheng's eyes, previously pinned to the wall, snapped open. WangSheng radiated a crimson light, and the sea god's trident embedded in his chest trembled violently. Sensing the disturbance, Tang San turned toward WangSheng, astonished that he was still alive. Tang San's bewilderment prompted Qian Rinxue to glance over. Husband. An unseen force propelled the sea god's trident back into Tang San's grasp, and he witnessed WangSheng's previously pierced chest heal rapidly. The onlookers were filled with elation at this sight. Ning Fengji clenched his fists. Wonderful. Shenger is still alive. Great. You've come back to life. Xiao Qinyu exclaimed, tears of joy in his eyes. Chun Xian and Gu Rong exchanged knowing smiles. As expected, this rascal has caused us unnecessary worry. Yang Pufeng looked at WangSheng with a smile. My brother is fine now. Ning Grong Grong ethitedli embraket, Ning Yu ethkloiming, proter, lo. Big brother Sheng is okay. Ma on, his chubby face, streaming with tears, beamed widely. No doubt he is my boss. His vitality is extraordinary. Dai Mubai turned to his elder brother, Dai Weici, and remarked, I am not mistaken, am I? He is indeed the one who creates miracles. Zhu Luo Yuguan, with his ambiguous tone, added, our son-in-law from the Spirit Hall is truly remarkable. He has returned from such a perilous situation. It seems the holy maiden need not endure widowhood any longer. Flinder adjusted his glasses and said, as expected of the most exceptional individual among the finest generation of soul masters. However, are you all celebrating a tad too early? Amidst their joyous banter, a discordant voice pierced through the atmosphere. Tang San, can I not even enjoy a moment of the protagonist's halo in this harmonious conclusion? WangSheng gazed at the icy expression of Tang San, who showed no signs of emotional fluctuation despite WangSheng's revival. To him, if one attempt at killing failed, a second would suffice. Coldly, Tang San replied, WangSheng, I wonder how many times you can survive? With that, he hurled the sea god trident once more at WangSheng, this time from a greater distance. WangSheng, having prepared, evaded the attack with the activation of the Black Yao Tiger Shadow. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, charging towards Tang San. At that moment, WangSheng shouted to the mother-daughter duo, buy me some time. Rest assured, if he dares to kill you once, I won't allow him to do so a second time. Following his words, the immense figure of an angel manifested behind Qian Rinxue, who unleashed the radiant power of the angel with a sword aimed at Tang San's face. Bibi Dong, too, entered her optimal battle state, her expression fierce, her lower body transforming into that of a spider, unleashing her full force upon Tang San. Faced with the relentless assault from Bibi Dong and Qian Renshua, Tang San wielded the Shura divine sword, sweeping it forward, causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, WangSheng soared through the skies, declaring, "In this war, I cannot discern who is right or wrong, but at this moment, everything has transpired. Gods are indeed powerful, yet in the face of divinity, we must not be regarded as mere ants. Though we are born human, we possess the opportunity to seize our own destinies. Gods are simply those who sit atop the heights. Thus, let us together slay the gods today." Chapter 2:15. The Godslayer's intervention. WangSheng's impassioned speech resonated with every soul master present. The crowd raised their hands in unison, chanting, "Slay the gods! Slay the gods!" Next, I implore you all to assist me in accomplishing this seemingly impossible task. I cannot guarantee success, but we must at least attempt it. I hope you will lend me your soul power, allowing me to bring an end to this unequal war. WangSheng raised his right hand, revealing intricate purple-gold patterns coursing along his skin, his fingers adorned with dark golden claws emanating a brilliant light. "Transfer your soul power to me. Together, let us slay the gods." All the soul masters present felt their soul power yearning to detach from their bodies, yet they could resist this pull. The defeated members of the Haoyan sect resisted, reclaiming their soul power, while many others offered no resistance, allowing their soul power to leave their bodies willingly. The first to release his soul power was Xiao Chenyu, whose wind shadow wolf phantom surged toward WangSheng's right hand. Following suit were the double-headed gale wolf, fire-devouring soul spear, 9 treasure glazed tower, 7 killing sword, Qirong Tontianju, white tiger, netherworld spirit cat, and evil fire phoenix, all rushing toward WangSheng. In an instant, the soul powers of countless individuals transformed into their martial spirits and flooded into WangSheng's right hand. Soldiers from Tiando and Xingluo exchanged glances, neither resisting nor consenting to the absorption, their soul power suspended in limbo. "Damn, though I am merely a soul sovereign, I shall be counted among you." At that moment, a 33rd level soldier from Tiando, whose iron-armored rhino spirit surged toward WangSheng. Regardless of his lack of strength, he insisted on participating. Nearby, a 25th level soul master also released his leopard martial spirit toward WangSheng. With these two soldiers' actions, all present warriors possessing soul power directed their energies toward WangSheng. Although their powers were weak, collectively they could form a formidable force. Simultaneously, the imprisoned Yu Yunjin unleashed all his blue lightning tyrant dragon soul power toward WangSheng, exclaiming, "Tang San, you vile creature, for slaying my son, I shall not forgive you." Ning Fengji glanced at Yu Yunjin, murmuring, "How pitiful are the hearts of parents." Regardless of their son's flaws, a father would still stand against the world for him. As WangSheng accepted this soul power, the muscles and veins in his right hand swelled with energy. In the chaotic realm of the evil god, WangSheng had been conducting experiments with Charles, guiding his soul power into his hand. Initially, WangSheng struggled to attract the soul power, but eventually succeeded in concentrating it after countless attempts. Now, a colossal energy sphere materialized in WangSheng's palm, resonating with the roars of various soul beasts and the clashing sounds of martial spirits. Meanwhile, Tang San, engaged in battle, noticed WangSheng's situation. However, Bibi Dong and Qian Renshua kept him ensnared, offering him no opportunity to escape. Just as Tang San pondered a way out, Bibi Dong seized the chance to launch a lethal strike. As her claw approached Tang San, a golden glow appeared before him. It was Xiao Wu, who had just awakened from her stupor. Perceiving Tang San's peril, she instantly teleported to his side, intercepting Bibi Dong's attack. Tang San held Xiao Wu tightly, watching as her form slowly dissipated, transforming into black-red energy that gradually flowed into him. "Xiao Wu, why are you so foolish?" Tang San gazed at her with tears in his eyes. Xiao Wu smiled gently at him, saying, "Brother, it's all right. I am here to help you become the ultimate dual deity." While in a state of unconsciousness, Xiao Wu also entered the chaotic realm, where two identical figures appeared before her. "Xiao Wu, we meet at last. One of them spoke with a familiar voice that jolted her memory. It was the same voice that had led her to become the God Slayer on Sea God Island. "Are you the God Slayer?" Xiao Wu inquired. The God Slayer nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am the God Slayer." The other figure, resembling the God Slayer, added, "I am the Shura God. How can you both look identical?" Xiao Wu examined them closely, unable to distinguish between the two. The God Slayer explained, "We are twin brothers, and we have another brother, the Rakshasa God." Shura God? Xiao Wu recognized this title. After all, the Shura God was the one to whom both Tang Chun and Tang Sen were currently undergoing trials. Yes, we three brothers are known as the three gods of slaughter, governing the arts of killing. Individually, our divine realms are merely second-rate in the divine realm, but when united, we become an unparalleled force. The Shura God elucidated. Xiao Wu, puzzled, asked, "Do gods have ranks?" The God Slayer chuckled. "Of course, gods are categorized by rank. The disparity in power among different ranks is significant." Observing Xiao Wu's bewildered expression, the God Slayer continued, "At the pinnacle of the divine realm, only the Creator God and the Annihilation God exist, wielding the ability to create or destroy entire worlds. Following them are the first-rate divine realms, the God of Order, the God of Judgment, and the Evil God." The Evil God? Isn't it the legacy WangSheng received? Is he not the most powerful? Xiao Wu asked anxiously of the God of Slaughter. The God of Slaughter shook his head and smiled, saying, "You need not worry about that. The Evil God has long since fallen and can never return to the divine realm. Thus, his successor has little hope of ascending to godhood. Once one becomes a god, as an evil god, they must immediately enter the divine realm to be subjected to regulation." "Why is that? Aren't they all gods?" Xiao was somewhat perplexed. The God of Shura interjected, "There is no need to complicate matters. Such things are beyond your current understanding." The God of Slaughter nodded and added, "Indeed, you need not concern yourself with the specifics at this moment. Just grasp the basic hierarchy of the divine realm. The three gods mentioned earlier are responsible for managing the pantheon, while the next tier comprises the first-class deities, which include the Angel God, Sea God, Death God, War God, and Sun God. As for us three brothers, the God of Slaughter, God of Shura, and Rakshasa God, we are merely considered second-class deities. However, through our combined strength, what you refer to as martial soul fusion technique, we can become a God of Slaughter whose power rivals that of a first-class deity, thus securing our place in the divine realm." Upon grasping this information, Xiao Wu nodded and said, "Now I somewhat understand, but why are you telling me all this?" "I still need to assist Sengu. Without my help, he cannot defeat those two." The God of Shura replied, "Do not rush. Trust that Tang San will soon inherit my position as the God of Shura, so you need not worry about him." Xiao Wu excitedly asked, "Really? Can Sangu truly become the God of Shura? Isn't the final trial supposed to involve killing a beloved person?" The God of Shura nodded and confirmed, "Indeed, originally, my final trial did not carry such stringent requirements. However, the young man I hold in high regard is aligned with the successor of the Rakshasa God. Thus, I modified the trial's conditions. Tang San just happens to have someone suitable at his side to aid him in achieving godhood." Xiao Wu silently contemplated who might be Tang San's closest loved one, and then a name surfaced in her mind. "Master?" The God of Shura affirmed, "Of course. It is you, Xiaogang." He treats Tang San as if he were his own son. However, hatred has clouded his judgment, and all his actions are driving Tang San toward opposition. Moreover, Tang Hao's death is related to Yu Xiaogang, so should Tang San falter, he will undoubtedly kill Yu Xiaogang to ascend to godhood. Xiao Wu, being rather naive, did not comprehend the intricate machinations at play. "You've said so much. You still haven't explained why we should help Sangu." The God of Slaughter replied, "Among us three brothers, the Rakshasa has already turned against us. If we fracture, our status will revert to that of second-class deities. Therefore, assisting Tang San is also aiding ourselves. The Sea God has agreed that as long as Tang San obtains the combined might of our three brothers as the God of Slaughter, we can continue to enjoy the privileges of first-class deities." Xiao Wu questioned, "But didn't you say the Rakshasa God is no longer aligned with you? How can you achieve the unity of the three gods?" The God of Shura pointed at Xiao Wu and said, "This requires your assistance. Me? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in confusion. The god of Shura nodded. Yes, you are now the god of slaughter, and with Tang San as the god of Shura. If you absorb the divine power of the Rakshasa from Bai Bai Dong's body, utilizing the unique sacrificial trait of your soul beasts, we can achieve the unity of the three gods. But I have completely become human and no longer possess the traits of a soul beast, Xiao Wu argued. Not considering the sacrificial aspect, her only desire was to help Tang San. The god of Shura smiled and said, such matters are trivial in the presence of gods. Restoring your soul beast traits will be effortless. Achieving godhood on the continent merely grants you divine power, but once you enter the divine realm, you will comprehend the true terror of godly existence. Upon hearing the god of Shura's explanation, Xiao Wu did not hesitate to ask, what must I do? I will do anything to help Sangge. The god of slaughter and the god of Shura exchanged knowing glances, relieved that Xiao Wu was so agreeable. The god of slaughter smiled and said, it's quite simple. You just need to seize the opportunity to allow Bai Bai Dong to injure you severely. This will temporarily imbue you with the divine power of the Rakshasa, and at that moment, you must willingly sacrifice yourself for Tang San. This way, he will attain the unified power of the god of slaughter. With the strength of two first-class deities, Tang San will become an invincible force. Upon hearing that Tang San could become invincible, Xiao Wu immediately nodded in agreement, saying, no problem, I am willing to do this. I have no objections to sacrificing myself for Sangge. The god of slaughter smiled in satisfaction, saying, since you have agreed, I feel at ease. Now, I will remove the restrictions on your body, allowing you to regain the abilities of a soul beast. As Xiao Wu awakened from her unconscious state, she saw Bai Bai Dong preparing to attack Tang San. Without hesitation, she swiftly used instant teleportation to appear in front of Tang San. After absorbing a significant amount of Bai Bai Dong's Rakshasa divine power, Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Tang San's neck, smiling tenderly at him. Her body gradually transformed into a golden light that surged into Tang San, enveloping them both in a golden energy sphere. Bai Bai Dong and Qianrenxue, who intended to attack Tang San again, found themselves unable to penetrate the golden energy sphere. From a distance, WangSheng furrowed his brows, realizing that according to their timeline, it would take at least another 10 minutes to complete the final step, yet the situation now appeared suspicious. Inside the energy sphere, Xiao Wu's body slowly began to dissipate, and Tang San, with tears in his eyes, looked at her and said, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Am I about to lose you? Xiao Wu gently caressed Tang San's face, gazing at him with affection, and said, Sangge, I am fine. I will help you become the truly powerful dual god. With my sacrifice, you will evolve into the formidable god of slaughter, and I will always be by your side. As she caressed Tang San's hand, it too gradually transformed into shimmering particles of light, pouring into his body. Tang San shook his head repeatedly, saying, Xiao Wu, I do not need power. I cannot lose you. Sangge, I will always be by your side. From now on, I am you, and you are me. With those final words, Xiao Wu completely vanished. No, accompanied by Tang San's anguished cry, the entire golden sphere exploded. Bai Bai Dong and Qianrenxue, positioned close, were thrown back several meters by the force of the blast, feeling as though their internal organs had been violently jolted. At that moment, Tang San donned a blood-red battle armor that emitted a faint black glow. The Shura sword in his hand had grown considerably, its once blood-red blade now shrouded in a veil of black mist. Tang San's pupils had turned dark red, and an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, his veins and muscles clearly visible on his face. Bai Bai Dong sensed a formidable pressure emanating from Tang San and turned to Qianrenxue, warning, be cautious. I can sense the essence of the Rakshasa within him, and it is far stronger than the power I wield. Qianrenxue nodded, gripping her angel sword tightly. You be careful too. Tang San wielded the now evolved, most potent artifact, the Shura demon sword, and swung it toward Bai Bai Dong and Qianrenxue. A crescent-shaped stream of black-red energy swiftly shot toward them. The black-red energy, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, surged toward Bai Bai Dong and Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue pushed Bai Bai Dong aside and raised her angel sword, which ignited with searing flames. As she struck down at the energy stream, the flames extinguished as if doused with water, and the black-red energy surged forth from the dissipating smoke. Qian Rinxue, attempting to evade, found it was too late, and was forcefully propelled backward by the oncoming energy stream. As Bai Bai Dong observed her beloved being harmed, she charged towards Tang San with fervor. However, Tang San remained immobile in the air. Just as Bai Bai Dong approached him, his dark crimson gaze locked onto her. In that instant, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, an overwhelming chill enveloping her entire being, rendering her utterly paralyzed. The immense pressure immobilized her completely. At this moment, Bai Bai Dong's mental fortitude had succumbed to Tang San's control. She found herself transported back to that frigid chamber. Her mind inundated with the haunting memories she had long sought to forget, the very essence of her lifelong torment. These painful recollections relentlessly shattered her composure. She had believed she had moved on, yet the memories, sealed deep within her heart, resurfaced, inflicting profound anguish upon her. When Bai Bai Dong regained her senses, she discovered Tang San gripping her neck with one hand, the suffocating sensation leaving her powerless to resist. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, dragging her severely injured form, swiftly soared towards Tang San, the angelic sword poised menacingly as she cried out, "Release my mother!" Tang San's lips curved into a smirk, his voice icy as it echoed, "Do not rush, you are next." Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue raised her sword, aiming to sever Tang San's grip on Bai Bai Dong. But with a mere flick of his hand, wielding the Azura sword, Tang San sent Qian Rinxue hurtling back with an overwhelming force. In the distance, WangSheng, consumed by urgency, shouted at Tang San, "Tang San, cease this madness. The one you seek vengeance upon is me. Direct your wrath towards me instead." At this moment, WangSheng found himself at a loss. Any attempt to move would obliterate all he had strived for. His only recourse was to divert Tang San's attention to save Bai Bai Dong. Tang San cast a disdainful glance at WangSheng, retorting, "You are not but an ant in my presence, unworthy of such discourse." WangSheng replied, "Tang San, we share a history, and our grievances began with you Xiaogang. Since you have already taken his life, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." "Friend? We hardly qualify as such. Should we not also settle the debts between my father and my forebears?" Tang San regarded WangSheng with intrigue, surprised that he would utter such desperate words to save Bai Bai Dong's life. WangSheng chuckled, "Your words are rather disheartening. Let us clear the past and forge a friendship. You have ascended to divinity. I can ensure that your Tang sect flourishes as the preeminent sect in Douluo. The sudden flattery from WangSheng left onlookers bewildered, perceiving him as an entirely different person, subservient to Tang San. Had WangSheng truly succumbed to fear? However, the astute Ning Fengji remained unconvinced, sensing that WangSheng's actions belied a deeper strategy. Although the current motives were unclear, he firmly believed WangSheng was not as he appeared, advising those around him to remain focused on their own tasks. Ning Fengji's words prompted many who had initially prepared to retract their soul power to continue channeling their energy. For those with lesser soul power, WangSheng had already absorbed it all, leaving only the formidable soul Douluo and title Douluo level soul masters. Their vast reserves of soul power were still being drawn in by WangSheng, and despite the doubts that arose from WangSheng's dialogue with Tang San, Ning Fengji's remarks dispelled their concerns. As the two conversed, Tang San felt Bai Bai Dong's body go limp in his grasp. "Oh, my apologies. I intended to grant you a chance, but alas, your mother lacks the strength to endure. Should we consider this concluded?" With that, Tang San released his hold, and Bai Bai Dong plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Qian Rinxue hastily flew to catch her mother. Gazing at Tang San's mocking demeanor, WangSheng spoke. "Since my mother-in-law has perished at your hands, can we not call for a ceasefire? You desire a favorable outcome, yet I find it insufficient. How about this? If Qian Rinxue and Ning Fengji, along with their lives, are surrendered, we may conclude our hostilities. The Wuhuan Palace and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall henceforth submit to my Tang sect, and I shall spare your lives today." Tang San, emboldened by his assured victory, regarded Wang Sheng with arrogance, viewing his proposals merely as a means to toy with him. However, should Wang Sheng acquiesce, he would not, for it would only serve to strengthen the Tang sect. May I ponder this for a few minutes? Wang Sheng inquired directly. Or must it be my life alone? Ning Fengji, having fully transferred his soul power to Wang Sheng, rose and addressed Tang San loudly. At this moment, Wang Sheng was also striving for time, needing only a few more powerful soul-level energies. The remaining individuals trusted Wang Sheng implicitly, continuing to release their soul power despite his conversation with Tang San. Tang San, with a mocking tone, retorted, Ning Fengji, cease your pretense. You are a hypocrite. My father perished at the hands of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and as the sect master, you cannot evade responsibility. At that moment, the Sorda, Chun Exen, interjected, grievances must be settled with the responsible party. Tang Hao was slain by my hand. If you seek retribution, come at me, not at our sect master. Tang San glared furiously at Chun Exen, exclaiming, Swordmaster Chun Exen, it is indeed you. You shall perish alongside them. With that, he produced a hidden weapon and hurled it towards Chun Exen. The projectile flew with astonishing speed. Although Chun Exen would typically evade such an attack, he was unable to do so now, having expended all his soul power to Wang Sheng. With a clang, just as the hidden weapon was about to strike Chun Exen, Bai Dong appeared before him, her elongated nails slicing through the projectile. During Tang San and Wang Sheng's exchange, a small spider had emerged from Bai Dong's body. While Tang San's focus remained on Wang Sheng noticed this detail, suddenly understanding its significance, and hastily redirected Tang San's attention to allow Bai Dong an escape. You and Wang Sheng conspired against me. You seek death. Tang San fumed, charging towards Wang Sheng. At that moment, Wang Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety. He was so close to success. As Tang San advanced towards him, he urged internally for a swift resolution, knowing he was mere moments away. Tang San moved, and both Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue sprang into action, the mother and daughter duo confronting Tang San directly. Chapter 218. The conclusion of battle in his wrath. Tang San unleashed a more ferocious assault against Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue. They found themselves unable to withstand the tempest of his onslaught. In a mere moment, Tang San's sword cleaved through Bai Dong, leaving a gaping wound in her abdomen, dark blood gushing forth. Raising his sword for another strike, Tang San aimed downward, but Qian Rinxue, wielding the angelic sword, attempted to parry. The formidable artifact shattered instantly under the might of Tang San's attack. He then delivered a brutal kick to Qian Rinxue's abdomen, sending her flying. Rather than pursuing her, Tang San fixed his gaze on Wang Sheng, who now appeared ashen, realizing he was mere seconds away from executing his grand move. Time was slipping away, and as Tang San closed in, Wang Sheng recognized that he had fallen short by mere moments. In this instance, a golden figure suddenly materialized between the two, and Tang San's Shura demon sword pierced the shoulder of the golden figure. Xuya, Wang Sheng exclaimed, but Qian Rinxue, in a moment of peril, shielded him, sustaining the blow from Tang San. The same ominous black smoke billowed from her wounded shoulder, while vast amounts of golden light radiated outward. As in the original narrative, Tang San's severe injury gradually weakened Qian Rinxue's divine power. At this juncture, Wang Sheng had finally amassed enough energy. He supported Qian Rinxue with his left hand while launching an energy sphere towards Tang San with his right. The moment the energy sphere collided with Tang San, his body was thrust uncontrollably backward, propelled by the immense force of the energy, which continued to spin. Despite having ascended to the ranks of two major first-level deities, Tang San was grievously injured by this astonishing energy. After being propelled for several meters, a tremendous explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated in front of Tang San, shattering his chest armor and leaving him to crash heavily onto the ground, bare-chested. Wang Sheng gently set Qian Rinxue down, saying, "Swear, leave the rest to me." He then instantaneously appeared beside Tang San, who was struggling to rise. At that moment, Wang Sheng was enveloped in a golden protective aura. His right hand glowed crimson, with veins and sinews prominently visible, as if his arm were molten lava. Meanwhile, Tang San's chest was a gruesome mess, blood trickling from his lips as he incredulously gazed at WangSheng, exclaiming, "How can a mere mortal like you inflict such injury upon a god?" He added, "Even gods, despite their nobility, rely on the faith of countless mortals. Gods are not omnipotent, and today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to slay a god." With that, WangSheng's right fist struck Tang San's face with tremendous force, sending him flying. WangSheng swiftly teleported again to Tang San's side, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the sky. Utilizing the long-dormant Mighty Tiger Rapid Assault, and bolstered by his now formidable physique, WangSheng unleashed a barrage of devastating strikes, ultimately sending Tang San crashing back to the ground. As WangSheng's ninth soul ring illuminated, he employed his most powerful ninth soul skill, Dark Demon Evil God Break. The punch, seemingly ordinary, contained an immense energy capable of annihilating even title Douluo. This was WangSheng's ultimate trump card. The energy sphere he had previously absorbed, infused with the souls of many, was already potent enough to slay a god. Following that strike, Tang San's divine form was effectively shattered, and with the residual energy from WangSheng's right arm, Tang San was rendered completely defenseless. Upon the fist's impact, a colossal crater formed in the ground. The onlookers, having witnessed the entire spectacle, erupted in jubilant cheers, realizing they had truly participated in this divine slaying. WangSheng cradled his right arm. Having absorbed an overwhelming amount of energy, it was straining under the immense burden. His arm flushed red, and he awaited the dissipation of the residual energy before he could recover. Tang San lay prostrate, severely wounded, his once mighty dual divine form now shattered. The confidence he once possessed had dissipated, and he was left feeling despondent, contemplating how he had ultimately succumbed to WangSheng. With great difficulty, Tang San rose, his face a mask of reluctance as he addressed WangSheng. "Since you brought me to this world, why must you also come? Does it matter?" WangSheng calmly replied, "Since the day we became enemies, it was destined that only one of us could survive." Tang San then asked, "After my death, will there be a path left for the Tang sect?" WangSheng shook his head, responding, "Is the Tang sect of Douluo continent still the one you envisioned?" Tang San offered a bitter smile. "Indeed. I possess all the manuals and blueprints for the Tang sect's skills and mechanisms. I will entrust them to you." WangSheng was taken aback by Tang San's unexpected generosity, yet he remained vigilant, sensing that something was amiss. Tang San retrieved a collection of books from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night and handed them to WangSheng, who stored them within his soul guide, intending to peruse them at a later time while still keeping a wary eye on Tang San. However, as WangSheng secured a smirk crept onto Tang San's lips as he swiftly extracted the formidable weapon Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. "WangSheng, let us die together." WangSheng, although cautious of Tang San, found himself enveloped in a protective shield as his soul power surged in response to the impending threat. In a moment of urgency, WangSheng utilized the last remnants of his potent energy to grasp the blossoming lotus, directing the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus towards Tang San's chest. A massive explosion shattered the protective shield, sending golden light scattering in all directions and causing the already vast crater to expand even further. As the brilliance faded, WangSheng stood alone in the center, appearing quite disheveled, his armor riddled with tears and his right arm severed. With a wry smile, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "I was indeed too greedy. It seems that villains meet their ends through their own verbosity. To have survived this is truly a stroke of luck." After reflecting, WangSheng approached Ning Fengji and said, "Teacher, we shall take our leave now. The rest is in your hands." Concerned, Ning Fengji glanced at WangSheng's severed arm, asking, "What about your hand?" "It's nothing," WangSheng replied dismissively. "There was once a great hero named Yang Guo who became invincible after losing his right hand." With a wave of his hand, he chuckled before single-handedly lifting Qianren Xue into his arms, who wrapped her arms around his neck. WangSheng descended from the battlements of Jiaoling Pass, gradually making his way toward Qibao City. The onlookers watched the two retreating figures, perfectly silhouetted against the setting sun. You've lost your right hand. Does that truly make you invincible? Qian Rinxue teased. Come on, my husband. Do you really think so? It's just a matter of pride. It hurts like hell. Well, I suppose I can never break through again. You're disabled now, so it seems we can truly live in seclusion. Seclusion? What for? The greatest hermits are often found among the affluent. We shall live the life of the wealthy in Qibao City. We will leave our fortunes to our daughter. As for our son, what do you think about him becoming a son-in-law to my teacher? By the way, darling, what about my mother now that we're leaving? You needn't worry about that. My teacher has always harbored intentions but lacked the courage. This is his opportunity. As their figures faded into the distance, their voices gradually vanished amidst the crowd, leaving everyone with mischievous smiles as they gazed at the awkwardly standing Ning Fengji.